Reborn back in high school, awakens as a commoner, mocked as a breeding machine? Next second, system error compensation, draw a red mythic passive skill every level up. Wields the chaotic artifact Scythe of Immortal Destiny, ignoring defense for true damage with every strike. The school beauty fancies him and proactively teams up for a hell difficulty dungeon? Xian Shen says, "Allow me to present my humble skills." Xian Shen was reborn back to his high school talent awakening day after being killed by a forbidden spell in an abyssal secret realm in his previous life. He calmly accepted reality, the mysterious pendant on his neck still present. After a mobilization speech by his bald class teacher, everyone headed for the awakening ceremony. Classmates chattered excitedly, praying to awaken combat professions to change their destinies. Xian Chen's childhood sweetheart, the school beauty Qin Mohan, appeared behind him. They had a deep bond. In his previous life, Qin Mohan died saving him. Seeing her again, Xian Chen was filled with emotion. Zhao Yan from the elite class, jealous of Qin Mohan's closeness to Xian Chen, harbored enmity towards him. The awakening ceremony began. Zhao Yan awakened as a summoner, drawing envy. Other students followed, with mixed results. When it was Qin Mohan's turn, she emitted a dazzling light and awakened the hidden profession Nightwing Archer, causing a sensation. The vice principal and teachers were full of praise. Qin Mohan became the center of attention. Next was Xian Chen. He confidently stepped onto the stage. In his previous life, he awakened the rare profession Magic Martial Walker. However, after a strong light, only a colorless, ordinary human figure appeared above his head. Xian Chen, commoner. Next, the field fell silent, then erupted in laughter. Zhao Yan sneered, thinking Xian Chen was now worlds apart from him. Commoners were destined to be mere breeding tools. Ding! Host's talent awakening detected. Binding system interface. Binding successful. Character, Xian Chen level, 1 profession, commoner attributes, strength 2, constitution 2, agility 2, spirit 4. Xian Chen's vision darkened, these stats were abysmally low. Ding! System error detected. Rescanning host. Scan complete. Reawakening profession. Xian Chen was inwardly delighted. Scan complete. Profession cannot be changed. As compensation, host will receive a red passive talent upon each level up. Begin drawing now? Red mythic passives. Xian Chen was ecstatic. Begin drawing. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Last Whisper. Last Whisper. Each attack ignores enemy defense, directly dealing true damage based on user's attack power. Critical hits receive an additional bonus to absolute destruction, making critical damage more lethal. A divine skill. But with his current 2 strength, the damage was pitiful. Just then, the scythe pendant on his neck grew hot. Drip, drip, drip. Great ominous sign detected on host. This system will depart immediately. The system fled. Xian Chen was dumbfounded. He touched the pendant. Scythe of Immortal Destiny, damaged, grade, chaotic artifact attack plus 150, attack plus 10%, all 4 basic attributes plus 10. Skill, Fateful Encounter, luck plus 20, comprehension plus 20, charisma plus 20, a chaotic artifact. 60 points in rare attributes. Xian Chen was shocked again. Amidst mocking gazes, Xian Chen stepped down. Qin Mohan approached with concern. Xian Chen assured her he was fine. Qin Mohan, however, secretly resolved to ask her aunt, a Tier 4 divine priest, for help. The awakening ceremony ended. The vice principal announced that combat professionals would prepare for a novice dungeon test. Xian Chen realized commoners couldn't enter dungeons for free and lacked the star course to pay. Qin Mohan offered to take him into the dungeon. The vice principal tried to dissuade her, stating Xian Chen would hinder her assessment score in future. Qin Mohan ignored him and pulled Xian Chen towards the dungeon entrance. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhao Yan and others tried to persuade Qin Mohan to team up with them, flaunting their blue rare equipment and rare summons. Qin Mohan refused, stating that anyone teaming with her must also include Xian Chen. No one was willing to sacrifice their future for a beauty, especially with a commoner. Everyone moved away, leaving Qin Mohan and Xian Chen at the dungeon entrance. Dungeon difficulty selection, easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Qin Mohan intended to choose easy, but Xian Chen grasped her hand and moved it to hell. Trust me, with me here, even hell is easy. Qin Mohan, flustered, confirmed. The vice principal's face turned ashen. No one in Huaxia had ever cleared a hell difficulty dungeon. Upon entering the Howling Valley dungeon, Qin Mohan donned her blue rare archer gear. Hordes of level 5 snow wolves roamed the entrance. Qin Mohan prepared to lure one, but Xian Chen directly threw stones at 3 wolves, drawing their aggro. Qin Mohan was alarmed. She couldn't handle 3, let alone protect the unequipped Xian Chen. But Xian Chen, wielding a strange blood-red scythe, Scythe of Immortal Destiny, charged the wolves. Leveraging his past life's combat experience and incredible reflexes, he weaved through the wolves, his scythe inflicting true damage that ignored defense, instantly killing all three. Killed Snow Wolf X3, EXP plus 30. 2 green excellent pieces of equipment dropped. Xian Shen, unable to equip them as a commoner, had Qin Mohan collect them. Qin Mohan was stunned by his combat prowess and the high drop rate, attributing it to the Hell difficulty's special bonus. It was actually Xian Shen's plus 20 luck. Soon, both leveled up to 2. Qin Mohan, as a hidden profession, had significantly higher stat gains. Xian Shen's commoner profession, however, gained pathetically, SAR plus 1, Con plus 2, Agi plus 1, SBI plus 2, free points 3. But the red mythic passive draw arrived. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Endless Potential. Endless Potential. You gain an additional 150 free attribute points each time you level up. A godsend. Xian Shen immediately allocated the points, focusing on strength and agility. Character, Xian Shen level, 2 profession, commoner attributes, strength 103, plus 10, constitution 20, plus 10, agility 30, plus 10, spirit 16, plus 10. This panel was already comparable to a level 10 warrior. Xian Shen led Qin Mohan to a narrow valley pass, instructing her to lure all visible snow wolves. 17 level 5 snow wolves charged. Xian Shen moved like a phantom among them, his scythe reaping lives with every swing. Qin Mohan, awestruck, joined in, using her hidden profession skill Night Moon Arrow Rain to draw more wolves. 3 minutes later, the wolves were cleared. Ding! Your level has increased to 3. Endless Potential activated. You gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent, you gain 1 red mythic passive draw. Drawl. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Soul Devour. Soul Devour, you can absorb the souls of elite monsters and above to increase your attributes. The value depends on the enemy's quality. Another top-tier growth passive. Xian Shen's panel soared again. Character, Xian Shen level, 3 profession, commoner attributes, strength 214, plus 10, constitution 30, plus 10, agility 40, plus 10, spirit 36, plus 10, passives, Last Whisper, Endless Potential, Soul Devour. These stats already surpassed a tier 1 transition warrior. They ventured deeper and encountered a level 7, 3-star rare elite, the Snow Wolf King. Unexpectedly, they encountered a rare elite monster so quickly. This was a guaranteed equipment drop monster, and it was a 3-star. One at that. The key was its 3,000 health points. Qin Mohan thought for a moment and realized that she had no chance of victory in her current state. She didn't feel embarrassed at all and naturally looked at Xian Shen. Xian Shen, what should we do next? Do you have a plan? Simple, we fight directly. Just take care of yourself, Xian Shen replied, and before Qin Mohan could react in shock, he charged out into the wind and snow, confronting the Snow Wolf King. Upon seeing Xian Shen, the Snow Wolf King, which hadn't encountered an opponent in a long time, was even more delighted than Xian Shen, and in the blink of an eye, it pounced in front of him. The body of this Snow Wolf King was significantly stronger than that of a regular snow wolf, with tough skin and thick flesh. But in front of Xian Shen, these differences were negligible. The final whisper trait activated, and his immortal fate scythe swiftly carved 3 massive wounds on the Snow Wolf King's body. The immense pain made its blood-red wolf eyes even more ferocious, locking onto Xian Shen. And a wolf claw the size of Xian Shen's head reached for his body. The claw shimmered with piercing cold light. Swish! The howling wind brushed past Xian Shen's face, and the thrilling scene startled Qin Mohan. Seeing that Xian Shen was unharmed, she continued to provide support with her bow and arrows. However, her attacks were ineffective against the mutated snow wolf unless it was a critical hit. She couldn't even break through its defenses. After dodging the Snow Wolf King's attack, Xian Shen's immortal fate scythe struck fiercely at its neck while he crouched down. Using the momentum, he slipped beneath the wolf's body, and as the Snow Wolf King turned around, he delivered another powerful blow to its back. The continuous attacks all ignored its defenses, directly draining more than half of the health of this level 7 3-star rare elite mini-boss. The successive damage only fueled the Snow Wolf King's rage, but Xian Shen's performance was far from over. The large body of the mutated giant wolf instead became a shield for Xian Shen to conceal his position. He always managed to precisely slice the immortal fate sides into its body at the moment it turned around. In battle, besides relying on his own strength, there were many environmental advantages to exploit. Just like how Xian Shen used the Snow Wolf King's massive body to swiftly change his position, forcing the Snow Wolf King to spin in place while roaring in anger. After a dozen seconds, the dizzy and disoriented mutated wolf finally collapsed with a mournful howl, ending its extremely short mini-boss career without even having a chance to unleash its skills. This was the battle awareness that Xian Shen had developed in his previous life as a martial artist in Huaxia, and it was also what he believed allowed him to grow as a commoner. Xian Shen calmly watched the Snow Wolf King fall, and at that moment, a red light appeared. Red passive Soul Devour activated, power plus 3. Not bad, just a single elite boss granted. A 3-point power boost. Little by little he would become even stronger in the future. As for the equipment that dropped, Xianchen had no interest. There was no way he, as a non-professional commoner, could wear professional gear. Meanwhile, Qin Mohan excitedly approached, not minding to squat down and pick up the equipment. Soon she revealed her excitement, holding an ancient ring in both hands. Chen, a ring accessory has appeared. Xianchen's heart leaped with joy as he quickly took it. He didn't expect it to be such a rare ring. Because rings are considered special equipment, they don't require a profession to wear, making them the most valuable. Ring of Life 3-star blue rare. Wearing requirement, none. Attributes, life plus 240, automatically restores 10 health points per second. Seeing the ring's attributes clearly, Xianchen's heart soared. The equipment's stats were incredibly powerful. Not only did it provide a 240 health boost, but even a level 5 warrior might only have this amount of health. Moreover, there was the life regeneration every second, saving the cost of life potions. Xianchen directly wore it on his hand as his second piece of equipment, which was of great significance. Seeing Xianchen put on the ring she had handed him, Qin Mohan revealed genuine joy. Let's go, continue hunting monsters. At this moment, Xianchen was full of confidence, and Qin Mohan cheerfully followed behind him. It seemed that there was nothing particularly special here. Most of the monsters were still snow wolves. However, as they went deeper, the number of snow wolves increased, and there was no need for Qin Mohan to lure them. The only thing she needed to do now was to hide behind Xianchen, protect herself, and not interfere with his attacks. Xianchen wielded the long, immortal scythe, and with each swing, a snow wolf fell. At the same time, he danced like a magician on the tip of a blade. Qin Mohan was astonished to find that so far, no monster had been able to truly touch the hem of Xianchen's clothes. What kind of battle awareness and intuition was this? At least in her life, she had never seen anything like it. This was the true depth of Xianchen, the real strength of the former top expert of Huaxia, the demon walker. Time passed second by second, and an hour had already gone by. At the entrance of the dungeon, everyone was eagerly watching the entrance. There were still no signs of Qin Mohan and Xianchen coming out, but the progress on the panel showed that it had reached 65%. Everyone who noticed this scene fell silent, and soon there was an uproar. What am I seeing? Is the goddess really going to clear the hell difficulty? Impossible. You have to know that no one can clear hell difficulty. How can it be impossible? At this moment, a warrior waiting at the dungeon entrance seemed to see through everything. Maybe we all underestimated Qin Mohan's hidden class. She might really create history. Hearing this person's analysis, everyone thought about it and realized it was indeed possible. As a hidden class, she could accomplish things that ordinary people could not. I didn't expect the goddess to be able to achieve this with a commoner. Such incredible potential. Wow, I'm a bit regretful now. If I had known, I would have accepted the goddess's invitation and entered with that commoner. At the dungeon entrance, Zhao Yan's face looked even worse. Like many others, he wanted to see how long Qin Mohan could last with a commoner in the dungeon. Who would have thought that not only did they last, but they also pushed the progress of the Hell Dungeon to 65%? Now, a few minutes later, the progress showed it had reached 68%. The vice principal's chubby face also showed disbelief. He knew the difficulty of the dungeon. This dungeon's data connected the entire Huaxia, and from the very beginning, hell difficulty was not designed to be cleared. But the current 68% progress was challenging his common sense. Were they at Honko No. 1 High School about to create history? He regretted not stopping Qin Mohan's reckless decision to bring a commoner into the Hell Dungeon. If they had formed 3 more combat classes, perhaps Qin Mohan would have already completed the first clear of the Hell Dungeon. Then, Honko No. 1 High School would be famous throughout Huaxia. Famous? Yes. Thinking of this, the vice principal's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up. Someone contact the reporters from Magic City News right away. Just say there's big news, and we must get them here. After making the arrangements, the vice principal wiped away the sweat that had appeared due to his nervousness. This time, Honko No. 1 High School was going to be famous. Even if Qin Mohan did not succeed, her becoming a hidden class was still worthy of the headlines. And if they could achieve the first clear of the Hell difficulty dungeon, that would be national news. At this moment, Qin Mohan inside the dungeon was still unaware that the outside world had turned upside down. As she listened to the crisp sound of gaining experience, she happily picked up equipment and star cores. Kill Snow Wolf *3, gain experience plus 30. Kill Snow Wolf *3, gain experience plus 30. Kill Snowfield Giant Lizard *3, gain experience plus 60. Finally, after clearing the area of Snowfield Giant Lizards, Xianchen welcomed another level up. Ding, your level has increased to level 4. You have gained attribute points: Strength plus 1, Constitution plus 2, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 2. Distribute attribute points freely. 3. Endless potential activated. You gain 150 free attribute points. Talent. You have gained a red myth passive draw with another 153 free attribute points. Xianchen felt a Surge of excitement. He continued to allocate 100 points to attack, 20 points to agility, and the rest to constitution and spirit. This was Xian Chen's consideration for his future, primarily focusing on high attack and high agility. With his red passive and combat awareness, by the later stages, no profession would be able to withstand his fierce attacks. After Qin Mohan selected the dropped equipment, Xian Chen also completed his level 4 passive. Draw. You have drawn a red myth entry, Undying Body. Undying Body. When health drops to 1%, Undying Body automatically triggers, preventing health from decreasing. You will be immune to all damage for 5 seconds but cannot recover health in any way during this time. This passive skill has a cooldown of 10 hours. Powerful, abnormal. Xian Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe Undying Body. The 5 seconds of immunity to all damage allowed for so many possibilities. Whether for counterattacks, escaping, or drawing damage, it was incredibly useful. This passive not only increased the margin for error in combat but also provided more tactical value. Now, they had delved deep into the Wailing Valley, with no signs of snow wolves appearing, only snowfield giant lizards. Snowfield giant lizard, level 7. Health, 700 skills, tough skin, 50% chance to block weak enemy attacks. With 700 health, Xian Chen couldn't kill the snowfield giant lizard in one hit, it required 2 attacks to completely defeat it. This slowed down the efficiency of monster farming. Xian Chen felt a bit dissatisfied but could only patiently continue harvesting. If others knew that Xian Chen was not satisfied with killing monsters in 2 hits, they would surely be astonished. Due to the tough skin of the snowfield giant lizard, Qin Mohan completely gave up attacking. Her weak attacks couldn't even break through its defense. In this dungeon, she felt she had no sense of experience at all. Clearly, she was a hidden profession, while Xian Chen was a commoner. Yet the situation in the dungeon was completely reversed. She found herself doing nothing but picking up dropped equipment and star cores. As the dungeon progress continued, the only thing that made Xian Chen feel better was that the drop rate of the snowfield giant lizard was slightly higher. Each time, it dropped 2 star cores. When the quest progress reached 90%, they arrived at the depths of Wailing Valley. This was a rotting swamp, where a black giant snake over 10 meters long coiled around a tree. Its vertical pupils casually surveyed the surroundings. Even though it wasn't specifically looking at Xian Chen and Qin Mohan, it still sent chills down Qin Mohan's spine as she met its gaze. She felt she didn't even have the courage to face it. No wonder no one had ever cleared the hell dungeon in history. After Xian Chen clearly saw the giant python, he was also shaken. This giant snake was completely overpowered. Swamp Giant Python, level 10. Quality, 5-star rare health, 7,000 skills, Strangle, uses its massive body and strength to wrap around and squeeze enemies, with a chance to cause instant death. Scaly Shield, activate its hard scales for protection, reducing damage taken by 30% and providing 30% poison resistance. Serpent's Dash, move quickly, increasing your movement speed for a short time, useful for pursuit or escape. Venom Storm, spit out all stored venomous liquid, dealing continuous damage to all enemies within the venom range. Not to mention the 7,000 health points. Just these 4 skills make anyone who opposes the swamp giant python tremble in fear. Qin Mohan tugged at Xian Chen beside her. She was already having second thoughts, especially since snake-type magical beasts tend to cause some psychological trauma for women. Xian Chen, what should we do? This swamp giant python doesn't seem like a beast we can defeat at all. Xian Chen smiled confidently. Before he had the Undying Body, he would have turned and run upon seeing the swamp giant python. The continuous area damage from its venom storm could have easily overwhelmed him before he could achieve victory. But now, he was confident he could handle it, though he still needed to end the fight quickly. Mohan, stay back a bit during this battle. The aftermath might be quite intense, so be careful not to get caught up in it. I'll go first. Hearing Xuanshen's words, Qin Mohan's pretty face changed, turning a bit pale. But thinking of Xuanshen's performance in battle so far, she could only silently pray and handed him the blood bottle she had. Xian Chen did not refuse this time, as he would need these life-restoring potions when his health dropped to 1%. However, when he took the 5 bottles of recovery potions, their properties shocked him. SKE-79 Special Recovery Potion Effect instantly restores 300 health upon use, with no cooldown time. It should be noted that the basic health potions purchased generally restore 100 health over 5 seconds. The higher the grade, the more health restored, and they also have cooldown times. He estimated that the best Qin Mohan could provide was a high-grade potion that restored 300 health over 5 seconds. Who would have thought that what she brought out was a god-level potion? Just the lack of a cooldown alone would make countless people go crazy for it. Now with newfound confidence, Xian Chen no longer hesitated. He looked at his current stats: character, Xian Chen level 4 profession, commoner basic attributes, strength 316 plus 10, constitution 47 plus 10, agility 62 plus 10, spirit 53 plus 10, skills, none passives, last whisper, red myth, endless potential, red myth, soul devour, red myth, undying body, red myth. With his high agility of 72, he quickly approached the swamp giant python, blending into the environment. The closer he got to the massive body of the swamp giant python, the steadier his breathing became. Using the cover of the surrounding environment, he could already see the python's snow-white belly. The blood-red wound was gaping. This was the swamp giant python's weak point, which should have resulted in double damage, but Xianchen didn't have time to land another hit. Roar! After a piercing screech, the swamp giant python suddenly sprang into action. In excruciating pain, it looked at Xianchen with its cold, emotionless vertical pupils, and its tail swept violently. As the sound of breaking air rang out, Xianchen nimbly dodged, halting his retreat and charging forward again. The massive body of the swamp giant python opened wide, then suddenly closed. It activated its first skill, Strangle. If ensnared, even a level 10 clash-changed professional would be instantly killed. But how could Xianchen be caught? He continued to move skillfully, finding gaps. One strike after another. The swamp giant python had no power to retaliate, only helpless rage. At the same time, it lunged at Xianchen again, its enormous mouth right before him. Just as Xianchen reacted to the swamp giant python's speed, a sense of danger emerged. It turned out that the swamp giant spirit python's serpentine charge had suddenly launched. The sudden increase in speed caught Xianchen off guard. He could only instinctively react, shifting his body half a step to the side. Bang! Xianchen's body was still grazed by the python's tail, the immense force sending him flying backward. This blow cost him half of his health. If it weren't for the life ring he wore, he might have been killed instantly. The swamp giant spirit python's supermodel attributes were simply unreasonable. But Xianchen had been caught off guard once, and he clearly wouldn't fall for it a second time. After more than 10 minutes, the swamp giant spirit python's health had dropped to only 20%. It was completely enraged, suddenly letting out a shriek towards the sky, clearly about to unleash its area skill, Poison Storm. A rain of poison fell from the sky, enveloping the surrounding area. The foul black rain hissed as it landed on any object, causing it to rot. At that moment, Qin Emohan activated her professional skill, maximizing her speed to continue distancing herself from the area. She looked at Xianchen with concern, watching how he would respond. But unexpectedly, taking advantage of the moment the swamp giant spirit python released the poison rain, Xianchen disregarded everything and charged right up to the python, focusing on the offensive of the Undying Fate scythe in his hand. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive wounds appeared on the swamp giant spirit python's body. He paid no attention to the poison rain falling on him, allowing it to corrode his body. Qin Emohan watched from a distance, her heart aching, wishing she could help him. But Xianchen was focused on the battle. Even if she went up, it would be of no use and would only distract him. Xianchen's body was already engulfed by the poison rain. For some reason, the potions she sent him were not consumed. Instead, he allowed the poison to corrode his life, and in just 10 seconds, his life hit rock bottom in the white light. Qin Emohan covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to watch. But a miracle happened. Xianchen's body glowed with a faint white halo. From that moment on, Qin Emohan was astonished to find that neither the poison rain nor the swamp giant spirit python's attacks could penetrate Xianchen's body. The massive body of the swamp giant spirit python twisted even more frantically. Its health was nearly depleted. But Xianchen remained unfazed, calmly slicing the Undying Fate scythe across its serpentine body. Neither its slippery scales nor its scale armor shield skill could withstand each of Xianchen's attacks. This was the absolute penetration granted by the final whisper. Finally, the swamp giant spirit python fell to the ground with a reluctant shriek, and Xianchen's immunity to attacks still had 2 seconds left. You have successfully slain the level 10 5-star rare swamp giant spirit python, gaining experience plus 600, red passive soul devour activated, strength plus 11, constitution plus 3 points. Congratulations, as the first to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon, you will be ranked first on the Huaxia Hell leaderboard. Congratulations, as the first to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon Howling Valley, you have gained 1200 Hell first clear experience. Exclusive profession treasure chest *1, ding, your level has increased to level 5. Endless potential activated. The sounds of leveling up and first clear rewards echoed not only in Xianchen's ears but also in Qin Emohan's mind. She still couldn't quite believe it. She never expected this to be real. She and Xianchen had truly cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Or rather, Chen could clear it alone. From the moment the dungeon began until now, from doubt to adaptation, it still felt like a dream. But the notification in her mind told her this was not a dream. At this moment, 2 reporters from the Magic City News were heading towards the auditorium of Honko No. 1 High School. A burly man was carrying photography equipment, while another female reporter held a microphone. The burly man complained, "Why did the leader send us out to cover a school event? It's just a professional awakening conference. What big news could there possibly be?" That other female reporter is also complaining, "Hey, who says otherwise? Today is the day when the Demon Town's Demon Suppression Army's captain leads the team back to the city. He is the beloved of our Demon City girls." Oh, as she said this, the reporter's eyes sparkled, but soon her expression dimmed, and she sighed deeply. For such big news, we were supposed to be fully mobilized. Who knew? Forget it. Who told Honko No. 1 Middle School to pay so much? The leaders had no choice but to send just the 2 of us. The 2 were grumbling. And when they arrived at the school, the vice principal's face looked somewhat displeased. He spent so much money and only 2 people showed up. Before he could get angry, on the screen at the entrance of the dungeon, the progress bar for the hellish dungeon turned to 100%. At the same time, the content changed, revealing a shocking news that stunned everyone. Congratulations to Hongkou No. 1 Middle School in Demon City students Xian Chen and Qin Emohan for being the first to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon, Wailing Valley, ranking first on the national clearance leaderboard. The students who had already gathered around had somewhat anticipated this, but when the news of the first clear was presented before them, they couldn't help but be shaken. Everyone erupted in exclamations. What the hell? Add #Yuan. What did I just see? They really cleared it. I said the goddess is no ordinary person. I didn't expect this to be true. Crazy. This world is crazy. Someone actually cleared the Hell dungeon with civilians. The discussions quickly caught the attention of the 2 reporters, and the content of the discussions left them bewildered, doubting their own ears. When they looked at the large screen at the dungeon entrance, there was a record of the national clearance for the novice dungeon. From simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare to hell. All clearance records were documented, and now the previously unpassed Hell difficulty had a name on the leaderboard. Novice Dungeon Clearance Leaderboard, Hell difficulty, first place, Xian Chen, Qin Emohan, clearance time, 1 hour 33 minutes. Rating, SSS. It was an unprecedented SSS rating. It should be noted that currently the best score on the leaderboard for Novice Dungeons was only an S rating in Nightmare difficulty. So the value of this SSS rating was self-evident. The 2 reporters who had just doubted their ears now couldn't believe their eyes either. They looked at the vice principal who was grinning from ear to ear, wishing they could kiss him. This vice principal was simply their benefactor. They never expected that spending money would bring them such big news. Meanwhile, Xian Shen had already completed his red passive extraction at the end of the dungeon. You have extracted the red passive Echo of Desperation. Echo of Desperation. When your health drops to 30%, increase attack power by 100%. When health drops to 20%, increase attack power by 200%. When health drops to 10%, increase attack power by 300%. When health drops to 5%, increase attack power by 400%. When health drops to 1%, increase attack power by 500%. Xian Shen was stunned when he saw this passive effect. He would become stronger as his health decreased. Just as Xian Shen continued to ponder what tactics to arrange, Qin Emohan's excited voice came. Xian Shen, there's more special equipment. Saying this, Qin Emohan quickly handed a beautiful necklace to Xian Shen. Elemental Guardian, 3-star purple excellence. Wearing requirements, none. Attributes, Spirit plus 25 with 5% poison resistance. This was another piece of equipment with good attributes, and Xian Shen equipped it directly since there were no wearing requirements. He currently had very few pieces of equipment, just 3, a ring, a necklace, and the Scythe of Undying Fate. But his attributes and strength were terrifyingly powerful. The rest of the equipment, Xian Chen didn't even look at, letting Qin Emohan handle it herself, and later they would convert it into crystal cores to share equally. Qin Emohan knew about Xian Chen's predicament. She just didn't expect such a high drop rate in the dungeon. Basically, every monster contributed crystal cores, and even the equipment dropped by the boss was far beyond reason. Let's go, we'll head out together. Hearing Xian Shen's words, Qin Emohan excitedly organized the precious equipment and hurried to catch up. At that moment, she felt as if she was meeting Xian Shen for the first time. Whether it was his powerful strength or his charm that surpassed the past, it captivated her. She hoped this moment could last a little longer. But thinking of her promise to her father, she couldn't help but clench her small fist, her eyes glistening with reluctance. Outside the school auditorium, when the light at the dungeon entrance lit up, Xian Chen and Qin Emohan appeared like a golden boy and jade girl. Qin Emohan, in her professional outfit, was even more dazzling. The blue light made her look like an otherworldly elven saint, almost impossible to look away from. As for Xian Chen, who was dressed plainly and showed no professional traits, he was naturally overlooked. Everyone began to regret why they hadn't agreed to team up with Qin Emohan. She could complete Hell difficulty with a civilian. How much better would it be with a professional? The vice principal stepped forward, excitedly looking at Qin Emohan, his joy mixed with flattery. Congratulations, Qin Emohan, for completing the first clear in the history of Huaxia. Thank you. Qin Emohan replied calmly. The 2 reporters who had been following the vice principal, one carrying a camera and the other holding a microphone, bombarded her with questions. Congratulations, Qin Emohan. Can you share your insights on clearing Hell difficulty? As the only student to awaken a hidden profession this time, could you introduce your profession? Just as Qin Emohan was about to push all the credit onto Xian Shen, he suddenly pulled her back and shook his head. He wasn't interested in a hollow title with no benefits. The reporters then noticed that Xian Shen, who was behind Qin Emohan, was not in professional attire. They realized that Qin Emohan's achievement was no small feat. She had cleared the dungeon with a civilian who had no combat power, which was a slap in the face to all the other schools. Wasn't it obvious? While other teams of 4 powerful professionals couldn't clear the dungeon, Shin Imo-han had directly brought a civilian through. Such explosive news was the biggest scoop they had ever handled in their careers. The 2 reporters had already thought about how to write tomorrow's news. The one with the microphone continued, regardless of whether Shin Imo-han would answer. Did Shin Imo-han enter the dungeon with a civilian because of her profession's characteristics, or does she think hell difficulty is not a concern? This question was also on many people's minds. They still felt it was unreal, thinking there was something wrong with the dungeon. Zhao Yan, who was slumped on the ground, was an example. When Shin Imo-han and Xian Chen walked out of the dungeon, he was ready to recklessly choose hell difficulty, but he was slapped to the ground by the vice principal, who happened to be at the entrance. He was Zhao Yan's third uncle. As a third-tier professional, he understood the value of hell difficulty better than anyone else. Hearing the reporter's question, some people felt they had seen through the truth. It's possible that Shin Imo-han's profession requires her to bring a civilian to unleash her true power. I think so too. I regret not agreeing to team up with the goddess. Me too. +1. They all believed it was Shin Imo-han's abnormal profession that allowed her to complete the impossible hell dungeon. Otherwise, would anyone believe that a civilian could lead a professional to clear it? They might as well believe that a group of sows is playing mahjong in the sky. When Shin Mo-han saw everyone looking at her, she unabashedly pulled Xianchen in front of her, revealing a dreamlike smile. Because I have Xianchen with me, I have the courage to face everything. Perhaps this is the secret to my success in clearing the hell dungeon. The sudden half-confession left the room in silence. Click. This was the sound of all the boys' hearts shattering. The reporter's eyes sparkled. A powerful awakened professional, yet he had a soft spot for ordinary civilian professions. This was another explosive piece of news. Just as the reporter was about to continue questioning, the vice principal hurriedly stepped forward at Shin Mo-han's signal, pulling the reporter in front of him. This young lady was not interested in fame, but he wanted to make sure he appeared on television. Xianchen smiled bitterly. He had intended to keep a low profile, but this situation had arisen, and he just wanted to go home quickly. Mo-han noticed Xuanchen's distress, smiled apologetically, and immediately had someone come to pick them up at the school gate. With her status, leaving school early was no problem at all. The two left like celestial partners, under the envious gazes of everyone. One was perhaps the most powerful hidden professional in the school. The other, in their eyes, must be the happiest civilian professional. Zhao Yan, who had been knocked to the ground by his uncle, looked extremely grim, his face dark as night. Originally, Shin Mo-han was his, and today's honor would have been his as well. It was all Xianchen. Xianchen had taken everything from him. Humph. The good news was that this person was just a civilian, and he would soon disappear. Thinking of this, Zhao Yan, driven mad by anger, completed the challenge in a few moves, directly refusing his third uncle's subsequent interview request. As he stepped out of the school gate, a man in black appeared. Young master Li Yang, according to this address, I don't want to see this person again tomorrow. The man in black, named Li Yang, paused and directly refused. Sorry, young master. The head of the family said that during your studies, you cannot easily make enemies. I am only responsible for your safety. Zhao Yan's face darkened, and he shouted, head of the family, head of the family. If you still recognize me as your young master, then go deal with this person. He's just a civilian profession and won't cause any trouble for the guild. Hurry up. Hearing that the person Zhao Yan wanted to deal with was an unawakened civilian, Li Yang fell silent and melted into the shadows. As a top assassin who had already completed his second awakening, he could eliminate ordinary professionals without a trace, let alone a civilian. At this moment, a luxurious hovercar was parked at the entrance of Hongkou No. 1 High School. It required a star core to drive, consuming a huge amount of energy, and ordinary families could not afford it. A man resembling a black-clad butler approached. Respectfully, miss. He then opened the door, allowing Xianchen and Shin Mo-han to enter. Uncle Kong, after we go to 79 Hangyao Road, we'll head back. Yes. The driver replied and fell silent. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat subdued. Shin Mo-han thought Xianchen would ask her about her family. This was the first time she had a car come to pick her up. Usually, she created the illusion of walking together with Xianchen for a while. But today, Xianchen seemed a bit different since his awakening. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was off, but something was. It felt like he was gentler with her than before. In reality, Xianchen was not interested in Shin Mo-han's family background at all. He knew from his past life that it was just that. Alright, he admitted that the family background was indeed somewhat astonishing, and he felt a bit envious. By the way, Xianchen, where are you planning to level up tomorrow? Are you going to a dungeon? Shin Mo-han was the first to break the silence. Xianchen shook his head. I won't go to the dungeon tomorrow. The experience gained after clearing it is too little. I want to try going outside the city. Shin Mo-han's pretty face changed, and she quickly advised Xianchen, there are real evil beings born since the dark star outside the city, and if we die in the wild, it's really death. So it's best not to leave the city before level 10. Xianchen patted Shin Mo-han's head, and this affectionate gesture made her face flush. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just don't have a way to leave the city. Good Mohan. You must have a way. Please help me, okay? Under the onslaught of Xuanzhen's affectionate actions, Jean Mohan confusedly nodded in agreement. But once she realized it, she could only smile bitterly. She really couldn't refuse Xuanzhen's request. After returning home and agreeing to meet Jean Mohan again tomorrow, Xuanzhen walked through the door. This was a simple and cozy little loft, but in this civilian area it was considered decent housing. Both of Xuanzhen's parents were combat professionals and died on a mission outside the city when he was still in swaddling clothes. This property was the only other inheritance they left him besides the necklace around his neck. Opening the door, everything inside was so familiar. The old television, the mahogany dining table, the comfortable rattan chair. In his previous life, he had spent all his youth here alone. So much had happened today, whether it was the awakening of the red passive ability or the immortal scythe of fate. These things far exceeded his previous life's experiences, and he wanted to see what he could achieve in this life with such a starting point. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and a gentle breeze stirred the curtains when a black figure suddenly appeared before Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen became alert, opening his eyes. A professional, and this power should be at the second transfer level. Seeing that Xuanzhen was just a civilian, the person looked at him with indifference, as if he were a dead man. Good perception. Kid, remembering your next life, don't offend those you can't handle. After saying that, he turned into a shadow, and a dagger was thrust toward Xuanzhen's chest. Xuanzhen stood frozen, as if scared silly, allowing the dagger to pierce his chest. Li Yang thought it was only natural. As a level 2 professional, how could he expect a civilian to resist? But why did he see this civilian smiling, even though the dagger had already struck home, and this person's vitality was about to vanish? Received fatal damage, life value reached 1%, undying. Body activated, gaining 5 seconds of immunity to all damage. Life value reached 1%, activating the Echo of Desperation, gaining 500% attack bonus. Just as Li Yang noticed that this civilian's vitality was about to completely dissipate, his dagger suddenly couldn't move. At the same time, a shadow attacked, with 5 times the attack bonus plus ignoring defense. Li Yang's head flew off in confusion, while his body fell into a pool of blood. Xuanzhen had a cold smile on his lips. He could have dodged this person's attack. However, the opponent was a completed second transfer professional assassin. If he couldn't kill in one hit, it would turn into a protracted battle, and the initiative would be in this person's hands. With the assassin's high agility, he could retreat at any time. But how could Xuanzhen allow the person who tried to assassinate him to leave alive? After cleaning up the body, perhaps. This was the cruelty that came with the arrival of the Dark Star. Killing existed not only between humans and evil beings but also among people. At this time, Xuanzhen laid out all of this person's belongings. This person should be level 25, fully equipped for their profession. Even that dagger was a 3-star purple item. Such high-quality equipment was not cheap, and Xuanzhen directly put it away. But what interested him the most was the cloak he was holding, which was also a special piece of equipment. Moreover, its level was actually Orange Epic. Shadow Cloak 5-star Epic. Wearing requirements, none. Attributes, Agility plus 65, Constitution plus 12, Spirit plus 24 Skill. Shadow Concealment greatly reduces the chance of being discovered while in a non-combat state. The lower the level, the smaller the chance of being discovered. Indeed, it was a perfect night for mischief, and he directly donned it, eager to see the effects in tomorrow's battle outside the city. In the general's mansion of the Demon City, a young man sat upright, reporting on the recent demon hunting situation. General Su, this is the situation. By the way, General, on my way back, I passed through the Chiefing district and noticed unusual movements among the evil spirits there, and their numbers have started to increase. I hope to be able to investigate further. The dignified middle-aged man seated at the head nodded after listening, smiling. As he said, well done, Simon. I will have someone keep an eye on the situation. You've been out of the city for over a month. Take some time to rest now. Simon was about to stand and speak but was stopped by Su Hu's hand. You are the leading figure of our young generation in the Demon City. Many people look up to you as a role model. If you have nothing else to do, go out and give some speeches, interact more with the younger students. I'm granting you a week off, that's an order. Yes. Upon hearing this, Simon had no choice but to stand and accept. Don't be so formal. By the way, you seem to be a graduate of Honko No. 1 High School, right? Su Hu suddenly spoke up. Yes, General, I attended Honko No. 1 High School for my high school years. Simon didn't understand General Su's intention but answered honestly. Haha, that place is indeed a treasure. No one has ever cleared the novice dungeon nationwide, but the hell-level Wailing Valley has been cleared by your Honko No. 1 students. What? Upon hearing this, Simon stood up again, looking at the general in disbelief. If it weren't for the general saying it, he would have definitely scoffed at anyone else. A hell-level dungeon, not to mention a level 1 novice, even a level 10 class change professional wouldn't be able to clear it. After completing his initial dungeon raiding challenge, he had tried entering the hell-level Wailing Abyss and was completely outmatched by even ordinary monsters, suffering terribly. Suhu was very pleased with Siming's shock he himself had been unsettled when he first learned this news. The ones who cleared this hell-level dungeon are someone named Shin Mohan and another named Xian Chen, a civilian profession. Siming was filled with questions, unable to comprehend. Shouldn't novice dungeons be cleared for higher ratings with 4 people together? Why were there only 2? And bringing a civilian to clear a dungeon was that serious? Haha, don't find it absurd. When I saw this record, I had the same expression as you. At the same time, I can tell you an even more absurd piece of news. What I'm more concerned about in this hell-level first clear is that civilian named Xian Chen. Upon hearing General Su's words, Siming was stunned, standing there for a long time before regaining his senses. Seeing that the general didn't want to discuss it further, he could only bow and leave in confusion. Suhu was in a good mood at this moment, rare to open a bottle of strong liquor, pouring it all down in one go. The Hell Dungeon was designed by him personally, and he understood many aspects that others did not. The leaderboard was clearly written. First place, Demon City Xian Chen, Shin Mohan, completion. Time 1 hour 33 minutes. Rating, SSS. This leaderboard does not rank in order. In the dungeon, the greater the contribution and damage caused, the higher the name appears. Ha ha ha, interesting. He didn't care about any civilians, nor did he look at the process. He only cared about the results, only what he saw with his own eyes. This Xian Chen was definitely not simple. At this moment, Xian Chen was staring blankly at the exclusive profession treasure chest he had just received as a reward. According to experience, profession treasure chests would 100% yield skills unique to that profession. However, as a commoner, what kind of profession-specific skills could he possibly have? Xian Chen couldn't make sense of it. Even with his rich experience from his past life, he had never encountered such a situation. Unable to figure it out, he decided to open it directly, and with a burst of golden light, he received the message, "You have obtained the exclusive skill for commoners, Hidden Insight. Hidden Insight possess keen insight into all objects. Capture the surrounding environment, discover enemy weaknesses, and see through the attributes of enemies not exceeding level 30 of your profession." Xian Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Was this skill awakened because commoners needed to learn to read people's expressions? As for whether it was strong or weak, Xian Chen felt it was quite powerful. This skill, combined with his already strong combat awareness, could be considered a divine skill. Moreover, being able to see through enemies more than 30 levels above him would allow him to deal with foes more effectively. Now he just had to wait for tomorrow. He needed to leave the city to resolve a big trouble. The next day, as sunlight streamed into the room, Xian Chen yawned and walked downstairs. As the door opened, his eyes lit up when he saw Shin Mohan in front of him. Today, Shin Mohan was no longer concealed by her usual school uniform. Although she wore a simple long dress, it perfectly showcased her beautiful figure. Her face was free of makeup, her skin as white as snow, with a faint blush. When Xian Chen appeared before her, her eyes involuntarily brightened. The youthful innocence of the girl made Xian Chen unable to help but exclaim, "Mohan, you look really beautiful today." Shin Mohan's lips curved into a stunning arc as she shyly lowered her head, simultaneously taking out a permit from her small handbag. "This is the city exit permit you need." Xian Chen reached out to take it. It bore the seal of the Demon Suppression Army, making it impossible to forge. He excitedly tucked the document away and waved his hand. "Let's go. Mohan, to repay you, I'll take you to level up today." However, what puzzled Xian Chen was the hint of dimness in Shin Mohan's eyes, which quickly vanished. She chuckled lightly. "I won't be going with you. I have a few dungeons to clear, and today my family has arranged for me to familiarize myself with my profession's characteristics." "Sorry, Xian Chen." Xian Chen thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Although teaming up with him would speed up her leveling, it wouldn't truly hone her abilities. Shin Mohan also had her own path of development and growth. With that in mind, Xian Chen could only nod. "Alright, then next time, whatever dungeon you want to go to, we'll go together, and I'll treat you." "Okay." Shin Mohan readily agreed. She actually wanted to spend every moment she could by Xian Chen's side as the day of their final farewell drew closer. However, Xian Chen's performance in the dungeon last time had left the seemingly gentle yet proud girl feeling somewhat disheartened. She realized that she seemed to be a burden to Xian Chen. Even without her, he could clear the dungeons. Although she loved him more than anything, she would never become a hindrance. So this time, she would return to her family and continuously enter dungeons to improve her strength. Xian Chen, of course, was unaware of this reason. He now held the pass that Shin Mohan had provided and arrived at the city gate of Magic City. There were 2 exits from Magic City, the North Gate and the South Gate, corresponding to 2 different worlds. The North Gate led to the world of evil spirits, which was somewhat more dangerous but could provide military merits that could be exchanged for rewards. The other side was the world of demonic beasts influenced by the Dark Star. Both could provide experience and various valuable materials for professionals, but most newcomers tended to go to the beast world. After all, there were more materials and less danger. However, Xian Chen had his own destination this time and headed straight for the North Gate. "Stop. Ordinary people are not allowed near the city gates. Two soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army stepped forward to block Xianchen at the entrance. Xianchen didn't waste any words and directly took out his pass. Upon seeing the high-level pass and the seal of the Demon Suppression Army General's office, the two soldiers skipped the usual questioning and quickly bowed respectfully. Although they found it strange that the young man in front of them was so young and not wearing a uniform, they still let him through. Xianchen coldly put away the pass and walked through the thick city gates into the world outside the city. Everywhere were camps, and the sounds of lively shouting filled the air. Forming a team to the Qingyan area, we have a full quota for squad battles, just need one level 2 warrior. Forming a team to farm the 15-level skeleton monsters in the fallen demon land, come if you want to level up. Still need one level 3 mage to complete a rare 30-level quest together. And Xianchen, a level 5 newcomer, along with the shadow effect of his shadow cloak, attracted no one's attention at all. Even if a high-level player occasionally spotted him, they merely thought he was delivering a message. Because in the world outside the city, the lowest level of demons was 15. Anyone who hadn't completed their first transition was just looking for death. Xianchen skillfully approached the Demon Suppression Army, and the bounty task list was still so familiar. Collect skulls from skeleton monsters, level 15, 5 military merits each. Collect 5 bones from bone demons. Level 20, 20 military merits each. Collect wings from little demons, level 25, 30 military merits per pair. Collect ice feathers from snow demonesses, level 30, 60 military merits each. Kill epic level demons, 10,000 military merits. Kill legendary level demons, 50,000 military merits. Kill mythic level demons, 100,000 military merits. After reading through all the bounty tasks, Xianchen had a clear understanding. Once demons reached epic level or above, they could definitely grow into powerful beings of level 6 or higher. Therefore, as long as he could kill demons of epic level or above, regardless of their level, he would receive massive military merit rewards. This was also Xianchen's purpose for leaving the city this time. In his previous life, he was the highest combat power in Huaxia and also the person in charge of the demon city. One year, a demon disaster suddenly broke out in the Qifeng district of Demon City, giving birth to a mythic bone prison messenger that surpassed level 6. He happened to be absent during that battle, and the demon city suffered huge losses, with countless casualties among the professionals. This time, he would not let that happen again. Based on the timeline, it should currently be the infancy of the bone prison messenger, and he would not give it any time to grow. He planned to go and scout the area, and if there was an opportunity, he would crush the danger in its cradle. If the demon's strength was too strong, he would wait until his own strength was sufficient to deal with it. While thinking about this, Xianchen arrived at a trading post. This trading post belonged to the Illusory World Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in all of Huaxia. The items sold here were no longer for ordinary people but specifically for combat professionals. Materials, professional skill books, equipment, rescue talismans, and so on were all available. However, the currency for transactions had changed to star cores. Although Xianchen had nearly 1,000 star cores from cashing in all the equipment Qin Moan had given him after coming out of a hell-level dungeon, which was worth tens of millions in soft sister currency, it was still not enough in the trading post. Just a random professional skill book cost hundreds of star cores. The special ring-type equipment Xianchen intended to buy was even more expensive, requiring nearly 1,000 star cores, and its attributes were not as good as the life ring he already had. Indeed, becoming a professional meant bidding farewell to the ordinary. Even tens of millions of soft sister currency could not withstand reckless spending. Xianchen could only buy some recovery potions and then leave the human camp. Just as he was about to exit the human camp, something at a stall caught his attention. There was a pile of exquisite amethyst, but one piece felt somewhat different. Xianchen suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and activated his only exclusive skill, Secret Insight. This skill granted him keen insight into all objects. As he focused his gaze, an introduction to the amethyst appeared. Star Realm Purple Spirit Crystal, a mysterious crystal born from the dark star world, possessing powerful spatial attributes capable of opening dimensional spaces with storage capacity beyond imagination. This was a good item, and Xianchen's eyes widened. He casually picked up the amethyst to play with it, knowing that although their initial backpack had been enhanced, the storage space was limited. They would have to spend a large number of crystal cores at various trading posts or the military to expand it later. Seeing Xianchen holding the worthless crystal, the vendor said irritably, "Purple magic crystal, 10 star cores." Xianchen didn't waste words and directly took out the money to buy it, leaving with the amethyst afterward. The vendor, momentarily stunned, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Usually, a common amethyst might not even be worth 1 star core, yet this newcomer had bought it outright. With a good start, the vendor no longer lay lazily around. He fixed his gaze on the bustling crowd of adventurers, eager to see if there were more newcomers like this one. After completing the transaction, Xianchen didn't linger and went to an empty spot to use the Star Realm Purple Spirit Crystal. In an instant, he felt a connection to an alternate space, one that did not belong to his backpack. However, it had the size of dozens of football fields. This kind of spatial capacity was simply a strategic asset. With this interlude, Xianchen continued to wander around the nearby stalls but found nothing of value. Even if there were items he liked, the prices were exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. Once he was ready, Xian Chen no longer hesitated, and walked out of the camp's main gate. The camp outside the northern gate of the demon city was vast, divided into 12 areas according to the 12 earthly branches: Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Shen, Si, Wu, Wei, Xin, Yu, Su, and Hai. Xian Chen chose to enter the Fallen Demon Land through the Firewu area. The Fallen Demon Land was the term used by Blue Star for areas polluted by demonic energy. After the Dark Star appeared, countless evil demons had emerged from within, continuously releasing demonic energy that eroded human territory. It wasn't until humans began to awaken their professions that the situation stabilized. Upon stepping inside, he clearly felt the air become oppressive. Xian Chen did not linger and blended into the environment in a shadowy state. Even when encountering third-tier professionals, they often overlooked Xian Chen. He was now heading towards the location of the strange peaks, the sound of the wind rustling his cloak. Half an hour later, as the sound of bones clashing echoed, he finally encountered the first batch of skeleton monsters. Xian Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Skeleton monster, level 15, a necromantic creature born from the remains of deceased humans, eroded by demonic energy, lacking combat awareness but possessing a very hard body. Quality, ordinary life, 1100 strength, 93 constitution, 110 agility, 21 spirit, 25 skills. Skeleton body, can immune 20% of damage from normal attacks. Pale hands, wielding hands infused with demonic energy, with a 20% chance to deal 180% damage. Under secret insight, all information about the skeleton monsters was laid bare. These were all level 15 ordinary monsters, with attributes slightly lower than those of typical level 15 professionals. However, it should be noted that they were merely the most common and lowest level monsters among the evil demons. Xian Chen was only level 5, and his first task was to grind for levels. With a flash of light, he took out the Undying Fate Scythe. In front of him were a total of 13 ordinary skeleton monsters, and when Xian Chen's attack struck 3 of the clustered skeletons, the rest quickly reacted and surrounded him. With over 500 attack power now, it only takes 2 normal attacks to clear the health bar of a skeleton monster. 13 ordinary skeletons pose. No pressure at all turning into a pile of scattered bones. Kill skeletons *3, gain experience plus 600. Kill skeletons *3, gain experience plus 600. Kill skeletons *7, gain experience plus 1400. Indeed, killing monsters at a higher level, especially real monsters corrupted by demonic energy, yields experience much faster than in dungeons. The only regret is that with Xuanshen's luck attribute, only 1-star core dropped from all the skeletons. As for equipment, there was none. No wonder, aside from leveling up, no adventurer wants to kill skeletons. Fortunately, each skeleton head provides 5 military merits, otherwise even fewer would be killed. As Xianchen collected all the skeleton heads and was about to leave, a faint glimmer flashed before his eyes. It seems his hidden insight has discovered something good. Xianchen directly pushed a pile of skeletons aside, and a small grass shimmering with a faint blue light appeared before him. Starlight. Grass. Xianchen exclaimed in surprise. This item can increase mental power and is a favorite among mage adventurers. If sold, it could fetch a high price. But Xianchen chose to consume it. Directly, with his current luck, he believed he wouldn't lack money. Mental +2 not bad. It seems he should pay attention to the surrounding environment. There might be more spiritual herbs. Xianchen continued to search for the next monster spawn point, preparing to increase his strength a bit. This time, he charged directly into a group of 30 skeletons. As he swung his Undying Fate Scythe, the skeletons fell apart like building blocks. However, with such a large number of skeletons, Xianchen was occasionally hit. In an instant, a third of his health was taken away, but Xianchen remained calm. The lower his health, the stronger he would become. After intentionally allowing a skeleton to scratch him, his health dropped to 30%. The Echo of Desperation activated. When life drops to 30%, attack power increases by 100%. Skeletons that would normally require 2 hits to destroy were instantly reduced to dry bones with a single strike. Xianchen swiftly swept across the battlefield. Every skeleton in sight met its doom. Like dominoes, they fell in large groups. Kill skeletons *3, gain experience plus 600. Kill skeletons *3, gain experience plus 600. As Xuanshen's health slowly recovered under the passive effect of the life ring, he concluded this round of slaughter, collecting all the skeleton heads into his vast storage space. After a brief adjustment, Xianchen continued to the next spawn point for skeletons. He kept letting the white hands of the skeletons touch him a couple of times during the battle, drawing him into a perfect combat state. Once the Echo of Desperation was activated, his attacks became even more ferocious. Each swing of the Undying Fate Scythe brought him immense satisfaction. Soon, half a day had passed. As levels increased, the rate of improvement slowed down and the difficulty increased geometrically. This monster grinding process is tedious and lonely for most people, but it is a necessary experience to become strong. Only by enduring loneliness and learning to be alone can one possess the heart of a strong person. At least, Xianchen enjoyed this process. After clearing another batch of skeletons, finally, ding, your level has increased to level 6. You gain attribute boosts: Strength +1, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Mental +2. Free attribute points to distribute. 3. Endless potential erupts. You gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent. You gain 1 red myth passive. Draw every time Xian Chen saw the few attribute points he had leveled up. It made his heart ache. Fortunately, he had the supplement of endless potential. You have drawn the red myth passive. Invulnerable to all. Invulnerable to all. You will reduce all types of spell attacks: fire, water, earth, wind, thunder, dark, and other elemental attacks, reducing the damage taken by 90%. At the same time, you will have immunity to various negative statuses such as poison, silence, dizziness, etc. But Xian Chen was overjoyed. With this passive, he was practically the nemesis of spell-type monsters. A 90% resistance was probably top tier in this world. He also didn't forget to immediately allocate all 153 points of free attribute points he had just gained. Now his panel changed to Character, Xian Chen Level 6 Occupation, Commoner Basic Attributes: Strength 513 plus 10, Constitution 82 plus 10, Agility 93 plus 10, Spirit 76 plus 10, Skills: Hidden Insight, Exclusive, Passives: Last Whisper, Red Myth, Endless Potential, Red Myth, Soul Devourer, Red Myth, Undying Body, Red Myth, Echo of Desperation, Red Myth, Invulnerable to all, Red Myth. Xian Chen still focused on increasing his strength. Unafraid of death, he was nothing like other professionals who had to consider adding points to Constitution. He directly allocated all 100 attribute points to strength with every level up. Now, with the explosive attack power he unleashed, plus the additional 150 from the Scythe of Immortal Fate, even 3rd transformation professionals couldn't keep up, and ordinary 4th transformation professionals without equipment enhancements were far behind. This was the abnormality of his endless potential, and as time passed, he would become even stronger, reaching heights he once could not imagine. Feeling the immense power within him, Xian Chen fought monsters with even more vigor. Suddenly, a battle and the fluctuations of spells in the distance caught Xian Chen's attention. He went straight over and immediately saw a blood-red skeleton monster holding a crystal sword standing out among a group of skeletons. A small team of 5 was hunting demons, or rather, being hunted by demons. Their team composition was relatively complete: 2 warriors, 1 mage, 1 archer, and 1 priest. Under Xian Chen's hidden insight, their levels and occupations were laid bare, all around level 15 or 16. The information on the blood skeleton was also obtained. Blood Jade Skeleton Monster, Level 17 Quality, 3-star Rare Health, 7,500 Skills. Blood Jade Slash condenses an unmatched sword energy, causing massive damage. Double Slash instantly strikes twice, with a very high activation frequency. Blood Jade Energy can absorb the life of surrounding skeleton monsters, restoring 700 health each time, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. After reading about the Blood Jade Skeleton Monster, Xian Chen's eyes lit up. This was a mini-boss, and with his luck, it was bound to drop good items. The team leader was a shield warrior who had completed his first transformation, but at this moment he was struggling and shouted, "Quick, focus all fire on the Blood Jade Skeleton. Don't worry about the ordinary skeletons around, I can't hold on any longer." But another greatsword warrior protecting the ranged professions had a mournful expression. "Boss, there's no way to ignore them. I can smell the stench of the skeletons, ugh." Saying this, he swept his greatsword, forcing back the skeleton in front of him. The other mage and archer also seized the opportunity to output. One cast a fire blast, while the other unleashed a triple shot, temporarily clearing a space in front of them. Gaining a moment to breathe, the mage shouted, "Captain, the distress signal has been sent. There are professionals from the Demon Suppression Army nearby. As long as they receive the message, they will come. We can hold on." A glimmer of hope rose in everyone's hearts. The distress signal was specially made by the Demon Suppression Army. After sending it out, if there are military professionals nearby, they will come to rescue. Of course, if there is no one around, it would be in vain. At this moment, the captain once again blocked a strike from the Blood Jade Skeleton with his shield, causing his health to drop significantly. The only priestess among the 5 at this moment could not care about anything else and cast a massive healing spell on the captain. But just then, the shield warrior captain suddenly shouted, "Watch out, Li Weiwei." It turned out that the Blood Jade Skeleton, which was supposed to deal with this captain, was attracted by the sudden healing from the priestess. At this level of evil, they possess intelligence. It directly condensed a sword energy and slashed towards the priestess named Li Weiwei. As the sword energy approached, Li Weiwei's face turned pale. Her small frame could not withstand this blow at all. The archer and mage, who were closer to her, could only retreat from the area to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Boom! The crimson energy crashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter wide pit in the scorched earth. Li Weiwei's figure had already disappeared from there. Just when everyone was in despair, "Miss, next time when healing, you must learn to protect yourself first." Li Weiwei, who was blank in her mind, suddenly came to her senses, realizing she was lying in the arms of a strange man. He was really handsome, and he smelled so good. This was Li Weiwei's only thought. Xian Chen set Li Weiwei down and looked at the still-dazed crowd. "You all protect yourselves, leave the rest to me." With a flash of light, Xian Chen wielded the Scythe of Eternal Fate and charged directly into the center of the skeleton monsters. Be careful. Xian Chen's reckless action immediately shocked everyone. Just now, because Xian Chen saved Li Weiwei, they thought his speed indicated he was a master. Before this, they had not sensed Xian Chen's presence at all. But when Xian Chen's figure rushed into the skeleton horde, they clearly saw the level of this master. Level 6? Before their astonishment could fade, Xian Chen had already swung the scythe of eternal fate, and with a swift motion, 3 ordinary skeletons were turned to dust. How could this possibly be level 6? At this moment, Xian Chen had no intention of rushing to confront the blood jade skeleton. He was weaving through the group of skeletons while keeping his health above 30%. Seeing Xian Chen get injured, Li Weiwei hurriedly prepared to cast a healing spell. Not for now. Hearing Xian Chen's confident and calm reply, Li Weiwei could only trust him and put down the healing staff she had already raised. At this time, Xian Chen had just activated the Echo of Desperation, and with a 100% attack boost, all the skeletons in front of him fell down. He was ready to charge at the blood jade skeleton. The blood jade skeleton, seeing Xian Chen charging directly at it, without dodging, became furious and swung its crystal sword. A double slash. The rapid 2 strikes had hardly any gaps. But with Xian Chen's secret insight, combined with his terrifying combat awareness, he managed to slip through the gaps between the 2 strikes. The scythe of eternal fate struck down heavily, nearly cleaving the blood jade skeleton in 2. Once in combat mode, it was now Xian Chen's dazzling performance. Every swing of the blood jade skeleton's sword was evaded by Xian Chen, and when the Echo of Desperation faded, he would let the ordinary skeletons around him touch him to help keep his health below 30%. Of course, to repay the skeleton monsters, Xian Chen would swing the scythe of eternal fate to finish them off as a thank you. In just 2 minutes, the blood jade skeleton, which the 5-person team thought was invincible, completely fell apart. Killer Rare 3-star Blood Jade Skeleton. Gain experience plus 2000 red passive Soul Devour activated. Strength plus 7, Constitution plus 5. Points of faint red light surged towards Xian Chen's body, unexpectedly giving him a big reward. 5-star cores, 2 pieces of gauntlets, and a crystal sword. Xian Chen casually collected them all. Taking advantage of the echo of the desperate situation not yet ending, he cleaned up the remaining ordinary skeleton monsters. Seeing this scene, the team leader hurriedly stepped forward, clasped his fists. In gratitude, Big Shot, thank you for saving our lives. Although they had just seen that he was only level 6, which was somewhat strange. But Xian Chen's skilled combat and almost terrifying attacks made them dare not be careless, thinking it was just a problem with their detection skills. Xian Chen shook his head indifferently and then asked, have you encountered any other rare monster information? The 5 exchanged glances, looking at each other. Rare monsters could only be challenged by guilds and organized teams. Ordinary people would be too late to flee upon encountering them, but it seemed from this Big Shot's words that he intended to challenge them alone? The leading captain smiled wryly and said cautiously, Big Shot, we haven't encountered any other clues about rare evil monsters. If we had, we might not have made it this far. It's just that we were lucky today to run into you, otherwise our team might have been wiped out. At this moment, Li Weiwei also widened her eyes and curiously asked, Master Brother, are you a practitioner of the purification wings? Otherwise, why are you so powerful? Xian Chen was slightly taken aback and smiled, sort of. Everyone, see you again. As he spoke, with a wave of Xian Chen's cloak, his figure disappeared into the plane. The 5 looked at Xian Chen's disappearing figure with reverent eyes. The purification wings, those who could join were all experts capable of taking on 100 alone. They possessed the top combat awareness and the most complete professional skills. They were the true elite of the Demon Suppression Army. Hey, was it you guys who sent the distress signal? At this moment, a crisp female voice rang out behind the 5. They suddenly realized and quickly turned around. To their surprise, a female assassin was standing behind them. She stood quietly, her extraordinary grace impossible to conceal. Dressed in a tight-fitting dark blue assassin outfit, her beautiful figure was outlined exquisitely, with a slender waist, long legs, and a perky bosom and rounded hips. Anyone who glanced at her couldn't look away. However, her fair jade hand was gripping a short blade radiating purple light, exuding a considerable killing intent. This stunning presence left the 4 men of the team completely mesmerized. Suing Chan had long been immune to men's gazes, but her cold eyes revealed a hint of chill. Li Weiwei quickly reacted, looking at the Purification Wings badge on the assassin's chest, and hurriedly replied, we indeed encountered a rare evil monster that we couldn't defeat, so we used the distress signal, but a master of the Purification Wings, just like you, saved us and left earlier. Upon hearing this, Suing Chan's cold gaze showed some confusion. Wasn't General Su the only one sent to the chiefing area? Who was the other person? Suing Chan didn't dwell on it and quickly disappeared from the spot after learning the answer. The 5-person team was now extremely excited, as if they were dreaming. They never expected to meet a member of the legendary Purification Wings today. Moreover, they had seen them twice in one day. This stroke of luck would be their best topic of conversation in the future. As night fell, the demonic aura in the Demon Fall land grew denser, and the danger level in the wild also rose sharply. Xian Chen, using the shadow concealment effect of his cloak, discreetly found a tree hollow, hid for a while, and rested for the night. Tomorrow, he planned to continue grinding for half a day, and when he reached level 7, he would head to the chiefing area. If that mythical evil can be resolved by myself, then I will take action. If there is no chance to resolve it, then I will continue to level up. A night passed without incident. As the sky began to turn gray, Xianshen started his solo monster hunting journey for the day. Since he was now following the one-hit kill route, the skeleton monster's health was just enough for him to achieve a one-hit kill. If it were a level 20 bone demon, although he could defeat it despite the level difference, the experience gained would be significantly more, but he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. In fact, the actual experience growth rate was not as fast as killing skeleton monsters. After another half-day of monotonous leveling, Xianshen kept his health precisely below 30%. This was just right for a 100% attack bonus. Once his health began to recover from the life ring, he would let the skeleton monster's white hand touch him. With such efficient speed, he finally reached level 7. He couldn't help but rub his hands together, curious to see what good fortune awaited him this time. Ding, your level has increased to level 7. Endless potential erupts, you gain 150. Free attribute points, talent, you have gained a red myth passive draw. A red light surged before Xianshen as he confirmed it. You have drawn the red myth passive, Void Flash. Void Flash, when you perceive the enemy's weakness, you will activate Void Flash, dealing 10 times critical damage. He got it, the 7th red myth passive. It perfectly matched Xianshen's high attack characteristics. The so-called weakness attack was about finding the enemy's flaws and delivering a fatal blow. This was a powerful weapon against bosses. If he had this passive when facing the swamp giant python, perhaps a couple of weakness attacks to its abdomen would have been enough to finish it off. After all, this was a 10 times attack bonus, even more outrageous than his desperate echoes 5 times. However, finding the enemy's weakness was not a simple task. It required immense combat intuition and awareness. Xianshen did not lack in that regard. Moreover, he possessed a unique skill, hidden insight, making it even easier for him to find weaknesses. Xianshen sorted through his gains, though there wasn't much to organize. With the size of his storage space, he could just toss anything inside. The next destination, the Qifeng district. In the Qifeng district, surrounded by towering rocks, the trees exuded a sense of gloom. The surrounding evil creatures were mostly level 20, with some even close to level 30. This area was also one of humanity's most important strongholds. For a long time, humans had invested tremendous manpower and resources here. The demon suppression army soldiers inside were mostly second transformation professionals. Moreover, those who could reach this place were all exceptional, mostly from different guilds. In this extraordinary world, danger also represented opportunity and gain. Various high-level equipment and even the chance to gather spirit herbs that could enhance attributes were all possible. As Xianshen passed by the human gathering place in the Qifeng district, he did not enter. Due to the life ring's characteristics, as long as he wasn't in combat, his health remained quite healthy. If he entered such a place for trading, his level 7 status would easily attract unnecessary attention and trouble. So, Xianshen directly bypassed the stronghold. Thanks to the shadow concealment trait, as long as he didn't actively expose himself, neither professionals nor evil creatures could detect his presence. According to his memories from his past life, he quickly arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. Inside was the birthplace of the Bone Prison Messenger. The surrounding environment was harsh and the number of evil creatures was somewhat dense. However, at the entrance of this cave, there were 4 level 30 evil creatures scattered around. The enormous cave entrance. Giant skeleton, level 30 quality, good health, 4,300 skills. Diamond skeleton body, can be immune to 30% of normal attack damage. Bone explosion, self-destructs when health is below 10% or upon death, causing massive damage to surrounding enemies. Now is not the time for battle. Xianshen casually found an opening and quietly entered the eerie cave. Once inside, the demonic energy was even denser, and the dark attributes made the surrounding environment hard to discern. Xianshen took each step carefully, trying not to make a sound, but the surroundings were not completely silent. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones creaking echoed at any moment, and the eerie environment put a lot of psychological pressure on a person. But Xianshen didn't care. He had seen even more terrifying environments. However, as he delved deeper, he noticed something was off. The level of evil spirits here was too high, already reaching level 40. No wonder, even knowing there might be abnormalities here, the demon suppression army did not send strong troops to exterminate them. The cost of clearing so many high-level evil spirits would be quite significant, especially when they had no idea what existed inside. It would be a losing battle. If they knew a myth-level bone prison messenger would be born here, they would probably be willing to pay any price, just like what Xianshen was doing now. Suddenly, Xianshen paused, lowered his breathing, and cast a dark gaze at 2 evil spirits in the distance. No other evil spirits approached them. They exuded an ominous aura. They were blood-soaked monsters, with only a deep eye socket for a head. Their huge and strong limbs crawled on the ground, and their long, slimy tongues constantly sensed the surroundings. One of them hung From the top of the cave, its long, barbed tongue swaying freely in the air. It was like a scene from a horror movie. Dark Tongue Demon. Level 45 quality, 7-star epic health, 40,000 skills, slime perception, barbed tear, terrifying gaze, blood frenzy, blood sacrifice, evil. Spirit regeneration. A 7-star epic evil spirit combined with this array of skills was simply unbeatable. Xian Shen had dealt with these creatures in his past life. Their perception was extremely sharp and not reliant on sight. It was based on their long, swaying tongues in the air, which contained over 300 tactile nerve endings. This conclusion was drawn after the military captured and dissected them. This made Xian Shen somewhat distressed. These creatures would definitely sense the smell on him. If he wanted to continue forward, he had to deal with the two in front of him. However, given their panel data and their speed, it was impossible for him to achieve a perfect injury-free kill. A careless touch would trigger an instant kill. At that time, he would only have the duration of his immortal body to attempt to kill them. Xian Shen estimated the damage data again. He admitted that even triggering the Void Flash wouldn't guarantee a kill. What to do? Just as Xian Shen began to ponder, a ripple appeared in the air before him. Is someone there? Xian Shen's gaze froze. He didn't expect a powerful assassin to be present. With such stealth abilities and judgment of the surrounding environment, this person was definitely not simple. At that moment, a huge gap appeared between the two dark-tongued demons, presenting a good opportunity for a breakthrough. The hidden assassin began to move. As she moved, Xian Shen activated his secret insight, and information about her naturally appeared. Level 31, third. Transfer hidden profession, Dark Spirit Assassin. Her strength was decent, but she thought she could break through the blockade of the two dark-tongued demons, overlooking their tongue's slime detection abilities. Sure enough, as she approached, one of the dark-tongued demons hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling seemed to receive some kind of signal. Its tongue, stretching dozens of meters long, suddenly lashed out towards a point in the air. The other dark-tongued demon also began to crawl in that direction. Suing Shan's pretty face turned cold. She had been discovered. Relying on her high agility, she decisively dodged this attack, but it wasn't over. She had just completed her third transformation, and compared to the speed of the dark-tongued demons, it was simply insufficient. Soon, one of the long, barbed tongues swept across her. Instantly, her professional outfit was torn, revealing a bright red wound along with her fair skin. However, she used this force to roll forward another 10 meters. Now, two dark-tongued demons were following her from behind, and the only way forward was her only chance of survival. She had just used her detection skill to see the attributes of this evil creature, which was surprisingly at level 45, and it was a 7-star epic. Since it exceeded her by 10 levels, she couldn't gather more detailed information. At this moment, the stench of blood came from behind her, and with no time to lose, Suing Shan had no choice but to activate her professional skill, Shadow Stab. With a flicker of an illusion, she narrowly avoided the attack from the dark-tongued demon. But she was already beginning to regret it. She could have returned after detecting the levels of the surrounding evil creatures, so why did she take the risk to delve deeper? Even if what the two dark-tongued demons were guarding was incredibly precious, she needed to stay alive to claim it. The stench of blood was getting closer. With a single strike, she quickly activated the shield on her body, while her body continued to be blasted away like a cannonball. Ahead of her was a deep cave entrance just 100 meters away, and Suing Shan's beautiful eyes sparkled with the light of stars. This might be her only chance to escape. However, her health was already on the brink of death. Desperate, Suing Shan poured a recovery potion into her mouth, while activating the skill Shadow Follow, doubling her speed once again. This was her last resort. Both her shield and burst skills had just entered cooldown. The dark-tongued demon trailing behind sensed the human's intent and no longer intended to spare her life for amusement. Suddenly bursting forth with speed, it simultaneously unleashed its barbed attack, its two bone-spiked hands reaching for Suing Shan's back. Suing Shan was alarmed, and a flash of despair crossed her cold face. She could feel the power of this strike. With her remaining health, she definitely couldn't withstand it. The cave entrance, still a dozen meters away, made her eyes flash with unwillingness. Was she really going to die? Xian Shan had been following them since the battle began. He recognized the familiar figure immediately. Suing Shan, the first assassin of Huaxia in her previous life. With her formidable talent and terrifying abilities, she stood unrivaled in the world, and only he at that time could match her half a measure. It seemed that his appearance had changed many things. Seeing a familiar person in danger, Xian Shan rushed out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. A man's scent entered Suing Shan's nostrils, causing her body to stiffen. She hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, a tremendous force came as the man shielded her from the attack with his back. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Even though Xian Shan had blocked the strike with the scythe of immortal fate on his back, his health still plummeted in the shock. Your health is below 1%. The undying body automatically triggers. You will be immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Xian Shan thus fell into the bottomless abyss, holding Suing Shan. 10 meters, 20 meters, 70 meters. Xian Shan admitted he was a bit flustered inside. Suing Shan, also came to her senses. She now saw the man who had saved her. His cold expression softened slightly and a hint of confusion flickered in his autumn-like eyes. She didn't know this man. Why would he risk his life to save her? 100 meters, 110 meters. Before the effect of the immune damage ended, Xian Chen gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly adjusted Suing Shan, who was facing him, onto his body, and without hesitation he embraced her, pushing her upwards. With a strength attribute of over 700, Suing Shan was sent flying into the air. Bang! Xian Chen's body crashed to the ground, the surrounding black mist scattering. Even though his physique was incredibly sturdy, he struggled to catch his breath for a long time. Suing Shan quickly adjusted her position in the air and landed steadily beside Xian Chen. Her icy beauty revealed a hint of anxiety as her delicate hand swiftly took out a top-grade potion and poured it into Xian Chen's mouth. However, it was of no use, flowing out from his lips. Although she did not know Xian Chen, he had just risked his own safety to take the deadly blow from the dark-tongued demon on his back. Now, he was using his own body to help alleviate her falling force, saving her once again. Otherwise, at this height, she would not have survived with her health points. Even as a stranger, she felt immense gratitude towards Xian Chen, desperately wanting him to wake up. At that moment, a hint of crimson flashed across her cold, frosty face, her eyes filled with determination. Just then, Xian Chen had not yet caught his breath when he suddenly felt a clumsy softness pressed against his lips, accompanied by a sweet fragrance entering his mouth. Xian Chen quickly regained his senses and slowly opened his eyes. What did he see? The famously frosty beauty from his past life, Suing Shan, who had always looked down on men, was performing artificial respiration on him to give herself a glimmer of life? At this moment, Suing Shan's pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes tightly shut, not daring to open them. Up close, her stunning beauty was flawless and radiant. As if sensing Xian Chen's breathing becoming heavier, her clear, shimmering eyes opened in confusion. Their gazes met. In that instant, Suing Shan's mind went blank, her lips pressed tightly together, unable to react. Ah! Suing Shan exclaimed, disregarding everything else, and quickly pulled away from Xian Chen's body. Even though her heart was strong, she was only just 20 years old. A look of helplessness flashed in Xian Chen's eyes, although he somewhat missed the feeling. From just moments ago, this seemed to be his first kiss. He never expected this woman to repay kindness with enmity. He saved her, and she actually sighed. What was this bittersweet feeling? How could Suing Shan remain calm after experiencing such a thing? She hurriedly said, "This matter. I know, you did it to save me, it was unavoidable. Then, don't worry, this matter will only be known to the two of us. It won't get out." With a few words from Xian Chen, Suing Shan's previously flustered emotions gradually calmed down. Only then did she take a closer look at Xian Chen, who was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, exuding a unique, serene aura. Even though Suing Shan was not interested in men, she had to admit that even if he hadn't saved her, she would still have developed a fondness for this man. As for his attire, it gave no indication of his profession. It was as if he had come not to explore the world of evil spirits but rather to go on vacation. After activating her detection eye, she was once again stunned, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. Level 7? What kind of joke was this? When did a level 7 practitioner come to this area of the strange peaks? She couldn't think of any reason other than seeking death. Yet, this person who seemed to be seeking death had saved her twice in her most perilous moments. This contrast left Suing Shan somewhat dazed. Seeing Suing Shan staring blankly at him, Xian Chen extended his hand, a warm smile curving at the corner of his mouth. "Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself. I am Xian Chen." At this moment, Suing Shan also came back to her senses, looking at Xian Chen's smile, her heart fluttering. It must be admitted that this is a man whose appearance and temperament can be described as perfect. He possesses a charm that can easily tear apart a girl's heart. Moreover, the name Xian Chen seems familiar to her. Suing Shan, Purification Wing. Suing Shan transformed again into a cold, icy beauty, gently reaching out with her hand. She thought Xian Chen would be surprised by her identity. But he simply nodded, as if it were a matter of course, acknowledging their acquaintance. This compelled her to speak. "Why did you come here? Alone? By the looks of you, you must have just awakened your profession." Xian Chen smiled and said, "Yes, mainly because I just awakened my profession and wanted to see the world of evil spirits, but accidentally wandered a bit too far." Suing Shan's heart stirred again. This was no mere wandering. Even a second-tier professional would avoid this area. As a member of the Purification Wing of the Demon Suppression Army, she had come out to gather intelligence, which was why she had ventured so far. Although she knew Xian Chen was lying, her cold demeanor prevented her from asking further. But she understood that whether he had just survived a deadly situation or managed to reach this point at level 7, this person was definitely not simple. In the extraordinary world, Xuanshen's life was normal under the recovery potion and his injuries had nearly healed. "Let's go, we can no longer return the way we came, we must continue forward." Seeing that Xianchen had recovered, Suing Shan spoke softly. "Stay behind me and be careful not to make any noise." Xianchen nodded lightly. Having another person was good. A head should be his target this time, and having someone to distract could potentially resolve the Bone Abyss envoy more quickly. At this time, it should be quite weak, definitely not exceeding level 20. The deep passage was becoming increasingly filled with dark magical energy. This was the essence of the dark attribute. At first, Su Yingshan was worried that Xianchen would fall behind. However, whether it was his speed or the way he maneuvered at every step, he perfectly concealed his presence. His awareness was no less than her own. In fact, one could say he was even more skilled, completely like a battle-hardened warrior. He looked so young. How was this possible? Su Yingshan grew more curious about the man behind her. When the darkness ahead began to dissipate and the view opened up, both of them unconsciously stopped. The cave before them was entirely covered in hard white bones, with a dark energy sphere floating in the air, connected by an illusory energy line to a shadowy figure. This shadow, standing 2 meters tall, was supported by a pair of bony wings floating in midair, absorbing the black energy before it. Although its entire body was covered in a white jade-like skeleton, it grew transparent flesh. In its hand was a scythe made of dark energy, and its black hole-like eyes flickered with uncertain light. Xianchen and Su Yingshan simultaneously detected information. Bone Abyss Envoy, level 17 quality, 5-star myth, Demon King, life, 24,000 strength, 1270, constitution, 2400, agility, 560, spirit, 1350 skills, Soul Harvest, can deal massive damage to enemies and absorb their souls to restore its own health or increase attack power. Bone Spike Assault, summons bone spikes to pierce from the ground, dealing damage to enemies in the area and possibly causing a brief immobilization effect. Dark Shield, generates a shield made of dark energy that can absorb a large amount of damage. Summon Undead, summons undead creatures to assist in battle. Undead creatures can attack enemies or provide buffs to the Bone Abyss Envoy. Death Entanglement, releases a surge of dark elemental energy that entangles and slows the movement speed of enemies while dealing massive continuous damage. Bone Prison Cage, summon a bone prison beneath the enemy's feet, trapping them in place for 5 seconds, rendering them unable to move. Shadow Hunt, instantly move behind the enemy to launch a quick ambush attack. Ultimate skill, Bone Abyss Descend. The Bone Abyss Messenger unleashes its full power, summoning a massive Bone Abyss domain that deals devastating damage to all enemies within the area and may inflict various negative statuses. Unbeatable, it is simply impossible to defeat. Although Su Yingshan did not detect and clear the specific skills of the Bone Abyss Messenger like Xianchen did, just its panel data was already enough to make her despair. Su Yingshan's highest strength attribute was only over 700 points, and that was due to her being a hidden class, along with the bonuses from her top-tier equipment. Ordinary practitioners like her had only around 400 strength. No wonder every time a mythic evil appeared, countless army practitioners had to sacrifice their lives. To fill the gap, this Bone Abyss Messenger already possessed such attributes even before fully growing. It must not be allowed to grow. Su Yingshan silently resolved, and after returning, she would report this news. It was estimated that afterward, the Demon Suppression Army from the Demon City would clear this area at any cost, destroying this mythic-level evil that had not yet fully matured. Xianchen and Su Yingshan exchanged glances and began to quietly retreat. At this point, the figure of the Bone Abyss Messenger was no longer visible in the distance. Su Yingshan said coldly, "I'm preparing to go back. The news of a mythic-level evil here must be known." At the same time, a glimmer of determination and resolve flashed in her eyes. Xianchen, after we go up, I will attract the attention of those 2 disgusting evils, and you take the opportunity to break through. You must bring this news back. Saying this, Su Yingshan turned again, leaving Xianchen with an infinitely beautiful silhouette. However, Xianchen directly grabbed her hand, and just as Su Yingshan was about to explode, Xianchen said calmly, "Don't rush, wait for me for about 10 more hours. I haven't recovered yet, but I have a way to deal with this evil." Su Yingshan suddenly turned around, ready to say something. But seeing Xianchen's serious gaze, she held her tongue. From his eyes, she saw certainty. It was not just talk. Yet she couldn't understand. Although Xianchen possessed that skill to immunize against attacks with his level 7 attribute panel, even if the Bone Abyss Messenger stood still, he would have no chance to break its defenses. Moreover, with a staggering 24,000 health points, this battle was destined to be a war of attrition. In fact, even if the 2 retreated now, given their strength, the possibility of escaping the pursuit of the Dark-Tongued Demon was minimal. She could only hope that this man who saved her could create a miracle. The 2 fell silent as the night passed. When Xianchen's undying body cooldown of 10 hours ended, he stood up easily. "Let's go. Remember not to get close to my combat area. I might not be able to pay attention to you when I'm fighting." Su Yingshan nodded in agreement, but after realizing it, she felt a bit angry. What kind of talk was that? Did he think that as a third-turn hidden class, she would become a burden to Xianchen, a level 7 practitioner? Su Yingshan felt a bit indignant. She wanted to see how this man, who hadn't even completed his first turn, could possibly kill a mythic evil. When they arrived at the cave surrounded by stark white bones again, Xianchen had no intention of hiding this time. In front of a mythic-level evil, it was basically impossible to sneak up quietly. This was experience earned by countless assassin practitioners at the cost of their lives. Because at their level, they were very sensitive to the energy around them. Moreover, the surroundings were so open that there was no place to conceal their figures. Moreover, this time, whether Xianchen can kill the bone prison messenger depends on his plan, which only has one chance. Once it is startled and releases its skills while floating in the air, there will be no possibility of defeating it. Even touching it would be a luxury. When Xianchen appeared, the hollow eye sockets of the bone prison messenger glowed with a red light. The blood-red core connected to the black energy also severed its connection with the black energy. Human, how did you get here? As long as they are evil beings exceeding the purple excellence level, they can stand alone and communicate with humans without barriers. Oh, I was just wandering around. How come I meet a scrawny, bony evil being like you? Clearly, Xianchen's words stirred the dark energy around the bone prison messenger even more violently, already making it furious. It extended its skeletal arm, and the dark energy surged. Suddenly, 6 level 17 ordinary skeleton monsters appeared, directly surrounding Xianchen. With Xianchen's current attack panel combined with his final whispering trait, he swung the scythe of immortal fate twice, both forward and backward. His figure flickered among the 6 skeleton monsters, and in the blink of an eye, they all turned into a pile of bones. This left Suing Shan, who was watching from a distance, stunned. It seemed she also needed to activate her professional skills to achieve the speed at which Xianchen dealt with the skeleton monsters. Is this your strength? If you have no other means, then next I will take your dog head. Skeleton head. Xianchen's taunts continued. The bone prison messenger, which had never suffered such humiliation since its birth, was now furious beyond control. The dark energy surrounding its body erupted completely, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. The surrounding space also began to distort, emanating endless pressure and fear. Human, I will make you understand the consequences of offending this king. Go to hell. Death entanglement. As it swung its side, a dark energy tentacle suddenly emerged from the ground. This sudden attack was impossible to defend against or evade. But Xianchen appeared particularly calm and collected, even too lazy to dodge. He casually raised the scythe of immortal fate in his hand and gently swung it, severing the black tentacle that had entangled him. He did not suffer significant damage. Are you scratching my itch? A level 17 evil being, can you even attack? No wonder you look so scrawny and weak, you can't even deal with a level 7 human like me. You must not be doing well in your evil world, right? The scene before him left not only the bone prison messenger stunned but also Suing Shan in the distance, staring blankly at Xianchen. How could this be possible? The damage from that dark energy was definitely not just this. How did Xianchen withstand it? This was precisely Xianchen's passive ability, immune to all laws. Immunity to 90% of spell attacks is not just talk, and the locking skill just used by the bone prison messenger was of the dark attribute. So, being caught by it, it could only be said to be harmless. Xianchen's increasingly arrogant and mocking attitude clearly infuriated the bone prison messenger, making it even more frenzied. It was still in its growth phase, so it was only 2 meters tall. This had always been a sore point for it as an immature mythical evil being. The key was that it was constantly mocked by a tiny human, and it didn't want to let him live for a moment longer. It wanted to tear him to pieces with its own hands. The bone prison messenger was extremely furious, and the blood-red double pupils in its eye sockets suddenly brightened, emitting dazzling light. As the light flickered, its figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Shadow Hunt. When it reappeared, it was already behind Xianchen. Xianchen could only manage to avoid a fatal blow. However, the perverse attack from it instantly brought Xianchen's life points to the brink. The red passive, Undying Body, was triggered. The echo of desperation, 5 times attack triggered. Xianchen's attack power has skyrocketed to over 3,000. And that's not all. Xianchen turned to look at the bone prison envoy, relaxing as he smiled. Your attacks are still so weak, and your scythe doesn't seem to be as big as mine. With that, Xianchen suddenly swung the menacing scythe of immortal fate towards the envoy's chest. That was precisely where its energy core was, the very spot it had just absorbed energy to grow. Under Xianchen's secret insight, this was its weakness. As a demon, the bone prison envoy felt a rare sense of panic roaring inside. Why hasn't this human died? The only thing it found reassuring was that its energy core was wrapped in a hard white bone skeleton. Plus, it had its tough flesh. With so many layers of protection, this human could never break through. Su Yingshan, watching from a distance, widened her eyes, not daring to blink. She knew Xianchen had an immunity to attacks, but how could he kill the bone prison envoy in just a few seconds? Xianchen grinned. No matter what kind of defense, it was useless in front of his final whisper. The last passive, Heaven's Gap Flash. Activate. Stacking 10 times the critical damage plus the final whisper's bonus to critical hits. Nothing could stand in his way. With just one strike, Xianchen could even feel the surrounding space trembling slightly. Boom! Accompanied By a loud explosion, the Bone Prison Envoy's body was instantly blown into countless fragments, not leaving a single whole corpse. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 17 5-star mythic demon Bone Prison Envoy, gaining experience plus 6000, Soul Devour activated. Strength plus 76, Constitution plus 81, Agility plus 54, Spirit plus 50, awesome. A surge of immense red light entered Xian Chen's body and he felt his stats rising sharply. It was even more terrifying than the attribute increase from leveling up. Indeed, killing elite monsters was the fastest way to grow stronger. Of course, killing mythic-level demons was even faster. From a distance, Suing Shan had her heart in her throat since the moment Xian Chen started fighting. Until the battle ended, she stood there dazed, her pink lips slightly parted. She looked at the scene before her in disbelief. She felt that even in a dream, it couldn't be this outrageous. Who could possibly one-shot a mythic-level demon with over 20,000 health? Moreover, judging by the damage Xian Chen just dealt, even 2 Bone Prison Envoys could be killed in an instant. This was a mythic-level demon. Suing Shan's brain couldn't process it anymore. Xian Chen drank a life potion and began to loot the corpse. This time, 25 star cores appeared directly, along with a pair of glowing red gauntlets. Shadow Assassin Gauntlets, 5-star. Mythic requirements, level 20, Assassin class attributes, Strength plus 240 Agility, plus 110 Constitution, plus 50 critical rate, plus 10% attack speed, plus 10%. Additional skills, Shadow Power, in nighttime or dark environments, attack power increases by 15%. Fatal Strike, 10% chance to trigger an additional 50% damage on critical hits. Special effect, Curse of the Bone Prison Envoy. When equipped, each attack has a 5% chance to put the enemy in a state of fear for 3 seconds, unable to attack or cast spells. Shadow Step, when using skills, there is a 20% chance to gain a brief invisibility effect lasting 1.5 seconds. Strong, simply abnormally strong. No wonder it's mythic-level equipment. This is something that can't be easily bought with any amount of money in the outside world. If it appeared in any auction house, it would cause a bloody storm. But Xian Chen could only watch and drool secretly. Unfortunately, as a commoner, he had no way to equip it. Xian Chen had no choice but to casually collect the core of the mythic-level Bone Prison Envoy and tidy up the other pieces of mage equipment. At this moment, Suing Shan also walked over, her cold voice filled with disbelief. How did you do it? It's a secret. Xian Shan replied with a mysterious smile. It was quite an achievement for him to get the ice-cold Suing Shan to speak up. Suing Shan was so angry that her teeth itched, her pearly whites clenched tightly. She immediately turned to leave, not wanting to talk anymore. Just now, she had also seen Xian Chen pick up the equipment. That stunning shade of red must be a mythic-level item. But since all the fighting was handled by Xian Chen, she couldn't possibly ask him about it. Moreover, inquiring about someone else's gains was a major taboo. Boom! Boom boom! Just as Xian Chen was about to speak, a loud crash came from above. Now that the bone cave no longer had the support of the Bone Warden's energy, it began to collapse. Without a second thought, the two hurriedly ran forward. Behind them were 2 dark-tongued demons. Those were evil creatures that even Xian Chen didn't want to face, with no weaknesses to be found. There was no hope of victory in sight. It was only because the Bone Warden was still in its growth phase that it had weaknesses. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Chen triggered the Sky Rift Flash, delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, once it matured, they would have to fight it head-on. At that point, there would be no way to take shortcuts. The collapse continued, with massive rocks threatening to fall at any moment. As a shadow assassin with a hidden profession, Suing Shan had a natural talent for navigating in the dark. The two quickly arrived at a narrow crevice, light shining through from the outside. Passing through, they emerged on the other side, back on solid ground. However, Suing Shan's proud figure became a hindrance, getting stuck between the constricting stone walls, making her progress somewhat difficult. Xian Chen, following behind, was genuinely worried she might get hurt. Huff after stepping out, Su Ingshan let out a long breath, feeling a bit suffocated just now. Xian Chen also emerged at that moment, his gaze fixed on the rising end, falling of Su Ingshan's chest. This made her beautiful brows furrow, but she felt a bit strange inside. Why didn't she feel repulsed? Was it because he had saved her life? By the way, how many star cores do you have? Xian Chen suddenly asked. About over 2,000. Why? Su Ingshan did not hide anything from her 2-time savior. Forget it, 2,000 it is, I'll sell it to you. Saying this, Xian Chen directly tossed the Shadow Assassin's gauntlets to Su Ingshan. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, why was this woman so poor, only having so few star cores? He completely overlooked the fact that his high drop rate and star cores were all due to his 20 points of luck. Otherwise, ordinary professionals would accumulate star cores very slowly. Su Ingshan's 2,000 star cores were mainly because she needed to buy a pair of third-tier shoes recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to store so many star cores. At this moment, Su Ingshan was staring blankly at the gauntlets glowing red in her hands. Why would he give her mythic equipment? Not to mention 2,000 star cores, even 20,000 star cores wouldn't be enough to buy mythic gear. Moreover, he had saved her twice. Women always remember the men who leave a deep impression on them, especially since Xian Chen had done it in such an unforgettable way. Now it seemed there was only one possibility. Su Yingshan's confused gaze quickly regained clarity as she figured out the key points of the situation. She sighed softly. Later, I will give you the Star Core's ode for this. Equipment. We are not meant to be. I'm sorry. Whatever. Xian Chen waved his hand casually. The reason he gave this equipment to Su Yingshan was also due to the camaraderie from their past lives. Besides, he didn't know any other assassins. Such mythic equipment couldn't be measured by money, so of course he would give it to someone familiar. After Su Yingshan finished speaking, she put on the gauntlets, leaving Xian Chen with an infinitely beautiful silhouette. She disappeared in a waft of fragrant air, her thoughts now a bit chaotic. Moreover, there was the task of returning to hand over the mission, whether it was the intelligence on the mythological evil or the news that Xian Chen had killed it, which would likely shake the entire magic city. Wait, Xian Chen suddenly realized, what did that girl mean by her last words? What does impossible mean? Did she misunderstand something? Forget it, Xian Chen shook his head. He had been out for a few days and should return. After all, he was still a high school student, and there was still some time before he truly graduated. Only after taking the college entrance examination could it be considered a real end. In the Magic City, at the highest command center of the Demon Suppression Army, Su Yingshan, as a member of the Purification Wing, was also here, her ice-like skin exuding a chilling aura that froze the hearts of those around her. At this moment, several sixth-turn professionals from the military high command were also present, staring at each other in disbelief. If it weren't for the fact that they knew Su Yingshan was a member of the Purification Wing and also General Su's daughter, they would have long since kicked her out to reflect on her actions. They wanted to hear what kind of nonsense she was spouting. General Su also wore a bitter smile, his resolute face revealing helplessness. Yingshan, it's not that I don't believe you, but listen to what you're saying. A level 7 professional killed a mythological evil in one hit. No one can believe that. Su Yingshan coldly nodded, her icy personality making her reluctant to express herself. She directly took out the hidden gauntlet in her hand. Instantly, the blood-red color illuminated everyone's eyes. The entire world was left with this mysterious red light. This is mythological equipment. This red luster, this feeling, this scent. I can't believe I'm actually seeing mythological equipment. Shut up, old bear, wipe your drool, it's dripping on my pants. General Su's subordinates were all filled with disbelief, their eyes fixed on the strange red light, wide open as if they were about to pop out. Now they were starting to believe that Su Yingshan must have encountered a mythological level evil during her outing. Otherwise, where would this mythological equipment come from? Just as they were seriously considering this possibility, General Su, who received some information, his expression startled, revealing a hint of a smile. Alright, there's no need to debate this matter. Just now, the merit exchange office reported that someone has broken through 100,000 merits and can exchange for the rank of Brigadier General. Let's go see who it is. Perhaps this is the person Yingshan mentioned. Hearing Su Hu's words, the others exchanged glances. They were also at the rank of Brigadier General and knew how long it took for a Demon Suppression Army professional to reach this level. They were curious to see which old fellow had finally gathered enough merits. It definitely wasn't a level 7 professional as Su Yingshan claimed. In a dark room within the Military Merit Exchange Office, Xian Chen was sitting inside. He had placed all the skulls he had collected during this hunting trip as well as the core of the mythological level evil on the table. Originally, the attendant at the Merit Exchange Office was surprised when Xian Chen asked him to lead him to a private booth to register his merits. He thought the young man was making a fuss. After all, to enter here for an exchange, one had to have at least 5,000 merits. This meant he would have to kill 1,000 skeleton monsters. He never expected that this person, who only appeared to be level 7 and didn't even have a professional outfit, would directly pull out several hundred skulls, and besides that, there was also a core glowing with red light. The indescribable aura and mysterious, deep luster were blinding to his eyes. At the same time, it was telling him that this was not a dream. He was actually able to see the core of a mythological evil in his lifetime. Such a magnitude of military merit exchange had to be directly reported to superiors, because the merits corresponded to the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army. Although it was a nominal position, it enjoyed all the powers and benefits corresponding to the rank. With over 100,000 military merits, Xian Chen could directly exchange for the rank of Brigadier General thanks to the enhancement from the myth-level evil spirits. Brigadier General, this was the highest position that non-Demon Suppression Army professionals could achieve. This had long surpassed the authority of this clerk. He could only nervously serve tea to Xian Chen and anxiously wait for someone from above to come down. Ha ha, let's see which familiar old guy this Brigadier General is. A rough voice came, and a bear-like figure in a warrior's uniform barged in. Even the already wide door required him to squeeze in sideways. Behind him, several others entered the elegant room. The clerk was instantly dumbfounded. Not only was General Su, the head of the demon suppression army from the demon city, present, but also several other influential brigadier generals. He never expected them all to be stirred up. The clerk quickly stood at attention and saluted. Su-hu casually waved his hand, and everyone turned to look at Xianchen, who was sitting on the sofa. They were all somewhat stunned. How could he be so young? Moreover, with their level of detection skills, they could directly see Xianchen's level. Level 7? It was indeed level 7. Su Yingchan, who followed behind, also saw Xianchen and her eyes lit up with surprise. Xianchen, it really is you. Xianchen recognized the newcomers. They were all old acquaintances from his past life. However, he pretended not to know them, casting a probing glance at the group of demon suppression army bigwigs, nodding as a form of greeting before speaking. Yingchan, who are these people? Before Su Yingchan could introduce them, Su-hu, who had found Xianchen somewhat familiar, brightened up upon hearing his name, revealing a kind smile. This must be young brother Xian. Shan. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, and you are extraordinary. I knew you were not simple for clearing the hell difficulty, but I didn't expect you to be able to hunt myth-level evil spirits. The people following Su-hu looked at Xianchen in astonishment, recognizing him. There was no way around it. Su-hu had mentioned Xianchen's name more than once recently and expressed his intention to find an opportunity to connect with him. This made it hard for them not to know Xianchen's name. Since Su-hu knew who this person was, he immediately ordered, Shongrua, you must promptly confirm young brother Xianchen's brigadier general status and ensure it is bound to our demon city's demon suppression army. Yes, general. The bear-like warrior immediately took Xianchen's identification from him and went to handle the matter personally. The others waited quietly, and in just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a beautifully crafted medal was handed to Xianchen. This medal was purple and bore the emblem of the demon suppression army. Not only that, but the four corners were engraved with the four divine beasts, Xinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke. It had Xianchen's identity plaque on it, making it impossible for anyone to impersonate him. This brigadier general badge was not only a symbol of identity but also capable of blocking detection. However, Xianchen simply accepted the brigadier general's identification calmly, without the excitement one might expect. Even in front of the highest commander of the demon suppression army from the demon city, his expression remained unchanged, his gaze tranquil. Just this kind of unflappable attitude was something Su-hu had rarely seen in someone so young. He nodded inwardly, further solidifying his decision. Truly astonishing talent and temperament. Xianchen, now I represent the demon suppression army from the demon city to formally invite you to join us. You will have the best training conditions in our army. Skills and equipment will have the highest priority for supply. At the same time, I will help you gradually become a brigadier general with real power. What do you think? Everyone present was stunned by Su-hu's offer. A brigadier general with real power. Even among the most powerful people in the entire Huaxia nation, those who commanded hundreds of thousands of professionals, this young man, as they understood, had just come of age. As long as he agrees, his future will be absolutely limitless. To be honest, Xianchen was indeed tempted. If it were his past self, he would have agreed without hesitation. But in his previous life, he had already owed Mohan a lot and missed many opportunities. In this life, he didn't want to ignore the people around him anymore, and he also wanted to take a different path. Attending the college entrance examination and entering university would be good too. I'm sorry, General Su, but I currently have no intention of joining the demon suppression army. While everyone was watching him intently, waiting for Xianchen to agree, he shook his head and directly refused the invitation. This was even more surprising than the benefits General Su had just proposed. The military leaders accompanying General Su widened their eyes in disbelief. Kid, do you even know what benefits you're refusing? Su Yingshan clearly didn't expect Xianchen to reject this offer. For the past 2 years, she had been entering the demon abyss to complete tasks for the demon suppression army. Whenever she had time. With her military achievements from joining the purification wing, she had barely reached the rank of lieutenant. She was still far from becoming a brigadier general. General Su, I've thought it over seriously. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Although Su-hu was somewhat puzzled as to why this young man still didn't agree despite the promise of peak status and resources, he didn't press the issue. Since Xianchen wanted to strive outside the military for now, let him be. Moreover, the favor this person had done for his daughter by providing her with mythical equipment was worth taking seriously. Alright, but you're more than 100,000 military achievements can still be exchanged for quite a lot in the demon suppression army's treasury, professional skills, equipment, and so on. Xiao Lin takes Xianchen to the treasury. Su-hu continued to show goodwill towards Xianchen, making everyone present unable to ignore it. The staff member who heard the order was about to step forward, but Su Yingshan coldly spoke up. No need, I'll take Xianchen to the demon suppression army's treasury. Xianchen bid farewell to General Su and quickly followed Su Yingshan as she left. Seeing this scene, Su-hu could only smile wryly. Sigh, he didn't know when his daughter would forgive him. Outside the demon suppression army's treasury, Xianchen actually had nothing he wanted to exchange. Whether it was professional skills or equipment, he couldn't use any of it because his civilian profession didn't meet the wearing requirements. When they arrived at their destination, Suing Shan turned coldly to leave but then remembered that she might not have another chance to see him again. So for the first time in her life, she proactively asked a man for his contact information. Xian Shan, give me your contact information. When I gather 20,000 crystal cores, I will contact you. Clearly, this was the price she thought mythical equipment should be worth. Xian Shan smiled wryly. This young lady was indeed serious. After they exchanged contact information, no need, the 2,000 star cores you gave me are already enough. But Suing Shan had already turned away. She had her own principles. Although this reconnaissance mission had been somewhat twisted, she had exceeded expectations and was going back to Jinghua University. As for Xian Shan, thinking of the man behind her who had been in close contact with her and had saved her life twice, Suing Shan felt complicated. Inside, she had a premonition that they would meet again soon. More than 100,000 military achievements, although it looked like a lot, was really not enough for what Xian Shan wanted to buy. Mainly, the only equipment he could wear was special gear, and such gear was the most expensive. After spending 50,000 military achievements, Xian Shan put on a dark, inconspicuous ring on his finger. Ring of Spiritual Eyes, 5-star epic. Wearing requirements, none. Attributes, physical critical hit rate plus 20%, critical hit damage plus 50%. The attributes were simple yet deadly, no wonder it was so expensive. As Xian Shan walked out of the city gate, he immediately received a text message from Qin Mo Han, filled with caring and concerned words. Although she knew that all communication would be cut off once she entered the abyss of demons, and that normal means of communication would fail, she couldn't help but reach out. Xian Shan quickly sent a message to Qin Mo Han, informing her that he was heading to the school. Qin Mo Han was currently in a dungeon, undergoing training for the Nightwing Archer profession as per her family's requirements. Once again, she cleared all the monsters in front of her with a 5-shot combo, and as a burst of white light appeared, she found herself back in the real world. Miss, you truly have exceptional talent. You've only been a professional for a few days, yet you can already skillfully use your abilities. At your current level of 7, I doubt anyone in the entire Magic City can surpass you. Hearing the praise from the professional beside her, Qin Mo Han merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. She believed that although she had leveled up in just a few days, Xian Shan would definitely be ahead of her. He was the one with true talent. Thinking of Xian Shan, she realized it had been several days since they last contacted each other. Qin Mo Han eagerly took out her communicator, and sure enough, he had come online. Seeing the message, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her delicate face involuntarily broke into a smile. Uncle Kong, arrange a car immediately. I have something to do at school today. All right. The middle-aged man in black standing quietly beside her asked no questions and immediately contacted the driver to make preparations. In fact, for most students at Honko No. 1 High School who had awakened their combat professions, they didn't need to go to school anymore. Given their family backgrounds, there were many ways to quickly gain experience and level up. Only those from average families would spend star cores to train and level up in the school's beginner dungeons. Today was a ranking event for all students at Honko No. 1 High School before the college entrance examination, a test for those who had already become professionals. Zhao Yan had arrived at school early, as usual, but still hadn't seen Xian Shan's figure. Ever since he had sent Li Yang to assassinate Xian Shan, he hadn't seen him appear again. He felt a sense of joy in his heart, thinking that Li Yang must have completed the task. However, Li Yang's prolonged absence made him feel a bit anxious. When a maglev car stopped at the school gate, Zhao Yan's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it as Qin Mo Han's car. Moments later, Qin Mo Han stepped out of the vehicle. The young girl had a delicate, fair complexion, her rosy lips looking enticing, and she radiated a sense of excitement. Her starry, beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhao Yan hurriedly approached Mo Han, you really need to be a bit faster. The sudden voice interrupted Zhao Yan before he could finish his sentence, and Qin Mo Han directly ignored him. Now a professional, she transformed into a shadow and passed by him to the back. Xian Shan, you finally came back. Hee, it's only been 3 days. Let's go, we'll head to school together. Xian Shan patted the affectionate Qin Mo Han who had come to his side, then noticed Zhao Yan standing there frozen. Zhao Yan, are you here to welcome me too? That familiar yet infuriating voice left Zhao Yan stunned, and he looked back in shock. Xian Shan, what are you doing here? He couldn't help but be surprised. He had sent a second-tier professional after all. Moreover, Li Yang, arranged by his father, was known for being cautious. There was no way Xian Shan should be alive in here. Was he seeing things? Oh, it seems Zhao classmate is quite surprised. Xian Shan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at Zhao Yan. He had some clues about the previous assassination attempt. Feeling the intensity of Xian Shan's gaze, Zhao Yan inexplicably felt a rush of panic. He quickly dismissed his fears, coldly saying, "Humph, just a lucky commoner, I have no need to say much to you." Suddenly, Zhao Yan remembered the significance of the day and continued to mock. By the way, you're not just any commoner. If you have the guts, why not participate in our professional ranking today? If you don't have the guts, you'll spend your whole life hiding behind a woman. Upon hearing this, Shin Mohan frowned, but Xuanqing gently pulled him back and smiled. I have to say, your provocation is quite low level. Zhao Yan's expression darkened. He had thought Xuanqing wouldn't participate. But he continued, however, I will accompany Mohan to take part in today's practitioner test. As for what you're thinking, I know you want me to compete with you? I refuse. You. After Xuanqing finished speaking, he didn't even glance at the furious Zhao Yan and walked side by side with Qin Mohan into the school. Look, that's our school's Qin Mohan, the only newcomer in Huaxia to clear the hell difficulty. No wonder she's a hidden profession, but I saw in the news that there was another person who cleared it with the goddess. A student 1 level lower asked his companion. Don't mind that person, he's just a pretty boy. Look, that's him. He really is a pretty boy. Useless except for his looks. Sigh, why does the goddess like this type? Qin Mohan had a presence that attracted attention wherever she went. In school, especially after her exaggerated achievement in clearing the hell difficulty, it was hard not to be noticed, but more people were actually focused on Xuanqing. As the only commoner profession they knew of in the entire school, he was surprisingly close to classmate Qin Mohan. Although everyone harshly mocked Xuanqing as a pretty boy, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. They also wanted to be pretty boys and get close to the goddess. Xuanqing watched the discussions of the crowd around him, completely unashamed. On the contrary, he wore a proud smile and casually held Mohan's hand, which made countless people grind their teeth in frustration. In his past life, he might not have been so high profile, but after experiencing life and death, he naturally had no reservations. The female classmates watching could understand. Ever since they saw Xuanqing that day, they felt he was full of charm, and their fondness for him increased. Countless pairs of eyes were dreamy. If it weren't for seeing Qin Mohan walking with him, they might have approached him to discuss being kept. If Xuanqing knew what these female classmates were thinking, he would definitely marvel at his extra 20 charm points. Worth it. Look, they seem to be heading towards today's testing ground. Is that pretty boy going to participate in the practitioner test too? How could that be? He's probably just there to watch the excitement. What use is it for someone who hasn't become a practitioner? True, a useless commoner doesn't know what he's doing. Xuanqing naturally held Qin Mohan's hand as they walked towards the central battle arena of the school. Here, everyone was in battle profession gear, a world apart from the outside. They were all here to participate in this test. Zhao Yan had long been on the side, dressed in his summoner robe, ready for the upcoming competition. Seeing Qin Mohan and Xuanqing, who became the center of attention, wherever they went, he wore a gloomy smile, not knowing what he was plotting. This test was still hosted by the vice principal, who was also dressed in a mage's robe, complete with glasses, resembling a learned archmage. He looked around. Dear students, being here, I believe we are all of the same kind, all great battle professions. Wait. Suddenly, his voice faltered, as if he had seen something terrifying. He actually saw that commoner profession Xuanqing appearing here again. Did he not know that this area was only for practitioners? A non-combat profession. Entering this area was simply self-humiliation. The vice principal suppressed his displeasure. It seemed this commoner thought that by following Qin Mohan, he could reverse his identity. Wait, he wants to see how Xin Shen will respond to the challenge. The vice principal quickly explained the details of the test. He directly announced the start of the examination before the college entrance examination. This time, the test method is combat, a battle between professionals. Those who achieve high rankings will gain the greatest benefit of receiving the school's recommendation to participate in the special college entrance examination in the imperial capital. This is different from the college entrance examination for other combat professionals, but the highest institution in the imperial capital only selects the most outstanding students. Therefore, whether it is equipment, professional level, or skills, only the best prepared individuals have a chance. Once the battle began, as Xin Shen expected, the old vice principal indeed did not include himself. He wasn't in a hurry. There would be a challenge segment later for him to take the stage, and he could save time. The test in the arena progressed quickly, with those called entering a designated testing space. Inside, it was just like a dungeon space, and the battles were real until one person's health was completely depleted. An elimination format was also adopted, until the final top 20 and the ultimate first place were determined. However, Xian Shen had no interest in these battles among professionals averaging only level 5. Only when Mohan made her move did he feel a spark of interest. When they had entered the dungeon together before, she could only perform a triple shot. In just a few days, she had already mastered the 5 consecutive shots with her bow. Class 9 Elite Johan versus Lu Tiancheng. At this moment, a stranger appeared, of similar age to those present, but his level astonishingly reached level 7. He was dressed in warrior attire and was extremely tall. Not only had Xin Shen never seen this person, but no one else present recognized him either. The vice principal showed no reaction to this student's appearance. Soon, Johan and the warrior named Lu Tianchang entered the battle arena simultaneously. Their information also appeared on the screen. Who is this? Lu Tianchang? He's actually level 7. I don't know, I've never seen him before. Wait, look at the information above. This person's profession is actually a dragon slayer. Could it be another hidden profession? The battle between the two had not yet begun, but the discussions outside could not be stopped. A hidden profession is destined to grow into a big shot. Their attribute bonuses are even more terrifying, and ordinary people are simply no match. The later stages are even more frightening. Johan, who entered the virtual battle arena, was not weak, but when he saw the profession and level of the person opposite him, his expression changed drastically. Before he could think further, a great sword from the opponent slashed directly at him. Johan managed to block this one strike, which was also the only strike. After that, he was overwhelmed by a continuous barrage of attacks and vanished into white light. The crowd looked at Lu Tianchang with awe. They had initially thought that the first place in this round would be taken by Qin Mohan, but with Lu Tianchang's exaggerated performance in battle, they began to waver in their beliefs. The speed of the virtual battles in the dungeon space was rapid, and in the blink of an eye, only 20 people remained in the arena. These 20 were all above level 5, and they would be the students heading to the imperial capital to participate in the special college entrance examination. According to convention, every student on the sidelines had one opportunity to challenge the top 20 students. If successful, they would replace the challenged student and participate in the special college entrance examination in the imperial capital. Those confident in their own strength eagerly chose their challengers again, until only the strongest 20 remained in the arena. This was a competition for their future. No one wanted to miss the chance to enter the best university in the imperial capital. There, they would have access to more dungeon secrets and resources. Essentially, students who entered would grow at the fastest pace. When the last 20 spots were confirmed, all the challengers in the audience had exhausted their chances. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only accept their fate. Jia Yan noticed that Xianchen seemed unfazed, still exchanging glances with Qin Mohan, completely unaffected by the murderous glares around him. Among a group of professionals, a commoner like Xianchen had mixed in, and he was being so ostentatious? Zhao Yan couldn't tolerate it any longer. He immediately stepped forward to mock. Xianchen, you've been in our professional area for so long, what do you think? Do you want to come up and join the fight? Oh, sorry. I almost forgot, you're just a commoner, and a unique level 5 commoner at that. Ha ha ha. The others joined in, following Zhao Yan's lead to laugh. However, Xianchen's expression remained calm, showing no concern for the antics before him. This made Zhao Yan, who had expected Xianchen to fly into a rage and challenge him recklessly, feel a sinking sensation in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that even with such ridicule, Xianchen would still not come up, just as he was racking his brain for a solution. Xianchen's voice slowly rang out. Zhao Yan, your provocation is still so low level. If you want me to take action, you need to see if you qualify. Such arrogant words made Zhao Yan's mouth twitch, and he turned furious. Bastard. You, a commoner, talking to me about qualifications? I want to hear what qualifications you think you have. Simple, we each put up 3,000 star cores, and the winner takes all. If you can't afford it, then get lost. Don't expect me to take action. Xianchen's words quickly caused an uproar, a commoner betting against a professional in a fight, and for 3,000 star cores at that. Everyone knew he was a commoner, an orphan. Where would he get 3,000 star cores? Seemingly aware of everyone's thoughts, Xianchen directly took out 3,000 star cores from his backpack and placed them at the notarization office of the battle arena. This was also one of the functions of the battle arena, specifically for professional combat betting. What? Is this kid crazy? It seems so. I thought Xianchen had good composure, but it turns out he was still provoked by Zhao Yan's words. 3,000 star cores converted to soft currency, that's 30 million. Everyone looked at Xianchen with envy. They were already jealous of Xianchen being close to Qin Mohan, and now they were even more envious. They could only think how nice it must be to live off someone else. Classmate Qin Mohan's family background was so rich that she could casually take out so much money to support a commoner. Qin Mohan was also curious. In just a few days of not seeing him, what had Xianchen done to have so many star cores? Zhao Yan was somewhat dumbfounded. He really didn't have that many star cores on him, only 1,000, which his father had recently given him to buy equipment. However, seeing the eager eyes around him, he quickly came up with an idea. Clearly, those who had just joined in the laughter were definitely enemies of this little brat Xianchen. Everyone, I only have 1,000 star cores on me. Let's all pitch in. As long as we gather 3,000 after the challenge, we'll split the 3,000 star cores and make this arrogant kid pay the price. Hearing Zhao Yan's words, the onlookers quickly pulled out their savings. They hadn't expected that not only could they watch Zhao Yan teach this arrogant kid a lesson, but they could also benefit from it. And since anyone who could become a professional had a decent background, a few quick-witted people each contributed a few hundred star cores, quickly gathering 2,000 star cores. Seeing this, Zhao Yan directly placed the total of 3,000 star cores at the notarization Office of the Instant Space ominously saying, "Kid, now you have no chance to back out. Don't worry, I won't let you in the fight so easily. I'll have my summoned beast eat you bite by bite. Then come on, since you're so eager to deliver the star core to me, I'll reluctantly accept it. Let's go." Xianchen stepped directly into the dungeon space first. Seeing that Xianchen seemed unfazed and still calm, Zhao Yan muttered under his breath, just a bluff." With a flash of white light, the two entered the dungeon space simultaneously and the big screen displayed their images. Zhao Yan was dressed in the rare outfit of a summoner, glowing blue all over. In contrast, Xianchen had no obvious signs of being a professional except for a nice-looking cloak behind him. At that moment, everyone noticed the battle information of the two. Zhao Yan, level 6 summoner versus Xianchen, level 7 commoner. What the hell, how is he level 7? This is an unprecedented level 7 commoner. Ha, but what use is that? I bet Zhao Yan could defeat him with just one summon beast. True, with commoners having such poor stats, what good is a high level? Everyone clearly didn't expect that just a few days after that hellish dungeon, Xianchen had actually leveled up twice. Moreover, he was one of the highest level individuals present. Zhao Yan also saw Xianchen's information. He sneered and was about to continue mocking when his shadow appeared before him, and in an instant, Xianchen's figure was right beside him. But he wasn't a rookie. Sensing danger, he quickly turned his head to the side. Although surprised by Xianchen's speed with his defense, his opponent couldn't possibly break through it. At that moment, the summoner's light in his hand had already lit up, and when his summoned beast came out, Xianchen would be waiting to wail in despair. The onlookers were also somewhat surprised by Xianchen's speed, as if it was a speed even assassins didn't possess, but he was just a commoner who ran fast. Bang! Xianchen's fist struck Zhao Yan's chest under everyone's gaze. Zhao Yan's vision went dark, and with a flash of white light, he appeared outside the arena. The display screen above changed. Instantly, Xianchen wins. What just happened? Everyone watching had a look of confusion and disbelief. What did they just see? A commoner profession killed a professional summoner with one punch? This must be a joke. How is that possible? That commoner doesn't even have a weapon. The only things that look like equipment on him are the two rings on his hands, and Zhao Yan was just killed with one punch? No one could believe what they had seen, rubbing their eyes repeatedly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon space, Xianchen had already taken out all the star cores. He calmly walked up to the arena and stood beside Qin Mohan, becoming one of the 20 people eligible to participate in the special exam in the imperial capital. This scene was not too difficult for Xianchen. His current power attribute was over 600 even without the scythe of immortal fate. Zhao Yan, being a summoner with low health, had only a little over 500 health with his equipment. Even with defensive gear, it was completely useless against Xianchen's final whisper. Seeing everyone around looking at him in disbelief, Qin Mohan's starry eyes flashed with surprise, and a hint of unhidden pride appeared on her lips. Xianchen noticed Zhao Yan still standing there, dazed, and said loudly, "Thanks to Zhao Yan for the 3,000 star cores. Oh, and your spot too." Zhao Yan, coming back to his senses, turned beet red with anger. He hadn't even had the chance to retaliate against Xianchen. The crowd that had followed Zhao Yan, thinking they would make a profit, had already surrounded him. Zhao Yan, you really put on a good show. I didn't expect you to fool us too." Zhao Yan quickly responded, "I didn't. Shut up, don't think I'm afraid of you just because your Zhao guild is big. If you don't compensate for my loss today, I will make you regret it." Some impatient ones had already started shouting angrily, "Return the money, you bastard." The family backgrounds of this group of young masters were not much worse than Zhao Yan's. They all felt their intelligence had been insulted and couldn't help but explode in anger. Not to mention them, everyone present felt that Zhao Yan and Xianchen had set a trap to swindle 2,000 star cores. That's 20 million soft sister coins. Xianchen stood beside Qin Mohan, and they couldn't go over to trouble him, so they focused their fire on Zhao Yan. Under the pressure from so many young masters from the Magic City, Zhao Yan couldn't hold on any longer. He had no choice but to tearfully accept it, promising to compensate them for their losses when he returned, which finally calmed them down. Zhao Yan shot a murderous glare at Xianchen among the 20 people above, wishing he could challenge him immediately. However, due to the rules of the challenge, he could only choose another unlucky person. With his high-level 6 profession and a full set of blue gear, the battle ended quickly. He still didn't think he would fail. Something must have gone wrong just now. Even now, if someone thought Xianchen was problematic and wanted to challenge him, they had no chances left. They could only watch helplessly as a commoner entered the top 20. Even the vice principal, who had once looked down on Xianchen despite hating him to death, could only hold his nose and accept it. He could already imagine the expressions of those people when he brought these 20 to the imperial capital. What would they think when they saw the commoner's profession of Xianchen? Wasn't it clear that no one from Honko No. 1 High School was good enough, needing a commoner profession to make up the numbers? Next, the 20 began to compete for the final ranking. Those entering the instant space again were all doing their best, and the battles became increasingly intense. After greeting Xianchen with a smile, Shin and Mohan also joined the fight. The equipment and skills of these 20 were the best in the entire school, naturally captivating the onlookers. It was unclear if there was any insider manipulation, but after the vice principal gave Zhao Yan a meaningful look, the teacher in charge called out, "First round, 7th match, Zhao Yan vs Xianchen. Ha, you commoner, I don't know what tricks you used to win by chance just now, but this time I will definitely let you feel what a true professional is like," Zhao Yan said with a cruel smile, his voice chilling. But Xianchen glanced at everyone watching him and calmly said, "I concede." Xianchen concedes, Zhao Yan wins. The teacher in charge announced, and everyone was in an uproar. Zhao Yan's face turned ugly. He felt no joy in winning at all. He had originally planned to regain his dignity by brutally defeating Xianchen. Who would have thought the other party would concede directly? This was even more painful than being killed. Even if Xianchen defeated him again, he wouldn't feel this bad. Do you have no backbone? If you're a man, come and fight me." Xianchen didn't even look at him, his eyes only on Qin and Mohan. "Whether I'm a man or not is none of your business. By the way, if you really want to fight me, then just hand over the star cores and we can bet. This time, my stake is 6,000 star cores." Hearing such a large bet from Chen, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. But Zhao Yan was filled with impotent rage. He couldn't possibly come up with that much money. "Everyone, I'm going to challenge this commoner right away. I hope you can help me gather 6,000 star cores. Don't worry, this time it's definitely easy money. I won't give this commoner any chance." However, when he looked at those around him with a pleading gaze, everyone distanced themselves from him, unwilling to lend him money. Just moments ago, someone had lost 2,000 star cores fresh in their minds. Although Zhao Yan's display of emotions was rich, his hatred for Xianchen was all too real. But to everyone, he was just a fool. Wasn't he clearly trying to swindle their money? Some who had just tried to curry favor with Zhao Yan, upon seeing him wanting to borrow money, quickly shook their heads. "No, no. Young Master Zhao, we are just a small family, we don't have any star cores." The people nearby also nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice. Yes. Young Master Zhao, we don't have any star cores." Zhao Yan was so furious that he felt like he was going to explode, but he couldn't vent his anger. His murderous gaze never left Xianchen, but Chen instead became even happier, chatting intimately with Qin and Mohan, making her giggle. The rage in Zhao Yan's eyes was almost consuming him. Second round, first match, Zhao Yan vs Lu Tianchang. Without making him wait long, the second round of the competition officially began. Seeing that his opponent was a strange hidden class, Zhao Yan didn't dare to be careless. After the experience of being killed by Xianchen with a single punch last time, Zhao Yan retreated as soon as he entered the instance, creating distance from his opponent while summoning his summoned beasts. One after another, 3 rare quality ferocious beasts appeared. Zhao Yan's strength was still decent, but he was facing another hidden class. Lu Tianchang didn't even use many of his class skills, directly swinging his giant sword. It was clear that this person's strength attribute was not weak. The giant sword felt weightless in his hands. Amidst the continuous attacks, Zhao Yan quickly had no resistance and turned into white light once again. After just 2 failures in his life, Zhao Yan trembled with anger. Before he could even speak, Lu Tianchang looked over indifferently, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "What's wrong? Not enough? How about we gamble on a life and death match? Dare you?" Zhao Yan was immediately choked into silence, unable to say a word. This Lu Tianchang had completely crushed him with his strength. If they really gambled on life and death in reality, he would definitely die. He could only swallow his anger and continue to glare impotently at Xianchen and Lu Tianchang. Just wait, once he gets the chance, he would definitely make these arrogant two pay the price. The subsequent battles were unremarkable, and Xianchen directly forfeited all his matches, naturally securing 20th place. He had no interest in doing anything that offered no benefits, and as for the chance to have his name on the honor roll of Hong Kong #1 middle school, he was completely uninterested. He just wanted to finish quickly so he could continue leveling up in the abyss of demons and awaken his next red passive. He was not far from level 8. Moreover, he had a new idea. If it worked out, he could not only increase his strength but also earn more star cores. Xianchen was lost in thought, completely disregarding the people present. Not to mention the students below, even the vice principal was grinding his teeth in frustration. Up until now, no one had been able to see through Xianchen's attributes, not even the vice principal above. Because of the hidden effect of his shadow cloak, combined with the isolation from various detection techniques provided by the recently obtained Major General Medal, no one knew about his abnormal attributes. The only information available was the simple class and level displayed on the screen. Soon, the final match arrived. Without a doubt, it was a duel between two hidden classes. Mohan, go for it. Hearing Xianchen's words, Mohan smiled gently. Don't worry, the first place should have been yours. I won't let anyone else take it. After saying that, she moved and was already at the entrance of the instance. Lu Tianchang also walked over with a serious expression, and the two exchanged a glance, clearly recognizing each other's identities. Lu Tianchang, level 7 Dragon Slayer vs Mohan, level 7 Nightwing Archer. When the screen displayed the battle information of the two, everyone stopped talking, their eyes glued to the arena without daring to blink. Lu Tiancheng was experienced in combat. As soon as he entered, he transformed into a phantom, launching a leap attack towards Qin Mohan. This should be his Dragon Slayer skill, which had never been used by anyone before. However, Qin Mohan was not slow to react. Archery skill. Sliding step. Qin Mohan's figure suddenly retreated, dodging the guaranteed hit. At the same time, her already high agility increased by another 40%, making her almost a blur in the arena. Arrows rained down from above, forcing Lu Tiancheng to swing his sword to block. Although the damage was not high, Lu Tiancheng was at a disadvantage from the start. After all, the high agility of an archer was something a warrior could not catch up to. He could only calmly wield his great sword to fend off the arrows. But Qin Mohan's archery skills were extraordinary, always finding tricky angles to penetrate Lu Tiancheng's defenses. Archery skill, sudden rain. Another barrage of arrows descended, and Lu Tiancheng was completely on the defensive. His gaze was cold, and he stomped his foot on the ground. He had one last chance. Explosive step. This was another of Lu Tiancheng's charge skills. Any other profession would likely be caught in the gaps of skill execution, falling into the continuous attacks of a warrior. But Qin Mohan remained completely calm, her arrow steady in hand. With a light step, she activated her exclusive skill as a Nightwing archer. Nightwing, flowing wind. At that moment, she soared several meters into the air, a faint blue light wing appearing behind her, hovering in the air. It made her look like the only goddess in the world, dreamlike and ethereal. At the same time, she did not slow down her attack. The rain of arrows continued to fall. The onlookers were extremely excited, all standing up, suspended in the air. Isn't this ability supposed to be possible only after the fifth transition? This must be a profession-exclusive skill. Didn't the book say we would only have profession-exclusive skills after the first transition? I don't know, maybe it's a benefit of a hidden profession. Flying had always been humanity's dream. However, being able to fight while suspended in the air was basically exclusive to fifth transition professionals. This required a professional to have thousands of agility points to achieve. For those present, it seemed somewhat distant. But this did not include Xin Chen. As long as he was willing, he could easily boost his attributes to agility in just a few levels. As for why Qin Mohan had an exclusive profession skill without transitioning, it was due to the good fortune obtained from the exclusive profession treasure chest after Xian Chen first cleared the hell difficulty. Xian Chen received secret insight, while Qin Mohan received Nightwing, flowing wind. At this moment, everyone knew the outcome was decided. With Lu Tiancheng's current strength, he had no good way to strike an airborne target. He could only helplessly turn into a white light and disappear. Qin Mohan wins. Phew, amazing. The goddess's ability has truly opened my eyes. Taking off before reaching level 10 in the first transition, it seems no one can limit the goddess's steps now. Great, great. Congratulations to Qin Mohan for winning the championship. The vice principal, disregarding his status, stepped down from the podium, praising her repeatedly. He could already imagine taking this batch of students to participate in the special college entrance examination, achieving results that would shock all of Huaxia. Thinking of the honors to be gained, he felt some relief from the frustration of having to bring along Xin Chen, a commoner, to the imperial capital. Thank you. Qin Mohan was polite to everyone, exuding a gentle smile, yet carrying a coldness that kept others at a distance. After finishing her interactions, she ran to Xin Chen's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy, clearly wanting his praise. Not bad, even more skilled in battle than I imagined. No wonder you're little Mohan. Hearing Xian Chen's affectionate address, a blush appeared on Qin Mohan's snowy face. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to take their eyes off. But soon, they were gritting their teeth and glaring at Xian Chen. They acknowledged the goddess's perfection, but her only flaw was her poor judgment in people. Why was she so close to a commoner? It was simply unreasonable. Alright, classmates, this test has come to an end. In 2 days, the school will organize the final group activity, and all professionals present must participate. The vice principal, seeing that everything was over, continued speaking. Upon seeing Xian Chen, the commoner, being so intimate with Qin Mohan, he felt a bit stifled in his chest and quickly said in frustration, "We will enter the world of beasts through the South City Gate. This time it will be real combat. No more of your small skirmishes in the instant space. Everyone, be mentally prepared and disperse." Yes. All the students responded excitedly. For many, the world outside the city was something they had never had the chance to see since birth. Now that they had become professionals, they finally had the opportunity to go out. How could they not be thrilled? Xian Chen, are you going with us in 2 days? Of course, I will go with Xiao Mohan's invitation. Xian Chen smiled, teasingly looking at the eager Qin Mohan, who rolled her eyes cutely in response. But her expression was filled with excitement and joy. Then we have a deal, you must come. Don't worry, see you then. As Xian Chen was about to leave, although Qin Mohan felt a myriad of reluctance in her heart, she could only look forward to the training 2 days later. They had just communicated, and Xian Chen had mentioned that with the college entrance examination approaching, he needed to focus on leveling up. Without the support Of a family background, he had no way to enter those instant secret realms monopolized by certain families. Even though Chin Mo-han had subtly expressed her desire to bring Xianchen along, he still rejected her good intentions. These instant spaces could not compare to the thrill of battles in the abyss of demons. For Xianchen, the tempering between life and death was what led to faster growth. Chin Mo-han did not persuade him further, even though she wanted to be by his side at all times, as the approach of the college entrance examination also meant the days of separation were drawing near. Still holding the pass, Xianchen familiarized himself with the guards as he entered the world outside the city. This pass was valid for a month, and Xianchen modestly did not use his Brigadier General medal to intimidate the city gate guards. Based on his memory, he made his way to the internal camp of the Demon Suppression Army, preparing to seek an audience with General Su. The guard at the entrance was about to stop him when he saw Xianchen directly pull out the Brigadier General medal from his pocket. When that hint of purple flashed in his eyes, the guard was immediately startled and saluted respectfully. Each medal of the Demon Suppression Army was recorded and could not be faked. After the guard went to report, he quickly welcomed Xianchen in with respect. General Su was a bit busy today. Upon seeing Xianchen arrive, he simply gestured for him to sit down and focused on handling his tasks. Once the last document was processed, he rubbed his brow and looked at Xianchen with satisfaction. It's only been half a day since we last met. Xianchen, is there something you need my help with? Su was surprised but still waved his hand. Don't worry, as long as it's not a big deal, I will agree to it all. The myth-level demon you hunted has left many old-timers in Huaxia stunned, and it has allowed us in Modu to make quite an impression. Thinking of the expressions of those old-timers during the recent collective meeting, General Su felt a wave of pleasure. Xianchen, of course, was unaware of General Su's feelings. He did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. General Su, I want to obtain the identity of the Purification Wing to share military intelligence about demons so I can hunt high-quality demons. Xianchen's request left him momentarily stunned, falling into a brief contemplation. The Purification Wing? Huh? It should be noted that the Purification Wing was composed entirely of the military's absolute experts. Everyone inside possesses at least a third-tier combat power and must go through a selection process with a 1 in 10,000 elimination rate before they can become a fully fledged member of the Purification Wing. Therefore, they have the most powerful individual abilities to accomplish seemingly impossible tasks and help humanity gather as much intelligence as possible in the abyss of demons. After all, even though humanity has stabilized its position now, it still remains at a complete disadvantage in this seemingly endless battle. Alright, wait a few minutes and I'll have someone bring your identity token right away. General Su did not think too much about it, regardless of how difficult it was to enter the Purification Wing. Xianchen only needed one token to meet the requirements because he was the only person in the history of Huaxia to have single-handedly killed a myth-level demon. Just as Xianchen was getting a bit bored waiting, there was a knock on the door. Before General Su could speak, a person outside hurriedly walked in. General Su, why are you letting anyone into our Purification Wing? Is this information about Xianchen a mistake? How can he be a civilian profession? This was a thin man in military uniform, draped in a large cloak, with a resolute expression that revealed his indignation. Although he held a token of the Purification Wing in his hand, he did not hand it to General Su. After glancing at Xianchen, he fixed his gaze on General Su, clearly wanting an explanation. Su, who just smiled gently, Ma Hongkai, I actually think like you. I can't understand why Xianchen is a civilian either. However, I assure you that I am delivering a talent to you this time. Seeing Ma Hongcai's somewhat disdainful expression, General Su spoke slowly. Xianchen has killed a myth-level demon. What? How is that possible? Su, who had seen his subordinate's astonishment many times, and Xianchen had long since adapted. So, do you now think I have delivered a talent to you? Of course, if you don't want him, that's fine too. Ma Hongkai quickly shook his head, rubbing his hands and grinning foolishly. The general is indeed thinking of our old Ma. I said with the general's wisdom, there must be a reason for everything. This is Xianchen's Purification Wing badge and a full set of equipment. As he spoke, he handed the badge and a ring to General Su. But General Su did not take it. Instead, he gestured to Xianchen beside him. Ma Hongkai was momentarily stunned, blankly handing the ring and badge to Xianchen. He could hardly believe his eyes and quickly rubbed them again. Level 7? No matter how he scanned, the only information about the person named Xianchen in front of him was that he was level 7. He was instantly dumbfounded. He had never seen anything so outrageous in his life. Xianchen had already taken the badge and the ring. The ring, similar to a backpack space, was exceptionally precious, possessing nearly 2 cubic meters of space. It contained a full set of combat equipment for the Purification Wing, as well as intelligence on the distribution of high-level demons in all areas of the Demon City. Additionally, there was a hexagonal crystal pendant that Xianchen needed most this time. Due to the demonic energy in the abyss of demons, all electronic communication devices had failed. Therefore, the only way to call for help was through a rescue talisman. The rescue talisman was specially made by the military, and once activated, people nearby could sense it. The receiver in Xian Chen's hand, which resembled a pendant, could detect a distance far beyond that of ordinary people. With this item, as long as someone was in crisis or encountered rare, high-level demons, he would rush over immediately. That meant a wealth of experience and various equipment. The key was that he could also increase his attributes through soul devouring. Shen put away the items without any hesitation, thanked them, and turned to leave. At this moment, Ma Hongkai was just regaining his senses. A civilian profession joining the purification wing was one thing, but he was only level 7. Most importantly, he had also hunted a myth-level demon. Ma Hongkai knew that with General Su's rigor, he wouldn't speak carelessly. He also didn't know how to account for Xianxin joining the purification wing. Forget it, this wasn't the first exception. As long as the ability was sufficient, rank didn't matter. Ma Hongkai took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Kid, I hope you possess the abilities that General Su mentioned. Remember, our purification wing does not accept waste. Su Hu said irritably. Ma Hongkai, I think you should pay attention to your status. Although you are the leader of the purification wing in the Demon City, in terms of military rank, you are not on par with Xianxin. He is a colonel. Ma Hongkai didn't want to speak, he felt a bit exhausted. Because he completely couldn't understand this person named Xianxin. Xianxin didn't care about the glaring contest between General Su and Ma Hongkai. After bidding farewell, he passed through the Xiang Gates defense zone and entered the Abyss of Demons. He still needed to hurry and grow stronger. To extract the next skill, Xianxin casually wore the Purification Wings badge on his chest and hung the hexagonal jade pendant at his waist. The journey of leveling up began. Level 15. Skeleton monsters posed no obstacle to him at all. He kept his health below 30%, and at every moment, countless skeletons turned to dust. He casually collected the skulls and continued towards the first map marker. There were elite-level evil spirits there, conveniently located in the direction of the Frost Zone. Along the way, anyone who saw Xianxin in action was left dumbfounded. The speed of his one-hit kills made them think a big shot had come to the low-level area of the Abyss of Demons to slaughter evil spirits. 2 hours later. Ding, your level has risen to level 8. Endless potential erupts. You gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent. You have gained a red myth passive extraction. Extract. As the red light faded, his next red passive appeared. You have extracted the red myth passive. Soul Severing Slash. Soul Severing Slash. When an enemy's health is below 10%, you will instantly execute a one-hit kill. Last time he killed the Bone Prison Envoy, his level was already close to 8, and in just a few hours, Xianxin leveled up again and successfully obtained a red passive. Soul Severing Slash. Just the name sounds impressive. Although the description is brief, it is definitely a weapon for killing high-level evil spirits. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the evil spirit, the more ferocious their counterattack becomes when their health drops too low. And the existence of this passive for Xianxin can directly eliminate that problem. Just right, good luck came unbidden. The jade pendant at his waist began to glow. Someone nearby had used a distress signal. Xianxin didn't hesitate and headed straight for that area, which was close to the Frost Zone. Boom! Boom! Various skills exploded in a colorful display, turning this area of the Abyss of Demons into a pockmarked landscape, for shield warriors were protecting the people behind them. They belonged to a civilian guild, specifically coming to the area next to the Frost Zone to collect unique ice crystal grass. Little did they know that before entering the Frost Zone they encountered a level 33 purple elite demon general. They could only barely defend themselves now, not daring to retreat at all, or they would be taken down one by one even faster. Evil Spirit. Sorcerer, level 33 quality, 5-star elite demon general, health 11,000 skills, life drain, able to absorb life force from enemies through attacks or skills, converting it into their own. Health. Dark shield, creates a shield made of dark energy that absorbs a certain amount of damage. Death grip, grabs enemies from a distance, causing fear and pulling them towards the evil. Spirit sorcerer. Demon summon, summons demonic minions to assist in battle with special attack and support skills. Shadow arrow, fires a dark energy arrow at enemies, dealing significant dark damage. After Xianxin appeared, he saw through all the skills and attributes of this evil spirit sorcerer. Indeed, at this level of evil, their life force was quite resilient and their skills were endless. The practitioners of this civilian guild were not weak, most of them were rare blue-class practitioners, yet they were still being pushed back by the demon minions summoned by the evil spirit sorcerer. If it weren't for a priest at the back desperately pulling their lifelines, they would likely have fallen in the next moment. There were already 20 demon minions, and this civilian guild was nearing the breaking point. The face of the evil spirit sorcerer, shrouded in a black robe, wore a mocking expression as if playing cat and mouse, and he spoke in a harsh, unpleasant voice. Humans, you really have added some fun to my boring life. I almost don't want to kill you anymore. Why not just become slaves to the evil? No more waiting. Shen's body suddenly emerged from the shadows, the badge of the purification wing shining brightly on his chest. Hope appeared in the eyes of the desperate guild members. Their captain's spirit jolted, and he shouted, "Brothers, we are saved. A lord with the purification wing has come to rescue us." At the same time, he looked expectantly at Xianchen, resisting the attacks of the demon minions, and excitedly asked, "My lord, how many demon suppression army are coming behind?" Xianchen looked at him strangely. Was he not enough on his own? "It's just me. Don't worry, just protect yourselves. I will take care of this evil spirit sorcerer right away." After saying that, Xianchen's agility exploded, falling like a meteor into the midst of the demon minions surrounding the evil spirit sorcerer. He. Good, more are coming to die. The evil spirit sorcerer waved his withered claws, summoning several more demon minions to pounce on Xianchen. Although the demon minions had over 2,000 health and their other attributes were not weak, their movement speed was far too slow. Of course, this was only in Xianchen's eyes. With just a few dodges, he shook off the demon minions that were pouncing on him. At the same time, the Scythe of Undying Fate swung, its blade glowing red, triggering a critical hit. The demon minion's health of over 2,000 was instantly reduced to 0. His original power attribute, combined with the Scythe of Undying Fate, was close to 1,000, and with the critical hits double damage. Along with the bonuses from the Ring of Spiritual Eyes and the final Whisper of Light, the damage exploded to over 3,000 in an instant. With just one strike, it left the mercenary group in disbelief. The hesitation of the several shield guards immediately created a gap in their defense. The claw strike from the demon minion brought them back to their senses, and the captain immediately shouted, "Hold on. Don't lose focus. With a big shot here, we are saved." Although everyone had previously seen that Xianchen was alone, young, and even his profession level was undetectable, now, with one strike that killed a demon minion, they felt completely at ease. Perhaps this big shot could really take on a demon general. At this moment, the evil spirit sorcerer also sensed something was off. This human's attack damage was a bit too high. Out of caution, it was better to pin this human down from a distance. Shadow arrow. An arrow infused with black magic quickly approached Xianchen, but he simply extended his right arm to block it. The dark magic didn't even have time to explode before dissipating. This was the invulnerability to all methods. It could immunize 90% of spell damage. This was also why Xianchen went to the Frost Zone. Most of the evil spirits there belonged to spell damage types. Although they were high level and had high attack power, their health was only comparable to that of mages. This could greatly enhance Xianchen's leveling efficiency. Moreover, with such a divine passive ability as invulnerability to all methods, mage-type evil spirits could never one-shot him. As long as the monsters that cannot be killed instantly by Xianchen, they will obediently become his experience. This is a kind of confidence in his own abilities. The evil spirit sorcerer's gaze grew colder, and after summoning the shadow arrow again, he found it had no effect whatsoever. He gave up on this attack. As he began to chant, a dark hand suddenly appeared above Xuanchen's head. This was the grip of death. The fluctuations of this spell could be felt even by the fighters standing at a distance. They now completely believed that this evil spirit sorcerer was indeed playing a cat-and-mouse game with them. Otherwise, under this skill, none of them could withstand it. But Xianchen directly severed the giant hand with the Scythe of Immortal Fate, which was impervious to all laws. Even his fear effect did not trigger against Xianchen. Now, Xianchen was already close, and his life was just barely maintained at 30%. The echo of desperation activated. Next was his turn. Seeing the murderous Xianchen before him, the evil spirit sorcerer felt an inexplicable panic in his heart and immediately protected himself with a dark shield. But the moment Xianchen charged forward, he feigned an attack and appeared behind the evil spirit sorcerer. The massive scythe swung like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, it took away over 2,000 of the evil spirit sorcerer's life points. Since he was already close, no matter how the evil spirit sorcerer resisted, he was just a mage. For Xianchen, it couldn't be simpler. With the final strike glowing red, the evil spirit sorcerer fell to the ground dead with no effective resistance. The demons he summoned also vanished completely. The member of the mercenary group stood dumbfounded in place after witnessing Xuanchen's flawless battle, unable to regain his senses for a long time, especially their captain. As a battle-hardened individual, he could see that every move Xianchen made in battle was practiced and without any unnecessary actions. The formidable evil spirits they were about to be wiped out by seemed as easy to deal with as cutting vegetables in front of this lord. Red passive Soul Devour activated, Strength +3, Constitution +10, Agility +10, Spirit +21. A surge of red light flowed into Xuanchen's body, the power from the evil spirits being absorbed within. Refreshing. This was simply a direct enhancement to the soul. Seeing the big shot squinting his eyes, looking intoxicated while standing beside the demon's corpse with a strange smile on his lips, the captain of the shield guard cautiously approached. He had long heard that those who could become the purifying wings were all freaks, and he didn't expect to actually encounter one. Master, thank you for saving us. All these demon corpses and equipment are yours. We'll take our leave now. After saying this, before Xianchen could respond, they all scattered in a rush. What? Xianchen looked at the fleeing people in confusion. Could it be that he was really that terrifying? He shook his head helplessly and cleaned up the battlefield. He stored all useful items in his storage space. This evil spirit sorcerer surprisingly contributed a third-tier purple staff and boots. Not bad luck. As for the attributes, it was better not to look. After all, Xianchen couldn't equip them even if he looked now. With this setback, the subsequent journey into the Frost Zone would be much easier. When the scene before him turned snowy white, he had arrived at the Frost Zone. This place had an extremely rich frost attribute, generally a place for third-tier or above practitioners to explore and level up. Every creature here leaned towards the mage profession. Xianchen casually scanned the surroundings and found a few level 10 snow wolves. These were just natives, not very powerful. After he casually slaughtered a few, the evil spirits floating in the distance appeared. Snow Demoness, level 33, quality 3-star excellent, life 5000, skills Frozen Beam, fires a frozen beam to attack enemies with a chance to freeze the target. Ice Crystal Shield creates an ice crystal shield to reduce damage taken. Snowstorm technique, utilizing gravity and ice and snow to attack, causing significant damage to enemies. Under the secret insight, all attributes of the level 33 Snow Demoness are clear. Not bad, possessing 3 skills, all of which are ice attributes. The damage she can inflict on herself is negligible. Xianchen did not linger. Upon seeing the evil spirit, he blended into the surrounding snowy landscape, approaching the Snow Demoness in a winding manner. By the time she noticed him, she could only release a freezing beam. Once before Xianchen closed in. Frightened, she quickly unleashed an ice crystal shield. However, it was of little use against absolute penetration. Soon, her 5000 health points dwindled to nothing, becoming experience for Xianchen. At the same time, 3-star cores dropped, along with her unique material, Ice Feather. This item could not only be exchanged for 60 merit points, but could also be used to craft arrows with freezing effects, which should be useful for Mohan. At the moment of her death, the Snow Demoness let out a sharp wail, her voice piercing through the silence of the snowy plains. Xianchen felt no panic or urge to stop. He needed these monsters to come to him. If the number of evil spirits was small, he would kill them all, aiming to level up once more before seeking Qin Mohan. If there were many evil spirits, he could always leave the Frost Zone. Generally, evil spirits do not leave their designated areas unless there is a riot among them. Without making him wait long, just as Xianchen finished collecting the items dropped by the Snow Demoness, 3 more Snow Demonesses of around level 30 floated in from several directions. The freezing beams from 3 directions shot directly at Xianchen, and with one of the Snow Demonesses casting the Snowstorm technique, Xianchen's health finally dropped below 30%. But while taking hits, he had already approached one of the Snow Demonesses, and now his attack had doubled. Coincidentally, as the Scythe of Immortal Fate swung, a red light flashed, triggering a critical hit. With various bonuses, the 5000 health points of the Snow Demoness were reduced to experience for Xianchen in one strike. Of course, as she died, she continued to unleash her death wail. Under the 100% echo of despair, the other 2 Snow Demonesses also turned into experience and materials. Xianchen's speed in killing evil spirits was fast, but the Snow Demonesses, sensing the commotion, came even faster. Xianchen perfectly maintained his health line. As the number of Snow Demonesses increased, he not only did not conservatively recover his health but instead kept it below 20%. His attack power increased by 200%, which meant a 3-fold attack bonus. Every 2 swings of the Scythe of Immortal Fate brought down 1 Snow Demoness. Sometimes, triggering a critical hit meant he only needed 1 strike. 2 days of leveling time passed in the blink of an eye, during which Xianchen only left the Frost Zone once. That time, the number of Snow Demonesses in the field reached 20, along with a level 39 Frost Giant. The Frost Giant had powerful physical attacks, making it somewhat challenging for Xianchen to kill, easily forcing out his trump cards and severely delaying his leveling speed. So he had to exit the Frost Zone for a brief rest. Once his energy was nearly restored, Xianchen re-entered the Frost Zone. This pure leveling and monster killing was monotonous. Very few could sustain such high-intensity battles for such a long time. However, Xianchen enjoyed the process. This was the loneliness one must endure to become strong. As the 2 days concluded, having killed monsters while leveling up by over 10 levels, he finally welcomed a level up. Indeed, the higher the level, the slower the progression, and coupled with the civilian profession dragging him down, it was exasperatingly slow. Ding, your level has increased to level 9. You have gained attribute points: Strength +1, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Spirit +2. Free attribute points to distribute. 3. Endless potential erupts. You have gained 150 free attribute points again. Talent. You have gained a red myth passive. Draw. You have drawn the red myth passive. Thunder Wrapping. Thunder Wrapping. Attacking enemies in front has a 50% chance to trigger. Chain Thunder Power. Damage values depend on attack power and spirit attributes. The number of targets hit by Thunder Power depends on spirit. Current number 4. Xianchen looked at the newly drawn skill, his eyes shining. This is simply a godly skill for leveling up. To put it simply, it's an enhanced version of the electric knife. Moreover, the damage of Thunder Power is based on strength and spirit attributes, which means it will be higher than his normal attacks. As long as it triggers, one strike could take down a whole group. Xianchen suppressed his urge to continue leveling up, having made an appointment with Mohan, and the time to head to the Beast World was approaching. He should complete the date first. After all, this was the first time he had promised Mo Han something. Xian Shen collected all the materials and equipment from the snow demoness scattered around and turned back to the outskirts of the fallen demon land. As his cloak fluttered, Xian Shen activated the shadow concealment effect and moved forward discreetly. He only needed to hurry along the way, with no time to provoke monsters. But the more Xian Shen tried not to kill the evil spirits, the more things went in the opposite direction. Beep. The receiver from the purification wing sounded, indicating someone nearby had used a distress signal. This was not over. After the first marker appeared, Xian Shen was slightly stunned, considering whether to go or not, when even more distress signals emerged. Beep, beep, beep. What's going on? Did the elite evil spirits come out for an event? Forget it. Saving people is a priority. Something must have happened. Xian Shen rushed towards the direction of the nearest distress signal, which was in the area of level 25 little demons. He hadn't expected that when he passed by earlier, this area only had some ordinary level monsters, with very few green quality ones. But now, blue rare little demons were everywhere. Xian Shen did not want to face the little demons at all, mainly because their flying speed was extremely fast and lacking ranged skills made it difficult to deal effective damage to them. The first team calling for help was already visible from a distance. A 5-person team was struggling to fend off the suddenly agitated little demons surrounding them. Leading them was a purple excellent little demon. Purple Wing Little Demon, level 27 rank, 4-star excellent health, 7,000 skills, Demon Flame, spits out a straight line of flame, dealing fire damage to enemies in front, with a chance to ignite, causing damage over time. Eye of Confusion, stares at the enemy, with a chance to confuse them, causing random attacks on surrounding units, including their teammates, lasting 2 seconds. Fear Scream, emits a scream, causing surrounding enemies to flee in fear, temporarily losing combat ability. The surrounding demons continuously breathed fire, and this purple wing little demon occasionally seized the opportunity to use the Eye of Confusion. Fortunately, the 2 warriors leading this 5-person team had both reached the 3rd transfer, providing decent resistance to mental attacks. However, these 2 warriors now regretted why they had been so lustful, bringing 3 second transfer girls to level up. Now, they were in trouble, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Wei, I can't hold on any longer. Why don't we abandon those 3 and break through? One young man whispered to his companion beside him. They were all members of the Flame Guild, originally having nothing to do today, bringing 3 ranged girls to the little demon area to level up. Who would have thought they would end up in such a situation? No. Without their ranged support, our survival time will be even shorter. Now we can only hope someone receives our distress signal and comes to help. The warrior named Wei still had reason. While the young man had already lost his composure, he was following the agile warrior path. After another clash with the little demon, he suddenly dashed out, relying on his speed. Damn it! Wei cursed, while the other 3 girls turned pale with fear. 2 of them were ranged mages, and 1 was a priest. With only 1 warrior left to guard, they couldn't possibly fend off the demons coming from all directions. Just as they were sinking into despair, Xian Shen appeared in a flash. You focus on the other little demons, this purple-winged little demon is mine. The sudden voice startled them, but then they were overjoyed. Someone had received a distress signal. They saw the shining purification wing badge on Xian Shen, which instantly reassured them. This type of flying demon was indeed difficult for Xian Shen to kill. However, with his power exceeding 1,000, he could suddenly reach dozens of meters in height. The purple-winged little demon also sensed the human strength before it and hurriedly had the surrounding little demons shield it, but it was of no use. The scythe of immortal fate swung once, just triggering the thunder binding. As the ordinary little demon in front took damage, a purple lightning chain instantly wrapped around the purple-winged little demon, crackling with a zzz sound, and in an instant, its body was charred black. Xian Shen's attack frequency increased, causing the red passive thunder binding to trigger even more frequently. Little demons fell from the sky one after another. The purple-winged little demon, which thought it could hide in the back and avoid harm, was completely stunned by the waves of thunderous power. What kind of attack was this? Xian Shen clearly wouldn't give it a chance. To think, when he landed and charged at the purple-winged little demon again, it was evidently panicking. It let out a scream that could tear eardrums. Screech. It was a control-type skill, a fear scream. But Xian Shen's form showed no signs of wavering. It was undeterred and continued to gaze at its opponent with its eye of chaos. However, until Xian Shen severed its head, it never succeeded. Thus, the purple-winged little demon fell from the sky in frustration and confusion. A burst of red light shone, triggering Soul Devour, and Xian Shen once again received an attribute boost. With the purple exceptional little demon gone, the remaining monsters quickly disappeared under the efforts of the 4. The 4 immediately stepped forward to express their gratitude. Although Xian Shen looked young, it did not diminish their awe. Sir, thank you for saving us. I am Wei from the Flame Guild. Feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future. The other women also approached, charming and delicate, to express their thanks, their beautiful eyes sparkling. The 3 sisters believed they had sought cooperation with many strong individuals, but the man before them was someone who made their hearts flutter with just a glance. Seeing that the three women wanted to continue introducing themselves, Xian Shen, who was pressed for time, had no desire to get acquainted. With a wave of his shadow cloak, he vanished before their eyes, leaving the three women feeling dejected. The four of them dared not move recklessly. With the demons in turmoil, no one knew what they would encounter next. At least in this area, there was currently no danger. They just had to wait for the demon suppression army to receive news of the demon riot, and the surroundings would naturally stabilize again. As for the young companion who had betrayed them, he was likely in grave danger. Along the way, Xian Shen had already helped countless people. He had also killed an unknown number of purple exceptional demons, making his attributes terrifying, almost as if he had leveled up. However, he had missed the appointment with Mo Han to enter the beast world. At this moment, at the South City Gate, all the professional students had arrived early. Only Xian Shen, the outlier, was missing. The vice principal had long wanted to leave, but due to Qin Mo Han still standing quietly in place waiting, he could only endure and wait for the final deadline. There was no way around it. Whether Rainbow Mouth number 1 could become nationally renowned this time depended entirely on Qin Mo Han. After all, she was the top student of this cohort. Finally, the appointed departure time arrived, and the vice principal quickly spoke up. Students, the time has come, let's go. We are officially entering the world of ferocious beasts outside the city. The dangers here, while not as severe as those in the abyss of demons, still carry the risk of falling, so make sure to stay close to your leading teachers. At this moment, he turned gently to Qin Mohan and said, Mohan, it's time. A flash of disappointment crossed Qin Mohan's eyes, but she had already thought of an excuse for Xian Shen in her heart. He must have encountered some trouble that delayed him. He definitely remembered their agreement. He must. As for the other students who didn't know Qin Mohan's thoughts, they were even more resentful towards Xian Shen. They all believed that as a commoner, Xian Shen must have avoided participating in the group activity to save face. However, Zhao Yan felt a surge of joy. This was a rare opportunity for Qin Mohan to be without Xian Shen. He was determined to showcase his strength in the world of ferocious beasts. Xian Shen had almost fought his way through the Frost Zone to the Demon Suppression Army's garrison. The high-intensity battles were beginning to take a toll on him, and he finally encountered a scouting camp of the Demon Suppression Army. Each of them rode a black horse from the world of ferocious beasts, a creature known for its vitality and endurance. When Xian Shen saw them, the leader, a man clad in silver light armor, also spotted Xian Shen. His mount was a towering cloud tiger, a beast of at least level 25. On his chest, he bore the badge of the Purification Wings. This was quite common among the Demon Suppression Army. Typically, members of the Purification Wings would serve as captains of scouting camps. This person was evidently one of them. However, achieving such a status at such a young age meant he was not an unknown figure in the military. While Xian Shen was contemplating the other's identity, he didn't realize the greater impact he had caused. The scouting camp leader was also secretly sizing up the unfamiliar Xian Shen. It seemed that among the more than 100 members of the Purification Wings from Magic City, there was no one as young as him. But the identity of the Purification Wings was the least likely to be faked. I am Si Ming, the captain of the 15th Reconnaissance Battalion under the Demon Hunting Army. From Magic City. What's the situation from that direction? The Demon Hunting Army was one of the 12 armies from Magic City stationed in the Xiang district. Seeing that the other party was inquiring about intelligence, Xian Shen solemnly introduced, the situation is somewhat dire, but you need to change direction. The elite evil demons in the direction I came from have already been cleared. After Xian Shen finished speaking, he prepared to hurry to his appointment. He had promised Mohan that he would go to the world of ferocious beasts this time, and he was already late. Seeing Xian Shen eager to leave, Siming did not try to keep him, thanking him before preparing to depart. He knew that each member of the Purification Wings had their own tasks, but he still hurriedly asked, by the way, what's your name? Xian Shen. Xian Shen's calm voice came from afar, but the person was already gone. Siming frowned slightly. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the high school student who had first cleared the hell dungeon that General Su had mentioned in their recent chat? Just a few days, and he had already joined the Purification Wings? Captain, should we continue moving in this direction? At this moment, Siming's deputy spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. We'll change direction and continue forward, striving to uncover the cause of this evil demon uprising in one go. Yes. With a command, everyone slightly deviated from the direction where Xian Shen had appeared and continued onward. Siming recalled General Su's high praise for Xian Shen. Since he said that the elite evil demons in that direction had already been cleared, then he wouldn't be speaking carelessly. Back at the camp, all the various guilds in the army were busy preparing to set out. Occasional riots from the evil beasts occurred, but this also meant opportunities. As long as one had confidence in their own strength, high-quality evil beasts, which were rarely seen, would appear, providing advanced equipment. However, Xian Shen was very busy at the moment. He didn't even have time to sort out the valuable equipment on him and immediately left the north gate, heading towards the south gate of the Demon City. There was still a date waiting for him in the world of fierce beasts. When Xian rushed through the south gate with his pass, he found that the camp here was also in chaos. The army seemed to be mobilizing as well. Xian quickly arrived at the camp's exit and stopped a soldier dressed as a scout from the Demon Suppression Army, asking, "What happened? Why are there so many people here?" The soldier was about to explode in anger when he saw the Purification Wings badge on Xian's chest and immediately swallowed hard. "Sir, there has been a riot in the world of fierce beasts outside the south gate, and we need the army's support. All the troops at the south gate are being mobilized. We just received news that a group of high school students from the Demon City is trapped inside, and our scout unit will send 300 people to provide assistance." What? Xian was shocked. The only high school students from the Demon City who entered today should be from Honko No. 1 High School. After the riot of the fierce beasts, the danger inside would be comparable to the abyss of demons. "Take me to your commander," Xian ordered directly. He had to go immediately. Yes, the soldier was just on his way to gather the troops. When they arrived, dozens of tactical vehicles had already gathered. Since the demonic energy in the world of fierce beasts was not that severe, various equipment could still be used as long as they utilized star cores as materials. Moreover, not all fierce beasts in the world had the intention to attack. Some remained docile even after being demonized. When Xian expressed his desire to join, Captain Kong, who was leading the team, immediately saluted, showing his respect. It wasn't because he knew Xian, but because he saw the Purification Wings badge on Xian's chest. Among the millions of soldiers in the Demon City, there were only a little over 100 Purification Wings, which was enough to demonstrate their capabilities. Furthermore, each member of the Purification Wings had the authority to mobilize an entire battalion. This was why Captain Kong saluted immediately. Strictly speaking, Xian could directly lead all of them. "Thank you for your support, sir. The situation is dangerous. We will discuss it on the way," Captain Kong said before quickly organizing the troops. Xian didn't say much. He understood the seriousness of the situation. The fact that the support from Honko No. 1 High School required a commander-level expert to lead the team indicated that things had escalated significantly. Each battalion commander, unless in special circumstances, was a top-tier professional of the 4th transition. Moreover, there were also 300 capable professionals providing support. Everyone swiftly boarded the dozens of all-terrain tactical vehicles. The vehicles sped at maximum speed, disregarding consumption, heading towards the location of Honko No. 1 High School. "Commander, I am Kong Tianyu from the 18th Battalion of the Demon Suppression Army at the South Gate. Half a day ago, a group of students from Honko No. 1 High School entered the world of fierce beasts for training, which is an annual event. I personally arranged for dozens of demon suppression soldiers to escort them in. But just now, I received news from there." At this point, a serious expression filled Captain Kong's square face. There was a riot in the area where they were training. Logically, they were supposed to be on the outskirts and should have been able to retreat easily. But unexpectedly, a four-winged thundercloud leopard appeared. An epic fierce beast, the four-winged thundercloud leopard? Yes. After confirming again, Xian fell into silence. This thundercloud leopard was a dominant force in the world of fierce beasts. With its flying ability, it did not have a fixed location. Four wings indicated that it was a mature 4th transition fierce beast. Moreover, it is an epic-level ferocious beast. Nowadays, I can only hope that so many people can restrain it. For such a high-level ferocious beast, Xian understands that his role is minimal. "Quick! Shield guards, hold your ground. Priests, pay attention to our status. What is that little mage doing? Who told you to cast a spell?" A fierce warrior with a grotesque wound on his face roared madly. He's scared. A student who was about to cast a spell to the ground, rendering him unable to move. "Everyone remember, without my command, do not attempt to attack the four-winged thundercloud leopard. If you provoke it, we all might die here. Do you understand?" "Why, yes." All the students who heard this man's roar trembled in fear and quickly responded. This man was Mo Gang, the leader of the escort team from Honko No. 1 High School. Damn it! How can I be so unlucky? Even on vacation in the ferocious beast world, I encounter a riot and run into such a deadly beast. Where is Kong Erlang? If he doesn't come soon, we're all going to kick the bucket. Although Mo Gang cursed, he organized the personnel for defense in an orderly manner. Fortunately, there were a few tactical vehicles that could set up a simple defense line due to their special materials. Moreover, the teachers from Honko No. 1 High School, at the very least, had 2nd to 3rd tier strength, hoping to hold on for support. When facing an epic-level ferocious beast, every second they could hold on was crucial. Mo Gang had never considered fleeing. The wings on the four-winged thundercloud leopard were not just for show. Any intention to escape in front of it would provoke a fierce attack. But Mo Gang's expression was far from relaxed. Because even in this situation, they absolutely could not withstand the four-winged thundercloud leopard's prolonged attacks. Are we really going to die here? This is really the end. I haven't even gotten into college. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Such a terrifying beast, I don't want to be a professional anymore. The students present had never experienced such a thing. Regardless of gender, some couldn't help but start crying. Shut up. Don't worry, the demon suppression army will arrive soon. As long as we hold on, we will definitely survive. Right. It's just a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Once the professionals from the demon suppression army arrive, the crisis will be resolved. The students from Honko No. 1 High School, surrounded on all sides, were terrified. Even those who were trying to hold on had little confidence. They had only come to the ferocious beast world to hunt some beasts below level 10 for training. Who would have thought they would encounter an unbeatable 4th-tier ferocious beast? Even their vice principal could only follow MO Gang's orders at this moment, trying to protect the students as much as possible. The vice principal was feeling desperate. He never expected that a simple outing to the ferocious beast world would lead to a beast riot. If it were just a simple beast riot, it would be fine. They were not far from the demon suppression army's base and could retreat. Who would have thought they would then encounter this 4th-tier 4-winged thundercloud leopard? Each of these students had significant backgrounds. If anything happened to anyone, Honko No. 1 High School would not escape unscathed. Moreover, they still did not know that the crisis they faced was not an ordinary 4th-tier ferocious beast, but an epic level 1. If this information got out, they would likely lose their composure completely. Only Qin Mohan and Lu Tianchang maintained at least a semblance of calm among those present. However, they were also at a loss. Although their family members had received the news, it would take time for them to arrive. The ones who could get here the fastest were the demon suppression army. The family had already contacted the demon suppression army, and it was expected that some experts would come over. They could only hope to hold on. Qin Mohan felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Xian Shen did not come, otherwise he would have fallen into the current crisis. At this moment, Zhao Yan was already so frightened that his soul felt detached. Just when all the students were free to hunt, he had wanted to get closer to Qin Mohan. Little did he know that before it even began, a ferocious beast riot broke out, followed by the deadly appearance of a 4-winged thundercloud leopard. In just half an hour, as MO Gang and the others were about to collapse, dozens of tactical vehicles from the demon suppression army appeared like saviors, isolating the front line. 300 elite soldiers from the demon suppression army took over the defense line, resisting the charge of the ferocious beasts. Xian Chen's gaze immediately turned to the hidden insight directed at the 4-winged thundercloud leopard. However, due to its level being too high, exceeding Xian Chen's limit by 30 levels, he could only obtain simple information. 4-winged thundercloud leopard, level 49 rank, 7-star epic health, 200,000 attributes. Skills: thunder control, thunder summon, thunder domain, thunderstorm, a bunch of question marks. However, the 200,000 health made Xian Chen sigh inwardly. At his current level, going up against it would be tantamount to seeking death. Even with 5 seconds of invincibility, he could do nothing. Such a beast was not something a single person could kill. Only through the formation of the demon suppression army and using a sea of people tactic could they hoped to defeat it. As soon as Kong Tianyu appeared, he took over MO Gang's command, nodding slightly at Xian Chen before charging to the front line. Because among those present, he was the only one capable of withstanding the true onslaught of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard. As for Xian Chen, he had no right to command a big shot from the purification wing. Boom! With Kong Tianyu's strike landing on the 4-winged thundercloud leopard, the real battle began, and Xian Chen had already arrived by Qin Mohan's side. As Xian Chen emerged from the tactical vehicle, Qin Mohan's eyes sparkled like stars, fixating on him. When Xian Chen reached her side, he gently asked, "Sorry, I'm late. Are you okay?" Qin Mohan's heart was wrapped in satisfaction and joy. Xian Chen had indeed kept his promise and had come. Although the atmosphere around them was somewhat off, with fierce battles already underway, Qin Mohan nodded with infinite satisfaction, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Yeah, I'm fine, but you shouldn't have come. I promised you that I would come to the world of ferocious beasts with you." No one really cared about Xian Chen's sudden appearance. The vice principal merely glanced at the late student and then turned his attention back to dealing with the crisis at hand. Their affectionate exchange was soon interrupted by the intense battle in the arena. The area where the 4-winged thundercloud leopard was located transformed into a domain of thunder. Once the demon suppression army began their attack, it went completely berserk. Each bolt of lightning that fell from the sky resulted in several soldiers from the demon suppression army being severely injured or even killed. Kong Tianyu personally wielded a large shield, continuously using a warrior's unique taunt skill to attract the 4-winged thundercloud leopard's hatred as much as possible. Even so, many professionals were still severely injured within the range of its thunder domain. However, soon other professionals stepped forward to block the gaps. Meanwhile, the ranged soldiers of the demon suppression army, whether archers or mages, dealt pitifully little damage to the 4-winged thundercloud leopard, only a few dozen points, mainly because its speed was too fast. Now, with the protection of the demon suppression army, the teacher team led by the vice principal felt much more at ease. They also began to orderly command the students to join in the ranged attacks. Even if it was just a few points, it was better than nothing. With Kong Tianyu and 4 other powerful shield bearers attracting the main hatred, the attackers behind them had it much easier. Moreover, they were not afraid of the hatred shifting. All ranged attackers began to fire, and Qin Mohan naturally took out her bow and arrow, attacking alongside her classmates. At this moment, Zhao Yan saw that the 4-winged thundercloud leopard was being controlled, and he summoned a few summoned beasts to provide support, proudly watching Xian Shen, who was intently focused on the 4-winged thundercloud leopard at the center of the battle. Only Xian Shen's body was tightly wrapped in the cloak, and in the state of hiding, he already lacked a sense of presence. Apart from those who had a special affection for him, no one else noticed him. As time passed, another half an hour went by, and everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The health of the 4-winged thunder cloud leopard had dropped to just over 20,000, and everyone saw hope. Kong Tianyu also saw the hope of victory. It's almost there. Everyone, increase your output. Absolutely do not give it a chance to counterattack. Priest, keep an eye on our health. Xiao Gang, take your hunting team and prepare for a burst attack, aiming to reduce its survival time when it reaches 10% health. Kong Tianyu systematically laid out the plans, and the person called Xiao Gang was Mo Gang. He had no time to correct Kong Tianyu's address and immediately led dozens of ready third-tier assassins, preparing to deliver the final blow to the 4-winged thundercloud leopard. This group had the highest attack power, making it easy for the 4-winged thundercloud leopard to shift its hatred, which was why they had not acted sooner. Now, the 4-winged thundercloud leopard was about to drop to 10% health, and every beast or demon that surpassed the epic level would experience a surge of power. So it was better to resolve this quickly. Everyone, pay attention, get ready. Vice Principal, organize the protection of the students to avoid the beast's explosion affecting you. Yes, Captain Kong. Upon hearing Kong Tianyu's command, the Vice Principal did not dare to hesitate. He quickly led the students to retreat slightly, surrounding them. Everyone's expressions turned serious and excited. The final battle was about to begin. There was no delay. The health of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard finally dropped to 10%. Roar! Roar! The fierce roars began to echo, and the lightning domain around the 4-winged thundercloud leopard started to expand, instantly enveloping a radius of 5 miles. Everyone present was under this lightning domain, just as Mo Gang and the others, who had been ready to unleash their strongest attack, were about to move. They were stopped by Kong Tianyu, whose expression was grim. Wait, everyone, immediately use all your strength to defend. What's coming next will be an area attack covering all of us. The expressions of every soldier in the Demon Suppression Army changed drastically, and any student who had studied seriously in class knew what was happening. They were facing a type of hidden skill that they least wanted to encounter during a beast's desperate counterattack. That was an area skill, which was simply unavoidable. Kong Tianyu could only pray that their Demon Suppression Army could survive with more people. As for those students, they could only leave their fate to chance. The surrounding lightning domain had already formed, and with the 4-winged thundercloud leopard still having 20,000 health, it was impossible to kill it in a short time. Only by canceling the attack order and letting them defend with all their might could more people survive. Any reckless attack would definitely result in heavy losses. At this moment, the purple aura in the eyes of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard began to spread, and all its power merged into the air. This was its hidden skill, True Thunder Domain Storm. True Thunder Domain Storm instantly detonates all lightning power, launching a covering lightning attack on all enemies within a radius of 5 miles. Preparation time 5 seconds, duration 10 seconds. If anyone could see through the introduction of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard's hidden skill, they would be even more desperate. Under the duration of 10 seconds, it was estimated that no one could last until the end. They would all die. When Xian Shen saw the formation of the vast area skill, he knew there was no escape. In this situation, even he could only hold on until the undying body activated, using his flesh to withstand all attacks, hoping to protect Qin Mohan with 5 seconds of invincibility. But more people would die. At this moment, a sense of unease began to spread in everyone's hearts, and those with shield skills frantically donned their shields. This kind of large-scale skill treated all equally, depending only on who had the stronger will to survive. They anxiously awaited the arrival of the final moment. Xianchen, do you think we will die? The only person in the arena who remained rational and calm was Qin Mohan. She had nothing to prepare, at least in the final moment. She had Xianchen by her side. Even if the final outcome was indeed death, she could face it with composure. Xianchen gently patted Qin Mohan's little head. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. After saying that, Xianchen unexpectedly charged out of the protective circle set up by all the teachers. Qin Mohan wanted to stop Xianchen, but it was too late. Just as she stood up to follow him, she suddenly froze in place. She thought back to her childhood. This phrase she had heard Xianchen say when she was being chased as a child. And not long ago, when they chose the Hell Difficulty Novice Dungeon, Xianchen had also said, the final outcome really was as Xianchen said, nothing would happen. The deep worries that had arisen in Qin Mohan's heart completely dissipated. Xianchen, you can definitely do it. As for the other students, they did not have such strong hearts. The oppressive atmosphere caused some to completely break down. It's over. We're all going to die. How can we withstand the area skill of a 4-turn epic beast with our group of first-turn practitioners? Let's die. Let's die. Everyone. Die. Some even laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Look, how come someone is charging out of the protective circle? That seems to be Xianchen, that commoner. Look. At his direction, is he crazy? Why is he charging towards the 4-winged thundercloud leopard? Will the beast eat him and after being full, it won't attack us anymore? The vice principal intended to stop the student who had rushed out, but upon seeing it was Xianchen, he did not take action, just a commoner after all. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Xianchen fully unleashed his speed. Kong Tianyou's eyes suddenly lit up. The previous situation was progressing towards a good outcome. He had forgotten that among those who had come along, there was also a purification wing. If a miracle were to happen now, it could only be brought by the purification wing. M.O. Gang, immediately assist that officer. In this urgent situation, M.O. Gang saw the area where the students were suddenly in chaos, with one student running out. He was about to curse, but then he heard Captain Kong's loud shout. Along with all the demon suppression army practitioners, they saw Xianchen, due to his explosive speed, revealing the badge of the purification wing as his cloak flew back. Hope rose in their eyes. If anyone in the demon suppression army could create a miracle, it had to be the purification wing. Since Xianchen had his back to the vice principal and the group of students, they still did not know what was happening. They only saw that the demon suppression army seemed to be stirred by Xianchen's appearance. Just as M.O. Gang was about to step forward to inquire, Xianchen coldly spoke, "Get out of the way." After saying that, with a force attribute of over 1,000, he suddenly stomped on the ground and with a loud bang, he shot into the sky like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters high. If Qin Mohan's levitation had surprised everyone at the time, at least they had been mentally prepared. But Xianchen's ascent of dozens of meters left everyone at Hongkou No. 1 Middle School, who were unaware of the situation, frozen in place, unable to believe what they were seeing. Xianchen's attributes had long surpassed their understanding. Character, Xianchen level 9 profession, commoner basic attributes, strength 1139 plus 10, constitution 180 plus 10, agility 181 plus 10, spirit 149. Plus 10, skills, hidden insight, exclusive, passive, last whisper, red myth, endless potential, red myth, soul devour, red myth, undying body, red myth, echo of desperation, red myth, invulnerable to all, red myth, heaven's gap flash, red myth, soul severing slash, red myth, thunder wrapping, red myth. Just before the true thunder domain storm of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard was unleashed, Xianchen charged towards it as if seeking death. But Xianchen was no fool. A flash of red light appeared in his hand, and the enormous scythe of immortal fate emerged. It looked as if a moth was flying into the fire, crashing into the thunder domain surrounding the 4-winged thundercloud beast. His health rapidly decreased, but due to the 90% spell immunity from invulnerable to all, he finally succeeded in reaching the front of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard, even able to see its cruel purple vertical pupils. Once the true thunder domain storm was activated, it could not be interrupted. Unless the human before it possessed the ability to kill him in an instant, everyone present would die. Under the tense gazes of Qin Mohan and all the members of the demon suppression army, and the confused and bewildered eyes of all the teachers and students at Hongkou No. 1 Middle School, Xianchen swung his enormous scythe towards the head of the 4-winged thundercloud leopard. Put! A dark light emerged from the scythe of immortal fate, silent and unseen, and the life of the 4-winged thunder cloud leopard was instantly reduced to 0. This was Xianchen's red myth passive, soul severing slash. When the enemy's health is below 10%, it will directly achieve a one-hit kill. The surrounding thunder elements lost control, surging away like a violent wind, and even those who knew Xianchen would create miracles were left in shock. Not to mention the vice principal and Zhao Yan. They all wore expressions of disbelief. All the students from Hongkou No. 1 Middle School were left speechless. Is this real? Xianchen killed a 4-turn epic beast with one strike? How is this possible? There can't be such a bizarre thing. I must be dreaming. Coming to the beast world today must also be a dream. It has to be. Yes, it must be a dream. I'd rather believe that Xianchen killed me with one strike than believe he killed an epic beast. The place where the students were was in an uproar. They had considered all possibilities but never thought that Xianchen could kill a top-tier 4-turn epic beast with one strike when it still had 20,000 health. A commoner profession, not even at first turn level. Each piece of information listed separately had nothing to do with hunting epic beasts. But it happened just like that. At this moment, Xianchen let out a sigh of relief. The myth passive indeed did not disappoint him. After completing the kill, he fell from dozens of meters in the air, his cloak fluttering behind him. At this moment, due to the change in angle, the vice principal and the others could finally see Xianchen's front. He was now gaping, his eyes, which had just experienced shock, widened in astonishment again. He saw the purification wing badge on Xianchen's chest. At the same time, Qin Mohan and Lu Tianchang also noticed this information. Qin Mohan was naturally surprised and proud. She could confirm that Xianchen becoming a professional was just a matter of days, so he must have obtained the purification wing badge in these days as well. It seemed she really did not know enough about Xianchen. Lu Tiancheng's eyes also burst with blinding astonishment. He had never paid attention to Xianchen, thinking of him merely as a discontented commoner. Only now did he realize how wrong he was. This person was actually one of the purification wings. To know that becoming the purification wing is the direction of his efforts for the next few years. It represents a special status in the demon suppression army. The others, lacking insight, only have one thought in their minds: why is Xianchen so impressive? They had never seen anyone leap to such heights in a single bound. With one strike he could slay ferocious beasts that left everyone helpless. This overwhelming power that descended from the sky made everyone feel as if they were floating in the clouds. At the very least, they knew that Xianchen could not be as simple as he appeared. How could there be such a fierce commoner? Qin and Mohan's star-like eyes closely followed Xianchen, while the girls looked at him with shining eyes. They had thought Xianchen was extraordinary from the beginning, and now, combined with his strength, they couldn't help but start to envy Qin and Mohan's insight. As for the boys who had previously mocked and envied Xianchen, their jealousy only grew. At that moment, Zhao Yan, who had just been placed beside him by the vice principal due to the urgent situation, also looked at Xianchen with red eyes. Why was this commoner who descended from the sky to save everyone not him but Xianchen? What right did he have? Suddenly, the vice principal standing next to Zhao Yan warned him with a stern expression. Zhao Yan, listen to me. I know you and Xianchen don't get along, but from today on, remember, you must try to please Xianchen. He is someone you absolutely cannot provoke. Yes, Uncle San. Zhao Yan quickly responded. Remember what I said. Fortunately, you two don't have any major grudges. From now on, not only should you not try to please him, but at the very least, do not show any hostility in front of Xianchen, or it will bring disaster to your Zhao family guild. Do you understand? I understand. The vice principal did not elaborate on Xianchen's identity. The purification wing was still a distant concept for these students. However, if he knew that Zhao Yan had completely offended Xianchen and even arranged for an assassination attempt, he wouldn't know what to think. If he also knew that Xianchen had already attained the rank of brigadier general, he would be utterly shocked. As soon as Xianchen landed, a red light shone from his body. Soul Devour activated. Strength plus 36, Constitution plus 32, Agility plus 47, Spirit plus 65. This was not the end. He had rushed all the way from the Frost Zone, continuously killing at least rare elite evil spirits. Coupled with the four-winged thundercloud beast he had just killed, which was over level 40, even though the damage dealt by the demon suppression army accounted for the majority and took most of the experience, his level still rose. Ding, your level has increased to level 10. You have gained attribute increases: Strength plus 1, Constitution plus 2, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 2. Free attribute points to distribute. 3. Endless potential erupts. You gain another 150. Free attribute points. Talent. You have gained a red myth passive extraction psi. Now that his level has reached the first transition as a commoner, there are no first transition tasks at all. Every time Xianchen saw the pitifully low 4-dimensional attributes from leveling up, it made his teeth ache. Fortunately, there was still endless potential and the extraction of the red passive to alleviate it. Extraction. This time, the red passive that appeared was undeniably powerful. But for him, it was utterly useless. You have drawn the red myth passive. Time distortion. Time distortion. Manipulate the flow of time, reducing the cooldown time of all your active skills by 80%. This was completely useless. As a commoner, what active skills did he have? Forget it. Now that he had such powerful passives, he couldn't be too greedy. Seeing that Xianchen had already landed, Kong Tianyu and Mo Gang had finished cleaning up the battlefield and quickly stepped forward to salute. My lord, thank you for your assistance. If it weren't for you, there would have been a major accident this time. It's nothing, just a matter of convenience. But Mo Gang, a man with a big build, became shy. Heartbroken, he laid out all the equipment dropped by the four-winged thundercloud leopard in front of Xianchen. He had never seen a monster drop so much equipment. In the past, they had hunted orange epic beasts or evil creatures, and it was already good if they could get one piece of orange equipment. Unlike now, where there was a dazzling explosion of loot, a pile of purple equipment, and 2 pieces of orange epic equipment. Everyone was drooling at the sight. However, Kong Tianyu generously spoke up. My lord, all these items are dropped by the four-winged thundercloud leopard, and they all belong to you. No matter how much equipment there was, Xianchen didn't care, especially since they were the ones who did most of the work in hunting the four-winged thundercloud leopard. He had only delivered the final blow. But the other party insisted that Xianchen choose one piece of epic equipment. With no choice, Xianchen settled on 2 pieces of orange epic equipment. One was a mage's robe, and the other was a ring. He currently owned a life ring and a spirit eye ring. Life ring, 3-star rare requirement, none attributes, life plus 240, automatically restores 10 life points per second. Spirit eye ring, 5-star epic requirement, none. Attributes: physical critical hit rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 50%. One increases life recovery, and the other boosts critical damage and critical hit rate, making them very suitable for him, and he had no intention of changing. But this ring was perfect for Mo Han. Remembering that he had never given Mo Han anything decent, Xian Chen took it directly. This also relieved Kong Tianyu. They expressed their gratitude profusely while Xian Chen had already turned to find Qin Mo Han, preparing to give her a surprise. The vice principal also approached, wanting to get closer to Xian Chen, but Xian Chen merely nodded indifferently. This left the vice principal awkwardly communicating with Captain Kong and Mo Gang. He wasn't blind, he had clearly seen the respectful attitude of the Demon Suppression Army towards Xian Chen. This made him even more curious about Xian Chen's identity. At this moment, Xian Chen had returned to the area where the students were, and everyone respectfully made way. Xian Chen directly found Qin Mo Han, showing her a reassuring smile. See, everything's fine, right? Seeing Xian Chen return safely, Qin Mo Han's light pink lips curled up, blooming with a charm that no sea of flowers could depict. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and joy. Here, I have a gift for you. Saying this, Xian Chen handed the ring he had just obtained to Mo Han. Instantly, the orange glow attracted the attention of all the surrounding students. They had not yet advanced to the first rank, and having blue equipment was already impressive. As for orange accessories, it was simply impossible to possess. Given their family backgrounds, there were indeed accessories of this level in their families. However, they were generally allocated to those who needed them more. And since their levels were too low, with not even a first rank, they could only watch from the sidelines when it came to equipment of this level. Mo Han received it with surprise. It was a delicate silver ring. Set with a purple crystal, it shimmered with a deep and mysterious purple light, and the surface of the ring was engraved with intricate feather patterns. After Mo Han put it on, the ring's attributes appeared. Thunder Feather, 7-star epic. Requirement, none attributes, agility plus 119. Ranged damage plus 30% additional skills. Thunder enhancement, arrow damage increased by 20%, with a 15% chance to inflict a thunder effect, paralyzing the opponent. Feathered Vision, increases vision range by 30% and improves ranged attack range by 10%, allowing the wearer to discover and attack enemies from a greater distance. After reading the attributes, the already surprised Qin Mo Han suddenly hugged Xian Chen tightly. The faint fragrance wafted soft jade in her embrace. Xian Chen simply enjoyed the moment, standing still. Although the two were close, they had never experienced such a public embrace. Realizing what had happened, Mo Han's face turned red as she happily slid a Leiyu ring onto her ring finger. As for the original blue ring, it was directly discarded. Although Leiyu had no equipment requirements, its powerful attributes were tailored for archers. After Qin Mo Han put it on, she immediately wanted to try its enhancements with Xian Chen in the world of fierce beasts. However, with the fierce beasts in chaos, no one dared to stay in place. If another epic fierce beast appeared, it would truly be hopeless. It was unclear where Captain Kong found his confidence, but seeing Xian Chen there, he led his men to continue suppressing the fierce beast chaos in other areas. As for Xian Chen and the others, they only needed to head back, naturally arriving at the Demon Suppression Army camp at the south gate, where the danger was relatively low. The return journey took just over an hour, with all fierce beasts being level 10 or below. Led by the vice principal, the teachers once again let the students roam free, allowing them to form teams and kill monsters to gain experience. However, every time the vice principal tried to get close to Xian Chen and probe his abilities, he found Xian Chen engrossed in affectionate exchanges with Qin Mo Han, completely ignoring the vice principal's eager gaze. Naturally, Xian Chen and Qin Mo Han teamed up. Since they had already made a move, Xian Chen saw no need to hide his strength in front of this group. When his terrifying and grotesque scythe of immortal fate appeared, the speed of the fierce beast chaos in their area couldn't keep up with their killing speed. With the enhancement from Leiyu, Qin Mo Han's Nightwing Archer traits were brought to the extreme. Having teamed up with Xian Chen before, every time she elegantly drew her bow, groups of fierce beasts were hit and drawn in. At the same time, her damage output far exceeded that of a level 7 professional, causing Lu Tiancheng, who was nearby struggling to kill monsters, to feel apprehensive. Ever since he was defeated by Qin Mo Han, he had been thinking about how to beat her. Little did he know that as a hidden profession, her growth rate was not any weaker than his. As for Xian Chen, he had never considered competing with him. Competing with others was one thing, he wouldn't compare himself to a freak. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, every swing of Xian Chen's scythe brought down several fierce beasts. There were even instances of lightning chains that encompassed all nearby fierce beasts, resulting in mass deaths. With his level rising to 10, Xian Chen's mental attribute had now reached 220 points, and the number of lightning entanglements had increased to 7. Their exaggerated monster-killing speed left not only the students but even the vice principal dumbfounded. Even though they had already reached the third transfer, they still needed to rely on skills to achieve instant kills. Unlike Xian Chen, who could achieve such killing speed with simple attacks. Now, everyone slowly accepted the fact that Xian Chen had killed a fourth transfer epic fierce beast and saved them. All along, they had mocked each other as a commoner clown. In the end, they realized they were the true clowns. The vice principal couldn't help but cast resentful glances at Xian Chen. This student had tricked him quite badly. They still didn't understand what the previous Hell First Clear was about, or why Zhao Yan was killed in one punch. After a long journey back, they took a full 2 hours to return to the South Gate camp. Qin Mo Han also successfully leveled up to 8, becoming the highest level player after Xianchen. Everyone returned safely, and the vice principal breathed a sigh of relief. Students, this training in the world of fierce beasts ends here. 3 days later, the top 20 students from last time will head to the imperial capital for a special examination. As for the other students, prepare yourselves. The National College Entrance Examination will take place in 6 days, which will determine where you will master more professional courses in the future. Xianchen, we have a few days until we take the vocational entrance exam. Are you nervous? Hearing Mo Han's question, Xianchen nodded seriously. Yeah, I'm nervous. Humph, you don't look nervous at all. Qin Mo Han rolled her eyes cutely, speechless. To be honest, she was still a bit nervous deep down. There were 3 top universities in the imperial capital, but without a doubt, the one with the strongest heritage was Jinghua University. However, the requirements for talent and strength to get in were too high. Over the years, basically, only those with hidden professions qualified to pass the assessment. In her view, Xianchen had nothing to worry about. He would definitely be able to enter Jinghua University. As for herself, although she had high hopes, no one could guarantee it. Moreover, she didn't want to trouble her family with this matter. Xianchen casually asked, we have a few days left, do you have any plans? Qin Mo Han's eyes lit up, quickly shaking her head and looking at Xianchen expectantly, and no. Sure enough. Then let's go take a look at the Abyss of Demons together. Our levels are similar, let's try to get you to level up before the college entrance exam. Qin Mo Han immediately agreed cheerfully. It wasn't just because Xianchen was helping her level up, her family had a faster and more scientific way for her to become stronger. It was because this seemed to be the first time Xianchen had actively invited her. At this moment, in the general's mansion of the Demon Suppression Army, all the major leaders under General Su were present, their faces serious as they discussed the upcoming battle plan. The chaos caused by the evil demons was escalating, showing no signs of stopping. The scouts sent out to gather information, as well as the strongest individuals in the army, the Purification Wings, had suffered heavy losses. All intelligence pointed to one place. The source of the chaos was deep within the Frost Zone. Seeing that everyone still had no substantial progress, Ma Hongkai, the head of the Purification Wings from the Demon City side, became anxious. General Su, why don't I go in directly to probe the depths of the Frost Zone? I believe there is no one stronger than me in the army. No. Before General Su could speak, a middle-aged man in a black robe with golden patterns interrupted. He was Sun Wanguang, responsible for intelligence gathering in the Demon City, a special profession as a 6-turn black wizard. This won't do, that won't do. Are we just going to wait here? Or continue to let my people die? As he spoke, Ma Hongkai stood up, slamming the table. He had never liked Sun Wanguang. Several of his Purification Wings had gone missing during this chaos caused by the evil demons. Ma Hongkai, shut up. Wanguang, please continue with your thoughts. Hearing Su Hu speak, Ma Hongkai had no choice but to sit down, disgruntled. He was not only a member of the Purification Wings but also a 6-turn hidden blade. He was the most powerful assassin hidden profession from the Demon City side. Now, just sending the Purification Wings to scout had resulted in several team members going missing, which made it hard for him to remain calm. Sun Wanguang's side currently, regarding the evil demons, although we have held our ground and even managed to reclaim some evolved land at times, we still know very little about them. The chaos caused by the evil demons in the Demon City has not occurred for about 10 years. Each previous chaos came quickly and left just as fast, with a very small affected area. Unlike now, where it has spread over a large area and we can't even find the cause, losing many excellent scouts and Purification Wings in the process. However, we still cannot stop the probing this time, yet we cannot send out too strong a force. I believe everyone here knows what lies deep within the Frost Zone. Upon hearing Sun Wanguang's words, everyone present looked grim. This information came from a few years ago, when a Purification Wings assassin risked their life to bring back a message. The entrance to the depths of the Frost Zone had at least 2 legendary-level evil demons. Legendary-level evil demons would require a large deployment of the Demon Suppression Army to defeat using a sea of people strategy. Now that the other side showed no movement, they could not act either. However, those who are above the 6th transition cannot do so. Even the strongest at the 6th transition, no matter how skilled they are at stealth, cannot truly hide from the evil beings. They seem to possess a special technique that allows them to sense the flow of energy. So, to continue our investigation, the weaker the person we send in, the better, while still possessing strong personal abilities to obtain real intelligence for us, Sun Wanguang said, quietly looking at General Su. Strong personal abilities can only be found within the Purification Wing. As for being of low strength, he remembered that a few months ago, General Su's daughter, Su Wingshan, had joined the Purification Wing early at the 2nd transition, and she should just have reached the 3rd stage now. Su Hu understood Sun Wanguang's meaning and knew that his daughter was indeed the most suitable person. Alright, I'll send a message right away for Ingshan to return from the imperial capital. No, Ma Hongkai directly refused. He regarded Su Ingshan as his own successor, wanting to cultivate her into the best assassin in Huaxia. Moreover, even if she were called back now, it would not solve the immediate problem. Su Ingshan just left a few days ago to return to school for the Secret Realm exploration at Tsinghua University. This is a big deal. Even if she comes back now, it would still cause delays. Sun Wenguang was unfazed and said calmly, then let's discuss further if there are any more suitable candidates for a task that involves deep infiltration into the Frost Zone, where survival is nearly impossible. The chances of success for anyone other than those from the Purification Wing are minimal. Ma Hongkai knew that Sun Wenguang was speaking the truth. All the members of the Purification Wing under his command appeared in his mind, but only Su Ingshan had the lowest level, yet her strength and stealth abilities were unparalleled. Could it really be that they had to summon her back? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Ma Hongkai's mind, and General Su also had a flash of inspiration. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously thought of someone. Ma Hongkai suddenly slapped his forehead. I thought of the most suitable person. He is a member who just joined the Purification Wing a few days ago, and he should be the most appropriate. Sun Wenguang frowned. Could someone who just joined handle this task? Su, who also nodded in agreement, looking around. If there is only one person who can accomplish this, then I support that person. Everyone present looked at General Su in confusion. It was the first time they had seen him so confident in someone. Because this person has single-handedly hunted down a myth-level evil being. The meeting room fell silent for a moment, and the confusion and disbelief in everyone's eyes turned into shock. After exiting the South City Gate, everyone dispersed. Most of the family members waited at the city gate to take their young masters home. Qin Mohan and Xian Chen were heading to the Abyss of Demons. After speaking with Uncle Kong, the butler who came to pick her up, the two got into the car simultaneously. Uncle Kong, take us to the North Gate. I plan to go to the outskirts of the Abyss of Demons with Xian Chen for some training. All right, Mississippi. Uncle Kong said nothing more and fell silent after responding. He still maintained a low-key image, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. But Xian Chen would never underestimate him. It seemed that ever since he accidentally saved Mohan 10 years ago, he had been following her. Even now, with Xian Chen's keen insight, he still couldn't discern Uncle Kang's level. This meant that his strength exceeded Xian Chen's by at least 30 levels. Sitting in the hover car, Qin Mohan and Xian Chen chatted and laughed alone the way, discussing some amusing stories. With Xian Chen's past life experiences, he had seen various landscapes that were not even mentioned in books and encountered all kinds of fierce beasts and evil beings. This rich experience and knowledge made Qin Mohan exclaim in surprise. Meanwhile, Uncle Kong, who was driving seriously, also had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ding! Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, and Xian Chen frowned as he took out the receiver belonging to the Purification Wing. Who is looking for me? The contacts on this list are not ordinary people. A glint flashed in Uncle Kang's eyes. This seemed to be a means of communication unique to high-ranking military officials. After Xian Chen read the message, his mood suddenly soured. It turned out that General Su had another mission. He said it was serious. Aside from him, there seemed to be no better candidates, and the sooner, the better. After weighing it in his mind, Xian Chen took a deep breath and made a decision, apologizing. Mohan, I'm sorry. I might not be able to go with you this time. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Qin Mohan, who had been chattering away, suddenly fell silent. Her eyes revealed an unmistakable sadness, but she quickly concealed it well and pretended to be indifferent, saying, It's fine, Xian Chen. We can go to the Abyss of Demons together. Next time, it's not a big deal anyway. But Xian Chen seriously took Qin Mohan's hand, gazing intently into her eyes. Mohan, going to the Abyss of Demons with you is the big deal. It's just that my current situation is a bit urgent. Next time, I promise I won't break my word. Hearing Xian Chen's seriousness, Qin Mohan no longer felt sad. Taking advantage of the last few days, she planned to return to her family for special training. She had to catch up with Xian Chen and absolutely could not just lag behind him. However, after arriving at the North Gate and parting ways with Xian Chen, Qin Mohan still couldn't hide her disappointment. Let's go back, Uncle Kong. Yes. Uncle Kong also felt a bit emotional. It seemed that since he had been following the young lady, all her joys and sorrows were related to this Xian Chen. He actually had a good impression of this boy. But did the young lady know that, given her background and family status, it was impossible for them? Entering the North Gate, time was tight. After General Su personally introduced the situation to Xian Chen, he solemnly patted him on the shoulder. Xian Chen, this mission can be said to be a matter of life and death. If it can be avoided, I won't agree to let you enter the depths of the Frost Zone. But you must be cautious, your safety comes first. If things become untenable, just leave and don't go deeper. When you return this time, you can enter the Demon Suppression Army's treasury and choose any item you want. Faced with such a generous reward, Xian Chen said nothing more and nodded steadily. General Su then took out 5 vials of potion and handed them to him. These are 5 vials of Frost Guardian obtained from the auction at the Illusionary World Chamber of Commerce. They will allow you to endure longer in the Frost Zone. Frost Guardian effect increases the user's frost resistance by 20%, duration 10 minutes. This effect cannot be stacked. Xian did not stand on ceremony. After taking them, he turned and walked out of General Su's sight, disappearing from everyone's perception in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ma Hongkai couldn't help but speak up. General, can this Xian really do it? Don't worry, I trust my judgment. Xian exited the Xiang Gate and hurried on his way. The chaos in the skeleton monster area on the outskirts of the Abyss of Demons had long been quelled, and more adventurers seeking opportunities had entered deeper areas. Although the risks had increased, it also meant that the rewards were several times greater than before. As long as he stayed close to the Demon Suppression Army, even encountering large-scale elite demons could be managed. The Demon Suppression Army maintained a supportive attitude towards the civilian guilds and many independent practitioners following them. This would greatly enhance their speed in suppressing the chaos. However, this time, the demon riot was uncertain, and there was still no sign of it calming down. Many members of the Demon Suppression Army had given up on advancing further, camping in place to secure the surrounding areas. And due to the shadowy nature of his cloak and his civilian profession's exclusive skill, Hidden Insight, Shadow Cloak, 5-star epic. Wearing requirements, none. Attribute, Agility plus 65, Constitution plus 12, Spirit plus 24. Attached skill, Shadow Veil. When in a non-combat state, it greatly reduces the chance of being discovered. The lower the level, the smaller the chance of being detected. He could always find gaps, swiftly and discreetly slipping through the demon's blockade. Now he had officially entered the Frost Zone. This was an area where level 30 demons were active, and the snow maidens he had seen before were everywhere, but they had at least turned into blue rare variants in terms of rank. After killing these monsters, he could trigger Soul Devour, enhancing his attributes. If it weren't for the timing, Xian would have made a move to collect all these demons. Xian wrapped his cloak tighter. The deeper he went, the more intense the biting cold became. After finishing the outer edge of the snow-white frost zone, the world before him began to shift from white to blue. It was a dreamy blue, but once Xian stepped into it, he realized it was a deadly blue. He lost 1 health point every second due to the cold. This was caused by the overly dense frost elements in the environment. With his immunity to all methods, this was only 1 point of damage. For others, it would be not just 1 point, but 10. Now, there was no wind or snow around, but the world was filled with blue ice crystals. Xian became more cautious. Level 39 frost giants were everywhere in this area. There were even purple frost giants of an undetectable level lurking. He had no desire to deal with these tough, purely physical demons. He nimbly weaved through the gaps in the ice layers. Although his health was continuously declining, the life ring provided a recovery effect every second. There was no need to use potions yet. Oh, Xian looked ahead in surprise. Under his hidden insight, he discovered a different color. Based on his past experience, he already knew what it was. It was the glacial leaf that could dissolve in the cold ice. It looked like ice crystals but was as thin as paper, making it hard to see unless one looked closely. Only with Xian's hidden insight could he spot it and not miss it. Xian used a tool to carefully melt the surface ice, and the glacial leaf was in his hands. This was the second rare treasure he had found since gaining hidden insight. After all, it could enhance some specific attributes. These items were valuable but hard to sell, fetching a high price. However, Xian consumed it directly. Frost resistance +2, not bad. The starlight grass he found last time gave +2 spirit, which was slightly better than frost resistance. But starlight grass was hard to find, while the glacial leaf was much easier to come by. Xian continued to delve straight into the frost zone without deliberately searching and discovered 3 more glacial leaves. He wasn't short on money, so he consumed them directly. Frost resistance +2, frost resistance +2. P.S. Before the great battle, here are the protagonist's current red passive attributes for easy reference later. Exclusive skill, Hidden Insight, possesses keen insight into all objects, capturing the surrounding environment, discovering enemy weaknesses, and seeing through the attributes of enemies not exceeding level 30. Red passive, The Last Whisper. Each attack ignores the enemy's defense, directly dealing true damage based on the user's attack power. If the attack results in a critical hit, it will provide an additional bonus to the absolute destruction effect, making the critical damage even more lethal. Endless potential, you will gain an additional 150 free attribute points with each level up, which can be freely allocated to strength, constitution, agility, or spirit. Soul Devour, you can absorb the souls of elite monsters to grow your attributes, with the value depending on the quality of the enemy. Undying Body, when health drops to 1%, the Undying Body automatically triggers, preventing health from decreasing, and you will be immune to all damage for 5 seconds. At the same time, during this period, health cannot be restored by any means, and the cooldown time for this passive skill is 10 hours. Echo of Desperation, when your health drops to 30%, increase attack power by 100%. When health drops to 20%, increase attack power by 200%. When health drops to 10%, increase attack power by 300%. When health drops to 5%, increase attack power by 400%. When health drops to 1%, increase attack power by 500%. All laws unharmed, you will be immune to all types of spell attacks: fire, water, earth, wind, thunder, and other elemental attacks, reducing damage taken by 90%. You will also have immunity to various negative states such as poison, silence, stun, etc. Celestial Flash. When you perceive the enemy's weakness, you will trigger Celestial Flash, dealing 10 times critical damage. Soul Severing Strike. When the enemy's health is below 10%, you will execute a one-hit kill. Thunder Entanglement. Attacking the enemy in front has a 50% chance to generate a chain of thunder power, with damage values depending on attack, power and spirit attributes, and the number of targets hit by the thunder power depends on spirit power. Current number 7. Time Distortion. Manipulate the flow of time, reducing the cooldown time of all active skills by 80%. All grade levels: white normal, green fine, blue rare, purple excellent, orange epic, gold legendary, red mythical. The light blue world in front changed again, and continuing deeper is the true depths of the Frost Zone. Xianchen stopped, took out the hexagonal jade pendant of the purification wings, and quickly sensed it. Before he could act, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A master. Xianchen was startled, but when the newcomer revealed their face, they exchanged surprised glances and spoke simultaneously. "It's you." This person was Si Ming, the four-turn assassin whom Xianchen had encountered on his way back. Xianchen could not obtain more information. Clearly, he also possessed some item that blocked detection. Now he was alone, one of the furthest members sent by the purification wings. As for the others, they had long been sent back to contact General Su. Xianchen recalled General Su's instructions. It turned out that the person waiting for him in the depths was Si Ming. "If you had come a little later, I might have had to go back. The ice damage here is too deadly, reducing my health every moment. Further ahead is the extreme cold forbidden area of the Frost Zone, where only ice elements can thrive, and once you step inside, the ice damage will increase 5-fold every moment. Moreover, I just used a special detection talisman to sense from a distance, and there are indeed 2 legendary level evil spirits auras inside. And even now, various evil spirits are still escaping from there, entering the outskirts of the Frost Zone. The rest is up to you. For someone like me, a 4-turn practitioner, it's hard to hide among legendary level evil spirits, especially in this single attribute special environment. The higher the level we probe into, the more obvious we become in the eyes of the evil spirits." Si Ming detailed all the information he had recently detected to Xian Chen and solemnly saluted him. The two parted ways. Si Ming, due to his continuously declining health, had to exit this area and wait on the outskirts for Xian Chen's support. If the cold of the blue area was still bearable, then the cold of the extreme cold forbidden area completely exceeded the limits that an ordinary person could endure. Even Xian Chen felt the bone-chilling and heart-pounding cold. His health was also dropping at a rate of 5 per second. Fortunately, the life ring was restoring health at a rate of 10 per second. However, the physical pain could not be eased. Xian Chen resisted the urge to immediately use the Ice Guardian but had not taken a few steps when he suddenly felt an unusual heat at his neck. It was the Scythe of Immortal Fate. At this moment, it seemed to be stimulated by something, emitting a faint red glow. Xian Chen was taken aback and quickly grasped it. Scythe of Immortal Fate. Fragment. Usage requirement none. Grade chaotic artifact. Origin unknown. Currently in a fragmented state, has forcibly recognized its master. Attributes: attack plus 150, attack plus 10%, for basic attributes plus 10. Skill: Encounter of Fate, luck plus 20, insight plus 20, charm plus 20. Forced Edition cannot be turned off after activation. This chaotic artifact of unknown grade was the only weapon he could control, and it couldn't have any issues. But after repeatedly checking, Xian Chen found that there was no problem at all. It just suddenly exhibited an anomaly, and at the same time he felt a hint of desire. Xian Chen looked doubtfully at the extreme cold forbidden land he was about to enter. What exactly was there? But the desire of the Scythe of Immortal Fate did not conflict with his exploration of information. Upon entering, Xian Chen controlled his body to the utmost, making not a single sound. This place occasionally had awakened evil spirits, all of which were high-level evil spirits of the 5th transformation. After Xian Chen passed through a massive frost canyon, the view before him suddenly opened up. The number of evil spirits he saw was astonishing. As far as the eye could see, they were all extreme ice attribute evil spirits, with no shortage of epic-level evil spirits. Frozen Wraith, level 56 grade, 5-star excellence. Ice Witch, level 55 grade, 4-star epic. Glacier Evil Spirit, level 60 grade, 7-star epic. Snow Domain Lich, level 62 grade, 7-star epic. But at this moment, they were all prostrating on the ground, looking up in awe at the distant high platform. Xian Chen dared only to glance with his peripheral vision and then remain still, because he saw a mature legendary level evil spirit. Snow Demon Queen, level 67 grade, 7-star legend, Demon King. Ice Demon, level 69 grade, 7-star legend, Demon King. A grave expression appeared in Xian Shen's eyes. This should be the legendary level evil spirits that General Su and the others spoke of feeling, indeed terrifying. Even before getting close, he could feel their oppressive aura dominating this realm. They, like the many evil spirits below, were not prostrating but had a look of reverence in their eyes, staring into the distant void. At this point, Xian Shen could actually return and report back. High-level evil spirits generally chose to lie low and cultivate. And now, with so many evil spirits awakened, this should be the true reason for the chaos among the evil spirits in the outer regions. Because this batch of the most powerful evil spirits awakened, they also awakened more evil spirits. With too many elite evil spirits appearing, a riot was naturally bound to occur. At this moment, Xian Shen was extremely cautious, each movement becoming more careful. Fortunately, all the evil spirits had their backs to him, and with Xian Shen's level 10 weak aura, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't attract any evil spirit's attention. If it were before, Xian Shen would have turned around and left immediately. He was almost done here, but the desire from the scythe of immortal fate compelled him to continue forward. Fortune favors the bold. He wasn't without means to cope. Finding a relatively safer path, Xian Shen continued deeper into the extreme cold forbidden land. He understood that this evil spirit riot was caused by the awakening of the most powerful evil spirits in front of him, and this group of evil spirits awakening should be due to what they were staring at. What is this? As Xian Shen walked halfway, he finally realized what had attracted the attention of all the evil spirits. In the distance was a magnificent palace shrouded in wind and snow, and a human woman was battling a frost giant dragon in the air, exuding an aura that was definitely that of an 8th transformation powerhouse. Moreover, every strike she exchanged with the frost giant dragon in the air was earth-shattering. It could completely rival his past life. Xian Shen was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? In his previous life as the foremost master of Huaxia, he absolutely did not recognize the woman before him. Who was she? The battle between a person and a giant dragon was so terrifying that the storm created by their clash was beyond the capability of ordinary evil beings to withstand, and they were at least 100 miles apart. At the same time, this dragon-shaped evil being was undoubtedly a mythological level monster, its pride not allowing any other evil beings to intervene. Xian Shen was clearly not among them. His faint aura was insignificant amidst the chaotic elements of heaven and earth. Such a level of battle could not determine a victor in a short time. As he got closer, Xian Shen could clearly see the woman's appearance. She had an exceptionally slender figure, with cascading long hair reaching her waist, dressed in golden soft armor that clung tightly to her delicate body. It was actually a set of legendary equipment. Under the perfectly fitting golden armor, every part of her was breathtakingly beautiful. Her waist was as slender as a willow, her curves flowed like water, and her chest and hips were perfectly shaped. Anyone who looked at her would be entranced. However, she wore a golden mask that covered most of her face. Yet, even the exposed lips, like pearls, shimmered with a noble glow. Her exquisite chin resembled beautiful jade, showing no flaws. Xian Shen was certain that he did not know this goddess-like woman. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her combat skills were also terrifying. She wielded a light red, long sword, clearly a mythological level weapon. Although her delicate body seemed as small as a willow leaf, the icy storm generated by her sword was no less than the attack of that giant dragon. The collision between the two was like a comet crashing, the space trembling, and the hills in the forbidden area being flattened by the storm. Xian Shen, who was several dozen miles away, was tightly pressed against the Xian ice in front of him, struggling to hold on to avoid being swept away by the storm. This was too terrifying. To be able to challenge a mythological level evil dragon with a human body was unheard of. The person and the dragon were thus locked in a stalemate in the air. They had been fighting for over 10 hours without a victor. Xian Shen watched their battle with a surge of emotions, feeling envious, wondering how long it would take him to return to his peak. But he was not too discouraged. Once he returned to his peak, his strength would definitely reach another level. By then, hunting these mythological level evil beings would be like child's play. Right now, he was not there to watch a show. He had more important things to do. The desire for the scythe of immortal fate lay ahead in the palace. Xian Shen cautiously avoided the aftermath of their clash. Fortunately, they were fighting far up in the sky. Moreover, battles of this level could not allow for even a moment of distraction. Xian Shen's aura, only at level 10, was completely as weak as an ant to the massive frost dragon. This allowed him to successfully reach the grand palace's entrance. He looked up again at the person and dragon still locked in a deadly struggle. Under his secret insight, it was still clearly they were far beyond his strength. Even at such a close distance, he could not even probe their names. Xian Shen dared not continue to observe and hurriedly entered the palace. The bone-chilling cold inside was even more piercing. Just a few steps, and his life points were dropping by 6 per second. At the same time, this magnificent palace was incredibly vast. Indeed, dragons, regardless of their type, all loved to collect treasures. The place was adorned with star cores, shining brilliantly, but Xian Shen did not dare to move much. If he attracted the attention of this frost dragon, it would be a death sentence. Fortunately, the scythe of immortal fate could give Xianchen a general direction, preventing him from getting lost in the enormous palace. Even so, after several twists and turns, Xianchen finally arrived at the center of the great hall. Here lies a bottomless azure spring. The icy breath within has reached a level that can freeze one's soul. Ordinary practitioners would die upon contact. Yet, Xianchen's gaze was fixed tightly on the surrounding area, where there were hundreds of glacier leaves, more than half of which had already matured. Xianchen suppressed his excitement and did not act immediately. This must be the most precious place of the frost giant dragon, and one could easily meet with disaster. Just as Xianchen was using his hidden insight to avoid several areas of abnormal energy, the battle outside the hall suddenly intensified. After several hours of high-intensity combat, both sides being powerful ice attribute beings, the damage they could inflict on each other was limited. However, there was no impatience in the frost giant dragon's enormous pupils, only deep mockery. He had merely been awakened after 100 years. Since this human woman had disturbed him, he would play with her a little longer. Now he was merely leading his opponent into a certain death trap. When he truly unleashed his power, even if this human possessed nearly 9 turns of strength, she would only have a dead end. Xianchen checked repeatedly, bypassing 9 unusual areas, and confidently collected all over 100 glacier leaves. At the same time, he quickly consumed them. Frost resistance +2, frost resistance +2, frost resistance +2. Xianchen felt that the cold, which had just pierced his soul, was no longer so unbearable. No wonder the frost giant dragon had not arranged for anyone to guard this palace. Even with 90% resistance from his myriad laws, it was difficult to endure such cold. The most deadly part was that his life points were decreasing every second. He did not know what means these evil beings possessed, but they seemed to be unaffected. After consuming 30 glacier grasses, Xianchen had reached the limit of how many of this spiritual herb he could take. At the same time, his frost resistance had increased by 60 points. Although this could not be specifically reflected on his panel, Xianchen estimated that his frost attribute resistance had likely increased by another 5%. Now, combined with the myriad law's immunity, his frost resistance had reached a terrifying 95%. At this moment, Xianchen looked towards the deep azure spring. It was time to enter, for inside lay the object desired by the scythe of immortal fate. Foolish human, waking me up, playing with me for so long, now you can die. Suddenly, the heavy voice of the frost giant dragon pressed down on everyone's hearts. At the same time, his entire aura suddenly released, forming his frozen domain, where his power would become even stronger. After continuous battles, how could a single human compare to his dragon body? Now, it was time to end the fight. Ice Blade Storm. The frost giant dragon flapped his wings, unleashing unavoidable ice blades within the domain, each containing enough damage to severely injure this human woman. Yet she did not evade, her sharp eyes flashing with determination. This was the ability possessed by myth-level evil beings, with numerous powerful hidden skills. But she would not lose. This time, no matter what, she had to obtain the heart of the frost attribute dragon. Forbidden technique, Frost Blossom. The woman's long hair flowed without wind, and the long sword in her hand radiated a heart-stopping blue light, like a brilliant star. As she swung her arm, the long sword sliced through the void, emitting a sharp whistle as it aimed directly at the frost giant dragon's head. This strike left the world with only this color, ripples in space spreading outwards. For the first time, the frost giant dragon's enormous eyes showed shock. How could a mere human possess such powerful damage? However, this was not enough. The frost giant dragon roared again, his frozen domain suddenly contracting, forming a massive ice crystal coffin that sealed him inside. Boom! The collision of the two sudden ultimate moves caused the wind and snow between heaven and earth to completely dissipate. Moreover, since both of them possessed the frost attribute, the collision of their attacks did not dissipate in an explosion of power. Instead, it fused together, becoming even more terrifying. Centered around them, within 100 miles, nothing remained except for this palace. The group of evil beings watching from a distance were all filled with dread. Fortunately, they were far away and did not intervene in this Lord's affairs, or they would have met a fate worse than death. Crack! The ice crystal coffin covering the frost giant dragon began to shatter, and a blood hole appeared in its chest, continuously oozing blood. Each drop of dragon blood that fell stirred up a storm of frost. But the human woman fared worse. Her breath was faint, almost imperceptible. Although she had consumed a life potion, it was nowhere near enough compared to the blood she had lost and her injuries. Moreover, her strength, which had been close to the 9th transformation, had plummeted after using the forbidden technique. Now, she was left with only the strength of the 6th transformation. Her body fell from the sky, and her heart sank to the depths. She never expected that after years of preparation to break through to the 9th transformation and hunt the myth-level frost giant dragon, she would still fail. Was she really going to die here? The frost giant dragon forcibly suppressed the panic in its heart. It was so close. Just a little more, and that sword would have pierced its dragon heart, causing it to fall on the spot. Yet that human woman, for some reason, did not concentrate all her power to unleash it upon its dragon heart. Now, he was the ultimate victor. Ha ha ha. Human, is this your trump card? It's nothing but this. In such a weak state, this emperor only needs a finger to easily crush you. Ha ha. Crack crack. Boom. The Sudden sound interrupted the frost giant dragon's reckless laughter as the palace it had spent countless years and effort building collapsed before its eyes. As luck would have it, after the palace collapsed, the eerie blue spring, due to its special location, was not buried but instead was conspicuously exposed to the air. And Xian Shen happened to be at the center, facing the frost giant dragon in the sky with a bitter expression. At the same time, the graceful woman also fell towards his location. Upon seeing the empty glacier leaves in the place where Xian Shen stood, the frost giant dragon was instantly filled with uncontrollable rage. Despicable humans! You dare to try to steal this emperor's treasure. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Die! In a fit of rage, the frost giant dragon, disregarding its severe injuries, forcibly gathered its skills once more. Ice crystal piercing. 5 beams of ice crystal light instantly coalesced in the frost giant dragon's claws, flying towards the woman in Xian Shen with an unmatched force. At that moment, the woman had already landed and was caught by Xian Shen, alleviating the impact. The fragrant scent enveloped him, but he had no time to feel it as a greater crisis loomed in the sky. The woman also realized she was in the arms of a strange man. With just a cold glance, she made Xian Shen's body stiffen, prompting him to let her go. Her pride would not allow her to lie in a man's embrace. At that moment, she struggled to stand in front of Xian Shen, her tall figure matching his. And when this frost-like woman saw Xian Shen's level information, confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. Level 10? At that moment, the 5 world-destroying ice crystals had already flown towards the two of them. She quickly steeled her resolve, turning her back to Xian Shen, gathering all her strength, ready to unleash the forbidden technique once more. Even if she had to die, she would make this giant dragon accompany her to the grave. Xian Shen sensed that this woman seemed to be about to do something foolish. Her breath was already weak, yet she still thought of fighting. He could not bear to watch such a human expert fall here. Without a second thought, Xian Shen rushed forward and embraced the woman. This action directly caused the strength she had painstakingly gathered to dissipate. This is the first time the woman has spoken, her voice crisp like that of a young girl, yet carrying the authority of someone in a high position. But she had no time to say much more, only a deep sense of unwillingness in her heart. Because the 5 ice crystals had already pierced through and appeared before them, she was now completely unable to unleash her forbidden technique again. Just as she was about to stab Xian Shen with her sword, Xian Shen moved. He embraced the unfamiliar woman and suddenly turned, jumping into the deep blue spring, while placing the scythe of immortal fate behind him. The 5 ice crystals, releasing an astonishing might, also reached Xian Shen's back in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 5 loud bangs echoed one after another, and Xian Shen's health instantly dropped to 1%. The immortal body was triggered. In reality, he had 95% frost resistance, and the frost attribute's explosion caused limited damage to him, but the impact from the ice crystal piercing was something he could not withstand. He held the golden-clad woman tightly, plummeting into the deep blue spring like a meteorite. The frost giant dragon seemed to be uneasy, hesitating for a moment before also diving into the spring. This place was one he had stumbled upon, and for someone cultivating the frost attribute, it was the best training ground. But even he did not have a deep understanding of this place. The frost giant dragon sank quickly, and even at depths he could not bear, he still could not see the figures of Xian Shen and the woman, clearly indicating they had sunk to an even deeper bottom. Thus, he returned to the surface with peace of mind. How deep this spring was, even he could not ascertain. Within it lay a biting cold that devoured life. These 2 humans, one severely injured, the other with a breath as weak as an ant, had also endured his 5 ice crystal piercings. They might have already died before. Now, they had sunk into this deep blue spring. There was no doubt they would be reduced to nothing but bones. When the cold spring water enveloped her body, the golden-clad woman closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. She never expected to die in a man's embrace one day, but a few seconds later, aside from the cold current continuously draining her life, there was no pain from the skill piercing. When she opened her eyes, she was astonished to find they were sinking rapidly, and the young man who should have died from that blow was using the impact to sink deeper, while downing one life potion after another. Seeing the golden-clad woman staring blankly at him, Xian Shen offered her a bottle of life potion. Do you want one too? The golden-clad woman finally came to her senses, feeling her life value decreasing every second, and the rate of decline was accelerating. She quickly took out a bottle of life potion and drank it, alleviating the speed of her life decline. Fearing the pursuit of the frost giant dragon, Xian Shen continued to sink. He only stopped when he could no longer sense the presence of the frost giant dragon. Can you let me go now? The golden-clad woman suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and cold, piercing to the heart. Amidst the coldness, there was also an overwhelming authority that made one unable to resist. At this moment, Xian Shen realized he was still tightly holding the woman. Just now, in the face of danger, there was no time to feel the warmth of her body. Now he noticed how exquisite and soft her form was, especially the astonishing curve of her chest, exuding a fully mature allure that was bone deep. Xian Shen quickly let go of the woman, awkwardly saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you in the heat of the moment. The golden-clad woman regained her composure, looking at the young Xian Chen with a strange expression, her jade lips slightly parted. You have quite a bit of courage, coming to the core of the frost zone to see death. Thank you for what you did earlier. What is your name? Xian Chen did not hide it and replied directly, Xian Chen. The woman nodded, as if to remember it. Xian Chen immediately followed up, casually sweeping his gaze over the woman whose golden armor seemed unable to contain her figure, and quickly asked, Big sister, what's your name? The woman shot him a cold glance, too lazy to respond. Xian Chen felt frustrated. That's not fair. I told you my name, shouldn't you, out of courtesy, tell me yours? But the woman remained cold and replied, because I am not a polite person. Then, big sister, think about it. We are in this together, facing life and death, and we don't know how long we'll be stuck in this cold spring. Shouldn't we get to know each other better? However, Xian Chen's words had no effect, instead making the golden-clad woman's expression solemn. Right now, you should be considering how much longer we can survive. You probably don't have much life-restoring potion left, do you? In this chilling deep spring, our lives are decreasing every second. With my life value, I can hold on for a while, but what about you? How long can you last? When the potion runs out, that will be our moment of death. Moreover, there are frost giants waiting for us above. Although you have delayed our death, the final outcome will not change. Xian Chen knew the woman was speaking the truth. Above them were the pursuing mythical monsters, and below was the unresisting deep cold damage. No matter how one looked at it, there seemed to be no possibility of survival. But for Xian Chen, going down didn't just mean deep cold damage, it also meant the desire for the scythe of immortal fate, perhaps even hope. He would not give up. How much longer can you hold on? Xian Chen asked seriously. The golden-clad woman estimated her health and the number of restorative potions she had, quickly providing an answer. I can probably hold on for about 2 more hours. When the time is up, we must ascend. I would rather die fighting than die here in humiliation. This deep blue spring was not strictly water, but an energy body formed from condensed frost attributes. Otherwise, even with their extraordinary bodies, they wouldn't be able to stay underwater for so long. Xian Chen nodded. Then you should take these glacier leaves. First, hold on as much as you can. I'll go to the bottom of the spring to see if there's any chance of survival. Saying this, Xian Chen directly pulled out a handful of glacier leaves. The crystalline leaves emitted a faint blue glow, surprising the golden-clad woman. Even with her abilities and resources, she had only consumed a dozen glacier leaves so far, and where did a level 10 little warrior get such abundant resources? However, the golden-clad woman knew the situation was urgent, so she only picked out a dozen glacier leaves from the bunch. She understood that not only was she indebted to Xian Chen for his interference in saving her life, but just the favor of these glacier leaves was something she felt she owed him. After seeing the golden-clad woman consume them, her frost resistance should be able to last a bit longer. Xian Chen had to hurry to find the desire for the scythe of immortal fate and a glimmer of hope. The golden-clad woman was not surprised by Xian Chen's descent. She had just felt that this miraculous little warrior named Xian Chen had an astonishingly high frost resistance. In this depth, where the frost attributes could inflict massive damage on her every second, it seemed to have little effect on Xian Chen. She didn't know what prompted her, but for the first time, she softly said, "Be careful." Xian Chen paused slightly but did not stop, continuing to sink rapidly. Time was tight, and he didn't know how deep it was below or how far. The desire for the scythe of immortal fate was. If he couldn't hold on until he reached the bottom, his restorative potions would run out, and then he would truly be facing death. Xian Chen continued to descend, and now, his life value was decreasing at a rate of 30 points per second. The recovery speed of the life ring at 10 o'clock can no longer keep up. He must constantly use life potions to maintain his health. After using more than half of the life potions he carried, Xian Chen still had not seen the bottom. Although he had a vast storage space, he couldn't possibly carry too many life recovery potions. He decided that this time when he returned, he must buy enough of these potions. However, no matter how Xian Chen thought about it, his potions were being consumed at every moment. Right now, he still had a chance to survive if he turned back. But if he continued to sink, it would truly be a matter of life and death. Xian Chen gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Success depends on human effort, while wealth and nobility depend on fate. Opportunities are often found in danger. Moreover, based on the reaction of the immortal fate scythe, he should not be far from his goal. He had not forgotten that even though it was already powerful enough, it was still in a fragmented state. Xian Chen steeled his resolve and continued to sink. At the moment when his life was about to reach zero, he finally took out the Frost Guardian that General Su had given him. Frost Guardian effect increases the user's frost resistance by 20%, lasts for 10 minutes. This effect cannot be stacked. According to Xian Chen's understanding, a 20% resistance should be considered a top-tier potion. He already had 95% frost resistance, and now with the enhancement of Frost Guardian, his plummeting body no longer felt cold. Instead, his life value increased at an exaggerated speed. This was a 115% frost resistance. At this depth, even a frost dragon would perish within a few minutes against his vitality. Xian Chen felt an immense sense of dread. If it weren't for the Frost Guardian given to him by General Su, even if he knew there were good things here, he wouldn't have been able to sink so deep. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Xianchen consumed 4 bottles in a row and his heart began to waver, the monotonous deep blue finally showed a different color. Suddenly, a seed shaped like a water droplet, radiating brilliant ethereal light, appeared before him. The surface of the seed was covered with ice crystal-like patterns shimmering with a cold glow, while a crystal blue liquid seemed to flow continuously inside. The moment he saw it, Xianchen felt a serene warmth in his heart. And it was the very thing that the immortal fate side longed for. Xianchen quickly used his hidden insight to observe carefully. Kanglan seed asterisk. More ellipses? At this moment, every second spent here increased the danger. Xianchen's life value was now recovering at an exaggerated rate of hundreds of thousands per second, with green light bursting from his body. As soon as he lost the enhancement of the Frost Guardian potion, it would turn red, and he would die instantly here. Xianchen hurried to act. When he reached out to grasp the Kanglan seed, pure frost attributes enveloped him. Before he could make a move, the Kanglan seed automatically transformed into a beam of light and merged into the immortal fate scythe behind him. Feeling the burning sensation of the immortal fate scythe, Xianchen quickly took it off. Now it possessed a different ethereal glow, and when he grasped it again, its attributes had completely changed. Immortal fate scythe 1/5. Usage requirement none. Grade chaotic artifact. The core of the world formed from the chaos at the beginning of creation. It was once held by the creator god who governed the life and death of all things, possessing the mysterious power to reap life and grant rebirth. In an unknown divine war, the energy core shattered. Only by collecting 5 seeds containing the power of the creator god can it be unsealed and restore its former divine power. Kanglan seed collected, life seed missing, flame seed missing, storm seed missing, star seed missing. Attributes: attack plus 1000, attack power plus 50%, for basic attributes plus 100. Skill: fate encounter, luck plus 100, insight plus 100, charm plus 100. Forced addition cannot be turned off after activation. Kanglan domain: create a water domain with a radius of 300 meters depending on mental value. Inflicts 300 points of water damage per second to enemies within. While in the Kanglan domain, you will have a 100% bonus to all attributes, including attack, healing, control, etc. Consumes 100 mana points per second. No cooldown time. Can be activated at any time. Kanglan instant. You will perform a quick teleportation in any water area with a current teleportation distance of 300 meters depending on mental value, and cannot be interrupted during the teleportation. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Immortal skill: 5 immortal judgments cast using the immortal fate scythe as a medium. First skill: Kanglan soul devouring slash, ignores all means of the opponent, forcibly deprives 30% of attributes for 9 seconds, and adds a 9-second seal state. No skills can be used during the seal while inflicting 400% damage of a normal attack. The state cannot be triggered repeatedly on a single target. No consumption. Cooldown time of 10 minutes. Second skill. Third skill. Fourth skill. Fifth skill. After reading the new attributes of the immortal fate side, Xianchen was instantly stunned. This is not just 10 times stronger, it is simply unreasonably powerful. Now the ellipses of the immortal fate scythe can be roughly understood. It originally had such an exaggerated origin, related to the origin of the chaotic world. Its source power possesses 5 divine seeds, and only after gathering them can it become a true chaotic artifact. But even now, with just 1 Kanglan seed, it is already terrifyingly powerful, equipped with 3 major active skills. Among them, there is an area damage domain, a teleportation activated in water, and even an immortal skill. It has the ability to continuously reduce the enemy's status while inflicting massive damage. Of course, the red passive time distortion he drew earlier finally has a place to be used. An 80% reduction in active skill cooldown is enough to change the outcome of many battles. For example, his teleportation, which was activated every 10 seconds, now directly becomes every 2 seconds. As long as he fights in a place rich in water elements, he is basically invincible. Even without a water area, he can create a combat domain using the Kanglan domain. One can only say that this time he delved deep into the frost zone, crossing through the encirclement of high-level evil spirits. It was simply worth it. Of course, he still felt a bit lucky. In this world, he believed that only he could dive so deep and still survive. No one else could possess an exaggerated 90% magic immunity like him. As for taking this type of resistance potion, they generally have uniqueness and cannot be stacked. So, even now, Xianchen still felt that he had gambled a bit on luck. But, in the end, he won the gamble. However, the current crisis has not yet been resolved. When the Kanglan seed disappears, the synchronization of the deep blue spring begins to dissipate rapidly, and the frost spiritual power within is continuously flowing away. Meanwhile, the frost giant dragon above the deep blue spring is currently recovering from its injuries. The sword wielded by the golden-clad woman, which carries a severing attribute, has left it in a severely injured state. It will take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. However, while he was absorbing the frost attribute by the deep blue spring, he was shocked to find that the various water attribute energy solidifying was rapidly decreasing and the water level of the spring was continuously dropping. What is happening? The frost giant dragon was furious. This frost attribute spring was its most precious possession, containing various water attribute energies. As the great frost fury ice dragon, it entered this insignificant lower plane through the dark star, not knowing when it would be able to return. The only thing that brought him comfort was this source of energy before him that allowed for infinite growth. Now it was actually gone? Roar! With a giant roar, he suddenly flew towards the deep blue spring, continuously sinking down. This was not an illusion. The ice attribute that once could tear apart his flesh was gone. He dove deeper recklessly, wanting to find out what had happened. At the moment the Kanglan seed disappeared, the woman in golden clothes also keenly sensed the weakening of the surrounding icy attributes to the point where they would no longer harm her. Although she did not know how this astonishing change occurred, she had a feeling it must be related to Xuancheng. At this moment, Xuancheng was also rapidly rising, intending to meet with that woman first. Now that the Kanglan seed was gone, under such a huge change, the frost giant dragon would surely sense it. Whether they lived or died next depended on the state of the woman in golden clothes. At this time, Xuancheng's attributes also rose again. Character, Xuancheng level 10 profession, commoner basic attributes. Strength 1280 plus 100, Constitution 240 plus 100, Agility 244 plus 100, Spirit 220 plus 100, Skills, Hidden Insight, Exclusive, Passive, Last Whisper, Red Myth, Endless Potential, Red Myth, Soul Devourer, Red Myth, Undying. Body, Red Myth, Echo of Desperation, Red Myth, Invulnerable to All Laws, Red Myth, Heaven's Gap Flash, Red Myth, Soul Severing Slash, Red Myth, Thunder Entanglement, Red Myth, Time Distortion, Red Myth, Due to Xuancheng's extreme focus on stacking attack power, he now possessed over 1300 in strength. He wondered if seeing this would scare those of the same level to death. Among the current practitioners of the same level, none could even hope to match the slightest fraction of his strength attribute. Moreover, if he added the 1000 points of attack power from the Scythe of Immortal Fate, along with a 50% bonus, his basic attack would now have over 3000 attack power. When Xuancheng met the woman, he hadn't even had time to feel happy before the frost giant dragon appeared simultaneously, its furious dragon eyes seeming ready to spew fire. At this moment, concerning life and death, Xuancheng quickly asked loudly, "How much health does this frost giant dragon have left?" The woman in golden clothes had already drawn her long sword again, coldly replying, 1 million left. Xuancheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How much? He suppressed the excitement in his heart and nervously asked the most important question, what is its total health? 12 million, the woman in golden clothes said, already entering a combat state, and coldly added, I will use my forbidden technique again to sacrifice all my power to kill it. You, stay far away, try to escape. After that, she might die, but this would also repay Xuancheng's life-saving grace. The woman in golden clothes sighed inwardly. However, upon hearing her answer, Xuancheng was overjoyed. 1 million corresponding to 12 million total health meant that the frost giant dragon's health was already below 10%. He had the chance to kill it with a single soul-severing slash. Xuancheng's excitement was lost on the woman in golden clothes. It was only then that Xuancheng realized what she intended to do. Her resolute expression suggested she was about to go down in flames with the dragon. Xuancheng quickly reached out to pull her back, causing the momentum she had painstakingly built up to falter. Moreover, this was already the third time this young man had offended her. Even the icy composure of the woman in golden clothes could not help but show anger. Xuancheng, however, spoke calmly, there's no rush, it's not yet time for you to risk your life. As long as I can get close to this frost giant dragon, I can kill it. The woman in golden clothes clearly did not believe him. 1 million health, a level 10 little warrior. What could he use to kill it? His naivety? Seeing that the woman in golden clothes did not believe him, Xianchen smiled lightly and confidently. It seems you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? If I kill the frost giant dragon, then let me see your true face beneath the mask. How about that? The woman in golden clothes stared seriously into Xianchen's eyes, but there was no frivolity or arrogance in his gaze. Only a peaceful appreciation, a desire to understand her completely. The woman in golden clothes did not speak again. It was too late for any words now. Fine, she would trust him this once. If she truly failed, then so be it. Death was the worst that could happen. After all, she owed him a life. The fierce assault of the frost giant dragon began, and Xianchen quickly spoke, you find a way to entangle him, I'll look for an opportunity to get close. With that, Xianchen swiftly distanced himself from their battlefield. He had promised to go kill the frost giant dragon, but in the blink of an eye he had retreated, leaving the woman in golden clothes furious. There was no other way. Xianchen, a level 10 professional, could be torn apart by even a stray wave in such a battle, not to mention that his immortal body was still on cooldown. He needed to find an opportunity to get close to cut the scythe of immortal fate into the frost giant dragon's body. Only then could he trigger the soul-severing slash. However, Xianchen clearly underestimated the situation. In just one encounter, the woman in golden clothes was completely suppressed by the frost giant dragon. She might not be able to hold on until Xianchen found a chance to get close. When the ice elements began to coalesce again between the frost giant dragon's claws, Xian Shen's heart sank. This strike would not merely take half her life, it could very well kill her on the spot. Xian Shen was puzzled as to why the woman had been able to fight back against the dragon before. Why was she so weakened now? Even her breath remained steady at the 6th transition level, and she had not recovered at all. Little did Xian Shen know, the woman in golden clothes had used a forbidden technique, sacrificing her level 30 as the price. From level 90, nearing the 9th transition, she had directly dropped to level 60, 6th transition. Moreover, this was a permanent decrease, unable to recover. She would have to spend a long time leveling up again. This was the experience required for a level 30 in the later stages, which was immense. But there was no choice, this was the cost of the forbidden technique, otherwise she would not have been able to severely injure the frost giant dragon in one blow. If Xian Shen had not stopped her earlier, she would have forcibly used the forbidden technique Frost Blossom again. This time, she would have to sacrifice all her levels to unleash the previous power. After one strike, she would likely be left with no life. But now, the woman in golden clothes felt helpless. In this situation, she would still fall. Xian Shen had clearly sensed this as well. He had only one remaining ranged skill to support the woman in golden clothes. He quickly took out the scythe of immortal fate from his back and, with all his might, swung it. Immortal technique. Kanglan. Soul devouring slash. An invisible ghostly light instantly struck the frost giant dragon, and 4 times the attack erupted on its massive body, resulting in a faint wound. Although the frost giant dragon was somewhat surprised that Xian Shen could break through his defenses, this level of damage was hardly even considered a wound. But just as the frost giant dragon's furious gaze turned to Xian Shen, a deep blue halo appeared, and the attack he had gathered in his giant claws dissipated with a sizzle. All of his strength fell into a weakened state, reduced by 30%. Now, the frost giant dragon was completely panicked. The loss of power was an experience he had never encountered before. No matter how he gathered ice spirit power to release skills, it was ineffective. Quick, entangle him. Seeing that the woman in golden clothes was also distracted by this strike, frozen in place, Xian Shen shouted urgently. The duration of the soul-devouring slash was now only 9 seconds. Coming back to her senses, the woman in golden clothes stepped forward again. This time, she was barely able to restrain the frost giant dragon. After all, the frost giant dragon could only rely on its physical strength now. Under the endless skills of the golden-clad woman, one man and one dragon finally matched each other. But the frost giant dragon remained fierce, each casual strike from its explosive body causing the earth to shatter. Xian Shen cautiously dodged the aftermath of the battle and quickly approached. In this vast, deep spring, when he was still 400 meters away from the frost giant dragon, the dragon also noticed Xian Shen. In fact, it had long been aware of this ant-like human. What could it do even if he got closer? Moreover, after experiencing the initial panic, it had already sensed that the seal on its power seemed to be weakening. In a few seconds, its strength would return. By then, these two despicable humans would all have to die. At this moment, Xian Shen was already within 300 meters. The frost giant dragon seized an opening, repelled the golden-clad woman, and swept its thick tail across. A human actually dared to approach the great frost fury ice dragon? Then let him turn to mush under this strike. The golden-clad woman's expression changed, but it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as Xian Shen was struck by the dragon's tail. Ocean wave instant. The distance was sufficient, and still in the water, Xian Shen finally revealed one of his most important trump cards. The battle had just begun, and due to the great distance between them, he couldn't directly use teleportation to approach the frost giant dragon. This would easily alert the dragon to something unusual. Moreover, even with a cooldown of only 2 seconds under time distortion, he could easily be targeted by the frost giant dragon during those 2 seconds. With his current physique, even a casual touch could be fatal. But now, the one who should die was this evil creature. As Xian Shen teleported, he appeared right above the frost giant dragon, the enormous scythe of immortal fate swinging down. Evil creature, die. A moment of daze appeared in the frost giant dragon's eyes. This human actually possessed teleportation. But soon it revealed disdain. Again, a level 10 human, no matter how many tricks he had, wanting to get close enough to kill it was undoubtedly wishful thinking. Moreover, it was the great frost fury ice dragon. How could it be compared to those lowly beings corrupted into evil creatures for power? But the great frost fury ice dragon soon realized how wrong it was. When the side of immortal fate made contact with its tough dragon scales, there was no obstruction at all, slicing into its head as easily as cutting through tofu. At the same time, a black light burst forth. The soul-severing slash was activated. The frost giant dragon's nearly 1 million life points were instantly reduced to 0. The nearly 1,000-meter-long frost giant dragon crashed down. What just happened in this moment? The golden-clad woman, who had just seen Xian Shen suddenly teleport to the frost giant dragon's head, was about to provide support. But then the dragon's vitality suddenly vanished, collapsing right at her feet. And Xian Shen, like a dragon slayer, still had the blade in his hand resting on the dragon's head, grinning and teasing. Hee, how about it, big sister? Do you believe I can kill this giant dragon now? At this moment, the golden-clad woman was completely shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the fallen giant dragon before her. Since she first saw Xianchen, she had known he might have some unusual means. From initial surprise to awe, she was now utterly astonished. A level 10 little warrior could actually achieve a one-hit kill on the frost giant dragon. Was there anything more outrageous than this? Finally, the golden-clad woman managed to suppress the turmoil in her heart. She calmly approached the frost giant dragon's heart, raised her knife, and a heart-radiating dragon might with frost attributes appeared. The golden-clad woman directly took it, her starry eyes solemnly looking at Xianchen. I need this frost giant dragon's heart. Everything else, including the equipment, belongs to you. I owe you a favor. Xianchen didn't care. He was currently immersed in the exhilaration of leveling up 3 times. Kill the mythical creature, the Cold Fury Ice Dragon. Soul Devour activated. Power plus 267, Constitution plus 510, Agility plus 124, Spirit plus 430. Ding, your level has risen to level 11. Ding, your level has risen to level 12. Ding, your level has risen to level 13. Endless potential triggered. Talent, you have gained 3 red mythical passive draws. This time, he leveled up a full 3 levels, and next he could perform a triple draw for mythical passives. Xianchen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it became harder to level up as he progressed. After killing an 8-turn frost giant dragon, he only leveled up 3 times. Of course, the main reason was that most of the damage was dealt by the golden-clad woman. So she gained more experience and leveled up from 60 to 61. Seeing the golden-clad woman starting to refine the frost heart of the giant dragon, Xianchen quickly checked what good items had dropped this time. He directly dismissed the star core but still quickly collected all of them. Now his number of star cores was estimated to be over 10,000. That's a small target of 100 million. Continuing to sift through the vast number of items, Xianchen's eyes soon lit up. This time, 2 pieces of red equipment appeared, and they were both excellent items he could equip. Xianchen was overjoyed. The first item was a necklace, shaped like a crystalline dragon tooth, emitting a faint blue light. Xianchen took off his previous necklace that increased poison resistance and put on his first mythical equipment. Frost Tooth Amulet, 8-star mythical. Requirement: none attributes. Spirit plus 240, critical hit rate plus 30%, frost resistance plus 25% additional skill. Frost Breath, attacking has a 30% chance to freeze the enemy, reducing their movement speed by 50% for 6 seconds. This effect can stack. The description was simple yet powerful, with the best percentage attribute bonuses. Now, even without potions, Xianchen no longer feared frost attribute attacks. Coupled with his innate 95% resistance, that made it 120%. From then on, frost attribute mages would have to take a detour upon seeing him. And with a 30% critical hit rate plus the 20% from the Spirit Eye Ring, he directly had a 50% critical hit rate. Spirit Eye Ring, 5-star epic. Requirement: none. Attributes: physical. Critical hit rate plus 20, critical damage plus 50%. With his current attack, if he scored a critical hit, it would deal over 10,000 damage. It could be said that within 3 turns, no one could withstand his strike. But that wasn't all. There was another piece of equipment, a rare gauntlet. Its overall appearance resembled the roaring head of a giant dragon, identical to the frost giant dragon. The fierce dragon eyes emitted a faint dragon might, sending chills down one's spine. With a dragon head embedded on the azure gauntlet, Xianchen excitedly extended his left hand, and immediately, the gauntlet firmly adhered, covering from the back of his hand to his wrist. Xianchen slightly spread his fingers, and the powerful sense of strength intoxicated him. Not to mention its attributes, just the flashy appearance was enough to attract everyone's attention. He could imagine the kind of commotion it would cause if he appeared wearing such a gauntlet. Cold Fury's Tooth, 8-star mythology. Wearing requirements: Dragon Slayer. Only those who have slain the Cold Fury Ice Dragon are qualified to wield the power of the Cold Fury Ice Dragon. Attributes: Strength plus 430, Defense plus 360, critical hit rate plus 30%, health regeneration per second 300, mana regeneration per second 300, additional skill Cold Fury Breakthrough. Gather all your strength to launch an unstoppable charge like a giant dragon, dealing a furious strike to all enemies in a straight line ahead, with damage equal to 180% of a normal attack, charging distance of 10 meters, 50% chance to knock the target back, 20% chance to knock the target down, 10% chance to stun the target, consuming 100 mana, skill cooldown 10 seconds. With such powerful attributes, Xianchen couldn't help but drool. He just wanted to hug the frost giant dragon and give it a kiss. He never expected that after his death he would contribute both teeth, transforming them into the most powerful equipment. 1 for Mage type, 1 for Strength type. Especially the Cold Fury Breakthrough, with a 10-meter impact distance and massive damage, would become his main means of attack. As for the 100 mana cost, with his regeneration of 300 mana per second, it was hardly a concern. And the 10-second cooldown was equivalent to just 2 seconds. Now Xianchen felt that his attributes were somewhat beyond the norm, already transcending the realm of humanity. But this was also something that would inevitably change in the extraordinary world. However, when he looked up at the woman in golden clothes before him, he quickly felt a splash of cold water. This woman was fierce enough to clash head-on with the frost giant dragon, even severely injuring him in one blow. At this moment, the woman in golden clothes had also absorbed the Heart of Frost, completing her 9 transformations task. Although her level hadn't increased, her attributes had surged, at least twice as strong as when she was at level 61. Moreover, she had now completed the 9 transformations task, and when she reached level 90 again, there would be no obstacles. This meant she could become the first 9 transformations professional in the history of the extraordinary world. Seeing that Xianchen had gathered all the equipment, her expression was complex, because all of this was brought about by the young man before her. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also paved a smooth path for her to become stronger, opening up more possibilities. With so many things, are you sure you don't want to pick a few? Xianchen looked at the woman in golden clothes, but she didn't linger on any of the equipment for even a second. She only showed regret upon seeing the giant dragon's massive body. No need, those are all yours to claim. It's just a pity about the myth-level frost giant dragon's corpse. If it could be brought back to the human world intact, it would greatly benefit our research, but it's just too big. The woman in golden clothes felt a bit regretful. She had now accepted the fact that Xianchen had killed the myth-level evil creature. However, there was no way to transport the giant dragon's body back. Her storage space had over 100 cubic meters, which was considered the largest in the human world, but it still couldn't fit the nearly 1,000-meter-long giant dragon. Hearing her request, Xianchen also recalled that humans had indeed never successfully hunted a frost giant dragon. The value of this corpse for researching evil creatures was absolutely immeasurable. Thinking of this, Xianchen waved his hand, and the 1,000-meter-long dragon's body disappeared. No problem, my space is very large, it can fit. In the blink of an eye, the space before them was empty, leaving the woman in golden clothes stunned. She stared intently at Xianchen, as if trying to discern some trick. She could sense that the recent fluctuation was not from a rare space type, Profession's alternate space, but that Xianchen truly possessed such a large storage space. Since Xianchen appeared in the extreme cold forbidden land, the shock he brought her was greater than anything in her life. As Xianchen noticed the woman in golden clothes staring intently at him, he remained unafraid, smiling as he observed her, quietly appreciating her presence. Let's go, things are about to get chaotic here. The woman in golden clothes said nothing more. Xianchen's mystery would be discussed after they left. Right now, they were still at the core of the extreme cold forbidden land, and outside, a group of evil spirits awaited them. When the seed of Kanglan disappeared, the cold of the entire frost region began to slowly dissipate. The evil spirits outside had not yet had time to consider this matter when they were horrified to discover that the true master of the extreme cold forbidden land, the Cold Fury giant dragon, was losing its life mark. What happened? Why is Lord Cold Fury's life mark disappearing? Could it be that Lord is dead? Impossible. Lord Cold Fury is an 8th-rank Demon Emperor level dragon. How could it die? Right. Something must have gone wrong. But when they sensed that not only was the life mark of the Cold Fury giant dragon disappearing, but its aura was also gone, they finally fell into chaos. The Snow Demon Queen and the Ice Demon, 2 powerful demon lords, exchanged glances, their blood-red pupils filled with horror. They thought of a possibility that human actually won in the end. Suppressing their terrifying speculation, the 2 demon lords led all the evil spirits flying towards the palace of the Cold Fury giant dragon. At that moment, the sky was darkened by the swarm of demons. When the Cold Fury giant dragon was alive, no one dared to approach within 100 miles of this palace. Now it was filled with evil spirits. As they got a little closer, the woman in golden clothes was already fleeing in the opposite direction with Xianchen. It was like poking a hornet's nest. When they reached the palace, they finally confirmed the fact. The Cold Fury giant dragon was dead. All the evil spirits, in a fit of rage, flew towards the direction where Xianchen and the others were escaping. The good news was that these evil spirits were only at the 6th rank, and due to the Cold Fury giant dragon's monopolization of all resources in the extreme cold forbidden land, these evil spirits were somewhat underdeveloped, with a gap in strength, and not even a 7th rank evil spirit had been born. The only legendary evil spirit that could pose a threat to the woman in golden clothes, the Snow Demon Queen and the Ice Demon, were not adept at speed. In an instant, Xianchen and the others had widened the distance. It was a matter of life and death now. The woman in golden clothes paid no attention to her posture, holding Xianchen in one hand and a sword in the other, gliding through the sky like a streak of light. However, behind them were evil spirits with wings, skilled in speed. A total of 10 winged evil spirits were rapidly closing in on the 2, their diamond-shaped vertical pupils filled with cruel, killing intent. Xianchen quickly checked. Wind Wing Demon, level 52, rank 6-star epic. Fortunately, it was only level 52. The woman in golden clothes had clearly sensed the rapid sound of breaking air behind them. She casually tossed Xianchen aside to unleash her skills. Xianchen was in trouble. The howling cold wind rushed past his ears, and he nearly screamed out. Would this woman really throw him down from such a height? Wouldn't he die from the fall? The battle in the air began quickly and ended just as fast. At that moment, she drew another golden longsword, and as the dazzling blue light burst forth, beams of ice crystal-like light shot towards the 10 Windwing demons. Although she was only at the 6th rank now and could not use the mythical longsword, her strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary 6th rank after absorbing the dragon heart. Under her extreme cold light, all 10 wind-wing demons were severely injured and fell from the sky. If she unleashed another attack, all these evil spirits would die. However, at that moment, Xianchen was rapidly descending, and when he was forced to close his eyes due to the surging airflow, his body suddenly halted, falling into a soft embrace. Instinctively, Xianchen quickly wrapped his arms around the woman like an octopus. The woman in golden clothes stiffened, and they fell a short distance before stabilizing. The cold-killing intent from the woman in golden clothes came through. Take your hands off. Oh, it was just an accident. As Xianchen changed his posture, this time he wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the woman in the golden dress, refusing to let go no matter what. The woman in the golden dress frowned slightly, but the pursuers behind them attacked again. With no other choice, she had to continue fleeing in this position with Xianchen. They could not return the way they came, they could only cross the frosty region in the opposite direction and then enter the Mian-Ning region to return to the human world. Since there were no real means to threaten the woman in the golden dress, the group of evil spirits eventually dispersed after chasing for a while, watching the two of them leave. One reason was that there were very few evil spirits that could match the speed of the woman in the golden dress, and they would not forget that the woman ahead had killed the cold fury dragon. If she was truly pushed to her limits, no one could withstand her wrath. Moreover, after the death of the cold fury dragon, this would inevitably cause a seismic shift in the entire evil spirit world. Now, without the presence of a demon emperor-level powerhouse, there were many things they needed to do. The changes in the frosty region were soon sensed by the outer officials. The cold air that could harm human bodies was gradually weakening, and this reduction showed no signs of stopping. If this continued, in a few days, the entire frosty region might turn into an ordinary area, no longer possessing the unbearable cold. This change astonished him, and he wondered what had happened after Xianchen entered. After another 3 days, he could confirm that his perception had not malfunctioned. The long-existing frosty region truly no longer had that bone-chilling cold. Although its environment remained a world of ice and snow, it was only lacking the painfully intense elemental power. This was not the end. The official also noticed that the various elite evil spirits that had been active were no longer attacking the periphery. The evil spirit world seemed to be restoring order. This anomaly made the official restless. He had to find someone to upload this information. After all, he believed that Xianchen would not come out in the short term. Meanwhile, in the Demon City, all the students from Honko No. 1 Middle School heading to the imperial capital for the special college entrance examination had gathered. This time, they were still led by the vice principal, but he showed no signs of impatience. They were all waiting for Xianchen, who was once again absent. Compared to the last time when everyone was impatient, this time was completely different. Moreover, after the incident in the Beast World, they later realized that it was Xianchen who had saved their lives. Especially those who had mocked Xianchen before now had more complex feelings towards him. While they would not see Xianchen bowing in gratitude, at least they no longer held hostility towards him. If given the chance, they would not mind offering help. When the departure time arrived and they still had to wait, Qin Mohan spoke softly, "Let's go first. Xianchen might join us later in the imperial capital." Although her words were calm, the disappointment in her tone was hard to hide. With Qin Mohan speaking up, the vice principal said no more, allowing everyone to board the plane, preparing to head to the imperial capital in the central region. He could only hope that Xianchen would catch up before the special college entrance examination, as this was crucial for their Honko No. 1 Middle School to gain fame in Huaxia. Of course, the main thing was to get this matter done well. Perhaps he could use this to remove the vice from his title. As everyone thought of Xianchen, he was preparing to draw a red passive 3 times in a row. With no one chasing from behind, Xianchen finally felt at ease. To draw this time's red mythic passive. Draw. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Blood Shadow's Fury. Blood Shadow's Fury. Your normal attacks deal damage to enemies while also allowing you to steal 100% of the damage delta's health. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Super Evolution. Super Evolution. You will gain an additional 200% experience points whenever you acquire experience through any means. You have drawn the red myth passive, Blade of Forbidden Law. Blade of Forbidden Law. You will absorb mana based on the damage dealt to enemies while inflicting damage, triggering once every 5 seconds. Awesome. This is really amazing. He was just thinking about how slow his leveling up was, and now a new myth passive has appeared, speeding up his evolution. In addition to the experience he originally gained, he can now earn an extra 200% experience. This directly triples the experience he gains. As for Blood Shadow's Fury, with his relentless attack strategy, when he strikes, the amount of health he absorbs is likely to exceed his total health. He will not fear any physical duels. Fortunately, both the life recovery from equipment and the effects of passive skills can be turned off. Otherwise, from now on, Xuanchen's ability to trigger the Echo of Desperation to increase attack power would be pitifully low. And the final Blade of Forbidden Law makes Xianchen, the Mage Killer, even more terrifying. He already has a 90% immunity to all magic, and now with the ability to absorb mana while slashing against mage-type enemies, after a few rounds, the opponent will only be left to fight him in close combat. Xianchen was overly excited behind the woman in golden clothes, finally making her unable to bear it. They landed directly. Get down. Hearing the cold voice of the woman in golden clothes, Xianchen quickly let go of his arms wrapped around her waist. Although he was a bit reluctant, seeing her murderous gaze, he had no choice but to stand still. The woman in golden clothes glanced coldly at Xianchen and led the way ahead. They had now entered the Mianing district, and if she weren't afraid of Xianchen dying here, she would have left alone long ago. The Mianing district is a vast wilderness plain where the wandering evil spirits are mostly around level 40. At this level, ordinary white tier evil spirits are basically nowhere to be seen. Most are green or blue tier. But under the hands of this violent woman, there was hardly any evil spirit that could withstand her sword. Xianchen actually wanted to test his current strength, with his attributes having risen 3 levels. Plus the equipment he just obtained and the 1000 attack power and 50% bonus from the Scythe of Immortal Fate, his attack power had already reached over 4,500. He could still quickly hunt ordinary evil spirits. But it was clear that the woman in golden clothes was in a hurry. With her dazzling sword light flashing in hand, she forcefully made her way back to the ordinary area of the fallen demon land. As she slaughtered her way through, Xianchen followed behind her, picking up corpses. After all, he had plenty of space, and all of this could be exchanged for money and merit. When they entered the ordinary area, the woman in golden clothes finally stopped, pondered for a moment, and took out a blue jade pendant. "We will part ways here. You take this pendant. From now on, no matter what difficulties you face, as long as you crush it, even in the fallen demon land, I will be able to sense it, and I will come to find you." Xianchen reached out to take the jade pendant, which had a warm feel to it, with a light point swirling within. He suddenly thought of something and said, "What if I encounter danger, crush it, and you are far away from me? What should I do?" "Then I will come to collect your corpse," the woman in golden clothes replied coldly. Xianchen felt helpless. He was just asking a normal question. Why was she so cold? At that moment, the woman in golden clothes suddenly looked at Xianchen, sighed lightly, and did something surprising. She slowly removed the phoenix wing mask that covered her upper face, and as she gently lifted her head, the entire world fell silent, even the wind paused. She looked like a peerless fairy from an icy world, embodying all the beauty in the world. With slender willow-like brows, deep eyes like a secluded spring, cheeks fairer than snow, and a beauty that was poetic and picturesque. In that instant, Xianchen held his breath. She was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing Xianchen quickly recover, the astonishment and admiration in his eyes were unmasked. The woman in the golden dress silently put on her phoenix-winged mask again. Xianchen understood why she wore a mask. Such a face, appearing anywhere, would cause a huge stir. Moreover, it seemed that her phoenix mask was originally a special piece of equipment. "Alright, I've fulfilled my part of the bet. We owe each other nothing, so let's part ways here," she said. "By the way, I suggest you send the corpse of that giant dragon demon to Jinghua University. They have the best demon research institute in all of Huaxia, and with your contribution, you can exchange it for any mythical equipment you desire." Xianchen had initially planned to send it to the Demon Suppression Army for military use, but upon hearing the woman's words, he immediately abandoned that idea. Although he had little interaction with this top university in Huaxia in his past life, he knew of Jinghua University's profound background. Rather than being just a school, it was the strongest force in Huaxia. It had the most advanced research institutes and equipment forging facilities, with high-level professionals emerging endlessly. Moreover, it had existed longer than the Demon Suppression Army. Later, for the cause of Huaxia's fight against demons, it transformed from the most powerful force into a school wholeheartedly cultivating the top talents for Huaxia. Thus, Xianchen held great respect for Jinghua University. Now, hearing that contributing the corpse of a mythical demon could earn him mythical equipment, he nodded immediately. "Alright. I was planning to go to the imperial capital to participate in Jinghua University's special entrance exam. Given the time, I've already postponed it for 2 days. I don't even know if it is ended." The woman in the golden dress was surprised. "You plan to participate in the special entrance exam?" Her mind struggled to comprehend. With Xuanchen's strength, who could be his opponent in the exam? And he was still studying? Wasn't he too young for that? Yes. Seeing Xuanchen's affirmative answer, the woman pondered for a moment. "Before making a decision, then we need to hurry. It should be the preliminary team competition now, mainly testing the cooperation abilities of professionals. We should still make it. Let's go directly to the Demon Suppression Army and take their special plane to the imperial capital." You want to go with me? Yes, I also need to go to the imperial capital to find some old friends and arrange a few things. We need to hurry." Seeing Xianchen still standing there in a daze, the woman in the golden dress frowned slightly. Xianchen quickly reacted and hurried to catch up with her. Anning City, a major city far from the demon capital, had historically resisted the onslaught of demons multiple times. At this moment, inside the military camp of the Demon Suppression Army, the woman in the golden dress initially thought she would need to reveal her identity. Little did she know that Xianchen, with the badge of the purification wings, could move freely, bringing her to the military airport to prepare for their flight to the imperial capital. However, upon their arrival, they found that the special plane prepared for the Demon Suppression Army had already left, and they needed to wait a bit longer. Xianchen did not stop at all and walked straight to the innermost part where the most luxurious special planes were located. This made the female receptionist in military uniform quickly jog after Xianchen, nervously saying, "Sir, my lord, that way is not allowed. You need to have a general's authority to mobilize that special plane." The elegant female receptionist hurriedly explained she couldn't afford to offend Xianchen, who held the identity of the purification wings, but this special plane could only be mobilized with a general's authority, which she had no power over. The female receptionist was almost in tears because Xianchen seemed to ignore her completely, leading the woman in the golden dress straight to the luxurious special plane. Just as the woman in the golden dress was about to take something out, Xianchen took out his brigadier general's medal first and handed it to the receptionist, who looked like she was about to cry. "Quickly arrange for someone. I am preparing to head to the imperial capital. By the way, call me general." The woman in the golden dress. "This is impossible. Even if this kid started killing evil demons as soon as he could wield a weapon, he shouldn't be able to attain the rank of brigadier general at this age." But that flash of purple just now was definitely unmistakable. That was the brigadier general's medal. The woman in the golden attire frowned slightly. Could it be that she hadn't visited the demon suppression army for too long and it had become corrupt, resorting to deception? It was hard for her not to doubt, especially since Xianchen was just a level 10, no, now a level 13, little warrior who looked nothing like someone who could hold the rank of brigadier general. The female receptionist was even more foolishly accepting of Xianchen's brigadier general medal. Xianchen, so young and already possessing the identity of the purification wing, had already shocked her. Now, pulling out the brigadier general medal made her feel like it was all unreal, but her good psychological quality allowed her to quickly react, and she hurriedly took Xianchen's brigadier general medal to arrange for a special flight. Whether it was real or fake would soon be known. When the authorization went through and the special flight was about to take off, the female receptionist excitedly and respectfully returned Xianchen's medal to him, holding it with both hands. "General, sir, this is your medal. I will be responsible for your journey to the imperial capital. If you have any requests, just let me know." Xianchen nodded calmly, leading the still somewhat dazed woman in golden attire onto the luxurious special flight. The space inside was large, with a conference room, a lounge decorated into several large rooms. Xianchen took the woman in golden attire into a room to rest. After all, escaping from the depths of evil demons at such high intensity, although his health was good, his mental state had been tense. The woman in golden attire could still hold on, but Xianchen was only level 13. "Where did your brigadier general medal come from?" Finally, the woman in golden attire couldn't help but ask. Xianchen, still a bit dazed, replied, "I happened to encounter a mythical evil demon and casually killed it, and then I became a brigadier general." Don't talk, I need to sleep for a bit. Wake me up when we get to the imperial capital." Saying this, Xianchen completely ignored the woman's strange expression and turned to sleep. The woman in golden attire finally understood where Xianchen's brigadier general medal came from. Indeed, this was the fastest way to obtain it. As long as one killed a mythical level evil demon, they could directly become a brigadier general. It was that easy. What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that the woman in golden attire often dealt with such peak evil demons, she might have really believed Xianchen's nonsense. If mythical level evil demons were that easy to kill, the military wouldn't offer the highest rewards. Seeing that Xianchen had already fallen asleep, breathing steadily, she had no choice but to quiet down and take a careful look at him for the first time. She had to admit that Xianchen possessed an inscrutable layer of mystery, and his appearance and demeanor could easily shatter the hearts of all young girls. The woman in golden attire noticed that it seemed she had been staring at Xianchen for too long. Even with her calm heart, she couldn't avoid feeling a ripple of emotions. She quickly suppressed her restlessness and stopped looking. She began to close her eyes and rest, waiting to head to the imperial capital. At this moment in the imperial capital, at a dungeon entrance of Jinghua University, students from the top high schools across all of Huaxia had gathered here. Even after the first round of team collaboration screening, there were still 50 high schools left, totaling 1,000 students. Don't be fooled by the crowd. Initially, a total of 100,000 people participated in the special entrance exam for Jinghua University, which means a 1% pass rate. As for those who were eliminated, they could only try their luck at other universities in the imperial capital. Hongkou No. 1 High School had its own foundation, especially with Qin Mohan and Lu Tianchang, two hidden professions. Although they were missing Xianchen, their school's overall ranking was still decent, placing them in the upper middle tier among these 50 high schools. Next was the second round, where everyone would enter a large dungeon and rank based on the monsters they hunted. At this moment, the chief examiner in charge of the special college entrance examination, Ouyang Yan, dressed in a golden mage robe, stood majestically in midair, and the once noisy instance square fell silent instantly. "Students, congratulations on passing the first stage and successfully touching the threshold of Jinghua University. But there is still a second stage. The next round of testing is the instance before you. I won't elaborate further, but in this round, you will determine the rankings of the top 100, and those in the top 100 will be the ones who can truly enter Jinghua University. So, once you enter, you should all strive to hunt the evil spirits to earn points. Moreover, those who rank in the top 27 in total points will participate in the third round of the ranking competition. The top 3 students will receive generous rewards, and the first place will receive mythic level equipment. Wow! These rules had been known to them for many years, and they were almost dozing off listening to the examiner's incessant chatter. But when the mention of mythic equipment came up, everyone was jolted awake. Damn! It's actually mythic equipment. Is Jinghua University really that extravagant? As expected of the #1 university in Huaxia, the foundation is terrifying. Don't hold me back, I want to be first. The students from all corners of the world were completely excited. Even the teachers leading them did not expect Jinghua University to offer equipment of this level. This had never happened before. Even the top high schools near the imperial capital had not anticipated this. But their eyes erupted with dazzling fighting spirit. Mythic level equipment, even a 1-star mythic equipment, was something that could not be sought after easily. Seeing that all the students' enthusiasm had been stirred up, Chief Examiner Ouyang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin. This time, there was no need for anyone to urge. Everyone rushed into the instance area to hunt evil spirits for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Qin Mohan waited and waited but still did not see that familiar figure. Even by the end, there were very few people left, and Xianxian still had not appeared. The vice principal finally sighed. Mohan, you should participate in the test first. Xianxian has missed the time and has no chance now. I will find a way for him to take the regular college entrance examination later, and if he performs well, he might still be admitted to a university in the imperial capital. Qin Mohan remained silent, just as she was about to step into the instance. From the direction of the #1 high school in the imperial capital, a handsome and suave young man approached, revealing a self-proclaimed elegant smile. Mohan, it's been a long time since we last met. I'm glad to see you at this special college entrance examination. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Mohan didn't even spare him a glance and coldly replied, Ouyang Jing, I already have a boyfriend, so you should give up. But Ouyang Jing's expression remained unchanged as he continued to smile. It's okay, that's very normal. Our families are both prestigious. I won't give up until the end. After Qin Mohan finished speaking, she had already stepped into the instance area. As for Ouyang Jing, with no one around him at that moment, although he still smiled, his eyes revealed a deep coldness. No matter who it is, as long as it affects the marriage alliance between the Ouyang family and the Qin family, they must die. The instance in the arena had already begun, and everyone was doing their utmost to hunt the evil spirits and earn points. The instance world inside simulated an evil spirit riot, but the levels of the evil spirits were all around level 10. Each person faced an endless onslaught of evil spirits, and there was no need to consider the factor of competing for kills. If someone was killed by an evil spirit during the battle, they would lose 1/10 of their points upon respawning. Therefore, everyone had to do their best to avoid death while killing the evil spirits. The later it got, the more severe the death penalty became. As for those who had crooked ideas about killing their classmates nearby, they could not earn points from them either. This is mainly to prevent some powerful factions' offspring from using their influence to force students participating in the exam to sacrifice themselves, contributing their scores. 2 hours of high-intensity combat is a dual test of mental and physical endurance for the students in the instance space. However, Ouyang Jing does not need to compete for rankings, because the 5 major vocational colleges of Jinghua University, warrior, mage, summoner, assassin, archer, each have a recommendation quota, allowing direct entry into the final competition, forming a group of 32 with the other 27 participants to compete for first place. This mechanism has faced no opposition over the years, because the recommended candidates from the 5 colleges have consistently taken the top 5 spots. Therefore, although the reward for first place is unprecedented, Ouyang Jing believes it is essentially prepared for him. Faster, we need to hurry. Xianxian was abruptly awakened by the female attendant in professional attire and rushed outside in a panic. The woman in golden attire appeared indifferent, moving leisurely. This made Xianxian's anxiety flare up again, and he used his rank as a major general to summon a magnetic levitation vehicle to take the 2 of them to Jinghua University. Seeing Xianxian still anxious, it seemed he really wanted to attend university. The woman in golden attire shook her head. It's useless, you probably won't make it. Even if you arrive now, you won't be able to participate in Jinghua University's special entrance exam. Xianxian wasn't just eager to attend university, he had promised Qin Mohan to participate in the special entrance exam together. Since he had promised her, he had to go. However, fate always played tricks on him. Last time, he promised Mohan to go to the beast world together, but they were delayed by a demonic riot. This time, he encountered an urgent mission, further delaying his agreement with Mohan. He wondered if she would ignore him for being late. Last time, he had given her an epic level ring. Now he was thinking about how to compensate Mohan so she wouldn't be angry. Xianxian's contemplation clearly led the woman in golden attire to misunderstand, and she continued, however, I have a way to let you participate directly in the third round of rankings. If you pass, you can enter Jinghua University directly. Really? Xian Shen, who had been lost in thought, immediately reacted, looking at the woman in golden attire with surprise, not expecting her connections to be so extensive. Give me your identity information and I'll handle it right away. I hope it's not too late. There are 10 minutes left before the final rankings are announced. The final results were not surprising. Half of the top 100 students who could enter Jinghua University were from high schools around the imperial capital. Among the top 10, 8 were students from the imperial capital's top high school. However, the rankings of the top 3 shocked everyone, as 2 of them came from the same high school. Magic City Honko number 1 High School Chin Mohan 8,940 points. Imperial Capital number 1 High School Ouyang Ruiz 8,660 points. Magic City Honko number 1 High School Lu Tiancheng 8,580 points. This ranking left everyone dumbfounded, and the vice principal was overjoyed as their Honko number 1 high school finally gained fame in China. At this moment, in the highest section of the audience in the square, 5 people were seated side by side in the central positions. They were the deans of the 5 major divisions under Jinghua University. The dean of the Warrior Academy was a robust old man named Li Tsong, exuding a fierce aura, still clad in armor and wielding a giant sword. The dean of the Mage Academy was the chief examiner this time, Ouyang Yan. The dean of the Assassin Academy was a voluptuous and graceful woman wearing a charming smile. After her appearance, countless young men's gazes inadvertently turned toward her. The dean of the Summoner Academy had a poker face, his expression stiff, better left unmentioned. Finally, the dean of the Archer Academy was another refreshing and captivating woman. She had a warm smile that could soothe anyone, even when facing students who were secretly observing her. Her demeanor remained gentle. These 5 were basically the most powerful figures at Jinghua University, aside from the vice president. As for the president, they were like a dragon that one could see only by its tail. Not everyone had even seen them. Li Tsong smiled and said, this year's new students finally have a different ranking, but the name Chin Mohan feels somewhat familiar. The mature woman from the Archer Academy, Chi Mengyan, laughed and said, Director Li is not mistaken, Chin Mohan is the young lady of the Chin family, and she also has a hidden profession in archery. The charming director of the Assassin Academy, Ji Xiaowan, teased the Chin family. Director Ouyang, it seems the Chin family has a long-standing friendship with your Ouyang family. Why not let your Ouyang Jing take the first place this time? Ouyang Yan humbly smiled and said, Director Ji is joking. This ranking competition is filled with experts. Jinger may not necessarily secure the first place. Although he said this, the pride in his eyes was hard to conceal. Everyone present was sharp, who didn't know that Ouyang Yan's youngest son had exceptional talent, basically locking in the first place this time. So, it was his turn to be the chief examiner for the Mage Academy, and this old fellow actually managed to arrange a myth-level equipment as the reward for first place. One had to admit, this old guy was quite clever. Ji Xiaowan muttered to herself, wondering why she hadn't thought of using such a method in the previous session. Otherwise, Shan would definitely have had myth-level equipment. Although Jinghua University had the top-notch forging institute, capable of forging low-star myth equipment from red-quality materials, they had quite a stockpile. However, to obtain it, one had to make significant contributions and spend a long time to acquire it. Even among the 5 deans, only one had obtained a red equipment from the school, and it took many years. Countless people couldn't understand why the vice president approved such an outrageous matter. At that moment, the second round of the competition had already ended, and the final 100 had emerged. The real focus was on the upcoming competition for the top 32, which was also the reason all 5 deans were present. They all wanted to see if there would be any standout professionals among the best this time. Just then, Li Tsong from the Combat Academy suddenly frowned and took out an information receiver that hadn't been used for many years. After reading the unexpected information, he suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling with excitement. It was that esteemed person. That esteemed person was still alive. The other 4 deans looked at the usually calm Li Tsong in surprise. Ji Xiaowan curiously asked, Director Li, what's wrong? Li Tsong suppressed his inner excitement. This matter was not suitable for public discussion. He calmly shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, I plan to replace my disciple this time and let another person take our Combat Academy's recommendation spot. What do you all think? Ouyang Yan nodded without a second thought. After all, he was using the Combat Academy's spot. He could replace anyone he wanted. Even if he replaced it with a commoner to compete, no one would care. Director Li, feel free. The competition for the final 32 hasn't started yet. You can give me the spot and I'll announce the final rankings. At this moment, Li Tsong also calmed down from the contact initiated by that esteemed person. However, when he saw the talent recommended by that esteemed person, he was left dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? Was this esteemed person mistaken? Thinking that esteemed person shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, Li Tsong could only suppress his confusion and pass the complete information about someone named Xian Chen to Ouyang Yan. At this moment, on the way to Jinghua University, the woman in golden clothes looked at Xianchen in disbelief. How could you possibly be a commoner profession? From the moment Xianchen saved her life by blocking a fatal blow to the teleportation and slaying during the battle with the Frost Dragon, all of these are divine skills. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem like abilities a commoner should possess. Xianchen simply lifted the concealment of the Brigadier General's medal regarding his information. You can see for yourself, I am truly a genuine commoner profession. With the concealment gone, Xuanchen's professional information was laid bare before the golden-clad woman. This scene completely shattered the golden-clad woman's understanding built over many years. Can a commoner really grow to this level? On the other hand, Ouyang Yan had once again floated in midair using the levitation technique, facing all the students who had completed the second round of tests. First of all, congratulations to the top 100 students in the points ranking. From today onwards, you will be the proud new students of Jinghua University. And now, the top 27 students step forward. Next, give it your all to showcase your abilities and compete for the highest ranks and rewards. I and the deans of the other 4 major vocational colleges will be watching your performance begin. The subsequent battles would be elimination rounds, and one-on-one fights would soon determine the strongest. When Ouyang Yan entered the information of these 27 people, along with the 5 recommended by their 5 colleges, into the huge display screen, he finally realized what kind of talent Li Tsong had recommended. Magic City Honko No. 1 High School Xianchen Level 13 Commoner Profession. This situation was not just seen by him. The names of the 32 people before him represented the most outstanding new vocational practitioners of this year's entire Huaxia. Not only could those present see it through the screen, but many places would also broadcast this final ranking match. Xuanchen's level 13 was the highest in the field, but that was not the factor attracting attention. The large commoner profession behind it left everyone puzzled. When did non-professionals get to participate in battles of this level? And the fact that Xuanchen's name did not appear among the initial 27 could only be explained by his entry through the recommendation of the 5 major colleges. The big shots sitting on the high platform, upon glancing at the other 4 recommended individuals, immediately understood that this commoner profession was actually recommended by the steady Li Tsong. Seeing everyone around frequently looking his way, even the poker-faced ones wore curious expressions. Li Tsong felt somewhat uneasy, but he still held his ground, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you looking at? I can recommend whoever I want. This Xianchen will definitely surprise you all." However, despite saying this, Li Tsong himself felt somewhat lacking in confidence. He could only hope that the adult's recommendation would be correct. Hopefully, it wouldn't go wrong, right? At this moment, everyone speculated about Xuanchen's background. Surely he was some young master from a powerful family here to gain prestige. After all, having the title of being among the top 32 in every session was indeed significant. But who knows what Xianchen was thinking? This was not a quiet assessment for the national top 32. This was a nationwide live broadcast. He not only couldn't gain the honor he desired but would instead embarrass himself in front of all of Huaxia. As for those who had just finished this trial below, they were in an uproar, discussing fervently, "I can't be seeing this wrong. A commoner made it into the top 32? This world has truly gone mad. Having power really allows one to do as they please. +1 We have fought tooth and nail to reach this point for a spot in the top 100, yet a commoner effortlessly becomes one of the top 32? I refuse to accept this. Why can a commoner enter the top 30? Right, even if it's a recommendation from the 5 major colleges, this is clearly cheating." At this moment, the crowd was enraged, and everyone from Honko No. 1 High School stared blankly at the top 32 displayed on the big screen. Qin Mohan and Lu Tianchang were there, and they had no surprises. But why was Xianchen, who had not participated in the competition from beginning to end, up there? At this moment, the vice principal realized and guessed a terrifying fact. It seemed that Xianchen's background was somewhat frightening. With even someone from Jinghua University involved, he could directly enter through recommendations? The surrounding discussions instantly made Qin Mohan realize, and when she saw the conspicuous name of the commoner profession above, it was indeed Xianchen. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with a brilliance that could overshadow even the stars. Xianchen had come, he must have returned, and he surely remembered their promise. At that moment, Qin Mohan's radiant demeanor left Ouyang Jing, who was observing her from a distance, in a daze. He had been mocking the Warrior Academy for selecting a commoner and was still pondering how Dean Li Tsong would handle it. After all, his father's Mage Academy had always been at odds with the Warrior Academy. Now, seeing Qin Mohan's reaction to this commoner profession, coupled with his slight inquiries, it was clear that this Xianchen was indeed the boyfriend Qin Mohan had mentioned. At that moment, his jealousy and murderous intent stunned the few others who had also been recommended. What was this young Master Ouyang up to? The first round of battles was quickly arranged on the big screen. As fate would have it, the first match was Xianchen's, and the organizing teacher had already spoken. First round, first match, Xianchen versus Ouyang. Ruiz, please have both combatants enter the arena within 1 minute. Ouyang Ruiz, who was already in the arena watching the excitement, revealed a hint of amusement upon hearing that his first opponent was Xian Chun. Before he could step onto the stage, he was stopped by Ouyang Jing. "What's wrong, cousin? If this Xianchen shows up, I want the chance to take him out. Ouyang Rui's glanced at the murderous intent on his cousin's face and then at Qin Mohan's expression, clearly understanding what was going on. As a hidden profession rock dragon mage, he was inherently cruel, and he immediately displayed a sinister smile. Don't worry, cousin. As long as he steps onto the stage, I will give him an unforgettable surprise for life. However, by the time he entered the arena, half the time had already passed, and Xianchen still had not appeared. Is this Xianchen coming or not? I really want to see the face of this unprecedented national top 32. If I were him, I would definitely be hiding somewhere. How could I possibly go on stage? Going up would be self-humiliation, letting you all laugh at me? That's true. Not to mention the top 32, even those in the top 100 entering Tsinghua University are all hidden professions. Even the worst is a special profession. If a commoner really goes on stage at this time, I would admire his courage. Clearly, no one in the audience thought Xianchen would appear, and Ouyang Rui's looked indifferent. Bang! A huge sound of breaking air erupted, and a figure fell like a meteor, crashing onto the battle platform. This exaggerated entrance left everyone dumbfounded. Sorry, I'm not late, am I? Xianchen. When the figure above was recognized by the students of Hongkou No. 1 Middle School, they couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Mohan's heart was entirely tied to Xianchen, and her gaze never left his figure. Xianchen also looked in Qin Mohan's direction, showing her a reassuring expression. The onlookers, seeing the exclamations from Hongkou No. 1 Middle School, immediately turned to look at this unprecedented commoner in the arena. Is this really Xianchen? It should be. He actually came? This is interesting. I've never seen a commoner fight before. We're in for a treat. However, the grace with which he landed just now, and his appearance, truly few can compare. Except for me. However, such narcissistic remarks were quickly silenced by their companions. After Xianchen appeared, more people actually focused on his looks. His face was fair and elegant, and his eyes resembled a tranquil starry sky. When gazed upon for too long, one could even become entranced. It was simply a massacre that knew no gender or age. Now I understand why Xianchen wanted to take the stage. Why? With his looks and demeanor, I believe that after today he will definitely be remembered by everyone in Huaxia. All he needs to do is show up and then surrender, and he will directly be in the top 32. Who knows how many young girls' hearts he will win over by then. Some self-proclaimed charming individuals felt they had seen through Xianchen's intentions. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jing, watching from below, felt even more jealous seeing Xianchen's appearance and charisma, which outshone his own by several times. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the test confirmed the identities of both participants, and coldly announced, since both parties are present, the battle begins. Xianchen calmly walked into the instant space, and Ouyang Rui's followed closely behind with a sneer. The big screen simultaneously displayed the battle status of the two. Xianchen, level 13 commoner versus Ouyang Rui's, level 9 rock dragon mage. If Xianchen surrendered right from the start, Ouyang Rui's would truly have no way to deal with him. But now, a sadistic glint shone in his eyes, almost perverse, with a sneer and mockery at the corners of his mouth. You must be that unprecedented level 13 commoner. If you hadn't come up, I might not have known how to deal with you. But since you did, enjoy this unforgettable battle. By the way, to make this game last a bit longer, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Come on. Ouyang Rui's, with his twisted mindset, especially hated Xianchen's handsome face, wishing he could smash it to pieces. But if he killed his opponent outright and ended the battle, how could he complete the task that Jingtang had given him to ruin Xianchen? Although one wouldn't truly die in the instant space, leaving the opponent with some unforgettable memories was still possible. Xianchen clearly saw the sadistic expression on his opponent's face. Although he didn't know what had happened, he believed in the principle of not provoking others if they didn't provoke him. Since the other party was looking for trouble, he wouldn't indulge them either. Alright, you said it, I'll hit you 3 times, and you won't fight back? Right. Ouyang Rui sneered. Fine, I'll get ready, just wait. Hearing Xianchen's words, Ouyang Rui's laughed even more heartily, as if he were instructing a novice. Take your time to prepare. Once you're ready, you can attack any time. I have all the time in the world. The spectators outside the match all focused on this scene, understanding what Ouyang Rui's was trying to do with his arrogant demeanor. Especially the students from the top high school in the capital, they all knew about Ouyang Rui's perversion. This referred not only to his strength but also to his mentality. Xianchen, the commoner, was doomed. Meanwhile, from Hongkou No. 1 Middle School, they watched the familiar scene unfold, seemingly recalling how they once looked down on Xianchen. Qin Mohan's eyes flashed with coldness as she witnessed Ouyang Rui's insult Xianchen. As for Xianchen, he certainly had to prepare. Otherwise, what if he accidentally killed his opponent with one punch? If the other party wanted to play and have an unforgettable experience, how could he not let them know what unforgettable truly meant? Xianchen first turned off the effects of his top-tier equipment. Seeing that the other party seemed to have activated a shield, he thought for a moment and turned off the last whisper effect. Otherwise, if he ignored all defenses and accidentally penetrated through to kill his opponent, it wouldn't be fun. Finding nothing else to turn off, Xian Chen could only nervously say, "I'm ready, you can prepare to take my first punch." Yang Rui's, seeing Xian Chen's expression, laughed even more wildly. Little did he know that Xian Chen was afraid that even with this concession he might still kill him with one punch. After all, his current strength attribute was over 1800, and one punch might be too much for a mage's frail body to withstand. Just as the onlookers were waiting for a spectacle, Xian Chen finally made his move. As the sound of breaking air rang out, his sudden burst of speed left everyone stunned. The oppressive force of that punch made Yang Rui's dare not be careless, increasing his magical power to maintain the Xian Earth Shield in front of him. Boom! The fist collided with the shield. The Xian Earth Shield lasted only a moment before it shattered with a loud bang, and Yang Rui's was sent flying to the ground by the impact of the punch, his health dropping by at least half. Everyone watching from the sidelines was left dumbfounded by this punch. What just happened? No weapon, a civilian, and he could knock down his opponent with a single punch? Li Sung from the Warrior Academy stood up directly. Originally, he had a dark expression due to Yang Rui's insults towards his recommended Xian Chen, but after this punch, he could no longer sit still. He was sensitive to power, and this kind of strength was astonishing. Even a first-tier profession shouldn't possess such great power, right? Yang Rui's, who was awkwardly lying on the ground, changed his expression drastically. When he got up, he forced himself to calm down and stubbornly said, "Kid, not bad strength, but this should be your full power, right? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Do you believe I can maintain a shield twice as strong as the last one?" "I believe. But do you believe that? I didn't even exert force with that last punch." Although Yang Rui's looked disheveled, he still sneered disdainfully. "Heh, this is simply the biggest joke I've ever heard." Xian Chen nonchalantly replied, "As long as you're happy, then continue to take my second punch." Yang Rui's quickly summoned the Xian Dragon Shield, and this time the shield was indeed twice as strong as before. But before he could gloat, Xian Chen's second punch was already upon him. Boom! The outcome was no surprise. Yang Rui's, who had just been so arrogant, was now just as disheveled. Once again, he was sent flying to the ground like a sandbag by Xian Chen's punch, and his health dropped to just a sliver. Xian Chen calmly nodded, as if instructing a weakling, "Not bad, not bad, a very good defense, keep it up." "You!" Yang Rui's was so furious he spat blood. He now understood that Xian Chen was clearly toying with him. This civilian had some strange strength that, while rare in the extraordinary world, was not unheard of. Realizing this, he hurriedly retreated, putting distance between himself and Xian Chen. With some distance as a buffer, he could confidently unleash his skills, and Yang Rui's regained his confidence. He felt he was back in the game. "Xian Chen, prepare to die. Let me show you my true strength next." Xian Chen continued to stroll forward leisurely. "Heh, didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? Can't hold on so soon? Is this your credibility? Truly, being ugly is one thing, but it turns out you're also a person who betrays trust." Yang Rui's was instantly enraged, his face contorting, and he waved his staff. "You, a humble civilian, with a bit of strength, have no right to demand my trust. Die." After saying that, Yang Rui's began to chant Earth and Rock Puppet. 2 heavy puppets appeared, and he unleashed his attack skill, Rock Spear Thrust. Xian Chen, however, had lost interest in continuing. His face had been sufficiently beaten, and it was time to end this boring match. His speed suddenly exploded, and in an instant he dodged the attack and approached Yang Rui's, startling the latter into quickly placing the earth and rock puppets in front of him. Xian Chen revealed a cold smile and activated the Frost Fury's tooth. Frost Fury Break Formation. A frosty dragon's shadow appeared, and Xian Chen transformed into a giant dragon, charging forward with unstoppable force. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the earth and rock puppets, along with Yang Rui's, were smashed into pieces, turning into white light and disappearing in the instant space. Xian Chen wins. The result was out, but the outside world was silent, everyone standing in shock. Due to the explosion of the Frost Fury's tooth skill, its glamorous and flashy appearance was no longer concealed. The azure dragon-shaped gauntlet was tightly pressed against Xian Chen's arm, and everyone had never seen such a magnificent yet chilling gauntlet. They now understood how ridiculous their previous mockery had been. But the worst off was not them, but Yang Rui's, who was utterly humiliated by Xian Chen from start to finish. Even after resorting to underhanded tactics and dishonestly unleashing his skills, he was still instantly defeated. Even now, he was in a daze, unable to come to his senses. As the strongest newcomer in the capital's top high school, aside from his cousin Yang Jing, he had not even had the chance to make a name for himself nationally before becoming a mere backdrop, eliminated in the first round. How did Xian Chen manage to defeat a professional? Not just defeat. Clearly, he treated Yang Rui's like a punching bag, with no ability to fight back. This outcome is simply astonishing. How can a commoner be this fierce? However, do you think it's possible that Yang Rui's is too weak, or that he threw the match? Otherwise, how could this situation arise? Right, I also have doubts about a commoner defeating a professional. As more words like weak and useless surfaced, Yang Rui's finally snapped back to reality. His whole body trembled, losing to a commoner, especially one he wanted to humiliate. Suddenly, Ouyang Rui's went completely mad, roaring in rage, "I will kill you." After the two emerged from the instance space, they were very close, and those nearby barely had time to react. Two rock dragon stabs shot towards Xian Chen in an instant. Stop! The teacher, responsible for maintaining order in the match, turned pale, and Qin Mohan, who was focused on Xian Chen, looked even more horrified. Everyone watching the match held their breath. They never expected such a turn of events after the match had ended. This was being broadcast live across all of China, and now Ouyang Rui's reputation was in tatters. Ouyang Jing felt a sense of relief, but his father, Ouyang Yan, on the high platform, looked ashen. If this commoner really died, such a scandal could potentially tarnish the Ouyang family's reputation. Suddenly, the close-range killing intent made Xian Chen react instantly. He calmly swatted away the two Earth-type skills with his gauntlet and punched out with his right hand. Boom! In a head-on clash, how could Ouyang Rui's be a match for Xian Chen? He immediately felt as if a train had crashed into his chest, blood spurting from his mouth uncontrollably, and his whole body flew out like a ragdoll, landing dozens of meters away. If Xian Chen hadn't held back, his life would have ended there. Rui's Ouyang Jing was furious. He had a very good relationship with his cousin since childhood. Now, he was supposed to be helping him, but instead, he was severely injured and unable to get up. He immediately cursed in anger. "Xian Chen, I didn't expect you to be so malicious. The match is over, and you still severely injure my cousin." Xian Chen looked at the unfamiliar person emerging opposite him, his face cold and filled with killing intent. Why did he look like an enemy? He spoke in disbelief. "Are you blind? Didn't you see him sneak attack me? Did I stand there for him to attack? Seeking death." Ouyang Jing, enraged, took out his staff and was about to strike, while Ouyang Yan, who was overseeing the match from the highest platform, saw this farce and his face turned even darker. "Stop!" The explosive shout from a sixth turn expert instantly silenced the scene. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaowan, the dean of one of the 5 major academies, flashed a look of regret. She had thought there would be a good show to watch, but now it seemed there wouldn't be. She was someone who enjoyed chaos, so the more lively, the better. "You, two, get down. Leave the competition area for the next match. In the final ranking matches, anyone who acts privately will have their competition qualifications revoked. This matter ends here." After speaking, Ouyang Yan's eyelids twitched, and he cast a gloomy glance at Ouyang Rui's, who lay motionless on the ground, while fiercely glaring at his son. Xian Chen was indifferent, having already gone down to meet Qin Mohan. He ignored the murderous gaze from Ouyang Jing behind him. If this person did not know how to appreciate kindness and sought trouble with him, Xian Chen would make him understand what cruelty meant. "Xian Chen, you finally came. Now we can go to university together." Upon seeing Xian Chen, Qin Mohan affectionately hugged his arm, showing no sign of blaming him for being late. Feeling the softness in his hand, Xian Chen smiled. "Sorry, I'm late. It's nothing, I know you didn't mean it. As long as you can come, that's good enough." Meanwhile, the vice principal seized the opportunity to approach, looking somewhat nervous as he spoke. "Xian Chen, do you have confidence in getting first place this time?" Having just seen Xuanchen's performance, the vice principal felt as if he were dreaming. That kind of strength definitely had the potential to compete for first place. There, Hongkou No. 1 High School had already made a name for itself in this special college entrance examination, and if Xian Chen secured first place, wouldn't their school soar to new heights? "Not possible. Because I don't plan to participate in the subsequent matches," Xian Chen replied calmly. He now knew that, due to the recommendations from the 5 major academies, he could directly enter Jinghua University without needing to continue fighting for rankings. The vice principal was taken aback, remembering that Xian Chen had also surrendered directly in the top 20 matches at Hongkou No. 1 High School, showing no interest in rankings at all. Qin Mohan smiled lightly, knowing that Xian Chen wouldn't do anything without benefits. "Xian Chen, the first place in this ranking competition has myth-level equipment. Are you really not going?" Is that true?" Xian Chen was taken aback. Was Jinghua University that wealthy? If that were the case, it was indeed necessary to compete for first place. Seeing that Xian Chen was already tempted, Qin Mohan revealed a triumphant smile. She wanted everyone to know that her Xian Chen could shine brightly and become the best in Huaxia. Just then, the first round, second match began. Qin Mohan, level 9 Nightwing Archer versus Lin Song, level 8 Windspear Warrior. "I'll go first." "Xian Chen." After saying that, Qin Mohan removed the concealment of her equipment, stepping onto the stage in her full archer outfit, her brilliance making her even more eye-catching. The outcome was straightforward. With her floating skills, Mohan gave her opponent no chance. For a level 8 warrior who had limited ranged skills, it was impossible to inflict effective damage on Qin Mohan, and he could only helplessly fall under her relentless arrows. The first round consisted of 16 matches, which quickly concluded in order. The professionals recommended by the 5 major academies also did not disappoint, finishing their battles swiftly. Especially Ouyang Jing, who was even more exaggerated. Until this moment, many only realized he had already reached level 10 and completed his first promotion. He was the only one among the competitors to have completed a promotion. He directly surrounded himself with ice crystal protection, winning with just a few simple single-target skills. Clearly, both his attributes and equipment far exceeded those present. No wonder he was considered the only candidate for the championship this time. After the first round ended, only 16 people remained in the arena. Since the battles were taking place in a dungeon space, there was no need for any rest. The second round of the quarterfinals began again. Xianchen and Mohan exchanged a few tender words, but before long, his name was called again. Second round. Third match. Xianchen, level 13 commoner versus Lu Tianchang, level 9 dragon slayer. Seeing Xianchen take the stage once more, everyone perked up, eager to see what this commoner would do. The heads of the 5 major academies also showed expressions of interest, especially the Dean Li Song of the Warrior Academy. When he saw Lu Tianchang's dragon slayer profession, his eyes lit up, and the familiar surname made him recognize Lu Tianchang's background. So it's someone from the strongest guild in the northern region of Huaxia, the Lu Dao Alliance. They haven't allowed their clan members to study for many years. The dragon slayer profession is known for its extreme power. It seems there will be a fierce competition ahead. Xian Chen and Lu Tianchang were acquaintances and both stepped onto the stage. Just as Xian Chen was about to enter the dungeon, Lu Tianchang looked at him seriously, as he was one of the few who knew about Xian Chen's strength. However, his fighting spirit did not wane, and he spoke earnestly. Xian Chen, I hope you can use your full strength to fight me. Xian Chen? This big brother really dares to say that? Xian Chen, who was about to enter the dungeon space, paused, and Lu Tianchang insisted, I want to know how big the gap is between us now. Thank you. Seeing the seriousness in his words, Xian Chen could only nod helplessly. With a flash of light, both entered the dungeon space simultaneously. This time, in addition to his immortal fate scythe, Xian Chen activated all his passives, and the azure dragon-shaped gauntlet was no longer concealed. Feeling that Xian Chen was clearly taking it seriously, Lu Tianchang's expression became grave, and he immediately applied his state to himself. Blood Fury. Accompanied by his roar, a layer of red light appeared around Lu Tianchang. Watching from the high platform, Dean Li Song nodded. Inwardly, the core disciples of the Lu family must learn the skill Blood Fury. This is a divine skill that can increase attack and defense by 30%. Now we should be able to see what other means that adult recommended talent has. After Lu Tianchang cast his skill, Xian Chen remained vigilant and did not move. He had to take the initiative to speak. Are you ready? Seeing the other party nod, Xian Chen no longer wasted time. Since the other party wanted him to go all out, he would take the match seriously. Then he would eliminate the opponent in an instant. That should be considered respect for him, right? Cold Fury break formation. The roar of the dragon shadow appeared, and Xian Chen transformed into a swimming dragon, still flashing with blue light. Lu Tianchang, who had just assumed a defensive posture, disappeared from his spot. Even without the 1000 attack of the immortal fate scythe, Xian Chen had over 2000 attack power, plus the 180% attack bonus from Cold Fury break formation. Lu Tianchang was naturally eliminated in an instant. As for the opponent's high defense, under the final whisper, what defense was there? Xian Chen wins. White light appeared, and Lu Tianchang emerged from the dungeon, still dazed in place, feeling a sense of unreality. After equipping his gear, he had nearly 3000 health points, yet he had not put up any resistance? He just died? Is the battle over? I just blinked. Can someone tell me what just happened? The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain, rubbing their eyes again. The entire match lasted only a second, with no viewing experience at all. They only saw a dragon shadow flash, and then the match was over. Although that dragon shadow was somewhat impressive, that wasn't the point. The point was, how was it another instant kill? The deans of the 5 academies all stood up. This time, even they could not remain calm. Previously, when Xian Chen defeated Ouyang Rui's, they thought it took 3 attacks in total. Moreover, the mage's physique was weak, which was why he won. Now, with one punch, he had eliminated a high health, high defense hidden warrior profession. How could that be explained? Dean Li Song couldn't help but speak. Among non-combat professions, this person's power attribute is absolutely the highest I have ever seen in my life. Gee. Xiaowan from the Assassin Academy also exclaimed in surprise, lightly covering her red lips. This little brother's strength is truly astonishing. It is estimated that among this year's freshmen, no one is stronger than him. I want to see his strength, Ouyang Yan said coldly. A non-combat profession with a bit of strength, we have seen that before. But what use is that? As long as they are not awakened combat professions, no matter how strong their early strength is, they won't grow in the later stages. The other deans nodded in agreement. Indeed, non-combat professions will only widen the gap with combat professions as time goes on. Moreover, this Xian Chen is a commoner, so he is destined to have no future. Qin Mohan was not surprised by Xian Chen's victory, only the vice principal felt a bit regretful. Lu Tianchang was so unlucky to run into Xian Chen. Otherwise, he definitely had the strength to compete for the top 8. Meanwhile, the woman in golden clothes, who had not left the crowd, nodded secretly upon seeing Xian Chen win easily. If he can kill even a dragon, isn't this result expected? With her insight, she had also considered that Xianchen might just have strong innate attributes at first but may not perform well later. After all, the data for commoner professions in the sewer is well known. However, she always felt that Xianchen was different from others. In fact, no one present truly felt they had seen through Xianchen, as his actions were too brief. It was just a single punch. The only skill that could be counted was that dragon shadow. Some well-informed and perceptive professionals had already begun to speculate. The dragon shadow should be a skill attached to that fancy gauntlet. Otherwise, who has heard of commoners learning any skills? Yet, no matter how much the people present speculated, they had to admit that Xianchen was definitely the first commoner in the history of Huaxia to reach this point. As for whether he could go all the way to win the championship, they felt the possibility was slim. However, Ouyang Yan on the high platform always felt a hint of unease and irritation. But thinking of his son already having advanced to the first transition, he felt slightly relieved. With Ouyang Jing's strength as an ice spirit sorcerer after the first transition, there should be no problem claiming this myth-level equipment. After all, the Ouyang family had paid a considerable price to get the vice president to approve the reward. After Xianchen's battle, the other 4 recommended professionals took the stage one by one. The battles were still without suspense, and the victories were clean and swift. When Qin Mohan won her opponent in the final match, the top 8 had been determined. Besides Xianchen and Qin Mohan, along with the other 4 recommended candidates, the remaining 2 spots were taken by the first high school of the imperial capital. One must say that the foundation of the first high school of the imperial capital is indeed unmatched by other schools. But Xianchen reaching this point as a commoner has drawn everyone's attention. At this moment, due to the appearance of this commoner profession and the reward of myth-level equipment, this special college entrance examination, the highest level in Huaxia, has been broadcast live across various channels throughout Huaxia. Many people wanted to see how far this commoner could go, and who would the myth-level equipment fall to. After a brief adjustment, the competition for the top 4 begins. Now, they have entered the most intense top 4 matches. Xianchen was lucky to be the first to take the stage, facing a mage from the first high school of the imperial capital. This little fragile one, whose attacks felt like scratching an itch, while a touch from Xianchen could be fatal. With a flash of white light, Xianchen still aimed to end it as soon as possible. The second match was against a recommended assassin from the Assassin Academy, and his opponent was another student from the first high school of the imperial capital. The opponent was a well-defended Iron Wall warrior, also a hidden profession. They should have been entangled for a while, but the assassin, named Xuefei, had good luck, triggering critical hits in succession, quickly ending the battle. In the third match, it was Qin Mohan's turn, and her opponent was also a hidden class archer, recommended by the Archer Academy. She was a tall, beautiful woman. Although her looks were slightly inferior to Qin Mohan's, she still possessed rare beauty, especially in her short leather outfit typical of archers. Her snow-white thighs were fully exposed, and her curvaceous figure was undeniable. Countless onlookers swallowed hard at the sight, but she seemed oblivious to her surroundings, holding her head high like a proud peacock. Even when she saw her opponent was Qin Mohan, her expression showed no change. Qin Mohan, level 9 Nightwing Archer vs Wen Yashuan, level 9 Magic Warrior Bao. As soon as the two entered the dungeon space, the battle erupted instantly. There was no probing from either side. As Qin Mohan executed a sliding retreat, arrows rained down. Unlike ordinary archers, Wen Yashuan did not try to distance herself from Qin Mohan. Instead, she aimed to close the gap with her agility, her ranged attacks relentless. Thanks to her hidden class as a Magic Warrior Bao, she could deal damage both from afar and in close combat. As fellow archers, ordinary ones would be forced to succumb to her pressure if she got close. However, Qin Mohan's agility was no less impressive. She possessed the thunder feather gifted by Xianchen. This was a 7-star epic ring, and its agility attribute allowed her to maneuver with ease. The clash between the two remained intense, with various archery techniques on display. Li Cong finally saw that this was no longer a one-sided battle and nodded to himself. Director Qi, the archer you recommended this time is quite good. Her potential in the later stages is immense. Is she the daughter of General Wan? Qi Mengyan smiled slightly. Yes, she is. But this girl is too proud, looking down on everything. Her character still needs tempering. Meanwhile, Ji Shaowan spoke nonchalantly. In this extraordinary world, as long as one has strength, being arrogant is normal. It's not a big issue. Qi Mengyan gently shook her head. Not arguing with Ji Shaowan. Let's watch. I believe Qin Mohan will win this time. In fact, this is a good thing for Wen Yashuan. Oh, the few people chatting fell silent as the battle in the arena was about to determine a victor. In reality, Qi Mengyan had not mentioned that she had been approached by the Qin family long ago to recommend Qin Mohan. However, for some unknown reason, Qin Mohan had declined, which was why she recommended Wen Yashuan instead. The battle in the arena gradually lost its suspense as Qin Mohan's speed was superior. Moreover, with her Nightwing flowing wind aerial technique, she could always evade when Wen Yashuan used her burst displacement skill to approach, coupled with the attributes of her thunder feather ring, thunder feather, 7-star epic. Requirements: none. Attributes: Agility plus 119, Ranged damage plus 30%. Additional skills: Thunder. Enhancement: Arrow damage increased by 20% with a 15% chance to inflict a thunder effect, paralyzing the opponent. Feathers: Sharp vision. Increases vision range by 30%, boosts ranged attack range by 10%, allowing the wearer to discover and attack enemies from a greater distance. The occasional triggering of the thunder effect brought about paralysis that left Wen Yashuan in agony. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her proud demeanor, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Do you dare to stop running? Face me head on. But Qin Mohan remained calm, plucking the bowstring. It was clear her opponent was now flustered and had lost her composure. One must know that an archer who does not seek the best shooting point but instead confronts the opponent head-on, was that not a sign of madness? With another round of arrows raining down, Wen Yashuan finally transformed into a white light and disappeared. Qin Mohan wins. As soon as she appeared, the assassin Xue Fei, who had been waiting nearby as a fellow recommender, immediately approached. He was a small guy, at least a head shorter than Wen Yashuan, making them the cutest height difference, but he didn't mind at all. He stepped forward, patting his chest and said, "Yashuan, don't be angry. Don't worry. I will definitely help you defeat Qin Mohan and take revenge for you. Get lost." Alright. Hearing Wen Yashuan's words, Xue Fei quickly stepped aside, but he felt proud inside because this was the first thing Wen Yashuan had ever said to him. He had been smitten with Wen Yashuan since he first saw her, especially those long legs. Then, when Qin Mohan appeared, he felt attracted again. However, anyone with eyes could see that Qin Mohan was completely focused on Xian Chen, so he lost interest. Yet, Wen Yashuan looked down on everyone and couldn't be bothered to speak. Today, she actually made Wen Yashuan say get lost, which naturally gave him a sense of accomplishment. In the final match, Ouyang Jing, the only first transformation player, attracted everyone's attention. His opponent was also a recommender, a summoner. Ouyang Jing, level 10 first transformation Ice Spirit Mage versus Mo Qing, level 9 Abyss Summoner. Both were recommenders, and Mo Qing had a hidden profession, but Ouyang Jing didn't regard him highly at all. He allowed Mo Qing to awaken his summoned creatures without any intention of stopping him. When his opponent didn't act, Mo Qing coldly repeated his actions. Once the summoned creatures in front of him reached their limit, with a command, a horde of ferocious monsters charged towards Ouyang Jing. But Ouyang Jing revealed a confident smile, waving his Ice Spirit staff. As the chant ended, Ice Spirit Storm, the world before him instantly turned into a white expanse. A dense frosted tribute area skill enveloping all summoned creatures. Continuous damage kept rising, and when the magnificent ice crystal world disappeared, all the summoned creatures along with Mo Qing vanished in a flash of white light. Ouyang Jing wins. Wow! I knew Ouyang Jing was strong, but he's actually this strong? This is the power after the first transformation. Although there's only a 1 level difference between level 9 and level 10, the attribute gap is too great. Mo Qing is, after all, a late-game summoner. Even if Ouyang Jing gave him time to summon, he wouldn't be a match. Too powerful. This continuous area skill is simply unstoppable. It seems there's no doubt about this championship. What do you think about Xian Chen? Hearing someone ask this question, the people nearby immediately scoffed. He's just a commoner, and he can't even undergo the first transformation. He might look somewhat impressive below level 10, but once his opponent has first transformation power with a huge attribute boost, he won't be a match anymore. Yeah, I think so too. This championship should be unquestionable. As Ouyang Jing emerged from the instant space, facing the awe-filled gazes and exclamations of admiration from everyone around, he remained calm and composed. He had just used his most powerful area skill without regard for consumption, aiming for this effect. When he provocatively glanced towards Xian Chen, he found him in a sweet moment with Qin Mohan, completely oblivious to everything around them. This made Ouyang Jing's anger and killing intent erupt like a volcano, as if he wanted to burn the entire world down. Sensing the killing intent from behind, Xian Chen's smile turned a bit strange. Ice Spirit Mage, huh? I hope this Ouyang Jing can use his brain. Now the top 4 have been decided. Xian Chen, Qin Mohan, Ouyang Jing, and Xue Fei. At this stage, everyone began to look forward to the upcoming battles. The first match was still Xian Chen, but the opponent had changed to Qin Mohan. Are you two ready? The cold-faced teacher in charge of this battle mechanically asked. Wait, Qin Mohan quickly stopped and smiled at Xian Chen. I admit defeat, I can't win anyway, and I definitely won't attack Xian Chen. Xian Chen smiled bitterly. There was indeed no need for this battle. However, the sudden display of affection caught everyone off guard. As soon as the two stepped onto the stage, they affectionately walked off the arena under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Meanwhile, the result above had already been displayed. Xian Chen wins. They had no choice but to accept it. Up to this point in the competition, Xian Chen's battle had been the shortest and least entertaining. At least in the previous matches, there were instant kills. As long as they didn't blink, they could still catch a glimpse. Now that they had reached the semi-finals, they thought they would get to watch for a few more seconds. Who would have thought that in the semi-finals the two sides wouldn't even have a match, and the competition would end? The next match soon began. Ouyang Jing's murderous gaze had not left Xianchen even as he took the stage. That rage was hard to suppress. Ouyang Jing, level 10 Ice Spirit Mage vs Xuefei, level 9 Stealth Thief. Seeing Ouyang Jing's expression of deep hatred, Xuefei immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, as soon as the two entered the duel space, Ouyang Jing attacked in anger. Ice Storm. A large area around them was covered in ice crystals falling from the sky. Xuefei quickly activated his speed skill. His already fast speed increased again, almost turning him into a phantom. Finally, he burst out just as his health was about to hit rock bottom. Without losing speed, he charged at Ouyang Jing. The audience outside was somewhat surprised to see Xuefei actually break free from the continuous damage of the icy world. This Xuefei was incredibly fast. Ouyang Jing's expression changed slightly, but he still sneered, as Xuefei took advantage of his speed to attack. Ouyang Jing, his staff had already lit up. Ice Prism. Suddenly, a smooth ice mirror blocked the way between the two, causing Xuefei to stagger back from the rebound, not only failing to attack his opponent but also suffering damage himself. At that moment, Ouyang Jing continued to skillfully wave his staff, and another 2-meter-long ice spear directly pinned Xuefei to the ground, turning into white light and disappearing. Ouyang Jing's seemingly endless casting methods and variety of skills truly showcased him as a first-tier professional. At this point, the two spots for the finals had been decided. Xianchen, Ouyang Jing. Many people had not anticipated this outcome. A civilian profession had actually made it to the final match. Moreover, the most crucial point was that no one present knew what tricks and trump cards the civilian had. He had won against his opponents with nothing but simple punches. Was that really all he had? Although common sense suggested that Ouyang Jing should be the final champion, there were still some who held a different view. The final match was about to begin. Qin Mohan naturally had complete confidence in Xianchen, never doubting that he would lose. As for the vice principal, he trembled with excitement. This was an honor that their Honko No. 1 high school had never had before. Xianchen, don't worry, as long as you get first place, I'll hang your name at the highest point on our school's honor wall. No. What a joke. Xianchen quickly shook his head. He didn't want to be put on a pedestal. He had no interest in such intangible benefits. Moreover, seeing that the vice principal of Honko No. 1 high school was only at level 30, he probably couldn't provide any high-end equipment. At this moment, the battle that would determine the champion and the ownership of the mythical level equipment officially began. Xianchen didn't say much, he just wanted to finish quickly and get the equipment. That was the main thing. As Ouyang Jing and Xianchen both took the stage, Ouyang Jing's eyes were filled with coldness. The anger and killing intent he had suppressed for so long finally erupted. Kid, next, I will make you regret stepping onto this arena. Xianchen, level 13 commoner vs Ouyang Jing, level 10 first transition ice spirit mage is here. As soon as it started, the gunpowder smell exuded by Ouyang Jing was evident to anyone with keen eyes. This match was going to be exciting. With a flash of light, both entered the instant space simultaneously. At this moment, there was no way to surrender. Ouyang Jing smiled even more sinisterly and recklessly. Hee, Xianchen, right? Don't worry, I won't let you lose too quickly. I will make you, a commoner, suffer from the biting cold, the pain of ice spear piercing. Seeing the other party's perverse demeanor, Xianchen was somewhat speechless. The last time it was that Ouyang Rui's who was dealt with, and now another one pops up? He couldn't help but helplessly say, is there something wrong with the brains of people from the Ouyang family? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the venue froze in silence. The Ouyang family in the imperial capital, this was a true giant with influence spread across China, possessing immense power in both the military and political spheres. The 5 deans all had strange expressions. Even the poker-faced dean of the Summoner Academy had his eyebrows twitching. Meanwhile, Ji Shaowan from the Assassin Academy couldn't help but burst out laughing, shaking with laughter. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Dean Ouyang, I'm not laughing at you, it's just that this kid is too interesting. Ouyang Yan's face darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Qin Mohan was also taken aback by Xianchen's comment, but after realizing it, her brows relaxed. As for the woman in golden clothes mingling in the crowd, a similar interesting expression appeared at the corner of her mouth. To all the onlookers, Xianchen was truly brave. But it wasn't over yet. When it came to slapping faces, Xianchen was a professional. Since the other party kept looking for trouble, how could he leave a deep impression without doing something? Xianchen looked down on everything. Even more arrogant than Ouyang Jing, by the way. Last time your useless cousin said he would let me have 3 moves, but he broke his promise and only took 2 punches before giving up. This time, I see you are just like that, not only weak in strength but also more talkative than your cousin. Now, I will let you have 3 moves. Don't worry, I keep my word, go ahead. Not only in the battle space but even all the spectators outside were shocked by Xianchen's arrogance. This commoner must have taken the wrong medicine, right? Instead of using his own powerful strength to seize the initiative, he stood still and let a mage unleash 3 skills on him? Was he crazy? Or did he feel hopeless about victory and decided to give up? Ouyang Jing was even more furious, laughing in anger as if looking at a fool. Good. Good. If you can really withstand my 3 attacks, I will walk backward wherever you are in the future. Go to hell. The first move, Ouyang Jing struck out in anger using the skill that had previously defeated Xue Fei, the massive ice spear, which could be considered one of his standard skills. He also considered whether Xian Chen was just bluffing, seeking death. He wanted to eliminate him quickly, avoiding the torment of both body and spirit. But how could he let him off so easily? He wanted to pin Xian Chen to the ground first, then humiliate him. The massive ice spear whistled through the air, its sharpness felt even by the spectators outside. Some people were gloating. I want to see how this Xian Chen ends up. A commoner thinking he can defeat a professional with brute force. What a delusion. He'll probably suffer next. I hope he doesn't get psychologically scarred by all kinds of skills. Even Qin Mohan didn't expect Xian Chen to suddenly be so bold, actually trying to withstand a mage's damage with his body. She couldn't help but feel nervous looking towards the battle space. Dean Lixong was almost ready to curse upon seeing Xian Chen's arrogance. Standing there letting a mage unleash 3 skills at will. He had initially thought Xian Chen was the person recommended by that adult and was excited about him reaching the final match. Moreover, he estimated that with Xuanshen's power level, as long as he used that kind of charging skill again, he could suppress his opponent with a fierce offensive once he got close, and he still had a good chance of winning. Who would have thought this kid would be so reckless, standing still and letting the mage cast spells? But Xianchen truly remained motionless, facing the sharp ice spear with a hint of mockery, calmly extending his left hand. Bang! The massive ice spear shattered upon hitting Xuanshen's palm. His body did not retreat even a step. The surging frost attribute entered Xuanshen's body, not only failing to decrease his health points but instead replenishing the dozen or so health points he had just lost from the impact. The spectators looked at the composed and calm Xianchen, then at the visibly shaken Ouyang Jing on the other side. Did Xianchen really take that hit? And did he do so without a scratch? No, impossible. How could you be unscathed? You must be faking it. Yes, it had to be that way, Ouyang Jing desperately reassured himself. He took a deep breath and slowly revealed a determined look in his eyes. But inside, he was losing his composure. He no longer held back, pouring his mana into his staff, a surge of skill fluctuations coming forth. Ice Soul Storm. As the surging ice crystals formed, Xianchen was completely engulfed in a world of ice and snow. Ouyang Jing began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, just a commoner. Now let me hear your wails and struggles. In the battle space, only the world of ice and snow and Ouyang Jing's mad laughter remained. And Xuanshen's body had already been submerged. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. This time, Xianchen should be unable to withstand the continuous damage from the area attack, right? They acknowledged that Xianchen had just taken a mage's attack head-on, a scene that was somewhat horrifying, completely challenging their common sense. Now, this scene was what a commoner should face against a professional's disadvantage. Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Jing's frenzied laughter did not last long, abruptly stopping as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. His eyes widened, nearly popping out, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The air around them froze, and the onlookers were in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Xianchen actually walked out step by step from the core of the ice soul storm as if taking a stroll. Wherever he walked, the ice crystals would vanish, like raindrops hitting him. No, it was even less than that. Raindrops leave at least a mark on a person, but Xuanshen's casual jacket, clearly not professional attire, showed not a single wrinkle. He strolled leisurely, and when the ice soul storm ended, he walked out, looking disdainfully at Ouyang Jing. Is this your strength? You can't even break through my 9.99 jacket's defense. You really are weak. Xianchen did not break defense. Ouyang Jing completely broke down, collapsing. His beliefs, his pride were utterly shattered by this commoner before him. The onlookers could no longer sit still, all gasping. How is this possible? Every person's gaze was dazed as they looked at the battle space, while Ouyang Yan's expression changed drastically, unable to maintain his authority as the chief examiner. At the same time, a sense of foreboding began to rise in his heart. But no one noticed his loss of composure. Everyone's expressions were similar. Hurry up. There's one more move. Let me see the power of you, the Ice Soul Sorcerer. Xuanshen's voice remained calm and mocking, instantly bringing everyone back to their senses. Ouyang Jing jolted and looked at Xianchen, his already frenzied expression becoming somewhat stiff. Why, you shouldn't be so arrogant. I still have one move. Come on. I'm waiting. Facing Xuanshen's completely strong demeanor, all of Ouyang Jing's mana surged into his staff. This was the 4-star epic Ice Dragon staff his father had given him when he advanced. Among them, there was an incredibly damaging active skill that could merge all mana and unleash the Ice Dragon's overbearing strike. He grasped it like a last lifeline. As all the mana surged into the staff, a few meters long Ice Dragon took shape with a flash of icy blue light, roaring as it pounced towards Xianchen. The sudden, explosive power of this move left everyone transfixed, eager to see how Xianchen would respond. Ouyang Yan's anxious heart relaxed slightly. But Xianchen still calmly extended his palm. He had faced the massive frost giant dragon before, and this attack, akin to a small loach, he completely Ignored. Boom! The energy of the ice dragon erupted. Yet Xianshan remained unmoved. As the surging frost energy approached his body, it became gentle as a soft breeze. Not only did it not harm him, but it also made him feel quite comfortable. When the final blow fell, Ouyang Jing completely collapsed. His strongest move hadn't even ruffled the opponent's clothing. What was there to fight? The 3-move agreement had passed, and, besides, the opponent had already turned into a mage without mana. The opponent was struck to the point of losing his wits, and Xianshan lost the desire to continue tormenting him. Once close, he casually slapped Ouyang Jing, killing him instantly. Xianshan wins. When the result was announced, the surrounding air felt as if it had been sucked away, falling into a long silence. This live broadcast that all of China was watching showed Ouyang Jing being toyed with like a weak little worm. The key was that his opponent was a civilian profession. What the hell? Xianshan won? How on earth did he do it? This is definitely the first civilian to ever win the championship. Could it be that he hid his profession information? He's not a civilian? Incredible, absolutely incredible. The disbelief and praise from everyone in the audience never ceased. They were fortunate enough to witness a civilian profession crowned as champion in this special examination. This was equivalent to being the first among all the new students in China. The deans of the 5 major academies all stood up, and all the spectators, whether sincere or not, cheered for Xianshan at this moment. At least for now, Xianshan was the center of the world. Qin Mohan's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Ouyang Yan to take the stage and announce the final result, while no one cared about the defeated Ouyang Jing. Just as Ouyang Yan calmly took the stage to announce the result, another director from the Mage Academy responsible for this special examination suddenly stood up. Dean Ouyang, I do not agree with Xianshan becoming the champion this time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, looking in astonishment towards the Mage Academy, while the other 4 deans frowned in unison, and the atmosphere began to feel off. Ouyang Yan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible cold smile as he spoke blandly, what's your reason? Humph. A civilian, how could I let you win the championship and take my plans? Ouyang Yan sneered inwardly. He truly hadn't expected his son to lose to a civilian in the end, but to have him admit that this civilian won the championship? That was absolutely impossible. Director Qian, you better give a convincing reason why I recommended person. You do not agree. All eyes were tightly focused on the admissions director, especially Dean Li Tsong, who was furious. The pressure of the 6-turn strength made Director Qian's legs tremble slightly. Clearly, if he didn't provide a valid explanation, Dean Li Tsong would make him pay. However, thinking of the backing he had from Dean Ouyang, he no longer felt fear. In response to Dean Ouyang and Dean Li, the purpose of our special examination is to select the most outstanding and potential practitioners in China in advance. It is to cultivate the backbone force to resist evil. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, Director Xian's words had no issues. Director Li Tsong, impatient, said, what does this have to do with Xianshan? He defeated everyone to become first, which proves he is the best. Once he spoke, Director Qian found it easier to continue. No. Director Li, although Xianshan has temporarily won the championship, it does not mean he has great potential. He is just a commoner, someone who doesn't even qualify as a combat profession. How can he have a future? As he spoke, Director Qian pointed at Xianshan and continued eloquently, moreover, every student we have enrolled at Tsinghua University over the years has been the top of the hidden professions. We have never even had an ordinary combat profession. If we really allow Xianshan to become the champion of this special college entrance examination, to be the first at Tsinghua University, how will the other universities view us? How will other countries see us? Therefore, I do not agree with Xianshan becoming the champion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent, no longer arguing, and each fell into deep thought. Qin Mohan began to feel anxious. Faced with this sudden situation, she was somewhat at a loss. The vice president, who had just been stunned by the incredible surprise of Xianshan winning the championship, was also momentarily dumbfounded. With the silence, everyone present felt that Director Qian seemed to have a point. Their identities had already determined their way of thinking, for apart from Xianshan, everyone else present were professionals. But the non-combat professions watching this live broadcast across all of Huaxia, those auxiliary professions contributing to the evil, fell into silence. They had previously seen Xianshan, a commoner profession, reach the end and even win the championship, and without a doubt, they were shocked. It turned out that their auxiliary professions could also be this strong, could participate in the college entrance examination, even the special college entrance examination. But now, Director Qian's words had suddenly brought them back to reality. Yes, they had no future. At this moment, Ouyang Yan stepped forward again, his powerful 6th transition strength evident, while inadvertently reminding everyone present that they, the professionals, were of the same kind. I have listened to Director Qian's viewpoint and I agree. I believe you have all thought deeply about this, so I have decided to cancel Xianshan's qualification as this time's champion. As soon as these words were spoken, apart from Qin Mohan, there was not much of a ripple. Xianshan coldly watched the development of the situation. Indeed, his identity as a commoner made him an outlier everywhere. However, Yang Yan, being a politically savvy person, knew that this competition was being watched by all of Huaxia. If he simply announced the result like this, it would still cause some negative impact. He continued, in light of Xianchan's outstanding performance, although he is a commoner profession, I have decided to specially recruit him into Jinghua University, making him the first commoner profession at our Jinghua University. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt that Dean Ouyang was kind and benevolent. Even the auxiliary professions watching the live broadcast began to feel that Xianchan had struck a great deal, but they all overlooked that Xianchan's entry into Jinghua University was not due to Ouyang Yan's charity, but rather his own strength. Even without Dean Ouyang's consent, with Director Li Tsong's recommendation, he could still enter Jinghua University. One had to say that this old fox, with just a few words, made all the credit seem to belong to him, while Xianchan would have to be grateful to him. Xianchan coldly watched the situation change, disdainfully looking up at the grandstanding Ouyang Yan. In the end, you still don't want me to become the champion, why bother with so many excuses? Director Qian immediately shouted, Shan, Dean Ouyang has made an exception to let you become a student at Jinghua University. It's one thing not to be grateful, but how dare you speak so disrespectfully? That's right, Xianchan quickly apologized to Dean Ouyang. Yes, Xianchan, you better not be ungrateful. If it weren't for the dean, you wouldn't even be able to step through the gates of Jinghua University. The other teachers responsible for organizing the exam also chimed in. This special entrance exam was managed by their mage academy, and seeing the director and the dean speak up, they quickly followed suit. Public opinion shifted rapidly, and many began to think that Xianchan was ungrateful. Dean Li Tsong's face darkened. He had no way to intervene anymore. This exam was under the mage academy's jurisdiction, with Ouyang Yan as the chief examiner who had already made a decision. Even as a dean himself, he couldn't insert his influence. Now, the only option was for Xianchan to enter Jinghua University and then seek compensation later. But the smirk on Xuanchan's lips grew bolder for him. Whether or not he joined Jinghua University was irrelevant, and whether he obtained divine equipment was also inconsequential. The current situation was unfavorable for him, and saying more was pointless. But he had to express his defiance. Heh, you old geezers are truly disgusting. You speak as if my entry into Jinghua University is a gift from you, a bunch of shameless old fools. No wonder your mage academy declines year after year. Xianchan didn't say this lightly. In his previous life, during the battle against the evil forces, the noble tradition of the mage academy was to retreat at the first sign of danger. Forget it, to be honest, I really look down on you. The faces of everyone from Ouyang Yan's mage academy turned as dark as a pot bottom, trembling with anger. One teacher's face turned red. Who do you think you are? You're just a commoner. I will cancel your qualification right now. The other deans all reveled in his misfortune. Their relationships were competitive, and they enjoyed Xuanchan's outburst, especially Li Tsong, who would soon summon Xianchan to the Warrior Academy, completely indifferent to the Mage Academy's affairs. Xianchan waved dismissively. No need for you to cancel, this is my own decision. I withdraw. Before Xianchan could finish his sentence, a flash appeared before him, and a woman in golden robes appeared at his side, holding him back as he attempted to turn away. She looked coldly in a certain direction, a chill sweeping across the entire square. Dongfang Xing, get out here. Dongfang Xing? Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, the crowd showed confusion, but soon the expressions of all the high-ranking officials at Jinghua University changed dramatically, because this was the name of the vice dean. Once they understood the significance of the name Dongfang Xing, the people present could no longer remain calm. Dongfang Xing, an 8th-tier heavenly soul sword saint. This was a true practitioner standing at the pinnacle of humanity. After reaching the 7th tier, human practitioners would delve deep into the abyss of demons to break through more quickly, rarely appearing in public again. As for the 8th tier, they were even rarer, and very few knew their names. Dongfang Xing was the only 8th tier powerhouse known to the world, active in public. Whether it was the high-ranking officials of the demon suppression army or leaders in politics, they all showed utmost respect upon seeing him. But now, he was being called out by a woman. This sent shockwaves through the crowd. When the people looked at the woman in golden robes, they were completely captivated by her. Though she merely stood there, she undoubtedly became the center of everyone's attention. Her face was obscured by a phoenix mask, but the nobility and unparalleled grace she exuded left everyone who saw her spellbound. However, when they felt the fluctuations of the chilling aura, all their admiration faded, replaced by horror. Was this yet another 6th-tier king-level powerhouse? The expressions of the several deans changed, and Dean Li Tsong furrowed his thick brows, a look of confusion in his eyes. Why did he feel a sense of familiarity with this woman, yet her 6th-tier strength still failed to jog his memory of who she was? Ouyang Yan, seeing someone suddenly disrupt the situation, especially an unfamiliar 6th-tier powerhouse, coldly spoke. Who are you? Don't think that your strength as a 6th transition can run rampant at Jinghua University. You, hearing Ouyang Yan's noise, The woman in golden clothes coldly swept her gaze over him, a surge of killing intent instantly choking back the rest of his words. She then spoke indifferently. "You are not qualified to talk to me. You." That one sentence nearly drove Yang Yan mad with anger. Before he could say more, a calm laughter echoed in everyone's ears. At that moment, a figure appeared in the originally empty air without any warning. It was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, his expression kind and gentle, radiating endless wisdom. Though his hair was as white as snow, he exuded a vibrant vitality. When people saw him, a wave of tranquility and peace surged in their hearts. This was the 8th-tier Heavenly Soul Sword Saint Dongfang Xing. When he truly appeared, everyone was taken by surprise, their faces showing excitement. An invisible energy spread from his body, enveloping the entire square, and at that moment, all live broadcast signals were interrupted. Just when everyone thought that Dean Dongfang would question the woman in golden clothes, an astonishing scene unfolded. He actually showed an uncharacteristic excitement, respectfully stepping forward. This low posture left everyone present in shock, stirring up a storm in their hearts. But the woman in golden clothes waved her hand impatiently. "No need to be so troublesome, I have things to do and will leave soon. This person is under my protection, you keep an eye on him. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable." After saying this, her beautiful eyes calmly looked at Xianshan. "From now on, you stay at Tsinghua University obediently and don't take any risks. If anything happens, just find this old man." With that, her figure vanished like a shadow in the wind, while Dean Dongfang reached out, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, when he saw Xianshan's gaze turned towards him, he also smiled back kindly. As for Qin Mohan, she looked at Xianshan with suspicion, then at the already vanished golden-haired woman. Feeling a sense of tension rise in her heart, she was confident in her appearance and her relationship with Xianshan, but that woman had been as noble as a fairy, making her anxious about their relationship. Xianshan noticed that Qin Mohan seemed to want to say something but held back. He knew what she was thinking and quickly explained, "I don't know her specific identity either, I just happened to save her once." Qin Mohan nodded, but it was clear she didn't fully believe him. Xianshan grew anxious. "What I said is true." Qin Mohan still smiled gently and nodded. Alright. It seemed that Qin Mohan wouldn't believe him. But anyone would find it hard to believe that a level 13 commoner could save a 6th transition professional. Xianshan felt a headache coming on. He truly didn't know the identity of that woman. Earlier, in the car, he had already reported this mission to General Su, stating that the demonic chaos should soon come to an end. Ultimately, it was caused by a giant dragon fighting with the woman in golden clothes. At first, General Su was somewhat skeptical, but when Xianshan described the woman's abilities and realm, General Su fell silent. Clearly, he knew the identity of the woman in golden clothes, but no matter how Xianshan questioned him, General Su wouldn't say a word. At this moment, the woman in golden clothes had disappeared, and Dean Litzon's eyes flashed with understanding, while the other deans felt anxious. What exactly was the identity of this woman in golden clothes? Meanwhile, the Vice Dean Dongfang Xing regained his composure and spoke plainly. "I have witnessed the entire process of this battle. Xianshan is the champion, and that cannot be changed." Yang Yan was in a panic. He now understood that Xianshan's identity was somewhat extraordinary. Not just him, everyone could think of this, someone who could be recommended by Dean Litzong and casually bring forth a 6th transition powerhouse to make Dean Dongfang bow down. Who would dare provoke him? Yang Yan was clearly anxious, still gritting his teeth to speak. This, Director Dongfang, this is against the rules. Xianshan is just a civilian profession. At this moment, the live broadcast signal in Huaxia had been restored. Facing the camera, Dongfang Xing spoke solemnly. "Esteemed directors, what is the motto of Tsinghua University?" Everyone answered without hesitation. "Do not ask about background, select the worthy and capable." Right, it seems everyone still remembers. In today's environment of demonic invasion, as long as one has the ability and can contribute to the fight against the demons, they are a hero of our human race. We do not look at background, only at results. Xianshan, he is a civilian profession, I know. He may not have the potential for later growth, I know that too. But at least for now, he has legitimately defeated everyone and won the championship. That is the result. We should respect this result. This is the motto of Tsinghua University, and it is also the fundamental reason why our Dongfang family abandoned small family interests to become a university, cultivating talents capable of standing alone in the fight against the demons for Huaxia. If it were Xianshan on stage saying these words, it would not have had such a great impact. Instead, he would have been criticized for various reasons. But Director Dongfang has this kind of influence and strength. Everyone watching this live broadcast, whether professionals or non-professionals, was moved by Tsinghua University's broad-mindedness of not caring about background or profession, only looking at ability. This old fox really doesn't miss any opportunity to gain fame for their Dongfang family. Looking at Dongfang Xing, who was still speaking grandly on camera, General Su, who also sighed. Although he said this, he still respected the Dongfang family's decision to give up independence to cultivate talents for Huaxia. However, he was furious when he saw Xuanshan's championship being swallowed by that old Ouyang Yan, almost rushing to the imperial capital. Xianchen was one of his demon suppression army members. How could he endure such humiliation? It was only after the appearance of the woman in golden attire and director Dongfang's speech that he calmed down. A small special college entrance examination had ended with director Dongfang's appearance and the matter was settled, but the excitement in everyone's hearts had not faded, not because of Xianchen winning the championship but because they had actually seen a true 8th-tier powerhouse in reality. In the subsequent award ceremony, with director Dongfang present, Ouyang Yan did not dare to create any more trouble, begrudgingly acknowledging Xuanchen's championship status and allowing him to enter Jinghua University. At the same time, the mythic equipment that had attracted countless people's attention appeared in a beautiful box. As expected, it was a special equipment necklace. After all, the new students had limited items they could wear. Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Xianchen received the necklace. Originally, director Dongfang wanted Xianchen to say a few words. However, he took the benefits and promptly stepped down, completely ignoring the reporters waiting for interviews. When Xianchen returned to Hongkou No. 1 Middle School, everyone looked at him with awe, and the vice president was smiling so widely that his mouth nearly reached his ears. Xianchen, how are the attributes of the mythic necklace you obtained this time? Qin Mohan curiously asked. This was the highest level item they had encountered so far. Generally speaking, asking others about their equipment was a taboo, but Xianchen did not shy away at all. Instead, he casually handed it to Mohan. Here, it's a gift for you. And no, Xianchen, the equipment you can wear is already limited. You should keep this special equipment, especially since it's mythic level. Seeing Mohan refuse, Xianchen was not too surprised. He leaned closer to Mohan and, without giving her a chance to argue, took out the necklace called Heart of the Ocean and put it around her neck. When he saw Qin Mohan anxiously trying to take it off, Xianchen gently pressed her hand down. Don't worry, I have something even better. And this necklace can barely match your beauty, so you should wear it. Indeed, when Xianchen placed the sapphire-like necklace around Mohan's neck, under its deep radiance, her already stunning beauty was accentuated to an extraordinary degree. Heart of the Ocean, mythical equipment requirements, non-attributes, spirit, plus 140 magic recovery speed, plus 20% water resistance, plus 15% frost resistance, plus 10% additional skills. Water shield, upon activation, it forms a layer of water element shield around the user. The shield's strength depends on the input mana, absorbing a large amount of damage, with a 30% chance to slow the attacker. Tide's power, when health drops below 30%, the necklace releases Tide's power, temporarily increasing movement speed by 100%. After seeing the attributes, Qin Mohan, already amazed by the appearance of the Heart of the Ocean, was even more delighted. Unable to contain herself, she hugged Xianchen. The male classmates who had previously shown interest in Qin Mohan also gave up at this moment. They recognized that no matter who it was, no one could present a mythical level piece of equipment to a woman. On the high platform, Ouyang Yan's heart was bleeding. He had spent a considerable amount to finally arrange a suitable mythical equipment for his son, only to have it obtained by Xianchen, who then casually gifted it away. As for his son, he was still deeply affected and had not recovered. However, Ouyang Yan was not overly worried. He had previously promised to let Xianchen enter Jinghua University not out of kindness but for an important reason, to help his son rise from where he fell. Although Xianchen's strength was strangely powerful, as long as everyone else's strength reached the later stages, he, as a commoner class, would definitely not have the capital to compare with them. By the time Ouyang Jing's strength reached the second transition, he would arrange a crushing battle with Xianchen, and his son would naturally no longer have any psychological shadows. As for Dean Dongfang's focus on results, he would naturally know what the outcome of a commoner would be. It was simply a waste of time and resources. This special entrance exam for Jinghua University, despite some setbacks, ended satisfactorily. The first 100 who passed the exam officially became students of Jinghua University, entering various colleges based on their professions. As for Xianchen, he had long been informed by Dean Li Tsang that he must join their college no matter what. Xianchen knew that this time he could participate in the exam, because he occupied a spot from another college, so he did not refuse. The 100 of them were then led by the responsible teacher, officially entering the interior of Jinghua University. Jinghua University covers a vast area, with countless departments. In addition to the 5 major professional colleges with the strongest power, there are also Forging College, Materials College, Research College, and various institutions under the background of the extraordinary world. They were now just waiting to return to their residence, take a short rest, and tomorrow they would be rewarded with entry into one of the 3 sacred places of Jinghua University, the land of the divine remains. It was originally a private secret realm of the Dongfang family, rich in resources and monsters that provided enormous experience. Every time students from Jinghua University entered, they could grow rapidly and harvest various equipment and materials. However, students only had 2 opportunities to enter each year. Because they were freshmen, they were specially rewarded with an additional entry. Given their strength, the main purpose of entering tomorrow was to adapt to the environment and broaden their horizons, rather than to harvest anything. At this moment, the 100 who had fought their way through thousands of students upon truly entering Jinghua University could hardly contain their excitement, curious about everything around them. Along the way, there were also some students belonging to Jinghua University, none of whom were below the second transition. This group of freshmen also began to discuss, after all, most of them were from the capital and naturally had some special sources of information. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to enter the land of the divine relics as soon as we entered the school. There are treasures everywhere in there. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but there are indeed quite a few good things. I'll let you in on a secret. My third uncle's nephew's son-in-law teaches here, and he told me that there might be equipment that surpasses myths in the land of the divine relics. Upon hearing this news, everyone gasped, and one person continued, "Is that true? But I have an older brother, a real one. He's also a student at Jinghua University, and he said that if you want to become stronger quickly, you should challenge the Eternal Tower more. The rewards there are substantial." Indeed, it's said to be one of the 3 sacred places of Jinghua University. Let me tell you, these 100 people were completely from 2 different worlds. The students from the capital always had various pieces of information and lively discussions, while the others from all corners of the country listened quietly with perked ears. However, their conversation soon veered off topic, starting to discuss who the top 10 beauties of Jinghua University were and who the campus belle was. "Look, there's a beauty over there." Where? Wow, it really is. Howen, could this be the campus belle you mentioned? The person named Howen looked over and was instantly dumbfounded, wearing a similarly astonished expression, quickly nodding. Yes. My cousin is in the same class as Su Yingshan. She showed me a photo. It's her. Meanwhile, Xianchen, who was chatting with Qin Mohan, paused at the familiar name. Su Yingshan? Isn't that the woman? I didn't expect to run into her here. Yingshan, if you need crystal cores, just tell me directly. Why go to the illusory World Chamber of Commerce? To auction off all your gains? This is crucial for your growth. At this moment, not only was a little beauty following Su Yingshan, but a fairly handsome young man was also chattering away. Even if you want to sell equipment or materials, just give me a heads up, and even the illusory World Chamber of Commerce won't charge you a fee. Why do we have to be so distant? Shut up. Even though Su Yingshan was cool and aloof, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't just beat him up because Qin Wei was chattering in her ear. After all, Jinghua University had strict punishments for fights on campus. Just then, she noticed a large group of people approaching from a distance. She recognized the leading teacher. This should be the new students of this session. Just as her gaze swept past, it suddenly brightened and she walked straight towards them. Wow! Look, Su Yingshan is coming over. Holy crap! It's true, the goddess must have seen me. Nonsense, of course, it's me. I'm going to faint. I heard the goddess is still single. My spring has come. In an instant, the 100-person team fell into excited chatter, but when Su Yingshan really got closer, they fell silent instead. This time, Su Yingshan was wearing a long black and glazed dress, which highlighted her snow-white skin that radiated a glow. With her exquisite figure and cool demeanor, she was like a white moonlight in the night. When she spoke, her voice was like the sound of jade beads colliding, leaving everyone half-dazed. You came. Xian had just responded when he felt Qin Mohan gripping his arm tightly. Hearing what the woman said, the phrase "you came" could easily lead to misunderstandings. Before Xian could say anything, Su Yingshan had already taken out a black card and handed it to him. This is 20,000 star cores. I was going to send it to you, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon. No need. I already said last time, whatever you give is fine. The conversation between the two was clearly familiar, and the content left several students from Hongkou No. 1 High School, like Xian, dumbfounded. They remembered a rumor in school that Xian was being supported by classmate Qin Mohan, and now, listening to what the campus beauty of Jinghua University was saying, could it be that this guy was being supported here too? Could being a pretty boy really allow one to do as they please? At that moment, seeing Xian's hand linked with Qin Mohan's while he was also talking to the aloof Su Yingshan from the rumors, everyone present, about 100 people, felt an uncontrollable jealousy. Even though Xian had won the championship, they had never felt this jealous before. Seeing that Xian was refusing, Su Yingshan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, his pale and handsome face revealing a fierce expression. Kid, you must be a freshman, right? If you know what's good for you, just scram. Yingshan is not someone you can match with. You. Hello, cousin Qin Wei. Qin Mohan suddenly spoke up, causing the man named Qin Wei to change his expression. It was only then that he noticed Qin Mohan beside Xian, and he awkwardly smiled. Why you? Hello, Mohan, I didn't expect you to come to Jinghua University. Don't worry. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to find me. Our Qin family still has a lot of influence in Jinghua University. At that moment, Qin Wei was shocked to discover that the kid he had just warned seemed to be tightly holding hands with his cousin. This left him dumbfounded and surprisingly angry. This kid had already hooked up with his cousin and was now trying to flirt with his goddess? He completely overlooked the fact that it was Su Yingshan who had approached Xian Chen first. With Qin Mohan present, Qin Wei stood awkwardly to the side, not daring to speak. The atmosphere between the two women was somewhat tense, and Qin Mohan graciously extended her hand, smiling sweetly. Nice to meet you, I'm Qin Mohan. Su Yingshan. Qin Mohan nodded, acknowledging her. Since Xian Chen doesn't want your star core, you can take it back. We don't lack star cores. As she spoke, Qin Mohan took out a star card and gently handed it to Xian Chen, but the smile contained within made Xian Chen shiver. Xian Chen, here. There are 30,000 star cores in this. If you need money, just tell me. You don't have to take money from an outsider. When she said outsider, Qin Mohan emphasized it heavily. Everyone present was astonished by Qin Mohan's generosity, casually pulling out 30,000 star cores, which would amount to 300 million in soft currency. At this point, Xian Chen understood that Mohan seemed to have misunderstood something. Seeing Mohan hugging Xian Chen even more exaggeratedly, with that affectionate and smiling demeanor, Su Yingshan felt an inexplicable irritation rise within her. She threw the black card at Xian Chen, impatiently saying, whether you accept it or not is your business, and whether I give it or not is mine. This 20,000 star core is already yours. What you want to do with it, whether to throw it away or destroy it, has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Su Yingshan turned and left, not giving Xian Chen a chance to refuse. The little beauty following Su Yingshan shot a hostile glare at Xian Chen and hurriedly followed her out. At this moment, Xian Chen once again became the center of attention, not just from the 100 freshmen but also from the passing crowd who couldn't help but look over. This made Xian Chen hurriedly urge to leave. He wanted a low-key university life. But the development of events took a turn. Su Yingshan was already a figure of countless attention wherever she went in Jinghua University. Everyone who saw her with Xian Chen, another beauty who was not inferior to her, seemed to be in a dispute, and in the end, she left in a huff. Countless people on the campus network, upon seeing this news and photos, felt their hearts bleed, while their minds filled with countless imagined scenarios involving the three of them, but ultimately summed up in one phrase: scum. As they were about to part ways, Qin Mohan, who had been holding onto Xian Chen, finally spoke. Xian Chen, aren't you going to explain how you know Su Yingshan? Well, it's just an acquaintance. Someone I met in the abyss of demons. Qin Mohan suddenly said with a half-smile, you wouldn't tell me that you happened to save her life and then you two got to know each other, would you? Ha! Xian Chen looked at Qin Mohan in surprise. Mohan, how did you know? But Qin Mohan had an expression that seemed to say, guess if I believe you. Xian Chen felt a bit of a headache. Great, this was impossible to explain. Forget it. Tomorrow he would enter the Divine Ruins with Mohan to level up, kill some monsters, and relax a bit. Maybe she wouldn't be angry anymore. In the area of the imperial capital that ordinary people couldn't reach, a huge traditional Chinese mansion stood there, with intricately designed courtyards that were staggered and complex like a maze. In an inconspicuous small courtyard inside, a middle-aged man was calmly savoring tea. Although his hair was slightly graying at the temples, it did not diminish his elegant demeanor. Kangwu, you will personally bring the young lady back tomorrow. She has been getting too close to Xian Chen. The promise made to her has been fulfilled, and she can't be allowed to continue being willful. Yes, sir. The next day, a total of 100 new students arrived at the entrance of the Divine Ruins. The responsible teachers introduced everything that needed to be said, and the rest was up to them to explore. Entering the Divine Ruins required deducting 10,000 points each time. Points were the true currency of Jinghua University. They needed to contribute or exchange for Divine Ruins divine pearls. Every year, students had the opportunity to earn 20,000 points. It may seem like a lot, but it only allowed for 2 entries into the Divine Ruins. Detailed maps of the Divine Ruins and locations of treasures are available. Come quickly if you need them. Spirit items that increase resistance, only 1,000 points. Hurry! Purple excellent equipment, cheap deals, all professions available. Seeing new students arrive, the vendors outside the Divine Ruins brightened up and started shouting. Due to the high demand for points, most students' items circulated and traded within the school. They could take equipment, materials, spirit items, and various other things to the school's exchange to redeem points. If they weren't in a hurry, they could also trade in the designated vendor area of the school, which could yield higher points. Among the 100 new students, some were seeing this spectacle for the first time and couldn't help but marvel at the cheap purple equipment, having already spent 10,000 points to buy a full set of purple gear. Of course, it couldn't be said that there was anything wrong with this. Perhaps because of this set of purple gear, he might earn enough points from the Divine Ruins. However, this was basically impossible for new students. To earn 10,000 points, one would need at least a 3rd or even 4th tier professional to achieve that. The main purpose of entering the Divine Ruins was still to quickly level up. With everything ready, when this group of new students transformed into light spots and entered the Divine Ruins, a cold gaze withdrew from a distance. He spoke coldly to the person beside him. Did you see that commoner profession just now? Immediately arrange for those who are about to enter the Divine Ruins to kill him. Also, send someone To guard the entrance, as soon as he enters once, kill him again, understood? Yes, President. With 100 people entering, everyone had already formed teams based on their professional characteristics, which would allow them to survive longer and fight more efficiently. As an outlier, no one teamed up with Xian Chen. Even if there were former classmates from Hongkou No. 1 High School, Xian Chen still refused. Teaming up with Qin Mohan was enough. In the Divine Ruins, danger was everywhere. This dungeon space had many benefits but even more dangers. Although dying inside didn't count as true death, it would randomly drop items and waste the opportunity to enter, costing 10,000 points. Xian Chen, shall we start leveling up here? As Xian Chen and Qin Mohan walked a distance, they reached the outskirts of the new student area, where hardly anyone could be seen. All around were monsters around level 10, each with about 2,000 health. However, Xian Chen glanced over and immediately lost interest. No need, this is too slow. We only have 3 days in this instance space, so we need to maximize our time. Follow me. Saying this, Xian Chen took Qin Mohan by the hand and headed deeper into the land of the divine remnants. Trusting Xian Chen, she concealed her form. The two quickly passed through the level 20 area and arrived at the level 30 area, at which point Qin Mohan began to feel nervous. Xian Chen, isn't this enough? This area requires a third transfer to enter. Let's stay here for now. In a bit, you lure the monsters and be sure to protect yourself. I'll take care of the killing. This was a dark bamboo forest, and as Xian Chen used his hidden insight, the attributes of the monsters clad in dark bamboo armor appeared. Bamboo Shadow. Swordsman, level 35 quality, 4-star excellent health, 6,000 skills. Bamboo sword combo, rapidly attacks the target in succession, dealing damage 3 times, each dealing 50% of attack power. Bamboo Leaf Storm, wields the bamboo sword to unleash a wave of sword energy, dealing moderate damage to all surrounding enemies, with a 20% chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. Shadow Escape, becomes invisible in the bamboo forest, increasing evasion rate by 30% for 10 seconds. Not bad, a normal monster with 6,000 health. Entering combat mode, Xian Chen leaped directly into the group of bamboo shadow swordsmen. At the same time, the Undying Fate Scythe, which had not appeared during the special entrance exam, re-emerged. It was enveloped in a layer of pale blue light, making Qin Mohan sense something different. When Xian Chen swung the Undying Fate Scythe at several bamboo shadow swordsmen, a 90% critical hit chance was instantly triggered, and with doubled attack power plus the critical hit bonus, the damage exceeded 10,000. But that wasn't all. A surge of violent thunder power erupted, illuminating the space in an instant, blinding everyone, and all 20 or so monsters in front turned into white light. Thunder Wrapping, attacking enemies in front has a 50% chance to generate a chain of thunder power, with damage values depending on attack power and mental attributes. The number of targets hit by the thunder power depends on mental strength. Now, with his equipped mental attributes reaching 810, the number of thunder wraps became 27. As the world in front turned into purple thunder, Qin Mohan gently covered her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. She clearly remembered that Xian Chen hadn't been this abnormal last time. How long had it been for him to grow to this extent? When the purple thunder world disappeared, all that remained were scattered equipment and many transparent orbs. These transparent orbs were the Divine Remnants orbs, the main source of points for all of them. Each level 10 monster could provide 1 orb, while those they killed at level 30 or so would provide 3, and so on. However, the Divine Remnants orbs provided points as just one of their effects. After leaving the Land of the Divine Remnants, when handing in the orbs at the entrance, the Land of the Divine Remnants had special rules that would grant you a large amount of experience based on the number of orbs. This was why the Land of the Divine Remnants was considered a sacred place of Jinghua University, and why it was called an incubator for the strong. However, the cost of opening the Land of the Divine Remnants was too high, and the source of power supporting it required not only the Divine Remnants orbs but also a massive amount of star cores. Therefore, even the teachers and students of Jinghua University couldn't just enter whenever they wanted. Just that 10,000 points required a considerable amount of time to gather. Mohan, lure the monsters. Oh. Now, Xian Chen's abnormality left even Qin Mohan, who thought she understood him, at a loss. Hearing Xian Chen's words, she finally reacted, quickly plucking the bowstring, and a series of sharp arrows drew the distant bamboo shadow swordsman closer. At this moment, Xian Chen's attribute panel showed character, Xian Chen level 13 profession, commoner basic attributes, strength 1847. Plus 100, Constitution 810, plus 100, Agility 468, plus 100, Spirit 710, plus 100, Attack Power 3347, Health 9220/9220, Mana 10740/10740, Skills. These are his current attributes under equipment bonuses, with an attack power as high as 3347. As long as he scores a critical hit, whatever is on the other side will die in that amount, not to mention that under the equipment's critical hit rate bonus, his current critical hit rate has reached 90%. But that wasn't enough brutality. The Scythe of Undying Fate would occasionally unleash 27 bolts of lightning, encompassing all the bamboo shadow swordsmen. within range. This efficiency in leveling up made Qin Mohan's monster drawing speed somewhat unable to keep up with Xian Shen's monster killing speed. Hey, look quickly, why is there lightning appearing in the ink bamboo forest? Is there some treasure? I don't know, let's hurry over and take a look, maybe we can really find some good materials. Right, let's move faster. We were already going to the ink bamboo forest to level up, and we didn't expect such good luck. This was a 5-person team, including a third transformation professional whose strength was considered quite good even at Jinghua University. When they arrived at the ink bamboo forest, they happened to encounter Xian Shen triggering the thunder entanglement again. The sky was filled with lightning, evaporating all the bamboo shadow swordsmen in sight. What? What just happened? The 5 of them gaped, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. When did the academy produce such a monstrous figure who could kill a whole group of level 35 bamboo shadow swordsmen with a single blow? The detection spell was completely useless against Xian Shen with the shielding of the Major General Metal. As long as he didn't want to, no one could see through his level and profession information. The 5-person team stood there in a daze after appearing, and Xian Shen merely glanced over casually and didn't pay them any mind. He was busy picking up countless equipment, materials and divine relics around him with Qin Mohan. It didn't matter what equipment it was, the key was how long had it been. There were already over 1,000 divine relics, so it seemed that gaining points wasn't that difficult. Xian Shen was clearly speaking without feeling any pain, completely ignoring his monster-killing speed. Meanwhile, the 5-person team looked at Xian Shen with awe, thinking that he must be some powerful figure from the school leading a girl. Just as they were about to turn and leave, a voice filled with hatred suddenly rang out. Xian Shen, prepare to die. This time, my cousin has brought several experts from the True Law Society to find you. From now on, every time I see you in a dungeon, I'll kill you. Xian Shen turned around and coldly looked at the 10 people who had appeared, and the one speaking was Ouyang Jing. It seemed he felt he had backup this time. The onlookers, seeing someone suddenly speak arrogantly to this big shot, were puzzled. But when they saw the badges on those people, their expressions changed instantly. These were all members of the True Law Society. The True Law Society was one of the largest student factions in the academy, most of whom were mages, active in all dungeons, and the most formidable force. Not to be provoked. They didn't expect that this big shot had actually offended such a powerful faction. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the sheer number of opponents. Ouyang Jing, it seems you've forgotten our last bet. Didn't you say that after losing, you would walk backward every time you see me? Have you forgotten so soon? Hearing Xian Shen's mockery, Ouyang Jing's face turned pale with anger, and he immediately recalled the unpleasant experience, the psychological shadow resurfacing. The leading mage class, the only third transformation practitioner among the few, spoke proudly. Kid, you've chosen a good place for yourself, coming to the third transformation area to seek death, making it easy for us to find you. Xian Shen looked at the 10 people opposite him. The one with the most health among them was that level 32 mage, with just over 3,000 health. What gave them the courage to stand in front of him? Seeing Xian Shen's disdain and his reluctance to say more, the third transformation mage's anger flared up. Kid, it seems you don't understand the seriousness of the situation. From now on, don't even think about entering any dungeons. From now on, the True Mage Association will kill you every time we see you. After a few of them finished speaking, they began to gather their skills. In their view, it was just a round of area attacks, and Xian Shen would naturally die. But at that moment, an angry voice rang out. Stop, Ouyang Jing, make them stop immediately. Otherwise, I swear, you will all die. Don't doubt my words. Qin Mohan suddenly spoke darkly, causing Ouyang Jing to hesitate. He knew Qin Mohan's true identity. She had the strength and influence to say such things, and when she spoke of death, it was not the death in the dungeon space, but death in reality. The few who wanted to act looked at the suddenly hesitant Ouyang Jing, and the atmosphere became tense. This was the first time Xian Shen had seen Mohan so furious, her pretty face cold as ice, radiating killing intent. But he pulled Qin Mohan behind him, nonchalantly saying, I'll handle this. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Have you all decided how to die? Xian Shen's heart was ablaze. In the dungeon space, dying in battle could randomly drop items, especially the divine relics. Although it was random, with Xian Shen's high luck value of 100, it meant a 100% drop rate. He was eager to kill these few people, waiting for the continuous revenge that would follow, which would all be pure experience. It was like getting rich overnight. Ouyang Jing was still considering whether to change his timing to strike when he realized Xian Shen was so unaware of the situation that he actually opened up his protection. Opportunity knocks. This was a provocation from the other side. Attack! With a loud shout, the 10 different elemental powers were all unleashed. Boom! Xian Shen had no intention of dodging. He simply placed the scythe of immortal fate in front of him to absorb the impact of the spells. The surging elemental power, under his 90% damage reduction, could not harm him at all. Moreover, his current health was as high as 9220. Even an ordinary third transformation shield warrior might not compare to him. Your attacks are really weak. When the colorful spells disappeared, Xian Shen appeared completely unscathed. Not only were the 10 people dumbfounded, but even the 5-man team watching from a distance was shocked. Now, it's my turn. Cold fury breaks the formation. Xian Shen instantly transformed into a blue giant dragon with a 180% attack bonus, directly crashing into the leading Ouyang Jing and that third transformation mage, turning them into white light, leaving behind their equipment and a ground full of divine relics. The remaining 8 people felt their horror magnify as the scythe of immortal fate radiated the light of death. Boom! Thunder wrapped around them, and in an instant, all 8 turned into white light and disappeared, leaving their equipment and divine relics behind. At that moment, at the entrance of the divine relic dungeon, my epic level staff! Ouyang Jing appeared with a wail, and before his cry had ended, the third transformation mage belonging to the True Mage Association followed closely. Damn it! My epic level robe, and my 4,000 divine relics. The remaining 8, after their white light shone, also wailed in despair, quickly attracting the attention of other students at the entrance. Those who were about to enter the God's Abandoned Land dungeon saw a group of unfortunate souls die and drop their equipment, and they initially wanted to mock them. However, upon seeing the True Law Society badge on their chests, they quickly swallowed their words and left in silence. They were not to be provoked, not at all. At that moment, Ouyang Ke stepped forward. As soon as he appeared, everyone present who recognized him fell silent and looked at him with awe. Ouyang Ke, a 4th-turn necromancer. He was also the president of the True Law Society. The 10 people with Ouyang Jing lowered their heads in fear and spoke, "Cousin, President." But Ouyang Ke spoke flatly, "What happened? Wang Hui, you explain." The level 32 mage named Wang Hui swallowed hard and said cautiously, "President, that Xian Shen is suspicious. We didn't even see how he attacked, and as a result, everyone died." Ouyang Ke's expression turned cold. He did not expect his subordinates to be so useless, sending 10 people and they couldn't even figure out the opponent's methods. He was about to graduate and rarely returned to Jinghua University, mostly handling family affairs. He only occasionally came back to check on the development of the True Law Society and to challenge the Eternal Tower and enter the God's Abandoned Land. This time he sought trouble with Xian Shen not only because Ouyang Jing found him, but more importantly, he had long ago stated that Suing Shan would become his woman. Now, rumors were spreading everywhere in the Academy network about a special relationship between Xian Shen and Suing Shan, making him grit his teeth in hatred. He needed to let this newcomer know who truly held power. At Jinghua University, immediately send a message for the True Law Society members in the God's Abandoned Land to drop what they're doing and head to the Muxu Forest. Kill Xian Shen's people and reward them with 10,000 points. I don't believe it. If 10 people can't do it, I'll send 100. If 100 can't do it, I'll send 1,000. He must die. Yes. Seeing the president's fury, several people quickly used special means to contact the True Law Society members still in the God's Abandoned Land. As for Xian Shen, he was overjoyed at this moment. Besides the equipment, the most important thing was that they contributed 6,000 God's Abandoned Pearls. Only Ouyang Jing and a few others hadn't had the chance to kill monsters and collect God's Abandoned Pearls. They had nothing but equipment. And that third turn mage had clearly just leveled up and hadn't yet been rejected by the dungeon space, resulting in most of the gains going to Xian Shen. At this moment, after cleaning up the battlefield, Xian Shen turned to the 5-member team that was too nervous to move. "You don't need to be afraid. I'm very friendly." "Why yes. The leading third-turn professional nodded eagerly, not daring to say a word against it. He had never seen such a ruthless person. Every kill was instantaneous. Seeing that they were still tense, Xian Shen directly stated his purpose. "You can leave now, but I hope you can spread the word about my presence in the Muxu Forest area, letting the True Law Society members know that I'm here waiting for them." The leading professional didn't dare to say more, agreed, and immediately left. Fearing that this big shot would take action against him, he had just glanced at the ground and saw 2 pieces of orange equipment clearly dropped by the unfortunate members of the True Law Society, and he couldn't help but wonder how heartbroken they would be. "Xian Shen, are we really going to wait for them here?" "Yes, I found that fighting can help me grow quickly. There are still many True Law Society members in the dungeon space. They might have quite a few gains. As long as they dare to come, all their things will be mine." Listening to Xian Shen's domineering words, Jin Mohan smiled. "Xian Shen, I've never heard you say such fierce things before." Xian Shen also laughed and teased, "Just now, I've seen your fierce look, it almost scared me. So my little Mohan is so fierce." "Humph." Shin Mohan glared at Xuanqing in dissatisfaction. "I'm not doing this for you. Who would have thought you'd become such a big pervert? It feels a bit unreal. I really doubt whether you're an awakened commoner. Profession, how could you be such a strong professional? Could it be that your hidden profession is called commoner?" Xuanqing just smiled and didn't respond. He had too many secrets, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Once he grew strong enough, he could naturally face any scrutiny. As for now, he was looking forward to the group of mages from the True Law Society coming to find trouble with him. With his invulnerability to all laws, no matter how many mages came, they would all die. The bamboo forest quickly fell silent, leaving only Xuanqing and Qin Mohan, who were clearly focused on leveling up. However, the storm caused by Xuanqing had already swept through the entire God's Remains dungeon. Have you heard? It seems there's a fierce guy provoking the True Law Society in the bamboo forest, just waiting for them to come. I heard that too, but no matter how fierce he is, it won't help. The professionals of the True Law Society are spread across every dungeon. That arrogant guy will probably pay the price soon. Exactly. No matter how strong an individual is, it's useless against a sea of people. Let's go. Anyway, we've pretty much gathered what we needed from the God's remains. Let's go see the excitement. Count me in. But I think we might not see anything. Having offended the True Law Society, he probably ran away long ago. How could he still be in the bamboo forest? Such explosive news about the God's remains was rare to come by in years. As long as it wasn't too far away and people didn't have anything urgent, they all rushed to the bamboo forest. Shin Mohan, having a wider field of vision, noticed the unusual gathering of people around her earlier and felt a bit worried. Xuancheng, there are more and more people around. Is it really okay? Don't worry, these are all kind-hearted people bringing us equipment and experience. We can't scare them off. I'll find a conspicuous place to wait. You hide your figure and don't come out. After saying that, Xuancheng boldly walked to an open area in the bamboo forest. The terrain here was relatively open, suitable for large-scale brawls. When Xuancheng actually appeared, whether it was the spectators or some discerning individuals, they all wondered if this kid was being too arrogant. He really hadn't left the bamboo forest? Hey, look, isn't that big shot Suing-chan's rumored boyfriend? Wow, it really is. I've seen his photo on the campus network. No wonder the True Law Society wants to find trouble with him. Wait, so he is Xuancheng, the first in this special entrance exam? Right. I have to say, this new student has some guts. Becoming the champion has made him forget his own weight. He probably hasn't even completed his first transition and dares to offend the biggest force in the academy. The show is starting. Quick, look, the True Law Society people are coming. As the onlookers were eagerly anticipating the drama, a team of 23 people appeared. Wherever they went, they carried an innate sense of superiority, and the surrounding people quickly made way. Looking at their badges, they were indeed from the True Law Society. Moreover, they looked weary from travel, clearly the first batch to arrive. They had all received the news that, as long as they killed a new student in the God's remains, they would be rewarded with 10,000 points. Who would have thought there would be such good fortune at the end of the 3-day dungeon time? Without a second thought, all the True Law Society members without urgent matters rushed over, fearing someone else would get there first. Some even put down what they were doing to come over. After all, casually killing a new student meant 10,000 points. These 23 were the fastest responders among the professionals. Upon their arrival, they all showed joyful expressions, clearly believing that this credit was theirs to claim. Good, very good. You must be Xuancheng, right? Since you're really just waiting obediently in the bamboo forest and not running around, dying at our hands now counts as your fate. You. Seeing the other party still wanting to talk grandly, Xianchen impatiently charged into the group of little mages. His sudden burst of speed startled everyone. The more than 20 people fumbled and hurriedly took out their staffs to begin chanting spells, but Xianchen's speed was even faster. The power unleashed from his nearly 2,000 strength value truly crashed into the crowd like a cannonball. With his current agility, the swinging speed of the scythe of immortal fate was astonishing. Only a few insignificant injuries landed on him, and once Xianchen entered the mage crowd, the rest was just slaughter. Some quick-reacting mages cast shields on themselves, but it was still useless. In the end, the light whisper of equality among all beings. The scythe of immortal fate only needed 2 swings, and when the thunder reappeared, this group exploded with a pile of equipment and divine relics. Xianchen was too lazy to count how many there were, collecting them all into his storage space. The battle, which came quickly and ended just as fast, left an eerie silence in the scene, as if the air had been sucked out. It wasn't until a long time later that someone gasped, "Damn, where did such a fierce newcomer come from? Is this some big shot disguised as bait? I only saw him swing that strange scythe twice, and all these true mages were dead? Look at all those divine relics. That just exploded on the ground. There must be over 20,000. It seems our academy hasn't seen such a fierce person in a long time. It really could be baiting, but why is his drop rate so high? I don't know, but this Xianchen is in trouble. He clearly chose the wrong target to fish for. If he had killed some people who hadn't joined the academy guild, it would have been fine, but he targeted the true mages. This Xianchen is doomed. In fact, the academy tacitly allows conflicts in the dungeon space. Battles and competition help people grow faster. As long as it's not real-life combat and death, the academy won't interfere. They, as professionals in the extraordinary world, are here to learn how to fight and grow quickly, not to acquire knowledge. Combat is the fastest way to become strong. Therefore, the matter of killing and seizing divine relics has been considered by others. But no one has the drop rate that Xianchen possesses, and killing in the land of divine relics is equivalent to making deadly enemies, directly causing the opponent's 10,000 points to go to waste. Moreover, almost every student chooses to join one of the 3 major guilds, so they have backing. A slight misstep could trigger large-scale battles. Thus, the number of grudges formed in the dungeon space has naturally decreased. But Xianchen is clearly an anomaly. At this moment, at the entrance of the land of divine relics, Ouyang was waiting with a cold face for the follow-up. However, instead of Xian Shen, he ended up waiting for 23 people from the True Mage Guild. Once this group appeared, they began to complain all at once. President, that kid has a problem. Yes, President, he is definitely not an ordinary person. The damage he unleashed was terrifying. We couldn't even react before we were all dead. So brutal. President, I can guarantee with my head that he is definitely not a newcomer. The incessant chatter from the group in front of him made Ouyang's mood worse. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Shut up. Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak again. After 2 consecutive defeats, Ouyang finally calmed down and realized that this newcomer had some unusual methods. However, in a sea of people, individual combat strength is useless. Notify everyone who arrives at the bamboo forest not to act rashly, just wait in place. By the way, are there any Hall Master level people in the land of divine relics? Yes, the Hall Master of the Thunderfire Hall, Ji Chen, is inside. Hearing the desired answer, Ouyang calmly ordered, immediately have Master Ji put down what he's doing, organize enough personnel, and set up a camp specifically targeting epic level monsters to take down Xian Shen. Yes, as everyone went down to prepare, Ouyang finally felt at ease. No matter how strong an individual's power is, what does it matter? Under the organized targeting of their guild, they are but ants shaking a tree. Now, news of a newcomer challenging the entire True Law Society alone in the Ink Bamboo Forest spread throughout the academy. Both students and mentors had heard of this feat. Lu Xiaoxi received this news and was overjoyed. She was a priest of the Sacred Academy, and once in the land of the divine relics, she witnessed Su Yingchan's strength when she saved her, which led her to cling to Su Yingchan ever since. Whenever she had free time, she would seek out Su Yingchan. And Su Yingchan, at times, indeed needed someone to provide her with some buffs, so it became a tacit agreement that Lu Xiaoxi would be her personal holy priest. However, Lu Xiaoxi had a secret buried deep in her heart. She had always admired Su Yingchan and regarded her as an elder sister. Sister, I have good news for you. The person who angered you last time is now being cornered by the True Law Society in the land of the divine relics, and more members are gathering there. That arrogant newcomer is in for it. He will probably be killed in the shadows. It is said that the True Law Society has also announced that they will kill him every time he enters a dungeon from now on. Su Yingchan nodded indifferently, as she was on her way to the Eternal Tower and was not interested in these matters. Seeing Su Yingchan's expressionless face, Lu Xiaoxi could only mumble in boredom. Oh, sister really has no interest in anything, but that Xian Chen is definitely in trouble for bullying you. Who? You mean Xian Chen? The previously expressionless Su Yingchan suddenly reacted, her demeanor shifting. Yes, it's Xian Chen. Seeing Su Yingchan finally respond, Lu Xiaoxi nodded affirmatively. But Su Yingchan spoke coldly, her tone unusually tinged with urgency. Xiaoxi, lend me 10,000 points. I need to go to the dungeon in the land of the divine relics right away. Sister, didn't you just go to the land of the divine relics? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Although Lu Xiaoxi was questioning her, she had already transferred the points to Su Yingchan, who had vanished in the blink of an eye. Her veiled face revealed her anxiety. Xian Shen had saved her life twice, now that he was in trouble, since she knew she had to help him no matter what. Yes, that's right. At this moment, Xian Shen was still waiting in place for the main force of the True Law Society to arrive. That would be a big deal. The surrounding professionals were also waiting here, observing the developments. They all looked puzzled. This Xian Shen had offended the True Law Society, and instead of running away, he was waiting here for revenge, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the members of the True Law Society, who had already arrived, were organizing themselves according to their professional characteristics. Each of them felt it was an overreaction, but the one making the arrangements was Ji Chen, the leader of the Thunderfire Hall. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he still began to organize the team and the formation for hunting elite monsters. Warriors, mages, assassins, archers, and summoners, none were missing, plus the special profession of priests. This team of over 200 people could even take on an epic-level boss in the land of the divine relics. Everyone who saw the scene took a step back, gaining a clearer understanding of the True Law Society's strength. While executing Ouyang's order, Ji Chen was initially reluctant. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? However, he thought that this also served as a warning from the True Law Society to all professionals, showcasing their power. No matter who it is, as long as they offend the True Law Society, there will be no way out. The surrounding noise was ignored by Xian Shen. From time to time, members of the True Law Society joined this small team of 200, and for Xian Shen, the more people, the better. Although there were risks, he believed the rewards would be significant. At that moment, a tall warrior suddenly barged into his open space, boasting a level of 39. His appearance caused an uproar among those present. I didn't expect the Iron Blood Society to come. This is the leader Li Aotian, a level 39 berserker. Few can match his strength. Oh, it seems the leader is heading towards Xian Shen. What does he want? The sudden figure blocked Xian Shen's view, and Li Aotian wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Xian Shen, I am now representing the Iron Blood Society to extend an invitation to you. As Long as you join us, we will handle the rest and no one will dare to target you again. Liao Tian's voice was unrestrained and everyone present could hear it. The leader of the True Law Society, Ji Chen, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If the Iron Blood Society really intervened, things would become complicated, possibly leading to a conflict between the two major guilds, which the president would likely consider. At Jinghua University, there were three strongest guilds: the True Law Society, the Iron Blood Society, and the Holy Light Sanctuary. The True Law Society was mainly composed of mages, while the Iron Blood Society was in direct opposition to them, mostly consisting of warrior classes. The Holy Light Sanctuary was primarily made up of people from the Holy Academy, which is a special academy independent of the 5 major academies, mainly consisting of priests. Although they possessed various enhancement skills and healing abilities, they lacked many combat skills, so they had a different assessment method. These special class priests formed the Holy Light Sanctuary. Due to the Holy Light Sanctuary's reputation for having many beautiful women, most archers, summoners, and assassins would prioritize joining it. Of course, some would selectively join the other 2 major guilds based on their needs. Just when everyone felt regretful, thinking that such a grand event was about to end, Xin Shen suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, leaderly, but I do not plan to join any guild for the time being." What a joke! After all this build-up, they were about to fight, and if he really joined the Iron Blood Society, it would have been a waste of time waiting. Xian Shen's words immediately silenced the scene, and Liao Tian was even more anxious to speak. "Xian Shen, the opponent you are facing is the entire True Law Society. No matter how strong an individual is, there are limits, and if you join us, we will all be brothers, and no one can bully you." Liao Tian actually wanted to curse. He had never seen someone so ungrateful. Usually, which other professionals weren't eager to join their guild? He had only come to Mo Zhulin because the president specifically instructed him to. It was said that this kid had the backing of Dean Li-Tsong, so he painfully spent 10,000 points to enter the God-Forgotten Land to find this kid, hoping to put an end to the battle targeting him. Who knew this kid would be so arrogant and refuse outright? Just as Liao Tian was struggling with how to complete the president's task, a group of over 200 professionals appeared in the distance, led by Ji Chen. Liao Tian, if the person doesn't want to join your Iron Blood Society, are you going to shamelessly beg them? This will make your Iron Blood Society lose face. Liao Tian's heart sank, and he angrily retorted, "Ji Chen, how my Iron Blood Society operates is not something you have the right to comment on. If you're not convinced, do you dare to duel me?" He clearly wanted to disrupt the True Law Society's plans and create a situation for Xian Chen to escape. Ji Chen chuckled, "Liao Tian, I have so many people under me right now. Do you think I would duel you? You must have hit your head on the way out." "You." Seeing Liao Tian about to speak, Xian Chen directly stopped him. "Thank you for your kindness, but it's really unnecessary." After saying that, he mockingly looked at the more than 200 professional players on the opposite side and disdainfully said, "Are you finally ready? Then come and die." Xian Chen's arrogant words made Ji Chen so angry that he laughed instead. Kid, I have to say you are the most arrogant person I've ever seen. I hope you can withstand our wrath later." He had already planned to beat Xian Chen half to death, then let the priest heal him, and then beat him half to death again. He couldn't let this kid off too easily. This was a special instruction from the president, and now he particularly wanted to do it. To everyone's surprise, Xian Chen not only did not run away but instead charged towards the True Law Society. The opposing side had gathered enough, it was time to slaughter them all. With a command from Ji Chen, the 200-person team quickly formed their formation, with warriors at the front and assassins already hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. Mages and archers at the back began preparing their spells and shots, while summoners simultaneously raised their staffs to summon powerful creatures. The remaining dozen or so priests carefully watched Xian Chen according to Ji Chen's instructions, ready to heal him at any moment to prevent him from being killed outright. As the True Law Society began their assault, all the spectators felt that this would be a battle without suspense. No matter how strong Xian Chen was, he was still not enough against organized professionals. Xian Chen's figure did not stop, continuously charging forward, his gaze calm, as the first batch of arrows and skills approached his body. Frost Fury Charge. Xian Chen transformed into a giant dragon, dashing 10 meters while evading all skills and arrows. This was a trick he had discovered through repeated use of Frost Fury Charge. In the 0.2 seconds of transforming into a giant dragon, he could evade all damage, which was equivalent to being invincible. Although the first round of attacks was ineffective against Xian Chen, the assassins who had already surrounded him before the battle were now closing in. They revealed themselves from stealth, their sharp daggers gleaming coldly, while the second round of skills and arrows locked onto Xian Chen again. To everyone, it seemed like a life and death situation. But Xian Chen was not afraid at all. As long as there were people around him, it didn't matter even if he got hit by these skills. As his health began to drop under the barrage of numerous skills, the scythe of immortal fate in his hand began to swing. Blood Shadow Rage activated. Blood Shadow Rage, your normal attacks deal damage to enemies while allowing you to steal 100% of the damage as health. Xian Chen's recently decreased health was completely restored in a single critical hit of over 10,000. This infuriated Ji Chen, who was watching from a distance. Damn, Which priest healed him? I haven't given any orders yet. All the priests looked at each other, whispering, "Leader, it wasn't us, we didn't use any skills." At this moment, Ji Chen also realized, noticing the menacing scythe in Xian Chen's hand. With each swing, his health seemed to be fully restored again. This kind of lifesteal ability was simply unheard of. Li Outyen, who was watching, was also dumbfounded. He held on? The rest of the spectators looked at Xian Chen, who was still charging into the crowd, with shock in their eyes. He didn't die. With that kind of skill, how could anyone survive? So terrifying. Look, he seems to be in perfect condition. Every swing takes down several assassins. Just then, Xian Chen's thunder wrapping activated, and the assassins around him were directly engulfed in a sea of lightning. A group of assassins fell to the ground, while Xian Chen's health status remained full. Ji Chen was greatly alarmed. He initially thought it was an overreaction to mobilize so many people against Xian Chen, but now it was clear that it was not. The opponent was simply an unkillable monster. He guessed that Xian Chen might have vampiric abilities and quickly ordered all assassins retreat. Summoners, let your summons take the front. Mages and archers, unleash your skills with all your might. Hold nothing back now. After charging forward for a distance, various summons crowded in front of Xian Chen. At the same time, more powerful skills and various targeted arrows rained down from the sky. But a cold smile appeared at the corner of Xuan Chen's mouth. The cooldown for his frost fury had ended after 2 seconds. Accompanied by the roar of a dragon, the blue dragon shadow forcefully broke through the summons in front of him. When he erupted with power again, he had already reached the front of this group of over 200 people. The rest was much simpler. As long as he got close, however, many people there were, that many would die. Quick, shield bearers, hold the line. Priests, be ready to heal. The warriors at the front were sweating profusely at this moment. They had never been this tense even when facing epic monsters. Finally, boom! The warrior at the front collided instantly with the scythe of immortal fate, and there was no obstruction as everyone had imagined. The people in front of Xian Chen all turned into white light and disappeared, including the shield bearers without exception. Their once proud armor and defenses were as fragile as paper. Under the thousands of critical hits, no one could survive. The damage from the mages' skills and the archer's attacks on his health was merely temporary, and in the blink of an eye it would be fully restored amidst everyone's despair. Once Xian Chen entered the crowd, the battle turned overwhelmingly one-sided. He slaughtered from front to back, from left to right. He killed until there wasn't a drop of his own blood left on him. All of it was from his opponents. As the battle progressed, all the distant onlookers felt as if they were witnessing a miracle that shouldn't exist. What should have been a one-sided fight was indeed one-sided. Ji Chen went from being full of confidence at the beginning to despair now. There was simply no way to fight back. The damage they could inflict on Xian Chen was negligible, while a single touch from him could result in mass death. The key was that no matter how they exploded with power, Xuan Chen's health seemed untouched. Throughout the entire battle, the easiest job was for the priests. Aside from providing buffs to their teammates, they had no opportunity to cast healing spells, because Xian Chen could kill in an instant. After the warriors in front were finished off, the next targets were the summoners, mages, and archers. During this time, the Thunderfire Hall Master Ji Chen even attempted to resist. As a fire mage, he swapped places with his fire avatar, trying to escape. He had already fled over 100 meters, but was instantly killed by Xuan Chen's Kanglan Soul Devouring Slash with 4 times the attack power, resulting in a massive explosion. Kanglan Soul Devouring Slash ignores all of the opponent's means, forcibly deprives 30% of attributes for 9 seconds, and adds a 9-second seal status. During the seal, no skills can be used, while dealing 400% damage of a normal attack. The status cannot be triggered repeatedly on a single target. No cost, cooldown time of 10 minutes. As an immortal skill, using it on a small mage, he could be considered to have died a worthy death. As for using domain power and teleportation, this group was far from qualified. Xuan Chen's tearing slash was just seen by Su Yingshan, who was rushing from a distance. Her anxious figure froze in place, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Ji Chen, who was on par with her in strength, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xian Chen now. Moreover, she had thought that Xuan Chen's abilities were strong enough to hold out for a while until she arrived to find an opportunity to escape together. Little did she know, the people from the True Law Association were collapsing like water, unable to hold out even for a short time. She took another look at Xian Chen, who was sweeping everything away, and realized she had no reason to be there, resolutely leaving in silence. She also needed to seize the time to grow stronger. It had only been a short while since they last met, and the gap between her and Xian Chen was growing larger. Hidden high in the bamboo forest, Qin Mohan had a broader view. The moment that stunning figure appeared, she had already sensed it. However, upon seeing Su Yingshan turn and leave, Qin Mohan let out a soft sigh. The remaining battle held no suspense. Only a few assassins managed to escape due to their professional traits, while the rest were all eliminated. As a gust of wind blew, the dazzling divine relics scattered across the ground. In another setting, countless people would be moved, but they all stared blankly at Xian Chen, who had sheathed the scythe of immortal fate and wore a gentle smile, involuntarily shivering. This was a legendary figure who had taken down over 200 people. They decided that once they returned, they would tell everyone they knew that they must never provoke This monster named Xianchen. As for the fact that he was a new student who had just enrolled this year, they would never believe it. Just like no one had believed that Xianchen was a commoner class back then. At this moment, Li Outyen realized he was superfluous. After all this time, others were not arrogant, they truly had strength. He felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to approach or not. He could only bow from a distance to Xianchen, greet him, and then turn to leave. Mohan, come out and collect the equipment. Hearing Xianchen's words, Qin Mohan slid down from her high perch. She had witnessed too many miracles created by Xianchen, and from initial shock, she had become immune, or rather, numb to it. Thus, she was one of the first to recover and began to help Xianchen clean up the battlefield. However, her storage space quickly became insufficient, and the rest was all packed away by Xianchen. Regardless of the quality of the equipment, Xianchen stuffed everything into his storage space, as it was quite large. Xianchen was overjoyed now, with a total of 242,000 divine relics, 5 orange epic equipment, countless purple equipment, and anything below purple was simply useless. This profit was indeed substantial. As expected, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He didn't even know how to spend so much money. Amidst the fearful gazes of everyone, Xianchen finished cleaning the battlefield and left. With Mohan, with the influence he had now, the people from the divine relic realm would definitely not come looking for trouble with him. It was estimated that when they sought him out again, the commotion would be even greater. However, Xianchen enjoyed such grand spectacles. After this, battle ended in a way no one had anticipated. The result spread throughout Jinghua University. Everyone felt that Jinghua University might give birth to an unprecedented prodigy, one who could take on 200 professionals, and those were the 200 hidden classes that had gone through layers of selection at Jinghua University. Such an existence was simply breaking the norm. Many still did not know that Xianchen was just a new student, a commoner class of only a few levels. Or even if they did know, they automatically ignored it, thinking it was just a false rumor. At this moment, deep within the inner courtyard of Jinghua University, at a sheer cliff, Dean Litsong hurriedly passed by and then respectfully approached the mountain peak, presenting a document. Director Dongfang, this is all the information regarding Xianchen. We had to mobilize the highest authority to obtain it. Dongfang Xing was slightly surprised, took the document, and spoke. Has this farce targeting Xianchen come to an end? Dean Li Sung suppressed the shock in his heart and slowly nodded. It has ended, but it was not because Xianchen agreed to join the Iron Blood Society that both sides laid down their arms, but because Xianchen single-handedly dealt with over 200 of them. Dongfang Xing? If he didn't know Di Lixan was a steady person, he would have almost slapped him. What kind of joke was this? Dongfang Xing struggled to maintain his composure as an 8th turn master, discreetly looking at the document in his hand. However, when he clearly saw the information about Xianchen in the document, he stood up directly. What? Commoner. Wings of Purification. Single-handedly defeating a mythic level evil. Brigadier. General. Each of these terms is terrifying, shocking everyone, and all of it comes from Xianchen alone. Dongfang Xing gasped, looking at Li Tsong, who also wore a surprised expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. What kind of monster has the young lady brought back? He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and slowly spoke. Let things develop as they will. As long as it's a battle at the student level, do not interfere. Let the adjudicators move out and increase surveillance on the academy. We must pay attention to the Ouyang family to prevent them from acting in the shadows. Understood. A commoner? Is there really such a powerful commoner? Dongfang Xing looked towards the dark star at the edge of the sky, which hung above like the eye of a demon. How could it possibly be a commoner? At this moment, the woman in golden attire had arrived at the military secret realm in Hongkou, Magic City. She was preparing to pass through the secret realm to the land of the rising sun, as the spatial secret realms here were interconnected. This time, besides looking for things that could quickly level up, she also intended to borrow their national artifact. The national artifact is the source of a nation's fortune that still exists in the world of the Dark Star, and the national artifact of the land of the rising sun is the Yata no Kagami. Its function is to have a stronger awakening effect, allowing for a second awakening to unleash the true potential hidden within the body. There have been cases where both parents were powerful combat professions, yet their children awakened as support professions upon reaching adulthood. Logically, such situations are rare, because if both parents are combat professionals, their children will generally awaken as combat professions. Therefore, some people are willing to pay a huge price to ultimately use the Yata no Kagami to reverse their fate and achieve a second awakening. The woman in golden attire does not believe that Xianchen is truly just a commoner profession. Coincidentally, she was on her way to the land of the rising sun to handle some matters so she could conveniently borrow the Yata no Kagami. As for whether the other party would agree, just a tiny country relying on Huaxia to barely survive, they probably wouldn't dare to have any objections. In the land of the divine relics, Xianchen was happily hunting monsters with Mo Han, building their relationship. After Emohan leveled up to level 10, finally at the end of the third day, Xianchen welcomed his own level up. Ding, your level has increased to level 14. You have gained attribute increases: Strength +1, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Spirit +2. Free attribute points to distribute 3. Endless potential erupts. You gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent. You have gained a red myth passive extraction. Extract. You have drawn the red myth passive unmatched. Unmatched. All forms of your attacks trigger critical hits 100% of the time, and critical hit damage is increased by 100%. So strong. At first, Xianchen was a bit worried about the 100% critical hit trigger. He already had a 90% critical hit chance, which seemed a bit redundant. But seeing that it was a 100% critical hit for all forms, Xianchen was stunned. That meant all his skills could trigger critical hits. Although he didn't have many skills, they were all powerful violent skills. Taking the immortal skill, Soul Devouring Slash, as an example, after triggering a critical hit, the damage would double, turning from 4 times the attack damage to 8 times. But that wasn't the end. The follow-up of this passive is to further increase critical hit damage by 100%. That means 16 times the attack damage. With his current attack power plus 16 times the explosive damage ignoring any defense. He just wanted to say one thing: who else is there? Even if he just casually did a basic attack now, it would still be lethal, let alone using skills. Now, the 3 days in the land of the divine relics were almost up. This time, since he was with Qin Imohan, Xianchen didn't explore the land of the divine relics too much. When the white light shone, they instantly appeared at the entrance of the land of the divine relics. The remaining 100 new students also appeared at the same time. Since these newcomers were entering for the first time, they sought safety, and no one engaged in any dangerous activities, so there were no incidents of death along the way. As soon as they appeared, they began to excitedly discuss, haha, I collected 700 divine heritage pearls this time, and I was lucky enough to find 2 pieces of purple equipment. Another newcomer nearby scoffed, what's that? After I entered, I earned 1,000 divine heritage pearls and haven't even mentioned it yet. You guys don't count. Look at that guy Shuefei, grinning at everyone, asking about their gains. That guy was lucky enough to find a treasure spot, directly earning 2,000 divine heritage pearls, plus what he got from killing monsters. He has nearly 3,000 divine heritage pearls. Hiss. Is it that terrifying? He must be the one with the most gains this time. Many newcomers, having just entered the divine heritage land, were in high spirits. Those who had only earned 200 or 300 divine heritage pearls didn't dare to speak, only enviously watching Shuefei and the others. Shuefei was also continuously basking in the envy of others, completing the submission of his divine heritage pearls, and he was lucky enough to level up, reaching level 10. Now he was even more pleased. No matter how much he showed off, when Yashuan ignored him completely. However, he was quite sociable upon seeing this time's champion. Xianchen, he quickly approached. Xianchen, how are your gains in the divine heritage land this time? Xianchen looked at him oddly, a bit shy to speak. Not much, not much. Seeing that the champion seemed embarrassed, Shuefei felt even prouder. It's okay. We're all classmates, let's share. Just as he was about to ask more, Qin Mohan had already completed her submission of divine heritage pearls, and her gains were displayed above. Qin Mohan 22,000 divine heritage pearls. At the same time, she had just leveled up to 10, and without even completing her first transfer quest, she shone with the light of leveling up again, reaching level 11. Shuefei was left dumbfounded, and the other newcomers were equally astonished. What just happened? How could a newcomer have so many divine heritage pearls? Did she also find a treasure? Xianchen shook his head helplessly. He originally wanted to give Mohan half of his divine heritage pearls, but she absolutely refused, even though the 20,000 were forcibly given by Xianchen. At this moment, Xianchen also submitted his divine heritage pearls, and before everyone could recover from their shock, an even stronger blazing white light shone. This time, not just the newcomers, but everyone submitting divine heritage pearls turned their attention to him. When the white light faded, everyone who saw Xianchen's gains stared wide-eyed, standing still like wooden sculptures. Xianchen 264000. Divine heritage pearls. How is this possible? What kind of joke is this? When they entered the divine heritage land, everyone told them how difficult it was to earn divine heritage pearls. They could feel the difficulty of obtaining them themselves. So how did that number of over 260,000 come about? Shuefei rubbed his eyes repeatedly, counted the zeros again, and finally trembled his lips. 264,000? He finally understood the meaning of Xianchen's strange smile and his embarrassment. It was clearly just being shy about not wanting to discourage himself. He couldn't even compare to the other's smallest digit, and he was asking what? It was simply self-humiliation. Wow. Are my eyes going blurry? Why are there so many zeros? At the back? Blurry my ass. You're an eagle-eyed hidden class and you can't see clearly? Damn it, how could there be so many divine heritage pearls? Did he go rob someone? However, the discussions among the crowd didn't last long before they quickly fell silent. Because a group of several hundred professionals, a dark mass, was approaching from a distance, and at the forefront was Ouyang Ku. He wore a sullen expression, with Ji Chen and Ouyang Jing following closely behind. Even if these newcomers had never seen much, they had heard of the three major forces at Jinghua University, the True Law Society. Faced with such a grand display, no one dared to move. Even with the school's prohibition against fighting outside of instance spaces, the pressure was unavoidable, causing them to feel apprehensive. Yet, Xian Chen seemed oblivious to the crowd. Having just leveled up to 14, he quickly began to ascend again. Ding, your level has increased to 15. Ding, your level has increased to 16. Ding, your level has increased to 17. Endless potential triggered. Talent, you have gained 3 passive draws for the red myth. Awesome. Jinghua University truly is an incubator for the strong. In such a short time, he had already leveled up 4 times. In other places, even with the bonus of rapid evolution, such speed was unattainable. The efficiency of leveling up now was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine in his past life. Seeing the dark crowd of the True Law Society before him, Xian Chen felt not the slightest bit of displeasure. Instead, he grew increasingly happy and felt a sense of familiarity. These were all good people. When Ouyang Ku reached Xian Chen, there was no tension or harsh words as he had imagined. Instead, he forced a stiff smile. Xian Chen, you really have some good methods. This time, the True Law Society admits defeat. Let's be clear, neither of us has too great a grudge against the other. From today on, the True Law Society will no longer trouble you. Cousin, you. Shut up. Ouyang Jing tried to say something but was ruthlessly interrupted by Ouyang Ku. As the young patriarch of the Ouyang family, he would soon take control of the entire clan. Besides looking down on everything, being able to bend and stretch was also part of his character. Since the opponent was not simple. No, it was more than not simple. He had never encountered such a monstrous person. Continuing like this was unnecessary and not worth the loss. Admitting defeat and yielding was, in fact, the best outcome now. In his view, Xian Chen would surely agree. After all, he felt that targeting Xian Chen further would come at too great a cost, and then it would truly become a deadly feud. Hee, Xian Chen scoffed. President Ouyang really has a good idea. It seems like you were the one looking for trouble from the very beginning, right? And I, it seems, have never caused you any trouble. That's not fair. Ouyang Ku's face darkened. He understood Xian Chen's implication but spoke calmly. So what do you mean? Chen didn't think much and directly said, simple. Since I find you all quite friendly, I'll give you a friendship price. If you want to clear our grievances, just give me 2 million points and I won't bother the True Law Society anymore. Silence. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They had never seen someone so brazenly demanding. Did he know that if he could make the True Law Society yield, he would already be the #1 at Jinghua University? As for 2 million points, how could the True Law Society possibly agree? Ouyang Ku's anger was completely uncontrollable, exuding a chilling killing intent. Xian Chen, don't be ungrateful. Don't think that the True Law Society is afraid of you. We just believe that continuing this hostility is not good for either side. Think it over. Ouyang Ku's words sounded nice, but the current situation was entirely of his own making. He had thought he could easily handle a newcomer, but now it had turned into a situation he couldn't escape. Whether to fight or not was his decision, but it wasn't that simple. Moreover, it didn't benefit him, but it might not be without benefits for Xian Chen. President Ouyang, let's cut the nonsense. If you can take out 2 million, then the grievances between us at Jinghua University can be settled. But if you can't, then I'm sorry, it's my turn to trouble you. After Xian Chen finished speaking, Ouyang Ku completely abandoned the idea of negotiation. Not to mention whether he could come up with the huge sum of 2 million points. If he really agreed to Xian Chen's request, how would the True Law Society maintain its footing in the academy? It seems you are not planning to resolve our grievances? President Ouyang is joking. I've already given you the method to resolve our grievances, and it's a special friendship price for you. Next time, there won't be such a price. Ouyang Ku also understood that continuing the conversation was pointless. He glared at Xian Chen with murderous intent and said coldly, Kid, you should be grateful that the Academy's rules prevent us from taking action in the real world, or you would have been dead by now. Leave. Ouyang Ku glanced at the judges who had appeared in several positions due to their gathering and had no choice but to leave. The judges were the core strength of Jinghua University and the foundation of the Eastern family, which had once been the first force. They were powerful, and it was said that each of them possessed the strength of the fifth transition. Chen coldly watched Ouyang Ku leave, unfazed. In fact, the ones who should truly be grateful for the school's ban were them, otherwise he would have acted long ago and wouldn't have given him the chance to keep talking. As the storm subsided, Shui Fei approached with some trepidation and asked, Xian Chen, how did you offend the people of the True Law Society? This group of freshmen had just come out of the Divine Ruins and had no idea what earth-shattering events had occurred in the past 3 days. Xian Chen casually replied, it's nothing, just killed over 200 of them in the instance. Shui Fei? He found it hard to understand, and at that moment, people around them who recognized Xian Chen began to discuss among themselves, look, that's Xian Chen, truly impressive. Even the True Law Society has to back down. The True Law Society has really hit a brick wall this time. This matter is far from over. But I think Xianchen will ultimately fail. Taking on a guild alone is simply asking for death. I don't agree with that view. Just look at it. Xianchen is a fierce person who defeated a complete team by himself. Who knows what will happen next? He is simply my idol. Many who had heard of Xianchen's name but had never seen him in person finally met the legendary fierce person and felt it was worth the trip. Especially some girls who had heard of Xianchen's deeds were even more captivated by his charm when they saw him in reality. Xuefei sensed that the gaze of Wen Yashuan beside him seemed to be changing, and he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Clearly, they were all freshmen. Why was Xianchen's university life so different? Seeing the girls around him starting to look at him with fiery eyes, Xianchen quickly took Qin Mohan and left. Xianchen, do you have anything else to do next? At that moment, on the shaded path, there were only the two of them. Qin Mohan spoke softly, as gentle as ever. After 10 years of companionship, though it was plain as water, it had long since soaked into their hearts. Xianchen didn't notice anything unusual. He was used to having Mohan by his side and casually said, "Nothing much. I'm planning to go to the Jinghua University Research Institute to submit some materials and collect some rewards. After that, I should have time." Upon hearing Xianchen's response, Qin Mohan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay, then you must remember to come to my place at Jinghua University tomorrow. I have something important to tell you." Seeing Mohan so serious was rare. Xianchen nodded in agreement and the two temporarily parted ways. "Miss, the master has informed you that after you come out, he will be returning to the family." After Xianchen left, a dark shadow appeared. It was Uncle Kong, whom Xianchen had seen before. For Jinghua University, the influence of the Qin Mohan family is self-evident when it comes to allowing outsiders deep into the academy. "Uncle Kong, please reply to my father that I will naturally return after tomorrow." "Yes." At this moment, Xianchen was heading to the Research Institute of Jinghua University. The location was relatively remote, with a wide view and few visitors. Moreover, the surrounding area was heavily guarded, with several adjudicators stationed at high points. This situation made Xianchen feel a bit hesitant. He suddenly thought of a serious problem. He didn't have any identification, so it should be difficult to enter here, right? However, when he arrived at the entrance, before he could even present his case, the guards surprisingly let him through. This left Xianchen puzzled. Had he become so famous? Could he really enter a restricted area just based on his face? Once inside, a receptionist immediately approached him. "Sir, what do you need?" Seeing this seamless transition, Xianchen quickly understood what was happening. It seemed that with the words of the woman in golden attire, his every move at Jinghua University would be under scrutiny. The downside was that he had relatively little privacy, but then again, he didn't need to hide anything he did. The benefits, however, were significant. At least at Jinghua University, he could do whatever he wanted and go wherever he pleased. At the same time, his safety would absolutely not be an issue. After realizing the implications behind this, Xianchen spoke directly. "Take me to see Dean Li of the Research Institute. I am here to submit materials on the evil spirits." "Alright, please follow me." After contacting the higher-ups, the receptionist efficiently led Xianchen inside. After passing through several solid and special doors using his identity information, they quickly arrived at an underground elevator. "Sir, you will need to go the rest of the way by yourself. Dean Li is already waiting for you." After saying this, the receptionist bowed and withdrew, as he did not have permission to enter the inner sanctum underground. As expected, when Xianchen looked at the smart camera, his identity was directly verified through iris scanning. Xianchen couldn't help but feel a bit curious. He was about to visit the most mysterious research institute in Huaxia. This time, he was mainly here to deliver the corpse of the frost giant dragon and, of course, to exchange for mythical equipment. The elevator descended, and Dean Li, who had been waiting, was somewhat impatient. If it weren't for the fact that this matter had the endorsement of Dean Dongfang, he would never have personally come to receive a student. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal. It was just submitting materials on evil spirits in exchange for points, so why did he need to be involved? Although Dean Li, with his graying hair, complained, he still nodded perfunctorily upon seeing Xianchen, saying, "Kid, are you here to submit the corpse of the evil spirit? Take it out now." Xianchen looked around the space and shook his head. "Dean Li, this place is too small. It won't fit." Dean Li's mouth twitched. This kid really had a big attitude. How big could his storage space be? To say such a thing, claiming the space was too small? Dean Li grew increasingly impatient, forcibly suppressing his anger, and continued to lead Xianchen to the next location. Yet, Xianchen still shook his head. This time, Dean Li almost cursed out loud. If it weren't for Dean Dongfang's arrangement, he would have definitely scolded this ignorant kid. He had seen evil spirit materials before, even a giant evil spirit over 100 meters long he had once dissected. Yet this kid still complained about the space being small? Dean Li suppressed his anger and directly took Xianchen to the largest secret chamber in their research institute, which had never been used since its construction. This time, if this kid still found it too small, he swore he would disregard Dean Dongfang's orders and kick this kid out, making sure he could never enter this door again. It's barely acceptable. Xianchen nodded slightly, while looking at the visibly troubled Dean Li Feng in front of him. "Dean Li, step back a bit, my evil spirit is a bit large." Li Feng's face twitched. He was eager to see just how large this demanding student's evil spirit could be. As Xian Chen's storage space flickered, a massive shadow flew out, crashing down with overwhelming pressure, causing the ground to shake and startling Li Feng into retreating repeatedly. The spacious room was instantly filled to the brim with the shadow, and only then did Li Feng clearly see what it was: a legendary dragon, with shimmering cold scales and wings hundreds of meters wide, accompanied by an unapproachable dragon might, all of which told him this was indeed a dragon. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, frozen in place, dazedly staring at the dragon before him, his eyes filled with shock. This is an evil spirit in the form of a dragon? As the most authoritative evil spirit researcher in Huaxia, Li Feng immediately recognized the rarity of this dragon's body. He frantically circled around the frost dragon, spiraling around it again and again, muttering, "Perfect, perfect. Hee, what a perfect creature." At the same time, he didn't stop writing, continuously recording sets of data with a small notebook and a pen. When his frenzied excitement finally calmed down, he remembered who had brought this dragon. Little brother, may I ask, what is the rank of this dragon? 8 turns, mythic level. As expected. Just as I guessed. Every cell in Li Feng's body trembled with excitement. This was undoubtedly the first 8-turn mythic dragon ever possessed by humanity. It was incredibly important for all research on extraordinary subjects. Now, Li Feng wanted to elevate Xian Chen to a pedestal. He was the benefactor of their research institute. Just a moment ago he had called him kid, and now he had completely transformed into little brother. Even if Xian Chen asked him to call him grandpa, he probably wouldn't refuse. Little brother, since you brought the mythic dragon to our research institute, you are now our greatest benefactor. At this point, Li Feng, still excited and unable to stop, almost knelt down to thank Xian Chen. However, he was stopped by Xian Chen, who was speechless. He was here for something substantial, so there was no need to dwell on the abstract. Nevertheless, it was enough to show how much of an impact the mythic dragon had on Li Feng. Rest assured, from now on, you will have the highest authority in our research institute. Any new achievements will be prioritized for you. You will also become our institute's honorary professor for life. An honorary professor for life. This title was rare at Jinghua University. It was not just a symbol of status, it came with a reward of 200,000 points each year and even allowed participation in important decision-making votes at Jinghua University. But to Li Feng, this was insignificant compared to the contribution Xian Chen had made. However, Xian Chen wasn't interested in these things. He quickly asked, "Dean Li, where can I choose the mythic level equipment?" Li Feng slapped his forehead, almost forgot. He immediately took out a top-secret document and handed it to Xian Chen. This lists the mythic level equipment currently available at the Forging Institute. Take a look and see which one you need. Once you've made your choice, I'll have them sent over. The Research Institute and the Forging Institute were already one entity, one focused on research, while the other turned that research into reality. The list in Xian Chen's hands mostly contained weapons for professionals, but he skipped all of those and directly looked at the special equipment. However, there was nothing like the mask he wanted among the special equipment. With a charm value of 100 and having become famous at Jinghua University, it was better for him to wear a mask. After Xian Chen finished looking and made no choice, Li Feng cautiously asked, "Little brother, what's wrong? Is there nothing you want?" Xian Chen shook his head anxiously and asked, "Director Li, can you help me customize a myth-level mask?" Li Feng was taken aback. Shouldn't the focus usually be on forging equipment that maximizes professional characteristics? Masks, while having some special functions, don't significantly enhance combat. However, Director Li didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. "No problem, leave it to me. I'll finish analyzing the attributes of the frost giant dragon right away, and then I'll personally go to the Forge Institute to have them make the mask you want." "Great. Thank you, Director Li." Just then, Xian Chen's new identification had been completed. It was a black card with a metallic texture, symbolizing a professor at Jinghua University. Inside, there were also the 1 million points he earned from his contributions, plus the 200,000 points from his student status, making him incredibly wealthy. With so many points, he could easily spend time in the God-forsaken land without worry. Perhaps he would soon return to the king level. In both the human world and the demon world, reaching the 6th transition is referred to as becoming a king-level powerhouse. They have transcended the ordinary, existing on a completely different level from regular people. Legendary abilities like burning mountains in boiling seas or flying through the air are all within their grasp. Above this are the 7th transition heavenly kings, the 8th transition emperors, and the never-before-seen 9th transition emperors. This level might only be born in the deepest parts of the demon world. With no further business, Xian Chen saw Li Feng gathering personnel and using various instruments to begin analyzing the frost giant dragon, so he quietly left. He also drew the 3 myth-level passives he had just received. You have drawn the red myth passive, Indestructible. Indestructible, you will reduce 80% of all types of physical attack damage, while also dealing a 50% counterattack damage to enemies. You have drawn the red myth passive, Soul of Battle. Soul of Battle, whenever you attack others or are attacked, you enter a battle state. Increases attack by 10% per minute. This passive can stack After leaving the battle state, attributes reset and each layer of passive lasts for 24 hours. You have drawn the red myth passive, Divine Protection. Divine Protection, seek fortune and avoid calamity. Your choices are the guidance of fate. A total of 3 skills. Xianshan nodded repeatedly. The first, Indestructible, combined with the previous All Laws Invulnerable, meant he now had both physical and magical damage reduction. Now, not only would mages shake their heads at him, but even warriors would have to do the same. The Soul of Battle skill was even more outrageous. As long as he remained in a battle state, he could continuously stack attack bonuses. He had a twisted idea. Maintaining the battle state was easy. He just needed to let someone touch him or touch someone else every few minutes, and he could keep stacking. If he filled it for 24 hours, that would mean. As for the last Divine Protection, it was completely cryptic and he didn't quite understand it. Guidance of fate, what was that? Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. He was strong now, and that was enough. He couldn't wait to enter various dungeons and secret realms to stir up trouble for the True Law Society. Woo 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 woo. Mommy, I don't want to be apart from you. Woo woo. Under the deep night sky, a woman in a green sleeve and red skirt was holding a little girl. Her face was somewhat pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Although she possessed the strength of the 5th transition, she was exhausted from being pursued by a 6th transition king-level powerhouse. Although there were still guards behind her fighting desperately, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with them. Mo-hun, listen to me, just run forward and don't look back. Mommy will come soon. Don't worry, we'll be fine. My Mo-hun is the most obedient child. I haven't even seen her grow up yet. Suddenly, the gentle woman's expression changed, suppressing her unease. Her voice became urgent. Run. Mo-hun, run to the area where ordinary people gather. Hide yourself well. You must survive. Mom. But little Mo-hun was pushed forward by a gentle force, flying into the dark slums behind her. As for this gentle woman, she resolutely rushed in the opposite direction, a trail of tears left in her wake. She had to separate from Mo-hun because her high-level strength was like a beacon in the night, always attracting those enemies with special perception. Only by separating from her could Mo-hun have a chance of survival. And inside the slums, there were only ordinary people. The professionals were the outliers. Mo-hun would definitely survive. The front was unknown, and the back was also unknown. But obedient Mo-hun could only keep moving forward, always moving forward. Until the fateful encounter. A little boy with a round face peeked out, curiously observing the little girl at the door. Her originally exquisite dress was covered in dirt, and her face and fair little legs bore scars from her escape, looking utterly disheveled. Perhaps due to exhaustion, she was curled up in a corner, biting her lip tightly to suppress any sound. In an instant, the little boy understood what was happening. Chasing and killing were common occurrences in the extraordinary world. He reached out his hand, warmth shining in his eyes. Don't worry, with me here, you won't be in danger. When little Mo-hun grasped that soft little hand, a warm current flowed from his palm to her heart, creating a sense of safety and infatuation she had never felt before. Did I have a nightmare again? When Mo-hun got out of bed, her eyes were somewhat dim. After that, her mother died in an attack. Although her father went on a mad rampage of revenge, her mother would never return. But fortunately, Xianshan was still with her. Although today was the day she would part with Xianshan, she would never accept her fate. Early the next morning, Xianshan set off to Mo-hun's residence, feeling refreshed. Jinghua University was large, and each student had their own independent residence. After all, everyone had the potential to become a significant figure in the future, so the living arrangements were very rich and complete, with each residence even equipped with a small courtyard. Now, as a professor, he even owned a mansion-sized estate, but he had no particular preferences about where he lived, so he hadn't accepted it yet. Following the address left by Mo-hun, Xianshan entered a quaint little courtyard. He didn't expect to find a luxurious hovering car parked there, and Uncle Khan was also present. As Xianshan entered the courtyard and was about to knock on the door, it happened to open, leaving him stunned in place. The first ray of morning light shone on Mo-hun, making her look like a goddess stepping out of a fairyland. She was wearing a dress made of oriole feathers, radiating splendid light and nobility under the sun. Her delicate brows, skin like jade snow, and her eyes sparkling with anticipation, while the corners of her mouth revealed a familiar gentle smile to Xianshan. Xianshan never expected that the previously bright-eyed girl, Mo-hun, would suddenly transform so much, as if she had become a noble princess. Beautiful, right? Seeing Xianshan stunned in place, the smile on Mo-hun's face grew wider, pride mixed with a hint of sadness. She slightly parted her lips. This is a coming-of-age gift my mother prepared for me when I was very young, but I only wore it today. Xianshan knew about Mo-hun's mother, and he nodded. It's beautiful. Mo-hun, your mother in spirit knows and will be proud of your beauty. Well, Xuancheng, after today, I will have to part ways with you for a while, and then, seeing Xuancheng about to speak, Mo-hun gently raised her delicate hand and looked at him with tender eyes. Please don't ask anything, okay? When the time comes, you will naturally know. Xuancheng, can you dance with me today? Xuancheng sensed something, but he was already pulled into the room by Mo-hun's soft little hand. As the melodious waltz began to play, Mo-hun danced gracefully, elegantly, beautifully. Her spinning figure was like a magnificent whirlpool, drawing Xuanqing into a daze in this moment. As the music ended, the two remained close. They embraced gently, enjoying this tranquility. In this moment, Qin Mohan's beauty, her elegance, her reluctance, crystallized into eternity. She finally mustered the strength to push herself away from Xuanqing's chest. She feared that if this continued, she would lose the courage to leave, remaining trapped in this tenderness. Xuanqing, Qin Mohan slightly raised her head, her eyes reddening. Am I the most important person in your heart today? Xuanqing hugged her tightly again, gently yet firmly. Mohan, you have always been. Qin Mohan, with tears glistening in her eyes, broke free from Xuanqing's embrace. Although her smile remained radiant, it was tinged with heart-wrenching sadness. Xuanqing, you must remember. Even if you think of other girls later, you must first think of me. With that, she resolutely turned and left. What is going on? Xuanqing was confused and somewhat dazed. It felt like a parting of life and death. He quickly grabbed Qin Mohan's hand. Mohan, what is going on? Mohan spoke as calmly as she could. I have to return to my family. We might not be able to see each other for a long time. Xuanqing was taken aback. Family? Is it an obstacle from her family? It was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't a big deal. Without further ado, he pulled Qin Mohan's hand and walked out of the courtyard, looking at the already waiting Kong Wu, and directly said, Uncle Kong, please inform your family head that I will take Mohan to see him right away. Thank you. Xuanqing's sudden words left Kong Wu momentarily speechless. Once he regained his senses, he quickly sought permission, and after receiving a response, he looked at Xuanqing again with admiration, just like the first time he met this bold young man. At this moment, the car had started, and Qin Mohan sat in the car heading back to her family, finally realizing, Xuanqing, you. Relax, Mohan, it's just a trip back home, no need to be nervous. I'll talk to your father. Hearing Xuanqing's firm and calm words, Qin Mohan finally felt at ease. Then she froze. Why did Xuanqing speak as if he was very familiar with her family, as if she had never mentioned it in front of him? And was he really going to meet her father directly? Her father would never change his decision. Just as Qin Mohan fell into deep thought, feeling anxious, they finally arrived at the ancient palace complex hidden deep within the imperial capital. With Kong Wu leading the way, Xuanqing confidently held Qin Mohan's hand as if entering his own home, while Qin Mohan felt nervous. She still didn't know what would happen when Xuanqing met her father. Sir, Xuanqing and the young lady have arrived. Come in. Accompanied by a clear voice, Kong Wu pushed open the wooden door in front of him. Xuanqing entered calmly just as he made eye contact with the man in the courtyard. This middle-aged man was simply dressed, although his hair was slightly graying. It only added to his mature charm. His demeanor was gentle like aged fine wine, exuding a richer grace over time, making it impossible for both young married women and young maidens to resist his charm. Xuanqing had to admit that if it weren't for his own 100 points of charm, he really couldn't compare to this man. Qin Mohan gently called out, Father. You both come and sit down. The middle-aged man still wore a warm smile, showing no change due to their sudden arrival. Xuanqing, our Mohan has been under your care all these years. Uncle Qin, you flatter me. In fact, Mohan has taken care of me more. Seeing that her father was not angry as she had imagined, and that the two were meeting for the first time in such harmony, Qin Mohan felt a bit relieved. But suddenly, she noticed her father's gaze sharpen. Xuanqing, a person from Magic City. At the age of 8, your parents died in the demon fall. At 18, you awakened as a commoner profession. Entered the demon fall with a special pass from the Qin family, and 3 days later, single-handedly hunted immature myth-level demons, earning the rank of Brigadier General. Then became a member of the Purification Wing. When a beast riot occurred in Magic City, you single-handedly rescued the teachers and students of Honko No. 1 Middle School and later quelled the riot in the Demon Fall. Entered Jinghua University. Achieved the unprecedented feat of 1 against 100. Upon hearing this, Qin Mohan was completely shocked. She considered herself the person who understood Xuanqing the most, yet she had no idea he had so many identities and had accomplished so much. Xuanqing, you are quite impressive. Achieving the Purification Wing at such a young age and holding the rank of Brigadier General is enough to prove your talent. But Qin Sihai stared intently into Xuanqing's eyes and said softly, if you want to be with my daughter, relying on these alone is not enough. Qin Mohan's expression changed. Father. Qin Sihai raised his hand, interrupting Mohan's words, his tone still gentle and unrefusable. Mohan, after that incident, I allowed you all your whims. You wanted to attend school with Xuanqing, so I had someone buy Honko No. 1 Middle School. You didn't want to participate in any family gatherings, and I cancelled them all for you. But I said, once you turn 18, your life will no longer belong solely to you. You will bear the responsibilities of our Qin family. At this moment, Qin Sihai looked at Xuanqing again. Xuanqing, do you need me to introduce our Qin family to you? No need. Xuanqing looked directly at Qin Sihai, the Qin family of Qingji, the controlling family of the illusory world chamber of commerce. Xuanqing said no more. If one were to ask who the strongest force in Huaxia is, different people might have different answers. But if asked who the richest force in Huaxia is, it would definitely be the illusory world chamber of commerce. Their chamber is spread across every corner of Huaxia and even the world, specifically serving professionals. Equipment, skills, spiritual items, materials, everything is available. The equipment Xuanqing had previously sent for was also from the Illusory World Chamber of Commerce, so it could be said that after becoming a professional, one could not escape the influence of the Illusory World Chamber of Commerce in any aspect. But Xuanqing still spoke plainly. However, this cannot be a reason for me to leave Mohan. Hearing Xuanqing's response, Qin Sihai was not surprised, but his expression became indifferent. Young man, everything in this world has a price. As long as you can articulate it, I can agree. To put it bluntly, you are not worthy of my daughter. It would be better for you to agree to my conditions now and secure a good future for yourself. Enough, father. Qin Mohan suddenly spoke up, interrupting her father's further persuasion. Do you think everything in the world has a price? Can you buy back my mother's life? No, you cannot. You still think I am just impulsively staying by Xuanqing's side. Over the years, I have had many people around me, both male and female, and no matter what gatherings they participated in, they flocked to me like flies. Did they like me? No, not at all. They were only drawn to me because of my family background, because of your wealth. Only Xuanqing has never cared about my identity or my family background. This girl, Xian Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. To be honest, he still envied her family background. This was the wealthiest status in all of Huaxia. I can agree to you, accept the family's inheritance, and start managing the business association. But no matter what, in the end, I will still choose to be with Xian Chen. Qin Sihai fell into silence. After that incident, he was heartbroken, like a madman seeking revenge on all the forces with grievances. He didn't care about wealth, he just wanted to vent. His daughter was only 8 when she was attacked, and it was Xian Chen who saved her in her most helpless and desperate moment, which led to the story that followed. He thought that when his daughter grew up, she would understand the gap between them. Especially when he learned that Xian Chen had awakened to a civilian profession, he felt even more that this relationship should come to an end. He thought that giving Xian Chen some compensation afterward would settle this good karma. Little did he know that after Xian Chen became a civilian, their relationship progressed rapidly, and Xian Chen's strength also grew in an unreasonable way. Even he, who had experienced so much, couldn't understand why Xian Chen became so inscrutable after awakening. As a civilian, Qin Sihai silently looked at his daughter, whose eyes were filled with stubbornness, just like her mother. He sighed slightly and turned his back to them. Xian Chen, do you know why I don't agree with you two being together? We have 5 major inheritance secret realms in Huaxia, and what our Qin family possesses is the Wind language sacred domain. This time, the inheritor of the Qin family's Wind language sacred domain is Mohan. After completing the inheritance, she can become a king-level powerhouse within 2 years. I know you have great potential, even if you are just a civilian profession. But I only look at the results, and whether you can grow into a king-level powerhouse is still an unknown. Geniuses are never lacking in the extraordinary world, but those who can reach the very top are few and far between. Think carefully. Do you have the qualifications to be by Mohan's side? Chen was completely shocked. When he had chatted with a group of old military men, he had heard about this matter, thinking that this inheritance secret realm that could help people grow was just a rumor. He never expected it to be true. There really was a way to achieve a 7-turn king in a short time. Wouldn't that mean Mohan could become a king level at just 20? At that moment, Xian Chen also recalled his past life, fighting desperately in the demon suppression army, finally becoming a king-level powerhouse. Mohan had suddenly appeared that day, joining the demon suppression army. After that, she had always been by his side, and at that time, he felt he couldn't see through her. Moreover, later he heard that she seemed to have completely severed ties with the Qin family. He never expected to have a chance to start over in this life, which could make up for those regrets. Seeing Xian Chen digesting the impact of this information, Qin Sihai looked at his unyielding daughter and finally spoke. I can agree to you being with Xian Chen. But Xian Chen must become a 6-turn within 2 years. That is the minimum requirement. Otherwise, don't ever think about this again. Qin Mohan's expression hadn't even had time to show joy before she panicked. Father, I agree. Hearing Xian Chen's response, Qin Mohan became even more anxious. He was making things more complicated. If she didn't know Xian Chen's feelings for her, she would really think he was just talking nonsense and didn't want to be with her. The condition her father set was simply impossible to achieve. Apart from families with inheritance secret realms who could become a king-level powerhouse in 2 years? Good. Ambitious. Xian Chen, this requirement I have already lowered for you. As long as you can become a king-level powerhouse within 2 years, I will agree to your relationship with Mohan. If not, then I hope you give up this thought and don't appear again. Otherwise, it will be difficult for both sides when the time comes. Seeing Xian Chen agree directly, Qin Sihai's expression softened considerably. This condition was not something he said lightly. If Xian Chen could truly achieve it and grow into a 6 transformation king-level powerhouse, it would mean he had the qualifications to be with his daughter. For such a young and potentially powerful major to grow up, it would be nothing but beneficial for the Qin family. Although he claimed that Xian Chen was not worthy of his daughter, that was because he only looked to the future. Currently, Xuanqin's status was more than enough for his daughter. But who could predict the future? Of course, there was one crucial point. Qin Sihai saw the feelings Xianqin had for Mohan in his eyes. A person's eyes do not lie. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, even if he had to play the villain, he would set obstacles and tests for Xianqin. If it were so easy to win his daughter, how could Xianqin truly cherish her? The promise between the two men was suddenly reached in a few words, and Qin Mohan knew that whatever she said now would be useless. Seeing the conflict in Mohan's eyes, unsure of what to say, Xianqin instead comforted her. Don't worry, Mohan, when have I ever let you down? Thinking of the miracles Xianqin had created all along, Qin Mohan felt a bit reassured. And Xianqin was certainly not speaking carelessly. With his current passive state and background, if he couldn't achieve king level within 2 years, he might as well find a block of tofu to die against. His goal was not king level, but heavenly king level. Regarding the current outcome, Qin Sihai was very satisfied. Mohan could now wholeheartedly accept the inheritance of the wind language sacred domain. Let's leave it at that, Xianqin. If you want to tour the Qin family, I'll have Uncle Kong show you around. For now, I need to take Mohan into the secret realm. Her time cannot be delayed any longer. Although Xianqin was reluctant, he understood this was serious. Mohan, let's part for now, and we'll meet again in 2 years. Xianqin, you must remember to think of me every day. Mohan's eyes were brimming with tears, her butterfly-like eyelashes glistening with droplets. Cough, cough. Qin Sihai suddenly felt a sense of guilt. It's about time to go. Xianqin suddenly rushed forward, tightly embracing Mohan, then gently patting her head. He said, wait for me. This series of actions flowed smoothly. After the hug, he turned and left without hesitation before Qin Sihai could get angry. Seeing his daughter still standing there foolishly even after Xianqin had walked far away, Qin Sihai felt a twinge of jealousy. His daughter had never been so infatuated with anyone before. Fortunately, he was there to help her. Otherwise, with this silly girl wholeheartedly hanging on to Xianqin, how could she understand that if one always has something and never loses it, how could they talk about cherishing it? With Uncle Kong leading the way, Xianqin headed straight back to Jinghua University. Next, he needed to seize the time to play with the people from the True Law Society to vent his frustrations. And of course, to level up. At this moment, in a secret chamber of the Mage Academy at Jinghua University, Ouyang Yan sat in the main seat, looking somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected that by allowing Xianqin to enter Jinghua University, he could easily manipulate him when his potential was exhausted later on. Who would have thought that he would find things becoming tricky even in the early stages? His son Ouyang Jing had targeted him, only to be slapped in the face. His nephew Ouyang Ke sent people from the True Law Society, and they still suffered heavy losses. How could they wait for the later stages under such circumstances? Ouyang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Core, this matter can only be handled by you students. Neither our Ouyang family nor the power I hold can intervene. Dongfang Xing has already warned me specifically. Ouyang Ke could also sense that due to the recent turmoil caused by him and Xianqin, the frequency of the judges appearing in the academy had increased. However, he didn't come to seek help from Dean Ouyang. Ouyang Ke smiled confidently and said, Uncle, you misunderstand me. If I can't even handle matters at the student level while controlling the entire True Law Society, how can I manage the Ouyang family later? I've already arranged for the follow-up. Based on the intelligence gathered after Ji Chen's last encounter, I've discovered that this Xianqin has a strong resistance to spells and his skills are quite powerful. This time, I've made thorough preparations. I've arranged an elite team specializing in physical damage. I will lead that kid step by step into my trap. He absolutely won't escape. Hearing that, Ouyang Ke already had a plan. Ouyang Yan nodded in satisfaction. That's best. So, what brings you here this time? Ouyang Ke spoke earnestly. I'm here mainly to borrow your special magical treasure, the magic restraining pearl. Upon hearing Ouyang Ke's request, Ouyang Yan's eyes lit up and he nodded in approval. Good. With the sealing effect of the magic restraining pearl on skills, the follow-up will be much easier. It seems you've already thought of how to ensure success. Ouyang Yan was quite pleased that his nephew could think of all possible means. The magic restraining pearl was powerful. Once used, it could seal an opponent's active skills for 3 minutes, which could effectively neutralize most of a professional's abilities, especially lethal for mages. However, it could only be used against professionals below level 20, which made it somewhat less useful, but it was just right for a newcomer. Back at Jinghua University, Xianqin hurried to the Iron Blood Society. According to his reasoning, as a rival of the True Law Society, the Iron Blood Society must have a thorough understanding of all information regarding them. He had no time to investigate where the True Law Society members were. Efficiency was key. When Xianqin arrived at the entrance of the Iron Blood Society's base, he happened to run into Liao Yan, who was heading out on business. Upon seeing Xianqin, Liao Yan's eyes brightened. Last time, Xianqin had achieved a miraculous feat of defeating 200 opponents single-handedly, which had completely blown his mind. Who knew a single person could be this strong? In the Iron Blood Society, he feared nothing but the president, and only Xianqin could earn his respect through sheer strength. He immediately approached with a friendly greeting. Big shot. What are you doing here? Seeing a familiar face, Xianqin thought it was a stroke of luck. Moreover, last time, Liao Yen had kindly tried to help him out, even though it almost backfired. Liao Yen clearly remembered the awkwardness of their last encounter and spoke shyly, "Big shot. You were simply too strong last time. You made a bunch of people from the True Law Society run for their lives. Our president has mentioned you more than once, and the brothers in the Iron Blood Society are eager to meet you. Hey, you. Look like you should be a warrior. Why not join us?" Xian Shen directly shook his head in refusal, not wanting to be bound by any guild. Brotherly, I don't have that plan for now. I'm here to find you. Does the Iron Blood Society have any recent intelligence on the True Law Society in the God-forsaken land? I want to find them. Upon hearing Xian Shen's words, Liao Yan's eyes sparkled even more. He recalled the last time Xian Shen had proposed an exorbitant ransom and left on bad terms with the True Law Society. Now he was ready to take revenge. He didn't expect the show to start so soon. No problem, I'll ask right away. Liao Yan stood in place and immediately began contacting people in the God-forsaken land. Since both the True Law Society and the Iron Blood Society looked down on each other, there were many spies among their personnel, allowing them to keep tabs on any major movements. Soon, Liao Yan excitedly ended the call. Big shot. Just now, Zhu Yan from the True Law Society's Earth Spirit Hall is leading over 200 professionals into the Stone Abyss Maze, probably to take on the epic boss inside. Big shot, are you going to make a move against them? What do you think? Do you need me to join you? Thank you, no need. After obtaining the desired information, Xian Chen exchanged contact details with Liao Tian and immediately headed to the God-forgotten land. If they arrived late and their boss was defeated, wouldn't that be a huge loss for them? Seeing Xian Chen leave without hesitation, Liao Tian could only reluctantly give up. However, he thought about the next task that the president of the United Light Sanctuary needed to accomplish, which still required one more candidate. He could consider asking Xian Chen. With plenty of points, Xian Chen rushed into the depths of the Stone Abyss Maze. According to the map information, an epic-level Lord Boss would randomly appear there after a certain period, and he had to catch it this time. Boom, boom, bang. The sound of skills booming and the tremors from giant rocks crashing to the ground shook the Stone Abyss Maze. Seeing that the True Law Society members were at work, everyone kept their distance from that area. Only Xian Chen, utilizing the characteristics of shadow concealment, sped into the depths. Quick! Mages and ranged attackers follow up with damage. Priests heal up and reduce casualties. Assassins prepare for the final burst and retreat immediately. Warriors, get ready. When the Earth Vein Tyrant's health reaches 10%, activate the trample area skill and retreat in an orderly fashion. Zhu Yan's skills never stopped, and he issued commands in an orderly manner. He looked at the massive magma monster before him, his eyes filled with fervor. After waiting so long, they finally found the Lord Boss in front of them, and it was about to die, surely dropping the epic equipment he desired. Boom! Another round of explosions brought the Earth Vein Tyrant's health down to 10%. Zhu Yan felt a mix of tension and excitement as everyone began to move according to the orders. I really appreciate you all reducing this monster's health to 10%, that saved me quite a bit of time. Who? The sudden mocking voice startled Zhu Yan, followed by a surge of anger. How could someone disturb the True Law Society while they were working? However, when he saw Xian Chen standing in the encirclement, especially noticing that iconic menacing scythe, his expression changed drastically. This was the Xian Chen that the president had specifically warned them to be cautious of? But Xian Chen paid no attention to these people and instead used hidden insight to look at the nearly 20-meter-tall monster before him. Earth Vein Tyrant, level 41 rank, 5-star epic health, 400,000 skills, Earthquake Wave, Rock Throw, Petrifying Gaze, Magma Shield, Lava Trample, with a staggering 400,000 health. If he had started attacking from the beginning, it would have taken some effort, possibly around 10 strikes. But now, it would only take one hit. Xian Chen suddenly stomped on the ground, his figure shooting towards the Earth Vein Tyrant like a meteor. The monster, not particularly wise, sensed a crisis and quickly activated its magma shield. As the red magma enveloped its body, it finally felt a slight sense of security. Zhu Yan recognized Xian Chen but couldn't believe he was charging alone at a level 40 epic monster without fear of death? Even if he wanted to steal the kill, the Earth Vein Tyrant still had 40,000 health left. This was not a good time at all. Boom! When Xian Chen's immortal fate scythe cut into the Earth Vein Tyrant's body, its massive magma form shattered, turning into rocks that crashed down, while a red light entered Xian Chen's body, activating Soul Devour. The members of the True Law Society led by Zhu Yan had originally prepared to retreat according to the orders, but upon witnessing this scene, they all stood frozen in shock, not daring to move. They had previously experienced the Earth Vein Tyrant's magma shield skill, which required a significant amount of time to break through. Now, it was actually destroyed in one strike. And even if it was destroyed, it still had 10% health left. Could it be fake? How could it just disappear? Due to the special nature of the dungeon space, whichever team dealt the final blow would gain all the experience. And Xian Chen was clearly not from their team. When Xian Chen accepted a massive wave of experience and conveniently picked up 50,000 divine relics and equipment, Zhu Yan had already reacted. First, He didn't even have time to feel heartbroken over the epic monster being stolen. Instead, he shouted in panic, "Everyone, form a formation and attack Xianqian immediately, don't hold back." A torrent of skills surged forth, and Xianqian calmly selected a node to unleash his cold fury. As he transformed into a giant dragon, he simultaneously evaded most of the attacks. Since this group was not far away, Xianqian quickly charged into the crowd. The rest was easy. Once he became indestructible, not only did the mage's elemental damage become negligible, but even other physical damage could not effectively harm him. Some warriors in despair discovered that their attacks could even rebound back at themselves. Xianqian was like a true god of death, simply swinging his scythe to reap the lives of nearly 200 professionals in front of him. Character: Xianqian level 17 class, commoner. Basic attributes: strength 2247 plus 100, constitution 860 plus 100, agility 568 plus 100, spirit 760 plus 100, attack power 5620, health 9720/9720, mana 11240/11240. Skills: hidden insight, exclusive, passive, unmatched, mythical, indestructible, mythical, battle soul, mythical, divine protection, mythical. With his equipment bonuses, his attack reached a staggering 5620. Thanks to the unmatched passive, every strike was a critical hit, totaling 11,240. But this was not the final value. With his spirit eye rings 50% bonus plus the 100% critical damage bonus from unmatched, he had a total of 150% increased critical damage. This meant that with a simple swing of his scythe, he could deal 28,100 damage. The rest of the battle was completely one-sided. The occasional thunder and dragon attacks made it impossible for Zhu Yan to maintain effective defense. At that moment, he realized how absurdly wrong he was. The opponent was simply an invincible monster. He had previously mocked Ji Chen and the others from the Thunderfire Hall, and now it was his turn, regretting only that he couldn't run fast enough. The people from the True Law Society showed no intention of resisting against such an unbeatable enemy. The ground was littered with divine relics and equipment, all telling them that if they died at Xuanqian's hands, the next round would be too tragic. It would be better to die at the hands of a monster, at least they wouldn't drop so many items. President, that Xianqian is too ruthless. My people from the Earth Spirit Hall have been completely wiped out. As soon as Zhu Yan exited the dungeon, he immediately cried to Ouyang Ku. As a key figure, he was, of course, targeted. Ouyang Ku was in a bad mood. His plan hadn't even had a chance to start, and he didn't expect Xianqian to strike first. But that wasn't the worst news. In just half a day, all the master-level professionals from the True Law Society found Ouyang Ku. President, it's bad. This Xianqian is really a madman. He kills anyone from the True Law Society he sees. President, you have to make a decision for me. Look at the equipment I'm wearing now, it's all colorful. I've lost all my epic gear and I barely have any purple equipment left. You guys are not as miserable as Ji Chun? Last time he encountered Xianqian, he lost almost all his equipment, and now he runs into Xianqian again, and he can't even gather a single piece of purple equipment. President, just as Ouyang Ku wanted to gather people and start his plan. As a result, all 6 hall masters appeared in this manner, each person dressed in a riot of colors, barely clothed. Some even lacked a staff. A great humiliation. It was simply a great humiliation. This tragic scene ignited Ouyang Ku's fury. When had the True Law Society ever suffered such a significant loss? Shut up. Ouyang Ku slammed the table and stood up, and everyone dared not speak, watching the president pace back and forth. Your losses will be compensated by the guild. For the time being, you will act according to my instructions, like this. Ouyang Ku detailed the tasks, then spoke with resentment. I have some important matters to attend to. Do not create any trouble for me. When I return, we will start to reel in. After hearing Ouyang Ku's arrangements, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. 3 days later, Xianqian emerged from the land of divine relics looking refreshed. After all the divine relics pearls were submitted, his assets reached a terrifying 1.4 million points. Alas, Xianqian soon felt a bit gloomy. Having so many points, he didn't need to buy any professional gear or skills. It seemed that the only thing he had was a low-level shadow cloak, currently only epic. Xianqian planned to spend his points on legendary equipment when he had the chance. However, at the legendary level, such items were rare and priceless treasures. Every time they appeared at the external auction house, it would spark fierce competition. Even the foundation of Jinghua University couldn't casually exchange for them. One needed to make significant contributions to the academy to spend 500,000 points for an exchange. The conditions for obtaining mythic-level equipment were even more stringent. Not only did one need to make significant contributions, but the points required also reached 2 million. Xianqian had just applied for a mythic equipment for free, and even if he had enough points afterward, he wouldn't be able to exchange it due to insufficient contributions. However, as a professor at Jinghua University, he could exchange for legendary equipment once every 2 years. Now he had the opportunity to spend 500,000 points for one, and he could go take a look afterward. Soon, after absorbing all the divine relics pearls, his level upgraded again. Ding! Your level has risen to level 18. Endless potential erupts. You gain 150 free attribute points. Talent. You have gained a red mythic passive extraction. Chen's level rose again, and he was not far from level 19. This made him sigh. How long had it been? He had leveled up again, and the next promotion was not far off. Even though it would become increasingly difficult later on, he was confident that with his passive skills, he would quickly return to the peak. Leaving the entrance of the Land of Divine Relics discreetly, Xian Chen took the opportunity to extract the mythic passive. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Soul Shudder. Soul Shudder. When you kill an enemy, the fear of the soul will spread, causing enemies within a 10-meter radius to experience fear for 3 seconds, reducing their movement speed by 30%. As they flee from your area, Xian Chen's eyes brightened. This skill was a powerful tool for group fights. Now, as long as he charged into the crowd, those around him would definitely be controlled to death. Even if they had resistance to abnormal states, it wouldn't be enough. However, the only downside was that the range was not large enough. After a brief rest, Xian Chen had not yet had the chance to relax when he received news that the True Law Society was taking action again. Without a second thought, Xian Chen immediately went in to stir up trouble. It seemed that his university life was all about looking for fights with others. Among the 100 new students of the same year, they had already been assigned to their colleges and started taking tactical and combatary classes. Xian Chen, in his previous life, not only had theoretical knowledge but also rich practical experience. Anyway, with his background, he directly asked someone to take leave from the Warrior Academy and focused on finding trouble. He wouldn't end things until the True Law Society gave him a sky-high compensation. Xian Chen wanted to see how long the other party could hold out. With a casual swing of the Immortal Fate side, Ji Chen fell for the third time before him, but the equipment he dropped made Xian Chen frown. Why did these poor fools have so few divine relics on them, and their equipment was all just green? It seemed that the situation today was all like this. This group of people wasn't doing anything serious, just sending themselves to be killed. Xian Chen thought for a moment and decided not to care. Since the other party wanted to send their heads, he would just kill them. Ding. Boss, our president wants to meet you. She's waiting for you in room A23 of the Treasure Pavilion at the Academy Center. After reading the message, Xian Chen frowned slightly. Why were the Iron Blood Society looking for him? Was it about joining again? But then he thought, it shouldn't be. He had already refused twice. After all, their intelligence would be useful for the upcoming targeting of the True Law Society, so it would be good to meet. Besides, he was planning to go to the Treasure Pavilion to choose a legendary cloak. If there was any place in Jinghua University with the most people, it would definitely be the Treasure Pavilion at the Academy Center. As long as your points were sufficient and you met the requirements, both mentors and students could exchange for any level of professional equipment or skills they wanted. Since his rebirth, Xian Chen had never been interested in such places. There was no way. Most equipment could only be looked at and not worn, and all skills had professional restrictions. So it was better to kill a few more monsters, level up, and gain mythic passives quickly. The Treasure Pavilion was spacious, and you could enter different areas based on the points you had. Xian Chen activated his shadow escape effect and entered the innermost part of the Treasure Pavilion discreetly. However, he still attracted the attention of some people who turned to look back frequently. Ah, this damned charm. Indeed, this time he had to exchange for a cloak that could lower his presence more. When he arrived at room A23, Xian Chen did not linger. After knocking on the door, he walked straight in. Just then, the woman in the room turned around, her gaze calm, making one feel good. Hello, Xian Chen. I've always wanted to meet you, and today I finally get my wish. President Dongfang, it's an honor. Xian Chen took his first formal look at this school's prominent figure, who was also one of the 10 beauties of Jinghua. She had smooth, golden long hair, which was said to be a result of awakening her profession. At the same time, she wore a shimmering golden battle outfit, exuding a compelling aura. Xian Chen's mind naturally recalled the information about the woman before him. Dongfang Ji, the strongest among the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Profession, judge. The two examined each other, and Dongfang Ji was surprised to find that with her level 39 strength, she couldn't see through this newly famous freshman. But that was fine. It gave her more confidence for what was to come. Junior, the movements of the True Law Society have been a bit unusual lately, so you need to be careful. After a slight pause, Dongfang Ji continued. Moreover, according to the intelligence, Ouyang seems to have returned to his family. When he comes out again, he will likely become the first 5-turn student in school, and possibly even 6-turn. So, I hope you can gradually give up on revenge. Hearing Dongfang Ji's words, Xian Chen said solemnly, Secret Realm Inheritance? Dongfang Ji wasn't surprised that Xian Chen knew about the Secret Realm Inheritance. After all, her grandfather had mentioned that Xian Chen's identity was mysterious, but it wasn't the right time to tell her. Yes. Upon hearing this answer, Xian Chen felt a bit puzzled. Why was this statement different from Qin Sihai's? Ouyang seemed to frequently come out from the inheritance secret realm? In fact, Qin Emohan didn't have to stay in the Wind language secret realm for 2 years. She could still come out for a while. It was Just that to keep Qin Imohan focused, Qin Sihai had ruthlessly separated the two young people for 2 years. Another reason is that the Ouyang family's inheritance secret realm is starting to run dry. Xianshan certainly didn't know this, and Dong Fangji continued. So, now that you have the upper hand, it's best to give up on your revenge against the True Law Society. The ones who will be embarrassed are the people from the True Law Society. This is the best choice. Xianshan remained non-committal. Even if Ouyang Ku really became a fifth transition, he might not necessarily be his opponent. On the contrary, Xianshan was eager to try. It had been a long time since he had fought against a fifth transition professional. Thank you, Senior Dongfeng, for your kindness. Let's talk about the reason you called me here. Seeing that Xianshan had made up his mind, Dongfangji stopped elaborating. She looked at Xianshan with her golden eyes and directly said, I hope you can help me hunt a fourth transition. Legendary monster. A legendary monster, huh? Noticing Xianshan's silence, Dongfangji continued, Junior, if you can help me with this, I will assist you with any needs you have afterward. Xianshan was indifferent. He was just thinking about how many strikes the current legendary monster could withstand. Senior Dongfeng, you flatter me. Just based on your previous help, I would take action. A flash of surprise crossed Dongfangji's eyes. Now they had a fierce warrior who could take on 100, and the hunting party for the legendary monster was finally complete. She quickly handed the dungeon information to Xianshan and said seriously, Junior, this time we are preparing to enter the Deep Sea Abyss, a 5-person dungeon. I will choose the difficulty above hell, the Abyss. Various secret realm dungeons are the main way the Academy cultivates combat power in the world of evil spirits. Xianshan was still focused on causing trouble for the True Law Society, so he hadn't had time to enter either the Legendary Eternal Tower or this type of special dungeon. The Abyss difficulty is the highest hidden difficulty of some dungeons. It belongs to the third transition dungeon opened up by the Academy, and only those below level 40 can enter, so no one has completed it yet. I have been looking for candidates since I reached the third transition, and finally, with your appearance, I have gathered what I believe to be the strongest 5 in the school. Xianshan nodded, understanding why she hadn't sought out Ouyang Ku. One reason was their mutual enmity, and the other was that Ouyang Ku had already surpassed the fourth transition due to the inheritance secret realm. Suddenly, Xianshan remembered a question. By the way, your Dongfang family should also have an inheritance secret realm, right? As the strongest young generation of your Dongfang family, you should have the qualifications to enter the inheritance secret realm. Dongfangji smiled wryly. It's not as simple as you think. To accept the test of the inheritance secret realm and achieve a high realm, your profession must first be compatible with the secret realm. Moreover, the secret realm cannot be entered casually. Our Dongfang family's secret realm was heavily overdrawn last time and may take 100 years to recover. So that's how it is. Xianshan nodded, signaling Dongfangji to continue introducing the information. We might not have any issues with the outskirts of the Deep Sea Abyss, but the biggest obstacle this time is the core fourth transition legendary monster, the Spirit of the Dark Tide. If we can really complete the first clear this time, a fourth transition direct upgrade pill will be born, and I really need it. Seeing Dongfangji's intense gaze, Xianshan was also astonished. The fourth transition direct upgrade pill could allow a level 39 professional to complete the fourth transition at the highest difficulty, becoming a true fourth transition professional. However, it was of no use to Xianshan. He simply couldn't change professions. He only had one mythic passive per level, which was so dull and uninteresting. Next, I also need to buy some items targeting the Tide Spirit at the Treasure Pavilion, and then we can enter the dungeon right away. Junior, is there any problem with the timing? Xianshan nodded. He just needed to purchase a suitable piece of equipment. The transactions at the Treasure Pavilion were very convenient. There was a medium in the room, and after swiping the card, one could purchase items according to their permissions. At the same time, someone was sent to deliver the items, which greatly protected privacy and security. Xianshan retrieved the items with the professor's authority, scrolling down to the last special items, and indeed found a few legendary cloaks. At first glance, he was drawn to a nearly transparent cloak, secret embrace, 6-star legend requirements, none attributes, agility plus 200, constitution plus 120, spirit plus 140, attached skill, secret domain. In a non-combat state, the wearer can activate this skill to create a secret domain. Within this domain, the wearer is almost completely invisible, and movement does not produce sound, reducing the chance of being discovered by enemies. Additionally, the success rate of any detection spells or skills targeting the wearer is reduced by 80%. Xianshan was very satisfied. Once the secret domain was activated, he could achieve near invisibility. As long as the detection level was insufficient, there was no chance of being discovered. Moreover, there was the existence of an 80% reduction in the success rate of detection spells. However, the price was not cheap, already reaching 600,000 points. Since he had plenty of points, just as Xianshan was preparing to make the payment, Dongfangji also finished her selection. Seeing that Xianshan was also buying something, she generously offered, Junior, do you need to buy anything? I can help you with it. In her view, Xianshan had just joined Jinghua University, and the items he purchased shouldn't be expensive, plus it could be a personal favor. But when her beautiful eyes swept over the payment points on Xian Chen's screen, her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. 600,000? Xian Chen found it somewhat amusing and glanced at the items Dongfangji wanted to buy. Then he generously said, "No need, I'll buy it myself. But do you need me to help you purchase these items? I can give you a 20% discount." Hearing Xian Chen's words, Dongfangji was momentarily stunned. She had never known that students could get discounts when buying things. At that moment, she noticed the black card in Xian Chen's hand, symbolizing his identity as a professor. This was the highest status of a mentor at Jinghua University. Why did Xian Chen have it? But that wasn't important. Once Dongfangji came back to her senses, she quickly sent the list of items she wanted to purchase to Xian Chen, totaling 200,000 points. "Thank you, Junior." No, thank you, teacher," Dongfangji said seriously, which made Xian Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. But it was true. In any formal occasion, as long as Xian Chen wore the professor's identification on his chest, any student who saw him would come forward and call him teacher. Just like when he wore the rank of Brigadier General in the Demon Suppression Army. Xian Chen readily added the items Dongfangji needed to purchase and completed the card swipe. Originally, she would have needed to spend 200,000 points for these supplies, but Xian Chen directly reduced it to 160,000. This put Dongfangji in a good mood. For this legendary level monster, she had really gone all out, sparing no expense. Besides the other 4 people she found also needed to pay 20,000 points each. However, compared to her final successful harvest, it was negligible. Soon, the items purchased this time were delivered by a dedicated person. Moreover, since the items Xian Chen bought were of high value, they were delivered personally by a judge. Everything was ready, and Dongfangji felt a sense of grandeur, her eyes sparkling with determination and confidence. "Let's go. The 3 over there have been waiting for us at the dungeon entrance. Oh, by the way, your rumored girlfriend is here too." "Who? Xian Chen?" Seeing Xian Chen's puzzled expression, Dongfangji teased, "Suing Shan, don't you know her?" Xian Chen suddenly realized, but inwardly he was speechless. He and Suing Shan were completely innocent. Sure enough, the life of a professional was too boring. The gossip was quite impressive. "I know, of course I know." After the two tidied up, they headed to the dungeon hall, where many students came to train and obtain equipment. After all, the consumption here is much lower than in the godforsaken land. Moreover, whether it's a solo dungeon or a group raid, there are options available for different professions. Look, there are 3 beauties over there. Are you blind? Those aren't beauties, they're all my goddesses. What the hell? What day is it today? All 3 of the top 10 beauties of Jinghua are here? President Lin of the Holy Light Hall, and Suing Shan and Qi Mengyue. Am I dreaming? Before Xian Chen even got close to the dungeon area, he could already hear the enthusiastic discussions of the crowd. Indeed, beauties are always in demand wherever they go. If only his Mohan hadn't dropped out of school early, otherwise she could have been one of the top 10 beauties of Jinghua as well. After the two met up, the chatter around them grew even louder. "President Dongfang of the Iron Blood Society is here too. My goodness. What dungeon are they challenging today to have so many legendary figures show up? With their strength, they could even take on hell difficulty. Wait, why is there a man next to my goddess?" Countless murderous gazes focused on the area where Xian Chen was, and he couldn't hide. When the crowd saw clearly, the jealous looks quickly transformed into awe. This is that Xian Chen? Yes, it's him. Some who had just come out of the dungeon space and weren't very familiar with recent events immediately asked, "Xian Chen? Who is Xian Chen?" The person next to him spoke with deep apprehension. "You haven't been out recently, so you don't know. He's the rising star of our academy. He single-handedly fought against the True Law Society and wiped out over 200 of their professionals." "What? How could such a powerful person exist?" Some well-informed individuals added, "Your information is outdated. Not long ago, he wiped out a 200-man team from the True Law Society's Earth Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this news, everyone exchanged horrified glances. The students present had been discussing the top 10 beauties of Jinghua. After Xian Chen appeared, all attention shifted to him. Strong individuals seemed to be more appealing than women at times. When Xian Chen appeared, Suing Shan noticed him, her beautiful eyes brightening. President Lin clearly knew of Xuanchen's existence, giving a slight nod as a greeting. Qi Mengyue, seeing the sudden shift of attention from the crowd to Xian Chen, couldn't help but look at him curiously. The suddenly noisy dungeon hall made Dongfangji frown slightly. "Let's enter the dungeon first, we can discuss things later." As Dongfangji selected the deep sea abyss dungeon and chose the difficulty, the few of them instantly vanished from their spot. Xian Chen and the others' departure not only didn't decrease the excitement in the hall but instead intensified. Damn, did Xian Chen and the others choose abyss difficulty? I said these people must be up to something big. I didn't expect them to choose abyss difficulty. Is a legendary monster about to be encountered? However, some calmer individuals decisively shook their heads in denial. Impossible. The final boss of hell difficulty is a 4th transition epic monster. The team that passed that level used all sorts of items to get through. And this time it's abyss difficulty. The final boss is a 4th transition legendary monster. They are all 3rd transition professionals. No matter how many items they have, they can't pass the test. More people didn't believe it, but some still wanted to see if a miracle would happen. Everyone stayed in the dungeon hall, waiting for Xianchen and the others to reappear. With a slight daze, Xianchen came to his senses and found himself in the deep sea abyss. It was a palace deep beneath the sea, the surrounding environment somewhat blurry, and the field of vision was not high. Everyone, please introduce your abilities for our cooperation later, Dongfang Ji said, clearly addressing Xianchen. The president of the Holy Light Sanctuary, dressed in a white holy priest robe, radiated a sacred aura that dispelled much of the surrounding gloom. She first looked at Xianchen and introduced herself, Lin Anren, level 38 oracle priest, skilled in various buff spells, able to see through any invisibility and disguise. Suingshan remained cool, Suingshan, level 34 shadow spirit assassin, skilled in reconnaissance and burst damage. Dongfang Ji, level 39 judicator, skilled in melee combat, able to restrain enemies. The last girl made Xianchen marvel repeatedly as she looked exactly like Dean Qi Mengyan from the Archer Academy. However, their temperaments were completely different. Dean Qi had a distinctly gentle and mature style, while this girl had dark, lively eyes that exuded a certain spirit. Noticing Xianchen's scrutiny, she revealed a sweet smile, showing two small tiger teeth. I'm Qi Menghua, not my sister. You need to pay attention next time. I'm a level 38 spirit binder, skilled in various restraining arrows. The combination of these four girls included a warrior, an assassin, a priest, and an archer, all equipped with epic gear, and each possessed a piece of legendary equipment. As for Suingshan, she even had a mythic level piece of equipment which Xianchen had sold at a low price back then. After the four girls finished their introductions and all focused intently on him, Xianchen had no choice but to speak up. I'm Xianchen, skilled in instant kills. Qi Menghua immediately pouted and tilted her head. What's instant kill? And why don't you introduce your profession and level? Are you sure you want me to say? Xianchen asked uncertainly. The other three girls, except for Suingshan, all nodded in confirmation. They had heard of Xianchen's deeds, but many of the rumors about him were hard to believe. Now that the main character was here, they were indeed curious for more detailed information. Alright, I'm a level 18 commoner. Qi Menghua had a disbelieving expression and blurted out, Are you kidding me? Xianchen shrugged, indicating that it was indeed true, but if they didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. The other girls seemed contemplative, still feeling a bit incredulous. Can a commoner really level up to 18? They now understood why there was no more detailed information about Xianchen, because no one believed it when such information was leaked. A newcomer, commoner profession in the teens. No matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like the identity of someone who could take on 100 foes. However, Suingshan felt a chill in her heart. How long had it been? When she first met Xianchen, he was only level 7, and now he was almost level 20. This rate of improvement was simply too fast. Dongfang Ji quickly processed Xianchen's profession and level information, but at least he jokingly mentioned being skilled in instant kills, which should not be wrong. This would significantly improve their efficiency in clearing the deep sea abyss. Alright, since everyone is familiar now, let's start making history. The four girls' eyes brightened with seriousness, while Xianchen remained unfazed. Just a legendary level, it's not like he hadn't killed one before. Entering battle mode, they took underwater breathing potions and formally entered the ruins of the deep sea abyss according to their formation. Xianchen didn't rush to show off, following Dongfang Ji's arrangements to protect the flank. Not long after, Lin Anren's eyes glowed and she waved her staff, Holy Dispersion. A halo spread out, illuminating the dark waters before them while revealing the monsters that were stealthily approaching. That wasn't all, as she chanted. Again, a buff aura appeared. Xianchen clearly felt his abilities boosted by at least 30%. This was a group buff. He hadn't expected Lin Anren's buffing ability to be so strong. A group of deep-sea spiders rushed over, illuminating the surrounding dark area. They had lost their most skilled ability to conceal themselves. Dongfang Ji confidently spoke, Attack. Deep-sea spider, level 36 rarity, 3-star rare health 15,000 skills. Concealment, can briefly enter a stealth state during combat, during which they cannot be detected. Web spray, sprays webs to slow down enemy movement speed and inflict moderate continuous damage. Deep-sea self-destruct, upon death, explodes with internal venom, dealing area damage to surrounding enemies and leaving a corrosive toxin area for 20 seconds, causing 300 damage per second. The moment this group of spiders became visible, Qi Menghua flicked her small hand and a dozen arrows accurately shot into different deep-sea spiders, dealing damage while putting them in a slowed state. Suingshan disappeared from her spot, reappearing with a thrust that caused a large amount of damage. Dongfang Ji was not idle either. Every swing of her giant sword created a strange energy field that attracted the surrounding deep-sea spiders to her side. Moreover, her attacks surprisingly had a holy burning attribute, providing special damage bonuses against these abyssal creatures, likely effective against evil beings as well. Xianchen nodded repeatedly, realizing that these four women indeed had some extraordinary abilities. Even without him, the deep-sea spiders would eventually be wiped out. Seeing Xianchen still watching the battle, Dongfang Ji raised her eyebrows and called out, Xianchen, hurry up and take action. Okay. He just wanted to see what abilities his teammates had, otherwise, if he acted first, they wouldn't have a chance to strike. After agreeing, Xian Chen no longer hesitated. With his palm open, his signature menacing scythe appeared. Yingshan, Senior Dongfang, fall back. After all, Xian Chen had once saved her life and gifted her a mythical piece of equipment, so Suingshan trusted him completely. With another thrust, the two of them passed each other. As for Dongfang Ji, although she didn't know Xian Chen's intentions, she hesitated for a moment and also retreated. At that moment, Xian Chen swung the scythe towards the first batch of deep-sea spiders. Bang! 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 Boom! In an instant, all the deep-sea spiders that touched the scythe of immortal fate died, simultaneously beginning to explode. Startled, Dongfang Ji quickly distanced herself from the poisonous area created by the spider explosions. When Lin Anren tried to restore Xian Chen's health, she was astonished to find that his health had not decreased at all. Xian Chen then chose an angle and transformed into a giant dragon. Boom! 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 In a straight line, all the deep-sea spiders died in self-detonation, while the remaining spiders around fell into fear. Xian Chen coldly continued to swing the scythe of immortal fate. Finally, thunder descended, and dazzling purple light illuminated the area, leaving not a single spider behind. Each rare deep-sea spider's death not only dropped equipment but also layers of faint red light entered Xian Chen's body. Soul Devour activated, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 19, Agility plus 12. Soul Devour activated, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 19, Agility plus 12. The four women were completely dumbfounded. They knew Xian Chen was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. Qi Mengyua's mouth slightly opened, her big eyes wide in astonishment. This Xian Chen had previously claimed he excelled at one-hit kills. This was actually true. Seeing that the four women, except for Suingshan, were all staring at him with wide eyes, Xian Chen calmly put away the scythe of immortal fate. Let's go, we continue. Qi Mengyue finally came to her senses and muttered softly, freak. The other few women nodded in agreement. This made Xian Chen chuckle. Let's go. In the subsequent battle in the deep sea abyss, Dongfang Ji discovered that many of the items she had purchased for different monsters were of no use. Their greatest role was to help Xian Chen attract more monsters together, allowing him to charge in for an effortless kill. This ignited a fire in Dongfang Ji's heart. Xian Chen's strength made her see hope in ultimately defeating the dark-eyed spirit. However, she felt some confusion. Why did Xian Chen always ask Suingshan for a dagger after each battle and then have Lin Anren heal him? This process continued. Could it be that Xian Chen had some masochistic tendencies? Next, they faced ghostly jellyfish, rock magic crabs, dark octopuses. No matter the type of monster, Xian Chen killed them all in an instant. Even when encountering an epic-level abyssal serpent dragon, Xian Chen dispatched it with a few clean strikes, not giving it a chance to retaliate. Finally, they reached the core area. The environment here was even darker and deeper, with visibility even lower. Dongfang Ji and the others wore serious expressions as they silently moved deeper, while Suingshan continued to poke him with a dagger as per Xian Chen's instructions. Here it comes. Here it comes. Almost simultaneously, Lin Anren's eyes glowed with white light, and Xian Chen sensed something different with his hidden insight. A wave of black magical energy spread, darkening the area around them. They had some visibility before, but now it was completely pitch black. Even Lin Anren's light dispelling was ineffective. Everyone's expressions changed, knowing that the legendary Dark Tide Spirit was about to strike. Quick! Everyone gather. At the sound of Dongfang Ji's voice, the five of them moved closer together, and Xian Chen could even smell four distinct fragrances. But something felt off. He couldn't sense where the enemy was at all. As long as he could see his opponent, even a mythic-level evil spirit, he would have the confidence to take it down. But now, he was left with power he didn't know how to unleash, unable to even see a shadow of the enemy. However, Dongfang Ji was prepared. She calmly took out a white pearl, which Xian Chen recognized as the item he had helped purchase, a one-time use item worth 150,000 points, the water separation pearl. When the pearl in her hand transformed into a white light and spread out, it created a water-restricted area with a radius of 3 kilometers centered around her. At the same time, Lin Anren maximized her light dispelling. Without the water enhancing the magical energy, the world before them finally became clear. Xian Chen also saw the Dark Tide Spirit before him. It was a monster several dozen meters long, with a relatively flat head, huge eyes, and no obvious nose or mouth. Its body was droplet-shaped, covered in gray slime, and even without the concealment of seawater, it was still hard to see clearly. Dark Tide Spirit, level 41 rank, 4-star. Legend health, 700,000 skills. Phasing. When attacked, the Dark Tide Spirit's body will phase, becoming nearly impossible to hit, reducing damage taken by 70%. Dark Domain. Releases magical energy to pollute the sea area, creating an environment so dark that enemies cannot see, reducing their accuracy. Abyssal Devour. The Dark Tide Spirit charges at enemies, swallowing and imprisoning them, dealing massive damage every second and preventing them from acting. Tidal Shield. Tidal Pull. Deep Sea Shockwave. Dark Tide Reshape. After reading, Xian Chen couldn't help but marvel at the numerous skills. It truly was a legendary monster. However, no matter how high its health was, it was Useless, as long as he found an opportunity to touch it a few times, the opponent would surely die. Attack! Dongfangji shouted, though it was unnecessary for her to remind them. Several of them were experienced fighters. Manhwa covered the area with various negative attribute arrows, while Dongfangji launched a judgment skill from a distance, inflicting burning damage on the Dark Tide Spirit. Xianxin had already closed in, and with the swing of the Immortal Fate side, everyone who noticed the Dark Tide Spirit's health was stunned, almost forgetting their actions. The Dark Tide Spirit's health dropped by 200,000? How could a student deal 200,000 damage? As far as they knew, even a 6th turn king-level powerhouse couldn't achieve such a feat with a finishing move. They felt as if they were dreaming. This was the battle spirit that Xianxin had accumulated since entering the dungeon, now over 60 layers, resulting in a 6-fold attack bonus with a normal attack of 38,000. Moreover, he would only grow stronger. The Dark Tide Spirit felt a pain that pierced its soul, trembling as its massive mouth opened wide. At that moment, Suing Chan's shadow skill activated, not only continuing to tear at the wound Xianxin had just inflicted but also applying a layer of blue shadow effect to the Dark Tide Spirit. Under the continuous damage, the Dark Tide Spirit became furious, unhesitatingly opening its massive mouth towards Suing Chan. Buzz! Be careful! Suing Chan heard Xuanchen shout and did not hesitate for a moment, immediately activating her shield and thrust. However, with a thrust distance of nearly 10 meters, she could not escape the Dark Tide Spirit's abyssal devouring range. Invisible vortex appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Suing Chan was swallowed into the Dark Tide Spirit's belly. The expressions of the other women changed drastically. Suing Chan would definitely not last a few seconds inside the Dark Tide Spirit. However, Xianxin remained completely unflustered. Just a few seconds, it wouldn't take that long. With 2 more attacks, the Dark Tide Spirit would fall before him. But just as the Immortal Fate scythe in Xuanxin's hand radiated its brilliance, the Dark Tide Spirit clearly sensed the irresistible cold light. Its intelligence was not low, it still couldn't understand why its phasing had no effect on this human. Moreover, from this human, it could sense the danger of death. Without any hesitation, the moment the Immortal Fate scythe swung, its flesh began to fall apart and Suing Chan reappeared. The breath of the Dark Tide Spirit had vanished from the spot, leaving the forbidden water range of the water separation pearl, and began to flee. This was its Dark Tide reshaping. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. After the first wave of attacks from the women, they did not expect the Dark Tide Spirit to directly disengage from the battle and run away. It showed no dignity befitting a legendary monster. If the Dark Tide Spirit could speak, it would definitely rant madly. Dignity was far less important than survival. In a place without seawater, its strength was greatly diminished, and that humans' methods were too strong. Dongfangji's expression turned grim. She had prepared for a protracted battle, but unexpectedly, after just one encounter, Xianxin dealt a blow, and this legendary Dark Tide Spirit began to flee recklessly. This left Dongfangji at a loss. Shouldn't a legendary monster fight them to the end? What was this fleeing all about? Fortunately, it still bore the blue shadow mark left by Su Ingchan, flickering with a dim light. However, from the position of the flickering light, it was clear that it was getting farther away. The 4 women exchanged glances. They had indeed never encountered a fleeing monster like this. You all wait here for me, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Xianxin resolutely charged out of the forbidden water range of the water separation pearl. Dongfangji understood Xuanxin's intention and had already given up on this first kill in her heart. She calmly spoke. Xianxin, don't go any further. After entering the deep sea, many methods of the Dark Tide Spirit can be used, and the speed will become even faster. You won't be able to get close to it at all. Suing Chan's eyes were also filled with anxiety. Just now, Xianxin had saved her, and now they were going to fight in the area where the Dark Tide Spirit was most skilled. Seeing the varying degrees of worry in the eyes of the 4 women, Xianxin remained calm and said, "Don't worry, my strength in the water is even greater." Before they could speak again, Xianxin's figure had already broken through the forbidden water area of the water separation pearl and entered the deep sea, chasing after the Dark Tide Spirit. Fortunately, with Suing Chan's shadow mark, Xianxin did not lose his direction in the hazy deep sea. In an instant, the fleeing Dark Tide Spirit sensed that the human was actually pursuing it. It suddenly turned around and pounced towards Xianxin. Now it was in its deep sea, it could ensure that this human wouldn't even have a chance to get close and would die miserably on the spot. The Dark Tide Spirit felt it was capable again. Deep sea shockwave. Tidal pull. The fluctuations of the skills came, and Xianxin felt the surrounding seawater begin to churn, turning into black mysterious water. A massive pulling force drew him into the impending explosion source. The 4 women in the water separation pearl area looked tense. They had already seen the blue dot representing the Dark Tide Spirit rushing back towards Xianxin. The area where Xianxin was located was even more turbulent with dark tides. Boom! The deep sea shockwave skill erupted completely, and the immense power made the entire sea area tremble. The 4 women's eyes were filled with worry, and their hearts tightened because Xianxin had just been at the center. They couldn't imagine how much damage he would endure. Congratulations! Your team has first cleared the Abyss difficulty, ranking first on the Huaxia Abyss leaderboard. Congratulations! Your team has first cleared the Abyss difficulty's Deep-Sea Ghost domain, earning a legendary team treasure chest *1. A series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in their minds, and a golden treasure chest appeared before them. They were completely stunned by this sudden surprise. Just a moment ago, they were still worried about Xian Chen's safety, and the next moment, the Dark Tide spirit was already dead? It turned out that in that brief moment, Xian Chen had created enough distance and decisively revealed another trump card, Kanglan. Instant. Kanglan instant. You will perform a rapid teleportation in any water area, with the teleportation distance depending on your mental value. The teleportation process cannot be interrupted. Consumes 100 mana points, cooldown of 2 seconds. With his current mental value, the teleportation distance was nearly 1,000. In an instant, he appeared above the Dark Tide spirit, which couldn't react at all. To avoid any prolonged complications, fearing the Dark Tide spirit might create some situation, Xian Chen simultaneously activated the Kanglan domain. Create a vast water-type domain, depending on mental value. Inflict water-type damage per second, depending on mental value, to enemies within. While in the Kanglan domain, you will receive a 100% boost to all attributes, including attack, healing, control, etc. Consumes 100 mana points per second. No cooldown time. Can be activated at any time. The rising attack, combined with critical hits and critical hit bonuses, dealt a single blow that brought the Dark Tide spirit, which had just been reshaped by the Dark Tide, to the brink of death. When the soul-severing slash triggered, the brink of death immediately turned into true death. Red light flashed. Soul Devour activated. Power plus 85, Constitution plus 120, Agility plus 130, Spirit plus 203. The increase in attributes made Xian Chen feel great. The main growth of his current strength came from Soul Devour and endless potential, especially Soul Devour, which allowed him to no longer rely so heavily on levels. As long as he could continue to kill rare or higher monsters, he could keep getting stronger. When his level reached the 8th transition, he was determined to delve deep into the abyss of demons in this life to uncover the truth of the Dark Star world. According to Xian Chen's previous life, while reviewing the top-secret files of the Demon Suppression Army several hundred years ago, when the extraordinary era had just begun, humanity's strength increased rapidly, and one could advance to the king or even emperor level in just a few years. After stabilizing their footing in the battle against the evil demons, humanity developed a thirst for the truth of the Dark Star, thus organizing the most powerful team to venture deep into the abyss of demons. However, the final outcome was that all the human experts never returned. This was not the worst part, since then, the overall upgrade speed of humanity slowed down, and the experience gained from monsters and demons became pitifully scarce. It was as if humanity's potential was being restricted by something. Therefore, the number of experts among humans today could not be compared to that glorious era. They could only rely on their numerical advantage to resist the invasion of demons with great difficulty. However, Xian Chen was not pessimistic about the future. Now, he had soul devouring. As long as he kept killing even the myriad mythological demons, he could slay them all. While pondering these matters, under the distortion of time, the 2-second teleportation quickly brought him back to the range of the water separation pearl. Seeing Xian Chen suddenly appear from the deep waters, the 4 women looked at him strangely, their shock still not dissipating. Due to the unclear visibility in the sea, they did not know exactly what had happened. They only knew that after the spirit of the Dark Tide unleashed its skill, it died, and then Xian Chen appeared. Dongfangji looked at Xian Chen as if she were meeting him for the first time, suppressing her excitement after a bitter smile. Anyway, Xian Chen, thank you for this. Dongfangji expressed her gratitude seriously, while the archer girl Qi Manhwa jumped in front of Xian Chen. Pervert, you are such a big pervert. Xian Chen felt a bit awkward hearing this. Although he knew it was a compliment, he still felt something was off. Lin Anrun also agreed deeply, but she was more composed. She gently spoke. Gigi, quickly open the team treasure chest for this first clear. I suggest that apart from the 4 transition promotion elixir, everything else should go to Xian Chen, as his contribution is the greatest. The girls nodded in agreement. Previously, they had discussed that apart from the promotion elixir, the other items would be chosen based on their class characteristics. Because the treasure chest generated by the spirit of the Dark Tide would produce a legendary piece of equipment in addition to the 4 transition promotion elixir, its value was immeasurable. The girls were also familiar with each other, so whoever was suitable would get it. But after this dungeon run, they felt that none of them had contributed as much as Xian Chen, so it seemed only natural to give the items to him. When the first clear team treasure chest opened, a burst of golden light floated out a pile of items. Among them, the most precious were the promotion elixir and a piece of golden legendary equipment. As for the other star cores and materials, they did not pay much attention to those. Dongfangji carefully put away the promotion elixir, and Xian Chen looked at the piece of dark blue legendary equipment. Tide Surge Phantom, 4-star legendary requirement, level 41. Archer attributes: agility plus 190, constitution plus 320, defense plus 110, attack speed plus 0.2 seconds / attack. Additional skills: Phantom Step, instantly leap behind a phantom and perform a 20-meter long distance move. The phantom lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Tide Surge speed: when attacking, there is a 20% chance to increase one's movement speed by 40% for 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, this was actually a 4-transition light armor. Ji Mengyue's bright eyes sparkled as she saw the attributes. She genuinely wanted it. It was perfect for her. However, since she had previously agreed to give everything to Xian Shen, she felt embarrassed to speak up. Xian Shen held the light armor for archers and glanced at it before casually tossing it to Ji Mengyue. "It's yours now." Ji Mengyue was taken aback and uncertainly asked, "You really gave it to me?" Xian Shen nodded affirmatively. Legendary equipment was basically priceless, and he had originally planned to keep it for Mo Han, but thinking that by the next time they met she would be a 7-turn king, this 4-turn legendary gear was clearly not enough. Ji Mengyue didn't think much of it. Overwhelmed with excitement, she stepped forward and hugged Xian Shen's right arm. "Wow, thank you so much, Xian Shen. Don't worry, I'll give you star cores, lots and lots of star cores." Feeling the softness at his arm, Xian Shen was both amused and helpless. However, he understood why she was so excited. A piece of legendary equipment that suited her was incredibly rare. Suing-chan clearly recalled Xian Shen's generous gift of mythic equipment to her, but seeing Ji Mengyue tightly hugging Xian Shen's arm, her eyes flickered with emotion. At that moment, Ji Mengyue also realized from Suing-chan's intense gaze that she remembered the rumors between her and Xian Shen. A bit foolishly, she didn't catch on and shifted her position, awkwardly saying, "How about you hug the other arm?" The atmosphere suddenly froze. Xian Shen thought to himself, "This isn't about hugging another arm." And the overly excited Ji Mengyue also realized that her words seemed problematic. She quickly released Xian Shen's hand, and with her quirky nature, her cheeks couldn't help but flush a bit. But being a pure-hearted girl, she quickly recovered. Apologetically looking at Suing-chan, "Ing-chan, it's a misunderstanding. I was just excited. It's all yours. I won't fight you for it." This made Suing-chan's autumn-like eyes flicker uncertainly as she coldly replied, "It has nothing to do with me." Xian Shen, with a headache, covered his forehead. This was all so confusing. Dongfang Ji and Lin Anren, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. "Alright, let's thank Xian Shen after we get out. The dungeon space is about to disappear. Let's go." At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar because the abyss-level dungeon record had been updated, no longer just a past clearance record. Everyone present was wide-eyed, staring intently at the displayed record. 3-turn 5-person dungeon. Clearance leaderboard: Abyss difficulty first place Xian Shen, Lin Anren, Suing-chan, Ji Mengyue, Dongfang Ji. Clearance time 1 hour 13 minutes. Rating SSS. Wow! When they truly saw this unbelievable record appear, no one was not shocked. Even those who previously thought Xian Shen and the others might create a miracle never imagined they would clear it in just over an hour. Which of these dungeons didn't require dozens of hours or even days? They had no idea that Xian Shen spent most of his time in the dungeon just traveling. "I can't even begin to describe this, it's too amazing. I didn't expect anyone could clear it at Abyss difficulty. That's a 4-turn legendary boss. Yeah, how did this group of 3-turn players defeat such a powerful monster? Even a real 4-turn team might not be able to defeat a legendary monster. Only a 5-turn class might have a chance. No wonder they are goddesses." Some admirers of the girls couldn't help but exclaim. But more experienced players, who had long been in the dungeon space, calmly denied it. "Look at the order of the leaderboard above. It already indicates the situation. It can only be said that Xian Shen is indeed the strongest in our academy." Hearing this, the others also noticed something was off. According to the contribution leaderboard, the one at the very front was actually Xian Shen, with Lin Anren, who provided various buffs, in second place, rather than the output classes they assumed were Dongfang Ji, Ji Mengyue, or Suing-chan. Those who understand the meaning within are shaken to their core. To let the priest profession rise to the second place on the contribution list, it can only be because Xian Shen's personal impact far exceeds that of everyone else combined. Therefore, it is only with Lin Anren's buff that he can achieve such a high contribution. As the white light shone, after Xian Shen and the others appeared, everyone stood quietly in the instance hall, not daring to make a noise, looking up at Xian Shen and the 4 beautiful women with awe. They no longer felt jealousy, only reverence and admiration. This list has already shown that this Abyss instance was entirely Xian Shen carrying 4 goddesses. They believed that if they had such strength, they wouldn't know how many girls they could bring along. Now that the task was considered complete, the few of them prepared to say their goodbyes and go about their own business. Lin Anren spoke gently, "Junior, if you have time, you can come to my bright sanctuary for a visit. If you ever lack support in battle, you can also come find me." Xian Shen politely thanked her. "Thank you very much, senior." Lin Anren's percentage boost was very important for someone like him, a numerical monster, and he hoped to have more opportunities to interact in the future. Ji Mengyue also gained a lot this time and spoke warmly. "Xian Shen, I'm going to borrow some money from my sister right away. How about 50,000 star cores?" Xian Shen quickly nodded. That's enough. Actually, you don't need to pay, I'm not short on money." Chi Manhwa was unhappy. How can I not pay? That would be like getting it for free. And if I encounter an instance I can't clear in the future, can I come find you? Of course. Good, then it's settled. See you next time. The few of them exchanged contact information and said their goodbyes. After thanking him again, Dong Fangji asked Junior Xianchen, what are your plans next? Xianchen pondered. For a moment, I will continue leveling up in the God-forgotten land and look for trouble with the True Law Society. After all, one cannot give up halfway. He wouldn't let it go until the True Law Society softened. His grudges and generosity were equally strong. Dong Fangji did not persuade him again. Having witnessed Xianchen's strength firsthand, she began to pray that Ouyang Ke wouldn't do anything foolish. Even if he really became a fifth-tier professional, he might not be Xianchen's match. Well, all information regarding the True Law Society is handled by Liao Tian. I will have him contact you right away. Soon, only Suing Shan remained. She suddenly spoke up. Do you need my help? Xianchen guessed that Suing Shan just wanted to repay a favor, but he still declined. Not for now. Don't worry, if I need anything later, I will definitely find you. Suing Shan nodded slightly, wanting to ask something else, but after hesitating, she turned and left. Xianchen then hurried to the God-forgotten land, where he could level up again after entering. After getting the specific location of the True Law Society's Hall Master from Liao Tian, Xianchen went door to door looking for trouble, killing them all out of the instance. However, since the last time, the True Law Society had not launched any large-scale actions, only a few small teams. Moreover, these Hall Masters were also pitifully poor, with hardly any rewards. After finishing the killings, Xianchen began to grind levels in the God-forgotten land as planned. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the True Law Society either obediently submitted and paid the fine or prepared a big surprise for themselves. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and when Chen came out again, his level had increased, and due to killing many elite monsters, his attributes had also been enhanced. Ding, your level has increased to level 19. Endless potential erupts. You have gained another 150 free attribute points. You have drawn the red myth passive, Judgment of the Victor. Judgment of the Victor. The victor possesses everything. After defeating your opponent, you will obtain all of their items, including anything stored in any form of storage space. Xianchen was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. With this skill, he could only say that the True Law Society should hurry up and compensate, otherwise they would definitely be finished. Moreover, this skill would have a huge effect even in the real world. Due to the limitations of the extraordinary world, the equipment owned by a professional would be bound to them unless they actively removed it. Otherwise, even if they were killed, it wouldn't necessarily mean they could obtain the desired equipment, because the drop rate was too low. Only Xianchen, with his extremely high luck value, could increase this drop rate. As for the backpack space after death, even if one exerted tremendous effort to forcibly open it, the greatest possibility would be the destruction of all items inside. Therefore, in the extraordinary world, while there were instances of killing and looting, they were relatively rare. If killing could drop all equipment and items, one could only imagine how much chaos humans, who already liked infighting, would create. From this moment on, Xianchen clearly had no such restrictions. He could only say that it was best if no one came to provoke him. Just then, Xianchen suddenly received a message from the Research Institute. His mythic mask had results. Xianchen was considering whether to take the time to return to the demon capital to check on the demon suppression army. Since Ouyang Ke had not returned, bullying someone who had no means to fight back was somewhat boring. So, he might as well go see the demon suppression army. After all, the speed of the flying vehicle was very fast, and he still had one reward from the last mission that he hadn't chosen. Xianchen remembered clearly that this was what General Su, who had promised that after completing the mission he could choose any item from the demon suppression army's treasury. Once he selected this treasure, it would be time to ramp up and sprint through various dungeons, challenging the Eternal Tower. With his identity as a professor at the Research Institute, Xianchen had a smooth journey back to the underground laboratory. At the same time, he saw an unexpected person. Before he could express his surprise, Suing Shan across from him looked at Chen with even more astonishment. Xianchen, what are you doing at the Research Institute? Dean Li, seeing that Suing Shan seemed to know Xianchen, smiled and introduced Ing Shan. Xianchen has another identity. He is a lifetime honorary professor at our Research Institute. The dragon bone you asked you to analyze was provided by him. Suing Shan indeed did not know this information, and she was somewhat dazed, because she clearly knew that Xianchen had only been in the demon suppression army for a short time before obtaining the rank of quasi-general, and he had only entered Jinghua University a few days ago. He actually obtained the title of professor again. Dean Li continued to introduce Xianchen. Ing Shan is not just a student of the Assassin Academy, she is also a level 2 researcher at our Research Institute. Like her mother, she has a special talent for researching evil materials. Xianchen was astonished. He hadn't expected that Ing Shan, like him, also had multiple identities. Not only was she a purifying wing of the demon suppression army, but she was also a researcher at Jinghua University. If he hadn't hunted down 2 mythic level evil beings, he might not have been able to possess both identities of the demon suppression army and Jinghua University. Xianchen and Suing Shan looked at each other as if they were getting to know each other again. At this moment Dean Li also took out the item Xianchen wanted. A silver-white mask with a cold sheen, its surface covered with a layer of light blue frost. Dean Li was very satisfied with this piece. He excitedly introduced it to Xianchen. Professor Xian, this equipment we crafted this time should be the highest level mythic equipment ever created by our research institute. It was carefully made using the scales and bones of a frost dragon, and we also added the Qingyu ghost sand that Director Han brought back, giving it a mental control skill. Listening to Dean Li's excitement, Xianchen took it and examined it himself. The shape of this mask is undeniably very handsome. It possesses the shadowy features of a giant dragon, and staring at it for too long can leave one feeling disoriented. Frost Dragon Mask, 7-star myth requirements, none attributes, spirit plus 240 critical hit rate plus 30%. Frost resistance plus 20% additional skill. Dragon Might releases the pressure of a giant dragon, guaranteed to interrupt enemy spellcasting with a chance to instill fear or trembling in enemies. At the same time, during the release, it reduces enemy damage output by 50% for 60 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Not bad. Another weapon for group fights. Xianchen directly covered his face with the imposing mask, and Suing Shan could clearly feel the pressure emanating from him. It was an involuntary mental pressure. Those with low mental values would be intimidated just by looking at him. Xianchen concealed the mask. Now he had gathered all his special equipment, and he was in a good mood. Seeing Xianchen so enamored with the mask, Suing Shan was satisfied and left to continue her experiments with materials. Noticing that Suing Shan didn't linger for a moment and entered the laboratory, even the workaholic Dean Li Feng sighed. Shan is really focused when she does something. She's just like Director Han back then, purely dedicating her life to the cause of the evil spirits, whether in battle or research. Chen had just heard the title of Director Han and curiously asked, "Who is Director Han?" Li Feng was taken aback. He had thought Chen would know Suing Shan's identity. He explained, Director Han is Ying Shan's mother, Han Lingsha. She was the most talented person in our research institute's history when it came to the study of extraordinary materials. It's just a pity she unfortunately perished during a chaotic incident while collecting extraordinary materials in the depths of the demon abyss over a decade ago. Sigh. If only Director Han could have continued her research, perhaps her ideas about transcending myths could have succeeded. Seeing Dean Li's long sigh, Xianchen understood the weight of those words. Just the Qingyu ghost sand provided by Director Han had made his mask a 7-star myth. That already spoke volumes. It's known that equipment forged by humans from materials can at most reach low-star myths, not exceeding 5 stars. And this Director Han's ideas could not only surpass 5 stars, she even had concepts for transcending myths. Indeed, if she had been able to continue her research, humanity could have truly birthed weapons that transcend myths. Perhaps they could even overturn this world ruled by evil spirits by enhancing high-end combat power. Having obtained the items, Xianchen thanked Dean Li before leaving the research institute and also departing from Jinghua University. He hurriedly made his way to the Demon Suppression Army in the imperial capital, preparing to fly back to the Demon City via a special plane. However, what Xianchen did not expect was that today, the Demon Suppression Army was filled with students in uniform, all of whom had glimmers of anticipation in their eyes. Xianchen paid them no mind and walked directly to the inner area designated for generals. Look over there, there's a student who isn't coming to line up. Take a closer look, that's Jinghua University's uniform. How did he end up here? With us from the Demon Suppression Academy? Oh, I see. Wait, how did he enter the special area that only generals can access? Now those who had noticed Xianchen became agitated. All the students waiting in line to board the plane were staring in the direction of Xianchen. They had thought he would be kicked out, but instead, he was respectfully welcomed into the special area and soon boarded the special plane for takeoff. This privilege caused an uproar among the students present. They were all students of the Demon Suppression Academy, and many of their families had generals. Seeing a mere student like Xianchen enter the privileged area, they were naturally indignant. Silence, a plain voice sounded, and the leading mentor cast a cold glance, causing everyone to fall silent and obediently line up to board. The actual leader, Xiao Xinghuan, was also somewhat puzzled. Who exactly was that young man, and why did he have the qualifications to enter the special area? As for his rank of brigadier general, no one believed that was possible. The flight on the private jet was brief, and in no time, Xianchen had arrived at the Demon Town's Demon Suppression Army. He familiarized himself with entering General Su's office, where he was as busy as ever. Upon seeing Xianchen, General Su excitedly stood up and patted his shoulder. "You brat finally came back. You really helped a lot with the last mission. I was just saying I wanted to thank you in person. It wasn't as significant as you say. I was just lucky," Xianchen replied, not buying into the flattery. Besides, even without him, the subsequent demonic chaos might have been quelled. It was just that the woman in the golden attire might have died. Wait, Xianchen suddenly realized why he didn't know that woman in his previous life. Because by the time he became famous, she might have already been reincarnated. He hadn't expected that his rebirth in this life had changed the fates of so many people. He merely sighed slightly and quickly stated his purpose for coming. General Su, I'm here to select rewards from the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. General Su nodded and directly allowed Xian Chen to take his identification to the treasury. After all, this was a promise he had made to Xian Chen back then. The Demon Suppression Army's treasury had a total of 4 floors. With Xian Chen's current perspective, he naturally chose to head straight to the highest 4th floor. Each treasure here was placed separately. Although the area was vast, there weren't many items. Inside were various high-level skill books, items, and legendary equipment. However, Xian Chen could only drool over them as he couldn't meet the usage requirements. Just as he was about to continue looking at some special equipment, he suddenly spotted a black skill book. He was astonished to find that he could actually meet the learning requirements. Moreover, perhaps only he could meet them. Blood Prison Judgment Grade Forbidden Technique Learning Requirement Insight 75 points. Insight, along with Charm and Luck, belongs to the 3 hidden attributes of which only a few special items can provide bonuses. Moreover, it cannot be seen directly, only one can vaguely sense it. But Xian Chen had no worries in this regard. Not to mention his own inherent insight, the Scythe of Immortal Fate provided him with 100 points of insight, which was more than enough for learning skills. This was a forbidden technique that surpassed all other skills. Xian Chen didn't look at the remaining items and directly chose to exchange the skill book using General Su's authority. After retrieving it, he didn't linger and immediately began to comprehend it. You have learned the forbidden technique Blood Prison Judgment. Current level LV Max. Blood Prison Judgment forcefully deprives a single target of 30% of their life value, ignoring any defensive methods. Can only be used once on the same target with no cooldown time. Each use permanently reduces the strength attribute by 50 points. Blood Prison Judgment was the first skill he truly learned. All his other active skills were attached to his equipment. With the 100 insight from the Scythe of Immortal Fate, he comprehended Blood Prison Judgment while also leveling it to the highest level. The effect was powerful, directly depriving 30% of life value. Coupled with his soul severing slashes 10%, the target would be close to his kill threshold at half health. However, the cost of each use was also significant, permanently reducing his strength attribute by 50 points. But Xian Chen wasn't afraid of this attribute reduction. After all, he had soul devouring to compensate. Moreover, the enemies that allowed him to use Blood Prison Judgment would provide him with more attribute points afterward. When Xian Chen returned to General Su's office, it was clear he knew what Xian Chen had chosen. I didn't expect you to choose that forbidden technique. It's been in our Demon Suppression Army's 4th level treasury for a long time, and no one has been able to meet the learning requirements. Go down and give it a try. If you can't learn it later, just return it and choose something else. Understood. Xian Chen did not respond directly, but he appreciated General Su's goodwill. By the way, Xian Chen, have you seen Ning Shan at Jinghua University? Yes, I saw her at the Research Institute just yesterday. Hearing Xian Chen's answer, General Su smiled wryly. That girl is either buried in the Research Institute or out fighting. She never takes a break. At this point, General Su continued to look at Xian Chen. Xian Chen, I need to ask you for a favor. Ing Shan has always lacked friends, even I, her father, she hardly pays attention to, and you should be the only male she interacts with. In the future, if you have the chance, please communicate with her more and help her out. This child has had it too hard. When she was very young, she lived with her mother, and I was busy with the Demon Suppression Army, rarely having time to accompany her. Then, over a decade ago, when her mother went deep into the abyss of demons for a research project, she suddenly encountered a demonic riot. At that time, I was stationed with the Demon Suppression Army and couldn't leave. Even when I sent the fastest king-level expert by my side to rescue her, her mother was already nowhere to be found. Since then, Ing Shan has become even more silent, focusing solely on increasing her strength and studying demons. Even when I arranged a better environment for her, she refused and chose to enter Jinghua University instead. At this point, General Su looked at Xian Chen, sighed with a bitter smile, and you, kid, are the same. With your background, whether you entered the Demon Suppression Military Academy or trained in the army, your speed would definitely not be slower than that of Jinghua University's training. I didn't expect you to go to Jinghua University as well. All they have are instances where you can't experience life and death. How can they compare to the practical training of my Demon Suppression Army? Originally, General Su was asking Xian Chen to take care of Su Ing Shan, but it all turned into complaints about Jinghua University. There was no way around it. Their Demon Suppression Military Academy and Jinghua University were considered the top talent training grounds in Huaxia, and there was an unspoken competition between them to see who could cultivate better professionals. So, seeing his daughter and the promising Major General become students of others, he naturally felt resentful. However, Xian Chen still had high hopes for the professionals cultivated by the Demon Suppression Military Academy in future battles. Although their individual abilities might not match those of Jinghua University, their large-scale collaboration skills were unmatched. Moreover, every graduating class from the Demon Suppression Military Academy faced the trial of evolving in a piece of the abyss of demons with casualties averaging around 10%. Therefore, the students of the Demon Suppression Military Academy indeed experienced more life and death trials. After agreeing to General Su's request to help look after Xian, Xian re-entered the abyss of demons. Recently, he had been killing a lot of instance monsters and it was getting a bit monotonous. It was time to find higher-level demons for a change of pace and see if he could level up again. After leaving the Demon Suppression Army's main camp, Xian chose a direction and activated the hidden domain of his cloak, running deep into the abyss of demons. This time, his goal was to check out the level 50 demon area. However, just as Xian passed through the level 40 area, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He abruptly looked towards the eastern area, his brow slightly furrowing. It seemed something there was attracting him, but this feeling lasted only a moment before quickly fading. Yet, the urge to go take a look grew stronger. A bit puzzled, Xian suddenly remembered the mythic passive he had obtained earlier, Divine Protection. See good fortune and avoid misfortune. Your choice is the guidance of fate. Isn't this situation exactly what triggered a passive feeling? Xian no longer hesitated and immediately became invisible, heading towards the east. When he arrived, he found a small team of about 100 people, each of them beaming with joy, seemingly having had a good harvest. Moreover, the composition of this team was not low, with an average level of over 35, and 5 of them were 4th transformation professionals. When Xian saw the 4th transformation summoner in the center, his eyes lit up, because standing next to this person was Zhao Yan, who had previously become his enemy. Since the special college entrance examination, Zhao Yan had been eliminated and he hadn't seen him since, so the grudge from back then had yet to be avenged. Now was the perfect time. Xian no longer concealed his form and swaggered into the front of the team. Stop! Alert! When Xian appeared, the team of professionals immediately sprang into action, trained and ready. However, when they realized that it was a human in front of them, they all relaxed. But a huge surprise and killing intent suddenly flashed in Zhao Yan's eyes. He had always considered himself a genius, but ever since Xian appeared, all the glory and praise had gone to him, including this time when he went to Jinghua University for the special college entrance examination. Xian actually became the champion. At that moment, he had to flee in disgrace. Even his third uncle, the vice principal of Hongkou No. 1 High School, warned him not to offend Xian. However, Zhao Yan had long since offended Xian beyond repair. Until recently, under the increasing pressure from Xian, he finally confessed to his father. Zhao Ding knew that his son had offended a peerless genius from Jinghua University and he was furious, but Xian had already enrolled and there was nothing he could do to remedy the situation. Now, Xian appeared right in front of them in the demon fall land and he was alone. Zhao Yan excitedly informed his father of Xian's identity and laughed wildly. Ha! Xian, you refuse to take the path to heaven, yet you insist on crashing through the gates of hell. No matter how arrogant you were before, you will die now. At this moment, Zhao Ding also looked at Xian, his expression unchanged, his voice indifferent. Xian, it should have been my son who offended you, but now that we have become mortal enemies, I can only make you go to your death. Hearing the threats from the other side, Xian was unconcerned. I can actually give you a chance to live. Hand over everything and you can leave. Our grievances will be settled. The more than 100 professionals looked at the brazen Xian, nearly bursting into laughter, and seeing Xian on the brink of death still talking big, Zhao Yan laughed even more recklessly. Ha! Xian, have you gone mad? If you kneel before me now, I might make your death a bit easier. But when Zhao Ding heard Xian's words, his heart skipped a beat. Their Zhao family guild was on a secret mission because they had previously detected that the Tianluo district had a Xianin true gold mine. They had successfully excavated it and were preparing to return. Xian's words clearly made him alert. Could it be that their plans had been exposed and this kid had someone behind him? The more Zhao Ding thought about it, the more he felt he had uncovered the truth. He didn't dare hesitate, fearing that Xian was stalling for time. With a wave of his staff, he immediately summoned his most powerful eagle warrior to attack Xian. Everyone was astonished to see their guild leader suddenly take the initiative, seemingly with no intention of holding back. They watched with ease as the impending tragedy unfolded. A 4th transformation summoned beast against a student, wasn't that a sure win? However, a cold glint flickered in Xian's eyes. Since the other party insisted on seeking death, he would settle this cause and effect. When the scythe of immortal fate appeared, he charged towards the nearly 5-meter-tall eagle warrior, and everyone thought Xian was merely walking to his death. But as the menacing scythe swung, a flash of cold light appeared, and Zhao Ding's summoned beast instantly turned into a flash of white light and vanished. Xian's current attack power is 6,930. A single normal attack crit, combined with crit damage bonus, results in 34,650 damage. Such ordinary 4-turn summon creatures are simply not enough to withstand it. The scene of Xian instantly killing a 4-turn summon creature was astonishing. Everyone was left staring in disbelief. Zhao Yan knew Xian was Strong, he had been one-shotting during the special entrance exam, but he never imagined he would also one-shot 4-turn summon creatures. Zhao Ding, a seasoned fighter, immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Form up." These individuals were the absolute elite of the Zhao Guild, and upon hearing the command, they instinctively arranged themselves into formation. At the same time, long-range spells began to light up, and Zhao Ding started summoning on a large scale. However, before their skills could even unleash, Xianshen suddenly let out a roar. Roar! Everyone heard a dragon's roar, a sound that struck deep into their souls. The skills they had been gathering vanished completely. A wave of pressure spread out, causing those with lower mental fortitude to tremble in fear. It was the perfect moment. Xianshen was already close to them, and once he charged into the group of 100, the rest was a one-sided massacre. With his current mental power exceeding 1200, once the thunder rapping triggered, it meant 40 targets would be struck by lightning. The sky was filled with purple lightning, illuminating the valley. In an instant, nearly half of the team was dead, leaving a ground strewn with items. At this moment, only the higher mental value mage-type professions began to regain their senses from the dragon's might. Faced with the sudden death of half their team, the lingering terror and fear in their eyes only intensified, and they felt no urge to resist. Even though they were elite, they still fell within seconds. At this time, the weakest among them, Zhao Yan, finally regained his senses from the dragon's might. His mind had been blank, but now, upon recovering, he realized he was the only one left alive in the guild, and before him lay a sea of corpses. Zhao Yan was filled with regret and fear. Seeing Xianshen approach him like the Grim Reaper, wielding a scythe, he thudded to the ground, continuously retreating. Devil! Devil! You are a devil! Soon, a foul stench began to spread from beneath him. Xianshen coldly swung the scythe, ending Zhao Yan's life. He could only hope that in his next life he would learn not to offend others casually. Due to the passive effect of the victor's judgment, ores dropped before him, mixed with various equipment. Xianshen then clearly saw what they were carrying. It was actually the Xianin true gold ore. This was a necessary material for forging weapons of epic quality and, above, extremely valuable. The ores before him could definitely be worth hundreds of billions. No wonder the Zhao Guild deployed all their elites. It turned out to be for mining the Xianin true gold ore, but now it all belonged to him. However, Xianshen did not focus on these ores and equipment. Instead, he continued to survey the surroundings with keen insight. Oh! Xianshen suddenly stepped forward and picked up a piece of seemingly smoothly cut black and white semicircle from beside Zhao Ding's corpse. It should still have half remaining. Spirit Abyss Pearl Fragment. Upon seeing the string of ellipses, Xianshen felt not dissatisfaction but rather joy. This indicated that the Spirit Abyss Pearl was a high-grade item. After all, it was something that could even provoke divine protection. He stored all the loot into his storage space. Xianshen could now be said to be completely financially secure. Hundreds of billions corresponded to millions of star cores. Such a vast fortune was something he, who rarely purchased equipment and skills, could never exhaust. After tidying up a bit, he hadn't even had the chance to move forward when another situation arose. Buzz, the hexagonal jade pendant belonging to the purification wings at his waist suddenly vibrated wildly, flashing with red light. This was the highest risk distress signal from the Demon Suppression Army. It indicated that the enemy possessed at least a 6-turn evil spirit and that the spirit's rank was mythical. This location was very close to Xuanqing, and without any hesitation, he erupted with speed towards the marked location. Meanwhile, some members of the purification wings nearby, upon receiving the news, hurried back to the Demon Suppression Army's main camp in a panic to report the situation to the higher-ups. The emergence of a mythical evil spirit was not something that could be overcome by an individual. Their appearance would surely bring disaster and destruction. At this moment, thousands of students from the Demon Suppression Academy were struggling to organize a defense against the onslaught of evil spirits. This time, the area they needed to evolve for their graduation exam was randomly drawn from the region of the 4th-tier Tianluo evil spirits. Everything had been progressing smoothly and they were close to completing their task, but suddenly, they were surrounded by a dense swarm of evil spirits. In the distance, a humanoid mythical evil spirit stood in the sky, its entire body a deep purple, seemingly able to absorb all light, with a mysterious rune-covered horn atop its head. Beneath it were 2 6-turn legendary evil spirits, one serpent-like and the other scorpion-like, both measuring dozens of meters in length. The mythical evil spirit's eyes were filled with disdain as it looked at the continuously dying students, a cruel smile playing at the corners of its mouth. You group of ant-like humans, wouldn't it be better to obediently stay in the cage drawn for you? Why do you insist on crossing the line time and again? Last time, you even ambushed and caused a monarch to fall, which has displeased the esteemed ones within the Forbidden Zone. Next, you will all die here. The information conveyed by the mythical evil spirit was substantial, but Xiao Xinghuan and several other 5-turn guardian teachers had no time to ponder. They could only desperately fend off the surging evil spirits. In their hearts, they felt bitter. They had originally brought the most outstanding children of this realm to guard them through a trial of randomly purifying an area. But who would have thought that high-level evil spirits would suddenly emerge in droves, and leading them was a mythical evil spirit. In this situation, more king-level powerhouses had to be mobilized. It was even possible that General Su, the only king-level figure in the eastern military district of the Demon Suppression Army, would need to intervene for them to be saved. However, the distance to the main base of the Demon Suppression Army was not short, and Xiao Xinghuan felt completely pessimistic about whether they could hold out until then. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. The thousands of students beside him were the most outstanding professionals of the Demon Suppression Academy, and everyone calmly executed every command. Even though they felt pessimistic about the outcome and fearful of the future, their faces showed no signs of panic. The leading mythical evil spirit, seeing this group of humans still resisting tenaciously, lost interest in merely watching. You two go as well, leave no survivors, kill them all. Yes, my lord. As the two legendary evil spirits of 6 turns appeared, the only 6-turn king-level powerhouse on the human side, Xiao Xinghuan, immediately led the remaining 5-turn powerhouses to charge forward. After becoming a king-level powerhouse, the strength they possessed had long surpassed ordinary people's imagination. They could only hope to barely hold off the evil spirits before them. The clash of the strongest present erupted in an instant, skills flying, elemental forces exploding, sweeping the surroundings. Xiao Xinghuan's golden spear shone brilliantly as he actually fought back against one of the legendary evil spirits. The other 5-turn professionals quickly engaged the other legendary evil spirit. Seeing that the situation could still be delayed, a glimmer of hope began to rise in everyone's hearts. Perhaps they could really wait for the support of the Demon Suppression Army. But the mythical evil spirit had yet to make a move. At this moment, dissatisfaction flashed in its blood-red pupils. It was a newly matured mythical evil spirit that had secretly left the holy city, and he just happened to encounter these outstanding young humans in front of him, so of course he killed them all. This time, he was going to teach this group of domesticated blood food a greater lesson. In just a fleeting moment, the mythic evil suddenly appeared behind Xiao Xinghuan, its sharp claws slashing. Xiao Xinghuan didn't have time to dodge and could only activate a shield. Boom! The massive claw shadow struck, sending Xiao Xinghuan crashing to the ground, and in that instant, he was on the brink of death. The mythic evil's attack was not over. It coldly continued to swing its arm, a dark attribute sword flying towards Xiao Xinghuan. With a whoosh, Xinghuan Wang! Xinghuan Wang! Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with horror. None of them expected the mythic level evil to suddenly launch a sneak attack, and its power had already reached this level. In just one exchange, Xinghuan Wang was gravely injured and near death. If he took another hit, he would definitely fall. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a blue veil descend over the world before them, and a figure appeared in front of Xinghuan Wang. Before the crowd could express their joy at the sudden arrival of a savior, they were disappointed to find that it was an exceptionally young man. The students from the Demon Suppression Academy who were fighting off ordinary evils also exclaimed in surprise, "It's him! It's the student who appeared in the Imperial Capital's Demon Suppression Army." In the blink of an eye, lying on the ground, Xiao Xinghuan recognized Xian Chen, feeling a mix of emotions, unable to react or move. Meanwhile, Xian Chen had already drawn his scythe of immortal fate. Boom! A violent crash echoed. Yet Xian Chen only staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, this was just an elemental attack. Under the Kanglan domain, his health had doubled to over 20,000. Even so, he was nearly knocked out of his passive state. Blocked it. Xinghuan Wang is not dead, and this person is not dead. This is a 6th transition mythic level evil. How could a student withstand its attack? Everyone gasped. Even Xiao Xinghuan momentarily lost in thought. He had thought that when he saw Xian Chen appear and stand in front of him, he was sacrificing his life to save him. Who would have thought this young man could withstand a blow from a mythic level evil? It should be known that even he had nearly died under that attack, utterly unbeatable. Little brother, thank you. Xiao Xinghuan struggled to stand up, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, the priest among the crowd, having regained his composure, continuously cast healing spells to restore Xiao Xinghuan's health and also topped off Xian Chen's health. Xian Chen merely nodded casually, not turning around, but looking at the mythic level evil before him with a fighting spirit. You and the others go restrain the legendary level evil and the remaining ordinary evils. Once I deal with this mythic level evil, I'll come help you. Xiao Xinghuan? He had just seen the abnormality of the mythic level evil. This young man not only refused to let him help but also dared to think he could handle the mythic level evil alone? But trust was the most important thing on the battlefield. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately went to join the others. The mythic evil was somewhat annoyed by Xian Chen's sudden appearance, which interfered with its killing. It casually shook its long fingernails, sizing up the pale blue area it was in. Interesting. Such a weak human can actually activate domain power, but your weak damage is just like scratching an itch for me. At this moment, Xian Chen maintained the Kanglan domain, dealing over 1000 damage per second to the surrounding evils. Kanglan domain creates a water-type domain with a radius of 1,200 meters, depending on mental value. Deals 1,200 water-type damage per second to enemies within it. In the Kanglen domain, you will have a 100% bonus to all attributes including attack, healing, control, etc. Consuming 100 mana points per second, there is no cooldown and it can be activated at any time. Just at that moment, the situation was urgent. Xianxun could only use teleportation to barely block in front of Xiao Xinghuan, helping him withstand a fatal blow. This should be the first time in his life facing a fully formed myth-level evil spirit, and Xianxun did not dare to be careless. Only by exerting all his strength could he have a chance of victory. Moreover, he only had one opportunity to strike. Yinming Rakshasa, level 61 rank, 6-star myth health, 5 million skills. Other information is not visible, just the 5 million health is despairing. But Xianxun slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Thank goodness, there is a chance. He did not waste words and directly swung the Undying Fate Scythe towards the Yinming Rakshasa. However, the Yinming Rakshasa looked disdainful. A human who couldn't even leap into the air dared to come and seek death? This time, the Yinming Rakshasa did not hold back at all. The giant claws that had just severely injured Xiao Xinghuan reappeared out of thin air, covering the space where Xianxun was. But Xianxun had no intention of dodging. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he took the hit head-on. Your health has dropped to 1%. The Undying Body is triggered. Immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Echo of Desperation triggered. Attack power increased by 500%. At this moment, a long-lost sense of power filled Xuanxun's body. He coldly looked at the Yinming Rakshasa. Next, it's my turn. With the 100% bonus in that Sunlong domain, his attack was 13,860, and with the 1% Echo of Desperation triggered, increasing his attack power by 5 times, that was 83,160. Xianxun enjoyed this moment because it had been a long time since anyone had pushed him into the state of Echo of Desperation. Next, of course, he would repay the opponent well. First was Kanglen's Soul Devouring Slash. A blue slash suddenly appeared, with 4 times the attack plus the unparalleled passive boom. With one strike, the entire space trembled. This was 1.33 million damage that ignored defense. The Yinming Rakshasa was directly smashed to the ground, spitting out purple blood. He could feel his organs shifting, and at the same time, a blue halo appeared on his body. But before he could react to why this human was so strong, Xianxun had already activated teleportation again, appearing above him. Just as the Yinming Rakshasa wanted to activate a skill for quick movement, he was horrified to find that all his abilities were completely sealed, and even his attributes were reduced by 30%. Taking advantage of the Yinming Rakshasa's daze, Xianxun did not dare to waste time. His current strongest state could only last for 5 seconds. The huge scythe continued to swing. Without the skill enhancement, the Yinming Rakshasa could not effectively defend or evade. He could only keep retreating with his body, enduring the soul-piercing pain passively, accepting the strikes of the Undying Fate Scythe. But Xianxun was fortunate enough to apply the frost breath effect on him, making it even harder for the Yinming Rakshasa to dodge. Minus 415,800, minus 415,800, minus 415,800. Each critical hit's damage made those who felt its power tremble with fear. However, when Xianxun swung the Undying Fate Scythe for the 5th time, and the Yinming Rakshasa's health was only left with over 1.6 million, he frowned. Time was running out. There was 1 second left before the Undying Body would end. Without any hesitation, the Undying Fate Scythe in Xuanxun's hand suddenly erupted with an even greater momentum. The Yinming Rakshasa, forced to defend, had long lost the imposing presence he had just moments ago. The sealing state of the Undying technique prevented him from using many of his methods. He originally harbored deep resentment in his heart, waiting for the seal to end so he could kill the human before him in the most brutal way. But at this moment he felt a breath of death from Xuanxun's menacing scythe, and in shock, the resentment and killing intent in his heart dissipated. He hurriedly spoke, "Human, you can't kill me. I can let you go. I am a member of the Soul-Devouring clan. If you kill me, all of you humans will have to accompany me to the grave." Xianxun was least affected by threats. He just didn't expect that even a myth-level evil spirit would panic and beg for mercy when facing death. But Xianxun coldly swung the Scythe of Eternal Fate, Blood Prison, Judgment. A bright red light descended from the sky. A 30% life deprivation directly caused a massive damage of 1.5 million. At the same time, the remaining hundreds of thousands of life of the Netherworld Rakshasa were also wiped out by the soul-severing slash, exploding a pile of items, among which were not only myth-level equipment but also a special item. Xianxun collected everything, not having time to check, as a huge red light entered his body. Kill the myth creature. Netherworld Rakshasa. Soul Devouring activated. Power plus 201, Constitution plus 310, Agility plus 240, Spirit plus 220. Ding, your level has increased to level 20. Endless potential erupts. You gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent. You gain a red myth passive extraction. No matter how much this world suppressed his level, Xianxun still reached level 20. Just as he was enjoying the joy of his gains, everyone present, whether evil spirits or humans, involuntarily stopped their actions, staring blankly at Xianxun. No one expected that one day they would witness history, seeing a human slaughter a myth-level evil spirit in just 5 seconds. Lord Netherworld. At this moment, the two legendary evil spirits also reacted, but in just a few seconds, the once unattainable Lord Netherworld had died here without resistance. Humans, you all must die. The snake-like evil spirit let out a hoarse roar, and all the evil spirits began to charge even more frantically. Xianchen had no time to extract the passive. After the priest restored the health, the scythe of eternal fate spun and charged again towards the two legendary evil spirits. Seeing Xianchen rushing over, the two legendary evil spirits trembled in fear, showing no intention of resisting. Just moments ago, they had been shouting for Xuanchen's death, but in the blink of an eye, they fled, leaving only the ordinary evil spirits instinctively crashing into the formation of the Demon Suppression Military Academy students. They weren't stupid, even the unfathomable Netherworld Rakshasa had fallen in seconds, and staying behind would be pointless. Now, Xuanchen's Kanglan soul-devouring slash still had 2 minutes of cooldown left, and he couldn't keep these two legendary evil spirits who were intent on fleeing. Moreover, without the undying body, Xianchen felt he had lost a significant trump card, and he didn't feel safe facing legendary evil spirits. The undying body was great in every way, but the cooldown time was too long. He didn't know if he would have a chance to upgrade it in the future. Without the leading legendary evil spirits, those intelligent epic and elite evil spirits also began to slowly look for opportunities to retreat. They weren't stupid either. Now that Xianchen maintained the Kanglan domain, every strike was a one-hit kill, and the further back they went, the stronger his power became. Moreover, his figure was unpredictable, occasionally teleporting to help teammates in danger. One moment he transformed into a giant dragon, the next he was wrapped in thunder. The entire arena was filled with Xuanchen's killing figure, leaving no room for ordinary evil spirits to resist. By the end, that group of intelligent high-level evil spirits had long since fled. This left Xianchen somewhat frustrated. He hadn't absorbed enough with his soul devouring. Soon, the battle gradually calmed down, and the reinforcements from the Demon City arrived late. Xianchen did not expect that it would actually be an acquaintance. It was none other than Ma Hongkai, the head of the Purification Wing in the Demon City. As a 6-turn swift shadow assassin, he possessed the fastest speed. However, when he appeared with a murderous aura, he found that the familiar Xiao Xinghuan was actually cleaning up the battlefield, with only a few ordinary evil demons left. What happened to the highest red distress signal? What happened to the myth-level evil demons? Ma Hongkai knew that Xiao Xinghuan could not be lying, because General Su was on his way, and if he reported false military information, the consequences would be severe. Just as Ma Hongkai landed in confusion, he hadn't had the chance to ask Xiao Xinghuan when Xianchen finished his actions and returned to the camp. Upon seeing Xianchen, his eyes lit up, and he was about to greet him, but Xiao Xinghuan stepped forward and deeply bowed first. This low posture left Ma Hongkai stunned in place. Little brother, great kindness is unspoken. This time you saved the younger generation of our Demon Suppression Military Academy. On behalf of the Academy, I declare that as long as you have any needs, our Academy will fulfill them. Without a frown. After all, these students would become the backbone of the Demon Suppression Army in the future. If too many of them died, it would definitely affect the overall strength of the army. Xianchen hurriedly helped Xiao Xinghuan up. In his previous life, he had grown to become the 8-turn Star Soul Emperor and was familiar with him, having helped him a lot back then. Xinghuan. Xianchen had just called his name when he realized, King Xinghuan, this was just a casual act, no need to say more. At this moment, Ma Hongkai also approached, looking at Xiao Xinghuan with curiosity. Brother Xinghuan, what exactly did Xianchen do that you need to thank him like this? Xiao Xinghuan looked seriously at Ma Hongkai. He casually killed a 6-turn myth-level evil demon. Cough. Cough. What? Ma Hongkai nearly choked on this news. This kid silently accomplished such a shocking feat. How did he manage to do it? Just from what he knew, he had already killed 2 myth-level evil demons. When Xiao Xinghuan heard Ma Hongkai call Xianchen's name, he curiously asked, "Is brother Xianchen one of your Demon Suppression Army members?" Ma Hongkai's eyes turned, and he cleared his throat, suddenly becoming serious. Xianchen is not only one of our Demon Suppression Army members, but he is also our general. However, Ma Hongkai was disappointed. Xiao Xinghuan did not seem surprised that Xianchen held the rank of general. After all, the corpses scattered around and the recently slain Netherworld Rakshasa already spoke volumes. Soon, General Su arrived, and the follow-up team gradually took their positions. Seeing this, Xianchen sighed. Inwardly, the human race was indeed at an absolute disadvantage in the battle against the evil demons. Just the appearance of one myth-level evil demon forced humanity to treat it as a formidable enemy, exerting all their strength to possibly defeat it. And for such myth-level evil demons, no one knew how many more there were. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Demon Suppression Army in the Demon City, all the high-ranking military officials were present, and Xianchen was also pulled to sit here. Xiao Xinghuan detailed all the intelligence, and after General Su listened, he calmly ordered, "Next, immediately notify the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army to put all border cities of Huaxia into the highest state of combat readiness, while abandoning the already purified areas and retreating to the big cities to prevent any possible retaliation." Clearly, the words of the Netherworld Rakshasa cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. In his previous life, Xian Shen had come across some secrets and made some speculations with many high-ranking officials. Now it seemed that those speculations were very likely true. It appeared that the evil demons were not incapable of exterminating humanity, they were simply raising humans for some purpose. Once their goal was achieved, it was very likely that it would be the time for the extinction of all humanity. No one knows when the final moment will come, and perhaps due to his rebirth, the timeline has already been disrupted. At this moment, Xianxin felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He must seize the time to become stronger. He cannot just engage in a 5-second duel like he does now. Xianxin did not continue to participate in the subsequent matters. He only instructed General Su to keep an eye on the movements of the evil spirits and to contact him whenever there was an insurmountable problem. In fact, he didn't even need to say it. Thanks to his unprecedented solo kills of the mythical evil spirits, the military high command had already placed great importance on him, as he was practically a myth killer. He received over 100,000 military merits from the Military Merit Registration Office, and now Xianxin could buy whatever he wanted as long as it was usable. It was time for him to return to the imperial capital and continue to enhance his strength. When Xiao Xinghuan saw that Xianxin was leaving, he naturally expressed his gratitude profusely and personally saw him off to the private jet. Lying in the comfortable seat, Xianxin began to sort through his gains from this trip. First was the scarlet battle armor that the Yomi Marauder had dropped, which looked both light and resilient. The attributes made Xianxin drool. Blood Knight Shadow 6-star mythical requirements, level 61, warrior class attributes, agility plus 290, constitution plus 420, defense plus 210, physical defense plus 210, magic defense plus 320 additional effects. Shadow Revival, health plus 200,000, health recovery increased by 100%. Shadow Protection, in the night or dark environments, the armor's defense increases by an additional 50% while reducing damage from dark and undead sources. Shadow Stealth, when moving in the night or dark environments, movement speed increases by 100%, making it harder for enemies to detect. Xianxin was drooling. This was indeed armor 4. The warrior class and its attributes were simply incomparable to the special equipment he possessed. Not to mention the other skills, just the increase of 200,000 health was something Xianxin could only envy. This equipment would definitely not be sold, but currently, there was no one he knew who could wear it, so Xianxin directly stored it away and looked at another special item. Wings of Shadow, special item. Requirements: none energy, 1000 usage effects, shadow flight. After activation, it can consume energy to fly. Flight speed is twice the normal movement speed. Shadow dash consumes a large amount of energy. To perform a quick dash, with a dash speed 4 times the normal speed. Not bad. This thing can significantly increase speed, and as for the energy consumed, Xianxin had plenty of star cores, so he could afford any consumption. As for the ability to fly, he had already mastered it after the battle ended. The gains from this battle were not just a level breakthrough to 20, he also absorbed numerous attributes. His 4-dimensional attributes had long since surpassed the 1,000-point mark, and he didn't need to wait until level 50 to fly. His current attributes far exceeded those of a 5th transformation practitioner. Character: Xianxin level 20 class, commoner basic attributes, strength 3620 plus 100 plus 400, constitution 1580 plus 100 plus 120, agility 1250 plus 100 plus 200, spirit 1630 plus 100 plus 240 plus 140. PS. The attributes attached to the equipment have been added in parentheses to avoid describing the equipment. Attack power 7680, health 18,000/18,000, mana 21100/21100. Skills: hidden insight, exclusive, blood prison judgment, passive. Unmatched, mythical, indestructible, mythical, soul of battle, mythical, divine protection, mythical, soul's tremor, mythical, judgment of the victor. Mythical. Just after getting off the private jet, Xianxin received a message from Liao Tian. Boss, the people from the True Law Society are making moves. All their hall masters have entered the gods' abandoned land, and Ouyang-ku has already exited seclusion. It is said that he has broken through to the 5th transition. Be careful. Xianxin was momentarily stunned. This was indeed good news. Ending this grudge would allow for a stable development. At this moment, Ouyang-ku was full of vigor. With the help of his family, he had successfully broken through from level 49 and completed the 5th transition task, becoming a true 5th transition professional. This time, he was fully prepared to make that arrogant Xianxin, who had offended the True Law Society, submit at his feet. At the same time, he would spread the news of his breakthrough to the 5th transition, taking advantage of the opportunity to deal with Xianxin and maximize the prestige of the True Law Society, attracting more students to join. It should be noted that students from Jinghua University can stand on their own after graduating, and being able to join the True Law Society before graduation, or even later join the Ouyang family, would have unimaginable benefits for the expansion of their family's power. However, Ouyang-ku felt a bit regretful, because he was already at the 5th transition and could no longer enter the gods' abandoned land to witness that arrogant kid being killed. Feeling the power within him, which was vastly different from before, Ouyang-ku was now confident that he could crush that kid with one hand. In the gods' abandoned land, Xianxin was heading towards the place where the True Law Society was causing trouble. Regardless of whether they were fishing this time or if there were traps, he was not afraid at all. Xianchen casually drew a level 20 mythical passive. You have drawn the red mythical passive, Death Rhythm. Death Rhythm, every successful kill is a hymn to death. After each kill, all skill cooldowns will be reduced by 10%, stackable. Oh, this is another skill that reduces cooldowns, and it seems much stronger than the previous time distortion as its effect applies to all skills. Of course, the premise is that you can kill your opponent. Moreover, its stackable attribute means that every time he fights, as long as he kills 10 units, all his skill cooldowns will refresh. Just a moment ago, Xianchen was lamenting the long cooldown of his immortal body, but now it seemed he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. When Xianchen fully unleashed his speed, he quickly arrived at the location marked by Li Outyan's intelligence. It was a quiet valley, and the 6 hall masters of the True Law Society were conspicuously standing in the center of the valley. Xianchen thoughtfully looked around the valley. Under hidden insight, he discovered that over 400 professionals were ambushed nearby, most of whom were physical attackers. But Xianchen was not afraid at all. This time, he would make the people from the True Law Society give up completely. The sooner he dealt with these matters, the sooner he could challenge the Eternal Tower. As Xianchen appeared and boldly walked into the center of the valley, Ji Chen and several other hall masters all brightened up. They were overjoyed and secretly thought that Xianchen, who had been hunting them down, had lost his vigilance. Ji Chen held a crystal orb in his hand, looking ominously at Xian. Chen, ha ha ha, kid, from today on, your good luck ends. No matter where you appear, you will be hunted down by our True Law Society. Just die obediently. The other hall masters who had been continuously killed by Xianchen also spoke up with delight. Xianchen, from now on, no matter how strong you are, you will forever remain at this level. Yes, today we will make you understand the consequences of offending our True Law Society. Seeing the other party seemingly brimming with confidence, Xianchen's curiosity was piqued. Where did they get their courage? Before Xianchen could think too much, Ji Chen had already activated the crystal orb in his hand and shouted, "Everyone, attack!" Instantly, arrows and various physical attacks rained down from all directions. In Ji Chen's triumphant gaze, the crystal orb transformed into binding light and entered Xianchen's body, and he suddenly felt a momentary sealing power. But it was just that, a fleeting moment of sealing. Xianchen looked at Ji Chen and the others who were still laughing maniacally, and before he could ponder further, all the targeted attacks were aimed at him. Xianchen quickly unleashed his Cold Fury charge, transforming into a giant dragon, completely evading the damage this time. At the same time, the 6 hall masters blocking his path instantly turned into white light and vanished, exploding into a pile of items. At the entrance of the Divine Relic Land, Ji Chen appeared in a daze. Wasn't the president supposed to say that the magic sealing orb could seal Xianchen's active skills? Why was he still able to unleash that iconic dragon charge? But soon, he stopped thinking about that question and, along with the other hall masters, rather thin bodies in their clothes, their faces turning pale as they let out piercing wails. Ah, my backpack space. Mine too. I just bought equipment yesterday and now there's not a single piece left. Why? Why has our backpack space been cleared? Their wails had not yet ended when the Divine Relic Land became lively again, every person appearing with the same actions and cries. Some well-informed students who knew what was happening looked on in shock at the rising and falling wails. The misery was palpable. In the Divine Relic Land, the slaughter continued. After Xianchen closed in, the rest were all instant kills. When death occurred, these True Law Society members could only tremble in fear under the specter of death. Moreover, this time he was even more efficient than before. Due to the rhythm of death, his skills had no cooldown. All that could be seen in the arena were blue dragons swimming and thunder descending, with no trace of Xianchen. Even if someone wanted to attack, they could not lock onto Xianchen's position at all. The dragon in the thunder kept weaving through, bringing irresistible death. When everything dissipated and the dust settled, with equipment and materials strewn all over the ground, Xianchen didn't even glance at them, collecting everything. Only the crystal ball that Ji Chen had taken out piqued his curiosity enough to take a look. Magic Sealing Orb can be used on enemies below level 20, sealing the opponent's active skills for 3 minutes after use. After reading it, Xianchen finally understood why Ji Chen had laughed so wildly before. It turned out this thing was waiting for him. If it weren't for his rapid progress during this time, having already broken through to level 20, he might have really fallen for it. However, this served as a reminder to him. In the future, don't delay revenge. If you can take revenge early, do it early. Otherwise, like Ouyangko, after preparing for so long, it would all be in vain. At the entrance of the Divine Relic Land, the crowd watching the spectacle grew larger, while Ouyangko's expression darkened more and more. He had thought that with the magic sealing orb, he could easily control Xianchen, but who knew that according to Ji Chen's description, the magic sealing orb had failed? He had been personally guarding the entrance of the Divine Relic Land, waiting for Xianchen to appear so he could mock him as the victor. Who knew that now everyone around was watching their miserable state? Every person from the instance of the True Law Society emerged without a single piece of equipment. Let's go! The longer they stayed, the more they endured the strange gazes of those around them. Ouyang Ko shouted angrily and immediately turned to lead his people away. Just then, Xian Shen's figure unexpectedly appeared among them. Of course, he had come out on his own initiative. He had never intended to stay long in the land of the gods. After resolving the matter, he stepped out directly, ready to head to the Eternal Tower. However, when everyone saw Xian Shen, the scene fell silent. After all, he was the only unparalleled warrior in the entire academy who could take on hundreds alone, a man who could make the true Law Society seem like a backdrop. Xian Shen's high-profile appearance became the focus of everyone, directly breaking Ouyangku's composure. His voice, filled with killing intent, rang out, "Xian Yi." But Xian Shen merely glanced indifferently at Ouyangku. "What? Are you ready to surrender? I can give you one last chance, 2 million points, and I'll let your true Law Society off the hook. Otherwise, get lost." "You?" Xian Shen's arrogance nearly left Ouyangku breathless. As Xian Shen glanced at the exquisite gear Ouyangku had just acquired, a playful look appeared in his eyes. "What about you? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, let's go to the arena for a one-on-one." Ouyangku was even more furious, his entire aura erupting, and his 5-turn strength made him float in midair. As if afraid Xian Shen would regret it, he quickly spoke. "Xian Shen, since you insist on seeking death, let's try it in the duel space. With so many people from the academy as witnesses, you better not go back on your word." Ouyangku's sudden display of 5-turn strength caused an uproar among the onlookers. How could Ouyangku possibly be 5-turn? This, I can't be feeling wrong, right? How can someone so young be 5-turn? How could it be a mistake? Look at President Ouyang's levitation technique. This is something only a 5-turn mage can cultivate. Once you reach 5-turn, it's a whole different level. Xian Shen is in danger. Everyone was astonished by Ouyangku's sudden burst of strength. Initially, they thought Xian Shen had the upper hand, but now the balance in their hearts shifted back to Ouyangku. This time, Xian Shen was in trouble. In reality, Ouyangku shouldn't have been so out of control and anxious, but he thought of his 5-turn status transcending the ordinary and felt no fear of Xian Shen, a mere freshman. It should be noted that after completing the promotion task for each turn, attributes would increase exponentially. If the promotion task was not completed, although the level could still rise, there would be no additional attribute bonuses. He couldn't believe that a commoner who hadn't even completed the promotion task could possibly compare to him in attributes. The news of Ouyangku's duel with Xian Shen swept through Jinghua University like a storm. One of them was Ouyangku, the first student among those averaging only level 30, not even reaching level 40, to break through level 50. The other, Xian Shen, was even more mysterious, with no information about his profession or level, only his astonishing battle record. At that moment, everyone without important matters rushed to the duel platform at Jinghua University. That was the venue established by the academy for students to resolve grievances. After all, in the real world, the academy prohibited fighting, and the cost of fighting in the instance space could sometimes be too great. Therefore, grievances were always resolved in the duel space. The battle between Xian Shen and Ouyangku not only stirred the student body but also attracted the attention of Dean Litsong from the Battle Academy and Dean Ouyangyan from the Mage Academy. The fight between Xian Shen and Ouyangku ultimately represented the most powerful forces of their respective academies, which could not be ignored. When Xian Shen appeared on the crowded duel platform, he did not expect that Suing Shan, Dong Fangji, Lin Ran, and Qi Mengyu had actually arrived first. Upon seeing Xian Shen, Qi Mengyu's eyes lit up, and she joyfully waved her arms. "Xian Shen, over here, here." The four of them had a good relationship, perhaps beautiful women liked to gather together. This time, they all came to watch Xian Shen's battle and cheer for him. Qi Mengyu's loud cries left Dong Fangji and Lin Anran helpless, as they had originally wanted to keep a low profile but quickly became the focus of everyone's attention. However, upon seeing Xian Shen, both women simultaneously revealed charming smiles, utterly captivating. The few of them had gone through dungeons together and were among the few present who had absolute confidence in Xian Shen. When the most beautiful women from Jinghua University appeared together, all cheering for Xian Shen, the hearts of everyone watching the match shattered. What kind of virtue or ability does Xian Shen have to make the four goddesses come together to cheer for him? Ah, if the four goddesses cheered for me, I would be willing to go to the duel stage every day. Yeah, where is the justice? As long as there are goddesses cheering for me, even if I have to become a mythic level warrior with 8 transformations, I would be willing. The heartfelt envy of everyone diluted the shock brought by Ouyangku becoming a 5-turn professional. Even Ouyangku himself felt a flicker of jealousy deep in his eyes, as he had been trying to win over Suing Shan, who had always looked down on him. Now she actually appeared to cheer for Xian Shen, and her eyes only held his shadow. How could this not drive Ouyangku mad? The two arrived at the duel stage, and Ouyangku, unable to contain himself, provocatively said, "Xian Shen, dare you to make a bet with me? If you lose this battle, you will kneel and admit your mistake. From now on, wherever my True Law Association exists, you will roll as far away as you can, and I might forgive your previous offense." But Xian Shen merely raised an eyebrow and disdainfully replied, I have no need to bet with someone from the Ouyang family." Xian Shen's words made Ouyangku even more arrogant. "If you don't dare, just say it outright. How dare you mock my Ouyang family?" Clearly, he believed that Xian Shen must have seen his 5-turn strength and thus lacked the confidence to bet. Oh, don't dare? Not a single one of you with the surname Ouyang is trustworthy. First, there was Ouyang Ruiz, who promised to let me have 3 moves, but he couldn't handle 2. Then there was Ouyang Jing, who promised that if he lost, he would walk on his hands when he saw me, and he still hasn't fulfilled that. Now there's you, ha! Xian words made Ouyang's anger rise sharply. Little did he know, Xian was keenly observing his newly acquired legendary equipment. Xian had no interest in these empty bets. What he wanted, he now had the judgment of the victor, and there was no need for bets, it was all his. In this verbal clash, Ouyang gained no advantage at all. He snorted coldly, turned, and stepped onto the duel stage, eager to face Xian immediately and make him pay for his arrogance. As for the 2 brothers Ouyang Ruiz and Ouyang Jing, who were called out, their faces froze upon being recognized, unable to lift their heads under the strange gazes. This battle of Xian attracted nearly half the students of the academy to watch, including fellow freshmen like Xuefei and Lu Tiancheng. They had thought that completing their first turn tasks would make them among the fastest progressing freshmen this year. Little did they know that fellow freshman Xian in just about 10 days had not only made a name for himself throughout Tsinghua University but was also facing a 5-turn professional. At this moment, they all felt that even if Xian lost, he would still be honored in defeat. The 2 no longer hesitated and simultaneously entered the duel space. Ouyang Ko, level 51 5-turn Earth. Spirit Envoy vs Xian, level 20 Commoner WoW. The professional information in the duel space appeared, leaving all those who didn't know Xian's professional level dumbfounded. They had thought this was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. Xian was indeed a freshman, and Xuefei and the other freshmen all cheered loudly in solidarity with him. They had previously told these higher-level seniors that Xian was also a freshman and a commoner profession. But no one believed it, and they mocked the new students, saying each generation was worse than the last, with no common sense even in their bragging. At that moment, seeing the once high and mighty upperclassmen looking utterly defeated, they felt an immense satisfaction inside. The duel platform shimmered with light as the 2 entered the duel space simultaneously. Ouyang was shaken when he saw Xian's level. He finally understood why the magic suppression pearl had no effect. It turned out Xian was already level 20. He remembered the intel Ouyang Jing had given him, stating that Xian was only level 13. How long had it been? Now he was level 20? Even compared to his own speed of leveling up in the inheritance space, it was not much different. At this moment, a sense of alertness arose in Ouyang's heart. Xian's potential had surpassed his understanding, and he absolutely could not allow him to grow. Upon seeing the murderous intent suddenly appear deep in Ouyang's pupils, a kind of intent to kill that aimed to eliminate him, Xian revealed a cold smile. After all, they were at Tsinghua University now, and there was no way to truly kill. Otherwise, in any other environment, just based on the killing intent in his opponent's eyes, Xian would have incapacitated him. The 2 did not waste any more words, especially since Ouyang realized he couldn't gain the upper hand verbally. He now just wanted to use his strength to make Xian crawl at his feet. As he cast his 5-turn levitation spell, Ouyang floated high into the air like a true god. He had seen all the intel on Xian, and none mentioned that Xian had long-range attack capabilities. His abnormality and ability to fight 1 against 100 were based on close combat, and now that he was 5 turns, there was no chance Xian could even touch him. Xian, next I will let you see what a true 5-turn powerhouse is. After saying this, Ouyang's magnificent robe billowed, and the earth element in his staff surged. However, Xian didn't even lift an eyelid. Instead, he indifferently waved his iconic scythe of immortal fate, the soul-devouring slash. A blue light that swept across the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared, and everyone saw Xian strike first, the dreamlike blue light dazzling and mesmerizing, and then Xian wins. And then, it was over? Everyone outside the instance space was left in a daze. Inside the duel space, it was as if a torrential rain had fallen, but what fell were all items. Everyone who had come to watch had prepared for so long, pushing everything aside just to see an exciting duel. And this was the result? Ouyang couldn't even withstand a single blow and was instantly killed. Was this really what they considered a 5-turn powerhouse? Only fellow freshmen like Xuefei and Lu Tiancheng understood how familiar this scene was, because Xian had similarly swept through opponents and become the champion. They just didn't expect that Xian would also instantly kill a 5-turn powerhouse. At this moment, the dual space shimmered and Xian appeared satisfied, while Ouyang looked foolishly dazed. Even now, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. He hadn't even used any of his skills or techniques before being killed in an instant. Moreover, he was just like those from the True Law Society, with the same actions wrapping around his body in the same wails. Ah, my equipment, all my things. But the crowd seemed to ignore Ouyang's miserable state, all their gazes focused on the calm-faced Xian. He seemed to effortlessly slay not a 5-turn powerhouse but a mere skeleton monster, as if it were a breeze. Even those who were already familiar with Xian, like Su Yingshan and others, were still shaken inside. Qi Mengyue couldn't help but mutter, he really is a freak. No, he should be getting more and more freakish. Once the others came to their senses, they couldn't help but discuss, he's really too strong. To be able to kill a 5-turn powerhouse with a single blow, what kind of strength does it take to achieve that? Is this Xian really only level 20? Why don't I believe it? No, he's not just level 20, he's also a commoner class. Have you ever seen such a powerful commoner class? It seems there's no doubt that the strongest person at Tsinghua University is now clear. Not to mention the ordinary students, even the mentors felt the same way. They had expected a spectacular match when they heard that a 5-turn expert was going to the duel platform, but they never anticipated such an astonishing scene. As Xianchen emerged victorious, Ouyang-ku's face was a picture of despair, and Dean Ouyang-yan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not expected that after so many years he would misjudge a student for the first time. He had initially thought this person was not worth worrying about and would not grow. But unexpectedly, before he even had a chance to grow, the True Law Society supported by the Ouyang family suffered such a heavy blow. Even the 5-turn Ouyang-ku was utterly defeated. This meant that from now on, the reputation of the Ouyang family would plummet and the True Law Society would become merely a backdrop for Tsinghua University, with even more serious consequences to follow. For the first time, Ouyang-yan felt murderous intent towards a young man. This child had now become an enemy of the Ouyang family and had to be eliminated. Shan-chun, return my legendary staff and robe, and everything in my backpack space. The sudden, fierce roar finally drew attention to the other protagonist of this battle, the unfortunate Ouyang-ku. Only then did everyone realize that Ouyang-ku had entered looking fine, dressed elegantly and with an extraordinary demeanor. How was it that he now emerged barely clothed, without a single piece of equipment? Yet Xianchen looked at the disheveled Ouyang-ku in confusion. Ouyang-ku, don't blame others for your loss. Who doesn't know that items don't drop in the duel space? We just had a fair duel. If you lost your things, that's just because of your poor character. Don't blame me for everything. You. Ouyang-ku nearly spat out blood. Xianchen was indeed speaking. The truth, items do not drop in the duel space. However, everyone had seen items raining down like rain. This was the most puzzling part for everyone. Why did items drop after Ouyang-ku's defeat? It made no sense at all. Could it really be that Ouyang-ku had a character issue? The real situation was known only to Xianchen. The judgment of the victor was a myth-level passive ability, and its priority was higher than the rules of the instance space. That was why Xianchen could easily crush Ouyang-ku and collect all his belongings. Of course, getting him to admit it was absolutely impossible. Enough. Dean Ouyang-yan of the Mage Academy could no longer hold back and decided to intervene personally. He realized that if this continued, the prestige of the True Law Society and even the Ouyang family would be completely destroyed. The powerful aura of a 6-turn expert silenced the noisy duel platform. Xianchen, do you know what you are doing? Your reckless behavior is disrupting the normal order of Tsinghua University. I have the right to expel you. Hand over your things immediately. Ouyang-yan first placed a heavy accusation before Xianchen could respond. But Dean Li-tsong interjected dismissively. Ha ha ha, Ouyang-yan, you are regressing. Are you meddling in matters between students? Besides, didn't Xianchen make it very clear? All of Ouyang-ku's items dropped in the instance space. Simply because your Ouyang family's character is lacking. Li-tsong's cold mockery made Ouyang-yan's stiff face twitch. He coldly replied, Li-tsong, don't get too smug. I will prepare to apply for an executive meeting immediately. Xianchen has seriously disrupted the normal order of Tsinghua University and should be expelled from the academy. Li-tsong's expression changed. You dare? To be honest, Li-tsong was indeed a bit worried, because recently, Vice Dean Dongfang Xing had not been at the school. The Ouyang family holds the most votes in the executive meeting, and it is indeed possible for them to expel Xianchen. Ouyang-yan smiled sinisterly. Do you think I dare? He had already made up his mind. Once Xianchen was expelled, he planned to arrange for someone to secretly deal with this troublesome matter. Ouyang-yan, Dean Li-tsong really didn't misspeak. You are indeed becoming more and more useless, actually targeting a student. Personally? At this moment, the reclusive dean of the research institute, Li Feng, also appeared. He had been conducting an experiment when he suddenly received news from Su Yingshan that Xianchen was being targeted. How could Li Feng tolerate this? Xianchen had made significant contributions to the development of their research institute. He continued to speak darkly. Moreover, Xianchen is a lifelong honorary professor of our research institute, a status approved by the vice president. With his position, you have no right to decide through the executive meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again left in shock. Today's battle had twists and turns. They had just seen Xianchen win the fight and were still processing it when suddenly Dean Ouyang-yan intervened, and the situation took a sharp turn. After several twists, they never expected something even more outrageous. Xianchen was actually a professor at their school. Fellow freshmen like Xue Fei and Lu Tiancheng were left dumbfounded. They were all new students, having just entered school for about 10 days. It was already astonishing that Xianchen had accomplished such incredible feats, but how did he also have a professor identity? At this moment, Xianchen was already impatient. He was disgusted by Ouyang-yan's targeting. The future situation for humanity was severe, and he just wanted to focus on improving his strength. But these people seemed incapable of doing anything other than infighting. He first expressed his gratitude to Deans Li-tsong and Li Feng for their support, then coldly looked at Ouyang-yan. Heh, old man, stop talking so much nonsense. If you have the ability, let's go to the duel platform and exchange a few moves. If I lose, not only will I compensate this waste, but I will also drop out. And if you lose, I don't want any compensation. From now on, whenever you see me, just get as far away as you can. I find you annoying. After Xianchen finished speaking, he subtly glanced at Ouyang Yan's expensive storage ring and casually said, "My conditions are already quite lenient, right? If you lose, you don't have to pay anything, just avoid me in the future. Oh, by the way, I believe you, a 6-turn powerhouse from the Ouyang family, won't be like those previous few who refused to admit defeat after losing, right?" This bold and straightforward statement from Xianchen left everyone at a loss for words once again. This was the first time they had seen someone so fierce, showing no respect to the 6-turn dean of Jinghua University, challenging him to a one-on-one duel. At this moment, Ouyang Yan also realized why Ouyang Ko was so thoroughly restrained by Xianchen. This kid simply did not play by the rules. The words he spoke not only made Ouyang Yan tremble with anger, but he also knew he could not agree to such a challenge. If he won this match, it would only be a glorious victory for a 6-turn dean over a student. But if he lost, well, that would be disastrous. The Ouyang family would completely lose face. Ouyang Yan finally felt Ouyang Ko's helplessness, but after talking for so long, he truly had no better way to deal with Xianchen. Moreover, being an old fox, he seemed to sense something from Xuanchen's expression. He always felt that even as a 6-turn powerhouse, he had a slight sense of insecurity in front of this student. Xianchen, don't get too complacent, let's go. Ouyang Yan was completely out of options, only able to express his impotent rage with harsh words. He couldn't win an argument, and Xuanchen's identity as a professor made it impossible for him to resort to any underhanded tactics. If he were to actually go up and spar with Xianchen, he hesitated, lacking the courage. Now, he could only leave with Ouyang Ko, feeling dejected under Xianchen's disdainful expression. Ouyang Yan had already made up his mind that after returning this time, he would thoroughly investigate Xianchen's identity and make him understand the consequences of angering the Ouyang family. The matter ended with the dean of the Mage Academy admitting defeat and leaving in humiliation. This was something no one had expected. Those who witnessed the entire event were completely convinced by Xianchen. It seemed there was no other student in Jinghua University as bold and capable. However, Xianchen did not feel particularly happy. Instead, he frowned at Ouyang Yan, who left in such a cowardly manner, feeling alert. In fact, he was not afraid of impulsive enemies like that. He was more afraid of someone like Ouyang Yan, who possessed strong self-restraint. Because such a person, when he decided to strike next time, would definitely deliver a fatal blow. The thought merely flickered through Xianchen's mind, and he did not dwell on it further. Any schemes and tricks were meaningless in the face of absolute strength. He waved at a few girls from a distance and had no intention of chatting. He was about to head to his next destination. It had already taken too long. It was time to start the challenge of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower is located deep within Jinghua University. Towering trees surround it, their branches and leaves intertwining, forming a natural green barrier that isolates it from the outside world. At the same time, numerous judges are discreetly placed around. This is also one of the 3 great sacred places. If the land of divine relics can accelerate cultivation speed through the divine relic pearl, then the Eternal Tower is for rapidly enhancing attributes. Due to its immense benefits, even people from other factions would pay a hefty price to challenge the Eternal Tower. However, there are restrictions on entering the challenge. Even students from Jinghua University only have one opportunity to challenge each year, and they must also make an appointment in advance. Xianchen, however, had no such restrictions. He held the title of professor and had already made an appointment. When he arrived at the ancient and vibrant base of the tower, Xianchen carefully examined the mysterious Eternal Tower. Legend has it that the existence of the Eternal Tower predates the Dongfang family. It is not a lifeless object but possesses life. It is said to be a natural secret realm formed by a tree of eternal world. At this moment, Xianchen naturally looked at the challenge records beside him. 1 ST Place, Dongfang Shi 30th floor 2 ND Place, Dongfang Tianyu 27th floor 3 RD Place, Dongfang Ming 26th floor 4 TH Place, Dongfang Hongya 25th floor, 10 TH Place, Ouyang Nan 20th floor, 30 TH Place, Suingshan 13th floor. The rankings here have been calculated since the opening of the Eternal Tower. The top 10 are basically occupied by members of the Dongfang family. It must be said that the former first family of Huaxia has extraordinary heritage. Xianchen did not expect that Suingshan had actually squeezed into the top 30. She truly had exceptional talent. It is important to know that challenging the Eternal Tower mainly tests a person's potential. Sometimes, having a higher level is not necessarily a good thing. There are a total of 36 levels, and each time one passes a level, they can receive corresponding attribute point rewards, so the higher the level reached, the more attribute points one possesses. However, the difficulty also increases exponentially as one goes higher. Xianchen did not hesitate at all and directly stepped into the Eternal Tower, officially entering the first level. As the green light flickered, a monster of the same level appeared. Before him, Life Guardian, level 20 quality, Purple Excellence Health, 10,000 skills, Life Drain, Thorn Rage, Life Surge, Rain of Revival. Not bad, a level 20 excellent monster with 10,000 health. As for the skills, there was no need for Xian Shen to look closely. The moment the Life Guardian appeared, the side in Xian Shen's hand swung, transforming into light and dissipating. At the same time, Xian Shen felt a faint green light enter his body. You have cleared the first level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 1 free attribute point. In just a few breaths, the second level appeared, and this time the opponents became 2. As expected, you have cleared the second level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 2 free attribute points. You have cleared the third level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 3 free attribute points. You have cleared the 9th level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 9 free attribute points. Xian Shen quickened his pace. The geometric increase in the number of enemies he faced still couldn't make him stop. Under his rapid progress, he soon arrived at the 10th level. The number of enemies on this level was still 256, not the imagined 512. However, the difference was that this time, the strength of the 256 Life Guardians had significantly increased, all of them being epic monsters. Both their health and skills had become tricky. In fact, very few in Huaxia could defeat 256 purple exceptional monsters of the same level, let alone 256 epic monsters. Thus, the 10th level was a watershed. Most people would consider it a great achievement to reach this height in their lifetime. But Xian Shen certainly belonged to that small minority. To save time, he had no intention of holding back. Kanglan Domain. A domain nearly 1,000 meters wide formed, and even though the opponents were epic-level fiends with health reaching 35,000, Xian Shen, after transforming into a giant dragon, could still kill them in an instant. He was a professional at brawling. When the last Life Guardian fell, a massive emerald light entered Xian Shen's body. You have cleared the 10th level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 9 free attribute points, along with the Miracle of Life. After the light faded, Xian Shen quickly checked his health. The effect of the Miracle of Life was surprisingly good. His health cap increased by 20,000. Truly worthy of the challenge of the Eternal Tower. You have cleared the 10th level. Do you wish to exit the secret realm? Exiting will allow you to directly challenge the 11th level next time. Without a second thought, Xian Shen continued the challenge. In the Eternal Tower, every 10 levels would grant a major reward, and one could exit the dungeon to rest. Because in the Eternal Tower, no items or potions could be used, one could only rely on their own strength and judgment to clear the levels. If one failed, they would have to start over, which is why there was a rest period every 10 levels. Xian Shen felt that his current state couldn't be better. He wanted to speed through directly and see what rewards awaited at levels 20 and 30, as well as what the final reward was for the 36th level, which no one had ever cleared. The 11th level. The enemies doubled again, with a total of 512 purple exceptional monsters filling the space of the 11th level. At the same time, this time, the Life Guardians were no longer just simple melee classes. Their class combinations were more scientific. There were melee, ranged, buffs, and healing. But this made no difference to Xian Shen. As long as he transformed into a giant dragon each time and activated the Cold Fury charge to ensure he had 10 opponents in front of him, he could continuously refresh his skills with the rhythm of death, killing instantly without any cooldown. The magnificent Thunder Domain continued to form, and Xian Shen, transformed into a blue dragon, roamed about. The Life Guardians in the arena couldn't even lock onto him, let alone attack. You have cleared the 11th level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 11 free attribute points. You have cleared the 12th level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 12 free attribute points. You have cleared the 13th level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 13 free attribute points. You have cleared the 19th level of the Eternal Tower, and you have gained 19 free attribute points. The 19th level, the number of Life Guardians seemed endless, reaching a terrifying 131,072. It was hard to imagine how those people had managed to overcome such numbers in the past. Suingshan's 13th level was already the highest record at Jinghua University, but she had to defeat 2,048 purple elite monsters. The top 10 were all in their 20s, and there was even an Oriental she who reached the 30th level. At this moment, Xian Shen could only say that in the extraordinary world, anything was possible. Could it be that these people, like him, were also using cheats? Before he could think too much, the familiar 131,072 epic Life Guardians appeared on the 20th level. This truly was an endless army of monsters, and Xian Shen had long since killed until his hands were sore. Yet he could only grit his teeth and charge into the midst of the hundreds of thousands of epic monsters. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. These monsters turned into white light and disappeared upon death, giving him no chance to trigger soul devouring. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked down on the attribute point rewards given at each level. It seemed that these Life Guardians were an intangible existence, or rather, their life level was so high that even the mythic passive soul devouring couldn't absorb them. The epic monsters before Xian Shen made no difference to him, they were still completely one-shot kills. However, even with Xian Shen's thick nerves, he felt mental fatigue. After all, he had already killed hundreds of thousands of monsters. Not only was there no chance to trigger the passive soul devouring, but he also received no experience. They just turned into white light and vanished so straightforward. When the Thunder wrapped around him triggered for the last time. All the monsters on the 20th level were cleared. You have cleared the 20th level of the Eternal Tower. You have gained 20 free attribute points and received the Miracle of Life too. Xian Shan, slightly fatigued, looked at his attributes and his eyes immediately lit up. His life value limit actually increased by 100,000 this time. Now his life value had reached 138,000. You have cleared the 20th level. Do you wish to exit the secret realm? After exiting, you can directly challenge the 21st level next time. Exit. Without thinking much, Xian Shan exited directly. He had originally planned to speedrun through, but after reaching the 20th level, he felt he had been a bit overconfident. Neither his mental nor physical state was sufficient to support him through to the 30th level, especially since there was a 36th level waiting for him that no one had ever cleared. To be safe, he decided to rest for a few days before tackling the Eternal Tower again. Moreover, he wanted to go out and see what choices the True Law Society would make next. When Xian Shan left the Eternal Tower, the leaderboard had already changed. Due to his exceptionally high clearing speed, he had pushed Ouyang Nan out of the 10th place, becoming the highest ranked at Tsinghua University. Not only that, he had also gained a total of 120,000 life value limit and 210 free attribute points. For someone like Xian Shan, who possessed soul devouring, attribute points were fine, but increasing his life limit by 120,000 was a huge help. Bastard! Bastard! I want to kill him. I want to kill Xian Shan. At this moment, in a secret room of the Mage Academy, only a few members of the Ouyang family were present. Facing Ouyang Ke's rare loss of composure, Ouyang Yan frowned. Core, you must understand that the future of our Ouyang family rests on your shoulders. Just because of one defeat, you react this way. How will you achieve great things in the future? The family named you Ouyang Ke to remind you to restrain your desires and emotions, all for the benefit of the family. But, uncle, Ouyang Ke understood this principle, but he had sailed smoothly since birth and had never faced any setbacks. Nowadays, facing repeated setbacks in front of Xianchen and even losing all face for the Ouyang family, how could he remain calm? However, Ouyang Yan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Ouyang Ke's complaints. No need to say more. You go and soften up to Xianchen. I will find Dean Li Song to witness this matter, and it will end here. Xuanchen's identity is peculiar. At this point, a serious look flashed in Ouyang Yan's eyes, for he had already discovered Xuanchen's connection to the Demon Suppression Army. However, no matter how much he dug for information afterward, there was nothing about Xianchen. This could only mean that Xuanchen's information level had risen to the highest secrecy, which was why even the people from the Ouyang family couldn't find any intel on him. He had already decided to let Li Song mediate, temporarily easing the relationship between the two parties. As for what would happen afterward, with the strength of the Ouyang family, they had plenty of ways. After Xianchen left the Eternal Tower, he inquired with the Iron Blood Society about the recent movements of the True Law Society. As a result, ever since Ouyang Ke's defeat and Ouyang Yan's humiliation, the entire True Law Society had gone into hiding. After all, with Xianchen as a threat, the people of the True Law Society simply didn't have the courage to organize large-scale teams to enter the dungeons. This was not the worst part. The number of people in the True Law Society was decreasing every day, with many actively withdrawing from the guild. After all, everyone came to Tsinghua University to enhance their strength more quickly, and joining the True Law Society was for that purpose. Now, joining the True Law Society had turned into an inexplicable situation where they were killed and left penniless. Who could stand that? Just as Xianchen was considering what to do next, he unexpectedly received a message from Dean Li Song. It turned out that Ouyang Yan had found Li Song, preparing for him to take the lead and gather everyone to resolve this matter. Dean Li Song had spent his entire life at Tsinghua University and had deep feelings for the place. So, upon hearing Ouyang Yan's pitiful appeal and considering that the entire academy's development would be affected if this continued, he agreed to Ouyang Yan's request. When Xianchen arrived, not only were the deans of the Battle Academy and the Mage Academy present, but the deans of several other academies had also shown up to witness the event. After all, the impact of this matter had stirred the entire school. Whether it was Ji Xiaowan from the Assassin Academy or Qi Mengyan from the Archer Academy, they all looked at Xianchen with curiosity. When Xianchen won the championship, they had felt he was extraordinary, but they never imagined he was this extraordinary. He had directly forced the proud old man of the Ouyang family to back down. Seeing Xianchen appear, Ouyang Yan didn't waste any words. Xianchen, I have understood the ins and outs of this matter. It is the True Law Society that is in the wrong. Continuing the dispute with the True Law Society will harm the interests of the entire academy. So, I will organize a reconciliation between you and Ouyang Ke now. The 2 million points we agreed upon before will be delivered immediately, not a single point less. Ouyang Yan was indeed shrewd, able to take and let go, and his words were pleasant to hear. At this point, Ouyang Ke had already resigned himself, holding a total of 2 million points in his hands. But Xianchen seemed to ignore it, instead looking at Ouyang Yan with amusement. I remember I made it very clear before, the 2 million points were a friendly price given earlier. Now that the compensation has changed, I want 4 million points. All the deans and mentors present to witness were astonished. Oh. Ji Xiaowan's charming eyes narrowed, staring in surprise at Xianchen, who had taken advantage yet still refused to be coy. But Xianchen showed no awareness, looking indifferently at Ouyang Yan. Ouyang Ke's face instantly turned red, his eyes burning with suppressed anger. The 2 million points were what he had pieced together using the resources of the True Law Society, and he had even borrowed some from his uncle Ouyang Yan to gather it. Now Xianchen has actually become more demanding, asking for 4 million points. Where can he get that? Xianchen, I want to fight you to the death. Xianchen, however, didn't even look at him. This time, if he doesn't squeeze the Ouyang family dry, how can he justify their targeting? Hee, you aren't even qualified to say that. The fish will die, but the net won't break because I'm using a harpoon. Ouyang Yan thought that if he softened and humiliatingly offered compensation, Xianchen would agree to a settlement. Who would have thought the compensation would double? And whether it was a coincidence or not, he currently had exactly 2 million points. He always had a feeling that Xianchen was targeting him. Ouyang Yan blocked the furious Ouyang Ke, who was about to leave, and gritted his teeth. At Xianchen, this time, it was my nephew's fault for offending you. I agree to the 4 million points. Saying this, Ouyang Yan took out 2 million points, his eyes flashing with intense pain, and transferred it all to Ouyang Ke. Uncle, you. At that moment, seeing his uncle's ability to bend and stretch, Ouyang Ke suddenly understood. His emotions finally stabilized, and he no longer resisted softening to Xianchen. Ouyang Yan was very satisfied with Ouyang Ke's transformation. The Ouyang family had long been accustomed to the roles of victors and judges, but the role of a loser was equally important for Ouyang Ke's growth. Only then could he become a qualified ruler. Since they provoked others and failed, they must bear the consequences of failure and learn to remember this humiliation, to seek revenge next time. Xianchen, I hope that after you take this 4 million points, the grievances between you and the Ouyang family will be settled, and please do not trouble the True Law Society again. Ouyang Yan spoke lightly, as if 4 million points were nothing. But inside, he was bleeding. He had worked so hard to accumulate 2 million points, and his recent contributions to Jinghua University were already sufficient. He was just waiting to apply to the academy to exchange for a piece of mythical level equipment. As a result, with one sentence, Xianchen took all of that away. Don't worry, I keep my word. Since I've taken the compensation, I will reluctantly forgive your previous offense. As long as you don't provoke me again, I won't bother with you. With the 4 million large sum received, Xianchen was in a great mood. And indeed, people from these big families like the Ouyang family could bend and stretch, which made Xianchen look at them with a bit more respect. However, Xianchen would not naively think that things would end like this. How could he not sense the coldness in Ouyang Yan and Ouyang Ke's eyes? It was likely that when they felt completely secure, they would strike again. The next strike would definitely be what they considered a sure kill situation. But Xianchen acted as if he didn't see it. Having an enemy lurking behind him constantly urging him to grow stronger would only increase his motivation. Moreover, he would never let the Ouyang family go in this life. In his previous life, it was the forbidden spell from behind, that familiar elemental fluctuation. He could confirm it was Ouyang Nan. Just wait, soon all these grudges would be slowly repaid. After the matter concluded, Xianchen nodded to the witnessing deans and left. They still felt it was unreal that they would witness a compensation of 4 million points. 4 million points corresponded to 2 pieces of mythical level equipment. They had no idea how the Ouyang family had offended Xianchen so severely to provoke such a ruthless response. In fact, Ouyang Yan couldn't understand either. Clearly, every time they targeted Xianchen, it was the Ouyang family that suffered. And the ones paying compensation were still the Ouyang family. Why was Xianchen so ruthless, so black-hearted? Now everyone could only conclude that Xianchen was a person who would repay any offense. As long as you offended him, there would definitely be no good outcome. This was the conclusion that everyone witnessing the event came to in their hearts. The entire academy buzzed with the news that the True Law Conference would finally settle the matter with a compensation of 4 million points, bringing the situation to a close. All the students were filled with shock and envy. 4 million points. How could one possibly use that all up? As for Xianchen, who they worried might not be able to exhaust the points he had once again applied to enter the Eternal Tower. After adjusting his state, this time Xianchen aimed to clear it all at once. The light flickered, and the familiar space appeared again. This time he entered the 21st floor, where the number of monsters had not doubled but transformed into 512 legendary level life guardians. They had crossed from excellence to epic and now to legendary. Moreover, their levels had changed. They were no longer on the same level as Xianchen but had become level 30. The most troublesome part was that their health had all reached 200,000. Although the number of these monsters had decreased, they posed a greater threat to Xianchen than the previous epic monsters with their hundreds of thousands of health. He could easily kill those epic monsters. As long as he could kill them instantly, he only needed to ensure that he killed more than 10 monsters with each attack to refresh all his skills at any time, using infinite teleportation and transforming into a giant dragon to evade all damage. Aside from feeling a bit mentally fatigued, he had no real consumption. He could both siphon health with blood Shadow's fury and absorb mana with the Blade of Forbidden Law, leaving him with no weaknesses. But now it was different. With the opponent's health at 200,000, his skills could not refresh quickly, and he could no longer operate mindlessly. It seems it's time to show off some skills. Xian Shen opened the Kanglan domain without hesitation, starting with the Soul Devouring Slash. Under various enhancements, a single strike dealt 300,000 damage, instantly killing a legendary level Life Guardian. Now was not the time to hide cards or skills. The sooner he used them, the sooner they would cool down. At this moment, Xian Shen's nerves were taut and his combat awareness was at its peak. Every strike was precisely calculated. His attack power was originally 7,680, and with the 100% enhancement from the Kanglan domain, it became 15,360. With the double passive and critical hit bonuses, his critical damage reached 38,400 points. Calculating this way, he could kill a legendary level Life Guardian in about 5 hits. Without giving Xian Shen any chance to catch his breath, green swordlights continuously covered his area, forcing him to evade damage with teleportation and transforming into a giant dragon. These two skills had only a 2-second cooldown under time distortion. Moreover, after just clearing the 20th floor, his health had become 138,000. Even if he was hit by some attacks, he could not be killed instantly. With 100% lifesteal from Blood Shadow's Fury, he was like an immortal monster. Cleared the 21st floor of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 21 free attribute points. Finally, the last legendary monster fell. With the rhythm of slaughter established, Xian Shen maintained his teleportation and Cold Fury charge, continuing to push through. Cleared the 22nd floor of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 22 free attribute points. Cleared the 29th floor of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 29 free attribute points. On the 29th floor, a total of 130,000 legendary level evil spirits fell and Xian Shen collapsed. In the instant space, the subsequent battles were somewhat simpler. With the soul of battle present, the longer it dragged on, the stronger he became. Even legendary monsters with 200,000 health could be killed in a single blow. However, this high-intensity combat was a true test of a person's willpower. He didn't even know how much time had passed outside, he only felt that lifting his hands was a struggle. After entering the 20th floor, there was a period of rest after clearing each floor to recover his spirit. Otherwise, Xian Shen really might not have been able to hold on. Now he was completely convinced by the people of the Dongfang family. He had no idea what special skills they possessed or if they had exploited a loophole. They could actually defeat opponents of such intensity. And above there was also an Eastern Shi who had reached the 30th level. It was unclear how she managed to do that. After resting, Xian Shen entered the 30th level again. This time, his opponents had changed, and their numbers had drastically decreased to 2 level 50 mythic life guardians, surpassing Xian Shen's level 30. Their health was equally terrifying, all at 5 million. The leap from legend to myth, though just a single tier increase, was a transition from mortal to divine. Not only in life but also in various skills. Just the synergy between these two mythic monsters healing each other made Xian Shen's battle extremely difficult. The damage he dealt was not enough to outpace their recovery. However, Xian Shen was not overly worried. As long as his opponents couldn't kill him, even with their 5 million health, he wasn't afraid. He could always engage in a war of attrition. Right now, what he feared the least was a prolonged battle. Once the passive effect of the battle spirit stacked high enough, the two mythic monsters in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. With teleportation and the continuous transformation of the dragon, Xian Shen's attack rhythm became increasingly proficient and the sound of battle echoed throughout the space. However, before his passive could stack up, the blue draining effect of the Forbidden Blade took effect first. The mana of the two mythic monsters was drained, rendering many of their abilities unusable, and they could only accept Xian Shen's punishment in helpless rage, turning into white light and disappearing. Cleared the 30th level of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 30 free attribute points and received the Miracle of Life final. Huh, is that it? Xian Shen looked at his health, which had increased by another 500,000, feeling quite satisfied. Without hesitation, after resting, Xian Shen continued to forge ahead. He was eager to see what the final reward for the 36th level would be. At this moment, outside the Eternal Tower, when Xian Shen rushed to the 30th level and became the number 1 on the leaderboard, the Guardian here, the Arbiter, finally noticed something unusual. He was a 6-turn king-level powerhouse belonging to the Eastern family and held a high position among the Arbiters. But now he looked as if he had just woken up, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, and finally confirmed the shocking reality before him. 1 ST place, Xian Shen 30th level, 2 ND place, Eastern Shi 30th level. The top of the Eternal Tower had changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately reported the situation to Vice President Dongfang Xing regarding the matter of the Eternal Tower. Dongfang Xing did not dare to delay at all. He cancelled all his appointments and quickly returned to Jinghua University. However, after he arrived, his expression was somewhat dazed, as the leaderboard had changed again. 1 ST place, Xian Shen 31st level, 2 ND place, Eastern Shi 30th level. Dongfang Xing suppressed the shock within him and issued a serious order: immediately send people to seal off the area around the Eternal Tower. Clear. the surrounding students and prevent anyone from approaching. At the same time, tightly seal off the news. Do not let anyone discuss the changes in the leaderboard. Yes. After Dongfang Xing finished his orders, he gazed intently at the Eternal Tower once more. What kind of monster had the young lady brought back this time? If this Xian Chen truly had the ability to clear the Eternal Tower, perhaps he could retrieve the sacred artifact of our clan. In the dungeon space, Xian Chen's battle continued. With a total of 638,000 health, he was at ease. He just needed to keep fighting, and victory was only a matter of time. Cleared the 32nd level of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 32 free attribute points. Cleared the 33rd level of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 33 free attribute points. Cleared the 34th level of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 34 free attribute points. Cleared the 35th level of the Eternal Tower, you have gained 35 free attribute points. All 64 mythic life guardians in the 35th level fell, and Xian Chen waited for his stamina to recover, his eyes flashing with excitement. The final level was here. The space on the 36th floor had completely transformed into a sea of green. Xian Chen had not yet had time to react when the immortal fate's scythe in his hand suddenly became hot, and a feeling of desire emerged once again. Xian Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the phantom that was about to solidify before him. P.S. Immortal Fate Scythe 1/5 Usage Requirements None. Grade Chaos Artifact. The core of the world formed from the chaos that condensed at the beginning of creation. It was once held by the creator god who governed all things, possessing the mysterious power to reap life and grant rebirth. In an unknown divine war, the energy core shattered. Only by gathering 5 seeds containing the power of the creator god can it be unsealed and restore its former divine power. Seed of the ocean wave collected, seed of life missing, seed of flame missing, seed of storm missing, seed of stars missing. Attributes: attack plus 1000, attack power plus 50% for basic attributes plus 100. Skills: encounter of fate, luck plus 100. Insight plus 100, charm plus 100. Mandatory addition cannot be turned off after activation. Ocean wave domain: create a water domain with a radius of 2110 meters depending on mental value. Inflicts 2110 points of water damage per second to enemies within. While in the ocean wave domain, you will receive a 100% boost to all attributes including attack, healing, control, etc. Consumes 100 mana points per second. No cooldown time. Can be activated at any time. Ocean wave instant: you will perform a rapid teleportation in any body of water with a current teleportation distance of 2110 meters depending on mental value and cannot be interrupted during the teleportation. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Immortal techniques: 5 immortal judgments cast using the immortal fate scythe as a medium. First technique: Ocean Wave Soul Devouring Slash ignores all means of the opponent, forcibly deprives 30% of attributes for 9 seconds and adds a 9-second seal state. No skills can be used during the seal while dealing 400% damage of a normal attack. The state cannot be triggered repeatedly on a single target. No consumption. Cooldown time of 10 minutes. Second technique. Third technique. Fourth technique. Fifth technique. Xian Chen looked solemnly at the gradually solidifying phantom before him. Although there was only one, he could clearly feel a momentum far surpassing all the monsters he had just faced. Even when he had faced the frost dragon before, he had not felt such great pressure. Could there really be an existence that transcends myth? Xian Chen tightened his grip on the immortal fate scythe, waiting for the challenge of the 36th floor. Insufficient conditions. Challenge on the 36th floor cannot be initiated. Xian Chen _. Xian Chen's vision went dark, and he felt the desire of the immortal fate scythe in his hand begin to fade, while the phantom before him completely disappeared. When it reappeared, he had already left the Eternal Tower. The excitement in his heart instantly turned into speechlessness. Xian Chen had been prepared to face the challenge and further lift the seal on the immortal fate scythe, but it didn't give him the challenge. The most critical thing was that he was now feeling obsessive-compulsive. His 666 was just 36 floors away. Only by passing the final level with the free attribute points he gained perfectly reached 666 points. What a perfect number. Now, there was nothing left. Just as Xian Chen emerged from the Eternal Tower, he was about to hurriedly find someone to ask what was going on. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him, and it was Dongfang Xing. Wasn't this a ready-made person? Director Dongfang! Xian Chen exclaimed excitedly, but Dongfang Xing did not speak, his gaze fixed intently on him. At this moment, Dongfang Xing's heart was shaken, still feeling a sense of unreality. The young lady had once relied on the sacred artifact of her clan to clear the 30th floor, and now she had been surpassed by a level 20 newcomer. To know, the best way to challenge the Eternal Tower is to keep the level around the 3rd transition, not only having enough skills and abilities, but also facing enemies that are not too strong. Even so, it only slightly reduces the difficulty. The people of the Eastern family are the most familiar with the challenges of the Eternal Tower. Who would have thought that a newcomer who doesn't play by the rules would appear before him at level 20, and what's more, a civilian profession? How did you do it? Looking at Dongfang Xing's incredulous expression, Xian Chen helplessly replied, "You just go layer by layer. Maybe I have more means." Dongfang Xing took a deep look at Xian Chen and didn't ask further. Since he was brought back by the young lady, it was normal for him to have some peculiarities, but this surname was a bit rare. Xian Chen. Xian Chen? The surname Xian. Could it be? Suddenly, Dongfang Xing thought of something, but Xian Chen interrupted his thoughts, urgently asking, Director Dongfang, why can't the 36th level of the Eternal Tower be opened? What conditions are needed to challenge it? I don't know either. Hearing the answer, Xian Chen looked speechless. This should be the highest-ranking person in the Eastern family, and there were things he didn't know? But thinking about it, it was indeed possible. No one in their family had cleared the last level, so even if there were conditions, they might not know. Dongfang Xing glanced at the frustrated Xian Chen, then turned to look up at the Eternal Tower before him. You should know that this secret realm is composed of the Eternal World Tree, which has accompanied our Eastern family through countless eras. Everything about it is very mysterious, even we don't know where its blessings truly come from. Xian Chen nodded. The Eastern family might not know, but he did, from the obvious life blessings since the battle to the final tremor of the immortal fate scythe. The answer was written all over his face. This was the seed of life. However, if you really want to unlock the final level of the challenge, you can ask the young lady. She should have a way. Xian Chen looked puzzled. Who is your young lady? As a result, Dongfang Xing was even more surprised than Xian Chen, exclaiming, Isn't the young lady the one who brought you back? You don't know her? Dongfang Xing realized he had misspoken. It seemed the young lady didn't want Xian Chen to know her true identity. But Xian Chen had already reacted. Who? That woman in golden clothes? He combined Dongfang Xing's respectful address of the woman in golden clothes with the thought of the missing royal-level powerhouse from his previous life and immediately realized, shocked, Your young lady is the Ice Dawn Empress, Dongfang Shi. Yes. Seeing that Xian Chen had guessed it, Dongfang Xing felt helpless. He didn't know if the young lady would cause him trouble the next time she returned. Xian Chen was so shocked he couldn't speak. He never expected that the impolite woman in golden clothes was actually the Ice Dawn Empress, said to be the highest-ranking human. At the same time, she was the true ruler of the Eastern family and the head of Jinghua University. She rarely appeared in front of the world, and until now, no one knew her identity. In his previous life, when he became famous, there was already no news of Dongfang Shi, so Xian Chen had never considered this point. Now he understood everything. It seemed that his previous appearance, helping her complete the 9 transitions task, had changed the course of fate. Perhaps soon she would return to her peak and become the first human emperor-level powerhouse. After learning the information he wanted, Xian Chen no longer worried about the 36th level of the Eternal Tower. Even if he waited too long without news of Dongfang Shi, he could still crush the jade pendant. After all, Dongfang Shi had said that as long as he crushed the pendant, she would be able to sense it no matter where she was. For now, Xian Chen could only leave it at that. His gains this time were not small. He almost broke through the Tower of Eternity, gaining 630 attribute points, along with 3 stages of the life miracle. This resulted in a significant increase in his health, directly raising it to 638,000. Now, even when facing myth-level evil beings, he has the means to counter them. At the very least, the opponent cannot strike him down in one hit, triggering his undying body and entering his strongest state. Now that he possesses a massive amount of health, he can easily contend with myth-level evil beings and engage in prolonged battles. Just as Xian Chen was about to bid farewell to Dean Dongfang, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, Xian Chen, this year's youth competition of the 13 nations will be held at Jinghua University. Are you interested in participating? The 13 nations are the last remaining 13 countries in the Dark Star world after the outbreak of evil beings. Among them, Huaxia, the Holy Empire, and the Qingmei Empire are the most prominent. Xian Chen did not refuse outright but curiously asked, Is there any reward for winning? Like myth-level equipment or something? If not, legendary-level equipment would be fine too. Dongfang Xing was taken aback and helplessly replied, No, the main thing is that if you become the champion, you will be famous across the 13 nations. You will earn the admiration of millions of professionals, and your name will be forever recorded in the history of Jinghua University, celebrated throughout Blue Star. Not interested, Xian Chen decisively refused and left completely, leaving Dongfang Xing with his next words stuck in his throat. Moreover, he sadly realized that aside from myth-level or legendary-level equipment, he really had nothing to offer to entice this kid. In terms of points, Xian Chen might be the wealthiest person in the entire academy. As far as he knew, Xian Chen had 5 million points on the surface. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. This time, no matter what, the championship must stay in Huaxia. Besides, maybe this lazy kid won't even be needed. After leaving the Tower of Eternity, Xian Chen planned to focus on improving his strength and participating in battles among these young students. Getting stronger was the priority. Moreover, his current opponents were not even at the myth level of evil beings, which he looked down upon. With Soul Devour active, as long as he kept fighting, he could continue to grow. Since the last time Xian Chen single-handedly forced the True Law Society and the head of the Mage Academy to back down and compensate him with a huge sum of 4 million points, he had become an absolute celebrity at Jinghua University, the center of everyone's attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xian Chen discreetly activated the hidden domain of his cloak and covered his face with the frost dragon mask. This way, even if he entered a dungeon through the dungeon space, no one would know his identity. In all dungeons, as long as there was a hidden abyss difficulty, Xian Shen would choose abyss. At the very least, he would choose hell. And in the dungeons, rare monsters and above would continuously trigger his Soul Devour. Soul Devour activated, Strength plus 11, Constitution plus 16, Agility plus 12. Soul Devour activated, Strength plus 11, Constitution plus 16, Agility plus 12. The stats of the blue rare monsters were not high. Xian Shen mainly targeted boss-level monsters. He had a particular fondness for these epic bosses. It was just a pity that each dungeon averaged only about 3 big bosses. Each could increase his attribute points by over 100. As for those rare or exceptional monsters, Xian Shen discovered a drawback when triggering Soul Devour. That is, for the same type of monsters in dungeon instances, after exceeding a certain number, Soul Devour would not trigger. This completely dashed Xian Shen's hopes of finding a dungeon to grind endlessly. Nevertheless, his attribute values still experienced a tremendous change. After efficiently clearing dungeons, when Xian Shen finished another instance, his level finally increased. Ding, your level has risen to level 21. You have gained attribute enhancements, Strength plus 1, Constitution plus 2, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 2. Free attribute points to allocate. 3. Endless potential erupts. You have gained 150 free attribute points. Again, talent. You have received a red myth passive draw without hesitation. Xian Shen activated the long-awaited passive draw. You have drawn the red myth passive, Blessing of the God of Love. Blessing of the God of Love. When you have different levels of affection from the opposite sex around you, your life points will be increased to varying degrees, which can be stacked. There are currently 4 stages. Familiarity at first sight. When your affection level with at least one opposite sex character reaches the familiarity at first sight stage, your life points increase by 20%. Mutual affinity. When your affection level with at least one opposite sex character reaches the mutual affinity stage, your life points increase by 40%. Love's Calling. When your affection level with at least one opposite sex character reaches the Love's Calling stage, your life points increase by 100%. Eternal Oath. When your affection level with at least one opposite sex character reaches the Eternal Oath stage, your life points increase by 200%. All effects can be stacked. With the myth passive in hand, Xian Shen fell into a long silence. Does this mean he needs to make more friends of the opposite sex? As long as he gets to know 100,000 opposite sex individuals and raises their affection levels to the familiarity at first sight stage, that would mean an increase of 20,000 times his life. He thought, who could possibly defeat him in the future? Moreover, this can't be said to make him a scumbag. He is getting to know more opposite sex individuals to save humanity, to save Blue Star. He is completely justified in becoming a scumbag, a savior. After coming to this realization, Xian Shen put on a righteous facade. Now, of course, he needed to find an opposite sex partner to try it out. After thinking about the opposite sex individuals he knew, Xian Shen immediately contacted Suing Shan. After all, General Su had asked him to take care of her. As Xian Shen sent a message to Suing Shan, it wasn't long before he saw that beautiful figure appear. He stepped out of the shadows, and while no one was paying attention, he immediately spoke. Let's go, I need someone to enter a 2-person dungeon with me, help me out. Suing Shan did not refuse Xian Shen's request at all. She was originally conducting a research project, but since Xian Shen had never asked her for help before, she appeared here without hesitation. However, as the dungeon's light flickered, she quickly realized something was wrong. They had actually entered an abyss difficulty. Entering the dungeon space, Suing Shan activated her invisibility and quickly entered combat mode. But Xian Shen remained still, staring blankly at his own panel values. Blessing of the God of Love triggered, increasing life points by 40%. Current character, Suing Shan, mutual affinity. Xian Shen's prolonged gaze finally made Suing Shan sense something was off. She looked at Xian Shen somewhat awkwardly, her lips parting slightly. What's wrong? Xian Shen? It's nothing. Xian Shen shook his head, not expecting that Suing Shan had already reached the second stage of mutual affinity with him, directly increasing her life points by 40%. Now he had nearly 1,000,000 life points. This blessing of the God of Love was truly terrifying. Let's go. We need to level up first. I'll attract the monsters. You just focus on dealing damage. Xian Shen had no intention of hiding his figure, boldly walking into the monster crowd, starting with a dragon roar, suppressing all surrounding monsters. Their states were either trembling or filled with fear. Suing Shan watched with sparkling eyes, and at this moment, she also noticed her life points had increased by 40%. Although she couldn't understand why, she knew this change must have come from Xian Shen. With her azure dagger in hand, she also began to join in the slaughterfest. The duo's copy did not require movement, as monsters continuously appeared in the surrounding mist. However, this could not keep up with the killing speed of the two. Be careful, leave the rare monsters and above to me. Upon hearing Xian Shen's words, Suing Shan did not ask for the reason but instead bypassed these elite monsters and the boss. This endless battlefield was a test for others, but for Xian Shen, who possessed the soul of battle, it actually lowered the difficulty. Regardless of whether it was an elite or a boss, Xian Shen's strikes resulted in instant kills without any suspense. Su Shan had to admit that this was the most exhilarating battle she had ever experienced. The final boss was a 7-star epic monster and its appearance was quite imposing. Kek kek kek. The terrifying sound echoed and the white mist quickly turned black. However, before its body was fully revealed, Xian Chen impatiently swung his immortal fate scythe. Thus, it simply collapsed at their feet. Su Shan had long since gotten used to it, quietly standing beside Xian Chen, waiting for the dungeon to end. Oh! At this moment, Xian Chen looked at a veil on the ground that shimmered with mysterious light. It turned out to be a special piece of equipment. Whisper of the Night, 7-star epic requirements, none attributes, spirit plus 140 critical hit rate plus 20% dark resistance plus 20% additional skill, night veil, in nighttime or dark environments. Increases vision range by 20%, enhances stealth effect by 10%, and reduces the chance of being discovered. Whisper of the Night, each attack or spell has a 10% chance to trigger Whisper of the Night, increasing the damage of the next attack or spell by 30% and has a 50% chance to put the target into a state of fear for 3 seconds. These attributes are quite good, especially the accompanying skill, which is just right for Su Shan, the Dark Spirit Assassin. Without any hesitation, Xian Chen handed it over, happily saying, "This is perfect for you, take a look." Su Shan took it with her jade-like hand, and when she saw the passive skill of Whisper of the Night, she immediately couldn't take her eyes off it. She had been searching for a suitable veil and didn't expect to encounter such good luck today. "Thank you, Xian Chen." After saying this, Su Shan gracefully lifted her jade hand and slowly put on the black veil. Instantly, half of her stunning beauty was concealed. However, this did not diminish her charm at all. Instead, the half-concealed look added a touch of hazy beauty, making her appear as if the goddess of the night had descended to the mortal realm. A mysterious and intoxicating aura radiated from her. Xian Shan's prolonged gaze made Su Shan's star-like brows slightly tremble, causing Xian Chen to fall into a daze. Because the blessing of the goddess of love had triggered a 100% increase. The blessing of the goddess of love has triggered, increasing health by 100%. Current character, Su Shan, Heart's Desire. Xian Chen was completely stunned. In his previous life, it was said that she was a well-known ice-cold beauty, unapproachable. How did she become the Heart's Desire? How did her favorability progress so quickly? He had only saved her twice and had some intimate contact like mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Was it just that his charm value was a bit high, or was it because he had given her a mythical piece of equipment? The more Xian Chen thought about it, the less confident he felt. Looking at it this way, if he were a woman, he might also be moved. Seeing Xian Chen staring blankly at her, Su Shan curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "And nothing." Xian Chen weakly supported his head. Now he could only take it one step at a time. First, they needed to exit the dungeon. As soon as they exited the dungeon, Xian Chen continued testing and immediately contacted Dongfang Ji, Lin Anren, and Qi Manhwa. When they heard that Xian Chen was going to team up to clear the highest difficulty of the school's third-turn dungeon, they were equally interested. When 3 dazzling figures appeared, Xian Chen naturally looked towards the interface. The blessing of the God of Love is triggered, increasing health by 140%. Current characters, Su Shan, Heart's Desire, 100%. Dongfang Ji, Familiarity at First Sight, 20%. Qi Mengyu, Familiarity at First Sight, 20%. As for Lin and Ran, from the Light Sanctuary, although she had teamed up with him last time, her favorability had not even reached the first stage. He had underestimated the situation. Upon seeing Xian Chen, Qi Mengyu jogged over, but as Su Shan was present, she immediately stopped her habitual gesture of wrapping her arm around him. "Xian Chen, here, this is the 50,000 star course I owed you last time." Xian Chen did not decline, money was just a number to him. Now, but holding it would reassure Qi Mengyu. "Let's go, we'll enter the dungeon space together. This time, we'll make sure all the dungeon leaderboards bear our names." At the same time, Xian Chen quietly murmured in his heart, hoping to boost his favorability. "You all go in, Xian Chen, I can only be a witness this time." Seeing Xian Chen's confusion, Dongfang Ji said regretfully, "I also want to enter with you. But don't forget the 4th tier promotion pill you helped me get last time. I'm already at the 4th transition now, so I can't enter these dungeons." Xian Chen nodded. "Alright, after we finish the dungeon, let's go check out the God's Abandoned Land together." There was no other way. Mainly, all the safe dungeons had level restrictions, and only practitioners below the 4th transition could enter. The God's Abandoned Land was the only safe dungeon in Huaxia that allowed practitioners below the 5th transition to enter, which is why it became a sacred place for Jinghua University. As for the secret dungeons above the 5th or even 6th transition, those places were beyond human capability to modify. Once entered, death truly meant death. This was the price of growth. So, although the world's leveling had slowed down, those who could become 6th or even 7th transition powerhouses were all rare and exceptional beings. Only 4 people entered the dungeon, which made no difference to Xian Chen. Inside the dungeon space, Qi Mengyu kept shouting, "Wow! Xian Chen, how are you so fast? Kill slower, wait for me to shoot an arrow. Wait, I haven't used my skills yet. After I'm done, you can kill this boss. Phew, you really are a freak. With us beauties following behind you, we become mere accessories, only able to help you pick up things." The dungeons of Jinghua University kept refreshing and Shi Mengyu's shouts never ceased. Although she complained, her heart was filled with joy. Her experience was rapidly increasing and for some reason, Xianchen didn't seem to care about any equipment or materials, giving everything to them. Suing Shan and Shi Mengyu only had eyes for things useful to them. Most of the equipment and materials were given to Lin and Ran. This made Lin and Ran's gaze towards Xianchen increasingly gentle. Behind her was a large guild that had a high demand for various equipment and materials, and Xianchen was truly helping her a lot. Finally, under Xianchen's relentless efforts to make friends, Lin and Ran's favorability finally reached the first stage, familiarity at first sight. When the last multiplayer dungeon was cleared, the few of them quietly left the hall. Even so, the events that transpired here quickly spread throughout the entire academy. Because the names at the top of all the dungeon leaderboards were monopolized by Xianchen. While everyone was shocked, they also felt it was only natural. Because if it was something Xianchen did, they found it normal. This storm came quickly and left just as fast. Everyone began to engage in intense discussions, as the next event was the global competition held once every 10 years. Young powerhouses from 13 countries will determine who is the most talented of this era. This is not just famous in Huaxia, but renowned across the Blue Planet. Who isn't excited? At the international airport of the imperial capital, the Demon Suppression Army and the people from Jinghua University have already cordoned off the area to welcome the strongest youth from 13 countries. Catherine, eat a little less. We're going to Huaxia later. This is my second hometown. At this moment, several young people walked out of the plane. Among them was a handsome man with a distinctive Western face, looking helplessly at his companion who was eating wherever they went. The woman named Catherine had a tall figure, especially her long, shapely legs, which attracted the attention of all the men around her. Hee Frank, if you consider this place your second hometown just because you have a few Huaxia women as girlfriends, then I think every country among the other 12 is your second hometown. The handsome man named Frank seemed not to notice his companion's mockery and couldn't help but exclaim, Catherine, you really are clever. At this moment, Frank had already noticed the person from Jinghua University, who was preparing to receive them, a typical Eastern beauty. This made Frank's heart flutter, but he revealed his signature smile and was about to step forward. A cold voice rang out, this is Huaxia, don't create unnecessary trouble. Our goal this time is the championship, everything else is unimportant. Frank quickly stopped, standing solemnly with Vivian, who was still eating. Yes, Captain. At this moment, a dark figure like an iron tower stepped out behind them, with complex battle tattoos etched on his bare arms. His appearance made the surrounding air tense. One of the judges present had sharp eyes. They didn't expect the Star Beauty Empire to have such a strong lineup this time. Besides that woman being a level 39 professional, the other two men were both level 4, one even at level 49. Oh. Little Black, I didn't expect the Star Beauty Empire to send you out. Suddenly, a tender and crisp voice came, startling Frank and Vivian. In the Star Beauty Empire, anyone who mentioned Theodore's Black would definitely be torn to pieces by him. Ever since he accepted the power of La Boca, his body had become what it is now. Theodore turned around fiercely, but when he saw the sweet girl in a princess dress, all his momentum instantly vanished. Lily. Princess Lilia. With the mention of this name, it was as if it possessed some kind of magic. Everyone who knew the rumors about the princess of the Holy Empire seemed to be under a spell, staring in disbelief at the girl with blood-red hair, stunningly beautiful. Lilia, 18 years old, a level 6 bloodline king. After her awakening, the entire Holy Empire went wild, cheering for her. She was the goddess descended from the heavens, perfectly embodying the divine power of the empire's deity, and overnight, she became a level 6 bloodline king. Upon realizing the identity of this girl, no one expected that the Holy Empire would send out their treasured princess for this global competition. The atmosphere began to grow tense, but Lilia showed no awareness of it. Following her attendants, she lifted her gorgeous skirt and flashed a sweet smile at everyone. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she boarded the Holy Empire's special vehicle and left first. At this moment, Theodore from the Star Beauty Empire finally reacted, leaving gloomily with his two companions. Frank, still shaken though he had a Playboy image, felt he couldn't approach even if Princess Lilia was incredibly beautiful. Because this woman was a vampire. The judges and the Demon Suppression Army responsible for maintaining order continued to receive the remaining participants from various countries, none of whom were below level 3 professionals. With the emergence of powerful figures from the Holy Empire and the Starry Beauty Empire, the remaining countries had no standout strong contenders. Of course, this was just the strongest recommended by the 13 nations, with each country having 3 slots. Additionally, other civilian guilds or hidden forces could also participate in this global competition. However, the entry requirements were very strict. Participants must be under 25 years old and above level 30. Only those who met these two conditions could register. Even so, there were still hundreds of thousands globally who passed the initial screening. Next, they would enter a series of trials provided by Huaxia. The noise and excitement from the outside world had no effect on Xianchen's normal monster grinding. After clearing all the dungeons of Jinghua University, he had successfully absorbed a total of 3,760 attribute points through soul devouring. The next place where he could trigger soul devouring was the land of the divine relics. This place also had the added benefit of quickly leveling up. However, the land of the divine relics was vast and boss spawns were quite random. But this did not stump Xian Shen. He immediately contacted Dongfang Ji and Lin Anren. Sisters, let's make a deal. The three gathered again, and both women looked at Xian Shen curiously, wanting to know what kind of transaction he was proposing. Xian Shen did not keep them in suspense and explained, Sister Dongfang and Sister Anren, I want to collaborate with your guild. I need your guild members to search for bosses in the land of the divine relics as much as possible. Once you find one, contact me immediately. After killing the boss, all equipment and materials will belong to you. I only need the experience and the divine relic pearls. After hearing Xian Shen's request, the two women exchanged glances and fell silent. It wasn't because Xian Shen's request was too high, but rather that it was too generous for them. It should be noted that the most important aspect of a boss is the equipment and materials, which are indispensable resources for large guilds. Xian Shen felt a bit anxious. After all, his biggest advantage was actually soul devouring. He hesitated and said, how about I don't take the divine relic pearls? Upon hearing Xian Shen's words, the two women finally reacted and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake their heads. Xian Shen, you really are a strange person. Don't worry, we agree to this, and we will keep in touch at any time. After Dongfang Ji finished speaking, she hurriedly bid farewell to Xian Shen. She still had to participate in the global elimination competition with hundreds of thousands of participants. Next, all those who did not receive a recommended slot from the 13 nations would enter the vast testing ground provided by the Demon Suppression Army to battle, ultimately selecting the top 100 based on points. This elimination rate was simply outrageous, but the names of these 100 would spread throughout the entire Blue Star. Chen asked in surprise, shouldn't we Huaxia also have 3 slots? Why wasn't Sister Dongfang recommended? With her 4th tier strength, aside from that cheater Ouyangko, she should be the strongest, right? Lin Anren explained softly, I don't know the specifics, but I heard that 2 of Huaxia's recommended slots were given to the Demon Suppression Army, and the other slot belongs to our Jinghua University. But who this slot is recommended for seems to be decided by Dean Dongfang Xing. Xian Shen nodded and didn't pry further. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Alright then, I will be in the land of the divine relics from now on. If there's any boss information, Sister Anren, remember to contact me. Lin Anren nodded, but her beautiful eyes were still fixed on Xian Shen, filled with curiosity. Xian Shen, why aren't you participating in this global competition? Aren't you men supposed to want to make a name for yourselves and be famous in the world? Xian Shen didn't elaborate much and casually replied, I haven't even reached level 30 yet. How could I have the qualifications to make a name for myself? Alright, sister, I'm going into the dungeon now. After saying that, Xian Shen waved his hand and left, which only made Lin Anren more curious. This junior of his was truly a peculiar person. If he participated in this global competition, he would likely have a good chance of taking the top spot, but he seemed uninterested in all of it. In the land of the gods, Xian Shen was happily killing bosses, while the Iron Blood Society and the Holy Light Hall members were also happily looting the corpses. Xian Shen had a nice surprise. He discovered that several priestesses from the Holy Light Hall had entered the familiar strangers phase with him. Among them was Lu Xiaoxi, who had previously shown some hostility towards Xian Shen. After all, once they found the boss, they would contact Xian Shen to help eliminate it. Xian Shen's clean and efficient way of taking down bosses, along with his nonchalant departure without taking a single item, was impressive. What girl wouldn't be smitten by such strength and ease? Another boss fell, accompanied by the red light of soul devouring, and Xian Shen finally welcomed another level up. Ding, your level has increased to level 22. Endless potential erupts. You have gained 150 free attribute points again. Talent, you have obtained a red myth passive draw. You have drawn the red myth passive, Silent Blade. Silent Blade, while dealing damage to enemies, it will put the opponent into a skill seal state for 1 second, with no cooldown. After nervously finishing the draw for the red passive, Xian Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the last blessing from the god of love, he had been feeling uneasy. He was genuinely afraid of drawing some strange passive again. If he got something like more children, more blessings, he would really consider deleting his account and starting over. He was here to dominate in high martial arts, not to be a scumbag. At this moment, the outside world had already determined the top 100 globally, their names shining on Blue Star. Next, they would participate in the elimination rounds with 39 people from 13 countries to determine the strongest of this era. A total of 139. People would engage in one-on-one battles based on fair draws, with one person getting a bye in each round. The global competition officially began. Now, with a total of 139 people, every match would be broadcast live worldwide. The first round of matches attracted the attention of the entire world, regardless of whether they were combat professionals or not. Everyone put down what they were doing to focus on the final elimination rounds held once every 10 years. The excitement outside had nothing to do with Xian Shen. This was the first time in many years that he could grind monsters for so long without interruption. However, as he continued to kill bosses and the global competition attracted too many people's attention, there were not many members of the Iron Blood Society and the Holy Light Hall in the dungeons. Thus, the high-level bosses he could find were becoming increasingly scarce. I miss the time spent fighting against the evil spirits, Xian Shen thought as he walked out of the land of the gods, considering whether he should check out the wild dungeons for the 5th or even 6th transitions. Although there was risk involved, these modified dungeons no longer posed a challenge for him and could not provide effective soul-devouring attributes. At that moment, he sensed a stealthy presence behind him. Without turning around, Xian Shen already knew who it was. Ying Shan, hasn't the new round of matches started yet? Su Shan nodded but seemed hesitant to speak. Recently, for some unknown reason, she found herself enjoying quietly accompanying Xian Shen when there was nothing to do. Xian Shen seemed to notice Su Shan's hesitation and casually asked, "What's wrong?" "I found your name on the list of participants for this competition." "What?" Xian Shen looked at Su Shan in surprise but quickly realized this must have been the work of Dean Dongfang. But what was the point of putting himself on the list if he wasn't participating? He might have already been eliminated. As soon as Xian Shen thought of this, Su Shan strangely spoke up, "But you've advanced to the next round. Your luck is really good. The first round had you get a bye." Only then did Xian Shen remember that a total of 139 people participated in the final one-on-one elimination match, so there would definitely be one person who would get a bye. In this so-called fair lottery competition, he could clearly feel the hidden manipulation by Dean Dongfang. Xian Shen felt a bit powerless, estimating that with Dean Dongfang's intentions, he might even be manipulated in the competition, or perhaps even directly advance to the finals. Since there was nothing else to do now, Xian Shen simply called Su Shan, "Let's go, we'll go see today's matches. By the way, does Huaxia have a chance to win the championship this year? If you don't participate, then there's no hope at all." Hearing Su Shan's decisive answer, Xian Shen was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit uncertain. Ouyangko, at the very least, was a 5-turn powerhouse. What kind of person appeared in the first round that made Su Shan feel there was no hope of winning? But she didn't explain much, leading Xian Shen to the largest combat space at Jinghua University. After you watch the battle, you'll understand. Xian Shen, being a contestant himself, faced no obstacles entering the heavily guarded combat platform alongside Su Shan. After the first round of one-on-one matches among 139 participants, only 69 remained. Adding Xian Shen, who had a bye, there were exactly 70 people for the second round. With so few participants, the vast combat platform seemed a bit empty. Xian Shen casually scanned the high platform, where the rulers of Huaxia and various countries were seated. Dean Dongfang naturally sat at the highest point. He had the qualifications in both strength and status. However, Xian Shen didn't expect that beside him was a pure and flawless sweet girl. Clearly pure like an angel, but she had hair as enchanting as blood. Jade, exuding a deadly allure. She was sitting a bit restlessly, her lively big eyes looking around. In a mysterious way, as if sensing Xian Shen's gaze, she suddenly turned her little head. A pair of bright, glass-like eyes looked in Xian Shen's direction, and as their eyes met, the girl's pink lips slightly curled up, blooming into a warm smile. In that instant, Xian Shen's blood inexplicably began to stir, and a sense of danger arose in his heart. Xian Shen was alert, but under his secret observation, he still couldn't see through the red-haired girl. Who was that girl? Su Shan spoke gravely. "She is the favorite to win this time, Princess Lilia of the Holy Empire, a 6-turn bloodline king." Xian Shen's heart suddenly jolted. He knew who she was. Unlike Huaxia, which has a legacy secret realm, the Holy Empire and the Xingmei Empire are countries where divine authority reigns supreme. Here, the reverence and faith in deities run deep in the bones. The most notable feature is the ability to accept the powerful forces granted by the deities, thereby achieving rapid enhancement of one's own strength and quick growth. The Holy Empire sent out this generation's bloodline king, clearly aiming for the immense influence of winning the championship. Xian Shen's appearance stunned everyone from Huaxia. Aside from Ouyangko's somewhat unpleasant expression, everyone from the Demon Suppression Military Academy and Jinghua University showed surprise. Dongfang Ji was still politely dealing with Frank from the Xingmei Empire when she and Qi Mangyue saw Xian Shen appear, and the two women immediately excused themselves, coming to Xian Shen's side simultaneously. In this situation, it was hard for Xian Shen not to become the center of attention. Young powerhouses from various countries looked at Xian Shen with expressions of confusion, jealousy, or hostility. All kinds of emotions were present. This made Frank, who prided himself as a playboy traversing the flower seas of 13 countries, stare wide-eyed. Among all the women present, aside from Princess Lilia, who was off-limits, the most beautiful sight was the 3 women in front of him, and now they had all run to a strange man who had never appeared before. Just as he was about to have a friendly chat with Xian Shen, the person in charge of the battle platform spoke loudly, "All contestants, enter." Upon hearing the command, everyone, including Princess Lilia on the high platform, entered the battle space. As a total of 70 people entered the battle space, a comprehensive live broadcast began, and the global network erupted once again. "In Huaxia, this time the champion should be ours. 10 years ago, we were the champions. Yeah, we should have a good chance, especially since Ouyang-ku is already level 56, not far from level 60. But we still need to be careful of the Star Beauty Empire and the Holy Empire. However, there were also different voices. Princess Lilia of the Holy Empire is already at the 6th transition. Who can compete with her? Exactly, Princess Lilia is the champion everyone expects. In this era, humanity doesn't need to be divided. I support Princess Lilia. I support Princess Lilia too. +1. Soon, this viewpoint was met with a flood of comments. After all, Lilia was not only powerful but also breathtakingly beautiful. She always flashed a mesmerizing smile. On the big screen, who wouldn't be enchanted? On the networks of various countries, the voices were almost the same, all saying, Princess Lilia, goddess, give birth to a monkey, and so on. In the battle space, after a fair draw, everyone entered the central battle platform in order. This was a virtual world where no one needed to hold back. Only 70 people were selected globally, and each of their battles represented the strongest of their respective professions. Various powerful skills shone brilliantly, igniting the passion of countless viewers watching the live broadcast who cheered in excitement. Every viewer who saw the strength of the golden generation on the screen became optimistic about the future under the demonic world. When Princess Lilia took the stage, her supporters were undoubtedly the most numerous and enthusiastic. In Huaxia, although Ouyang-ku was the strongest, the dazzling blonde Dongfangji, the lively and cheerful Qi Manhwa, and the cool and ethereal Suing Shan had an influence and attraction that far surpassed Ouyang-ku. However, once their matches ended, they returned to Xian Chen's side, leaving everyone who saw Xian Chen on the screen feeling envious. At this moment, the three women each achieved victory, but after the match, they all stared intently at Xian Chen, because they finally discovered that as long as Xian Chen was nearby, their health points would increase. Dongfangji was fine, with a 20% increase. But Qi Manhua's affinity had reached the second stage, mutual affection, increasing her health by 40%, while Suing Shan's health had increased by a full 100%. Xian Chen, how did you do that? They had noticed this characteristic when they fought together before. They thought it would disappear once they entered the battle space, but they didn't expect it to have such an effect. Seeing the glowing eyes of the three women looking at him eagerly, Xian Chen smiled slightly. It's a secret. Qi Manhua pouted in dissatisfaction, her pink lips curling. Huaxia's Xian Chen versus Huaxia's Liao Yan. When the battle above ended, it was finally Xian Chen's turn. But Xian Chen had no intention of taking the stage. Just as he was preparing to let Liao Yan win directly, I concede. Xian Chen was filled with question marks. What was going on? Liao Yan loudly addressed the judge in charge of the match, afraid of being slow. He also flashed Xian Chen a reassuring silly smile, clearly indicating, don't worry, big shot, I won't waste your time to take action. Just kidding. In the entire academy, aside from the president, the one he trusts the most is Xian Chen. How could he have the guts to go on stage and fight Xian Chen? The adjudicator looked seriously at Liao Yan, who had no intention of going on stage, and asked indifferently, are you sure? Sure. With a clear answer, the adjudicator directly announced, in this match, Xian Chen wins and advances to the third round tomorrow. The online community erupted again. Why did he surrender just like that? I've seen Liao Yan in action before. He's a level 39 berserker. Yeah, I thought we were going to see another exciting duel, but this is it? And who is this Xian Chen? Why is there no information about him? It seems he had a bye in the first round, and he didn't even take the stage in this one, so his information didn't show up. Everyone discussing felt envious of Xian Chen's good luck, unaware that he didn't want to win at all. And when they suddenly realized that the person surrounded by three beautiful women was Xian Chen, their envy turned directly into jealousy. Lucky little guy from Huaxia. Frank pushed away the woman from Sakura country lying in his arms. It was his turn to go on stage next. There was no need for the adjudicator to call his name. Frank and another person from the Demon Suppression Military Academy stepped onto the central battle platform. Their information was simultaneously detected and displayed on the big screen. Star Beauty Empire Frank level 41 Mirror Sorcerer versus Huaxia. Chu Chongning level 39 Gun Soul Guardian. Facing an opponent of a lower level, Frank crossed his arms and looked indifferent. After Chu Chongning took the stage, he stood tall like a pine tree, slightly bowing, and the battle instantly ignited. Chu Chongning had no intention of holding back. He suddenly raised his hand, and the long spear erupted with dazzling light, like a golden python breaking through the wind. But Frank smirked disdainfully. His figure flickered and vanished like a ghost, reappearing in the distance. At the same time, he raised his staff, and mist enveloped the arena, obstructing vision and making it difficult to see the scene within. Within this mist, more than a dozen figures identical to Frank appeared. Each illusion began to raise their staffs, continuously releasing skills aimed at the area where Chu Chongning stood. Even though Chu Chongning knew these were all illusions, he couldn't distinguish which were real and which were fake. But with his rich combat experience, since he couldn't tell which were real, he decided to destroy them all. He swung his golden spear, and in an instant, the two illusions closest to him were shattered. But instead of feeling happy, Chu Chongning's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Boom! Boom! As the two illusions shattered like mirrors, explosions occurred, causing significant turbulence in the surrounding area. Frank continued to wave his staff, and several identical illusions appeared again. Now, Zhu Changning found himself in a predicament. He had no better way and could only keep destroying illusions to find Frank's true body. However, he was best at single-target bursts and lacked large area damage. In this war of attrition, he was tightly restricted by Frank. Ultimately, he could only regretfully lose the battle under Frank's attacks. Star Beauty Empire, Frank wins. The result came out, and Frank was not surprised at all. He arrogantly walked down from the central platform, and the enchanting woman from Sakura country he had just met last night once again pounced into his arms, her eyes filled with admiration. "Frank-san, you're amazing. Can we try your clones tonight?" But at this moment, Frank looked over at Chen and Dongfangji not far away, and he pushed away the woman from Sakura country. What he had already obtained, he looked down upon playing with. He was a free man from the Star Beauty Empire. It is time to challenge that Eastern woman with golden long hair, along with two other equally extraordinary Chinese women. Frank, full of spirit, walked up to them and provocatively looked at Chen. "You Chinese of this generation are truly pitiful. You either don't dare to step into the arena or are so weak that you can't even defeat someone with half my strength." As he spoke, he revealed a self-proclaimed suave and sunny smile, glancing at the three beautiful ladies, of course, excluding the lovely ladies. Only then did Chen turn around, frowning slightly. Who is this fool? He had been too focused on talking to the three women to care about the battle happening in the arena. Little did he know that after the fight ended, a foreigner would suddenly appear before him. Put. Manhwa was the first to burst out laughing, her smile radiant, and she instinctively linked her arm with Chen's. This was a subconscious habit of hers. She had always been this close with her sister since they were young. Now that her feelings for Chen had entered the mutual admiration stage, this gesture came even more naturally. Chen felt the soft firmness in his arm and a hint of helplessness rose in his heart. He knew this was the innocence of a girl and held no other meaning. Dongfangji also smiled, and even Suing Shan's eyes curved into crescent moons. However, she looked thoughtfully at Manhwa linking her arm with Chen. This was the first time Frank had seen the smiles of the girls, and it completely captivated him. Yet their smiles were built on the foundation of his embarrassment, and Frank immediately became furious. "Rude Chinese. You have already provoked my anger. Pray, if you encounter me in the upcoming matches, I will make you repent in front of the whole world." Chen glanced at him indifferently and replied nonchalantly, "No need to wait that long. How about we just fight now?" Frank felt a surge of caution and immediately took a few steps back. Chen didn't care. He couldn't afford not to care. If they fought outside the arena, both would be disqualified. He was here to participate in a global competition renowned across 13 countries. Although he didn't dare to hope for the championship, the top 10 was still very much within reach. Once he became famous, he could naturally seek more female friends. Why would he want to fight a rude Chinese here? Seeing Frank retreat, Chen sneered. "Heh, is this the strength of your Star Beauty Empire? Only daring to talk but not to act? If all you know how to do is bark like a dog, then you can scram." Frank's fair face turned the color of pig liver. But he truly didn't dare to step forward. He was afraid this Chinese might be a madman and would directly attack him outside the arena, leading to both of their eliminations. Thinking of this, Frank left in frustration, but a sinister look flashed in his eyes. Dongfangji, seeing Frank, who had been like a fly since the global competition began, finally get a taste of defeat, couldn't help but tease. "Junior, I didn't realize your mouth is as powerful as your strength." Chen shrugged and shook his head helplessly. He had plenty of strengths. With today's battles coming to an end, the global audience watching the live broadcast was still eager for more and had already begun to look forward to tomorrow's fights. After Chen and the three women exited the battle space, they bid farewell to leave. However, he noticed the smile on Dongfangji's face from the high platform and cursed inwardly, "This old fox, I might as well not go to the battle space tomorrow. I want to see how he makes me participate in the competition, and he should know what I need, right?" The next day, Chen got up early. While everyone's attention was drawn to the global competition, he headed to the Treasure Pavilion of Jinghua University. The Treasure Pavilion, besides various equipment, materials, and spiritual items, also sold various pieces of information. However, the value of information sometimes could not be measured by points. It required identity. As Chen, in the capacity of a teacher, went to room 9A of the Treasure Pavilion, he selected all the Wild Dungeon secret realm maps from across Huaxia. These wild dungeons are secret spaces that arise within Huaxia. The danger level is relatively lower, and whether it's for leveling up or the production of various materials, they are not inferior to the Abyss of Demons, some even far exceed it. However, they are mostly occupied by powerful local forces, and entering them requires a considerable amount of star cores. Guilds without money generally choose to enter the more dangerous Abyss of Demons to search for resources. This has led to the fact that for many years, most of the ordinary soldiers who join the Demon Suppression Army are people without status or identity. True scions of noble families, unless faced with a demonic riot that disturbs all of Huaxia, would only be summoned by the Demon Suppression Army to the Abyss of Demons. Otherwise, they only need to stay in their family's secret realms, growing safely, and then become the elite of the extraordinary world. Moreover, as the extraordinary world has developed to this point, demons have never truly breached Huaxia's defense system. Thus, more people have forgotten how terrifying the demonic riots that once threatened to annihilate the world were. They only wish to live in the heartland guarded by the demon suppression army, indifferent to what lies beyond the city walls and what exists deep within the abyss of demons. They do not wish to know these truths. However, Xianchen has always had a vague feeling that perhaps there are some people who know what the truth really is but have concealed this information. Shaking his head, Xianchen stopped thinking further. First, he would clear these wild dungeons to maximize the growth potential of his soul-devouring. When the time comes and he is fully prepared, he would directly cut through the abyss of demons with his strength. Naturally, all truths would come to light. In the following 2 days, Xianchen stayed at the treasure pavilion of Jinghua University, not going anywhere. He browsed through numerous Eastern family documents regarding demons. This gave him a deeper understanding of the intelligence of ancient families, and some anecdotes he was unaware of in his previous life were quite enlightening. Rarely having peace, Xianchen ate and lived in the treasure pavilion, learning a lot. But just on the third day, Dongfangji, Ji Manhwa, and Suing Shan all found Xianchen, which puzzled him. The competition should be starting today, right? Perhaps he had already been eliminated. Did they come to him because they were eliminated too? Dongfangji did not keep him in suspense and spoke seriously. Xianchen, my grandfather hopes you can participate in this global competition. He promised that as long as you win the championship, he will find a way to contact the head of the Dongfang Academy for you. Suing Shan and Ji Manhwa were unaware of this matter. They had come to persuade Xianchen to participate in the competition together. Having received the desired promise, Xianchen showed no hesitation and immediately stood up with a smile. Let's go. It's been a few days since I watched the competition. Let's go together. He did not ask why he had not been eliminated yet. Dongfangji had already explained that after the competition ended 2 days ago with 70 participants, only 35 remained, which meant one more person was given a bye. The result was, of course, fairly allowing Xianchen to receive another bye. In yesterday's competition, there were 18 one-on-one matches, and Xianchen again drew luck by facing someone from the Demon Suppression Army who also directly conceded. Thus, he continued to advance into the top 10 with this stroke of luck. When Xianchen's figure reappeared on the battle stage of Jinghua University, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The already connected global live broadcast erupted in excitement. After all, someone who had never fought before managed to fortuitously enter the top 10. Who wouldn't suspect there was some insider information in this situation? Therefore, under the strong demands of the 13 nations and the votes of all netizens, the subsequent buy slots in the competition could only go to Princess Lilia, which was without a doubt. After all, the influence brought by a 6th transition bloodline king is something that no one else can provide. Xianchen glanced at the 9 participants in today's competition, and he understood why Dean Dongfang had summoned him. However, he was still a bit puzzled. Ouyang Ku was a 5th transition powerhouse. Who did he lose to and get eliminated? It wouldn't be a stroke of bad luck against Lilia, would it? Dongfangji spoke gravely. No, he encountered Theodore from the Starry Beauty Empire. Although Theodore is only level 49, he is extremely effective against mages and defeated Ouyang Ku with sheer strength. Chen nodded, looking at the list of 9 participants, and casually said, so, that means only the 2 of us from Huaxia are left? That's right. Dongfangji nodded seriously. Her strength was average, and her holy attribute only had a strong counter against dark attributes and evil beings. At level 41, she couldn't make it to the top 3. Suddenly, Xianchen remembered something and looked regretfully at Suing Shan and Ji Manhwa. I'm sorry, if I had been here yesterday, you might have been able to defeat your opponents. Ji Manhwa waved her hand and laughed. It's fine, as long as you win the championship, we'll forgive you. Suing Shan also shook her head indifferently. The 2 of them, one an archer and the other an assassin, were both fragile. If Xianchen had been present, their survival ability would have increased significantly, especially for Suing Shan. It would have been a 100% life boost. Soon, the draw for the 9 participants was completed, with Princess Lilia getting a bye, while the remaining 8 engaged in one-on-one battles. The judge spoke flatly. In the first match, Huaxia's Xianchen faces Starry Beauty Empire's Frank. Upon hearing this result, the representatives from other countries looked meaningfully at Xianchen. Although Frank's level was not the highest among the participants, his difficulty level was definitely in the top 3. A Huaxia person who entered the top 10 by luck. They were eager to see what was special about this Xianchen. With not many matches left, all battles would be completed today. Thus, the global live broadcast reached its peak. Xianchen is making his move. I hope he can defeat Frank. How is that possible? We don't even have any information on him. Aside from his looks giving us Huaxia some points, I really can't think of any other usefulness. I don't know what our Huaxia higher-ups are thinking, not sending Ouyang Ku directly into the top 10 but instead bringing in this unknown person. Who says otherwise? Now, Huaxia only has him and Dongfangji left. Sigh, maybe even making it to the top 3 this year is in jeopardy. On the Huaxia internet front, everyone was filled with pessimistic emotions. Even if someone said, I know Xianchen, he can take on 100 opponents, or he's very strong, such comments were quickly drowned out by other information, not even causing a ripple. When Frank saw that his opponent was the dream come true Xian, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. He stepped onto the battle stage and coldly said, "Don't worry, I'll take my time playing with you, I won't let you lose too quickly." Xian ignored Frank's threat and walked directly onto the battle stage, impatiently saying, "Hurry up. Unlike you, I deal with barking dogs with a single blow, I won't waste time." Xian's words made Frank's face twitch and he angrily followed him onto the battle stage. The information for both of them was displayed on the big screen. Starry Beauty Empire Frank, level 41 Mirror Sorcerer vs Huaxia Xian, level 22 Commoner. In the global live broadcast, everyone who had hoped that Huaxia was hiding a trump card was now fixated on Xian's information. However, when they truly saw it, they were utterly disheartened. The entire Huaxia internet fell into an eerie silence, with not a single person posting. Am I seeing things? When can a level 22 person step onto the global competition stage? You read that right, this person is using one of the 3 recommendation slots from Huaxia. So he skipped the initial selection of hundreds of thousands and went straight to the final elimination round. This is insane. This is insane. Shouldn't your focus be on civilian professions? When did non-combat professions get to stand on the highest global stage and become top 10? Exactly. I can't even imagine how the other 13 countries will mock us. Oh no, what are these big shots from Huaxia thinking? Aren't they just making us a global laughingstock? Now the entire network of Huaxia, or rather the 13 countries, was in an uproar. Even all the participants in the elimination round were equally bewildered. They had just lost the match and wanted to see what the top 10 were like to learn from them. It would also motivate them to understand the gap and continue to improve. But now, a level 22 civilian had suddenly emerged. How could they learn from that? Except for those in the know from Huaxia, everyone else looked in disbelief at the large screen in the battle space. What exactly did the Huaxia people want to do? Princess Lilia was equally surprised as she looked at the information about Xian on the screen, muttering softly, "This can't be right." I clearly felt the vigorous blood energy within him. How could he be so weak? While everyone was still in a daze, Frank, who had entered the battle space, laughed wildly. "Ha, so you are." But before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling blue light appeared and magnified before his eyes. Huaxia, Xian wins. The global discussion sparked by Xian had not yet ended when an even greater shockwave swept across the entire network. What happened? Is the result out? Am I going crazy? No, we aren't crazy. This world is crazy. When did Huaxia produce such a powerful civilian? Level 22. This is level 22. How could he possibly one-shot a 4th turn professional with tens of thousands of health? My god, what kind of attack was that? Did he use some special item? This is a global competition. Any items are prohibited. How could he use an item? The world was once again in an uproar. After Xian finished the battle, he didn't even glance at the stunned Frank. The others who had not yet fought, including Theodore, all had their pupils shaking, their faces filled with dread. Even the leaders of the 13 countries on the high platform could not maintain their composure. They looked at the calm Dongfeng Xing, feeling heavy in their hearts. The foundation of Huaxia was indeed formidable. They had thought that this global competition would not go well for Huaxia, but it couldn't be as exaggerated as the last one, which had produced an 18-year-old 6th turn king-level powerhouse. Who would have thought that this year a level 22 civilian would emerge? The key was that until now, they had no information about him. At this moment, the people from the 13 countries had already begun to act, immediately sending people to collect information about Xian. Among those present, the only calm ones were from the Holy Empire. They had unwavering confidence in Princess Lilia. Because of the power of the divine, mere mortals were not worthy of being compared to her. As soon as Xian stepped off the stage, Manhwa skillfully wrapped her arm around his, excitedly saying, "Xian, you are amazing. I really admire you so much." The youthful energy from the girl made Xian unconsciously break into a faint smile. At that moment, standing beside Xian, Shuingshan's eyes flickered deep in thought. Then, she suddenly looked determined, unhesitatingly reaching out her delicate hand to wrap around Xian's other arm. She was not Manhwa's little dumpling. The soft touch instantly enveloped Xian's entire arm, and he fell directly into an endless trap of tenderness. Xian's body stiffened as he looked at Shuingshan, whose bright eyes innocently regarded him. He didn't dare to move his arm. What are you doing, Shan? However, Shuingshan seemed completely unaware and adjusted her angle, continuing to hold his arm tightly, and asked in confusion, "I thought you liked it." She had seen Manhwa embrace Xian every time, and he had never refused. Clearly, she also wanted to make their relationship closer in this way. Well, if you say like, he indeed liked it, but wasn't this progress too fast? Xian couldn't move either of his hands now, and he didn't know what expression to make. What Xian didn't know was that the battle space was being broadcasted live from all angles, and every viewer could choose any scene to watch. Deep in the imperial capital, in an elegant room, a large screen displayed Xian being embraced by two women, looking utterly enjoying. Click, click. A pair of jade-like hands crushed the remote control in her grasp, and a graceful woman spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. Uncle Kong, prepare the car, I want to go to Jinghua University. A shadow appeared outside the room. It was Kong Wu, who hurriedly tried to persuade her. Miss, the master said that you can only stay in the family for 2 years. You can leave only after completing the inheritance of the Wind language secret realm. No way. A crisp voice rang out. It was Chin Emohan. She had just finished a period of cultivation and came out to take a break. Recently, the hottest topic was undoubtedly the global competition. She guessed she would see Xian Chen, so she eagerly opened the livestream. However, her joy and longing for Xian Chen were quickly diluted by the sudden appearance of 3 women. She never expected that after just a short retreat, someone would snatch her man away. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. She had to go back immediately. But while she wanted to return to Jinghua University, Kong Wu was unyielding and the atmosphere began to grow tense. Under Chin Emohan's intense gaze, even the 6th transition Kong Wu felt the pressure. Sigh, forget it. Uncle Kong, can you at least go to Jinghua University and send a message for me? Kong Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the master had said not to allow the young lady to contact the outside world, especially not to contact Xian Chen, the young lady had already taken a step back, just sending a message. Kong Wu agreed without hesitation. Alright, miss. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army, in the Magic City, General Su Yingshan has indeed found you a good son-in-law. Ma Hongkai looked at Su Hu, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and chuckled. Xiong Hu, Sen Wonguang, and other leaders from the Magic City also nodded in appreciation. They were not mocking, they genuinely felt this was a good marriage, because it could bind the highly potential Xian Chen more closely with the Demon Suppression Army in the Magic City. However, General Su's face grew darker as he stared at Xian Chen, who was being embraced by his daughter. At this moment, he couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Last time, he had just asked this kid to take care of his daughter, and this was how he took care of her. Su Hu suppressed the urge to go to the imperial capital to settle accounts with Xian Chen and changed the subject to serious matters. Wangguang, has there been any abnormality with the evil spirits from the Magic City? No, everything is calm in the fallen demon land, calmer than at any time before. Sun Wangguang spoke gravely, showing no joy at this situation. Keep monitoring. Ma Hongkai, scatter all the purification wings in your hands and ensure everyone carries a 1,000-mile distress talisman so we can respond promptly to any disturbances. When it came to serious matters, Ma Hongkai nodded. Seriously, rest assured, General Su, the purification wings in my hands have already been scattered, monitoring every move in the fallen demon land. And in charge of the defense of the Magic City, Xiong Rua also spoke in a deep voice. General, the Demon Suppression Army's 12 gates have gathered a large number of civilian guilds and professionals, and they request to open the city gates. Su Hu spoke sternly, let them be quiet for now. There will be plenty of opportunities for battle later. I have a feeling that the actions of the evil spirits are not far off. Continue to monitor closely. Yes. The global discussion about Xian Chen had not yet ceased, and the 4 battles quickly reached the final one, which was the one everyone had been closely watching. Star Beauty Empire Theodore, level 49 Divine Warrior versus Huaxia Dongfangji, level 41 Judge. One was the strongest of the Star Beauty Empire, and the other was the golden-haired judge of Huaxia, full of grace. They were both popular contestants, and in an instant, the number of viewers for the global live broadcast reached its peak. In the battle space, the two stood facing each other. This was the first time Xian Chen had seen Theodore make a move. He stood firmly, gripping the spear that emitted a cold light, the battle patterns on his dark skin gradually awakening, causing his momentum to rise continuously. Dongfangji was equally unyielding. With a swing of her long sword, a holy attribute light sword judgment appeared above Theodore's head. The two did not engage in any probing. The battle began in a heated manner. The black-red light and the holy flames collided continuously, illuminating the entire battle space. This evenly matched fight made the spectators outside dare not blink, fearing they would miss a crucial moment. But Xian Chen shook his head. Dongfangji was defeated. This was not a battle in the real world, where various recovery potions could not be used, so Dongfangji's consumption clearly could not keep up with Theodore's pace. However, Theodore possessed a continuous recovery ability provided by the battle patterns on his body. Moreover, Xian Chen's keen perception noticed that Theodore seemed to gradually increase his strength during the battle. This was quite similar to his battle spirit. Finally, as Dongfangji fought until her last drop of blood, the result was revealed. Star Beauty Empire Theodore wins. Thus, the 4 battles involving a total of 9 people concluded, and Princess Lilia continued to have a bye. Xian Chen and Theodore, along with the other 2 countries' strong contenders, entered the top 4. Without giving anyone too long to rest, the new round of draws was completed quickly. It was uncertain whether there was any insider information, but Xian Chen did not clash with Theodore in advance. Star Beauty Empire Theodore, level 49 Divine Warrior versus Holy Empire Doris, level 41 Bloodcaster. The outcome of the battle still held no suspense. Doris's transformation skill as a Bloodcaster was decent, but even in her Blood Clan form, she could not shake Theodore's steady offensive. The battle ended in a similarly conventional manner. In the blink of an eye, the competition moved to the next match, which was also the one that everyone around the world was most concerned about. The Judge did not keep them in suspense and directly announced Huaxia Xianchen against Sakura Country Katoin. Upon hearing his name, Xianchen stepped onto the stage. This prompted Katoin, who had intended to greet him from behind, to hurry and follow. Sakura Country Katoin, level 41 Ghost Warrior versus Huaxia Xianchen, level 22 Commoner. In the global live broadcast, every time someone saw Xianchen's level information, it caused a wave of toothaches, especially among everyone in Huaxia. They all held their breath, focusing intently on the screen, vowing that this time they would not miss a single detail. As soon as he entered the battle space, Katoin bowed obsequiously and eagerly flattered Xianchen-san. Before Katoin could finish his sentence, a blue light appeared in his eyes. Little did they know that the so-called civilized people of Huaxia wouldn't even give others a chance to speak. The astonishment in his eyes magnified, and no matter how he defended with the katana in his hand, it was still of no use. Xianchen wins. Once again, a clean and decisive victory finally eased the hearts of Huaxia. This is really too strong. I admit, I was previously narrow-minded. Our Huaxia's higher-ups really know how to choose their people. How did Xianchen do it? Is he really that powerful? Killing with just one move? I can only say he's too strong. Besides Princess Lilia's battle, I've never seen anyone who can take out their opponent in an instant. Yeah, maybe this time we have a chance at the championship. I think we shouldn't get our hopes up too high. I originally thought it would be enough to make it into the top 3. Now that we've reached our expected goal, we can just watch the upcoming matches seriously. Now, the top 3 of the new global competition have been announced: Xianchen, Theodore, and Princess Lilia. This made many small countries that had hopes for the top 3 sigh in admiration. After so many years, the dominant positions of Huaxia, the Holy Empire, and the Starry Beauty Empire are indeed not so easily shaken. Information about Xianchen has already reached the ears of the 13 nations through various channels, but only his performance during his time at Tsinghua University is known. Even though it's rumored that he possesses the strength to fight 100 and excels at instant kills, it still made Theodore of the Starry Beauty Empire very wary. At this moment, Xianchen was comfortably resting off the stage, chatting with the 3 women beside him. Of course, his hands were no longer his own, as they were forced to endure gentle squeezes. Xianchen at this moment didn't know what expression to wear to bear it all. Without letting Xianchen's arms suffer too much, the adjudicator immediately announced the start of the runner-up competition. He and Theodore would compete for the runner-up, and the winner would face Princess Lilia for the championship. The two entered the battle space without any hesitation, but Theodore's face was serious. Starry Beauty Empire Theodore level 49 Divine Warrior versus Huaxia Xianchen level 22 Commoner. The match began, and everyone around the world focused on this peak showdown. On one side was the seemingly endless power of the Divine Warrior, and on the other was the Commoner who could kill in an instant. This was destined to be a fierce battle. Theodore entered the battle space without any hesitation, his entire body releasing black energy, his momentum rising steadily, causing his already tower-like body to swell to 5 meters. At this moment, his strength was infinitely close to the 6th transformation. Feeling the explosive power within him, Theodore confidently looked at Xianchen, his voice buzzing. Huaxia person, this divine summoning move was originally a trump card prepared for Lilia. Now that it's given to you, you can consider it an honor to die. The spectators outside were equally shocked by Theodore's explosion of power. The divine summoning of the Starry Beauty Empire requires extremely harsh conditions, only able to be performed by perfectly matching their deity. Indeed, the 3 strongest empires are not to be underestimated. It all depends on how Xianchen will respond. Lilia watched Theodore, who suddenly burst forth with astonishing power, with interest. Also surprised, it turns out Little Black has been hiding quite deep. I didn't expect his compatibility with the Starry Beauty Empire's night god Liboka to be so high. It probably won't be long before his level catches up to mine. However, Lilia didn't care at all. Under her blood god technique, no matter how strong Little Black is, it wouldn't matter. Her gaze was completely focused on the blood-red scythe in Xianchen's hand. The discussions outside did not disturb Xianchen. Seeing his opponent's strength suddenly rise to the 6th level, he couldn't help but nod. This opponent was certainly smarter than the 2 he had instant-killed earlier, at least able to reveal his own means. Xuanchen's Kanglin Shirling Slash only lasts 2 minutes under the distortion of time, capable of instantly killing his opponent, and he is too lazy to test the entanglement. He raises his hand for the strongest strike. The terrifying blue light that had just annihilated everyone reappears. When Theodore truly faces this blow, his confidence crumbles in an instant. At this moment, he realizes that even with a part of Liboka's divine power, he can only watch helplessly as the blue light engulfs him. Boom! The blue light disregards any form of defense, and under hundreds of thousands of damage, Theodore's body is blasted away like a cannonball, his health plummeting to 0. At the same time, a layer of light blue aura surrounds him. Ha! Xianchen is surprised. He actually didn't die? Theodore struggles to get up, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? With nearly 6th transition strength, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent and triggered the protection of Liboka, the god of night. This was a blessing he received when accepting the divine inheritance, allowing him to be immune to a fatal blow once Xianchen is astonished while the high-ranking officials of the Qingmei Empire stand up. Another strike. Just one strike could kill the opponent. Is this Huaxia person really that strong? If it weren't for Theodore's protection from the god of night, he might have died. After rolling over, Theodore quickly distances himself from Xianchen. At the same time, several battle runes detach from his body, continuously restoring his health. Xianchen doesn't want to waste time. With a light tap on the ground, he suddenly bursts into the air, charging towards Theodore. With his strength and agility, there is no way Theodore can evade. A massive sound of breaking air erupts, and Theodore, in shock, lets out a low growl of anger. His spear bursts with red light, and all the battle runes surge into it. In an instant, the spear's brilliance intensifies, transforming into a giant blood arrow several meters long. Crimson light piercing strike. Theodore grits his teeth, his face contorted in a near-twisted expression, using all his strength to hurl the light arrow. Fiercely, he believes that after that blue light attack, Xianchen can no longer unleash it. Now that his strongest strike has been unleashed, this Huaxia person, with only level 22 attributes, absolutely cannot withstand it. This battle can only end in his victory. Everyone watches the screen nervously. Whether it was Xianchen's sudden flight or Theodore's spear several meters long, they dare not be distracted. Yet Xianchen seems oblivious, facing the crimson spear head-on. Just as the spear approaches his body, he suddenly transforms into a blue dragon, completely evading the strike. Theodore's eyes widen in shock. This is a guaranteed hit skill. Why didn't it work? Why did the opponent not take any damage? Once Xianchen closes in, no matter how much health Theodore has, it is useless. With a gentle swing of the scythe, Theodore instantly turns into light and disappears. Xianchen wins. Damn. We won. I didn't expect Xianchen to be this strong. Yeah. When I saw Theodore's sudden surge in power, I thought Xianchen would lose, but he still won. This time, maybe we can compete for the championship. Xianchen's victory ignites a frenzy in Huaxia, with discussions about him flooding the internet. No one doubts Xianchen's strength anymore, especially after he flew and unleashed a lightning strike after transforming into a giant dragon. This undoubtedly reveals the terror of his four-dimensional attributes. To fly, one must at least master it at the 5th transition, and only at the 6th transition can it be skillfully utilized in battle. This is also why the 6th transition is called a king-level powerhouse, because they can look down on all opponents from the sky. And with the ability to unleash such flying speed, Xianchen's attributes are definitely not lower than the 6th transition. At this moment, any perceptive professional from the 13 nations present would understand this truth. Huaxia has hidden too deeply. After Xianchen left the battle space and calmly walked back to the viewing area, he had not yet had the chance to continue facing the pressure from Suing Shan and Qi Mengyu when he saw a familiar figure. Oh, Uncle Kong, what brings you here? It was none other than Kongwu from the Qin family. He didn't even know how he had managed to slip into the tightly guarded battle platform area. The Qin family's connections were indeed extensive. However, Kongwu ignored Xianchen's surprise and spoke with a blank expression. Xianchen, I came to deliver a message from the young lady. Xianchen quickly focused, eager to know how Mohan had been recently. She asked me to tell you that she has seen your grace in the global competition, and she is very satisfied. Suddenly, Xianchen felt a bad premonition, his face stiffening as he scanned the surrounding cameras. The young lady also said that if you can't win the championship this time and become the most notable person, she will come out and beat you to death. Xianchen froze. For Qin Mohan to say something like beat you to death, it was enough to indicate her dissatisfaction. However, from what Xianchen understood, she wasn't truly angry. Because the conditions she set weren't really conditions for him winning the championship. Wasn't that just a matter of having the ability? Xianchen smiled wryly. She still hoped, as always, that he would become the center of attention. Well, it seemed he had another reason to aim for the championship this time. After delivering the message, Kongwu turned to leave, leaving Xianchen's desire to inquire about Mohan's news unfulfilled. Suing Shan and Qi Mengyu approached together, looking at the departing stranger in black. Who was that just now? Xianchen came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing. Seeing the two girls about to step forward again, he quickly stopped their movements, glancing around nervously. There are a lot of people now. Let's be mindful of the impact. Oh. The two girls stopped in disappointment. They had already grown accustomed to this gesture over the past few days, wrapping their arms around Xianchen gave them an indescribable sense of security. It was as if he had some kind of magic about him that captivated and enchanted them. However, Qi Mengyu's eyes suddenly lit up. So when there are fewer people, can we hug again? Xianchen % at #Yuan. Next up was the finals, the ultimate battle between Huaxia and the Holy Empire. More people gathered on the high platform. Xianchen casually glanced over and noticed a familiar middle-aged man with a square face appearing beside Dongfang. Xing. He didn't expect him to come as well. This man was none other than Ouyang Genua, the public leader from Huaxia. He was also the current head of the Ouyang family and the father of Ouyang Ku. At this moment, a group of people stood respectfully beside him, but he exuded a righteous and friendly aura. When he caught sight of Xianchen, he looked at him with the kind eyes of an elder towards a junior, nodding in approval. Xianchen, however, turned away nonchalantly and chatted with the Few girls. His disrespectful action infuriated the Ouyang family members. But this did not cause Ouyang Genoa any displeasure. On the contrary, he casually spoke to Dongfang Xing. Director Dongfang, is that person our Huaxia's strongest this time? He really has a personality. Dongfang Xing nodded in agreement. Yes, that is Xian. Shun. Oh, and Ouyang family head, I hope you will keep a close watch on the Ouyang family members going forward so they don't interfere with Xin anymore to avoid any unpleasantness later on. This is not what I want to see. Moreover, the young lady does not want to see such things happen. Initially, Ouyang Genoa did not pay much attention, but upon hearing Dongfang Xing mention the young lady, he suddenly became serious. Rest assured, those are just children's games. I will make them stop. And Ouyang Genoa only pretended not to care on the surface. In reality, he had placed great importance on Xianchen, ranking him at the highest level. If there were indeed further conflicts between the two sides, this child absolutely could not be left alive. After all, he was already this strong at level 22. Once he truly grew up, who knows what he would become. This was even more astonishing than the previous champion of Huaxia, the 18-year-old Dongfang Shi at the 6th transition. At this moment, Xuanchen's mind also flashed through the information about Ouyang Genoa. He could be considered the most harmless person in the Ouyang family, seemingly lacking any sharpness. Silently managing the rear for Huaxia, supplying materials to the demon suppression army, while balancing the relationships between various forces in the extraordinary world. But how could a harmless person reach such heights and become a visible leader of Huaxia? The power structure of Huaxia, at the birth of the evil demons and the beginning of the extraordinary era, was led by the big shots of the demon suppression army, who took charge of all affairs, managing both military and internal politics. However, as time progressed, those military big shots with the greatest power lost interest in managing internal affairs. They only wanted to charge into battle, fighting for Huaxia in the world of evil demons. So later, this group of brutes separated military and political affairs, supporting specialized individuals to handle internal politics. Xianchen also didn't know how to evaluate this decision to separate the military from politics. The benefits were obvious. The demon suppression army only needed to focus all their energy on dealing with the evil demons and purifying the fallen lands. The downsides, however, had yet to show themselves. As long as the demon suppression army possessed the strongest power, the power division and internal strife caused by the separation of military and politics would never arise. After all, humanity's ultimate enemy was still the evil demons. Subsequently, leaders from the 13 nations took the stage, delivering a series of unnutritious speeches. It was nothing more than stating that humanity was now strong, and the evil demons were not to be feared, encouraging more people to venture into the fallen lands to seek opportunities and contribute to the fight against the evil demons. Just as those watching the live broadcast were starting to feel drowsy, finally, the adjudicator responsible for the match appeared. The final match of the global competition begins. The Holy Empire's Lilia versus Huaxia's Xianchen. For the long-awaited battle, everyone perked up, and supporters online were already in an uproar. Whether it was Lilia or Xianchen, no one could see through their strength. Both could end the battle in the shortest time possible. Lilia was the bloodline king with the most supporters in this world competition. And although Xianchen was just a level 22 commoner with the attributes he displayed while flying, his strength could definitely rival that of a 6th transition. As the two took the stage, Prince Dracula of the Holy Empire unexpectedly spoke up. Director Dongfang, which country do you think will win the championship this time? Dongfang Xing looked at the inexplicably conversing Prince Dracula, remaining calm. Oh, I wonder what insights you have, Your Highness. Dracula, holding a piece of white silk cloth, wiped the corner of his mouth. I mean, no offense, I just think that whether the Holy Empire or Huaxia wins, it won't affect the friendly relations between our two countries. Since this is the final match, how about we make a bet? Hearing Prince Dracula's words, Dongfang Xing was clearly taken aback. It seemed he had quite a bit of confidence in Princess Lilia. Just right, he also had considerable confidence in Xianchen. Xuanchen's ability to strike down heaven and earth with a single attack. A 6th transition Lilia would definitely not be able to withstand. Thinking of this, Dongfang Xing also showed an interested expression. What shall we bet on? Simple, we bet on the outcome. If Princess Lilia wins, I hope she can enter your esteemed school to challenge the Eternal Tower, and if Xianchen wins, we will provide a legendary level piece of equipment. Items at the legendary level are all valuable yet rare. The Holy Empire's condition is still quite good. Dongfang Xing understood that the people of the Holy Empire seemed to have a certain obsession with challenging the Eternal Tower. There had already been several instances where they paid a high price to enter the tower. However, Dongfang Xing still shook his head in refusal. No, the Eternal Tower is very important to our Jinghua University, and we cannot lend it to other schools casually, unless. Upon hearing Dongfang Xing mention unless, Prince Dracula, forgetting everything else, quickly asked, unless what? Unless the wager becomes the divine dust bestowed by your Holy Empire. Prince Dracula was taken aback. Even in their Holy Empire, divine dust was a precious treasure, because it could elevate legendary equipment to mythical equipment. Therefore, its value absolutely exceeded that of challenging the Eternal Tower. This gave Dracula a headache. He indeed had a piece of divine dust sealed away. However, if Princess Lilia could obtain the legendary miracle of life through the Eternal Tower, then this price wouldn't be too much. Moreover, Princess Lilia could not possibly lose. Thinking of this, Dracula decisively nodded. Alright, I agree. Dongfang Xing was even more surprised. Where did Dracula get such confidence? Just as Xian Chen was about to enter the battle space, a sudden fragrant breeze swept in, and in the blink of an eye, Lilia's flawless face was right in front of him as she whispered, Xian Chen, how about we make a deal? Xian Chen remained unmoved, not glancing aside. What deal? Now, with a global live broadcast, everyone was dumbfounded to see the two getting intimate before the match even started. Many of Lilia's loyal fans were heartbroken. Meanwhile, everyone at Tsinghua University who knew Xian Chen was equally powerless to complain. This guy really could attract beautiful women wherever he went. He was simply a goddess killer. But Xian Chen had his own troubles. He couldn't dare show any expression, especially since Emohan might be watching. Lilia didn't care about Xian Chen's indifference. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, I want that scythe of yours. In exchange, I'll secretly let you win the championship later. How about it? Lilia had seen Xian Chen's moves a few times, especially that red, menacing scythe, which suited her as a beautiful girl perfectly. So she made a decision that went against her father's orders. She wanted it. She thought Xian Chen would be overjoyed to agree. After all, winning this championship again meant a lot for Huaxia. But to her disappointment, Xian Chen remained unmoved, calmly shaking his head. Not really, I'll win the championship myself. I don't agree to your exchange. Xian Chen's response instantly extinguished the cute smile that had been on Lilia's face. She stared at Xian Chen, her blood-red eyes flashing with anger. This was the first time in her life someone had rejected her, especially after she had generously offered a condition. Let you be stubborn for now, you'll be begging for my agreement later. Lilia turned and coldly flew into the battle space, while Xian Chen followed indifferently. This relieved many of Lilia's loyal followers. They had just seen Xian Chen and Princess Lilia so close and were genuinely worried that this Huaxia person might do something. It seemed they had overthought it. How could their princess possibly take a liking to a Huaxia person? Holy Empire Lilia level 61 Bloodline King versus Huaxia Xian Chen level 22 commoner. As they entered battle mode, Lilia seemed like a different person. Her sweet girl image vanished. When her sixth transformation power erupted, a blood-red glow surrounded her, presenting an enchanting beauty of blood. From a distance, she resembled a stunning flower, blooming in a pool of blood, beautiful yet deadly. Like Xian Chen, Lilia would never delay if she could resolve her opponent quickly. All she saw was the blood sword in her hand swinging in a cross, instantly sealing off the area around Xian Chen with an enormous blood-red swordlight, leaving him no way to evade. But Xian Chen showed no intention of dodging. He simply held the undying fate scythe in front of him with a calm demeanor. After a tremendous sound, the dust quickly settled. When Xian Chen's figure reappeared, he had not sustained any injuries at all, leaving all the spectators in disbelief. Previously, every opponent of Lilia had been killed in a single blow, yet Xian Chen not only appeared uninjured but even his casual attire showed no signs of wrinkling. Xian Chen looked relaxed. It couldn't be said that he was unscathed. He possessed invulnerability and indestructibility, and despite having high damage resistance, he still took several thousand points of damage, which was negligible compared to his health points. If it had been anyone else, they would have suffered tens of thousands in damage. No wonder her opponents had been killed instantly. This princess Lilia was indeed extraordinary. Just as Xian Chen was about to counterattack and end the battle early, Princess Lilia smiled. She was not angry that Xian Chen had withstood her strike. Instead, she revealed a calm smile as if victory was assured. Xian Chen, you are indeed strong. No wonder you would refuse me. But I wonder if you have heard of the blood sacrifice divine technique? Before Xian Chen could respond, some onlookers showed confusion, but soon someone seemed to realize something, and their expressions changed drastically. Dongfang Xing's face also turned grim as he looked at the composed Prince Dracula and coldly spoke, Dracula, you actually passed such a forbidden technique to Princess Lilia. The blood sacrifice divine technique was a unique forbidden skill of the Holy Empire. It could inflict equal lethal damage on enemies marked for blood sacrifice by sacrificing one's own life limit. Moreover, this sacrificed health was permanent. Such an extreme method of attack was usually only used in the most desperate situations. But in the simulated battle space, Lilia clearly had no such concerns. In response to Dongfang Xing's questioning, Dracula was in a good mood. The victory was already decided. He looked at the murderous Dongfang Xing and continued, Director Dongfang, please prepare to close the Eternal Tower for a while. Our princess will head there after the competition. The battle isn't over yet. You shouldn't be too happy too soon. Dongfang Xing replied stiffly, but his confidence was clearly lacking. He truly did not know what means Xian Chen had. Aside from knowing his attacks were high, he had no other information. It seemed that he was also quite favored by women, but he didn't know if that counted. In the battle space, Xian Chen came to his senses, while Lilia was full of herself. Xian Chen's earlier refusal had displeased her, and she wanted to see if he would still be so stubborn. Xian Chen, as a bloodline king, I now possess 1.5 million health points. When I activate the blood sacrifice divine technique, you won't be able to withstand this million damage. Now, will you agree to me? Damn. A million damage, what kind of exaggerated skill is that? Moreover, isn't it already considered good for a 6th turn powerhouse to have several 100,000 health points? Why does Princess Lilia have so much health? Those watching the livestream were well informed. This is a unique forbidden technique of their holy empire, and only a very few meet the conditions to learn it. It's a divine skill that exchanges blood for blood. And the Bloodline King profession of the Holy Empire has a special skill that allows them to absorb the health of others, increasing their own life limit, which is why their health is so high. Wow! Doesn't that mean they will keep absorbing and inevitably become the strongest person in this world? Theoretically, yes. But the Bloodline King, this hidden profession, is extremely difficult to emerge, and at the same time, those who can become their targets for bloodsucking are also quite rare fixed special professions, so it's not as easy as you think. However, this does not affect the fact that those who can become Bloodline Kings are destined to be among the most powerful beings in humanity. The viewers in Huaxia watching the live broadcast have already begun to analyze rationally, and their hearts couldn't help but rise. They understood the perversion of the blood sacrifice divine art and no longer felt that Xianchen could withstand it. With over 1 million damage, what could he use to counter it? But the Holy Empire and Lilia's loyal followers didn't pay any attention to the 1.5 million damage at all. The live broadcast had already exploded. Princess Lilia has already asked that question to Xianchen for the second time. Yes, I noticed that question too. What exactly is he agreeing to? Isn't this Huaxia person just relying on his good looks? A bit stronger? Besides that, what else does he have? Why doesn't Princess Lilia ask me? If she asks me, I will definitely agree. Obviously, most people's topics had already strayed, and they were no longer focused on the outcome of the match. They were eager to know how Xianchen, who was being pressed by the princess, would respond. And they really wanted to know, what exactly was he agreeing to? I do not agree. Xianchen looked at his current panel, character, Xianchen level 22 profession. Commoner basic attributes, strength 5460 plus 100 plus 400, constitution 2480 plus 100 plus 120, agility 2260 plus 100 plus 200, spirit 2640 plus 100 plus 240 plus 140, attack power 10440, health 648000/648000, mana 31200/31200, skills, hidden insight, exclusive, blood prison judgment passive. Unmatched, mythical, indestructible, mythical, soul of battle, mythical, divine protection, mythical, soul shudder, mythical, judgment of the victor, mythical, blessing of the love god, mythical, blade of silence, mythical. With such a panel, he didn't know how he could lose. Not to mention that the scythe of immortal fate was impossible to give, and the opponent had no hope of winning at all. He just felt that the other party was still talking, and he suddenly felt it would be a bit impolite to strike. Otherwise, sealing her with the soul-devouring slash would leave her completely mute, and any skills would be useless. But winning the match this way might be a bit dishonorable and could easily lead to being scolded. Since that was the case, he chose the way Princess Lilia was most confident in to determine the outcome, which would just waste a few more seconds. Upon hearing Xianchen's refusal, Lilia also lost her patience, her originally somewhat expectant little face showing dissatisfaction. In that case, just die obediently. After saying that, Lilia lightly pointed with her slender finger, and an invisible bloodline connected the two of them out of thin air. In his 2 lifetimes, Xianchen had never been targeted by the Holy Empire's blood sacrifice divine art. When the invisible bloodline established a connection with him, he distinctly felt a strange power suddenly surge from the depths of his soul, which was quite a novel sensation. Lilia did not hesitate to initiate, exclaiming, "Blood sacrifice divine art!" Buzz! The entire battle space emitted a strong buzzing sound, and Lilia's originally full health rapidly decreased at an astonishing speed, losing a full 1 million in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the battle space was enveloped in a dazzling red glow. The figures of the two were completely submerged in the blood color. On the high platform, Prince Dracula remained calm and relaxed, leaning back in his chair. The situation was already decided. However, after a few moments, Dracula frowned, showing a look of confusion. The spectators outside were equally puzzled. Why had the result of the battle space not yet been displayed? At this moment, Lilia's flawless face changed completely as she looked at Xianchen, who seemed to have suffered little damage. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why do you have over 1 million health points? She couldn't believe it. Who besides the noble bloodline could possess such health? In shock, Lilia quickly thought of something, convinced that Xianchen was merely putting on a brave front, that his health must be running low. Yes, it had to be that way. Lilia pressed down with her fingers, blood sacrifice divine technique. This time, Lilia unleashed even more power, leaving only the last drop of her own blood. The heart-pounding blood light ignited again, erupting with over 500,000 massive damage. But after the new wave of blood energy spread, Lilia was completely dumbfounded. Why had Xianchen not been defeated yet? Everyone watching from outside was equally bewildered. The blood sacrifice divine technique had been described as earth-shattering, with damage in the millions, so how could it end up like this? The crowd exchanged glances. The dignitaries from various countries on the high platform also reacted. Prince Dracula, unable to maintain his noble demeanor, suddenly stood up from his seat, exclaiming loudly, "How is this possible? A total of 1.5 million damage. Even a king-level powerhouse couldn't withstand that. How had this Huaxia person done it?" Dongfang Xing looked at the unharmed Xianshan and let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that the kid hadn't lost. However, after realizing what this meant, shock also flashed in Dongfang Xing's eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye understood that Princess Lilia's blood sacrifice divine technique had not been in vain. The 1.5 million damage had indeed landed on Xianshan. Yet he still stood in the arena, leaving only one possibility. Xianshan's health had exceeded 1.5 million. Once this reasoning was clear, no one's eyes were devoid of shock. This Xianshan's attributes were no less than a 6th transition powerhouse, and his attack was frighteningly high. How could his health be so astonishing, surpassing even the 6th transition bloodline king of the Holy Empire? In reality, it wasn't that complicated. Xianshan glanced at the triggered blessing of the god of love. Blessing of the god of love triggered, increasing health by 160%. Current characters: Suingshan, Heart's Desire, 100%. Dongfang Ji, Familiarity at First Sight, 20%. Qi Mengyue, Mutual Affection, 40%. Since all three women were present at the finals, the blessing of the god of love had already descended. With various bonuses, he possessed 1,684,800 health points, just exceeding Lilia's 1.5 million health. One could only say it was a stroke of luck. Now, this little lowly from the Holy Empire was completely dumbfounded, and Xianshan had lost the desire to continue bullying her. With a casual wave, Lilia, with only a drop of blood left, transformed into white light, and the battle ended. Huaxia Xianshan wins. When the result of the victory truly appeared, everyone fell into a sense of unreality. The Princess Lilia, who had been considered the likely victor by most before the match, had actually lost? Our Huaxia has won the championship. Yeah. Why is this Xianshan so strong? He's only level 22. Although I said earlier that Xianshan would win, I was just joking. I didn't expect it to really happen. Compared to Huaxia, the other countries were left in stunned silence by this result. The loyal followers of the Holy Empire simply couldn't believe that their strongest Princess Lilia would lose. Countless voices in the live broadcast were already calling for a rematch. Because the entire battle had been so absurd, it seemed that only Princess Lilia had made a few moves, while Xianshan hadn't even moved, just waved his hand casually, and the result was decided? No matter how the outside world argues, the outcome has already been decided. All the leaders of the 13 nations present in the arena have sharp eyes and have begun to step forward to congratulate Huaxia. The leaders of the Qingmei Empire and the people from Manhwa country beside him exchanged helpless glances, realizing the situation. Huaxia's dominance over the years is indeed not so easily shaken, especially for Manhwa country. They recently lost their national treasure, and many clues pointed to Huaxia. However, they did not have the courage to question, as there was no clear evidence. Now they have started to make contact with the Qingmei Empire, which is more than willing to do so. Prince Dracula, what about our bet? At this moment, director Dongfang Xing smiled brightly. As expected, Xianshan was able to create miracles. Prince Dracula did not play tricks and accepted the bet. Although his heart was bleeding, he still took out the divine dust sealed in a crystal device. Here. But afterwards, our Princess Lilia will have to pay a price to enter the Eternal Tower. Dongfang Xing took the thumb-sized crystal, inside which floated a particle of colorful light, the divine dust. He was in a good mood and directly nodded in agreement. No problem. As long as your payment is in place, the Eternal Tower can still be opened. For you. Dracula sighed. He originally thought he could win through Lilia and then take advantage of Tsinghua University's Eternal Tower for free. Unexpectedly, he not only failed to take advantage but instead lost a particle of divine dust. He was in a very bad mood. The global competition has come to a pause here, and its original intention was to showcase to the world how powerful the golden generation of humanity is, to encourage more people to join the ranks of professionals and contribute to the fight against evil. Xianshan still had no interest in the subsequent awards, but thinking that Imohan might still be watching, he could only stay and wait for the award ceremony to arrive. Uncle Kong, has the message been delivered? Yes, Mississippi. Go to the Wind Whisper Sacred Domain. I am preparing for the next round of inheritance. Now that the people who needed to see have seen, Qin Mohan's bright star-like eyes were filled with reluctance. After looking at Xianshan, who was now the center of attention on the screen, Qin Mohan bit her lip tightly, suppressing her inner emotions, and turned to disappear into the shadows. At this moment, the leaders of the 13 nations watching the global live broadcast reacted. I didn't expect Huaxia to be the champion again. Although it was somewhat unexpected, it seems to be within reason. Did you notice that the signal seems to be getting worse? It does seem that way. Among the 13 nations, the signals from the smaller countries quickly began to disappear one by one from the global broadcast. Buzz. Xuanshan's expression changed as he suddenly took out a receiver from his pocket. He had a bad feeling. because the only person who could contact him this way was General Su. As he solemnly picked up the receiver, the leaders of the 13 nations on the high platform made the same move. They could not care less about the speech they were giving. Facing the entire world, their expressions changed drastically. Some people from the smaller countries were even in a daze, stumbling and unable to steady themselves. Xuanzhen's heart sank. He sighed inwardly, not expecting the worst had finally come. The demonic chaos in the abyss of demons had erupted, and the 13 nations were facing a crisis of demonic annihilation. Moreover, according to the intelligence sent by General Su, the era of full-scale war with the demons had already arrived, because 10 of the 13 nations had already been completely destroyed. The leaders of those smaller countries on the high platform all turned pale. They had never imagined that when they came to Huaxia everything was fine, but now they could not go back. Their homes were gone. Especially the leaders of Yinghua country, they were in the worst luck imaginable. As the only existence besides the 3 strongest empires that possesses a national artifact, if their Yata no Kagami were still intact, perhaps they could withstand the fierce onslaught of the evil spirits this time. But now that they have lost their national artifact, they face only one outcome: annihilation. Before them, apart from Huaxia, the Holy Empire, and the Qingmei Empire, all other nations will gradually cease to exist. After being tainted by the evil spirits, the survivors of their nations have no choice but to enter the remaining 3 countries. On the high platform, Dongfang Xing's expression was grave, and all the leaders of the 13 nations turned to him. Dongfang Xing sighed inwardly. It was best for him to announce this news. He was an active figure among the 8-turn royal level powerhouses, and as he stepped forward, all the probing gazes focused on him, especially those present and those watching the global live broadcast who were still unaware of the truth fell silent. Dongfang Xing had no intention of hiding the truth. He spoke heavily. Everyone, we have just received news that 10 of the 13 nations remaining in our Blue Star have fallen into the abyss of demons, tainted by demonic energy. Our human living space has once again shrunk since ancient times. Now, we have nowhere to retreat. The full-scale war against the evil spirits has begun. Prepare to defend your homeland. Dongfang Xing's impassioned words shook countless people who were unaware of the truth. They never expected this day would finally come. Yet, even so, with his 8-turn royal-level authority, he quickly mobilized the remaining 3 countries. Fortunately, this was a global live broadcast, and the news spread rapidly to the surviving 3 nations. Countless professionals were mobilized and rushed to the front lines. At this moment, Xianzhen had lost the desire to stay here. He wanted to go to the demon city to see what was happening. The leaders of the 13 nations had already gone to negotiate the upcoming major issues. What Xianzhen did not expect was that Dongfang Xing appeared beside him, speaking gravely. Let's go, Mrs. Back. She wants to see you in room A1 of the treasure pavilion. After saying that, Dongfang Xing took Xianzhen, disregarding the ban of Jinghua University, and quickly flew into the academy. He had many urgent matters to attend to. If the situation worsened, all students might have to be mobilized to enter the abyss of demons. After that, their learning environment would no longer be in the safe instances of the academy but on the dangerous borders. Although Xianzhen was anxious about the situation at the front lines of the demon city, according to General Su's intelligence, no myth-level evil spirits had appeared yet, so he had to suppress his impatience. Moreover, with Dongfang Xi returning this time, perhaps he would have a way to challenge the final level of the Eternal Tower. This was an opportunity to obtain the seed of life. With his status as a professor, Xianzhen moved freely in the treasure pavilion and entered the A1 room of the academy that had never been opened before. When he pushed the door open, a woman in golden attire, or rather, Dongfang Xi, was inside. She still wore the phoenix mask, concealing her face that could bring disaster to the nation. Upon seeing Xianzhen, she spoke coldly, "Come here." Xianzhen had no time to ask questions and could only follow Dongfang Xi's instructions. "What's wrong, big sister?" A cold glint appeared in Dongfang Xi's eyes, and Xianzhen clearly felt the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. He quickly changed his words. She sister, is this okay?" Dongfang Xi's expression was somewhat unnatural. It seemed that Xianzhen already knew her identity. "Less nonsense, put your hand out and place it on this mirror." Dongfang Xi remained stunningly beautiful as she took out a mirror adorned with intricate patterns, emanating a mysterious light. Xianzhen looked at it curiously, but his attention was not on the mirror. Instead, he noticed that despite her cold demeanor, she had already triggered the blessing of the goddess of love. Blessing of the goddess of love triggered. Increasing health by 40%. Current character, Dongfang Xi. Aspirations of affection, 40%. Unexpectedly, their relationship had reached this level. Xianzhen boldly placed his hand on the mirror. Dongfang Xi explained coldly, "This is the national artifact of the Sakura country, the Yata mirror. I will now use it to awaken your profession once again." Hearing this, Xianzhen was taken aback. He recalled the information he had just seen about the national artifact of the Sakura country being lost, resulting in the fall of the entire region. It turned out that it was Dongfang Xi's doing. Xianzhen felt a mix of emotions, not expecting Dongfang Xi to go to such lengths for him. "Calm your mind, focus." As Dongfang Xi spoke, the Yata mirror in Xianzhen's palm shone brightly, and the scene of his previous awakening reappeared. A humanoid shadow appeared above his head, but this time it was no longer a colorless, misty figure. It transformed into a golden light, radiating immense power. Xian Shen was overjoyed. Indeed, his profession should not be such a lowly one, and Dongfangshi also showed a smile. It seemed that bringing the Yada mirror to Xian Shen was the right decision. He truly would not be a common profession. However, crack crack, snap, hearing the strange sounds, Xian Shen had a bad premonition. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the Yada mirror in his palm shattered into pieces, while the awakening shadow that had been shining with golden light fell silent once more. This situation left Xian Shen somewhat dazed. Is this a failure? Yes. Dongfangshi looked deeply at Xian Shen, a flicker of shock crossing her face as she incredulously said, the only possibility for this situation is, that is, the Yada mirror does not have the qualification to awaken your profession. In this case, even Dongfangshi did not know how to evaluate it. Could it be that the national artifact, which gathered the fortune of the entire Sakura country, was not qualified to awaken Xian Shen's profession? What exactly was his profession? Did such a powerful hidden profession really exist? Xian Shen felt a bit disappointed, but not too much. After all, he had mostly grown through passive means, and without the awakening of a profession, he did not feel much loss. By the way, what about the broken Yada mirror? Dongfangshi, however, did not even glance at the shattered pieces on the ground and casually said, if it's broken, then it's broken. I never intended to return it anyway. Xian Shen could only smile. Really, he had to admit it was quite domineering. With this matter resolved, Xian Shen immediately brought up the main topic, his gaze intense. I didn't expect Dean Dongfangshi to be so efficient. I just won the championship and he helped me contact you. Dongfangshi looked puzzled. He didn't contact me. But what do you need from me? At this, Xian Shen quickly realized that he seemed to have been tricked by Dongfangshi into winning the championship for free. He didn't even need him to help contact her. Dongfangshi was already planning to return. After figuring this out, Xian Shen felt a bit frustrated. That old fox. Next time they met, he wouldn't let him off without paying a price for helping him win the championship. Although he had to win due to Mo Han's request, Dongfangshi had not offered any reward at all. Xian Shen stopped pondering and looked at Dongfangshi, who had asked the question, and stated his purpose. In fact, I want to challenge the last level of the Eternal Tower, but I lack the necessary conditions to open it. Dean Dongfangshi said you have a way. Dongfangshi's beautiful eyes froze again. You passed all 35 levels before this? Yes. Upon receiving Xian Shen's affirmative response, Dongfangshi fell into silence. She had just returned and clearly did not know that Xian Shen had already challenged to the 35th level. As a former top player, she knew very well what lay within. The Eternal Tower, with a total of 36 levels, had exponentially increasing difficulty at each level. This Xian Shen was truly a monster. Dongfangshi did not refuse and spoke gravely. The 36th floor can indeed be opened, but it requires the family master token of our Dongfang family. And our family master token has been lost in the center of the divine abandonment for 10 years. At this point, Dongfangshi paused slightly, and she quickly thought that letting Xian Shen enter the challenge might help them retrieve the family token. Xian Shen also recalled the map marking of the divine abandonment. Its central area had always been closed off and inaccessible. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Dongfangshi spoke again. Xian Shen, I can help you open the core area of the divine abandonment later. The situation there is a bit special. If you can help me retrieve the family master token, you will be the greatest benefactor of our Dongfang family. Whether it's challenging the Eternal Tower or anything else, I will fulfill your wishes. No need to be so formal, I will definitely agree. Xian Shen replied without a second thought, which softened Dongfangshi's gaze. Xian Shen was already impatient and hurriedly said, then let's go now. But, buzz. The single-line communication belonging to General Su rang again. The Demon Suppression Army in Magic City is facing an unsolvable myth-level evil spirit and urgently needs support. This made Xian Shen smile. Rightly, he was still a student, and the plans he had made earlier had not even been executed yet. How did everything suddenly get thrown into chaos? The evil spirits were simply unreasonable, directly igniting a world-shattering war. He didn't even know if this had anything to do with him. This disaster really couldn't have come at a worse time. Dongfangshi also received the news. She calmly instructed, you go to the Demon Suppression Army first, I will make some preparations and then head to Magic City with you. After saying that, Dongfangshi disappeared from the room. Xian Shen had nothing to prepare. He hurriedly made his way to the Demon Suppression Army in the Imperial capital. As soon as he arrived in the special area, a responsible officer from the Demon Suppression Army came forward to salute. General Su asked me to wait for you. Everything is ready, and we can fly to Magic City immediately. Wait a moment. Just as Xian Shen finished speaking, a figure in gold and green appeared before him. It was Dongfangshi, along with the Dean of the Archery Academy, the gentle and elegant Qi Mengyan, who was also Qi Mengyue's sister. This time, apart from the necessary defenses, almost all the 6 transformation king-level powerhouses from Jinghua University had been dispatched. Since both Xian Shen and Dongfangshi chose Magic City, Dongfangshi only arranged for Qi Mengyan to accompany them. Oh, Xian, I didn't expect you to be going with us too? Qi Mengyan, upon receiving the mission, immediately rushed to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in the imperial capital with the cool, golden-clad woman beside her, only to encounter a familiar face here. Xian nodded. Time was pressing, and he spoke to the officer in charge of the Demon Suppression Army. Arrange for takeoff. Yes, General. The few of them wasted no time and boarded the plane immediately. At this moment, the gentle Qi Mengyan finally realized that she had just called Xian classmate, but how had he become a general of the Demon Suppression Army? At this time, the special plane took off. The imperial capital was located in the heart of the land, and there was still some distance to the easternmost edge of Magic City. Qi Mengyan's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she occasionally glanced at Xian. Unlike Qi Manhwa, she had a naturally gentle and graceful personality, and even if she had questions, she would not actively ask. The atmosphere among the three on the special plane was somewhat quiet, and Dongfang she was the first to break the silence, tossing a crystal bottle to Xian. This is the divine gift dust. Dongfang Xing asked me to pass it to you as your champion reward. Divine gift dust. Upon hearing this name, Xian instantly perked up. This was a divine object that could upgrade legendary equipment to myth-level equipment. Chen examined the divine gift dust in the crystal bottle, and his dissatisfaction with Dongfang Xing completely vanished. This old fox seems to be quite decent. Right now, he was equipped entirely with either legendary or myth-level gear. Currently, the lower-level item is the Ring of Spiritual Eyes, which is only a 5-star epic. Its attached attributes are also decent, adding a 20% physical critical hit rate and a 50% physical critical hit damage. Although the critical hit rate is somewhat useless for Xian, the critical hit damage attribute is still good, so he has always wanted to change it, but there hasn't been a suitable one. This time, it depends on whether the evil spirits can provide the special ring equipment he desires. As for the divine dust, let's hold on to it for now. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The evil spirits are in a great riot. There are too many. We can't hold them. Don't leave any positions outside. Everyone retreat to the Fire Noon Gate. The Demon Suppression Army outside District 12 abandon all positions and retreat to the nearest city gate. The entire Demon Suppression Army in the Demon City was mobilized. They had gradually abandoned the positions outside District 12, relying on the city's defense system to hold their ground. But the evil spirits surged like an endless tide, recklessly assaulting the city defenses. At this moment, whether it was the Demon Suppression Army or other civilian guild professionals, everyone was mobilized to join this endless tide of evil spirits. Battles and deaths unfolded every moment. When Xian arrived, he happened to run into General Su heading towards one of the gates. There was no time for pleasantries, and even upon seeing Dongfang Shi beside Xian, General Su immediately ordered, "You came just in time, hurry to the Ziang Gate. A myth-level evil spirit has appeared there, and it belongs to the mental category, which is quite tricky. Xiong Ruo is guarding over there." After speaking, Su, who changed direction and quickly headed to the Yangchen Gate for support, where there was also a 6-turn myth-level evil spirit that the Demon Suppression Army couldn't hold against. Hearing General Su's orders, Xian felt little urgency in his heart, because as long as they killed the high-level evil spirits, this riot would naturally ease. Let's go, we need to hurry, don't take too long. Xian led Dongfang Shi and Qi Mengyan flying swiftly towards the Ziang Gate. Qi Mengyan now knew Xuanshen's identity as a general, and with Dean Dongfang's special emphasis before leaving that the Demon Suppression Army should follow Xian, she did not hesitate. The three of them burst into speed, flying towards the Ziang Gate. Outside the Ziang Gate, black mist filled the sky. Among it, a humanoid black shadow obscured the sun hidden within. As he waved his arm, streams of demonic energy surged into the evil spirit army beneath him, boosting their attributes by at least 20%. When Xian arrived, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Besides the myth-level evil spirit hidden in the black mist, the other levels of evil spirits were simply endless. It could be said that legendary-level evil spirits were as common as dogs, and epic-level evil spirits were everywhere. Once rare high-level evil spirits were now recklessly assaulting the defenses of the Demon City as if they were free. This catastrophic assault was unfolding in every battle zone across Huaxia. Xian understood why 10 out of the 13 countries had perished overnight. If Huaxia, the Holy Empire, and the Xingmei Empire had no other means, their destruction would probably be just a matter of time. As for the matters behind, Xian did not dare to hesitate and instantly charged into the abyss of falling demons outside the city wall. His frost dragon mask covered his face, and he let out a cold roar. The dragon's might skill brought an interrupting effect to spellcasting, along with fear and trembling effects, which instantly silenced the evil spirits outside the Ziang Gate, causing many low-level evil spirits to turn and flee in the opposite direction. Xuanshen's current mental attribute of over 3,000 was a dimensional strike against the mental pressure of ordinary evil spirits. You cover me. I'm going to take down that myth-level evil spirit. After Xian appeared, he didn't even greet Xiong Ruo. Originally responsible for the city defense, Xiong Ruo was somewhat dumbfounded to see a figure recklessly charging into the midst of the evil spirits. But when he heard Xuanzhen's voice, he immediately turned to ecstasy and quickly ordered, "Everyone, go all out and unleash your abilities to protect the general." Yes, all the professionals on the city wall shouted in unison. The evil creatures before them were thrown into chaos under the pressure of the mysterious powerhouse, and they would not waste this great opportunity. Xuanzhen's figure in the air did not stop at all, and the 3,000-meter Kanglan domain instantly unfolded, doubling all attributes. He raised his hand towards the demonic shadow shrouded in black mist and unleashed the soul-devouring slash. The blue halo erupted, instantly dealing over 320,000 damage, while the sealing effect directly dispelled the black mist. Without the black mist covering him, a thin black-robed wizard suddenly appeared and began to fall. His expression was hard to discern, but a legendary evil creature quickly appeared beneath him, supporting his body. Without the amplification skills of this mythical evil creature, the attack power of the other ordinary evil creatures gradually weakened, and the many professionals from the Ziyang sect clearly felt the pressure decrease. Taking advantage of the moment to approach his opponent, Xianchen had already seen the attributes of the mythical evil creature. Soul Prison Sorcerer, level 61 rank, 5-star mythical health, 3 million skills. Although the skills were question marks, it still did not affect the hunt. After all, it was just 3 million health. Xuanzhen's Kanglan domain was in an active state, and the double-speed burst of his flight even created a sonic boom, propelling him towards the mythical evil creature like a comet. Standing on the legendary evil creature, the Soul Prison Sorcerer had a sinister expression. He could feel all his skills sealed. The wound from that previous slash still throbbed with pain. Enduring the pain, he coldly commanded, "Kill that human." This human did not stay obediently within the city defense but instead rushed into the army of evil creatures to seek death, and he would fulfill that. He had endless evil creatures around him. It was impossible for this human to kill him. Upon receiving the order, all the legendary evil creatures beside the Soul Prison Sorcerer launched their attacks, and colorful lights illuminated the entire sky above the demon city. Meanwhile, countless evil creatures from behind also charged towards Xuanzhen's position. With so much damage concentrated on Xianchen, the faces of those engaged in battle turned serious, unable to avoid worry. Next, it would depend on how Xianchen would respond. But he seemed to ignore the targeting and continued flying towards the Soul Prison Sorcerer. Kanglan instant. Just before the skill approached, Xianchen decisively activated his teleportation. The 3,000-meter teleportation distance made him vanish amidst a flurry of skills, and when he reappeared, he had already shaken off the encirclement of the surrounding evil creatures. Teleportation? The Soul Prison Sorcerer's expression turned ugly as he saw Xianchen flying towards him with great momentum and inexplicable panic rising in his heart. Quick! Stop him! The endless evil creatures did not give Xianchen a moment's pause, and the next round of explosive attacks came again. With so many damage skills focused on him, Xianchen would definitely enter the 5-second invincible state of the undying body in an instant. He remained calm. Now was not the time. Xianchen decisively charged towards the ground and unleashed the Frost Fury breakthrough against the numerous ordinary evil creatures. Transforming into a giant dragon once again negated all skills targeting him. Moreover, the deaths of dozens of ordinary evil creatures in a straight line triggered his death rhythm. All skills cooldowns were restored. Xianchen did not pause for a moment and activated teleportation again. Damn it! Why is it teleportation again? The Soul Prison Sorcerer was completely flustered. He had not expected someone to continuously use such a high-level spatial skill as teleportation. Qi Mengyan's longbow twanged, continuously shooting out slowing arrows to help Xianchen slow down the pursuit of the evil creatures behind him. But she realized she was overthinking. This group of evil spirits could only follow behind Xianchen. Their teleportation speed simply defied reason. Even Dongfang Shi, who considered herself familiar with Xianchen, was equally incredulous at this moment. She had originally planned to follow in Xianchen's footsteps, covering him as he flew towards the location of the mythological evil spirits. But now it seemed she couldn't keep up with such speed. Moreover, with the overwhelming number of evil spirits outside, she estimated that with her current strength she would likely be engulfed if she entered, leaving her with no way out. With ordinary monsters helping to refresh skill cooldowns, Xianchen finally approached the Spirit Prison Sorcerer. Seeing the murderous intent of the human, he spoke coldly, "Human, I can sense that the seal will soon be lifted, and when that happens, I will slowly play with you." After saying this, the Spirit Prison Sorcerer leaped into the gaping maw of the abyssal fish beneath him. The number of legendary evil spirits around increased, and there were no ordinary evil spirits in the sky to help him trigger the death rhythm. Xianchen remained calm, allowing various attacks to engulf him. This group of powerful evil spirits finally felt their skills hitting the enemy, and they were all overjoyed. This human was definitely doomed. Health dropped to 1%, triggering Undying Body, immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Current health 1%, Echo of Desperation triggered, attack power increased by 500%. Xianchen was waiting for the strongest phase. He had only 5 seconds and had to kill the Spirit Prison Sorcerer, hidden in the belly of the abyssal fish during this time. Otherwise, the danger would be his. The abyssal fish Xianshan had seen its attributes had only 2 million health. Now pressed for time. Xianshan instantly unleashed the recently refreshed soul-devouring slash. This time it was no longer damage in the hundreds of thousands under his strongest state combined with the critical damage bonus from his unparalleled ability. The damage was just over 2 million. With one strike the space trembled. The abyssal fish was directly sliced in half, turning into a sky of blood and flesh. The spirit prison sorcerer hidden inside it reappeared, his eyes filled with horror, seemingly wanting to scream, but his throat felt as if something was choking it, unable to make a sound. What kind of damage is this? He had specifically chosen the abyssal fish as his cover because it was the toughest among legendary evil spirits. However, its 2 million health vanished without a trace, without any resistance. All the legendary evil spirits around froze in their movements, the atmosphere solidified, they believed that anyone else would have died in that moment. What are you all standing there for? Kill him! The spirit prison sorcerer screamed hysterically. He was still in a sealed state. If that kind of attack landed on him a few times, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianshan had a clear target and completely ignored the countless attacks from the surrounding evil spirits. All damage was negated by his undying body. Time was of the essence. If Xianshan couldn't kill the opponent and move on to the next step, he might fall. Now, a second had already passed and Xianshan's massive, grim sight struck continuously. -626,400, -626,400, -626,400. After 3 attacks, the spirit prison sorcerer's black robe was tattered, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His health was only around 1 million left. But the 9-second ceiling effect was just ending. A flash of surprise crossed the spirit prison sorcerer's eyes, and black mist was released around him again. Damn human! I will make you die. With his roar, a dazzling halo appeared in front of him, suddenly pushing Xianshan's body away. The irresistible force caused Xianshan to stagger back, while behind him appeared a black hole containing endless destruction, trying to swallow him. However, Xianshan's thrown-back figure merely flipped over and vanished like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was once again in front of the spirit prison sorcerer. He coldly waved the scythe of immortal fate, which contained a blood-red cold gleam. A sense of life and death crisis emerged in the heart of the soul prison sorcerer. Without any hesitation, he suddenly opened a black energy shield, tightly wrapping his entire being. However, in the face of the final whisper, no defense was effective. Blood prison judgment. The bright red light shattered the shield along with the scythe of immortal fate, inflicting a 30% life deprivation plus a 10% execution effect from the soul severing slash. The soul prison sorcerer's health was instantly depleted, bursting forth a pile of items. Xianshan collected everything without even having time to check as the light of soul devouring illuminated. Kill the mythical creature, soul prison sorcerer. Soul devouring activated, strength plus 260, constitution plus 130, agility plus 240, spirit plus 320. Ding! Your level has risen to level 23. You have gained attribute boosts, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 12. Free attribute points to distribute, 15 points. Endless potential erupts, you gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent, you have gained a passive red myth extraction. Xianshan looked in astonishment at the suddenly increased attribute points after leveling up. He clearly remembered that previously, leveling up only granted 1 or 2 points, such pitiful numbers. Now it was actually double digits? It seemed that the awakening of the Yada mirror last time was not in vain. At least it had transformed him from a commoner into a super commoner. Although the current upgrade values were still a bit short of a true second transformation professional, even a mosquito is still meat. There was no way around it. Those with combat professions, after changing jobs, would see their free attribute points increased geometrically with each promotion. This was also why, in the extraordinary world, it was nearly impossible to engage in cross-border battles. Unless one had higher-level equipment and skills to make up for these attribute gaps, ordinary people should not think about leveling up. But Xianshan was clearly not an ordinary person. At this moment, Xianshan's crisis had not yet been resolved. The legendary-level evil spirits around fell into an eerie silence, staring in disbelief at the soul prison sorcerer who had perished in an instant, their hearts filled with shock and fear. The master of the magic talisman actually died? How could this be possible? One of the evil spirits trembled and muttered, "Quick, everyone attack, we absolutely cannot let this human live, kill him, all together." The other evil spirits snapped back to reality, shouting hoarsely in anger, responding in unison. Thinking of the consequences of the death of the holy city's magic talisman, all the legendary-level evil spirits felt a chill, rushing towards Xianshan like mad dogs. At this moment, Xianshan had no time to extract the myth passive. His invincibility time had only 1 second left. After 1 second, if he did not refresh his skills, he would be blasted into pieces by the surrounding high-level evil spirits. His teleportation was still on cooldown, so Xianshan immediately activated the special item he had obtained earlier, the Wings of Shadow. Wings of Shadow, special item requirement, none energy, 1000 usage effect, Shadow Flight. After activation, it can consume energy to fly. Flight speed is twice the normal movement speed. Shadow dash consumes a large amount of energy for a quick dash with a speed 4 times that of normal speed. Accompanied by a burst of crimson light, a pair of splendid and gorgeous crimson wings appeared behind Xian Chen's tall figure. At this moment, disregarding energy consumption, Xian Chen resolutely activated Shadow Dash. The fourfold explosive speed was incredibly fast, turning his body into a phantom, almost rivaling teleportation. As he suddenly smashed towards the ground just before landing, his invincibility time happened to disappear. Countless skill lights enveloped him once again. Roar! Amidst the chaos, the blue giant dragon reappeared. Xian Chen had already transformed into a giant dragon, evading damage while slaughtering the low-level evil spirits beneath him. Under the effect of the death rhythm, all his skills had cooled down again. Next, it was time for his performance. On the city wall of Xiang Gate in the distance, Xiong Ruo, wielding a giant axe, was engaged in battle with a legendary evil spirit. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xian Chen's clean and decisive kill of a mythical evil spirit, and a wave of shock surged through his heart. He roared loudly, "Brothers, give it your all and kill. General Xian has already slain that mythical evil spirit. Victory will surely belong to our demon suppression army." Some members of the demon suppression army, who were focused on the battle and struggling against the endless evil spirits before them, suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing Xiong Hu shout. They witnessed an unforgettable scene. A human had actually killed a mythical evil spirit among a group of legendary evil spirits. Everyone showed disbelief, and a surge of emotion gathered in the hearts of the soldiers of the demon suppression army as they shouted in unison, "Kill!" Dongfang Shi, who was on the battlefield, was equally shocked by Xian Chen's current strength. How long had she been away? Xian Chen could actually kill mythical level evil spirits as easily as slaughtering chickens. Now, it seemed that the mythical evil spirits, standing at the pinnacle of the extraordinary world with countless means, were utterly powerless before Xian Chen. Qi Mengyan also realized at this moment that the Xian Chen she had just treated as a student was simply unreasonably strong. She had thought that Dean Dongfang had sent her to the demon capital to become a main damage dealer, but little did she know that she had now become a support. All she could do was shoot some special effect arrows from a distance to help relieve Xian Chen's pressure. Now, with all skills on cooldown, Xian Chen's gaze was like a torch, and without hesitation, he faced the countless skills pouring in from the evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, his health dropped to the bottom again, but his strongest state emerged simultaneously. Kanglin's soul-devouring slash. In an instant, a dazzling blue light reappeared, slashing towards the legendary evil spirit charging at the forefront with the force to destroy heaven and earth. A piercing scream was heard, and that legendary evil spirit met its demise. A single hit dealt over 2 million damage. Who could withstand that? In the echo of the current dire situation, combined with the speed boost from the Shadow Wings, these evil spirits, only around level 6, simply could not withstand Xian Chen. A casual strike from him dealt over 600,000 damage, and what was even more terrifying was that once he got a hold of them, each strike also carried a silence effect. No matter who it was, the only outcome left was to be slaughtered. Xian Chen was like a fierce wolf entering a flock of sheep, facing thousands of legendary evil spirits with his own strength. Wherever he passed, blood rained down, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Anyone who noticed this scene was left dumbfounded, their mouths agape for a long time. If those from the True Law Society had seen this scene, they would undoubtedly have felt proud of their audacity. Killing level 6 legendary evil spirits was like killing chickens. It seemed that being killed in an instant was nothing. Xian Chen precisely controlled the timing of his attacks and the rhythm of his slaughter, occasionally teleporting among the ordinary evil spirits on the ground to refresh the death rhythm with their deaths. Once all skills had cooled down, he entered the strongest state of his undead body. Again, the soul-devouring slash, with a 2-second cooldown, was an instant kill. Not only that, but the thunder rapping was even more terrifying. Now, as his over 3,000 mental power triggered passively, each strike drew in 1,000 evil spirits into the thunder domain surrounding him, and amidst the flashes of lightning, screams echoed continuously. Moreover, the battle spirit kept stacking, making this group of legendary evil spirits tremble in fear. At this moment, they could no longer care about their earlier vows of revenge and hurriedly distanced themselves from Xian Chen's area. But Xian Chen had urgent matters to attend to. He continued to slaughter his way back to the city wall of the demon suppression army, leaving a ground full of evil spirit corpses. And his level had once again broken through. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 24. When Xian Chen stood at the center of the Xiang Gate, the world fell silent. Even the evil spirits, whose minds were lost, felt a chill deep within their souls. The demon suppression army stationed at the city defense witnessed this heart-stirring scene. Their excitement was uncontrollable, erupting in deafening roars. General is mighty! General is mighty! This unparalleled combat power completely conquered all the demon suppression army present, each person's eyes filled with admiration and longing. The commander of the demon hunting camp, who had previously encountered him in the wild, also had a complex expression. He recalled their last meeting. It had only been a short time, and the other party was already capable of standing alone to this extent. Although the offensive of the evil spirits at Xiang Gate had temporarily paused, Xian Chen was far from being able to rest. He was alone while the demon city had 12 gates. According to intelligence, each of the 12 gates attacking the demon city had myth-level evil spirits. This was just what was visible. The other border strongholds of Huaxia were facing the same situation. For most people, there was no hope of winning against such opponents. But Xian Chen saw it differently because these were all walking myth-level entities, without time to exchange pleasantries with. The excited Xiong Ruo, Xian Chen did not linger for a moment and immediately instructed, General Xiong, I leave Xiang Gate to you. I'm going to support the other gates now. Xiong Ruo nodded seriously, don't worry, General Xian, you go support the other gates. The evil spirits at Xiang Gate are already frightened, we can hold our ground. Xian Chen nodded. The crisis for the demon suppression army in the demon city was far from over. He took Dongfang Shi and Qi Mengyan and headed straight for the nearest Huowu gate. By the way, Sister Shi, stab me with a sword. Upon hearing Xian Chen's call, Dongfang Shi did not hesitate at all. She knew Xian Chen's health was frighteningly high. A cold glint flashed in her eyes and Xian Chen's health dropped by over 10,000. With his defense, he still took such damage. This strike was clearly extraordinary. Xian Chen didn't mind, he had plenty of health. Under Qi Mingyan's unusual gaze, the three of them flew straight towards Huowu Gate. Taking advantage of the moment, Xian Chen drew the two myth-level passives he had just acquired. This was the main business. Draw. You have drawn the red myth passive, Absolute Shadow. Absolute Shadow, in a non-combat state, movement speed is increased by 100% and you are immune to all types of detection and perception, becoming invisible. You have drawn the red myth passive, Corroding Armor. Corroding Armor, every attack you make will put the enemy in a corroding state, exposing their weaknesses. This will cause your subsequent attacks to deal greater damage. The myth passives were indeed exhilarating. Absolute Shadow was simply a godly skill for assassins. Unlike the assassin's stealth skill, which could still be seen at times, Absolute Shadow was immune to all types of detection. If he had this skill when killing that spirit prison sorcerer called Mo Fu, the battle would have been much simpler. He could have just sneaked up beside him and ended the fight. But this time, what Xian Chen valued most was corroding armor. The accompanying exposure of weaknesses was equivalent to the enemy's vulnerabilities. It was known that as levels increased, enemies in battle generally no longer had weaknesses. This had caused the Heavenly Gap Flash passive that Xian Chen obtained early on to not trigger for a long time. Heavenly Gap Flash, when you perceive the enemy's weakness, you will activate Heavenly Gap Flash, dealing 10 times critical damage. But now it was different. As long as he applied the corroding state to the opponent, he could kill them however he wanted. The image was too beautiful to imagine. Overjoyed, Xian Chen immediately instructed, next, I will go to Huowu Gate alone. Sister Shi and Dean Shi, you two go support the nearest Muing Gate first, I will follow shortly. As he spoke, Xian Chen suddenly thought of something and took out the myth-level armor that dropped from the last kill of the Yoming Luosha, Blood Knight. Shadow. It comes with 3 skills, all suitable for combat in the Abyss of Demons. Shadow Revival, health plus 200,000, health recovery increased by 100%. Shadow Protection, at night or in dark environments, the armor's defense increases by an additional 50% while reducing damage from dark and undead sources. Night Stalker, when moving at night or in dark environments, movement speed increases by 100%, making it harder for enemies to detect. Dongfang She stared intently at the scarlet and magnificent mythical armor in her hands, somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Xian Chen had already activated the shadow wings behind him and disappeared from the sight of the two women in a few swift movements. He had just noticed that even when facing several 6-turn legendary demons simultaneously, Dongfang She handled it with ease. Coupled with the recently bestowed Shadow Revival and the presence of professional priests from the Demon Suppression Army, Dongfang She should face no danger charging into battle. Xian Chen also felt reassured letting the two of them go support other gates. After repeatedly using the sprint skill, the 1000 energy points of the Shadow Wings had been depleted, leaving only 10 points of energy. Xian Chen was not lacking in energy and directly crushed 900 star cores to replenish it. Now he sped through the air like lightning, his flying speed even more rapid than before. With the non-combat state speed boost from the recently acquired Shadow, it took only a few moments for him to arrive outside the Fire Noon Gate. Looking out, the city walls were still filled with endless demons, engaged in a brutal tug-of-war with the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. The sounds of shouting and skill clashes echoed through the skies. At the same time, some 5-turn and even 6-turn human powerhouses were struggling against numerous epic and even legendary demons. The situation was not optimistic. Similar to the Xiang Gate, there was also a mythical level demon at the distant end. It had opened a bizarre summoning gate from which endless demons poured out, fearlessly charging against the defenses of the Fire Noon Gate. Although the Demon Suppression Army was brave and fearless, they were exhausted, and the city's fall seemed inevitable. This was the power of a mythical level demon, capable of putting the Demon Suppression Army in a predicament all by itself. The only good news now was that, facing the high-level demons trying to break through the city gate, the human powerhouses were still barely holding on. especially in such a difficult situation for leveling up. Those who could become 5-turn or even 6-turn king-level professionals were all exceptional individuals, among humans possessing strong talent and combat power. While they were not a match for mythical-level demons, they could still contend with legendary-level demons. Xian Shen took a brief look and silently flew towards the rear of the demons, outside the city. However, he was somewhat puzzled. According to the intelligence provided by General Su, this area should be under the responsibility of Ma Hongkai from the Purification Wings, yet there was no sign of him so far. Could he have died? Without thinking too much, Xian Shen activated his speed, concealing himself in the high sky as he approached the mythical demon. His current speed, combined with teleportation, was at its peak. Just for the sake of assassination, he had activated the non-combat state of shadow, causing the effect of the battle soul on him to disappear. But with the new passive corroding armor combined with the Sky Rift Flash, as long as he entered his strongest state, the demon in front of him, which looked like a summoner type, would shatter upon contact. As he got closer, Xian Shen, under his secret insight, clearly saw the information of this mythical demon. Void Rift Beast, level 61 rank, 6-star mythical health, 4 million skills. This was yet another humanoid demon, but its head resembled that of an octopus, adorned with countless tentacles. At the same time, its terrifying face was marked with 4 pairs of vertical pupils, coldly scrutinizing the space before it. At this moment, Xian Shen also noticed something unusual and looked in the direction the Void Rift Beast had inadvertently glanced. Under the gaze of his secret insight, Xian Shen finally sensed something was off. It turned out that there was indeed a figure hidden there. It was Ma Hongkai. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from the Void Rift Beast, having given up on hiding and suddenly unleashed his strongest strike, Swift Shadow Absolute Silence. This was his level 60 exclusive skill as a Swift Shadow Assassin, capable of delivering 3 times the attack power while interrupting all of the enemy's skills, putting them into a weakened state. Coupled with the mythic level poison he had previously coated on his dagger, this combination had a definite chance of killing the opponent. A dark starry light condensed into a point, and at such a close distance, the Void Rift Beast had nowhere to evade. However, it looked at Han Guang with disdain through its 8 vertical pupils, and countless tentacles quickly formed an indestructible barrier in front of it, while the legendary level evil spirits guarding around it reacted simultaneously, charging towards Ma Hongkai. The skill had been unleashed, but Ma Hongkai's heart sank into despair. Logically, an assassination from within 10 meters should leave the opponent with no time to mount an effective defense. Given the current situation, it was only possible that the opponent had seen through his disguise long ago and was just waiting for him to reveal himself. In that moment, despair surged within Ma Hongkai. He had never thought of returning alive to the demon suppression army after appearing here. As long as he could kill this mythic level evil spirit, dying would be without regret. Now, there was no hope left. Ma Hongkai gripped the dagger tightly, his eyes filled with despair as he thrust it towards the Void Rift Beast's shield, but to his shock, he felt no resistance from the shield at all. At that moment, the Void Rift Beast's body was bound by a faint blue light, allowing Ma Hongkai to stab the dagger into its heart. This dreamlike faint blue was the signature soul-devouring slash of Xian Shen, and the current Xian Shen was completely different from the one just moments ago at Xiang Gate. For an ordinary person, it might just be a transition in battle, or perhaps a 2-level increase in rank. But for Xian Shen, the deaths of numerous high-level evil spirits had become the nourishment for his soul, devouring, providing him with a total of 5,070 attribute points. Although he was not in his strongest state, the soul-devouring slash still dealt 440,000 damage, while also applying a sealing effect and the corroding armor passive to the Void Rift Beast. Xian Shen. After Ma Hongkai's dagger penetrated the mythic evil spirit's body, he had already noticed that Xian Shen had entered a combat state. Only then did he understand why he had been able to penetrate the Void Rift Beast's barrier just now. Now, the mythic quality poison had been applied, and the Void Rift Beast's body was glowing purple. While Ma Hongkai felt relieved, there was also a hint of bitterness. You, sigh. Now both of us are going to die here. At this moment, the legendary level evil spirits surrounding the Void Rift Beast didn't even need to be commanded. Various damaging skills surged towards Xian Shen and Ma Hongkai like a torrential storm. Ma Hongkai was anxious and was about to activate his thrust skill and become ethereal when Xian Shen calmly spoke. Old Ma, come to me. Quickly. Without giving Ma Hongkai a chance to refuse, he suddenly yanked him behind him, and in an instant, all the skill attacks rained down on Xian Shen. Ma Hongkai's face turned pale. How could he bear to watch such an outstanding junior die before his eyes? However, just when he thought everything was beyond saving, a shocking scene unfolded. When the brilliance of the skill subsided, Xian Shen still stood firmly in place, not moving an inch. Not only that, he was radiating a tremendous red aura. Now, he had entered his strongest state. Quickly become invisible and escape from the battle. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, accompanied by a 100% attribute boost from the Kanglin domain, Xian Shen charged fiercely towards the Void Rift Beast. Ma Hongkai realized he was still alive, and Xian Shen was alive too, his heart filled with overwhelming joy. He didn't even care about Xian Shen's earlier address, he accepted it just for the sake of saving his life. Xian Shen called him Old Ma, and he acknowledged it. Now, the Void Rift Beast was not only weakened by Ma Hongkai but also affected by Xian Chen's corroding armor passive. Xian Chen did not hesitate, suddenly swinging the Immortal Fate Scythe down hard onto the octopus-like head of his opponent, striking right at the weak point. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive heavy hits triggered the Celestial Rift Flash, causing massive damage, -1,666,800. -1,666,800. At this moment, the Void Rift Beast, which had originally planned to withstand the blows with its physique, was completely panicked. After just 2 strikes, its life entered a countdown. If it received another hit, it would definitely die. Wait! Human! The Void Rift Beast cried out in terror, trying to plead for mercy, but Xian Chen seemed not to see it, coldly raising the Immortal Fate Scythe and fiercely delivering a third slash. This strike didn't even give the soul-severing slash effect a chance to trigger. Now, the 3 slashes caused 5 million damage, directly leading to the Void Rift Beast's demise, leaving it owing him an additional million in damage. Killing the mythical creature. Void Rift Beast. Soul Devour activated, power plus 210, constitution plus 200, agility plus 190, spirit plus 310. Mythical level creatures were exhilarating. Taking advantage of his current strongest state, Xian Chen countercharged into a group of legendary demons in the sky. This arrogant and fierce action made the demons who were ready to pounce on Xian Chen halt in their tracks. But Xian Chen possessed teleportation. Within a 4,000-meter range, he could kill anyone he wanted, and no one could escape. He specifically targeted a 7th-turn legendary demon. With a swing of his scythe, that demon didn't even have a chance to resist before stepping into death. Immediately after, a surge of red light erupted from the fallen demon's body, all of which was absorbed by Xian Chen. At this moment, all the demons were utterly terrified. They could vaguely sense this terrifying human who seemed to absorb some power from them. After killing them, coupled with the red light emanating from his body, he appeared even more demonic than they did. As time passed, demons continued to fall from the sky, turning the entire aerial battlefield into Xian Chen's personal stage of combat. Meanwhile, Ma Hong had long since stealthily gone invisible, escaping the battle. He stared in awe at Xian Chen soaring majestically in the sky, feeling as if he were dreaming. Now, recalling his earlier doubts about Xian Chen joining the Purification Wings, he immediately slapped himself twice. It hadn't been long, and Xian Chen had become this powerful. With such achievements, he felt that even if Xian Chen called him Little Ma, he could only respectfully accept it. Run! This human is invincible. That's right, Lord Mo Qianhun has issued a retreat order. Everyone fall back. A demon received the command, quickly agreeing and desperately retreating. Hurry, hurry. I just got news that Lord Mo Fu has also fallen. In the midst of chaos, Xian Chen was like a god of death. However, before he could charge back into the Fire Noon Gate, there were already no opponents left. Aside from the low-level demons that had lost their minds, the remaining demons, especially the high-level legendary demons, all retreated. Clearly, they had received news of Xian Chen's recent achievements at the Xiang Gate, coupled with the fact that he had just killed the mythical Void Rift Beast at the Fire Noon Gate. As long as they weren't foolish, they understood that even if they hid deep within the demon army, there was no sense of security. Especially the mythical demons that had come from the Holy City. They had originally only come to complete a mission and teach the human race a lesson, not to seek death. Now, they couldn't even ensure their own safety. Until they found a way to respond, no one dared to act rashly. Regarding the demon's sudden retreat, Xian Chen did not pursue them too aggressively. He still needed to check a few other gates. There might still be mythical level demons over there. When Xian Chen left the battlefield and discreetly disappeared, all the demon suppression army members exchanged glances and then erupted into deafening cheers. Retreat! The evil spirits have retreated. We drove back the evil spirits. Nonsense, didn't you see a mysterious powerhouse just now slay the mythical evil spirits with 3 strikes, then kill the legendary evil spirits like they were chickens? Right, who is that lord? He is simply a blessing for our Huaxia. Everyone who had just witnessed Xian Chen's battle looked at him with awe and gratitude. They knew that if it weren't for Xian Chen's timely intervention, this war could have resulted in heavy casualties. When Ma Hongkai returned to the city gate, there were already those who couldn't wait, surrounding him to inquire about Xian Chen's identity. At this moment, Xian Chen, regarded as a hero, wore a helpless expression. He had run around several nearby city gates, and as a result, the elite evil spirits had all retreated, leaving only some ordinary evil spirits that were powerless to attack the city. He had only killed 2 waves of mythical evil spirits, and the battle was over? Shouldn't these evil spirits be fearless? They had only lost 2. So why did they back down? Just as Xian Chen couldn't help but complain, an urgent message from General Su arrived, instructing him to head to Yangchen Gate to discuss the next steps. Xian Chen understood that the retreat of the evil spirits was only temporary. When the next battle began, it could very well be a true world-ending crisis. He would never underestimate the intelligence of mythical beings. When Xian Chen arrived, Dongfang Shi and Xiong Ruo were all present. General Su had just experienced a fierce battle and still looked somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Xian Chen, he showed no hesitation, saluting him with the highest military honor of the Demon Suppression Army, solemnly bowing to Xian Chen, and the other 12 leaders present did the same. Xian Chen, this time the Demon City was able to survive the world-ending catastrophe thanks to your contributions. On behalf of the Demon Suppression Army, I express our gratitude. Xian Chen returned the salute dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, General Su. This is what I should do." General Su did not pursue the matter further but stepped closer to Xian Chen, looking at him with satisfaction. His next action was somewhat unusual. He patted Xian Chen's back with a broad hand, saying, through gritted teeth, "Kid, we haven't settled our score yet. I asked you to take care of Ying Shan, and this is how you help me?" Seeing Xian Chen about to explain, Su who directly stopped him, "I can't be bothered with the affairs of you young people, just remember not to let Ying Shan down." Sigh. With that, General Su sighed a bit. At this moment, Ma Hongkai finally rushed back from the front lines and happened to see Xian Chen and General Su with their arms around each other, curiously asking, "General Su, what were you two whispering about?" All the eyes in the room turned to the two of them, and Xian Chen quickly changed the subject. "Any news from the Demon Suppression Pass regarding the abyss of demons?" Regarding Xian Chen's knowledge of the Demon Suppression Pass, General Su had no doubts. He shook his head helplessly. "It's too soon. A total of 10 waves of messengers have already gone, but there has been no response. In this recent demon riot, too many mythical evil spirits had appeared. They were all at the 6th transition, with only a few locally born pure evil spirits possessing the strength of the 7th transition. Clearly, these were organized evil spirits emerging from deep within the abyss of demons." Everyone present felt a bit uneasy. Why would the human 7th and 8th transition powerhouses at the Demon Suppression Pass allow so many mythical evil spirits to appear? Now, although the crisis on the Demon City side had been resolved, the crisis across all of Huaxia and even the remaining 3 kingdoms was far from over. Xian Chen was just one person, while the vast territory of Huaxia had countless high-level evil spirits. Battles were ongoing every moment. Huaxia was mobilizing everywhere, with the entire populace becoming soldiers, continuously transporting the Demon Suppression Army and civilian professionals to various border areas. However, the situation remains severe, with many strongholds continuously falling. The situation in Huaxia is relatively better. The Holy Empire and the Xingmei Empire are in an even more difficult position, with their territories severely shrinking. It is said that they are barely sustaining this comprehensive war by activating their national treasures. One cannot help but say that Sakura country is in deep trouble. They originally possessed their own national treasure, the Yada no Kagami, but it was lost, and now they can only be forced to submit to Huaxia. During this time of total war, population resources are still very precious. Whether it is Huaxia or the other 2 countries, they welcome all those from fallen nations. After being arranged, they are sent directly to the front lines of the battlefield. Facing this endless battle, Xian Chen also feels for the first time that human strength can indeed be exhausted. After all, he is just one person. Perhaps the only consolation is that although war is brutal, the professionals who survive in the continuous battles will undoubtedly grow quickly. The experience provided by the evil spirits, as well as various outputs, whether equipment or skill books, are continuously enriching humanity's foundation. To cope with this world-threatening crisis, Xian Chen has long sent all unnecessary items to the Demon Suppression Army. The legendary and mythical evil spirits he previously killed were all great explosions, so all his items are high level, plus the Xianin True Gold Mine he obtained last time. Now, his contribution merit has directly allowed his military rank to be exceptionally elevated to the same level as General Su. Moreover, from now on, he has the qualification to freely access any items in the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. However, for him, who has a level 1 mythical passive, these items are indeed hard to catch his eye. Now, Xian Chen is just waiting for the exact news from deep within the Demon Suppression Pass. After that, he can no longer wait. He must enter the depths of the Demon Fall land in advance and uncover all the secrets. In a place of eternal darkness, it seems that time has stopped here. At this moment, without any warning, 10 pitch-black shadows appeared in this strange space. The number of humans has already decreased by more than half. Should we continue? Continue. Of course, we must continue. Have you forgotten that 20 years ago, we were careless and allowed a mere Imperial-level strongman to obtain the Origin Stone? To this day, we still do not know what is inside. Perhaps it even holds the secrets of the Creator. God! A restless and violent voice rang out, and the other shadows recalled this past, their expressions grim. Hundreds of years ago, they were slightly negligent, resulting in humans growing countless strong individuals who sought to break free from their cage. Although human strongmen are insignificant under their absolute power and are ruthlessly suppressed, that incident also sounded the alarm for them. Thus, they decisively set up seals to restrict human growth. 20 years ago, they thought there would be no more accidents. Who knew that humans would eventually give birth to an Imperial-level super strongman, even snatching away their gains during their moment of negligence? At this moment, a heavy voice sighed. Humans truly deserve to be the most perfect beings in the hands of the Creator God. Although they are born weak, they possess endless potential. capable of imitating and even learning the talents and skills of any race in the myriad realms through their unique methods. If it weren't for our continuous restrictions, they might have really been able to break out of the cage and even escape into the starry sky. At that time, our myriad races might once again face a dark age. After a brief silence, a shadow spoke in a low tone, then let it be. Leaving a few tens of thousands of humans should be enough. The final step has not yet been completed. If humans are wiped out, the essence of the Creator God will dissipate. But another voice spoke up. However, it may not be that easy. It is said that a direction has encountered a problem and a new super strong human has emerged, capable of easily killing our myth-level kin. It's just that we are unwilling to pay too great a price to strike at the demon suppression pass, otherwise how could humans have bounced around until now? The previously low voice sounded again, clearly indicating his high status. Let's spend some resources to send a supreme bloodline kin, ensuring that nothing goes wrong. Soon, this space fell into silence, and all figures disappeared. Xian Chen had rare peace for a few days before being urgently summoned again. Upon meeting, General Su got straight to the point and lowered his voice. There's news from the demon suppression pass, and the evil spirits from the demon city have also shown signs of movement. Hearing this, Xian Chen's expression grew serious as he continued to listen. There's no problem at the demon suppression pass. The 7-turn Heavenly King and the 8-turn Emperor level human strong are all present, and no evil spirit has been allowed to enter. From that side, the sudden appearance of a large number of 6-turn myth-level evil spirits must have come through other means. Xian Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed they had likely come through some secret realm fragments at a cost. There's also good news. Due to your importance in the demon city, the demon suppression army has regarded you as our most powerful means, so I have applied for a national weapon. Xian Chen looked at General Su in surprise. He had always known about national weapons, which were the foundation that would not be used until the most dangerous moments. Each use would damage the national weapon until it became irreparably broken. In his previous life, Xian Chen had little contact with them, as the evil spirits were not as crazy as they were now, so he had forgotten about the existence of national weapons. At this moment, he couldn't help but be curious. I've heard that national weapons condense the fortune of a nation, but what exactly are they? General Su, as the highest commander of the demon city, or rather the entire eastern region, was well aware of various secrets. He did not hide anything. You are only half right. In fact, national weapons are items retrieved by humans strong from the depths of the fallen demon land 100 years ago. They are all existences that transcend myth. We have never stopped researching them, but their level is too high. In nearly 100 years, we have only managed to initially condense their fortune to enhance their abilities. Our national weapon in Huaxia is the 5 Emperor's Cauldron, primarily used for trapping people. The 8 mirrors of the Sakura Nation help awaken professions and provide protection. The Holy Empire and the Xingmei Empire each possess different types of national weapons, their power also surpassing myth. Transcending myth? Xian Chen pondered slightly. He could be considered the most authoritative person in the human world, because the Undying Fate scythe in his hand was precisely a flawed chaotic artifact. Yet he felt that the national weapon did not reach the quality of a chaotic artifact. Just as Xian Chen was deep in thought, General Su suddenly looked grave. Not good. Outside the Xiang Gate, a total of over 20 myth-level evil spirits have appeared. We must hurry. The decisive battle has begun. Without any hesitation, Xian Chen flew off at high speed. It seemed the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, feeling even more confident. However, the more, the better. If the evil spirits thought they could defeat him simply by numbers, they were gravely mistaken. As long as the enemy had a large army of evil spirits, Xian Chen could infinitely refresh his skills and continue to slaughter in his strongest state. 3 strikes for 1. Myth-level evil spirit was no joke. When Xian Chen arrived at the Xiang Gate, the evil spirit army outside was already poised for action. The imposing presence of the 20 or so evil spirits at the forefront was clear. Even without sensing, one could understand their rank. At this moment, the leading 9-headed demon among them directly looked at Xian Chen, clearly aware that the deaths of the previous 2 myth-level demons were caused by him. Human, your good luck ends here. Today I will make you suffer and die. After saying this, with a brutal wave of the 9-headed demon's hand, an endless army of demons charged towards the Xiang Gate. The 20 or so myth-level demons had no intention of holding back either, rushing forward with countless high-level demons. Seeing their fierce momentum, they completely skipped the preliminary probing and aimed to settle everything in one go, determining the outcome in a single battle. Xian Chen had the same plan. He wanted to finish the matters in the demon city quickly so he could have time to help Dongfangshi fulfill her commission and conveniently obtain the Seed of Life. Only by doing so could he have more means and trump cards when he headed deeper into the abyss of demons. General Su, Sister Shi, you guard the city gate well. I'll take care of the rest. As he spoke, Xian Chen spread his blood-red wings and surged towards the demon army at high speed. One person facing thousands of troops. At this moment, all the 6-turn powerhouses of the demon suppression army had gathered, from General Su, Dongfangshi, Ma Hongkai to the reinforcements like Xiao Xinghuan, and even at Xian Chen's request, General Su reluctantly brought his daughter Su Yingshan along. with Dongfangji, Lin Anren, and Chi Manhwa a few students. He didn't understand why Xian Chen particularly emphasized bringing these female students from Jinghua University. Although he found it a bit perverse, he didn't refuse since it was Xian Chen's request. The people before him were the ones who had the most confidence in Xian Chen, and they showed no worry as he charged into the demon army. Instead, their eyes sparkled with excitement, because he was indeed the creator of miracles. And the reality was just as such. Although Imo Qianhan claimed that this human was doomed, seeing Xian Chen truly charging over caused varying degrees of panic among them and the previously surviving legendary demons. However, Imo Qianhan quickly remembered that the Great One was watching, so he could only brace himself, and all 9 of his fierce heads roared in unison. Kill him! All the attacking skills poured onto Xian Chen as if they were free. With Suing Shan, Dongfang Shi, and the other 4 present, his passive ability, Blessing of the God of Love, had been activated. Blessing of the God of Love triggered, increasing health by 240%. Current characters: Suing Shan Affectionate 100%, Dongfang Shi Mutual Affection 40%, Chi Manhwa Mutual Affection 40%, Dongfang Ji Familiarity at First Sight 20%, Lin Anren Familiarity at First Sight 20%, Chi Mengyan Familiarity at First Sight 20%. What Xian Chen didn't expect was that his recent actions had also allowed Chi Mengyan to reach familiarity at first sight. Fearing he couldn't quickly enter his strongest state, Xian Chen even turned off his damage immunities, invulnerable and indestructible. Otherwise, he was genuinely worried that the next round of attacks wouldn't allow him to enter his state. Boom! After the dazzling skills covered the area, as the light faded, Xian Chen remained unmoved. But the air around him began to solidify, suffocating all the demons. Next came his strongest state. Xian Chen activated the Kanglin domain, and as the blue light filled the space before him, he radiated a sky-high red glow, instantly appearing next to a regular myth-level demon. This mage-type demon, with 3 million health points, turned pale. Just as it braced itself to face Xian Chen, a blue energy directly severed its life force. Now, under the stacking of Xian Chen's strongest state, combined with the soul-devouring slash and the unmatched bonus, this was a damage of 2.95 million. When the soul-severing slash triggered, this myth-level demon couldn't withstand even a single hit. Once again, a red light entered Xian Chen's body. Xian Chen continued to seize the moment, just as another massive mythological demon, the fastest among them, appeared. Upon witnessing Xian Chen instantly kill a mythological demon, it felt a chill of horror and attempted to halt its advance for support. However, Xian Chen had already appeared before it. With a casual strike, he inflicted the corroded armor state, dealing nearly 1 million damage. After that, the Undying Fate Scythe in Xian Chen's handworld, delivering a series of slashes and silences. 1846800. 1846800 1846800. This mythological demon, known as the Ironclad Evil Spirit, had tough skin and thick flesh, boasting nearly 6 million health, yet it still could not escape the fate of death. Under a 10-fold critical strike from the Celestial Rift, it was directly transformed into a red light that entered Xian Chen's body. At the same time, ding! Your level has increased to level 25. You have gained attribute boosts: Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 12. Free attribute points allocated 15 points. Endless potential erupts. You gain another 150 free attribute points. Talent. You have gained a red mythological passive extraction upgraded again. Xian Chen had no time to rejoice or extract skills. Taking advantage of the surrounding demons entering a state of terror, he immediately turned and charged towards the ordinary demons on the ground. With just one thunder entanglement, over 1,000 demons were instantly turned to char. The death rhythm triggered, refreshing all of Xian Chen's skills, allowing him to re-enter the air, facing the mythological demons and various high-level demons. As usual, he endured a round of fatal damage, and the red flames around him blazed once more. Now, seeing Xian Chen in such a terrifying state, every demon present felt a bone-chilling fear. The Ironclad Evil Spirit, with its 6 million health, was the highest health mythological demon among them, yet its end was still simply to fall, without even having the chance to resist. Who among them was not afraid deep down? Now, Xian Chen had set his sights on the 9-headed demon that seemed to be the leader. Under his secret insight, its information naturally appeared. 9 Shadow Phantom, level 61 rank. 7-star mythology health, 5.5 million skills? Xian Chen still initiated with the soul-devouring slash, dealing 3 million damage. The 9 Shadow Phantom barely had time to reveal its massive form before 3 of its heads were severed. In excruciating pain, it trembled, still in shock, as Xian Chen teleported and stepped on its main head. The demon Xianhun, who had just been shouting to kill Xian Chen, turned pale and frantically screamed, "Lord Demon Extreme! Help!" Regardless of its name, Xian Chen paid no heed, and the Undying Fate Scythe in his hand continued without pause, striking steadily at its flesh. Boom! With one blow, the 9 Shadow Phantom's body shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Yet Xian Chen did not feel the touch of death. Just as he was puzzled, one of the 3 severed heads of the 9 Shadow Phantom opened its eyes, immediately caught by a nearby legendary demon. At that moment, the head's fierce and brutal expression completely changed, revealing disbelief and terror. If it weren't for its soul fragment, which had decisively abandoned most of its main soul, it might have already fallen. Just as Xian Chen prepared to deliver a finishing blow, suddenly, ripples began to appear in the space before him. A blue-haired, otherworldly man, indistinguishable from a human, appeared, his face so handsome it seemed unearthly. Upon his arrival, all the arrogant mythological demons showed deep respect, each one falling silent, not daring to breathe. The legendary demons buried their heads deeply, trembling, as if this otherworldly man was some terrifying existence. However, he paid no attention to the demon's reverence behind him. His golden eyes emitted a radiant light, looking at Xian Chen with a faint smile, as if he had seen through everything. Human, you are quite impressive. You actually possess immunity to death and a skill refreshing divine ability, one being the core talent of the Luminescent clan, and the other seemingly a specialty of the Jade Spirit clan. However, what intrigues me the most is why you also have the soul-devouring ability of our soul-devouring clan? The opponent who suddenly appeared before him could see through his passive abilities at a glance, causing alarm bells to ring in Xian Chen's heart as he quickly used his hidden insight to discern the opponent's information. Soul-devouring clan, level 61 rank, supreme life, 150 million. Skills? When Xian Chen saw the soul-devouring clan, his eyes narrowed slightly, for the ghostly Rakshasa he had killed before had roared about the soul-devouring clan just before dying. Yet, the evil being before him, under Xian Chen's hidden insight, was indeed of the soul-devouring clan. Clearly, he was the genuine soul-devouring clan member. Besides that, the other information he could see was like a thunderclap, causing Xian Chen's pupils to involuntarily constrict. Supreme rank, 150 million life. This was something Xian Chen had never heard of before. The 8-star mythical creature, the frost dragon, that he and Dongfang Shi had killed earlier was already the highest tier among wild evils, possessing over 12 million life. However, now, this opponent with 150 million life left Xian Chen completely unprepared. Not to mention how powerful its unknown skills might be. Just this 150 million life value was enough to instill despair. Xian Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect the gap between myth and supreme to be so vast. It was still only at the 6th transition level, yet it had already grown this powerful? In fact, what Xian Chen did not know was that supreme level beings were destined to grow beyond the imperial level. This level stood at the pinnacle across all realms. Human, I can offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You are the most interesting existence I have ever encountered. Submit to me, and I will personally take you back to the soul-devouring clan, freeing you from this cage. What do you say? The other mythical evils, upon hearing the enticing promise from MOG, all looked at him with unmistakable desire in their eyes. Not interested? Xian Chen disdainfully refused. Your evil clan has invaded the human race, bringing countless disasters and suffering to our Huaxia for a century. And now you dare to dream of having us submit? The white-clad man remained indifferent, looking down from above, and coldly laughed. Evil? That's just a lowly existence. If you want to have a broader world and become stronger, you must learn to abandon your identity as a human. I can still give you one last chance. Seize it well. Xian Chen's powerful skills had already caught MOG's attention. As long as there was a chance to bring him back to the holy city, perhaps they could uncover his peculiarities. Xian Chen was too lazy to say more and directly used the Scythe of Immortal Fate as his answer. But the white-clad man named MOG acted even faster. The light in his hand flickered, and instantly Xian Chen felt a hard spatial barrier form around him. MOG's eyes held contempt. Human, do you think after observing for so long, I would still give you a chance to act? Now, you are in the unique killing space of the soul-devouring clan. We can only escape once one side is dead. Soon, your strongest state will end, and I want to see what other means you have. Xian Chen had a vague illusion that the opponent had already seen through his mythical passive effects. Taking advantage of the fact that his strongest state had not yet expired, Xian Chen initiated with the soul-slashing strike again. 3 million damage that ignored defenses. That sharpness changed MOG's expression. At the same time, his body was sealed by a blue light. MOG felt that all his skills could not be used. Although his expression was somewhat serious, he was not in a panic. At this moment, Xian Chen had already activated his teleportation, appearing above MOG, and the Scythe of Immortal Fate swung down fiercely. MOG, however, remained calm and raised his hand to block the attack forcefully. But under the final whisper, while the offensive could be blocked, the damage could not be negated. This was another 2 million damage from the Blood Shadow. Just in time, Xian Chen calculated precisely that this strike landed just before his immortal body disappeared. Instantly, the Blood Shadow's fury was triggered, and his health increased by 2 million. For Xian Chen, the real challenge was yet to come, because this battle space had not yet vanished. As long as this space existed, Xian Chen could not leave and trigger the rhythm of death to refresh his skills. His immortal body had a cooldown of up to 10 hours. Xian Chen's expression was cold as he looked at his current stats, remaining unflustered. Character Xianchen level 25 class commoner basic attributes strength 8760 plus 100 plus 400 constitution 3880 plus 100 plus 120 agility 4460 plus 100 plus 200 spirit 4040 plus 100 plus 240 plus 140 attack power 15390 health 661000/661000 mana 45200/45200 skills hidden insight exclusive blood prison judgment passive unmatched mythical indestructible mythical soul of battle mythical divine protection mythical soul's tremor mythical judgment of the victor mythical rhythm of death mythical blessing of the love god mythical Blade of Silence mythical shadowless mythical erosion armor mythical. At this moment he maintained the Kanglan domain and his life was also doubled. So now with 1.32 million health plus the effect of the blessing of the love god he currently had 4.49 million health. Although the health looked substantial, without the immortal body Xianchen could not enter his strongest state recklessly. The feeling of fighting on the edge of a knife resurfaced, and this 4.49 million health was his confidence. However, MOG seemed to excel in physical combat. He appeared so frail, yet each strike could reduce Xianchen's health by over 100,000. Feeling the feedback after each attack, even the rebound damage, MOG showed an interested expression. Oh, this seems to be another unfamiliar skill I've never heard of. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, MOG's offensive became even more fierce. The battle between him and Xianchen had completely entered a fever pitch. In the entire battle space, the sound of collisions roared like thunder. Xianchen was not in his strongest state now, but after applying erosion armor to his opponent, each strike still dealt 610,000 damage. So even if MOG could inflict 100,000 damage on him each time, with the Blood Shadow's Fury providing 100% lifesteal, his health remained in perfect condition. As long as the battle continued, with 150 million health, it would only take a couple of hundred strikes. Moreover, with the passive of the Soul of Battle, it actually wouldn't take that long. Victory would surely belong to him. Finally, MOG's indifferent and calm expression changed. He realized that after fighting until now, this opponent showed no signs of injury at all. Any damage he inflicted on this human quickly returned to normal. This made MOG no longer indifferent, his gaze turned cold. As a soul-eating clan member with supreme talent, if he couldn't even deal with a human, how could he pursue a higher level? Enduring the excruciating pain once more, MOG and Xianchen collided fiercely before he nimbly retreated. At this moment, it was just the end of the 9-second seal of the soul-devouring slash. Just as his eyes brightened and he was about to unleash his skill, Xianchen followed closely behind, seamlessly teleporting in front of MOG. The Scythe of Undying Fate swung, and the accompanying Blade of Silence instantly interrupted his next move. The power MOG had just gathered dissipated in an instant, and he could only hold his breath and continue the fierce yet meaningless brawl with Xianchen. The battle in their killing space did not affect the slaughter outside the Xiang Gate. The remaining myth-level evil spirits led the other high-level evil spirits, surging toward the city wall like a black tide. However, Dongfang Shi and General Su stood firm like a solid line, facing the myth-level evil spirits head-on. Yet, aside from the two of them, the rest of the myth-level evil spirits could only be barely entangled by a few 6-turn king-level powerhouses in the demon suppression army. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and screams intertwined. Despite the fierce battle, everyone's gaze involuntarily glanced toward the combat space. They all knew that the battle between the two inside might truly determine the outcome. Especially after witnessing Xianchen's power in taking down a myth-level evil spirit with 2 strikes, this was the first time the demon suppression army saw Xianchen caught in such a tough fight. Boom! The two collided violently once again. By now, MOG's body had become disheveled, but his eyes grew brighter. After separating once more, Xianchen teleported forward without hesitation. But this time, MOG seemed to have given up, allowing Xianchen to heavily injure him. After fighting until now, he had figured out Xianchen's methods. Whether it was the 2-second teleportation or the 9-second sealing ability, he braced himself as his body was pierced by the sharp scythe and finally punched Xianchen back. At the same time, he quickly recovered from the silent state, closed his eyes to communicate with heaven and earth, and finally unleashed the only skill he had used in this battle. Human, it ends now. 10,000 souls devour the sky. As his voice fell, the space transformed, and Xianchen suddenly lost sight of MOG, while countless twisted black souls appeared out of thin air. They clawed and danced, filled with a chilling evil aura, rushing toward Xianchen. The number of these black souls was immense, and each one could deal 500,000 damage. Even though Xianchen had a 2-second teleportation and could transform into a giant dragon to evade damage, facing such a dense assault, his health still inevitably dropped. The worst thing Xianchen feared finally happened. The opponent did not engage him in close combat at all, directly disappearing into the black mist. Now he couldn't even find a target to counterattack. MOG's aura had merged into the darkness. If one sensed carefully, it seemed that each black soul contained MOG's spirit, all emitting a kikik ghostly laugh as they pounced on Xianchen. In this situation, even if he had the soul-devouring slash, he couldn't find the opponent's trace. He could only passively endure blow after blow of damage. Xian Shen began to envy those who had wide-range skills. If he also possessed such a wide area forbidden spell, perhaps he could force MOG's true form out in this combat space. The people at the Xiang City Gate also noticed the battle in the distant space. The back-and-forth brawl between Xian Shen and MOG had disappeared now, turning into Xian Shen's one-sided defense. Whether it was the powerful General Su and Dongfang Shi or the other 6-turn powerhouses with detection skills, they could now see MOG's attributes clearly. 150 million health points and a supreme rank. This undoubtedly made them feel unfamiliar and deeply chilled. Some powerhouses with insufficient composure gasped in shock upon seeing MOG's attributes. Hiss. Supreme level? 150 million health? This is how we fight? Can General Xian really defeat such a powerful opponent? Everyone who saw the truth felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They dared not spread the information they had gathered. The ordinary demon suppression army had already felt despair when facing the myth-level evil spirits. It was only with the emergence of Xian Shen who helped them fight their way out with his powerful strength that they regained their confidence. If the information about the supreme level were to be revealed, it would be a devastating blow to the morale of the demon suppression army. However, the situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn. Everyone could clearly feel that Xian Shen's life force was weakening, which made everyone's hearts tense, their expressions grave and ugly. They all understood that if Xian Shen were to die, it would be the greatest loss for all of Huaxia. General Su immediately ordered the reserve team member Ma Hongkai, quickly gather the purification wings and at any cost bring a few priests to enter the skill casting range and try to restore Xian Shen's health. Yes, Ma Hongkai understood the seriousness of the situation. Without any hesitation, he quickly turned to gather the purification wings, rushing towards the space surrounded by evil spirits with determination. After suffering heavy casualties, they finally approached the skill casting range. But the disappointing fact lay before everyone. This battle space not only prevented others from entering, but even skills could not penetrate. No matter how desperately the priests cast their healing spells, they had no effect. At this moment, Xian Shen's health was only at 30%. Although his attack power had increased by 100%, he couldn't even touch the shadow of his opponent. Continuing to drag this out would definitely be unfavorable for him. It seemed there was only one way left. Life or death depended on now. Draw. You have drawn the red myth passive 3 flowers unextinguished. 3 flowers unextinguished. When you trigger a fatal state, you will resurrect at the spot, restoring all health and mana, while all skill cooldowns reset. Cooldown time 24 hours. Just moments ago, in the heat of battle, he hadn't had the chance to draw the passive. Now, forced into defense, Xian Shen finally seized the opportunity to draw the myth passive. Although he didn't draw the kind he wanted, a skill that could solve the problem in one explosive round, the characteristic of 3 flowers unextinguished allowed him to complete a power reshaping before death, restoring all states. This meant he still had a chance to enter the strongest state for 5 seconds. Xian Shen had just noticed that MOG had 80 million health remaining. He only needed to seize the opportunity to explode once more, reducing its health to 60 million. Then the battle would be over. Because 60 million was exactly 40% of MOG's health. It was Xian Shen's kill line. With a plan in mind, Xian Shen began to teleport and dodge while approaching the black domain of Wan Hunshur Tian. The immortal fate scythe in his hand continuously slashed towards the black souls in front of him. However, as time passed, the surrounding black souls became denser and Xian Shen's health was rapidly decreasing. Now he was just waiting for that moment before death to arrive. At that time, it would likely be when MOG was most relaxed. This time, he would quickly enter the strongest state for 5 seconds, and with the layers of the battle soul, he would definitely win. 20%, 10%. The cruel MOG revealed itself among the hidden black souls, and Xian Shen's health was about to hit rock bottom. Everything was ready, just waiting for 3 flowers unextinguished to trigger and refresh all skills. Suddenly, a loud shout from General Su came from outside the battle space. I come to assist you. It turned out that Su, who had fought his way to the side of the slaughter space. Xian Shen was continuously losing health, passively taking hits. If he didn't take action now, he wouldn't deserve to be the highest authority in Eastern Huaxia. Su, whose hand suddenly produced a small and exquisite bronze cauldron out of thin air. As his arm trembled, the bronze cauldron suddenly expanded in the wind, enveloping the entire space. At the same time, General Su, who shouted, Xian Shen, retreat. Xian Shen, out of trust, did not hesitate for a moment. He directly used teleportation to leave the dark mist area of the demon extreme, abandoning his original plan to endure the damage and trigger the 3 flowers immortal. The demon extreme, hidden in the black mist, didn't even glance at General Su, who, because the killing space of the soul-devouring clan was solid and could not be breached. But soon, his expression changed. As the bronze giant cauldron began to emit golden light, a vast aura surged forth, directly suppressing the area where the demon extreme was located. Supreme sacred artifact. The demon extreme's face showed terror. The giant cauldron, which had just seemed ordinary, unleashed a binding power, and the reality of his current suppression finally confirmed this bad news for him. The demon extreme tried several times to break free from the confinement, but after realizing he could not break it, he stopped his futile efforts. However, he felt relieved, his eyes darkened. Naive humans. If it were a complete supreme sacred artifact, it might truly harm me. But this is merely a flawed artifact, only capable of trapping me. Once its power is exhausted, I will naturally emerge. By then, all of you will die. Clearly, the stubbornness of these humans had truly angered the demon extreme. By the way, when I come out, you better obediently bind your hands and kneel before me to beg for your lives, especially you. Saying this, the demon extreme looked at Xian Shen, revealing a chilling, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Of course, if you all behave sufficiently humble, I might grant you the status of lowly slaves, leaving you a dog's life to struggle on. Ha. General Su's face was heavy as he activated the 5 Emperor's Cauldron, cutting off the demon extreme's voice. This space fell completely silent, and those myth-level evil beings had long since seen the situation was not good and fled after the demon extreme was sealed. Only one of the slower myth-level evil beings, who was not good at speed, was entangled by Dongfang Shi and turned into a pile of equipment materials under Xian Shen's soul-devouring slash. With the absence of the demon extreme and the myth-level evil beings, the intelligent evil beings also scattered in a rush, leaving the remaining task for the demon suppression army to clean up the battlefield. A grand battle ended with the sealing of the demon extreme. However, the seal of the 5 Emperor's Cauldron only temporarily prevented the demon extreme from emerging. Its energy could only sustain for about 20 days. Everyone present felt somewhat pessimistic. They had all witnessed Xian Shen fighting desperately, yet he had nearly lost his life in the end. What would humanity do when the demon extreme truly emerged? Outside Xiang City, seeing all the strong ones gathered, General Su, as the highest authority, began to calmly arrange the next tasks. This matter needs to be reported to the Demon Suppression Army headquarters immediately. Next, we can only abandon other regions and bring more strong ones to support Magic Capital. When this supreme-level evil being appears in 20 days, we must be fully prepared to fight to the death. Its threat is too great, an evil being that surpasses myth, a presence that has never appeared in the extraordinary world. Hearing General Su's orders, the intelligence head of Magic Capital, Sen Wanguang, nodded in agreement, but he still hesitated. General Su, if too many strong ones come to Magic Capital, it means that more regions in Huaxiao will fall. Should we send a message to bring back the royal-level strong ones from the Demon Suppression Pass? Su Hu directly shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Do I not know that most of humanity's strong ones are at the Demon Suppression Pass? But the Demon Suppression Pass is of great importance concerning the survival of all humanity. If problems arise there, humanity might truly become what the evil beings say, becoming their livestock for blood and food. In this situation, even if we lose more regions, it doesn't matter. We must exchange regions for time. As long as we are here, whether it's the land or anything else, we can take it back. General Su's words made everyone nod in agreement, understanding that this was the best plan for now. Just as everyone was about to go down and prepare, Xian Shen suddenly spoke up. General Su, things may not have developed to this point yet. Let's stabilize this plan for now and discuss it again when I return from the imperial capital. If someone else had said this, the people present would have thought it was a pipe dream. They had already witnessed the power of the supreme level evil spirits. However, since it was Xian Shen who said it, they couldn't help but feel hopeful again. Although Xian Shen had been at a disadvantage in his previous battle with the supreme evil spirit, he was the only one among them who had actually fought against it. In fact, Xian Shen had already been prepared to end the battle. But General Su had intervened. It wasn't his fault. General Su didn't know his intentions. So, with good intentions, he had fought his way into the slaughter space to activate the 5 Emperor's Cauldron to suppress the evil spirit. Now that there was time before the evil spirit emerged, Xian Shen decided to go with Dongfang Shi to retrieve their family token. By the time he returned, he might have already obtained the Seed of Life. At that point, even if the evil spirit was a 6th transition supreme level, it might not necessarily be his opponent. Moreover, even if he didn't gain any powerful skills, Xian Shen still had his final trump card. All he needed to do was to find Suing Shan right before the evil spirit emerged and have her stab him with a dagger continuously for a full 24 hours. At that time, with his accumulated battle soul and a 150 million health opponent, to be honest, it wouldn't be that daunting. Alright, then let's proceed as Xian Shen suggested. Everyone continue to monitor the movements of the mythological evil spirits in the magic capital and be ready to support other areas. Subsequently, General Su continued to discuss the battle situation with the Demon Suppression Army. Meanwhile, Xian Shen and Dongfang Shi hurried back to the imperial capital Jinghua University. Taking advantage of the time, Dongfang Shi did not hold back and detailed the intelligence that only their Dongfang family knew. The land of divine relics is the most important sacred place for our Dongfang family. In fact, 100 years ago, anyone below the 7th transition could enter and quickly enhance their strength. 20 years ago, it could only allow 6th transition practitioners to enter. And now, it has decayed to the point where only those below the 5th transition can enter. As Dongfang she recounted this past, Xianchen was genuinely unaware. A safe instance where one could be resurrected if anyone below the 7th transition could enter would cultivate countless king-level powerhouses. No wonder humanity was so strong 100 years ago. Now, not only had the leveling speed slowed down, but most of the safe instances across Huaxia could only allow practitioners below the 4th transition to enter. Even the Dongfang family's land of divine relics, which could only allow 5th transition practitioners to enter, was already considered quite good. So, 20 years ago, upon realizing that the energy in the land of divine relics was once again dissipating, our Dongfang family had no choice but to send strong practitioners in to investigate what was happening. However, most of the clan members couldn't even break through the outer perimeter of the core area. Later, my father, Dongfang Tianyu. At this point, Dongfang she paused slightly, her emotions fluctuating, but soon returned to calmness. He was a level 59 half-step king-level powerhouse, the strongest person below the 6th transition. He entered with the family token, which is also our Dongfang family's sacred artifact, and after that, he never appeared again. Not long after he entered, the land of divine relics fell into decline and fragmentation again, only allowing practitioners below the 5th transition to enter, making it even harder for the family members to break through the outer perimeter. When I accepted the inheritance secret realm and reached level 49, I also tried to enter. Unfortunately, even with all my effort, I could only barely reach the outer area of the core. I wanted to go further, but it was impossible. Xianchen sat quietly, listening intently to the past of the Dongfang family. He could imagine that 20 years ago, when Dongfang she lost her father, she was probably only around 8 years old. Their fates were indeed similar. Back then, when his parents died in the land of demons, he seemed to be about 8 as well. So he could understand Dongfang she's despair and helplessness at that time. However, she still grew strong, even fully accepting the Dongfang family's secret realm. Inheritance after awakening, quickly becoming a king-level powerhouse and shouldering the entire burden of the Dongfang family. Here is the information about the core of the god-forgotten land from the Dongfang family. Take a look. Dongfang she suddenly spoke, interrupting Xianchen's thoughts. He was slightly taken aback, reached out to take it, and just glanced over it briefly. Everything else could wait until he entered the god-forgotten land. Seeing Xianchen in thought, Dongfang she casually asked, "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Xianchen looked up, assessed her, and suddenly thought of something, curiously asking, "By the way, one more thing, why aren't you wearing the mythic armor I gave you?" Dongfang she's beautiful eyes froze, her gaze carrying a cold killing intent. That scarlet mythic armor had more exposed parts than covered ones. How could she possibly wear such revealing attire? It doesn't look good. I'm not wearing it. Dongfang she initially thought Xianchen would ask something profound, but instead, he was concerned about what she wore, which left her somewhat speechless. After her icy reply, she suppressed the urge to strike Xianchen and ignored him. At Jinghua University, the academy was somewhat desolate now. Apart from the new students of Xianchen's cohort, all the professionals who had undergone job changes had gone to the fierce demon battlefield. Before the outbreak of the demon riots, the academy's dungeon upgrades might have been a bit faster. But now, with demons endlessly appearing, as long as one kept fighting without dying, their strength could improve every moment. At this time, the two arrived at the entrance of the god-forgotten land, where Dongfang Xing also rarely appeared, saying to Dongfang Shi, "Miss, everything is ready. All the people from the god-forgotten land have come out, and the core area has been opened." After speaking, Dongfang Xing solemnly looked at Xianchen. "Xianchen, from now on, the future of my Dongfang family is entrusted to you. Thank you." Xianchen nodded solemnly, and just as he was about to enter, Dongfang she coldly spoke, "Take care of yourself. If there is danger in the core area, don't try to push forward, just retreat honestly. If you die in there, it will be truly fatal. As for the last level of the Eternal Tower, I will pay some price later to help you get in." Hearing Dongfang Shi's words, although he didn't know what the price was, Xianchen waved his hand casually. "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Wait for my good news." After saying that, he disappeared into the entrance of the god-forgotten land. Xianchen now possessed the shadowless state, which would not attract any monster's attention. He quickly flew towards the inner core area, and with his agility and double speed, he soon reached the end. Here, a white mist enveloped everything, making it impossible to see the situation inside. But Xianchen did not hesitate and stepped directly in. Inside was the dungeon based on the god-forgotten land, the Forgotten Guardian. At the same time, only one person was allowed to enter at a time. In front of him, there was a moment of disorientation, as if he had arrived in another space. When Xianchen regained clarity, an ancient temple appeared before him, with 32 stone statues guarding the entrance. They stood like loyal sentinels, protecting this sacred hall. Xianchen had seen the information. Their strength had all reached level 65. Each statue has an astonishing amount of health, possessing 2 million life points, and to truly enter the temple, one must first break through them. It's no wonder the Dongfang family still cannot retrieve their family master token, as the current god's abandoned land only allows practitioners below level 5 to enter. Among those whose highest level is only 49, very few can pass through here. For ordinary people, the 32 stone statues guard the temple door without any blind spots, with no weaknesses. However, Xian Chen has already approached them without revealing his presence. According to the intelligence, their weakness lies in the energy crystals on their backs. Xian Chen chose a perfect angle, calmly took out the scythe of immortal fate and instantly dashed past at high speed, skimming behind at least half of the stone statues. As the energy stones shattered, they simultaneously turned to rubble. The remaining stone statues reacted the moment Xian Chen made his move. But Xian Chen's speed was too fast. By the time they reacted, 17 of the stone statues had already fallen. The remaining 15 guardians showed no signs of hesitation, charging fiercely at Xian Chen. All of them were melee fighters, each strike as fierce as a storm. Yet Xian Chen handled it with ease. If he didn't have to defeat them to open the temple door, he wouldn't even be interested in engaging them. With an indestructible passive ability, even if they managed to hit him, it would only deal around 10,000 points of damage. He quickly replenished his health with the 100% lifesteal ability from Blood Shadow's Fury. From the very beginning of the battle, there was no suspense. Dongfang Shi's intelligence reported that these stone statues had incredible defense and could activate petrifying protection. But this was of no use to Xian Chen. In the end, they were still as fragile as paper. When the last stone statue shattered, Xian Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. This was the first time he encountered a monster that dropped nothing. With his luck and the judgment of the victor, every time he killed a monster, it was a big drop. He infused the only energy stones he had collected into the temple door before him. Boom! Rumble! With a loud noise, the long-closed temple door swung open once again. Xian Chen entered shadowless state and officially stepped inside. In fact, according to the Dongfang family's intelligence, there was another challenge behind the temple door. A total of 4 level 69 ghost assassins were lying in wait. However, when the door opened, their not-so-bright intelligence was puzzled as they looked at the empty doorway, only sensing a gust of wind passing through, but nothing else. They fell back into a confused slumber. At this moment, Xian Chen continued to delve deeper into the temple. The Forgotten Guardian dungeon had once been the core dungeon of the Dongfang family, offering huge experience rewards upon completion. But later, it underwent a mutation. Not to mention the final rewards, even the dead monsters turned directly into useless stones, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, Xian Chen had no desire to engage them. For ordinary people, countless efforts would be needed to pass through various monsters and traps. For Xian Chen, he only needed to quietly make his way. Finally, he reached the portal to the second level of the temple. Xian Chen did not disturb any surrounding monsters, quietly walking here, and as he released his shadowless state, the sound of a coffin being pushed echoed in front of him. In an instant, 5 figures clad in full armor stood up, their bodies obscured by thick silver armor, making it impossible to tell if they had flesh and blood. Feng Qianli, Wind Demon Archer level 69 rank, 6-star legend life, 2,100,000 skills. Anya, Demon Slayer Assassin level 69 rank, 6-star legend life, 2,200,000 skills. Xian Chen had not yet finished examining the remaining 3 job profiles when this fully equipped 5-person team entered combat mode. The Demon Slayer Assassin vanished into thin air while the Summoner and Mage's staffs began to glow, and the warrior launched a powerful charge. A total of 5 legendary level monsters, all comparable to human king level powerhouses, charged towards Xian Chen. Moreover, the combination of 5 different professions would definitely yield greater results than simply having 5 of the same profession. Xian Chen did not want to waste time. When the Kanglan domain activated, his attributes doubled and he teleported above the summoner. A critical hit that silenced and broke defenses rendered the summoner mute. However, the attacks from the other 4 professions arrived almost simultaneously. In this situation, Xian Chen did not hesitate. He transformed into a giant dragon to evade all damage while attacking the summoner. Again. When the dragon disappeared, the summoner, already under the effect of the corroding armor status, took 600,000 damage from each of Xian Chen's strikes. But Xian Chen only had one chance to strike. He swiftly turned to deliver a soul-devouring slash to the silver-armored warrior charging at him. This not only dealt damage but also applied a sealing effect. Xian Chen was much more wary of warrior-type professions than mage-type ones, mainly because warrior-type professions have charge skills that can knock back or launch opponents. This type of special effect was something Xian Chen could not evade, so it had the greatest impact on him. But now that the sealing effect was applied, it no longer mattered. He withstood the damage from the ranged mage and archer, simply landing 2 basic attacks to eliminate the summoner first. Moreover, his health was still full. Next, taking advantage of the silver-armored warrior's sealed state, Xian Chen braved countless thunderbolts and arrows, directly engaging in close combat with the warrior. Profession. In just 3 seconds, the silver-armored warrior collapsed. Xian Chen's fluid combat style, combined with his super strong stats, meant that even before 6 seconds had passed, the battle was already over. The remaining mage and archer had no special effect attacks, only pure damage skills, posing no threat to Xian Chen. The silver-armored assassin, after launching a wave of skill attacks close to Xian Chen, was controlled to death by him. In total, it took only 12 seconds. Even for a 7th turn king level powerhouse, it was difficult to deal with these monsters, yet they vanished cleanly into white light, of course, without providing anything. Next was the second layer, which was also where Dongfang Shi had failed. As long as he passed through here, Xian Chen's goal would be achieved. The second layer's space was vast, a wide wilderness filled with countless monsters. For others, it would require slow reconnaissance of these monsters' movements and selecting the perfect route before acting. But Xian Chen's shadowless passive activated, allowing him to swiftly run towards the entrance to the third layer, the final layer marked in the intel. The shadowless passive immunized him against all types of detection and perception, which was no joke. Xian Chen moved through without any obstacles, quickly reaching the entrance of the second layer. According to Dongfang Shi's intel, she had failed right here, because the next opponents would be 5 myth-level powerhouses, and they also had combination skills. Before him were still 5 spirit coffins, but unlike before, their colors had changed, all transformed into dazzling golden light. It is said that in the Forgotten Guardian dungeon, the monsters dwelling within were all transformed from the ancestors of humanity. In their lifetimes, they belonged to the human race, and after death, they transformed into this natural dungeon, testing future professionals and helping them grow faster. Although Xian Chen held respect for them in his heart, he showed no mercy in his actions. When the spirit coffins before him all exploded. Boom! 5 level 69 mythic level powerhouses appeared simultaneously. They were all clad in golden armor, exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. Moreover, their class configuration was still perfect. Faced with such formidable foes, Xian Chen did not hesitate, as usual, lunging towards the summoner, who was an easy waste of time. At the same time, the soul-devouring slash in his hand swung towards the golden-armored warrior. For Xian Chen now, there was little difference between legendary monsters and mythic monsters. It was merely a matter of swinging the scythe of immortal fate one more time. He stood like an unshakable mountain, ignoring all attacks. Xian Chen's gaze was cold and sharp, accurately applying silence and armor erosion status to the summoner-type monster. Next, it was just a monotonous swinging of the scythe. After 3 slashes, the mythic-level summoner's health hit rock bottom, triggering a death state. But unlike the previous monsters, it did not disappear immediately. Instead, it radiated a white light. Xian Chen's eyes narrowed. Here it comes. Next was their combination skill. Boom! The other 4 monsters, unharmed in the slightest, simultaneously glowed white. The 5 of them formed a cohesive unit, with the center of the pentagram woven together right at Xian Chen. A destructive red light descended from the sky. Starshine pentagram. A massive beam of light descended upon Xian Chen's body. According to Dongfang Shi's introduction, this strike would unleash 1 million points of true damage. But Xian Chen felt no fear. Before the battle, he had already activated the Kanglin domain. Both his attack power and health were doubled, and his health reached over 1.3 million. When the light struck him, Xian Chen showed no hesitation and charged towards the next opponent. As long as mythic-level monsters were approached, they had no room for resistance, only death awaited them. However, every monster that died transformed into the same light points, merging with other enemies, unleashing 1 million points of true damage. To be honest, if it weren't for Xian Chen's 100% lifesteal from Blood Shadow's Fury, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such concentrated damage. Soon, when the last mage-type golden-armored warrior transformed into light points, merging with the other 4 monsters that had already turned into light points, Xian Chen easily prepared to welcome the final wave of the Starshine Pentagram baptism. According to Dongfang Shi's introduction, she had fallen at this very step, because in the next final step, the 5 golden-armored mythic monsters would unleash all their energy, causing 5 million points of true damage. Xian Chen was indeed curious about how the people from the Dongfang family had passed this stage, but he had no worries in this regard because he had an immortal body. But, boom! This obliterating light could not be dodged. After Xian Chen endured it, his whole body shook. You have triggered the death state. 3 flowers unextinguished activated, restoring all your health and mana, while resetting the cooldowns of all your skills. Xian Chen stood dumbfounded in place. After the 5 golden-armored warriors unleashed their ultimate power, all the light points had disappeared. However, at this moment, Xian Chen felt an immense sense of relief, because his immortal body had not been triggered at all. This situation could only indicate one thing, that is, in the land of the Forgotten Gods, the Forgotten Guardian dungeon had a priority level that surpassed that of the mythic passive immortal body. This made Xian Chen break out in a cold sweat. He had originally thought that clearing this dungeon was a sure thing, but if it weren't for the activation of the 3 flowers unextinguished passive, he would have already failed the mission. Now, it could only be said to be a stroke of luck. The 5 million points of ultra-high priority damage, without special means, would definitely lead to failure. No wonder Dongfang Shi had stalled at this step. Now, the 5 golden-armored warriors transformed into light points, and in the blink of an eye, the light points completely merged into the third layer of the gate, disappearing without a trace. The third layer's great door swung wide open. Xian Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the land of the divine remains, the final level of the Forgotten Guardian. Instance activated. The entrance to the third layer resembled a vortex. After entering, Xian Chen felt a momentary daze. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the void. According to the previous intelligence from the Dongfang family, this was the very core of the land of the divine remains and also the last level of the Forgotten Guardian. His opponent was only one, the strongest of humanity, the level 89. Dragon Roar Sword Emperor, Huang Fu Tian. Of course, the mission objective was not to defeat him. Any professional who reached this point only needed to withstand 3 of Huang Fu Tian's attacks to receive a reward, and then be teleported out. Xian Chen quietly observed the figure sitting cross-legged in the void, filled with respect for Huang Fu Tian. While he was alive, he protected humanity, and even after death, a trace of his soul remained to test future generations. However, Xian Chen soon felt a strange sensation in his heart, as Huang Fu Tian was enveloped in an ominous aura, shrouded in darkness. If one sensed carefully, it seemed there was a hint of low-level evil energy about him. Moreover, this space had a bizarre feeling to it. It was completely different from the information provided by the Dongfang family. Unable to comprehend it, Xian Chen decided not to dwell on it any longer and decisively released the shadowless state. In an instant, a cold, sharp gaze pierced through the darkness. Those who offend Huaxia shall die. The deep voice was not loud, but it carried a soul-shaking intimidation. The towering figure sitting in the darkness stood up. Huang Fu Tian, Abyss Corrupted State Level 89 rank, 9-star mythical life, 15 million skills. Powerful. This was the first time Xian Chen encountered a 9-star mythical opponent. However, he had already fought against the supreme-level soul-devouring clan, so a foe with 15 million life points was naturally not a problem. Based on the information he gleaned from his hidden insight, Xian Chen understood why Huang Fu Tian's state was off. It turned out he was in a state of abyss corruption. Under normal circumstances, he should only unleash 3 moves. If Xian Chen could withstand them, he would guide him and teach him some skills, and they would enjoy a harmonious exchange filled with laughter. However, in his current state, it was clear that he was left with only instinct. He would not stop until he killed Xian Chen. At this moment, the sword in Huang Fu Tian's hand glowed, indicating he was about to unleash a powerful skill. Xian Chen showed no hesitation and initiated with the soul-devouring slash. As the blue light illuminated the darkness, Huang Fu Tian fell into a 9-second sealing state. At the same time, Xian Chen teleported above him and swung down the scythe of eternal fate. However, Huang Fu Tian was also experienced in battle. Although he had lost his sanity, his combat instincts remained. In response to Xian Chen's assault, he almost instinctively reacted, swinging the massive sword blade towards the scythe of eternal fate. Clang! A loud sound erupted, and the immense force's shockwave spread infinitely. The two barely avoided critical hits, and a more intense clash began. Having gained experience from his previous battle with the Demon Extreme, Xian Chen dared not let this unfathomable powerful opponent unleash skills, as it would bring too much uncertainty to the fight. The scythe and giant sword collided densely, producing deafening roars. At times, Xian Chen even braved heavy hits, unyieldingly applying the silence effect of the forbidden law blade, forcing Huang Fu Tian to engage in close combat. He possessed Blood Shadow Fury, with a 10-fold critical damage from Heaven's Gap, each strike healing 600,000. Victory was only a matter of time. The heated battle continued, with only the glint of cold light crossing the silent void. As time passed, Xian Chen's battle spirit passive began to show its effects. The increasingly fierce and violent damage was more than Huang Fu Tian could bear. Every time he tried to shake off Xian Chen's entanglement and sought an opportunity to unleash a wide-range skill, he would be interrupted by Xian Chen. This sense of powerlessness made Huang Fu Tian let out an angry roar, ultimately collapsing before Xian Chen. Ding, your level has risen to level 26. You have gained attribute boosts: Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 12. Free attribute points to distribute, 15 points. Endless potential triggered, you gain another 150 free attributes. Talent. You have obtained a red myth passive draw. Draw with the only enemy down. Xian Chen felt at ease to draw a new passive. You have drawn the red myth passive, Lights Protection. Lights Protection. You will absolutely negate all types of negative effects, including control such as fear, charm, knockback, silence, etc., debuffs such as attack power reduction, defense reduction, speed reduction, etc., curses, and all other effects. Not bad. This passive may not be a powerful attack type, but this support ability is still strong, greatly increasing his survival capability. From now on, he would never suffer from control effects again. At that moment, Huang Fu Tian, who had already collapsed and dissipated, surprisingly stood up again. However, Xian Chen did not make a move this time, for there was no longer any killing intent in Huang Fu Tian's eyes, only a sense of peace. Thank you, young man. I once thought I would never regain my sanity and would become a product of the abyss, but I didn't expect to have this day of recovery. Thank you. Senior, no need to thank. You have made so many contributions to the human race. This is what I should do. Seeing that Huang Fu Tian had regained his sanity, Xian Chen hurriedly asked about the matter at hand. Senior, about 20 years ago, did a person with this appearance come here? Saying this, Xian Chen described Dongfang Tianyou's appearance. Huang Fu Tian nodded slightly, but his expression was grave as he looked towards the vortex in the void. I know that young Man, his strength is equally formidable, and he is the first young person to stand before me in 100 years. At that time, my mind was still clear, and after teaching him skills, he did not leave but inquired about the truth behind the decline of the divine relic land. At this point, Huang Fu Tian gazed at the strange vortex. The truth lies within. I sensed 100 years ago, the source power of the divine relic land is being continuously devoured by it, while releasing the aura of the abyss. If this is not resolved, the divine relic land will one day be completely demonized. Although I want to solve this problem, I am merely a remnant soul relying on the existence of the divine relic land and cannot leave this core space. That young man named Dongfang Tianyu did not hesitate but entered to seek the truth, and he has not appeared since. Xian Chen followed Huang Fu Tian's gaze and looked at the vortex, which blended into the surrounding black void. If one did not look closely, they might not notice its existence. At this moment, it was greedily absorbing the source of the divine relic land while releasing the aura of the abyss. Youth, do you also wish to enter and seek the truth? In response to Huang Fu Tian's inquiry, Xian Chen nodded without hesitation. He had carefully sensed the vortex. Although it was somewhat dangerous, it was not great. Because he possessed a passive ability to avoid misfortune, if there were truly insurmountable dangers inside, he would definitely be able to sense it. Very well. Young man, your courage and strength are both outstanding, and I recognize you. Seeing that Xian Chen was merely nodding and was about to enter, Huang Fu Tian quickly stopped him. Young man, do not be hasty. I have one more thing I would like to ask of you. To be honest, I don't have much time left. These decades of being eroded by the abyss have long since taken my sanity, and your appearance has freed me. Now, this last wisp of my remaining soul is about to dissipate. I have decided to release all my power and let you carry on my professional legacy. Are you willing? Xian Chen was momentarily taken aback, then turned to great joy. Huang Fu Tian was the #1 master of humanity from hundreds of years ago, the dragon-chanting sword emperor. This hidden profession, no matter how you looked at it, was far superior to his own advanced civilian status. Without a second thought, Xian Chen nodded without hesitation. Of course I agree. It is my honor. Good. Huang Fu Tian could hardly contain his excitement. He did not expect Xian Chen to agree so easily. Worried that Xian Chen might not understand the details, he explained. However, you must understand that if you inherit my new profession, your original profession will disappear. Are you ready? Xian Chen nodded firmly. As long as he could escape the civilian profession and gain more potential for growth, it was hardly a cost. Let's begin. Upon hearing Xian Chen's decision, Huang Fu Tian's eyes flashed with relief and his entire aura erupted again, making his body appear ethereal. At that moment, roar! Accompanied by the sound of dragon chanting, a golden giant dragon spiraled up above Huang Fu Tian's head, exuding endless majesty and dominance, while a giant sword slowly emerged. This extraordinary phenomenon was the activation of Huang Fu Tian's hidden profession. His eyes flashed with determination as he steadily detached the manifestation above his head and slowly approached Xian Chen's body. Xian Chen's heart raced. Such a powerful profession was indeed worthy of being the former #1 in Huaxia, the dragon-chanting sword emperor. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, an unexpected event occurred. The advanced civilian profession phantom above Xian Chen's head suddenly opened its eyes, and a commanding aura swept through the surroundings. Bang! Xian Chen's previously excited expression instantly froze. The golden giant dragon and long sword that were about to enter Xian Chen's body were directly repelled and returned to Huang Fu Tian's body. What? Huang Fu Tian was completely dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Even after Xian Chen had defeated him, he had never shown such an expression. Xian Chen at *Yuan. This scene left Xian Chen utterly speechless. He did not expect his civilian profession to be so resilient and proud. Even the powerful hidden profession of the dragon-chanting sword emperor could not shake its status. At this moment, Xian Chen also recalled the scene when the Yada mirror awakened his fate, which was similar to the current situation. According to Dongfang Shi, this was due to his profession being too powerful. Not only could the Yada mirror not awaken his profession, but even the dragon-chanting sword emperor was also rejected. At this time, Huang Fu Tian, with a moved expression, finally recovered from his shock and slowly uttered two words: rejection. Huang Fu Tian, well versed in knowledge, clearly understood what rejection represented. It meant that the profession Xian Chen possessed completely surpassed his own. Even the once #1 dragon-chanting sword emperor did not qualify to become his profession. Just how terrifying was this young man's talent? Huang Fu Tian suppressed his shock and slowly spoke. Young man, it seems your profession is too strong, so strong that I am not even qualified to pass on the dragon-chanting sword emperor to you. Can you tell me your name? Xian Chen. Xian Chen? Xian. It seems you are from that clan, no wonder. Upon hearing Huang Fu Tian's inexplicable words, Xian Chen's heart stirred, and just as he was about to ask, Huang Fu Tian spoke again. I don't have much time left. This wisp of my remaining soul is about to disappear. I cannot bestow my legacy upon you, which is indeed a regret. However, your immense potential gives me hope for humanity. Now, I have nothing to give you. Before I completely dissipate, I will pass on to you this strongest skill that even I cannot fully comprehend. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your insight. As a golden light entered Xuanzhen's body without any resistance, Huang Fu Tian's figure became even more ethereal. He laughed with satisfaction. Ha, Xianzhen, goodbye. We humans should not be confined to a small world. We belong to the most powerful race under the starry sky. In the future, with my strongest skills, help me make it shine in the starry sky of all races. With the last echo, Huang Fu Tian transformed into countless points of light, his existence forever dissipating. Don't worry, I will. Xianzhen murmured softly, a weight he could hardly express. After experiencing so many battles, he now had a vague understanding of the human race's situation. Huang Fu Tian was likely one of the few who understood the truth of the abyss of demons. Before encountering the abyss, Xianzhen had always thought that the myriad races they mentioned referred to the evil demons. However, from numerous clues, it seemed that the higher the life form, the more they looked down on the evil demons. It was as if the demons were merely a lowly creature created. Those mythic beings seemed to come from an even broader world. Could it be that humans were truly just confined to this small region? Forget it, Xianzhen stopped pondering. Thinking more about it was useless. He needed to complete the task at hand first. At the moment Huang Fu Tian disappeared, he had already imparted his most powerful skill to Xianzhen. As for the insight he mentioned, Xianzhen didn't care at all. In terms of insight attributes, no one could surpass him. His only concern was the skill's limitations, fearing he couldn't learn it. As the perception sank into his mind, boom, the comprehension left by Huang Fu Tian fully entered Xuanzhen's mind. You have completely mastered the forbidden skill Dragon's Roar Sword Song Slay. Current level LV Max. Dragon's Roar Sword Song Slay. Using Qi as a guide, summon a realm of 1,000 swords ringing together, where the sword energy covers the entire battlefield. Range depends on mental strength, causing massive continuous damage to enemies. Damage value based on mental strength and attack power, consuming 1,000 mana points per second with no cooldown. Fortunately, it can be learned. Xianzhen was very satisfied. This skill sounded powerful just from the description, and it was exactly the group skill he currently lacked. When the sword howls and the dragon roars, Xianzhen couldn't imagine how cool it would be. Perhaps due to his high insight, the usual cost of using a forbidden skill had turned into just needing 1,000 mana points. For Xianzhen, this was hardly a burden, as he had been worrying about how to use his vast mana until now. Wasn't this just perfect? Now that he had learned the skill, Xianzhen looked solemnly at the unknown abyssal vortex. Next, it was time to help Sister Shi find her father. Xianzhen flew towards the black vortex. Although he had the divine protection to avoid danger, he still cautiously entered. After all, someone named Dongfang Tianyu had entered before and had never been heard from again. Darkness, complete and utter darkness. Moreover, the surging power of the abyss was relentlessly devouring life. The erosion damage of 100 points per second was not too significant for Xianzhen. It was far less than his automatic health recovery. Without hesitation, Xianzhen chose a direction and calmly flew deeper. The world within this vortex seemed to be a vast demon lair with no roads branching out. He could only continue to delve deeper without needing to worry about taking a wrong turn. Before long, Xianzhen frowned. His light protection had activated, forming a faint barrier around him, constantly resisting the abyss's erosion of his mind. Xianzhen could clearly feel the abyssal aura trying to break through and invade his body. What they brought was not just damage, but also fear, enchantment, and various negative effects. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. During this long stretch of time, Xianzhen felt the aura of the abyss growing denser, but he encountered no monsters or the person he was looking for. Not only that, but his health points were dropping at a rate of 300 points per second, a value that perfectly offset the 300 points of health recovery provided by the frostbite tooth. Finally, amidst the seemingly eternal darkness, a solitary shade of blue appeared, though it was too far away to discern what it truly was. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianzhen activated the Kanglin domain to increase his speed. It was time to unravel the mystery. The closer he got to that blue glow, the more his health points dropped each second. Yet, the greatest threat, the soul erosion, had little effect on him. Even so, his health loss had already reached 700 points per second. It should be noted that after activating the Kanglin domain, all attribute effects were doubled, including health recovery. Now, even the automatic recovery of 600 points per second seemed insufficient. As he drew nearer to that blue light, the oppressive atmosphere around him intensified. Moreover, with the rapid loss of health, even if Xianzhen took potions, he could hardly recover the lost health. As for running out of potions, Xianzhen had never considered that. After the last adventure to obtain the Kanglin seed, he had developed a habit of keeping a large supply of potions in the vast star realm at all times. Time continued to pass, and as Xianzhen gazed at the distant yet close blue light, he felt helpless in his heart. It really is like running a horse to the mountain. How much longer will it take? Just then, a faint glimmer appeared in the dark cave. Xianzhen's spirit lifted. In this monotonous dark cave, the presence of another color was certainly not simple. In an instant, he arrived at the spot, crouching down carefully to gently brush away the dust. Without any cover, the object emitting a mysterious glow was fully revealed. Before him, it was a delicate jade tablet in the shape of a crescent moon. It was crystal clear, warm and smooth, radiating a faint halo, while the center had a circular hollow that did not detract from its beauty. According to Dongfang's description, this was indeed the family master token of the Dongfang family. With his keen insight, Xianchen easily discerned the attributes of this special item, and the result nearly dropped his jaw. Radiant Moon Guardian, special item rank, supreme sacred artifact, fragment, wearing requirement, non-usage effect, blessing of the Radiant Moon, increases the holder's health by 500,000 points. Moonlight Flow, the holder automatically recovers 2,000 health points per second. Moonlight Revival, when the holder's health drops below 20%, all health is immediately restored. This effect has a cooldown of 3 minutes. What a good item! All attributes that increase health, and this is just a fragment of a supreme sacred artifact, yet it has such powerful attributes. No wonder the Dongfang family members could go further in both the Eternal Tower and the God-forsaken land. With this item, it would be hard for them to die in dungeons. Soon, the joy of completing the task faded for Xianchen, because Dongfang she had said that the family sacred artifact, or the family master token, would absolutely not drop. As long as the person was alive, the family sacred artifact would remain. And now, only the sacred artifact was here, with no trace of the person. It seemed that Dongfang Tianyu could be confirmed to have died here. The extraordinary world did not have that many miracles. Death was the main theme. However, Xianchen was somewhat surprised. The abyssal pollution at this location was definitely not something Dongfang Tianyu could withstand. Even with the Radiant Moon Guardian family sacred artifact, his health would still be rapidly devoured. Xianchen secretly speculated that Dongfang Tianyu had likely been eroded by the abyss after exploring to a certain point. When he wanted to retreat, to leave, he found himself unable to escape. He could only lose his sanity and continue forward until he died here. Now that Dongfang Shi's request had been fulfilled, Xianchen carefully gathered the yellow earth on the ground, helping Dongfang Tianyu return to his homeland. The flesh and blood of his fallen body were long gone, leaving only this dust to prove his existence. Now, Xianchen could actually go back and activate the Eternal Tower. However, since he had come this far, he felt an irresistible urge to take a look at what the ethereal blue light was. Moreover, he now had a holy artifact that restored 2,000 health per second, so he should be able to make it to the end. After all, he could now recover 4,600 health per second. Donning the Guardian of the Radiant Moon, Xianchen continued forward. As the ethereal blue light magnified in his eyes, the surrounding erosion of souls grew heavier. Even with the protection of light, beads of sweat appeared on Xuanchen's forehead as the oppressive aura of the abyss was too thick, making it hard for him to breathe. This level of energy was something he had never encountered before, even compared to the Kanglan seed he had once subdued. It was not to be underestimated. Finally, he was getting closer. Xuanchen's expression grew more serious as he clearly saw what the only ethereal blue light in the abyss world was. It was actually a crystal that condensed the power of the abyss into a tangible form. Yet, it was surrounded by profound abyssal energy, and it also possessed the characteristics of the energy from the land of the divine relics, as if the energy that had disappeared from the land of the divine relics was being absorbed by it. This left Xianchen feeling somewhat conflicted. These two types of energy belong to entirely different forces, and no matter how one looked at it, they shouldn't be able to coexist. At this moment, the light protection surrounding Xianchen had been released to its utmost, making him shine like a torch in the depths of darkness. He approached the abyss crystal, his eyes widening in astonishment, for within the crystal lay a serene young girl. The girl was quietly sealed within the abyss crystal, her petite and delicate body adorned with long ethereal blue hair cascading like a waterfall. Her jade-like exquisite face radiated youthfulness, perfect and flawless. With a cute little nose and moist lips, anyone would think she was a divine girl. She wore a light blue palace dress, the layers of the skirt elegantly outlining her petite figure. Her snow-white arms and tender little legs peeked out, evoking a sense of pity. Even Xianchen had to admit seeing this, Xianchen couldn't help but reach out to catch her body, feeling the lightness and reality in his hands. After a brief moment of distraction, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, because this lovely girl had no breath and no heartbeat. Sigh, I should take her out first. At that moment, Xianchen's brow twitched violently. He had no time to continue checking his surroundings and immediately placed the breathless girl into the star realm. Space. Looking back one last time at the endless depths of the demon cave, Xianchen's senses went into overdrive and his unease continued to grow. It was clear that the divine protection was warning him to avoid danger. Not daring to linger, Xianchen activated his teleportation, simultaneously spreading his crimson wings and launching his sprinting skill. He flickered every 2 seconds, and with the fourfold speed from the sprint, he quickly rushed toward the exit of the demon cave. It wasn't until the energy of the shadow wings was exhausted and after several more teleportations that the sense of danger lingering in his heart gradually faded. Xianchen felt a lingering fear. Although he was curious about what lay at the end of the demon cave, it was evident that it was not something he could explore at the moment. Miss, there's no need to rush, it hasn't even been a day yet. Xianchen won't be back that quickly. Dongfang Shi paced back and forth. her delicate brows slightly furrowed, clearly anxious. Seeing her like this, Dongfang Xing continued to reassure her. Moreover, this kid has created countless miracles, even I can't say I can win against him with certainty. At this point, Dongfang Xing couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, I advised the Ouyang family not to use underhanded means to trouble him. Now it seems that my decision saved the Ouyang family. Otherwise, with Xianquan's current strength and status in the demon suppression army, the Ouyang family would definitely be finished. Also, that kid is quite cunning. Sometimes he seems to be taking risks, but in reality he's just pursuing the greatest benefit. As long as there's danger, I dare say he absolutely won't take risks, so his safety is not a problem at all. He might appear at any moment. Shijia, Director Dongfang, are you still waiting for me here? Suddenly, a familiar clear voice came, and Dongfang Shi quickly turned around, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Xianquan, you brat, you really came back at the right time. The newcomer was indeed Xianquan, who had just walked out of the demon cave without stopping. Losing the support of Huangfu Tian, the Forgotten Guardian dungeon simultaneously disappeared, and Xianquan was immediately teleported to the land of divine relics. Seeing that Xianquan had returned so quickly, Dongfang she felt relieved, but there was a hint of disappointment in her heart. However, she still remained aloof. It's good that you're back. Let's go. I'll help you unlock the final layer of the Eternal Tower. It was clear she didn't believe Xianquan could complete the dungeon so quickly and also help her find her father. Dongfang Xing also sighed softly. It seemed their family's sacred artifact was destined to be lost. Xianquan looked at the strange expressions on their faces and helplessly smiled. Why don't you ask me if I completed the task? Dongfang Shi's beautiful eyes narrowed, while Dongfang Xing's eyes lit up. Speaking hurriedly, Xianquan, did you really find the old family head in the family token? Seeing their expressions, Xianquan could tell they didn't trust him. He directly took out the Radiant Moon Guardian and a pouch of prepared dust. There was no need to look. The shape of the Radiant Moon Guardian was something the Dongfang family was all too familiar with. But Dongfang Shi didn't look at the Radiant Moon Guardian. The family token was here, but the previous family head did not appear. Both of them knew what this meant. Dongfang Shi silently cradled the pouch of dust in her hands. In the 20 years since her father's disappearance, Dongfang Shi had always held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that perhaps her father was still alive, just trapped somewhere and unable to escape. Once she became strong enough, she would definitely be able to bring him back. So she practiced desperately, fought fiercely, and became the youngest Ice Dawn Empress at level 89 in history. Yet, this still could not allow her to break the rules of the God-forsaken land. Thus, she spent countless hours and finally found the 8th Transcendence mythical dragon, risking her life to break the shackles and become an emperor-level powerhouse. Although she had reverted to level 6 strength, she had already absorbed the Frost Dragon heart needed to break through to the 9th level. She only needed to reach level 89 again, and this time, she would have no shackles, directly breaking through to the 9th level and becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, the dust that her father had turned into when the family head's order appeared before her. Her beliefs and goals were all accomplished, but thank you, Xianquan. Dongfang she softly spoke, a complex look flashing in her eyes, resolutely turning to fly deep into Jinghua University, while Dongfang Xing also patted Xuanquan's shoulder, filled with gratitude, and followed closely behind. What now? Xianquan looked at the two who had suddenly disappeared, unsure of what to do next. He also knew that the family head's order of the Dongfang family had returned, and it was likely that the Dongfang family would be busy for a while. But how long would he have to wait? Forget it. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go to the treasure pavilion and exchange his massive points for some necessary supplies. After this matter was settled, he would delve deep into the abyss of demons. There, he would find all the answers. As usual, Xianquan headed to the A-level room of the treasure pavilion. This time, his transaction was substantial, requiring a large amount of supplies. With his current life value of over 600,000, he only needed high-level recovery potions, especially the various god-level potions from the research institute that had no cooldown. Normally, there were restrictions on the purchase quantity of such potions, but Xianquan, with the title of a distinguished professor from the Research Institute, was granted special access. Just as he gathered all the various potions, he received a message from Suingshan asking him to come over. They had made significant discoveries from various evil materials in the Research Institute. With nothing urgent on hand, Xianquan hurried to the Research Institute. Nowadays, the security around the Research Institute had become even stronger, with at least double the number of visible adjudicators. This was mainly due to Xuanquan's recent frenzied slaughter of various legendary and mythical evils. With his passive ability of victorious adjudication, the evils that died at his hands left nothing behind, assuming they were even wearing anything. Back then, when Xianquan was fighting, he discovered that wild evils dropped nothing but various equipment and evil materials. But mythical evils were different. They seemed to have storage spaces, dropping a wide variety of items. Xianquan didn't care and directly packed everything up, handing it over to the Demon Suppression Army. The equipment and items that could be used directly in battle were kept by the Demon Suppression Army, while some materials and incomprehensible oddities were sent back to the Research Institute at Jinghua University. After all, this was the top place in all of China and even the world. As soon as Xianchen arrived at the Underground Research Institute, Dean Li Feng couldn't contain his excitement and rushed forward. Professor Xian, this time you have helped us make a significant leap in human technological innovation. Hearing this, Xianchen curiously looked at Dean Li Feng, then his gaze fell on Shan, who was wearing a pristine research outfit and had a graceful figure. Hadn't these items just been delivered not long ago? Was there already a technological breakthrough? Li Feng didn't keep him in suspense. All of this is thanks to Shan. After she brought back these items from the mythical evils, we immediately began analyzing and comparing them. We discovered a stone among them. Let's call it the sound transmission stone. After thorough analysis and research, we found that it is made from wind spirit stones. As for its function, after repeated testing, it can actually transmit sound in the abyss of demons. Upon hearing this, Xuanshan's heart stirred, and he eagerly took the sound transmission stone, feeling a surge of emotion within. The wind spirit stone is not rare. It can be found in places rich in wind elements. If the communication stone can truly be analyzed clearly and this technology is popularized, the safety and intelligence transmission for humans in the abyss of demons will be greatly enhanced. Before this, practitioners could only send simple signals through distress talismans. Now, with the communication stone, everything will undergo a tremendous change. They will be able to transmit detailed information, allowing the demon suppression army to mobilize their forces more effectively. This technology is simply a monumental revolution. Li Feng was still enthusiastically introducing it, but at that moment his expression became uncertain. We just finished analyzing this communication stone, and both Shan and I are confident we can produce it. But at this point, a serious look flashed in Li Feng's eyes. This technology seems to be a follow-up idea from Director Han regarding the distress talismans, and some of the techniques bear Director Han's mark. This leads us to a terrifying speculation. That is, after Director Han entered the abyss of demons to collect materials and died, some of her important data may have fallen into the hands of the demons. Even worse, perhaps the demons are not technologically inferior to us humans or even surpass us. Hearing this bold conclusion, Xianchen was somewhat dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine a group of demons engrossed in scientific research. What an absurd picture that would be. But the judgments from Dean Li Feng and Su Shan, along with these items that were a level above humans, had already proven this point. And this, take a look. Although I don't know what it's called, each myth-level demon has one, and its function is to detect the enemy's combat power. And this, Li Feng continued to introduce these items to Xianchen one by one. Su Shan knew that once everything was resolved, Xianchen would have to venture deep into the perilous abyss of demons. Therefore, she and Dean Li Feng worked day and night to analyze these items so that Xianchen could take the unique items of the demons into their world. After listening to Li Feng's introduction, Xianchen was truly enlightened and amazed. Just then, seeing Xianchen put everything away, the usually silent Su Shan suddenly spoke up. Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. Upon hearing this, Xianchen nodded without hesitation. This was the first time Shan had made such a request. Go ahead. Su Shan took a deep breath, a fierce cold light flashing in her eyes, and gritted her silver teeth, saying, after you enter the abyss of demons, if you have the chance, you must kill the one who usurped my mother's achievements and help the demons create these things. My mother's hard work must not be sullied by the hands of demons. Don't worry, I will. In fact, even without Shan saying it, if Xianchen had the opportunity, he would definitely kill the person responsible for the demons. Technology is too important for the battle between humans and demons. The battle between humans and demons is already at a disadvantage. If their technology surpasses that of humans, then humanity is truly finished. This time, Xianchen obtained too many things from the myth-level demons, enough to bring about a leap in human technology. Both Li Feng and Su Shan were the most familiar with Han Lingsha's vision for future technology. Now, with so many tangible items before them, it was as if they already knew the answers, allowing them to reverse engineer the processes and details in between. Moreover, Han Lingsha had already left behind the thought process for this part. Therefore, it can be anticipated that from this myth-level demon, human technology will undergo a revolutionary transformation. Xianchen did not disturb Su Shan's continued research. At this moment, he received a message from Dongfang Shi and immediately headed to the Eternal Tower, where she would open the final layer of challenge. This moment was one Xianchen had waited for a long time. However, when he arrived at the land of the divine remains and saw Dongfang Shi standing quietly, the scene before him left him in a daze. There was no one around, and Dongfang Shi had already removed her mask, revealing her stunningly beautiful face once again. This was not the key point. The key was that the usually cold Shi sister had completely changed her image and was actually dressed so boldly. A dazzling scarlet battle armor clung tightly to her graceful figure, perfectly outlining her alluring curves, with every rise and fall exuding an irresistible temptation. At the same time, this armor exposed large areas of her snow-white skin. Especially the deep and enchanting cleavage in front of her chest made Xianchen fully understand what it meant to gaze into the abyss and be drawn into it. At this moment, how could Dongfang Shi still be the once frosty goddess of the nine heavens? She was clearly a mesmerizing enchantress. Xian Shen's breathing became rapid and he instinctively covered his nose, forcing himself to steady his mind. But soon he was completely dumbfounded as the blessing of the god of love had already been triggered. The blessing of the god of love has been triggered, increasing life value by 100%. Current character Dongfang Shi, the one who captures the heart. What? This is simply absurd. Wasn't it just helping her find her father and the family sacred artifact? How did it turn into a matter of the heart? Under Xian Shen's burning gaze, Dongfang Shi's pretty face flushed red, adding countless charms to her allure. She forced herself to calm down. Alright, this is the mythic battle armor you gave me last time. You want to see it, and I wore it. Next, I will open the final layer of the Eternal Tower for you. After saying that, Dongfang Shi quickly changed her equipment. As the light shimmered, the outfit that made one's blood boil disappeared, and she transformed back into the unattainable goddess of the 9 heavens. At this moment, Xian Shen also understood why Dongfang Shi hadn't worn it before. How could she possibly wear such a bold outfit? However, a smile appeared at the corner of Xian Shen's mouth. He indeed wanted to see it. Moreover, he quite liked the style of this mythic battle armor. Seeing Xian Shen still smiling, Dongfang Shi forced herself to appear calm and took out the Huiwei Guardian from her bosom. When this crescent-shaped supreme sacred artifact appeared, it immediately attracted Xian Shen's attention. At this moment, the hollow in its center was filled with a deep round pearl, making it more complete. Xian Shen stared in astonishment. Did this mean that the Huiwei Guardian had now become a complete supreme sacred artifact? That would at least double its attributes. In fact, if Xian Shen hadn't retrieved the Huiwei Guardian, Dongfang Shi had planned to forcibly open the final layer of the Eternal Tower using its core, which was the Moon God Pearl inside. However, doing so would come at a great cost, potentially harming the essence of the Moon God Pearl and causing it to lose its effectiveness. As Dongfang Shi activated the Huiwei Guardian, a bright white light poured onto the Eternal World Tree. Instantly, the Eternal World Tree seemed to come alive, with the gentle light of life intertwining with the Huiwei Guardian. Everything was ready, and Dongfang Shi calmly said, "The 36th layer has been opened, you can go in." Xian Shen nodded slightly and entered the Eternal Tower once again. Watching Xian Shen's back, Dongfang Shi's eyes flashed with nervousness, as she also did not know what the final layer of the Eternal Tower would be. There was only an old prophecy passed down in the Dongfang family, which stated that the one who cleared the Eternal Tower would become the master of all realms. It was still the familiar battle space, and a jade-green figure began to slowly take shape before Xian Shen, with huge energy fluctuations surging and spreading. This kind of power that transcended myth was undoubtedly the ultimate challenge of the final layer of the Eternal Tower, a supreme-level powerhouse. With the experience from the last time, Xian Shen tightened his grip on the immortal fate scythe in his hand, waiting for the challenge to appear. This time, the phantom before him shone brightly, with no conditions insufficient to activate it as before. As the light that filled the entire space spread out, Xian Shen was just about to make a move when a crisp and melodious voice, like the sound of silver bells, interrupted him. "Ha! Someone actually challenged to the 36th floor?" Xian Shen was taken aback. After such a loud commotion, he had expected a formidable opponent, but it turned out to be a little girl. The girl had pointed ears that peeked out from her emerald green hair. She wore a long dress woven from natural elements in shades of green, and her eyes were as clear as a lake, pure and flawless. Seeing Xian Shen's scrutiny, she seemed to look down on him, a sly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Whatever. I've been sleeping for so long, it's just right for me to stretch my limbs. But don't cry later when I beat you." Xian Shen shook the immortal fate scythe in his hand and provocatively said, "Hee, little sister, why don't you just surrender so I don't make you cry like a baby later?" The little girl on the opposite side scoffed, but when she saw the immortal fate scythe in Xian Shen's hand, her expression froze in shock. She exclaimed, "The immortal fate scythe? How is that possible? Why is it in your hands?" Although Xian Shen outwardly dismissed the girl in green, his eyes were equally serious. Due to the nature of the Eternal Tower, an opponent could only exceed Xian Shen by a maximum of 30 levels. So he clearly saw the information about her. Spirit of Life, level 56 rank, Supreme Life, 200 million skills, Wrath of Nature, Life Resurrection, Great Summon of Nature, Life Transfer, Spirit Power Deprivation, Life Judgment, Withering Technique, Life Judgment, Final Verdict. A plethora of skills dazzled Xian Shen, all related to life. Upon seeing the immortal fate scythe in Xian Shen's hand, the Spirit of Life lost all desire to speak. "I won't go with you, you're a big bad guy, I'm going to knock you away." After saying that, the Spirit of Life pointed her delicate little hand, and instantly, a bolt of green lightning struck towards Xian Shen, unavoidable. Xian Shen simultaneously activated the Kanglan domain, and the Spirit Devouring Slash was already unleashed. He was just waiting to endure the lightning before starting his operation, but the green lightning connected with Xian Shen, causing his whole body to tremble violently. Your life value is dropped to 1%. The undying body is triggered, immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Echo of Desperation triggered, attack power increased by 500%. Xian Shen was completely shocked. This was the first time he had been forced into a passive state by an opponent in one hit. He looked at the Spirit of Life's last skill, Life Judgment. Final verdict, which released a lethal strike, sacrificing its own life while dealing damage equal to its life value to the enemy. Xian Chen did not expect that the seemingly harmless spirit of life would use her ultimate move right away, and he broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the mythic passive, he would have already failed the challenge. At the same time, the sealing effect of the spirit devouring slash was also placed on the spirit of life. Xian Chen dared not waste his strongest state. He quickly activated teleportation, swinging the immortal fate scythe in his hand without any mercy. At this moment, the spirit of life's small face showed disbelief. How is this possible? Why are you still alive? She felt all her skills completely sealed, and Xian Chen suddenly appeared above her, the massive scythe swinging down as she hurriedly tried to respond. In close combat, Xian Chen could honestly say he had no opponents. With just 200 million health, the battle might drag on for too long. The spirit of life looked small, but her nimble figure and her strikes could be quite vicious. However, Xian Chen was in the strongest state of the undying body, completely unafraid of damage. To maximize damage and speed up the process, he moved his left hand like a sword, slay. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, thousands of swords sang in unison. The sword energy covered all space within a 5,000-meter radius. This is exactly what Xian Chen just learned, the dragon chant sword song, assassination. Within a range of 5,000 meters, there is simply no way to avoid it. Now, with the addition of the Kanglin Domain's enhancement, the Echo of Despair's enhancement, and the unmatched critical hit enhancement, plus the 10 times critical damage from the erosion armor state and the heavenly gap flash, every light sword that falls causes 4.8 million damage. The spirit of life was completely stunned. She never expected that such a weak human could deal such high damage. Not only the covering light sword attacks, but even his normal attacks caused over 4 million damage. Yet there was no panic in the eyes of the spirit of life, because she knew that Xian Chen's state, glowing red all over, could not last long. After 5 seconds, the spirit of life's health dropped by nearly a third. Meanwhile, with the high critical hits and 100% lifesteal burst, Xian Chen's health was completely restored. Of course, at this moment, his attack damage also dropped significantly. Now, whether it was his normal attacks or light swords, they could only deal around 800,000 damage. The spirit of life still had the leisure to pat her small chest cutely and let out a long breath. She estimated that if she could hold on a little longer, once the sealing effect on her body disappeared, she would kill this detestable human. Although both sides were in fierce confrontation, Xian Chen's health was not decreasing at all. When the 9 seconds of sealing effect ended, the spirit of life's small face was excited. Her fair hands formed seals, already prepared to unleash her skills. Boom! With Xian Chen's strike, the silent passive was once again placed on the spirit of life's petite body. The power she had just gathered dissipated instantly, leaving her completely dumbfounded. There were no further twists. The spirit of life's health steadily declined. Throughout the 36th floor, only the spirit of life's tender voice kept shouting, "I want to beat you bastard. Wah! Bad person, do you dare to let me use another skill? Woo, I beg you, just let me release one skill, okay? After I use it, I'll go with you." The spirit of life's big eyes glistened with tears, looking pitiful, her tender voice starting to plead for mercy, but Xian Chen's heart was made of stone, showing no mercy at all. When her health was down to 80 million, he decisively ended the battle with blood prison judgment and soul-severing slash. Cleared the 36th floor of the Eternal Tower. You have gained 36 free attribute points and received the unique reward, Rebirth. But Xian Chen's attention was not on this unique reward, but on the spirit of life, which was dissipating and turning into a green seed. However, she clearly refused to accept it. Even in the last moment of transforming into the seed of life, she still chattered incessantly, "Whoa, bad person. I won't acknowledge you as my master. Even if you defeat me, I won't call you master." Xian Chen felt helpless. This seed of life was quite the chatterbox, it seemed. With a wave of his hand, the seed of life was drawn towards his palm. Xian Chen took a deep breath, without hesitation, brought the undying fate scythe and the seed of life together. Ding! A flash of green light vanished, merging into it. The undying fate scythe began to gain sentience, becoming even more profound. Xian Chen quickly checked the current attributes of the undying fate scythe. Undying fate scythe, 2/5 usage requirement, none. Grade, chaos. Artifact. The core of the world, formed from the chaos condensed since the beginning of creation, it was once held by the creator god who governed the life and death of all things, possessing the mysterious power to harvest life and grant rebirth. In an unknown divine war, the energy core shattered. Only by gathering 5 seeds containing the power of the creator god can it be unsealed and restore its former divine power. Seed of the azure wave, collected. Seed of life, collected. Seed of flame, missing. Seed of storm, missing. Seed of stars, missing. Attributes: attack plus 5000, attack power plus 100%, for basic attributes plus 500. Skills: fateful encounter, luck plus 100, insight plus infinity, charm plus 100, forced addition, cannot be turned off after activation. Azure wave domain, create a water domain with a radius of 5500 meters, depending on mental value. Inflicts water damage of 5500 per second, depending on mental value, to enemies within. While in the Azure Wave Domain, you will have a 100% bonus to all attributes including attack, healing, control, etc. Consumes 100 mana per second, no cooldown, can be activated at any time. Resurgence Domain, create a life domain with a radius of 5,500 meters depending on mental value. Allies within will recover 55,000 health points per second depending on mental value. Consumes 100 mana per second, no cooldown, can be activated at any time. Azure Wave Instant, you will perform a rapid teleportation in any water area. Current teleportation distance 5,500 meters depending on mental value, cannot be interrupted during teleportation. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown of 10 seconds. Life Plunder, after killing an enemy, plunder their life force to increase your own life. Limit, the amount plundered depends on the rank of the defeated enemy. Immortal skills, 5 immortal judgments cast using the immortal Scythe of Fate as a medium. First skill, Azure Wave. Soul Devouring Slash ignores all means of the opponent, forcibly deprives 30% of attributes for 9 seconds, and adds a 9-second seal state. During the seal, no skills can be used, while dealing 400% damage of a normal attack. The state cannot be triggered repeatedly on a single target. No cost, cooldown of 10 minutes. Second skill, Life Final Judgment, ignores the opponent's rank, level, and any defenses, consumes your own life force to deal the same amount of true damage to the enemy, and forcibly adds a 10-minute life withering state. During withering, no means of health recovery can be used, no cost, no cooldown. Third skill. Fourth skill. Fifth skill, this time, it comes with 3 powerful skills, all of which are high-end skills, with growth attributes. First is Life Final Judgment, this is simply living as long as the heavens. The amount of health you have can deal the same amount of true damage to the enemy. The key is that the priority of the immortal skills is very high and cannot be offset in any way. This means that even if Xuanshen's opponent has the mythic passive of immortality, they still cannot escape death. At the same time, don't be fooled by Xuanshen's current 660,000 health points. However, once he calls his female friend to his side, the situation will be different. Coupled with the life recovery from the Resurgence domain that can replenish his health at any time, recovering 55,000 health points per second, the later it gets, the more terrifying it becomes. The key is that he also has Life Plunder, which allows him to absorb the opponent's life force after killing them, which is completely born for the Final Judgment skill. At this moment, Xianchen also noticed the growth of other attributes. Luck and charm values did not change, possibly because 100 is the limit that can be reached. However, the insight value is in an infinite state. This is extraordinary. Just as Xianchen was pondering the infinite usefulness of enlightenment, suddenly, ding, detected that you possess infinite enlightenment, allowing the fusion of the mythic passive Last Whisper, Peerless, and Blade of Silence. Do you wish to fuse? Xianchen's expression changed, revealing wild joy. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for to surpass the myth? Without any hesitation, he chose to fuse. Fusion of Last Whisper, Peerless, and Blade of Silence successful. You have obtained the Dominion passive True Peerless. Xianchen quickly looked at the effects of True Peerless. True Peerless Dominion. Any form of attack you use will ignore the enemy's defenses, directly dealing true critical damage based on 6 times your attack power, and silencing the enemy for 2 seconds. Not stackable. This was indeed silence, critical hits, and defense breaking. Everything was perfectly aligned. Moreover, the attributes were far more lethal than the previous single mythic passive. With 6 times true damage plus 2 seconds of silence, it was simply unreasonable in strength. But the limits of enlightenment were not yet over. Under infinite enlightenment, the fusion of mythic passives continued. Do you wish to fuse the mythic passives Invulnerable to All, Unbreakable, and Light's Protection? Fuse. Fusion successful. You have obtained the Dominion passive Indestructible. Indestructible Dominion. You will reduce any form of damage from enemies by 90% and reflect 60% of the damage value. At the same time, you will negate all types of negative effects including control, such as fear, charm, knockback, silence, etc., debuffs such as attack power reduction, defense reduction, speed reduction, etc., and all curses. Fusion of Sky Rift Flash, Blood Shadow Fury, and Erosion Armor successful. You have obtained the Dominion passive Dawn. Dawn Dominion. Any form of attack you make will cut through the enemy's weaknesses, dealing 10 times critical damage while absorbing health based on the damage value, with no cooldown. Fusion of Endless Potential, Soul Devour, and Hyper Evolution successful. You have obtained the Dominion passive Wheel of Awakening. Wheel of Awakening Dominion. Any unit you kill will become nourishment for your awakening. Besides True Peerless, Xianchen also gains several Dominion passives: Indestructible, Dawn, and Wheel of Awakening. Now, Indestructible was even more unresolvable than before, directly reducing any form of attack by 90% and also reflecting 60% of the damage. As for Dawn, it was the ultimate move. The previous Sky Rift Flash required a normal attack to trigger, but now Dawn directly dealt 10 times critical damage for any form of attack. Plus Xianchen's True Peerless state, he was simply ridiculously strong. And it wasn't over yet, he also had a developmental type, the Wheel of Awakening. Although the description was short, any unit killed could absorb attributes. Yes, you read that right, any unit. Unlike the previous Soul Devour, which required different categories and elite level units to absorb. Coupled with the recently acquired lifesteal, it was simply too satisfying. Just as Xianchen was familiarizing himself with his abilities, he felt a moment of dizziness. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the 36th floor of the Eternal Tower. At this moment, Dongfang Shi stared blankly at the challenge rankings of the Eternal Tower. First place, Xianchen 36th floor. Second place, Dongfang Shi 30th floor. He did it. He really did it. Dongfang Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Was the prophecy in her family about to come true? Soon, Xianchen's figure appeared before her, and at this moment she was still somewhat dazed, her gaze fixed tightly on Xianchen, unable to believe it. From the beginning until now, it had probably been less than 10 minutes in total. So fast? You really cleared the last floor. Was it that easy? Xianchen nodded lightly upon hearing this. Yes, we did pass the level, but it was still quite challenging. However, only Xianchen knew what the difficulty was. For him, the greatest challenge during the battle was the incessant chatter of the spirit of life. Despite facing a cute little loli, Xianchen showed no mercy. Dongfang Shi was unaware of Xianchen's difficulties, and upon receiving an accurate response, her heart trembled even more. Now that Xianchen had gained so much, it was time to deal with the troubles in the Demon City. He interrupted Dongfang Shi's contemplation and said in a deep voice, "I have already notified General Su. In one day, I will deal with that supreme-level evil spirit, but I need you to come with me." Dongfang Shi nodded without hesitation. "Sure, no problem. I just received a message from General Su as well. Not just me, many powerful individuals without urgent tasks have been summoned to the Demon City. But before we go, I need to return to the Dongfang family to arrange some matters. We'll meet in the Demon City in a day." "All right," Xianchen agreed, as he also had some preparations to make. Besides Lin Anren, who was already in the Demon City's demon suppression army, and Shi Mengyue and the others, Xianchen planned to take Suing Shan with him again. Upon learning that Xianchen wanted her to go to the Demon City, Suing Shan immediately set aside her research without any hesitation. The two followed their usual routine. From this moment on, Xianchen had Shan poke him with her small dagger every few minutes. Afterwards, the two took a private plane to the Demon City. Xianchen called upon them all, mainly considering the maximum effect of the blessings from the god of love. Additionally, with Shan continuously triggering the battle spirit, Xianchen had utilized all the methods he could think of to enhance his strength. In fact, he didn't need to be so cautious, because compared to a few days ago, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. However, the opponent was an unprecedented supreme-level evil spirit. Xianchen had no desire to engage in prolonged combat. The more time spent, the more variables could arise. This time, he would face the enemy in his strongest state for the first time, and he was confident that the 150 million health points of the demon would not be able to withstand it. Upon arriving in the Demon City, as soon as Xianchen arrived, General Su was already waiting with a group of high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Army. He saw Xianchen and his daughter but hadn't had the chance to ask anything when Xianchen interrupted the pleasantries and directly ordered, "General Su, arrange a room for me. Don't let anyone disturb me in the meantime. I'll come out tomorrow." After saying this, Xianchen took Suing Shan and prepared to leave. Upon hearing such a request and seeing the closeness between the two, Su, whose face darkened completely. The high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Army exchanged glances, puzzled. What kind of tactical arrangement was this? Did they need to book a room before the battle? Everyone present were experts, and they quickly noticed something unusual. It seemed that Suing Shan was holding a dagger, occasionally scratching Xianchen every few minutes. This left them even more confused. Were the young people nowadays playing such games? Although General Su, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, he thought of Xianchen's arrangements and the crucial battle with the demon tomorrow. Even upon hearing such an outrageous request, he gritted his teeth and ordered preparations. He also specifically instructed that the room where Xianchen was to stay would not be disturbed by anyone. After giving his orders, Su Hu hurriedly left as well. He still needed to arrange all the powerful individuals and deploy for the final battle tomorrow. Although he had full confidence in Xianchen as a commander, he would never place the outcome solely in one aspect. Moreover, he needed to be prepared for the worst. Nowadays, in the eastern part of Huaxia, areas with less pressure from the northern front have already dispatched some 5th and 6th transition powerhouses. Even some prominent families have been firmly requested to send personnel. There's no choice. This time, the opponent is an unprecedented supreme-level evil spirit, and no amount of preparation is too much. As for Xianchen, he has already arrived in a quiet room. He has no choice. In order for the battle spirit to continue stacking and to avoid any unexpected incidents, he can only do this to facilitating Shan's continuous triggering of her passive ability. In the quiet room, a lonely man and woman share the same space. Suing Shan always remembers Xuanchen's instructions to stab him with a dagger every few minutes. For his current physique, these injuries are negligible, just a tickle. And Suing Shan, with her previous experience, has perfect control over her strength. She inflicts damage without letting Xianchen feel pain. Xianchen, is the strength appropriate? Not bad, just right. However, just as Xianchen finished answering, he felt a bit awkward, wondering why it felt like a foot massage, but seeing Suing Shan, who had always been cold to everyone in his past life, being so obedient and compliant. With him, Xianchen felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, looking at the state of love's favor bestowed by the god of love, he sighed softly, Ing Shan. You should know about my relationship with Qin Mo Han, right? Suing Shan, who was quietly sitting on the side with research materials in her hands, trembled slightly but quickly regained her composure, nodding gently, I know. Then you. Xianchen opened his mouth, but before he could finish, Ing Shan spoke softly, showing no intention of hiding her thoughts from Xianchen. I know about you and Qin Mo Han, and I won't make you choose anything. Moreover, I like you, and it doesn't matter whether you like me or not, you don't have to feel troubled. Hearing Suing Shan's firm words, Xianchen was completely stunned. Is this a confession? It seems that from his past life to this life, this is the first time someone has formally confessed to him. With Mo Han, everything was more of a natural progression. At this moment, he also realized that it seemed his first kiss was also taken by Suing Shan. At this moment in the silent room, the air became tense, but Suing Shan's beautiful eyes, like clear springs, remained calm. Even in a confession, she was so composed. This made Xianchen feel somewhat uneasy. Big sister, this is a bad person, you shouldn't like him. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out directly, interrupting Xuanchen's further actions, and Suing Shan was equally taken aback. Both of their gazes turned to Xuanchen's glowing chest. He quickly took down the immortal fate scythe hanging from his chest, which was now glowing faintly and floating in the air, still chattering away, Big sister, let me tell you, this is the worst, the very worst bad guy in the whole world. You must not like him, he has violent tendencies. Just think about it, if he can lay his hands on a cute little lowly like me, what else can't he do? The spirit of life spoke passionately, unexpectedly running out from the immortal fate scythe. She radiated a shimmering green light, her flawless little face filled with indignation, her pointed little ears gently twitching. Xianchen was startled by the sudden appearance of the spirit of life and quickly explained, Ing Shan, it's not what you think. I know, Suing Shan said nonchalantly. She had complete trust in Xianchen, who had saved her life twice. This scythe could be said to be Xuanchen's symbol. She had seen it since she first learned that Xianchen was a commoner. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the talking scythe, sparkling as if she had seen a rare treasure. At this moment, Xianchen also let out a sigh of relief, but he quickly reacted and said, Why do I feel that the scythe of immortal destiny has been acting a bit strange lately? It seems to be full of spirit. Who would have thought it could actually talk now? He had always believed that powerful weapons possessing spirit was just a rumor, but he never expected not only did it have spirit, but it was also quite chatty. Wasn't it a living example right in front of him? The spirit of life, upon seeing the two, just stared at him with wide eyes, feeling a bit exasperated. Her delicate pink lips slightly pouted, looking angrily at Xianchen, whom, even though you are my master, I absolutely will not acknowledge you as my master. Even if you take me out to play and buy me delicious food and fun things, I still won't recognize you as my master. But Xianchen listened to the spirit of life's vow with a strange expression, always feeling that her confidence wasn't that strong. Since the spirit of life had transformed into the seed of life and merged with the scythe of immortal destiny and now couldn't help but run out, how could Xianchen let her fall silent again? He gently coaxed her, revealing a kind smile. All right, you don't have to acknowledge me as your master, but as an apology for the earlier unpleasantness, I will still buy you delicious food and fun things. And think about it, isn't it much more fun to be out with me than to be in the eternal world tree? It's so dull in there, how can it compare to running around with me? The spirit of life clearly understood this logic. Originally, she had merged with the scythe of immortal destiny, becoming a weapon spirit, vowing to ignore Xianchen for life and just stay in the scythe to annoy him. However, she discovered that entering the scythe of immortal destiny did not limit her freedom. She could see the outside world and was, in fact, freer than when she was in the eternal world tree. She could go to more places and see more interesting things. So, after just a day, she couldn't help but jump out. Faced with Xianchen's invitation and promises, she nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand generously. All right, I forgive you. After all, you are my master. At this moment, her fox tail also revealed itself. But master, you have to remember, I want to go out to play 3 times a day, and I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Just like the plane you were on earlier, I want to ride it once every day, and also, once the spirit of life started talking, she couldn't stop chattering away. This couldn't be blamed on her. In the eternal world tree, she had either been sleeping or daydreaming. After finally coming out with the scythe of immortal destiny, she had held back for a while just to annoy Xianchen, which clearly had made her restless. Xianchen quickly interrupted her. If he let her continue, who knew how long it would take? Stop. All right, I promise you everything you said. By the way, do you have a name? If not, I can give you one. How about Little Green? The spirit of life cutely rolled her eyes. What a terrible name. I don't want you to name me. I have a name, remember it. From now on, call me Linger. Saying this, Linger looked at Xianchen proudly. Xianchen didn't know whether having an eccentric Linger added to the scythe of immortal destiny was good or bad. Yingshan finally finished watching Linger and Xianshen's playful banter, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable brilliance. Xianshen, I want to ask you a question. Is your weapon beyond myth? Xianshen did not hide it and nodded directly, yes. Seeing the real equipment that surpassed myth right in front of her, Su Yingshan's heart was no longer calm, because her mother's previous ideas about surpassing myth were true. For equipment to surpass myth, the most important thing is to imbue it with spirit, giving it consciousness. And looking at Linger, who was playing with Xianshen, this kind of spirit was a ready-made example. Su Yingshan couldn't think of anything else and immediately took out her notebook, occasionally jotting down some notes. Linger saw Xianshen closing his eyes and ignoring her, so she could only pull Su Yingshan to chat nonstop. She had to say all the words she had bottled up for countless years in one go. Xianshen listened to Linger chattering away, keeping his eyes closed to rest. He felt the occasional force coming from behind him and the increasing layers of battle spirit just waiting for the strongest state to arrive. In the Demon City, in the conference hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with the essence of the world within Huaxia City. As long as there were no powerful figures from major war zones, most had gathered here. Even the visible leader of Huaxia, Ouyang Genoa, had brought some of the Ouyang family's sixth transition powerhouses with him. Qin Sihai from the Illusory World Chamber of Commerce was also present. Most of them had received notifications from the Demon Suppression Army, understanding the seriousness of the situation, and had been summoned. An existence beyond myth, with 150 million health points. Just hearing General Su mention this information made the sixth transition powerhouses present feel their scalps tingle. Since this was the Demon Suppression Army, and not the outside world, General Su, as the highest commander of the East, naturally sat at the head. After he finished introducing the arrangements for tomorrow, everyone's expression turned grave. Alright, this is the situation. Next, we will immediately set off to prepare at Xiang Gate. As he spoke, his gaze was sharp and his voice deep. I'll say this up front, most of you are king-level powerhouses. If anyone dares to flee in tomorrow's battle, don't blame the Demon Suppression Army for its ruthless blood-red pursuit order. This made some families who had heard that the supreme evil was their opponent suddenly feel a chill in their hearts. Some among them really had such intentions. After all, facing a myth-level being was already daunting, let alone the powerful unknown supreme evil. If the situation turned dire, they might indeed retreat and evade. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, some even pessimistic, General Su slowly spoke. However, you don't need to worry too much. Perhaps tomorrow's battle won't even require your involvement. We'll just wait for General Xian's results. At this moment, someone finally realized that General Su had been mentioning General Xian since he started introducing the information. Whether it was killing myth-level evils or battling the supreme evil, such astonishing achievements made them feel as if they were listening to legends. Mainly, the information about Xianshen had only emerged recently, and with the Demon Suppression Army's news blockade, very few knew about it. They found it hard to believe that there was such a powerful existence among humans. However, General Su only smiled lightly. General Xian is one of the generals of our Demon Suppression Army, on par with me. His identity is likely known to many here. He is Xianshen. At this point, General Su had no need to hide anything. Some people showed confusion because the generals of the 5 war zones were the highest authorities in the world of Huaxia City. They were all true powerhouses. Only the elders deep within the abyss of demons could stand on equal footing with them. But the name Xianshen was indeed unfamiliar to them. They had never heard it in the Demon Suppression Army. And the Dean Ouyang Yan, who had come with Ouyang Genoa, was momentarily confused but quickly remembered who it was. After all, there was only one student who had pointed at his nose and scolded him, leaving him helpless. Ouyang Genoa also reacted, his expression somewhat ambiguous. No wonder he couldn't find any information on Xianshen. Was his status in the Demon Suppression Army so high? Previously, he had even considered secretly eliminating this immensely potential enemy, but now he had completely abandoned that thought. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. From General Su's description, compared to the thousands of evils that Xianshen had defeated alone, it seemed that no matter how strong the Ouyang family was, they were not enough to compare. Soon, more people recalled the familiar name Xianshen. After all, he was also the overall champion of this global competition. Hearing General Su, whose terrifying description of Xianshen, Qin Sihai felt somewhat skeptical. How long had it been since this young man, who had previously bet against him, had already become humanity's hope? Clearly, many others shared the same disbelief and directly asked General Su, "Is this Xianshen the overall champion of this global competition?" Yes. With General Su's affirmative response, more people exchanged glances, which meant that Xianshen was just a student. General Su, it's not that we don't believe you. It's just that this news is too outrageous. Can a student really defeat the mythic evil and become the key to overcoming the supreme evil? General Su did not elaborate much. He simply said, "Everything will be clear tomorrow. For now, let's prepare outside Xiang Gate." Most people remained skeptical, but the order from General Su prompted them to act in an orderly manner. Everything awaited the next day. The next day, feeling that the final layer of battle spirit had finally accumulated. Xianchen opened his eyes, a flash of red flickering within. He felt an overwhelming power that could not be suppressed. Meanwhile, Su Yingshan had been chatting with Linger for a whole day and night, and her mental state was also quite good. What surprised Xianchen the most was that Linger had been talking for so long, yet she showed no signs of fatigue and continued to chatter away. Alright, everything is ready, let's go out. Xianchen interrupted Linger, who was about to express her dissatisfaction when she suddenly noticed the powerful aura surrounding him, her small face showing surprise. She had a feeling that if Xianchen had fought her in this state before, she would have had no chance to fight back. Initially thinking that Chen had used underhanded means to defeat her, she no longer believed that. At this moment, her gaze cleared and she obediently nodded. Okay, master. After saying that, she obediently returned to the scythe of immortal fate. Yingshan also noticed Xianchen's unusual state. It seemed that he possessed the ability to tear the heavens and earth apart with every move. Their feelings were not wrong. Xianchen now had 1440 layers of battle spirit. Even without using the scythe of immortal fate, a single punch from him would likely leave the supreme evil bruised and battered. Battle spirit. Each time you attack someone or are attacked, you enter a battle state, increasing your attack by 10% per minute. This attribute can stack, and after leaving the battle state, the attribute resets, with each layer lasting 24 hours. Xianchen confidently pushed open the door and walked out with Su Yingshan. Outside, someone was already waiting to take them to Xiang Gate. To Xianchen's surprise, Xiang Gate was unexpectedly lively. Numerous powerful figures at the 6th transition level appeared one after another, and even the 8th transition powerhouse Dongfang Xing made a low-key appearance among the crowd. When Xianchen appeared, all eyes were on him. Various expressions filled the crowd, some were astonished, some doubtful, but most were tense. There was no way around it. They had already received General Su's orders. Once the seal in front of them was lifted, if Xianchen failed in a one-on-one fight, they would all have to step in. Although they would have Dongfang Academy's head leading them, this group of outsiders who seemed to shine as king-level powerhouses would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. In the eyes of most, Xianchen's defeat was inevitable. They were destined to step in to surround and kill an unprecedented supreme evil. They knew Xianchen's identity and had seen his performance in the global competition. They admitted that Xianchen was indeed strong now and had great potential for the future. But to achieve what the Demon Suppression Army claimed, defeating the mythic evil in an instant or even single-handedly taking down the supreme evil, was absolutely impossible. Outside the Xiang Gate, the appearance of such a large-scale force has also caught the attention of the evil spirits, who sensed something unusual. Numerous myth-level evil spirits emerged in the distance. At the same time, legendary evil spirits took their positions, prompting the army of evil spirits to begin advancing slowly. The faces of those preparing to fight outside the Xiang Gate were not looking good. The emergence of such powerful evil spirits would bring too many dangers. General Su also wore a serious expression. He had originally planned to try to help Xuancheng and lead a group to beat the evil spirits. However, the evil spirits would certainly not let them have their way. Once a group fight broke out, they would also join the fray. Among those present, Xuancheng appeared the most composed. He led Su Yingshan and walked easily towards Qi Manhwa, Lin Anren, and Dongfang Ji, who were at the back of the crowd. They originally had no right to be at the forefront. However, due to Xuancheng's strong insistence, General Su had no choice but to comply. After greeting the three female friends, Xuancheng was just about to leave when Qi Manhwa couldn't help but shout, "Xuancheng, you must win." As she spoke sweetly, she made a move to step forward and hold on to Xuancheng. Xuancheng quickly took a few steps back, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. With so many people watching, he really couldn't handle such enthusiasm. He smiled and said, no rush, Manhwa. I'll make it up to you after the battle." "Oh, okay." A hint of disappointment flashed in Qi Manhwa's eyes. She felt it had been a long time since she had hugged Xuancheng. The unique scent and sense of security he provided was something even her sister couldn't give her. Not far away, Qi Mengyan, seeing her sister's familiar actions, also showed a helpless expression on her gentle face. Everything was ready. The necessary preparations had been made. Xuancheng walked to the edge of the Xiang Gate city wall. He nodded at Dongfang Shi, and just as he was about to jump down, Dongfang Shi's usual cold reminder came, "Xuancheng, be careful." Xuancheng gave her a reassuring smile and looked at the serious General Su, "Unlock the seal of the 5 Emperors' Cauldron and leave the rest to me." Seeing that Xuancheng was already prepared, General Su no longer hesitated and flew towards the space of the 5 Emperors' Cauldron with Xuancheng. The other 5th and 6th rank king-level powerhouses followed closely behind. As they moved, the evil spirits in the distance also reacted. Both sides hovered beneath the seal of the 5 Emperors' Cauldron, and the battle was about to begin. "Let's start." As Xuancheng stood directly in front of the 5 Emperors' Cauldron, the Kanglan domain was activated simultaneously. Boom! With a loud noise, the 5 Emperors' Cauldron slowly disappeared, and Xuancheng felt a chilling gaze piercing through him. Xuancheng showed disdain. His attributes had already changed significantly. Character, Xuanqing level 26 profession, commoner basic attributes, strength, 9260. Plus 500 plus 400 Constitution 4380 plus 500 plus 120 Agility 4860 plus 500 plus 200 Spirit 4620 plus 500 plus 240 plus 140 Attack Power 30320 Health 670000/670000 Mana 55,000/55,000 Skills, Hidden Insight, Exclusive, Blood Prison Judgment, Dragon's Roar Sword Song Assassinate Passive, Indestructible, Dominion, Dawn, Dominion. True Peerless, Dominion, Awakening Wheel, Dominion, Battle Soul, Myth, Divine Protection, Myth, Death Rhythm, Myth, Blessing of the Love God, Myth. Xuanqing wanted to see if the evil spirits would still dare to look at him with such eyes. At the moment the spatial seal was activated, Xuanqing did not hesitate. With a point of his left hand, the life final judgment dealt nearly 5 million damage directly. After all is female. Friends were nearby, and this was the state with the most health. Blessing of the Love God triggered, increasing health by 300%. Current characters. Dongfangshi Devotion 100%, Suingshan Devotion 100%, Qi Mengyu Affinity 40%, Dongfangji Familiarity 20%, Lin and Ran Familiarity 20%, Qi Mengyan Familiarity 20%. However, the blood exchange ultimately decided by Xianshan is not the goal. Your health has dropped to 1%. The Undying Body is triggered, immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Echo of Desperation triggered, attack power increases by 500%. The moment Chen raised his left hand, entering the strongest state, his right hand's Undying Fate scythe simultaneously launched. Kanglin's Soul Devouring Slash. This strike surpassed Xianshan's limits ever recorded, stacking the Kanglin domain, True Peerless, Battle Soul, Echo of Desperation, and Dawn, plus the fourfold attack of the Soul Devouring Slash itself. With one blow, the heavens and earth changed color, accompanied by an unprecedented, brilliant blue light. Everyone's eyes transformed into a blue world, with only the pure blue of the Soul Devouring Slash remaining before them, and layers of shattered space. This was a scene no one had ever witnessed. All were dumbfounded. Could space really be shattered? And MOG finally sensed something was wrong. A look of unprecedented horror appeared in his eyes. He could feel that under this strike he would absolutely be reduced to ashes. No matter how many divine powers he had, it was useless. At this moment, MOG's face turned as pale as paper. In a panic, he took out the divine pearl from his storage space and crushed it directly. In an instant, a phantom with vast momentum appeared, giving an unshakable sense of oppression. He was the center of the world. Great Realm King, save me. There was no need for MOG to call for help. The moment the phantom known as the Great Realm King appeared, he saw the blinding blue light before him. His eyes widened, and he shouted, "Human, you dare?" Boom! A huge explosion sounded, drowning out the rest of his words. Both MOG and the terrifying phantom that had just tried to show off vanished. This strike also plunged the heavens and earth into silence. Everyone looked in disbelief at the terrifying scene outside Xiang Gate. A vast abyss spanning hundreds of miles, unfathomable, lay across the fallen demon land. How much power would it take to achieve this? Xianshan had indeed underestimated his current strength. Because all his passive stacks multiplied geometrically, even without the battle soul, he had a damage bonus of 720 times, plus the 144 times attack increase from the battle soul. That last strike dealt exactly 12.5 billion damage. And it was all true damage. Ding, your level has increased to level 27. Ding, your level has increased to level 28. You have gained attribute increases: Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 12. Free attribute points to distribute 15 points. Talent: you have gained a red myth passive draw, but Xianshan didn't care about these small attributes. Kill the Supreme Soul Devouring Clan. Awakening will activated. Strength plus 2100, Constitution plus 3030, Agility plus 3200, Spirit plus 5100. Life Plunder activated, plundering 100,000 health points. Awesome. No wonder it was a supreme being. Xianshan had worked hard to level up to now, only having 5,500 points of spirit, yet killing a supreme level opponent, he got everything at once. Everyone was dazed, but Xianshan was not. Now was the time for slaughter and harvest. It was not yet time to sort through the gains. Xianshan routinely cleaned up the exploded ground. The current state of the 1440 layers of battle soul could not be wasted. Whether it was his awakening wheel or life plunder, they were both eagerly waiting to be fed. The Kanglin domain unfolded, and with a teleportation of 10,000 meters combined with Xuanqian's speed, he rushed into the midst of the evil demons in an instant. All the mythological evil demons reacted, already scared out of their wits, scattering in all directions without a care for anything. Retreat! Quick, retreat! Run! This human is too terrifying. But Xianshan had already appeared above them, his cold finger pressing down, slay. Instantly, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, 10,000 swords rang out. Countless sword energies descended within a 10,000-meter range. In Xuanqian's current state, anyone who encountered it would die. Even mythological level evil demons were still killed in an instant. Wherever Xianxin went, a rain of swords fell within a 10,000-meter radius, weaving into a sea of death. Kill mythological beings. Awakening will activated, strength plus 210, constitution plus 300, agility plus 320, spirit plus 200. Kill mythological beings. Awakening will activated, strength plus 240, constitution plus 290, agility plus 210, spirit plus 300. Awakening will activated, strength plus 30, constitution plus 21, agility plus 22, spirit plus 11. Awakening will activated, strength plus 80, constitution plus 100, agility plus 78, spirit plus 110. Life plunder triggered, plundering 20,000 life points. Life plunder triggered, plundering 19,000 life points. Life plunder triggered, plundering 1,800 life points. Life plunder triggered, plundering 2,100 life points. Xianxin killed to his heart's content. Countless red lights and green glows entered his body on the battlefield, becoming the nutrients for his awakening wheel and life plunder. The group of high-level evil demons outside Xiang City had really bad luck, having long since scattered in a panic. Xuanxin's attacks, which were even more bizarre than the evil demons, left them with no heart to resist. They could only lament why they couldn't grow a pair of wings. The battle quickly came to an end, leaving behind a ground full of equipment and items. Except for a few mythological evil demons that managed to escape, the rest were all caught and slaughtered by Xianxin. After this battle, his level once again welcomed an upgrade. But damn it, the experience required for a civilian profession to level up is just too terrifying, right? Ding, your level has risen to level 29. The entire battlefield fell silent once more. Even as Xianxin flew back to the city wall of Xianggate, everyone still gaped in disbelief. They could be sure that, not to mention the move that cut through a 100-mile abyss, just Xuanxin's simultaneous sword strike, if unleashed among the crowd they were in, would have killed everyone on the Xianggate. Throughout the battle, from Xianxin breaking through the void instantly, killing the supreme evil demon and the mysterious shadow, to slaying every evil demon in sight, it had only taken a mere 2 minutes. No one had ever experienced such a short battle with so many high-level evil demons appearing. The key point was that it ended with a human victory, and the most absurd thing was that only one person had made a move. Finally, General Su was the first to react, taking a deep breath to ease his inner shock. You really are a monster. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army once again witnessed the miracle created by Xianxin, their excitement impossible to contain, their faces flushed as deafening shouts echoed through the sky. General Xian is mighty! General Xian is mighty! The shouts of the Demon Suppression Army finally brought the stunned crowd back to their senses. They too showed excitement, for this meant they would not have to engage in life and death battles. No one had expected Xianxin to be so powerful, and it was a kind of power that transcended their understanding. Suing Shan had already arrived by Xianxin's side when he appeared, and upon witnessing the final victory, Qi Meng Yu was so excited that she lost herself in the moment, directly wrapping her arms around Xianxin's arm, bouncing up and down. Wow! Xianxin, I can't believe you really won. You're amazing. I like you so much. The innocent admiration from the girl made Xianxin feel good. When Suing Shan saw Qi Mengyu hugging Xianxin's arm, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the other one. Suddenly, Xianxin found himself in a situation of being hugged from both sides with a bitter smile. Dongfang Shi, who had intended to step forward, paused and stopped in his tracks, feeling an inexplicable annoyance rise within him. General Su also realized this was still his usually silent and cold daughter. How could she be hugging Xianxin in front of everyone? Ahem! General Su coughed discontentedly. Anyone else might have caught on, but this was Su Yingshan. She merely looked at General Su with confusion and continued to do as she pleased. In the crowd, Dean Ouyang Yan turned pale upon seeing Xianxin, the center of attention. He recalled that he once wanted to challenge Xianxin, which now seemed like courting death. Ouyang Genuo also looked displeased, forcing an unnatural smile as he spoke flatteringly. Although General Xian is young, his strength is truly unfathomable. Beauty matches heroism. No wonder General Xian is favored by the girls. Qin Si Hai quickly caught on as well. With Xianxin's combat power and status, what was there to test? He also dropped his pretense, looking at Xianxin as if seeing him for the first time. Good. Xianxin, I really didn't expect your strength to reach this level. It seems our bet is unnecessary. As he spoke, he pretended to be indifferent, glancing over at Suing Shan and Su Hu, continuing, you and Mo Han have been childhood sweethearts. I agree to your marriage. Xianxin was completely baffled. Although he intended to take things to the final step with Mo Han, when had he ever discussed marriage with Qin Si Hai? The surrounding king-level powerhouses reacted, all congratulating Qin Si Hai while showing envious expressions. They hadn't expected this guy to act so quickly. Anyone who had seen Xianxin in action understood that with him around, the entire power structure of Huaxia had changed. Because Xianxin was undoubtedly an existence that transcended everything. General Su, noticing Qin Si Hai's malicious gaze, felt even more displeased. Watching his silly daughter still hugging Xianxin, he coldly spoke, Qin Si Hai, don't even think about getting my Mo army people into your illusory world chamber of commerce. Can't you see my daughter is with Xianxin? Even if your daughter comes out later, she can only be a concubine. General Su's fierce words startled everyone, and their minds became more active. They had already witnessed Xian power, and the key was that he was so young. With such handsome looks, it was likely that their family's girls would be willing to be concubines. Moreover, this was extremely important for the future of their families. Soon, those king-level powerhouses from major forces couldn't care less about their pride and all crowded forward, eagerly recommending the outstanding women from their families. Xian remembered to make more friends with the opposite sex, but he hadn't had the chance to listen. He suddenly felt a cold aura approaching, and an authoritative voice that brooked no dissent rang out, "Enough, everyone get lost." It was Dongfang Shi. Everyone's hearts sank, and some showed dissatisfaction. However, upon recognizing the masked Dongfang Shi, they all fell silent. Most of them might not recognize her identity, but with the presence of the eighth-turn Dongfang Xing following her, no one dared to ignore her. Seeing Dongfang Shi's frosty demeanor and the restrained aura, General Su quickly tried to smooth things over. He didn't dare to let this woman lose her temper. Standing at the limits of humanity, the Eight Transcendence Ice Dawn Empress, if she were to take action, could potentially dismantle the Xiang Gate. Alright, enough of the idle chatter. The current situation in Huaxia is still not optimistic. Many high-level evil demons are still rampant in various border strongholds. Of course, I appreciate everyone's support this time. The Demon Suppression Army will remember your contributions. The other 6 Transcendence powerhouses who had been summoned dared not speak. In wartime situations, they were not unfamiliar with the Demon Suppression Army's dominance. Just being able to complete the summon safely, they felt grateful. With General Su's arrangements, the crowd dispersed in an orderly manner. Even if someone wanted to get close to Xianxian, seeing Dongfang Shi standing there radiating killing intent, no one had the courage to approach. Even Qin Sihai and Ouyang Zhenhuo only greeted Xianxian from a distance before leaving. As everyone dispersed, Dongfang Shi looked at Suing Shan and Qi Mangyue, who were still clinging to Xianxian. Her beautiful eyes slightly closed, and when she opened them again, a decisive glint flashed. In her starry gaze, her breath returning to calm. "Xianxian, after you handle your matters, contact me when you're heading to the Demon Suppression Pass." With that, Dongfang Shi turned and left without a trace of reluctance. Qi Mangyue had already calmed down from her excitement as her sister apologetically pulled her away from Xianxian, while Suing Shan also ceased her intimate actions, gazing longingly at the departing Dongfang Shi. Xianxian silently watched Dongfang Shi leave, as well as the changes bestowed by the god of love. Dongfang Shi's affectionate attachment had transformed into mutual affection. Perhaps this was Dongfang Shi, someone who dared to love and hate. Once something no longer belonged to her, she would let go directly, without any entanglement. Xuanqian's heart was complex. He didn't feel much sadness. Everyone had their own choices. He couldn't expect everyone to revolve around him, nor would he do so. Moreover, looking at his own situation of being embraced on both sides, no matter how he thought about it, sister Shi would never join in. Forget it, now was not the time to consider these things. His current strength had long surpassed the limits, and staying in this city was of no use. It was better to hurry to the depths of the Demon Fall land. In the eternal land of darkness, 10 pitch-black figures reappeared in a strange space, and a deep voice echoed, "A genius with the supreme bloodline within the clan has fallen." All the shadows fell into an eerie silence, and an impatient voice broke the stillness. "How is that possible? How could humans possess such strength? Did they use a supreme holy artifact?" The deep voice spoke again. "No, the Demon Lord activated my contingency plan before dying, but I only saw a flash of extreme blue light." At this point, his expression grew serious. "The power of that strike, I can confirm, absolutely surpasses the Imperial level and has reached the true Supreme level." The space fell silent once more. They hadn't expected that despite restricting the development of humanity in all aspects, they could still rise. This time was even more terrifying than the 9 Transcendence Imperial level born 20 years ago. They had directly given birth to a Supreme level powerhouse. If it weren't for us being unable to act directly, we could easily crush Blue Star, giving humanity no chance to grow. Hearing the violent voice, a charming and alluring laugh rang out. "Hee, don't be impatient. When dealing with humans, don't force them, give them pressure. The greater the pressure, the more fiercely they will retaliate." Easy for you to say. What do you propose?" The seductive woman's voice chimed in again. "I've said before, when it comes to understanding humans, our Shadow Erosion clan knows much more than you. After all, we enslave the most humans, and the things they create are bestsellers across the starry sky." A calm voice, seemingly from the highest authority, spoke. "Mayin, no need to say more, just tell us your plan." The charming voice continued to narrate. "It's actually quite simple. We just need to withdraw those royal mythological beings and restrict the actions of the high-level evil spirits. Humans are a contradictory species. When faced with a common strong enemy, they unite. But once the external threat is gone, they will turn against each other. Moreover, without high-level evil spirits and the emergence of advanced races, the potential for human development will be greatly reduced. They will only be able to enter limited dungeons to gain strength. At that time, due to the need for upgrades, intense internal strife will naturally occur. And with the infiltration of the Demon Suppression Pass, many humans have already decided to join us. So we don't need to think about conquering a race with infinite potential through force that would actually promote their strengthening. Previously, Mei had this idea, but at that time they dismissed it, thinking that humans were weak and unnecessary. However, after experiencing repeated failures and restrictions, they had to admit that this method might be the best. A deep and oppressive voice sounded again, making a decisive statement. Then let's do it Mei's way. But our most important task is still to continue eroding the barrier of the Creator God. At that time, the secrets of the Creator God will all be ours. Yes. All the shadows disappeared again and the space returned to silence. At this moment, Xuanqing was drawing his mythological passives, going for a triple draw. You have drawn the red mythological passive, Lone Star. Lone Star, when you are alone in battle without teammates nearby, all attributes are increased by 100%. You have drawn the red mythological passive, Heaven Seizing Technique. Heaven Seizing Technique, after killing an enemy, you will randomly obtain any one of their skills. You have drawn the red mythological passive, Poison Shadow Mark. Poison Shadow Mark. When you attack an opponent, it will leave a poison shadow mark deep in their soul, causing continuous poison damage that cannot be stacked, lasting for 10 years. First of all, another passive that doubles attributes. This is Xuanqing's favorite type, because after his all-attribute increase of 100%, combined with his many stacked passives, he will be terrifyingly strong. He is no longer suited to stay in the city. A casual strike could destroy the world and change the terrain. Don't be fooled by his current level of 29, he has long surpassed his former strength. If he entered a dungeon in his current state, a casual strike would likely cause the dungeon space to collapse. He felt a bit regretful about the Heaven Seizing Technique passive. It came at the wrong time. If he had drawn it earlier, he could have learned a bunch of skills. With this passive, he no longer needs to envy others for having active skills. As long as he keeps killing, he will become the one with the most skills and the most knowledgeable person, because one day he will know everything. As for the last poison shadow mark, Xuanqing looked down on the little damage from the poison, but the ability to mark the soul is too important. Last time, he faced off against Moji and hid, unable to find his true form. But that won't happen now, as long as he starts the battle with the soul-devouring slash to place the poison shadow mark on his opponent. They will have nowhere to escape. Even if there are any that slip through the cracks, in 10 years, if they don't continuously take medicine, they will likely turn to ashes. Xuanqing could imagine how painful his opponents would be in the future. The passives have been drawn, so now let's see what good things Moji has contributed. Xuanqing's eyes burned with excitement as he took out an object emitting black light. It moved nimbly like a small snake. As Xuanqing extended his finger, it automatically attached to his fingertip, transforming into a ring. It was indeed a supreme sacred artifact. Black Soul, supreme sacred artifact wearing requirements, none attributes, strength plus 1000, spirit plus 5000, health plus 500,000 additional skills. Soul Devour, after killing an opponent, absorb their soul and store it, 0/10 million. Soul Guardian, release the soul to form a protective shield that deflects damage. Soul Explosion, release all souls to deal massive damage to enemies in a certain area. The ring is quite good, both in terms of additional attributes and skills. However, Xian Chen's perspective has now broadened, and the equipment seems just average. At this moment, he looked towards another stone radiating white light, and with his hidden insight, he effortlessly saw through its introduction. Astral Teleportation Stone. After activation, it can teleport to another area, location unknown. This is indeed a good item. MOG truly deserves the supreme grade, as the items on him are endless. The phantom he summoned at that time made Xian Chen feel immense pressure, and this teleportation stone is clearly his backup. However, Xian Chen estimated that if he used other attack methods, MOG might really be able to escape through the teleportation stone. But since he used the immortal technique of the Chaos Artifact, with this lock in place, even if MOG wanted to activate the teleportation stone to flee, he wouldn't be able to. Xian Chen put away the useful items and handed over the rest to the Demon Suppression Army. General Su understood Xian Chen's intentions. He didn't say much, just patted Xian Chen's shoulder and solemnly handed him the general's order representing the highest authority of Huaxia. After receiving it, Xian Chen went to find Su Yingshan to prepare for farewell. But even at the moment of parting, Yingshan's expression remained calm. Only her autumn-like eyes rippled with barely noticeable emotions. She silently took out some items and handed them to Xian Chen, softly saying, "Take these, you might need them. When you come back, we..." Before she could finish, Xian Chen hurriedly stopped her, saying that such words as, "when you come back," shouldn't be said lightly. "Don't worry, I will definitely return safely, and I will help you complete the task you entrusted to me." Su Yingshan shook her head. "You must prioritize your own safety. As long as you can return safely, nothing else matters." Chen nodded slightly. The more ordinary the words of affection, the more they touched the heart. Looking at the elegant woman before him, he gently raised his arms and tightly embraced Yingshan's soft figure. Just as Yingshan was momentarily lost in Xian Chen's sudden action, he had already released her, saying, "Wait for me to come back." As his voice fell, Xian Chen had already disappeared from the spot with ease. With this departure, Xian Chen would not return until he resolved the matters in the Abyss of Demons, and he didn't know how long it would be until they met again. He admitted he was somewhat selfish, but since Shan was willing to wait for him, he had to give her an explanation. He just had to think carefully about how to explain it to Mo Han when the time came. Until Xian Chen vanished, Shan remained dazed in place. In an instant, her expressionless face suddenly blossomed with a perfect smile. That could stop time. This was the first time she had smiled in so many years, but this time Xian Chen clearly could not see it. Have you finished saying goodbye to your beautiful friends? Yes, Shijia, let's go. There was no grand farewell ceremony or lingering reluctance. Xian Chen and Dongfang Shi quietly disappeared at the end of the Abyss of Demons. With Xian Chen's departure, he did not know that when he returned next time, the entire world would undergo earth-shattering changes. Along the way, the two traveled in silence. Xian Chen was already familiar with the intelligence of the Demon Suppression Pass. That place was truly the land of the strong. The king-level powerhouses who could dominate a region in the outside world were merely the entry threshold there. Most of the people in the Demon Suppression Pass are at the 7 Transformation Heavenly King level, and there are quite a few at the 8 Transformation Emperor level. Every practitioner who enters must undergo strict scrutiny and hold a pass from the Demon Suppression Army to gain entry. They are the true stabilizing force for humanity. In the world within the pass, whether in dungeons or the Abyss of Demons, there are no areas where one can quickly level up to 70. Outside the Demon Suppression Pass, however, 70-level evil demons and monsters are commonplace, found everywhere. There, one can enhance their strength more rapidly, but the danger is equally heightened. Both General Su and Xian Chen in his past life were entrusted with important responsibilities by the elders of the Demon Suppression Army after training outside the pass, returning to the Demon City to hold power for 10 years. Only after the 10-year term would they return to the Demon Suppression Pass to become members of the Elder Council with the highest authority. In his past life, Xian Chen succeeded General Su in the Demon City, while General Su spent his remaining years in the Elder Council of the Demon Suppression Pass. This is the fate of all elders of the Demon Suppression Army. They are the most selfless among them. Of course, there are also some who come from various prominent families entering the Demon Suppression Pass in pursuit of higher realms of power, because only outside the Demon Suppression Pass is there a possibility to break through the Heavenly King level and the Emperor level. There is even a chance to break through to the Emperor level. This is also the reason why Dongfang She accompanied them to the Abyss of Demons. Only there can her strength recover quickly, allowing her to become the only Emperor-level powerhouse on the human side. As for the world within the pass, Xian Chen was not too worried. Following the massacre he carried out in the Demon City last time, the chaos of evil demons across the Blue Star seemed to have begun to subside, with many mythical evil demons disappearing without a trace. This battle of world destruction, which started with great momentum, quickly came to a hasty end. We've arrived. Xian Chen slowly stopped, looking with Dongfang Shi at the towering energy pillar before them. The Demon Suppression Pass sounds like a checkpoint, but it is not on the ground. It is located within the Abyss of Demons high in the sky. Humanity's entry into the new era of extraordinary awakening began with the appearance of the Dark Star in the sky and the opening of the Abyss of Demons. After countless evil demons emerged, generations of human heroes sacrificed themselves, charging forward, and finally found a natural formation within the Abyss of Demons, establishing the front line against the evil demons there. That is the Demon Suppression Pass. Both Xian Chen and Dongfang Shi were very familiar with this place. It belongs to the inner perimeter of the Abyss of Demons, and very few can reach here without a certain level of strength. Without hesitation, the two of them accelerated and flew into the energy pillar, entering the Abyss of Demons towards the endless sky. After 2 days of rapid flight, the outline of the Demon Suppression Pass appeared in the distance. Although it is called the Demon Suppression Pass, it is surrounded by various natural floating islands, with buildings rising high, shrouded in mist, full of life, resembling a dream city. Halt! Where are you from? Suddenly, a team of 6 transformation practitioners blocked their way. Xian Chen said nothing and casually took out the token of the Demon Suppression Army. However, the leader took it but did not look closely, only coldly stating, "Recently, the Demon Suppression Pass has been unstable. You must come with us first, and you cannot enter for now." Xian Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Dongfang Shi. It was interesting that this team was not even practitioners of the Demon Suppression Army. Xian Chen stopped Dongfang Shi, who was about to act. With his current strength, while the depths of the demon world were uncertain, he was not afraid of any schemes in the human world. He wanted to see what changes had occurred in the Demon Suppression Pass. Alright, you lead the way. A team of 6 transformation powerhouses thus led Xian Chen and Dongfang Shi into the Demon Suppression Pass, during which Dongfang Shi asked Xian Chen through a communication stone, "Why not just deal with this group of people directly? Not to mention Xian Chen, even if she is only level 63 now, there would be no problem in taking care of this team." However, Xian Chen refused. "The situation is unclear, so let's observe for now. No matter what conspiracy this team of professionals has, it won't matter. The group smoothly entered the Demon Town Pass. The Demon Town Pass is a special area that only humans can enter. Moreover, when entering, all information will be exposed. When Dongfang Shi and Xianchen entered simultaneously, a white light shone. Human, level 63 Frostflower Spirit. Human, level 29 Commoner. If Dongfang Shi's hidden profession as Frostflower Spirit surprised them, Xuanchen's commoner profession left this group dumbfounded. When did a level 29 professional manage to overcome numerous difficulties to enter the Demon Town Pass? And what on earth is a commoner profession? The team frequently turned back to stare at Xianchen. To be honest, this was the first time they had seen a commoner profession. However, they still coldly led the two of them towards a certain area of the countless floating islands in the Demon Town Pass. At this moment, Xianchen received another message from Dongfang Shi. This area is the territory of the Yi family in Huaxia. Be careful. Okay, Xianchen replied seriously. All the way here, he and Dongfang Shi had noticed something was off. According to their previous memories, the Demon Town Pass should be very lively, but they hadn't encountered any other professionals along the way. It was unclear whether it was due to the route or because they entered from the human direction. In any case, it was too unusually calm. After entering the area belonging to the Yi family, Xianchen thought they would have to wait, but the leader of this team of professionals revealed a sinister smile. I didn't expect that we brothers would run into you newcomers after coming back from outside. Now hand over everything and I can spare your lives. Xianchen and Dongfang Shi exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Was this a robbery? But clearly, the situation in the Demon Town Pass was more than just this. Seeing that Xianchen and Dongfang Shi didn't move, the leader's eyes showed impatience. However, upon seeing Dongfang Shi's exquisite figure and the beauty concealed by her mask, a lewd look appeared in his eyes as he chuckled. And you, take off your mask right now. If you're pretty enough to satisfy us brothers, maybe we won't take your worthless items. Haha. A killing intent flashed in Xuanchen's eyes. He initially wanted to see if he could obtain some special information, but now it seemed unnecessary. Xianchen pointed a finger and a green light shot towards the team leader. His reaction was quite quick. He hurriedly activated his shield. However, with only about 700,000 health, he was instantly turned into white light under the life sentence, leaving behind a pile of items. The expressions of the remaining few changed drastically, but Xianchen and Dongfang Shi had already turned to attack this team of He family professionals. The two launched lethal strikes, and the group had no power to resist, all of them fleeing in fear. But their speed was no match for them. As Dongfang Shi became more excited in her killing spree, she was too ruthless, prompting Xianchen to quickly intervene. Sister Shi, don't kill them all, leave two alive for questioning. Fortunately, Xianchen spoke in time. He was holding a hapless individual, while Dongfang Shi had only one professional left to deal with. The remaining two had long been intimidated by Xianchen and Dongfang Shi's methods, completely terrified. They had thought their opponent was just a level 6 king-level professional, someone they could easily handle, but they had no idea the gap between level 6 professionals was so vast. Even more absurd was that this commoner profession was equally incomprehensibly strong, killing one with a single blow. The professional held in Xuanchen's hand was already trembling in fear from their ruthlessness, quickly begging for mercy. My lord, spare me, my lord, spare me. These matters have nothing to do with us, they are all tasks assigned by the head of the family. However, Xianchen and Dongfang Shi were both decisive individuals, and after verifying the information provided by the two, they swiftly dealt with them. Without hesitation, the two hurriedly flew towards the central area of the Demon Suppression Pass. According to the information from the two members of the He family, a tremendous upheaval was occurring at the Demon Suppression Pass. The He family, Song family, Lin family, and several other noble families had suddenly betrayed humanity and united with the evil demons to launch a rebellion. The Ouyang family was the first to react, leading other families in quelling the rebellion. Moreover, the evil demons outside the Demon Suppression Pass were also pressing hard, with nearly 90% of the Demon Suppression Army's forces sent to the front lines. Now facing both internal and external troubles, the situation was critical, relying entirely on the Ouyang family leading other powerful families to encircle and suppress the rebellion. Sister Shi, what do you think of the Ouyang family? Suddenly, Xianchen asked Dongfang Shi, who was traveling beside him. The two needed to resolve the rebellion within the Demon Suppression Pass first, and with Xianchen around, Dongfang Shi was not worried at all about quelling the rebellion. Hearing Xianchen's question, Dongfang Shi replied expressionlessly, the Ouyang family is the foremost family in Huaxia, aside from the Demon Suppression Army. Whether in terms of influence within Huaxia City or in the Demon Suppression Pass, they possess the most powerful individuals. Of course, the former top family belonged to the Dongfang family, whose strength was even more terrifying than that of the current Ouyang family. They not only had countless king-level and heavenly king-level experts but also nearly 100 top-tier emperor-level experts. If it weren't for an accident during an exploration of the Abyssal Secret Realm, which resulted in heavy casualties among these experts, the Ouyang family would never have had the chance to rise to power. At this point, Dongfang Shi looked at Xianchen with some suspicion. I've heard about your unpleasantness with the Ouyang family. Although they are the top family and have ambitions, their contributions to Huaxia are not questionable. Xianchen nodded, non-committal. His grievances with the Ouyang family, whether from his past life or the present, were far from resolved. Moreover, he understood the Ouyang family better than Dongfangshi and the others. In the decades to come in his past life, the families involved in this rebellion, including the Yi family, Song family, and Lin family, would become staunch supporters of the Ouyang family. Now, this unfolding drama surprised Xianchen. He wanted to see what tricks the Ouyang family was up to. He shouted, Song Yuan, stop your rebellion. You have no choice but to surrender now. Once the 72 elders of the Elder Council are free to act, you will have no opportunity left. At this moment, Ouyang Tianyi, leading the Ouyang family, spoke with righteous indignation. However, He Shao, surrounded and leading nearly a dozen families of practitioners, was unconcerned. Ouyang Tianyi, I advise you to join me in the evil demons. That is the future of humanity. But Ouyang Tianyi sternly rebuked He Shao, you should not be so stubborn. While you still have the chance to avoid a grave mistake, surrender, and you may still have a way out. The other families following Ouyang Tianyi chimed in, Your Majesty Tianyi, there's no need to waste words with them, just order their suppression so we can go support the demon suppression pass. Yes, kill them. Hearing the crowd's anger, Ouyang Tianyi waved his hand without hesitation. In that case, let's take action. Boom! The recently paused battle erupted again, with various skills filling the air above the floating island. However, if one were to observe closely, they would find that whether it was the He family leading the dozen families or the Ouyang family, there were few casualties on either side. According to Ouyang Tianyi's plan, the Ouyang family was supposed to break through the defense line from the flank to deal with the He family's priests and other ranged attackers. Yet, they were still unable to gain the upper hand. So although both sides were fiercely engaged in battle, casualties were surprisingly few. However, Ouyang Tianyi showed no signs of discouragement, calmly commanding the fight. Everything was under control. But suddenly, a different shade of blue appeared in his eyes. A strange figure stood atop the heads of He Jia and a dozen other rebel leaders. The other practitioners from various families who were fighting also noticed this figure. Which family does this person belong to, so eager to show off? It's not showing off, this is clearly a death wish. Running into the enemy's ranks like this, not listening to orders, they deserve to die. Humph. Seeing an oblivious practitioner suddenly appear behind the army, He Shao was equally startled. A sense of unease inexplicably arose in his heart and he quickly shouted, kill him. Without needing him to speak, numerous mage practitioners had already begun to light their staffs. But, slay. Accompanied by Xuanchen's finger pressing down, the sound of dragon roars suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth, a chorus of 10,000 swords. Under the Kanglin domain, the attributes doubled, covering a range of 50,000 meters. A golden rain of swords poured down upon all practitioners below. The mages and priests who had planned to unleash their skills hurriedly cast shields. Boom! The dazzling golden light lasted only an instant. When everyone noticed the golden light dissipating, they all stood frozen, their actions halted. Because in that area, nearly 1,000 people had completely vanished and the floating island beneath them had also turned to nothingness. At this moment, countless red and green lights entered Xuanchen's body. Awakening Wheel activated. Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 21, Agility plus 22, Spirit plus 100. Awakening Wheel activated. Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 60, Agility plus 28, Spirit plus 120. Life Plunder triggered. Plundered 1,900 health points. Life Plunder triggered. Plundered 2,200 health points. Now, Xianchen didn't even need skills. Even in a normal state, his attack was 60,000. And with all passives stacked, even without the echo of despair and the soul of battle, he still had a 120-fold damage increase. So a seemingly inconspicuous strike dealt 7.2 million damage. This group of practitioners was already considered strong in the human world, most being 7th transition kings with a few 8th transition emperors. But how could they withstand such damage? Gulp in the vast battlefield, countless practitioners couldn't help but swallow their saliva, trying to ease their inner shock. Just one strike could annihilate over 1,000 strong practitioners. Even the most powerful veterans of the demon suppression army they knew did not possess such means. He Shao's eyes flashed with shock as he looked towards the direction of Ouyang Tianyi, panic flickering in his gaze. Clearly this scene had disrupted all plans. The family practitioners who regained their senses also couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Is this the strength a human can achieve? Exactly, he must have used some powerful skill. But even a powerful skill couldn't possibly cause such damage, such destructive power, right? Could it be an imperial level? At this point, the speaker was also startled by his own speculation, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tianyi stared blankly at Xianchen, who stood suspended in the air, still somewhat dazed. But once he regained his senses, a fervor flashed in his eyes. He kept shouting in his heart, Imperial level! Imperial level! This must be the means of an imperial level powerhouse. And Xianchen showed no mercy to the humans who had allied with evil. He unleashed a sword rain spanning nearly 50,000 meters. Wherever he went, it turned to nothingness. No one could survive. This overwhelming power left He Shao with no courage to resist. He and the other family heads quickly shouted, We surrender! We surrender! Yes, yes! We were just bewitched by the evil spirits. We know nothing. Countless practitioners from over a dozen families laid down their resistance and hurriedly surrendered, fearing they would be too slow. At this moment, Ouyang Tianyi quickly flew towards the direction where Xuanqing was, knowing that if Xuanqing continued his rampage, not a single person would survive. This gentleman, Ouyang Tianyi, truly did not know Xuanqing's identity, and Xuanqing was too lazy to speak, so he could only look for help from the person beside Xuanqing. At this time, Dongfang Shi had already appeared. Seeing Ouyang Tianyi's pleading gaze, she coldly said, "Xuanqing." Ouyang Tianyi hurriedly spoke, "Lord Xuanqing, I am Ouyang Tianyi. Now that He Xiao and the others have surrendered, please show mercy and spare their lives. Our human race is currently weak and still needs manpower in many places, so let them atone for their sins by fighting on the front lines at the Demon Suppression Pass." Moreover, I believe they were just momentarily confused and misled by the evil spirits, which is why they committed such foolish acts. The other families following Ouyang Tianyi also stepped forward. "My lord, what Tianyi said makes sense. Let us temporarily spare these traitors' lives." Many families echoed in agreement. They were not pleading for the He family out of compassion. Rather, the Demon Suppression Pass had tasks every month, and the families would be forcibly sent to the abyssal secret realm to fight against the evil spirits. Although there were many opportunities inside, the dangers were too great. It was better to fight outside the Demon Suppression Pass, where the risks were smaller and the rewards decent. With the He family of sinners present, there would be ready candidates for future missions deep into the demonic lands. Xuanqing remained indifferent. "You immediately gather all of them together." Upon hearing Xuanqing's words, Ouyang Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed this mysterious powerhouse named Xuanqing had decided to let the He family off the hook. He quickly ordered, with the He family at the forefront, a total of 14 families' forces, nearly 10,000 high-level practitioners, all obediently following orders, standing in formation. In reality, this nearly 10,000-strong practitioner team, even without Xuanqing's intervention, would have been surrounded by Ouyang's people, and defeat was only a matter of time. "Lord Xuanqing, they have all gathered together and laid down their resistance, you see." But before Ouyang Tianyi could finish his sentence, Xuanqing pressed down with his finger. A familiar scene unfolded once more. At the moment the sound of 10,000 swords rang out, the nearly 10,000 practitioners in front of him vanished, without even a hint of resistance. At that moment everyone fell silent. They stared in shock at Xuanqing, who acted without any warning. Ouyang Tianyi finally realized that Xuanqing had never intended to let them go. He merely wanted him to gather everyone together to make the killing easier. Ouyang Tianyi was furious, but Xuanqing was completely unconcerned. He didn't care what Ouyang's family was plotting, he would kill them all. Those who betray the human race deserve to die. "Ouyang Tianyi, do you agree with me?" Feeling an inexplicable pressure from Xuanqing's gaze, which also carried a profound meaning, Ouyang Tianyi, despite being an 8th turn royal level powerhouse, felt an indescribable weight on his shoulders, and cold sweat began to form on his back. But before he could speak, a handsome king-level powerhouse beside Ouyang Tianyi could no longer hold back. "Xuanqing, you are so ruthless. He Xiao and the others have already surrendered, yet you still strike. Now all the strong practitioners from our families are here, and I, Ouyang, have given you face, yet you still do not know what is good for you." Xuanqing looked at Ouyang Nan, who appeared much younger than before, raised his arm, and slapped him. Smack. At the moment the sound of the slap echoed, Ouyang Nan's body spun several times in the air before hitting the ground, his handsome face swollen beyond recognition. Ouyang Nan had never suffered such humiliation. After getting up, he disregarded everything and was about to attack. "I will kill you." Enough. Just as a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xuanqing's eyes, he initially thought the Ouyang family would not be able to endure and would take action against him. However, Ouyang Tianyi quickly stopped Ouyang Nan. The rest of the people from various families fell silent, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, and hurriedly retreated a few steps. It seemed they also understood that this top-tier powerhouse named Xianqin was at odds with the Ouyang family. As for Ouyang Tianyi's son, he was good at everything except for his brains. Didn't he just see how easily Xianqin killed the practitioners from the 14 families, even simpler than killing a chicken? Yet he still thought of dragging them to show off their power? Wasn't that just being foolish? Ouyang Tianyi's face twitched, his gaze sharp, and with a slap, he sent his son back into the crowd of the Ouyang family, cursing, "You fool. When Lord Xianqin acts, who gives you the right to speak?" Saying this, he turned back to look at Xianqin. Although the current plan was in disarray, his expression had already returned to calm. "Lord Xianqin, what you said makes sense. Those who betray humanity deserve to die. The people of the 14 families should all die." Seeing Ouyang Tianyi submit so quickly, Xianqin felt somewhat uninterested. The Ouyang family remained as difficult as ever, showing no signs of weakness. Ouyang Nan, who had hidden behind him in the past to cast forbidden spells, had yet to grow up. Although his strength had reached the king level, his cultivation was still far from sufficient. However, in this life, he would not be given the opportunity to grow. There was no chance to take action for now, they would talk later. With that, the matter came to an end, and all practitioners orderly headed to the front line of the Demon Suppression Pass. They had not expected that a mere encirclement of rebels would result in such a powerful unfamiliar powerhouse emerging. Yet even with Xianqin standing there, no one dared to approach. for a casual chat. His overwhelming power and murderous intent, capable of annihilating thousands with a mere gesture, made anyone hesitant to get close. Dongfang she also wore a cold expression. It was already remarkable that she had mentioned Xuanzhen's name. The famously aloof Ice Queen, no one dared to approach her either. Under the escort of the Dongfang family, Xuanzhen followed Dongfang she away from the place. The person in charge of the Dongfang family here looked at Xuanzhen with reverence and cautiously asked, "Miss, where did you bring this Lord Xuanzhen from?" Dongfang she replied indifferently, "He is from the Demon Suppression Army and also a student of Jinghua University. He came in with me from the inner world. You will naturally learn more information later. For now, we need to go outside the Demon Suppression Pass to support the Demon Suppression Army." Yes, the Dongfang family members could only suppress their curiosity about the mysterious powerhouse. However, upon hearing that Xuanzhen was affiliated with Jinghua University, they felt a bit more at ease. Not just them, but the other families also quickly flew towards the outside of the Demon Suppression Pass. The battle there was the focus. No one present believed the 14 families could stir up any waves. However, before Xuanzhen and the others reached the Demon Suppression Pass, they already heard the practitioners guarding the pass bringing good news. They retreated. The evil army has withdrawn. We, the human race, have won. The group that was about to go to support looked at each other in confusion, thinking there would be a larger battle to fight, but it ended just like that? A strange feeling flashed through Xuanzhen's heart. The current situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. However, before Xuanzhen could actively seek out the 72 elders of the Demon Suppression Pass, the news had already reached their ears. Soon, a practitioner from the Demon Suppression Army came over. "My lord, the 9th elder requests to see you." Xuanzhen nodded and let him lead the way. This time coming to the Demon Suppression Pass, he had already received General Su's instructions to meet the elders, and now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, it was just right. The Elder Council of the Demon Suppression Pass consisted of 72 elders. They were the most powerful individuals in the Demon Suppression Army, all top-tier 8th transition, royal-level powerhouses. Moreover, they were also the ones who had made the greatest contributions to humanity. In the extraordinary world, they forged extraordinary lifespans, most of them living over 100 years. Passing through the clusters of guards, Xuanzhen officially stepped into the absolute core of the Demon Suppression Pass, which was also the key to the formation controlled by the 72 elders. Xuanzhen felt a bit emotional. In his previous life, he had fought his way up from an ordinary practitioner, taking decades to reach this point. Yet now, he had arrived at the core of the Demon Suppression Pass in just a few months. After the Demon Suppression Army practitioner bowed and withdrew, Xuanzhen stepped into the most mysterious hall of the Demon Suppression Pass in Huaxia. This was the interior of the formation map of the Demon Suppression Pass, simple and spacious all around. Besides the 9th elder, there were actually more than a dozen elders present. When Xuanzhen appeared, all eyes were focused on him. The pressure from over a dozen top royal-level powerhouses made the entire hall feel oppressive. But Xuanzhen remained unafraid, staring directly at the group of elders. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the leading 9th elder laughed. "Ha ha, alright. I said there was no need for testing. If one person can wipe out all the traitors from the Yi family, how could we old men possibly intimidate him?" The tension in the room eased, and the other elders looked at Xuanzhen with approval. However, one elder dressed entirely in black, with a cold expression, spoke dismissively. "Your strength and temperament are commendable, but at such a young age, your killing intent is too strong. You won't go far. I was originally going to use the He family's people to fill the abyss, but it seems that's not possible now." Xuanzhen coldly replied, "Those who betray humanity are deserving of death. What use is there in keeping them?" The 36th elder was taken aback, his expression darkening. He clearly did not expect anyone to dare to refute him. Having been in a high position for many years, he stood up in anger, but the 9th elder quickly intervened to smooth things over, stopping the 36th elder from continuing. "Alright, the young friend is right. Keeping a group of traitors is also a disaster." Xuanzhen was indifferent. He would not indulge anyone. This 36th elder was clearly relying on his seniority, and although Xuanzhen did not know him, it did not prevent him from disregarding his authority. At this moment, Xuanzhen no longer beat around the bush. He directly looked at the 9th elder. This seemingly kind old man was a familiar face from his previous life. He later became the leader of the 72 elders, known for his fairness and open-mindedness. As for the other elders, Xuanzhen was not very familiar with them. Some he had never even seen, and he did not know if they had perished in battles against the evil forces later on. 9th elder, please let the other elders leave first. I need to discuss some matters with you. You are too arrogant." The 36th elder, who had just sat down, immediately turned red in the face and stood up again. He felt that this young man was definitely targeting him. What could be so important that he, as an elder, could not hear and needed to report to the 9th elder alone? The other elders, who had come out of curiosity upon hearing that a suspected imperial-level powerhouse had appeared, did not expect to encounter such a difficult character. However, they had no other thoughts. It was normal for someone with strength to have a bit of a temperament. The 9th elder once again stopped the 36th elder's fury, and he was also a bit curious about what Xuanzhen would discuss with him. "Then you all leave first. I We'll have a chat with young friend Xianchen. The other elders stood up one after another as the ninth elder held the highest status among them. Soon, the hall was left with only Xianchen. The ninth elder spoke gently. Alright, now that there is no one else here, in fact, the 36th elder is not a bad-hearted person, he is not targeting you. Recently, during a mission in the abyss, he suffered a severe injury which affected his temperament, making him a bit extreme. He doesn't have many years left to live. He will probably retire from his position as an elder soon, so please be understanding. Xianchen nodded, indicating that he didn't mind. At the same time, he took out the general's order given to him by General Su, and the ninth elder's expression changed. It turned out that such a top-tier powerhouse had emerged in the world within the borders, and he even held the rank of the highest general of the Demon Suppression Army. Clearly, this was one of their own. Just as the ninth elder was looking at Xianchen with fiery eyes, he took out the information about the world within the borders that he had transferred to the elder's storage space and handed it to the ninth elder. When the ninth elder saw the intelligence from within the borders, he trembled all over. He never expected that despite their guarding of the demon suppression pass, the myriad races would still find a gap. They had actually dispatched so many newly entered mythic demons, and now only 3 nations remained in the world. Later on, even supreme-level powerhouses from the King realm emerged. Upon seeing this intelligence, the ninth elder broke out in a cold sweat, nearly losing his home. However, after reading the information about the demon suppression army, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He also understood who would resolve all these predicaments. What surprised him the most was that this young man had only awakened his profession a few months ago at the age of 18, and within a few days he had become a brigadier general due to his merits. In the subsequent battles, he had been awarded the rank of general by the Huaxia Demon Suppression Army for his tremendous contributions. This speed of promotion made the ninth elder feel as if he were dreaming. But after reading the information, he couldn't care about anything else and immediately took out a communication stone from this batch of supplies. When he trembled and successfully sent the message, according to the instructions, he quickly received a reply from the other side. At that moment, the ninth elder's eyes revealed unmasked excitement. This was too important for them, who were in the demon suppression pass. From now on, they would no longer be in a state of disconnection with the world within the borders. Moreover, he had already communicated with Suhu, who was far away in the demon city, and knew that this information was all true. All these changes were brought about by Xianchen. Now, the more the ninth elder looked at Xianchen, the more he liked him. Not to mention his earlier rudeness towards the 36th elder. Even if he were to give him a beating, it would be justified. Young friend, I am very glad that the Demon Suppression Army has such a powerful person like you joining us. Humanity will always remember your contributions. As he spoke, the ninth elder looked at Xianchen with fervor. Little brother, just in time. The position of the 36th elder will soon be vacant, and I will arrange it for you immediately. But Xianchen quickly waved his hand to refuse. Although becoming an elder would grant him great power and the authority to control the formations of the Demon Suppression Pass, it also meant that he would never be able to leave the vicinity of the Demon Suppression Pass for life. Otherwise, the formation composed of the 72 elders would be incomplete and unable to exert its maximum power. The natural formation of the Demon Suppression Pass was too important to be neglected. It was its existence that prevented countless powerful demons from invading. No, elder, I came this time just to deliver some things. Soon, I will prepare to enter the Abyss Secret Realm. The ninth elder's expression turned serious. The Abyss Secret Realm? So soon? There, our human race can hardly move an inch. How about this? After I report your matter to the Elder Council, you can leave? Xianchen shook his head in refusal. No, elder, I have waited too long for this step. The ninth elder did not persuade him further, although he did not understand why Xianchen, who was not yet 20, had such sentiments. But that did not hinder him from recognizing Xianchen as the hope of humanity. Well, since you have made your decision, I will not persuade you any longer. By the way, here is the currently explored map of the Abyss Secret Realm. Take it. If you have any other needs, you can also tell me. Xianchen did not stand on ceremony. After receiving the map, he looked solemnly at the ninth elder. Elder, there is indeed one more thing. I want to know the truth about the land of the fallen demons. What exactly is deep inside? The ninth elder fell silent for a moment, and Xianchen did not rush him, just waiting like that. This time, he passed through the Demon Suppression Pass and would delve deep into the Abyss Secret Realm. As long as he reached the end, there would be all the answers. Finally, the ninth elder shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. There's nothing to hide from you regarding this information. You have the strength to know it. From the information about this demonic upheaval, you should have sensed something, right? The ninth elder sighed softly. In fact, the planet where our human race lives is a huge cage. We are just a group of pitiful creatures waiting for judgment. This is the truth. Deep in the land of the fallen demons, once you pass through, it leads to the myriad realms. There are also countless races in the starry sky hunting us humans. At this point, the ninth elder sighed. Alas. Although we humans are one of the myriad races, we are undoubtedly the weakest among them. Those we call demons are merely a general term we use for the myriad races. In the early days of the extraordinary world, our human race also had its glory, giving birth to several powerful beings at the emperor level, but now there is not a single one left. However, among the myriad races, the emperor level is just a starting point. Above it, there are the supreme, the heavenly supreme, and even the legendary ruler level. So, now you understand why this truth has been concealed, right? Xian Chen fell silent. He had always had his suspicions, but only now did he finally receive the exact information from the elder's mouth. Among the myriad races, how insignificant humans are. The supreme level, the heavenly supreme, and the ruler level, just thinking about these realms he had never heard of in his past life made him feel suffocated. The demon suppression army concealed the news, making humans believe that their only opponents were the demons, convinced that one day they would be able to overcome them. But little did they know that the truth was so terrifying. For most people, it was better to live in ignorance than to know the despair that came with the truth. At least they felt there was still hope. But once they knew the truth, there would be no hope left, only despair. However, the confusion in Xian Chen's eyes was only fleeting, quickly transforming into determination. He had never felt fear on this journey he had fought his way through. What? Supreme? What heavenly supreme? Even if the legendary ruler stood in front of him, he would kill them all. He would lead the human race back to the pinnacle of the myriad races. When the ninth elder learned this information, it took him a long time to recover. Even though he merely spoke it out loud this time, it still caused him immense psychological pressure. He had thought Xian Chen would take a long time to digest it, but his confusion was only a moment. When Xian Chen raised his head again, his eyes shone brightly like the sun. Elder, thank you for the truth. I must go now. By the way, pay special attention to the Ouyang family. After saying this, without giving the still pessimistic and unresponsive ninth elder a chance to react, Xian Chen had already disappeared from the core hall of the demon suppression pass. However, as the ninth elder watched the direction in which Xian Chen vanished, a sudden hope arose in his heart. Perhaps Xian Chen could really bring about change, leading humanity out of the seemingly insurmountable predicament. Thinking of this, the ninth elder immediately commanded, "Come here. Notify all the elders at once. Prepare to convene a meeting of the Elder Council." Xian Chen did not conceal his figure as he made his way to find Dongfangshi to say goodbye, preparing to leave the demon suppression pass. Dongfangshi's attitude was cold. She merely responded with a light HM and showed no further reaction. In fact, she still wanted to fight alongside Xian Chen, but the gap between them was growing larger. Xian Chen had his path to walk, and she had her own. Xian Chen had long since become accustomed to Sister Shi's indifference, but after he walked out of the demon suppression pass, he felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart. Now he was alone again. But soon, he adjusted his mindset and headed towards the Abyss Secret Realm. In the blink of an eye, Xian Chen entered the Shadowless and Lone Star states. One enhanced his speed while remaining undetectable. The other provided a 100% boost to all attributes. A cold glint appeared in Xian Chen's eyes. It was time to resolve the grievances with Ouyang Nan. If there was a chance, he would also take down Ouyang Tianyi. Revenge is best served early to avoid long nights filled with dreams. At this moment, the demon suppression pass had once again returned to calm. As Xian Chen blended back into the crowd, the pass was quite lively. Some professionals were preparing to form teams to level up in the abyss of evil spirits, seeking opportunities. However, most discussions revolved around one topic. Have you heard? This time, the 14 families led by the He family have actually allied with the evil spirits. I just returned from outside the demon suppression pass and didn't know that, but they really deserve to die. Right. Don't worry, aside from a few fish that slipped through the net and escaped. Outside the demon suppression pass, all the over 10,000 professionals who participated in the battle are dead. Is that true? Did the Ouyang family strike so hard? No, it seems you really just got back and don't know this news. Our human race has given birth to another imperial-level powerhouse. It is said that with just one finger, he wiped out an entire team of over 10,000 professionals. Wow! Everyone who was unaware of this news looked astonished and couldn't help but exclaim. More people joined the discussion. I also heard that this mysterious powerhouse named Xian Chen has just turned 18. Yet, such information, which often comes closest to the truth, was always met with disbelief. Xian Chen calmly flew towards the Ouyang family's floating island as if entering a no man's land. No one could sense his presence. His goal was clear. He directly entered the core of the Ouyang family. Fortunately, as soon as he arrived, he saw Ouyang Tianyi and Ouyang Nan father and son huddled together. However, it was a pity that it was not a good opportunity to strike. There were Ouyang family members all around not far from them. As long as Xian Chen made a move, he would enter combat mode, and his shadowless effect would naturally disappear, making it easy to expose himself. Father, are we just going to endure this? Even the elders of the demon suppression army value our Ouyang family greatly, allowing us to become the foremost family. Whether inside or outside the pass, it all relies on us to maintain. This Xian Chen is simply too much. To his son's complaints, Ouyang Tianyi seemed to have not heard. Have the spiritual materials for extending the lives of the 36 elders been sent? Hearing his father's question, Ouyang Nan suppressed his impatience. They have been sent, including Elder 47's Thunder Grass, Elder 50's Excess Dragon Blood Crystal, Elder 61's Heavenly Heart Orchid. Now to answer your earlier question, which do you think is more important, power or personal strength? Yang Nan fell into deep thought. In the past, he might have chosen power without hesitation. With power, he could make numerous professionals fight for him, regardless of how strong the opponent was. But the last time he saw Xian Chen make a move, he wiped out the strongest batch of professionals among humanity with a mere flick of his hand. He admitted it. His thoughts had wavered. It seems you already have your answer. Nanner. You must understand that although our Ouyang family is currently flourishing, being the foremost family in Huaxia in the face of the demon suppression army, which is like a towering presence, we are merely a pawn that can be easily replaced. If there comes a time when our Ouyang family is of no use, then all our power and glory will vanish. Because the demon suppression army possesses absolute strength, they can dominate everything. So, you must remember, when you become powerful to a certain extent, all kinds of power will naturally come knocking at your door. Strength determines everything. This is also the reason why the Ouyang family has always endured. Yang Nan nodded solemnly, indicating he had taken note. Ouyang Tianyi, rarely so talkative, flashed a gleam in his eyes and murmured, "It's coming, it's almost here. The next era is about to arrive. Take these things with you and handle this matter first." Yes. Yang Nan took the storage ring, leaving the Ouyang family quietly without bringing anyone along. Xian Chen's expression shifted after listening to Ouyang Tianyi educate his son. For so long, he was already impatient. Not lingering, now that the two had parted ways, he couldn't deal with Ouyang Tianyi, so he thought to kill Ouyang Nan first. After all, in his past life, he had been betrayed by himself. Once, it was time to repay that grudge. Silently following behind Ouyang Nan, he didn't expect him to leave the demon suppression pass. The outside world belonged to the abyss of evil, and every few steps he would encounter various monsters infused with abyssal energy. Although these monsters were rarely above epic rank, their levels were not weak. Most were level 70, and some even level 80. This was a great place for leveling up. What Xian Chen didn't anticipate was that due to the activated shadowless passive, the evil beings couldn't see him. However, Ouyang Nan, clearly a mage, had no concealment of his form after activating his ability to fly. Yet those evil beings showed no intention of attacking him. Xian Chen quickly discovered the reason. After exiting the demon suppression pass, Ouyang Nan emanated a trace of abyssal energy. This was identical to low-level evil beings. Passing through the abyss of evil, the next stop was the abyssal secret realm. At this moment, there were also some demon suppression troops and other practitioners seeking breakthroughs at the entrance of the secret realm. They were entering the abyssal secret realm in an orderly fashion. Once inside, the danger level skyrocketed. Even at the periphery of the abyssal secret realm, legendary beings were as common as dogs, and mythical beings roamed everywhere. Xian Chen followed closely behind Ouyang Nan, causing no ripples, and the two smoothly entered the abyssal secret realm. Although humans called it the abyssal secret realm, according to intelligence, all races referred to it as the fallen abyss, a place of opportunity. However, humans could not delve deep, only conducting some preliminary explorations at the outermost edges. As they ventured deeper, Xian Chen grew increasingly curious. What on earth was Ouyang Nan delivering that brought him to the abyssal secret realm? Finally, when they reached the end of a dark and eerie valley, Ouyang Nan stopped. Soon, Xian Chen squinted his eyes, for a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the opposite side. She resembled a poppy flower, exuding allure from head to toe. Her gossamer-like garment could not conceal her delicate figure. As she moved, her curvaceous body appeared and disappeared, captivating all who beheld her. With just a seductive smile at the corner of her lips, Ouyang Nan lost control of his body. His gaze became entranced, and he foolishly walked toward the woman. However, just as Ouyang Nan was about to approach, the necklace around his neck emitted a faint glow, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. Clearly, he had just been under a charm. Coming back to his senses, Ouyang Nan broke into a cold sweat, lowering his head in trepidation, not daring to look too long at the enchanting woman before him. Even Xian Chen was uncertain. Possessing a dominion-level passive, he was not afraid of any control. Yet, how could Ouyang Nan, despite his shortcomings, be a king-level powerhouse? To be so silently charmed by an opponent was indeed impressive. You recovered so quickly, not bad at all. As she spoke, the woman took out a fragrant pouch from her bosom. Here, this is something the esteemed one asked me to give to you. By the way, I heard that your human race has given birth to a powerful being. Do you have any information about him? Ouyang Nan looked at the fragrant pouch with fervent eyes, checked it, and hurriedly placed it into his storage space. He then took out the storage ring that Ouyang Tianyi had given him. Inside, there is all the recent intelligence. Just as the transaction between the two parties was about to be completed, Xian Chen had already walked out coldly. I didn't expect that your Ouyang family would have such great courage to even trade with the evil demon. Upon seeing Xian Chen suddenly appear, Ouyang Nan looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he shouted, "Quick, kill him." Don't be fooled by his earlier bravado in front of Xian Chen. That was because he wanted to coerce all the noble families to jointly put pressure on Xian Chen. But now, he was all alone. And how could he dare to stay? The moment he shouted, he crushed the storage ring containing the intelligence. Such evidence could not be left behind. But with a casual gesture, Xian Shen pointed and a green light flashed. No. Ouyang Nan, who had just flown into the air, disappeared directly from the sky. Under the judgment of life, Ouyang Nan's last words and means could only be forcibly devoured. At this moment, the enchanting woman stared intently at Xian Shen. Yet deep down, she felt an inexplicable horror. No matter how she urged her charm, her opponent showed no reaction whatsoever. Moreover, the combat power detection stone in her hand had clearly shown that her opponent's combat power was below 100,000 before. But after he made his move, it soared to over 5 million. She knew that human strength could be enhanced through various skills, but this bizarre gap was something Manhwa had never seen before. And Xian Shen coldly scrutinized the woman before him. Shadow Erosion Clan, level 89 rank, mythical life, 90 million skills? He. Little brother, you are so fierce, saying you'll kill someone just like that. You mustn't lay a hand on me. I really hate violence. How about I serve you instead? Manhwa said pitifully, dropping another layer of her thin veil as she spoke. A stronger allure and mental attack surged forth, and black mist began to appear around her, clearly preparing for something. Xian Shen's gaze remained clear and cold, with no intention of showing mercy. He struck with his strongest blow. Soul devouring slash. As the blue light burst forth, Manhwa looked at the combat power detection stone in her palm glowing red. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the value skyrocketed to 80 million. She involuntarily exclaimed, Imperial Realm? Currently, Xian Shen's base attack power was 80,000. True doubles 10x critical damage, Dawn's 6x true damage, and the 2x boost after activating the Kanglan domain. He was already at a 120x increase without doing anything. Plus, with the recently acquired Lone Star passive, that made it a 240x increase. So, with just a normal attack, he had 19.2 million damage. But Xian Shen's strike was not a normal attack, it was the soul devouring slash with a 4x attack increase. With one blow, it reached 76.8 million damage, and with just that one strike, Manhwa was completely severely injured and all her skills were sealed, making her appear even more delicate and vulnerable. Manhwa never expected that she would encounter a human Imperial Realm powerhouse while simply coming out to complete a simple handover task and gather intelligence. Among the myriad races, ever since the Shadow Erosion Clan created the combat power detection stone, the combat power of all realms had been quantified. A combat power exceeding 10 million was a realm only achievable by Imperial Realm powerhouses. And Xian Shen's 80 million combat power was clearly not that of a novice in the Imperial Realm. Even among Imperial Realm powerhouses, he was a formidable existence. There was a saying that circulated among the myriad races, those who do not enter the Imperial Realm are but ants. At this moment, Manhwa completely lost the will to resist and immediately pleaded in a charming and delicate manner, Human little brother, I beg you to let me go just this once, okay? As long as you let me go, I will agree to anything you ask. Moreover, I have plenty of good things in my storage space that I can give you all. If you kill me, the storage space will self-destruct, and you will get nothing. But Xian Shen remained unyielding, his heart like stone, unmoved by Manhwa's conditions. Sorry, I want your life, and I want the storage space too. After saying this, Xian Shen coldly swung the Eternal Fate Scythe in his hand, causing Manhwa's face to lose color, letting out a scream that pierced the soul. Yet she offered no resistance, directly transforming into white light and disappearing, leaving behind a pile of items. With the judgment of a victor, Xian Shen could ignore the self-destruction of the storage space and kill without restraint. Everything belonging to the opponent was now his. At the moment Manhwa vanished, Xian Shen felt 3 beams of light red, green, and silver enter his body. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Kill the mythical Shadow Erosion Clan. Awakening Wheel activated. Power plus 300, Constitution plus 420, Agility plus 530, Spirit plus 780, Life Plunder triggered. Plundered 34,000 life points. Heavenly Technique triggered. Gain skill, Soul Departure. Soul Departure, use on enemies, with a certain chance to acquire enemy memories. Xian Shen's expression was filled with joy. He had waited so long for this day. When he had killed so many professionals before, he found it strange that both the Awakening Wheel and Life Plunder had triggered normally, but the Heavenly Technique had not responded. Now it seemed that the Heavenly Technique could only be used on other races and not on his own kind. This was not a major issue, as soon Xian Shen would be facing no humans at all. Manhwa had dropped quite a few items, with all kinds of equipment materials. Among them were many small items previously provided by Suing Shan, such as communication stones and battle power detection stones. However, Xian Shen looked down on these and tossed them all into the star realm space. He took a keen interest in the items dropped by Ouyang Nan. First was the fragrant pouch, which contained a dozen or so beads with an extremely rich abyssal aura. No matter how Xian Shen tested them, he could not discern their purpose. What was the Ouyang family trading these for? Soon, as he rummaged through the items, Xian Shen's gaze fell upon a stone with fluctuating aura. This was it. He picked it up with interest and quickly saw through it. Illusion Demon Stone, a stone originating from the abyss, capable of altering its own aura, possessing abyssal attributes. Good stuff. Xian Shen's eyes lit up. Now, he felt more confident about entering the myriad races. A soul departure skill could help gather intelligence, while the illusion demon stone would allow him to act openly under the guise of abyssal aura. Without any hesitation, Xian Chen cleared away the traces around him and continued deeper. Next, as long as he passed through there, he could begin his next plan. This time, he entered the abyssal secret realm, seeking a way to break the shackles on humanity. He aimed to restore the potential of the human race, allowing for rapid growth. Otherwise, at the current rate of leveling up, when would humanity ever return to the peak among the myriad races? As for the Ouyang family's conspiracy, Xian Chen had come this far and was too lazy to turn back. Now, most of the supporters of the 14 branches of the Ouyang family were dead, plus his own instructions. With the 72 elders of the demon suppression army present, Ouyang Tianyi should not be able to stir up any major waves. On the outskirts of the abyssal secret realm, the only way to enter the core area was through the path before him. Humanity had the demon suppression pass, while the myriad races had the abyssal mouth ahead. The terrain here was steep and perilous, as if carved by knives and axes, piercing the clouds. Since the establishment of the myriad races, no one had ever walked this path. Even the demon suppression army knew little about what lay inside, and if any humans appeared, they would not be able to break through the 10 leaders guarding the abyssal mouth. But Xian Chen was in a non-combat state of absolute shadow, completely unafraid of any form of detection. He observed the abyssal mouth for a while and noticed some differences. Outside the cliffs of the abyssal mouth, there were many evil beings or various races appearing every moment. They pleaded desperately to enter. However, once they approached within a kilometer of the abyssal mouth, they would be ruthlessly exterminated by the guards of the abyssal mouth. This left Xian Chen astonished. Were the various races so ruthless to their own kind? Moreover, from time to time, on the walls of the abyssal mouth, there would appear teams of various races who had lost their sanity or were engulfed in abyssal energy. They were escorted by the guards of the abyssal mouth and directly pushed towards the cliffs, allowing them to self-destruct. At the periphery of the abyssal secret realm, Xian Chen understood that if one had no means at the abyssal mouth, then one could only exit, not enter. The outer area between the demon suppression pass and the abyssal mouth served as a buffer zone for the human race and the various races. Periodically, the army of various races at the abyssal mouth would lead evil beings to assault the demon suppression pass. Xian Chen did not linger and officially stepped into the abyssal mouth. This was a brand new world. As Xian Chen crossed the boundary of the abyssal mouth, he distinctly felt the energy in the air becoming more abundant, while the abyssal aura vanished. Xian Chen took a deep, intoxicating breath, his eyes revealing determination. Now, he needed to find someone to ask for useful information. After all, he was treading on thin ice in the land of the alien races. If the identity of the human race were exposed, it would be impossible to play around properly. As for obtaining information, the prisoner one seeks various races would naturally spill everything. Passing through the densely stationed army at the abyssal mouth, Xian Chen officially entered the interior of the abyssal secret realm. Here was a massive city formed around the army. In fact, it was not much different from the human world. It looked quite lively, filled with noise and clamor. Moreover, apart from a few races, most were in human form. At this moment, Xian Chen was casually following a person cloaked in a black robe. Shadow Clan, level 71 rank, 7-star myth life, 20 million skills? This was already Xuan Chen's fourth target. After tracking the previous few various race subjects, he would use the soul separation skill once he found a secluded spot. However, he did not gain any useful information, only fragmented and incomplete memories. After several trials, Xian Chen gradually mastered the knack of the soul separation skill. Though lower the opponent's health, the more fear and terror they felt. Thus, the effect of soul separation would be better, and the memories that could be read would be more complete. Xian Chen did not have to wait long for the opportunity to strike. The person from the Shadow Clan concealed their form and left the city area. When there was no one around, Xian Chen swiftly turned off some passive enhancements, and with a single strike, the cloaked figure collapsed to the ground, clearly heavily injured and unable to support their body. The black-robed person felt their insides shatter, with only a last flicker of life remaining, and in fear, they exclaimed, "Why you? Who are you? How dare you attack someone from the Shadow Clan? Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" At this moment, Xian Chen, wearing a dragon-shaped mask, felt very satisfied with his control over his strength. He revealed a chilling smile. Hee, who am I? Are you sure you don't know? The matters of your Shadow Clan have already been exposed. Xian Chen had no idea what secrets the Shadow Clan held. He only knew that the way the other person was dressed, concealing their form and choosing secluded paths, was a clear sign they were not a decent person. Indeed, Xuan Chen's bluff caused the black-robed person to show signs of horror, their mind in chaos, and Xian Chen was waiting for this moment. A flash of black light crossed his eyes, and instantly, the black-robed person became rigid, making the remaining tasks much easier. This time, the opponent was not only in a near-death state but also in a state of extreme shock and fear, so Xian Chen's soul separation effect easily read his memories. Once the memories were read, Xian Chen casually dealt with the black-robed man who had become an idiot. He closed his eyes and slowly digested the information and knowledge of the myriad races. The amount of information this time was quite large. It turned out that outside the abyss, or rather, outside the secret realm of the human race, was the star realm where the myriad races were spread across the heavens. Among countless star realms, the myriad races were strictly divided into 230,000 low-level star realms, 6,000 medium-level star realms, and 2,000 high-level star realms based on their strength. Above these were the 10 supreme dominion realms that overlook the myriad races. Of course, there were also many lesser planets that did not belong to any category, where races existed but were not even considered low-level star realms. Xian was shocked. He truly did not expect that after 2 lifetimes and countless regions traversed, he believed he had surpassed anyone from Blue Star in terms of knowledge. Yet, he did not realize how vast the world was. He had not even stepped out of a single planet, let alone out of the star realm. As for the black-robed man belonging to the Shadow Clan, they were quite famous in the star realm, even ranking relatively high among the medium-level star realms. Xian meticulously went through all the memories he had plundered from the soul. To his surprise, he indeed found some different information. The abyss, it was said, was the world opened up by the last creator god of the heavens, and the human race's blue star was hidden within it. At that time, many powerful beings from the 10 supreme Dominion realms spent countless resources to tear open an entrance, calling upon the myriad races to enter and explore. However, due to the creator god's power not fully dissipating, the entrance could only withstand the entry of those at the Emperor realm at most. Thus, the strongest beings inside were only at the Emperor realm. The 10 leaders guarding the entrance to the abyss were all peak Emperor realm experts from the 10 supreme Dominion realms. They could be called the strongest beneath the supreme. According to the memories of this black-robed man, he was representing the Shadow Clan to seek cooperation with the leader of the soul-devouring clan, offering a condition that he could not refuse, asking for help to deal with the Spirit Clan. As for the Spirit Clan, it belonged to the high-level star realm and had a powerful foundation. Xian originally had no interest in such schemes, but he wanted more information. Clearly, Emperor realm experts must know more. Perhaps he could find out how to break the human race's confinement. This leader of the soul-devouring clan, Soul Zhenjun, was usually hard for Xian to find an opportunity to strike when at the entrance of the abyss. It was easy to be targeted by the other leaders and fall into a siege. But now that Soul Zhenjun had come out himself, being just an Emperor realm, Xian had plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Without lingering too long, Xian donned the black robe of the Shadow Clan and took the illusion demon stone with him. By then, even if he made a move, no one would be able to sense his human aura. Miss, I didn't expect this exploration of the abyss to go so smoothly, and we absorbed the 5-color ethereal flower. Once we return, you will be able to break through to the Emperor realm. To become an Emperor realm at such a young age, you will probably be the youngest Emperor realm expert among the myriad races. Hearing the congratulations from behind, the girl wrapped in a white cloak, exuding an ethereal aura, couldn't help but show a gentle smile, clearly in a good mood. Yes, this time it was all thanks to Grandpa Mu and you all, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to absorb so smoothly. The group of old men led by Old Mu repeatedly expressed their gratitude, feeling quite pleased with the Miss's praise. If they were outside the abyss, they wouldn't even have the qualification to protect the Miss. Only by entering the abyss could they select those at the Emperor realm, and that was how they had the honor to guard the Miss. Let's hurry up and go out. I estimate that father and the others are waiting anxiously. Hearing the Miss's gentle words, Old Mu quickly replied, Miss, don't worry, we are here. Ensure safety and take you out. The woman in white felt the 5-color ethereal flower circulating within her body, her heart filled with joy. Once she returned and settled down, she would be able to break through. She never expected this trip to the abyss would go so smoothly. Previously, the clan had received information that there was a 5-color ethereal flower in a hidden area of the abyss. This was the key for their spirit clan to break through to the imperial realm. However, once picked, it would quickly wither, and it had to be consumed immediately after picking to be effective. That was why her father had ordered many imperial realm experts from the clan to accompany her for the harvest. Now, they just needed to return. But, members of the Spirit Clan, such a concealed approach is not your style, is it? Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared, among them 10 with the strength of the 9th transition of the Imperial Realm. Old Mu's expression darkened, and everyone quickly reacted. They immediately shielded the woman in the white cloak behind them. However, their expressions were grim. The opponents had directly revealed their identities and showed no intention of hiding, clearly having come prepared. Old Mu's face was grim. Shadow Clan, do you wish to go to war with our Spirit Clan? The Shadow Clan, being adjacent to the Spirit Clan, did not have a harmonious relationship. One was a medium star realm, and the other was a high star realm. Usually, the Shadow Clan would not dare to target the Spirit Clan, yet today they had directly shown themselves. As long as you all die, then naturally no one will know. Old Mu's expression darkened, and he said coldly, with just a dozen of you, do you think you can kill us? Just wait, once we get out, your Shadow Clan will pay the price. But the leader of the Shadow Clan revealed a strange yet respectful look towards a certain point in the void. Lord Soul Thousand Army, please open the domain next, and do not let any of them escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared from the darkness of the space. He simply stood in the air, and as black mist spread, a powerful force pressed down on everyone's hearts. The expressions of the Spirit Clan's guards changed completely. Although they had dozens of opponents, they were confident they could break through. However, when Soul Thousand Army appeared, Old Mu no longer had any hope. He could only pray that, even if they all perished, they could find a way for the young lady to escape. Because the Soul Thousand Army of the Soul Devouring Clan was the strongest below the Supreme. That title was no joke. According to the commonly accepted combat power calculations among the myriad clans, anything over 10 million belonged to the Imperial Realm. Of course, this was just the weakest Imperial Realm, equivalent to a human just entering level 90. But the limit of the Imperial Realm was 100 million. Combat power. The gap between them was too vast. Although Old Mu and the others also had late-stage Imperial Realm strength, they were still not enough against a peak Imperial Realm like Soul Thousand Army. Make your move. I can't stay away from the abyss for too long. Remember your rewards. Hearing Soul Thousand Army's calm and unperturbed words, the leader of the Shadow Clan quickly shouted, "Attack! Make sure the Spirit Clan's princess stays alive." In an instant, the battle ignited. The Spirit Clan primarily relied on pure 5-element attributes. However, when Soul Thousand Army's killing domain of Black Mist unfolded, the originally dazzling Enlightenment light suddenly encountered its nemesis, becoming dim and lifeless. Old Mu knew the situation was critical, and without any reservations, he and the other guards fought for their lives. At the same time, he glared with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Brothers, clear the way for me." Okay. All the guards showed no hesitation and began to burn their life force without a second thought. This was a skill belonging to the Spirit Clan that sacrificed vitality for explosive power. In the face of life and death, they slashed through, directly tearing a huge void in Soul Thousand Army's killing domain. Old Mu's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled the woman in white, shouting, "Go, young lady!" The white-clad woman watched her kin sacrifice a part of their vitality, her eyes revealing sorrow. The pointed ears beneath her cloak trembled slightly in anger, but she could only suppress her unease and followed Old Mu as they broke through the encirclement. Just as the two were about to escape, a sudden change occurred, and the Soul Thousand Army appeared unscathed. Its shadowy form seemed somewhat ethereal, once again blocking the only light. "Want to run? Did you get my permission?" At this moment, Old Mu felt a sense of despair, but his eyes showed determination. "Miss, I will find a way to hold the Soul Thousand Army for a moment. You must find a way to escape." The white-clad woman's face showed urgency, and she hated her own weakness at that moment. "Grandpa Mu, miss, hurry and escape." There was no time for more words. Old Mu's entire body began to burn with wood energy. He prepared to use all his vitality to cast a forbidden technique, determined to entangle the Soul Thousand Army at all costs. The Soul Thousand Army was well aware of the means possessed by the myriad clans, and for the first time, its eyes showed seriousness. The white-clad woman felt a pang of reluctance, biting her pink lips, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, a blue light that cut through the darkness appeared in her eyes, so beautiful and dreamlike and powerful. In an instant, the black mist that enveloped the entire space dissipated. The Soul Thousand Army's eyes revealed disbelief as it looked angrily at a certain point in the void, exclaiming, "The Divine Sealing Clan? The Divine Sealing Clan?" Xian Shen was puzzled. The memory of that black-robed person did not contain any information about this. At this moment, the Soul Thousand Army felt that it had only received a single blow, yet it was severely injured and had a layer of heart-devouring poison on it. It had already begun to retreat, its expression wary. "Isn't your Divine Sealing Clan already sealed off? Why are you still walking in the outside world?" However, Xian Shen showed no intention of explaining, merely coldly assessing the Soul Thousand Army. Soul Devouring Clan, level 99, Imperial Realm, rank, Supreme Life, 1 billion skills? With such attributes and level, it was no wonder it was called the first person of the Imperial Realm. If it weren't for the significant boost in his strength due to the awakening will recently, he wouldn't have been able to quickly deal with such an opponent. But now, the Soul Thousand Army was in a sealed state and marked by the poison shadow, leaving it with only a dead end. Seeing Xian Shen silent, as if a tangible killing intent locked onto him, the Soul Thousand Army had long lost its previous arrogance and hurriedly spoke, "I will no longer interfere in this matter. I will leave immediately. Your Divine Sealing Clan wouldn't want to be enemies with us, the Soul Devouring Clan, right? Let's pretend this never happened." Soul Thousand Army leader, you shut up. The leader of the Shadow Phantom Clan's expression changed. This time, they had received orders from that esteemed person, spending a great cost to lure the Soul Thousand Army into action, with the goal of capturing the Spirit Clan's little princess. But now, the sudden appearance of the Divine Sealing Clan had completely disrupted their plans. He began to feel anxious inside, and before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Soul Thousand Army. Old Mu also did not expect the situation to take such a turn. He protected the young lady, connecting with other guards who had exhausted their vitality, temporarily stabilizing the situation against the Shadow Phantom Clan's assault. At this moment, all of them showed hope. Even the white-clad woman with the cloak could not help but look hopefully at the emerging shadow. In this unfamiliar world, it was best to remain silent. Xian Shen wasted no words and simply pointed. A green life judgment instantly stripped the Soul 1000 army of over 6 million life points. But that was not his goal. Strongest state, activate. Your life points have dropped to 1%. The undying body is triggered, immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Echo of desperation triggered, attack power increased by 500%. As the oppressive red light erupted from Xian Chen's body, everyone present who used the combat power detection stone was stunned. Since the appearance of this man in black, his combat power had skyrocketed. Just now, when that blue light appeared, he reached over 80 million in combat power. And now it was even more outrageous. When he was enveloped in red light, the numbers on the combat power detection stone made them doubt if it was broken. Because the value on it was 1 billion? This was not a combat power that should appear in the abyss. This was the strength that belonged to a supreme being. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A supreme powerhouse absolutely had the ability to easily wipe them all out. Xian paid no attention to the people around him who had long lost their desire to fight. He simply teleported to the top of Hun Xianjun. As the scythe swung, a buzzing sound that tore through space echoed. Wait! Hun Xianjuan's soul was in a panic, despair filling his eyes. He hadn't expected that even after retreating so much, the other party would not stop. But he was currently in a sealed state and could not use any means. With Xian Chen's current strength, he controlled his power and casually dealt a heavy blow to Hun Xianjun, leaving him lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Moreover, at this moment, Hun Xianjun was completely limp, surrounded by poisonous shadow marks, teetering on the edge of life and death every second. Xian Chen had already activated the revival domain, applying life recovery to the suffering Hun Xianjun, preventing him from dying outright. When Xian Chen ended the battle, the fighting around them had also calmed down. When those from the Shadow Clan saw the strength of the Supreme Realm, who would dare to stay any longer? They had long since scattered in a panic. They appeared well trained. In fact, when Xian Chen's combat power of 1 billion was revealed, these Spirit Clan guards also wanted to quietly slip away with the young lady. But they were rejected by their young lady and had to stay put. At this moment, Xian Chen was holding the unconscious Hun Xianjun, and he no longer had the demeanor of the strongest emperor realm. Old Mu and the many guards couldn't help but swallow hard. This was too brutal. However, Xian Chen completely ignored them and turned to leave. Old Mu and the guards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but then an unexpected change occurred. A woman in a white cloak suddenly lifted her cloak, revealing a flawless snowy face. She spoke anxiously, her voice crisp. Wait, benefactor brother. Old Mu and the guards broke out in a cold sweat. What was the young lady doing? This person shrouded in a black robe was so ruthless and possessed supreme strength. How could she casually get close? But Xian Chen was indeed attracted by this crisp and pleasant voice. He involuntarily turned to look at the white-clad woman, and to his surprise, she also had pointed ears. Her exquisitely beautiful face focused intently on him. At the same time, she took out a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to him. Benefactor brother. Thank you for saving me. I am Huashu Weiwei of the Spirit Clan. If you ever need help in the future, remember to contact me. Xian Chen nodded slightly, thought for a moment, then took the sound transmission jade pendant, holding Hun Xianjun in his hand as he disappeared into the distance. He had learned from the memories of the Shadow Clan that among the myriad races, the Spirit Clan was one of the few that had been close to the human race since ancient times. Although he did not know the identity of this Huashu Weiwei, it should be significant, and perhaps there would indeed be cooperation in the future. Seeing that Xian Chen had left without saying a word and vanished in the blink of an eye, disappointment flashed in Huashu Weiwei's eyes, while Old Mu and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Miss, we must leave immediately. I have already contacted our clansmen in the abyss. We will meet up with them now. Old Mu quickly made arrangements. Now that their identities had been exposed, there was no need to continue hiding. There were still many Spirit Clan members in the abyss, and when they all gathered, it would be a considerable force. Even the Shadow Clan and the Soul Devouring Clan will hesitate and be cautious, not daring to act recklessly. At this point, Elder Mu felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, this time we were saved by the supreme expert of the Divine Sealing Clan, otherwise, we would have been in danger. Hearing Elder Mu's exclamation, Huashu Weiwei's eyes sparkled with a strange light as she murmured softly, Benefactor brother, he is not from the Divine Sealing Clan. Due to her special constitution, the primordial Linglong body, Huashu Weiwei had keen perception. She could confirm that Xian Chen was not from the Divine Sealing Clan. Moreover, she could sense that Benefactor brother, like her, was definitely not over 20 years old. It seemed that the hidden green light he had just emitted bore the shadow of a talent from the Spirit Clan. What puzzled Huashu Weiwei the most was that she always felt a sense of familiarity about Benefactor brother. Xian Chen's hurried departure left her feeling a bit reluctant. She still didn't know Benefactor brother's name. Soon, Huashu Weiwei collected her emotions, her small face showing seriousness. Father is right. Indeed, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Countless star realms hide many gifted prodigies. Benefactor brother possesses supreme strength at under 20 years old. He must be one of the most talented. I must work hard. Next time, I must know his name. Xian Chen, dragging the half-dead Soul Qianjun, quickly found a secluded place. Now, Soul Qianjun was being tormented by the absolute shadow mark every moment, suffering a fate worse than death. Yet, Xianchen did not take his life, instead keeping him alive with the revival domain. It wasn't that Xianchen wanted to torture him, mainly, Soul Qianjun was indeed a top-tier emperor-level expert. Xianchen's soul extraction effect had always failed to succeed. Xianchen was not anxious. He would just wait it out. He didn't believe that Soul Qianjun could endure the constant transition between life and death for long. In a remote cave, Soul Qianjun's hoarse and resentful voice echoed, "I will kill you. I will kill you. Even if you are from the Divine Sealing clan, wait to bear the wrath of my soul-devouring clan. You will leave none alive. I will annihilate your clan." However, Soul Qianjun's mental state could only hold out for a day. After all, the poison from the shadow mark was soul poison. The pain from the body could still be endured with willpower, but the pain of the soul penetrated to the marrow, tearing the soul apart and destroying the will. Now, Soul Qianjun had no strength left, relying solely on the revival domain to keep a breath of life. His mind was now hazy. He had previously been full of energy seeking revenge on Xianchen, but now his mouth was filled with he-he sounds, constantly begging for mercy. "Please, kill me, kill me. I will give you whatever you want." Xianchen indeed did not expect the shadow mark to be unexpectedly effective. In terms of interrogation, it was quite a good method. Even this level 99 emperor expert, with such a firm will and tough mouth, was now only begging pitifully, wishing for death. Xianchen coldly began to inquire. Name: Soul Qianjun. Race: Soul Devouring Clan. Age: 257 years old. Introduce the intelligence of the Divine Sealing Clan. Yes, the Divine Sealing Clan belongs to a high-level star realm, but their numbers are few. 100 years ago, they entered the sealed realm and no longer interacted with outside clans. Xianchen started with simple, non-core questions, and from the moment Soul Qianjun began to answer, there was no more concealment. He numbly answered any question Xianchen asked, only wanting to die quickly. Even now, Soul Qianjun couldn't understand that the Divine Sealing Clan's talent skill had the ability to seal all of the opponent's skills. The duration depended on the cost paid. But now, he was being sealed just by being touched by this Divine Sealing Clan person. He couldn't figure out what he had done to make the other party pay such a high price to target him. Xianchen didn't care about Soul Qianjun's thoughts. He began to ask questions faster and faster, not giving Han Qianjun any time to think, forcing him to subconsciously obey Xianchen and provide the information he wanted. After combining Han Qianjun's memories with those of the previous Shadow Clan, Xianchen understood that the mythological passives he possessed seemed to correspond to the innate skills of the myriad races, all of which could be found in them. However, Xianchen's abilities had certain cooldown conditions, while the myriad races had to pay a tremendous price to use theirs. When Xianchen asked about the later stages, Han Qianjun's vitality had already weakened to the point of being imperceptible, and he could disperse at any moment. Xianchen hurriedly asked the last question. Do all humans possess a layer of seal that restricts their potential? Yes. Who placed this seal? Why was it placed? Han Qianjun continued to answer mechanically. It was laid down by the strongest sovereigns of the 10 great sovereign realms together. Mainly because the potential of the human race is too terrifying, they can gain experience from their enemies and enhance their strength. As long as they keep fighting, they can continue to grow stronger. Moreover, their cultivation is different from ours. They have no bottlenecks at all. Even at a high realm, they only need to complete what they call a job change task to advance further. This speed of growth terrifies the myriad realms. They fear that the human race will rise again. Xianchen continued to ask, how can the seal on the human race be lifted, allowing them to regain their potential for rapid growth? Finally, Han Qianjun, who was on the brink of death, paused as he finally reacted to Xianchen's numerous questions. You are human? Han Qianjun finally remembered the elder's instructions to investigate the potential emergence of an imperial-level powerhouse among the human race at the abyss of despair, ensuring that the events of 20 years ago would not happen again. However, Han Qianjun did not expect that he wouldn't need to investigate at all. The human race had once again emerged from the abyss of despair. Sure enough, the human race cannot be contained. They will return to the pinnacle of the myriad races. As he faced death, a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Han Qianjun's mind, refusing to dissipate. His gaze began to fade, and Xianchen also knew that the other party was being tortured by poison to the limit, with his soul about to vanish. Xianchen couldn't afford to ask again and quickly performed the soul departure technique. This time, it went surprisingly smoothly, and Xianchen instantly accessed all of Han Qianjun's memories. After viewing all the memories, Han Qianjun transformed into 3 beams of light and entered Xianchen's body. Kill the Supreme Soul Devouring Clan. Awakening will activated. Power plus 5100, Constitution plus 5000, Agility plus 3200, Spirit plus 11,000, Life Plunder triggered. Plundering 700,000 life points. Heavenly Technique triggered. Gaining skill, Soul Piercing. At the same time, ding, your level has increased to level 30. Talent, you have gained a red mythological passive extraction opportunity. But Xianchen's attention was entirely on the information. He felt a bit regretful that there were no clues in Han Qianjun's memories about how to lift the seal on humans. He didn't know if it was due to his insufficient identity or some other reason. What surprised Xianchen the most was that in his memories, the human race had a top-tier imperial powerhouse 20 years ago. He had ultimately broken into a site of contention among the myriad races at the center of the abyss, taking away a piece of origin stone. As for what was inside the origin stone, he did not know. Seeing this news, Xianchen's heart was shaken to the core. Why did he feel that this information had never been heard from the human side? Even in his previous life, with that kind of identity and status, he still didn't know. At this moment, Xianchen couldn't help but think of the current head of the Demon Suppression Pass who was still alive. That old man who always watched him with a smile in his previous life. He definitely knew what was going on. Last time he passed by the Demon Suppression Pass, time was tight and he missed a chance to meet. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I get back. Next, Xianchen's destination is the center of the abyss, the Holy City. It was built collectively by the 10 ruling realms, a place that shelters all races for trade. After all, within the abyss there are countless secret realms. Every moment, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures are unearthed, and even spirit objects that can help break through realms might appear. Most importantly, it gathers the diverse teachings and practices of all races, a mix of fish and dragons. This also means that the information there is the freshest and easiest to obtain. Xianchen isn't particularly interested in spirit objects. As long as he keeps killing, he can keep breaking through and growing stronger. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not important. Xianchen is beginning to understand why the myriad races feel fear towards the human race. Where have they seen a race that can level up and grow stronger through slaughter? First, he activated the passive ability, Extraction. You have drawn the red mythic passive, Elemental Controller. When using various elemental skills, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc., your skills will receive a 100% bonus. Xianchen felt a bit frustrated. Isn't this tailored for mages? However, he wasn't in a hurry. Later, he would have countless skills provided by the myriad races. At that time, he could also become a long-range artillery. That would be a good identity. A few days later, Xianchen finally arrived outside the Holy City. This massive city constantly has a flow of millions of people. It is the most prosperous and mixed place in the abyss. As long as you have anything you want to sell, you can get a good price here. Moreover, this is the only place in the abyss where fighting is not allowed. With the backing of the ruling star realms, safety is naturally guaranteed. Many who have experienced battles and gained something will come to the Holy City. However, to enter, everyone needs to pay 100 star crystals. Not to mention that everyone trading in the Holy City will be charged a handling fee. Just the entrance fee of 100 star crystals per person is a significant profit. Star crystals, unlike the energy currency star cores of Blue Star, have purer energy, free of the impurities found in star cores. Therefore, they are not only a circulating currency but also a source of energy for cultivation among the myriad races. At this moment, a long line is forming outside the Holy City, and only those with the identity of the Emperor realm have the privilege to enter through other passages. Xianchen certainly wouldn't pay. Once he activated his shadowless state, no detection could affect him, and he swaggered directly into the Holy City. Once inside, Xianchen truly didn't expect to see so many people in the city of the myriad races. The square market was bustling with crowds, lively and noisy. No doubt about it, in front of him were all people. Of course, most of them were transformed from various races. Although the human race is now confined to a small planet facing imminent destruction, they, as the leaders of the myriad races, possess the most perfect appearance. As long as the myriad races reach the 8th transition royal level, they will undergo transformation. Some higher-tier races are born in human form, possessing even more perfect talents. Only those lower-tier races, or those lacking strength, cannot maintain their human form. If it weren't for Xianchen knowing the truth, he might have really thought he had entered a human city. This time, his goal was very clear. He walked towards the core area of the Holy City, the Hidden Pavilion. That is the territory of the Shadow Erosion clan, and their hidden pavilions are spread across the myriad realms. As long as one can afford the price, anything can be bought. This time, Xianchen did not hide his form. When he appeared in a black robe, he exuded an aura of the abyss. At the entrance of the hidden pavilion, the maid who had originally greeted him with a smile flashed a look of disappointment in her eyes, because she had already seen through the guest in front of her, whose battle power was only a few 100,000, and the aura of the abyss also indicated that he had been tainted by the abyss. He could become a so-called evil being at any moment. This was a choice made by some among the myriad races who had exhausted their potential or lacked strength. When they chose to absorb the power of the abyss to grow, it meant they could quickly reach the imperial realm, but the downside was that they would only ever possess the strength of a low-level imperial realm for life. Xianchen clearly understood the reason for the maid's change in attitude. He simply coldly said, "Go to the second floor." The maid looked at Xianchen in surprise, clearly not believing that this guest could afford the expenses of the second floor. Her tone laced with disdain. "Sir, to enter the second floor, you not only need to have imperial realm strength, but you also need to make a transaction of at least 100,000 star crystals." At this point, her eyes held mockery. "So, whatever you wish to purchase, the first floor can already meet all your needs." Xianchen did not waste words. Directly activating his passive ability, and immediately an imperceptible aura emanated. At that moment, the maid's eyes widened, for she actually saw the guest's battle power soar. It shot up directly, from a few 100,000 to 10 million. Instantly, shock appeared in her gaze, realizing she had misjudged. This guest must have used some means to hide his strength. Fearing Xian Chen's wrath, a flash of panic crossed the maid's eyes as she bowed and led the way. "Sir, please follow me." Her tone was filled with hesitation and flattery, but Xian Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. The second floor was much more elegant compared to the noisy first floor. The maid led Xian Chen into a hidden room and respectfully stepped back. The guests on the second floor were beyond her authority to attend to. Without making Xian Chen wait long, a charming and mature woman appeared before him, dressed in a purple sheer garment, her figure curvaceous, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. Moreover, her strength was surprisingly not weak, possessing mid-level Imperial realm capabilities. "My lord, I am Mei Xiling from the Hidden Pavilion. What do you wish to purchase?" Xian Chen wasted no time. "I just entered the abyss and am unaware of the latest information. Prepare all the latest information for me, no detail too small." Mei Xiling secretly assessed the man cloaked in black robes before her, and said sweetly, "My lord, if you need all the information, then the price. The price is negotiable, just prepare it for me right away." Xian Chen waved his hand grandly. He possessed all the wealth of the Soul Thousand Army, if not millions, then at least hundreds of thousands. How could he not afford to buy some information? "All right, my lord is straightforward. Please wait a moment." Mei Xiling turned to leave, and when she returned, she handed a jade pendant to Xian Chen. "My lord, this contains all the information you want, totaling 300,000 star crystals." This price was not cheap. Xian Chen picked it up and roughly flipped through it, nodding in satisfaction. Good." Just as Xian Chen was about to pay, he suddenly paused, his perception of the star realm space, his expression stiffening. Fortunately, Xian Chen was completely cloaked in black robes, so Mei Xiling could not see, only waiting for him to speak. "Also, bring me a piece of myth-level equipment and I will pay for everything at once." "All right, sir." Mei Xiling was somewhat puzzled as to why the guest hadn't mentioned all his requests at once, but she had little suspicion. After all, since the establishment of their hidden pavilion, no one had ever dared to act recklessly, not even to refuse payment. After all, the Inshur clan was one of the 10 ruling factions, their influence spread across all star realms. Who would dare to act recklessly? But today, they were clearly about to receive a lesson from Xian Chen. Once the hidden room was empty, Xian Chen instantly entered the shadowless state. He completely vanished from the room. When Mei Xiling opened the room again, her originally smiling face quickly darkened. In her eyes, no matter how she sensed it, there was no one present in this room. Due to the secrecy of some transactions, the rooms in the hidden tower were not monitored and were completely independent. Moreover, only their internal personnel could open them. The security was indeed strict, but the reality was that it was eerily empty. There wasn't a single shadow in sight. "Come here," Mei Xiling said with a dark expression, and immediately a team of shadow guards appeared. "Investigate immediately where the person who disappeared from this room went, and whether any internal personnel were involved. Whoever it is, they must pay the price." Yes. As for Xian Chen, he had already taken the opportunity to leave the spot as soon as Mei Xiling opened the door. He needed to hurry and leave the holy city. He didn't expect the hidden tower to react so quickly. By the time Xian Chen reached the city gate, the already strict city guards were even more rigorous this time. Anyone carrying the aura of the abyss would be immediately restricted and taken aside for interrogation, which caused a lot of complaints among those waiting in line. But they had no idea that Xian Chen possessed the Shadowless, making him immune to any form of detection. This allowed him to consider whether he could find another opportunity to take advantage of the hidden tower later. However, that was no longer possible. After this incident, the trading rules of the hidden tower had changed. Everything had to be paid for in full before delivery. Of course, that was a matter for later. After Xian Chen had traveled several hundred miles away from the holy city, he finally stopped. Seeing that there were no people around, he felt a headache and a heartache. Recently, he had only been putting things into the star realm space and had not taken anything out. Xian Chen did not expect such a big incident to occur in He had just entered the world of the myriad races, previously in complete darkness, knowing nothing, so how could he dare to let linger out? However, the situation was much better now. With the intelligence of the Soul Thousand Army in the hidden tower, he believed he wouldn't reveal any flaws. "It's my fault, my fault. Linger, good Linger. I promised to let you out to play when there's nothing going on." Xian Chen hurriedly comforted her, saying all sorts of things until Linger finally stopped venting. "Really? Really? More real than gold and silver. Quickly help me see what kind of little loli this is. Is she also a spirit?" Linger rolled her eyes cutely. Her adorable little spirit loli was one of a kind. How could there be another? But when she looked at the azure-haired girl, both little Lolas curiously examined each other. Soon, Linger finally sensed something. Her pretty face changed, and she exclaimed, "Illusion God Clan? Illusion God Clan? What is the Illusion God Clan?" Xian Chen quickly asked, because even if he searched through all the memories of the Soul Thousand Army, he found no mention of the Illusion God Clan. Linger hurriedly spoke, "Don't ask so. much quickly let her recognize her master. Xian Shan looked at the anxious Linger and then at the adorably confused azure-haired girl. Obviously, Linger wouldn't harm him. He had no choice but to cut his finger, and immediately blood flowed from it as he reached out to the azure-haired girl. But the azure-haired girl tilted her head in confusion, carefully biting his finger, staring wide-eyed at him, and nothing happened. Linger, frustrated, shouted, "Which weirdo taught you to recognize your master with blood?" Xian Shan scratched his head. Seemingly that's what the book said. Linger gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, your human race really is getting worse with each generation. I don't know how the Scythe of Immortal Fate recognized you as its master." After saying that, Linger began to form seals with her hands, and a star contract appeared. "Master, next you and she will place your hands on it, and there should be no soul resistance, and soon you will be able to sign the master-servant contract." Xian Shan looked at the still quiet and peaceful blue-haired girl, feeling a bit reluctant. She seems to know nothing right now. If I do this, it seems unfair to her. But Linger huffed, "How could you be so merciful when you took me, this beautiful girl?" At this point, Linger sighed a bit. "Hurry up and do it. The talent of the Illusion God clan can only awaken after contracting with the human race, and you are the master of the Scythe of Immortal Fate. This is also her fortune." Hearing this, Xian Shan no longer hesitated. When he placed his hand on the contract, Alto Xian Shan was full of questions. If the human race were truly powerful, they wouldn't be confined to Blue Star, right? However, Ling Er continued to speak to herself. "I know what you're thinking, but I'm talking about the ancient human race from a distant past. Now, the history of the human race has gaps, and as for why that is, and what happened during that time, I don't know either." Xian Shan felt helpless. He thought he would hear some earth-shattering secret. The ancient human race once dominated the heavens, ruling over myriad races, holding an absolute position. And the illusion god race was coveted by the human race for their talents. So, the strongest of the human race at that time used great means to place a bloodline seal on the illusion god race. From then on, they could only awaken their talents by signing a master-servant contract with the human race. Xian Shan truly hadn't expected the ancient human race to be so domineering. Ling Er sighed as she spoke of this, but those are all past events. After the ancient times, the illusion god race faded away, and the human race went into seclusion. One nearly faced extinction, while the other now barely survives on a small planet. Truly, the world is unpredictable. So, the illusion god race before you is very likely the only existence in the world. If you feel guilty about contracting her, then treat her well. Xian Shan nodded seriously. He hadn't expected that the two once most powerful races would have such similar fates. He and the blue-skinned girl could be considered kindred spirits. Even if Ling Er didn't say it, he would still treat the blue-skinned girl kindly. The only thing that gave Xian Shan a headache was that she seemed to have an insatiable appetite. This wasn't just Xian Shan worrying for nothing, because in Xian Shan's star realm space, there wasn't a single star crystal or star core left, and the other energy weapons had turned into scrap metal. It seemed he needed to hurry and find a way to procure some goods from the myriad races, or he really couldn't afford to keep her. Just as he was thinking about this, two immense peak imperial auras came from afar, seemingly in a chase. Was this a pursuit? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to run into the star envoy of the Dark Star Palace. I really am fortunate. Xian Chen frowned. The Dark Star Palace was a well-known assassin organization in the Star Realm, with a mysterious background not belonging to any race. It was said that few could survive once they were targeted by them. The man fleeing ahead was dressed extravagantly and looked quite handsome. However, his pale face, marked by lewdness and depravity, completely ruined everything. Although he was being chased, his speed was extremely fast, and he didn't seem panicked at all. Behind him, a masked woman in black was pursuing him, her killing intent palpable as she closely followed. The man ahead was laughing, but there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. How could the Qiming race be so easily hunted? Today, he had found a fine furnace to absorb, but who would have thought that this crazy woman would bump into him? Even knowing he was from the Qiming race, she still wouldn't let go. In the blink of an eye, the man saw Xian Chen and the blue-skinned girl beside him. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he paused, while the black-clad woman quickly closed the distance. Xian Chen's eyes lit up. This was one of the top 10 ruling races, the Qiming race. Moreover, he was actually a level 97 imperial being. This was a fat sheep. The man's eyes also brightened because, in his view, Xian Chen only had a combat power of a few 100,000. Such a weak existence was just right. He swung his arm, and immediately, an energy wick shot towards Xian Chen. Xian Chen's expression turned cold. If the other party didn't make a move, he would have found trouble with them anyway. And since they had made a move, there was no way out. But what Xian Chen didn't expect was that the black-clad woman actually abandoned her attack on the Qiming race and instantly increased her speed, blocking in front of Xian Chen to absorb the blow. This also meant she lost the initiative, and a glint of cunning triumph flashed in Luo Fu's eyes. The rumors were indeed true. The new star envoy of the Dark Star Palace was not only young but also had a heart of a bodhisattva, meddling in others' affairs. How ridiculous! How laughable! As he spoke, Luo Fu suddenly unleashed a devastating blow, and the black-clad woman, who was already distracted, protecting the person behind her, Xian Chen, instantly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. However, the black-clad woman was ultimately stronger, having reached the peak of the 99th level of the Emperor realm and quickly stabilized the situation. But this man in golden clothes had no limits, occasionally attacking Xian, forcing the black-clad woman to split her attention. The key was that, in her view, Xian seemed to be stunned with fear, standing still and not knowing to escape with her. The battle situation immediately reached a stalemate, but Luo Fu's pale face revealed a smug expression. Ha, esteemed star envoy, did you think I was running with you for so long because I was afraid of you? Don't you feel your whole body going soft, unable to exert any strength? The taste of my Qiming clan's unique spirit devouring 10 fragrance powder is not pleasant, is it? The black-clad woman's pretty face changed. She finally realized something was wrong. She had initially thought it was just excessive consumption that caused her internal discomfort, but it turned out she was poisoned. In an instant, she figured out when she had been poisoned. When she saved that woman who was humiliated by Luo Fu, he had thrown the woman to her in a bid to escape, and it was clear that she had been poisoned at that moment. For the first time, the black-clad woman spoke, her eyes flashing with boiling, killing intent. Humph. So what if I'm poisoned? I can still eliminate you, the disgrace of all races, before the toxin spreads. Ha ha ha. Naive. I love naive women. I hope that when you lose all your strength and become my furnace, you still maintain this naivety. Ha ha ha. Luo Fu laughed even more wildly, his eyes revealing unrestrained lust, his heart ablaze. After all, he had never tasted the flavor of a star envoy from the Dark Star Palace, and no one had ever tasted it. This would definitely become his best furnace. Have you forgotten about me? Xian, seeing the blue-haired girl still undergoing transformation, stepped forward and walked in front of the black-clad woman. He truly did not expect that, despite being from the Dark Star Palace, they were playing some sort of cold-blooded killer game, which left Xian somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he politely spoke, "Thank you for saving me, But the black-clad woman, seeing Xian finally react, only coldly replied, "I didn't save you, I just couldn't stand to see such a small girl die in front of me. You need to take her and escape, the farther the better." Now that she was already poisoned, she harbored thoughts of death, but even if she died, she would not let anyone from the Qiming clan live. Xian felt helpless. He was indeed treated as a useless person with hundreds of thousands of battle power again. He stopped the black-clad woman, who was preparing to fight desperately. "Leave the rest to me. You go stabilize the toxin first. If you let the toxin spread throughout your body, it will be even harder to suppress." The sudden change in the situation made Luo Fu stop his actions, and he was delighted. The poison of the spirit devouring 10 fragrance powder could only be cured by the unique antidote of their Qiming clan. How could it be suppressed? If you had just run away obediently, I might have lazily enjoyed the star envoy of the Dark Star Palace and not bothered to find trouble with you. But now that you're looking for death, then let's all stay. Xian was too lazy to say more nonsense. He was very familiar with what these self-righteous people would look like later. With a flick of his finger, as the damage from the judgment of life appeared, he also entered the echo of desperation state. Even the Soul Thousand army could not withstand this pressure, let alone a 97-level Emperor realm in front of him. How is this possible? As Luo Fu was injured, he also saw through Xian's attack and the surge to 1 billion in battle power. This terrified Luo Fu to the core, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, speaking incoherently. You are the one who killed the soul-devouring clan's Soul Thousand army." Xian did not expect that this person from the Qiming clan would directly shout out his identity. It seemed he had become somewhat famous. At this moment, Luo Fu dared not make a move. He hurriedly spoke, "You can't kill me. I'm the grandson of the 11th elder of the Qiming clan. If you kill me, you'll be finished too. Moreover, I'll give you whatever you want. The woman from the Dark Star Palace will soon lose all her strength. I'll hand her over to you. I'm leaving right now." After saying this, Luo Fu cautiously stepped back, preparing to escape. But Xian had already killed members of the soul-devouring clan. He didn't care about offending another ruler of the Star Realm. With a simple wave of his hand, Luo Fu collapsed to the ground, leaving only a breath behind. The rest was simple, direct interrogation. With a two-piece set, the soul poison marked by the shadow of poison, combined with the oscillation between life and death in the revival domain, Luo Fu couldn't hold on for even a minute before he revealed all his secrets, directly having his soul read by Xian, who extracted all his memories. Xian casually slapped to destroy the corpse, and instantly 3 beams of light entered his body. "Kill the Supreme Qiming clan. Awakening will activated. Power plus 3100, Constitution plus 3000, Agility plus 3200, Spirit plus 5000, Life Plunder triggered, plundering 300,000 life points. Heavenly Technique triggered, gaining skill, Great Waterball Technique. Bah! This Qiming clan member looked decent, but apart from contributing impressive attributes, he was truly useless. I don't know if it's just my bad luck, but I only got a Great Waterball Technique. After sorting through his gains, Xian looked at the woman in black. Her aura was currently chaotic energy continuously leaking out. Having seen Luo Fu's memories, Xian was naturally familiar with how to detoxify. He directly threw the antidote to the woman in black. "Take 3 pills now, then 1 a day for the next 7 days. After that the poison from the spirit-devouring 10 fragrance powder will be lifted. Remember to avoid using your powers during this time. Thank you. The veiled woman couldn't read his expression and didn't ask why Xian Chen knew how to detoxify. She also realized she had meddled in affairs that weren't her own. With Xian Chen's strength, even without her intervention, there wouldn't have been any issues. In fact, her helping Xian Chen also saved her own life. Otherwise, Xian Chen might have turned dark-hearted and killed everyone. Xian Chen casually nodded, returning to guard the azure-haired girl, saying nothing more. Mainly, he didn't know when the girl's transformation would be completed or if he could place her into the star realm space. So, Xian Chen had to maintain the status quo to avoid a failed transformation. The woman in black took the medicine on the spot. Once her chaotic energy calmed down, she began to assess the man renowned in the abyss. Xian Chen had seen the latest intelligence from the hidden tower, so he naturally knew of his fame. He was now worth 2 million star crystals plus a low-grade supreme sacred artifact. Supreme sacred artifacts were incredibly rare. Even a low-grade one was hard to come by. Not everyone at the supreme realm possessed one. Thus, the soul-devouring clan had invested heavily. But to Xian Chen, it was just that, with his luck, as long as he killed a supreme tier of any race, he would definitely get a drop. Once he finished his tasks, he would wholesale a bunch of supreme sacred artifacts back to the human race. I must say, this is another important trait of the human race. Killing others not only allows for growth but also grants equipment formed from the opponent's condensed energy. It's simply banditry. Seeing that Xian Chen said nothing and seemed to allow her to leave, the woman in black pondered for a moment before speaking. You've offended both the soul-devouring clan and the Qiming clan. Although no one in the abyss can match you, once you enter the celestial star realm, it will definitely be dangerous. The woman in black gritted her teeth and quickly made a decision. Why don't you join our Dark Star Palace? With the protection of the Dark Star Palace, your safety will be greatly assured. The woman in black clearly did not know that Xian Chen had not only offended the soul-devouring clan and the dream-weaving clan, but also had a free ride with the Shadow Erosion clan. How long had he been in the abyss, and he had already offended 3 of the 10 ruling clans? It was likely that he would offend the entire Star Realm sooner or later. Xian Chen shook his head calmly and refused. Not for now, but if there's an opportunity in the future, I will consider it. The woman in black did not press further but took out the token belonging to her 12-star envoys. You keep this token. If you have any needs in the future, you can come to the Dark Star Palace to find me. This time, Xian Chen did not refuse, but accepted the token. The assassin profession of the Dark Star Palace might indeed be a part-time job he could take on later. With his skills and abilities, it would be a piece of cake, right? This area was once again left with only Xian Chen, who continued to wait for the awakening of the azure-haired girl while also thoroughly reviewing the intelligence from the hidden tower. It contained most of the relic information from the abyss, as well as the items that might be produced from these relics. In fact, most of the information was just common knowledge and not worth much. The most valuable piece of information was that in the former blood pattern ruins, the aura of the Supreme Pill had recently appeared. The so-called Supreme Pill was not a pill for breaking through to the Supreme Realm, but rather for breaking through to the Heavenly Supreme. All the forces of the myriad races that learned of this information rushed to the blood pattern ruins. Although this Supreme Pill might not be of use to him, Xian Chen wanted to see the commotion. What if he could absorb this Supreme Pill and level up a few times? That would be a huge profit. After all, he had previously tried to absorb star crystals and found that it could slightly increase his experience. He was increasingly feeling that the characteristics of the human race were simply monstrous. They could grow stronger in any way. No wonder the rulers of the myriad races would try every means to ling the potential of the human race. At this moment, with no outsiders around, Ling Er also appeared to wait with Xian Chen for the awakening of the azure-haired girl. 2 hours passed, and finally, the azure-haired girl opened her eyes, and a colorful light flashed in her pupils. Seeing Xian Chen beside her, she affectionately pounced on him, filled with joy. Brother. Clearly, she still remembered that Xian Chen had asked her to call him brother. Xian Chen gently patted her head. Now she was somewhat connected to his fate. Do you remember what your name is? The azure-haired girl nodded vigorously. Brother, my name is Ling Qiayun. Good name. I didn't expect it to have the character Ling like Ling Er. So you are my sister now, and no one can bully you in the future. At this moment, Ling Er popped out, patting her chest with an air of maturity, directly making a promise. Seeing that Qiayun seemed to remember a lot, Xian Chen continued to ask, Qiayun, what can you do now? Brother, I can do everything. As she spoke, Ling Qiayun began her performance, transforming through all the races that existed in her memory, starting with the soul-devouring clan shrouded in black mist, her aura becoming deep and profound. Spirit clan, Shadow Erosion clan, Dream Weaving clan. Not just in human form, from dragons and phoenixes spiraling to the descent of the Qilin, she could evolve into anything at will, and importantly, she possessed the characteristics and abilities of these races. Xian Chen did not say to stop, so Qiayun continued to demonstrate. Xian Chen watched in astonishment, and at the same time, his heart warmed. Didn't this mean he would have a way to travel in the future? Just as Xian Chen was dazzled, By the spectacle, Ling Qiayan suddenly stopped her movements, looking at Xianchen with pitiful eyes. Brother, I'm hungry. Well, this couldn't be blamed on Ling Qiayan getting hungry quickly, it was just that each transformation consumed a huge amount of energy, especially since she hadn't stopped transforming since earlier. Xianchen quickly took out the items he had obtained from killing Luo Fu. Qiayan did not pick and choose, as long as it had energy, whether it was a weapon or a star crystal, she would devour it directly. Especially when she got her hands on supreme-level equipment, her little face showed a look of satisfaction. Xianchen, who had initially felt a bit heartbroken, found it inconsequential upon seeing her contentment. It was just a little bit of food, after all, he had plenty of ways to get good things. Xianchen had also asked Ling Er Xiayan could enter his storage space because she could transform all things, which also meant that she could survive anywhere there was energy. Xiayan's greatest talent was not just changing herself but also transforming into various beings. At the same time, she could attach and merge with others, altering their aura and appearance. Moreover, Xiayan's transformation was a complete change at the soul level, so Xianchen no longer had any worries about his safety. At this moment, he had transformed into a soul-devouring clan member at the emperor level. His aura and appearance were no longer his own but that of this new identity. The unfortunate soul-devouring clan member was someone Xianchen had encountered on his journey. Of course, he would pick a tough nut to crack. He had already thoroughly offended the soul-devouring clan, so he chose it as his new identity. Xianchen was eager to see the expressions of the various clans when he recklessly took action against them while competing for the supreme pill. The world of the abyss was not desolate due to its abundant energy. It had many spiritual objects and gave birth to numerous native spirit beasts. There were even rumors that at the deepest part of the abyss there existed supreme-level spirit beasts. As Xianchen hurried towards the blood pattern ruins, he felt increasingly frustrated. It seemed that the information he had spent a fortune on had become common knowledge among the people of the abyss. Most people were heading in the same direction, and that direction was precisely the blood pattern ruins. At this moment, the blood pattern ruins had already emerged, layers of blood-colored energy continuously spreading, blocking all perception. In the third layer of the ruins, there was a stone platform covered in countless patterns, each line bearing remnants of blood. Surrounding the stone platform stood 10 figures in black robes, all exuding the aura of peak emperor level, but each person's gaze was fixed on the blood-colored pill at the center of the platform. Just as expected, this blood pattern ruins actually requires the bloodlines of our 10 clans to activate. How peculiar. By the way, Mei Su, it seems that this supreme pill still lacks some energy to form. At this moment, a woman named Mei Su let out a light laugh. Rest assured, these are all minor issues. Our Shadow Erosion clan has already spread the information about the blood pattern ruins throughout the abyss. Just wait, soon, the blood pattern ruins will once again be filled with blood-colored energy. Just remember the benefits you promised after the deed is done, the other black-robed clan leaders said, their eyes fixed intently on the soul-devouring clan leader. Our soul-devouring clan keeps our word. Once our young clan leader becomes the heavenly supreme, each of you will not miss out on your benefits. Soon, the space returned to calm, but a shadow in the darkness suddenly flickered. The blood pattern ruins were said to be the burial site of the blood pattern war god from the era of coexisting deities. It had just emerged recently, and logically, few should know about it. However, when Xianchen arrived, there were already waves of powerful individuals entering. Most of them possessed emperor-level strength. Xianchen felt helpless. It seemed he had wasted some money. Just as he was about to step into the massive ruins, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and a sense of alertness arose within him. Having experienced the triggering of divine protection a few times, Xianchen understood what this meant. To seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, there was great risk within the blood pattern ruins. But this risk was far less than the frantic alertness Xianchen had experienced in the demon lair of the god-forsaken land. Since a single heartbeat indicated danger, it meant that the threat was visible. Xianchen was curious about what could be dangerous inside. Passing through a layer of faint blood-colored energy, Xianchen officially entered the blood pattern ruins in a state of absolute shadow. The space of the first layer was vast, with abundant energy, making it a good place for the myriad races to absorb energy and cultivate. However, countless people who had entered were conducting a thorough search of this newly emerged secret realm. Xianchen did not deliberately search, he let things unfold naturally. He flew towards the space of the second layer. Along the way, he discovered some crystals rich in blood-colored energy, unsure if they would suit Xiayan's taste. In any case, after encountering them, Xianchen casually collected them. After all, he now bore the important responsibility of ensuring Xiayan did not go hungry. Let's go, let's move a bit faster. I heard the supreme pill has already appeared in the third layer. Is that true? Of course. It's true. You can't mistake the rich aura of the supreme pill. Then why aren't we hurrying? Come on, let's go. The supreme pill condensed from this ruin has a spirit and will randomly choose its master. Maybe it will choose us. Right. Even if we can't get it, it's worth going to see. We might find other opportunities. When Xianchen reached the second layer, he found that everyone had a clear goal and was flying towards the core area of the third layer. Even those who were searching other areas stopped their actions and immediately headed for the third layer. At this moment, outside the palace at the core of the third layer, countless members of the myriad races were continuously using various means to try to break open the door. Among them were many powerful figures at the late stage of the Emperor realm, but no matter how they exerted their efforts, they could not open the door before them. However, the aura of the supreme pill emanating from inside the palace constantly stimulated their nerves, making them unwilling to stop as they continued to bombard the door along with the newly joined individuals. At this time, the 10 figures in black robes at the stone platform of the third layer remained with their eyes closed, waiting. Finally, the time is almost up. The leader of the soul-devouring clan looked at the black-robed figure of the Shadow Erosion clan, and since it was a matter of great importance, he asked again, Meisu, are you sure that after absorbing enough blood energy, this supreme pill will take shape? The woman named Meisu smiled lightly and replied, don't worry, this blood pattern ruins is information that our Shadow Erosion clan obtained at great cost. Since your soul-devouring clan's young clan leader has paid, we will definitely ensure he gets what he wants. At that moment, a sorrowful voice echoed, belonging to a member of the Dream-Weaving clan. Alas, with so many people outside, there might still be our clansmen, it seems. They will all die here. Humph. They are just lowly clansmen. If they die, they die. Alright, let's begin. The leader of the soul-devouring clan interrupted their idle chatter, nodding at Meisu. This blood pattern ruins was the latest intelligence detected by their Shadow Erosion clan in the Abyss, and it belonged to the former blood pattern war god. If they could absorb his supreme pill and receive the inheritance, they would grasp the power of slaughter and leap to become a heavenly supreme. Just in time, the young clan leader of the soul-devouring clan was about to advance to heavenly supreme, so the Shadow Erosion clan facilitated this transaction. Exchanging benefits with the soul-devouring clan, Meisu began to form seals with her hands, instantly activating the ancient formation of the third layer according to the information. Suddenly, a vast surge of blood energy began to spread from the palace of the third layer. And in the blood pattern ruins, whether people wanted to enter or exit, they were all astonished to find that the entire blood pattern ruins had suddenly sealed off, allowing neither entry nor exit. What is this? All those guarding the third layer of the palace, preparing to enter, suddenly discovered that a wave of blood energy began to spread, becoming denser and denser as it expanded outward. Not good. Retreat quickly. Soon, some reacted, realizing something was wrong, as this blood energy was continuously eroding their lives. The myriad races that sensed the situation hurriedly withdrew, but there were still some who were not strong enough and came to join the excitement, only to be instantly devoured by the blood energy, turning into a mist of blood and disappearing. More powerful beings in the Imperial realm, after finding they could not resist, also began to retreat. However, this blood-colored energy showed no signs of stopping since its appearance, continuously spreading outward. As time passed, the third layer was soon covered in blood, followed by the second layer and the first layer. At this moment, everyone was being forced to retreat by the blood energy, but as they fell back, they quickly discovered a desperate fact. The entire blood pattern ruins had completely turned into an independent space, and no one could escape. Quick, everyone together, use any means you have, or we will all die here. The blood energy continued to spread, gradually engulfing the blood pattern ruins. Now, all the surviving myriad races gathered at the entrance, their faces changing drastically. In the face of life and death crisis, no one cared about hiding their strength. They all used their strongest techniques, trying to break through the last barrier that blocked their escape from the blood pattern ruins. Yet, the layer of blood-colored energy at the entrance, which seemed to be only a thin layer, showed no ripples despite everyone attacking with all their might. Ah! Save me! The piercing screams echoed continuously as more people turned into blood mist within the blood energy. Even some peak Imperial beings were still screaming and disappearing under the constant erosion, leaving nothing behind. Those who initially wanted to enter the blood pattern ruins were terrified by the scene inside, which resembled hell, and all retreated in fear, no longer daring to step inside. At this moment, all the myriad races within the blood pattern secret ruins turned into pus and blood, continuously being absorbed into the palace of the third layer. Outside the palace, the only one still alive was possibly Xianchen. However, he had to activate the revival domain, exposing his form. Due to Xianchen's own high resistance and immunity, the damage he sustained was far less than his life recovery. In the space of the third layer, blood-colored energy continuously emerged around the stone platform, flowing into the floating supreme blood pattern pill. This supreme pill emitted a glass-like rose-red color, spinning incessantly. The soul-devouring clan's soul-severing city closely monitored its movements. The energy of the supreme pill grew stronger and began to spread layer by layer, already taking shape. The people present felt much more relaxed. They had received the soul-devouring clan's promise that as long as they could help the supreme pill take shape, each of them would receive resources to advance from the Imperial realm to the supreme realm. Time passed second by second, and as more blood-colored energy merged into the supreme pill before them, its aura finally approached perfection. Buzz! An energy halo appeared, and everyone felt a terrifying aura that completely surpassed the supreme realm. Everyone present forcibly suppressed the greed in their hearts. After all, this supreme pill had long been reserved by the young clan leader of the soul-devouring clan, and no one dared to snatch it. However, after a halo appeared, the aura of the blood-colored supreme pill quickly fell, no longer perfect. This change startled everyone, and the person in charge, soul-severing city, questioned, Meisu, didn't you say that after absorbing enough energy, this supreme pill would be activated? Why is this happening? Meisu was equally bewildered. She didn't understand why this was happening. Impossible, this is completely wrong. According to the intelligence we obtained from slaughtering the Blood Slaughter clan, the method to activate the blood pattern ruins is to irrigate it with the blood of all races. At this moment, Meisu couldn't figure it out. Everything had been going well before. What exactly went wrong? Their Inshur clan had learned by chance that the Blood Slaughter clan was a descendant of the Blood Pattern War. God. The Blood Slaughter clan was merely a lower-tier star clan in the vast star realms, and the Inshur clan could easily locate their planet. They then directly slaughtered the entire Blood Slaughter clan on that planet, only to learn this information afterward. Using the direct bloodline of the 10 sovereigns to activate the blood pattern ruins and achieve the supreme pill through the blood of all races. Meisu couldn't understand why the supreme pill formation had failed. Hehe, you fools from the sovereign realm, I truly thank you for helping me accomplish so much. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The 10 of them had entered the 3-layered palace together and had already checked the surroundings. There was no one present, but a figure stepped out from the darkness without any concealment. It was a young man with a somewhat pale complexion dressed in a blood-colored robe, and the aura he released made everyone feel alarmed. Misa had already lost her voice. Blood Slaughter clan, you are one of them. What did you mean by that just now? Facing Misa's questioning, the man in the blood robe explained with satisfaction, Hehe, did you fools from the Inshur clan never consider that the planet of my Blood Slaughter clan was intentionally exposed? And the intelligence you found was also left for you on purpose? All the black-robed individuals felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They understood now. Clearly, everything regarding the blood pattern ruins was a trap to lure them in. Hehe. If it were in the outside world, it would indeed be very difficult to gather the direct bloodlines of the 10 sovereigns to activate the supreme pill. But now, you have come to me willingly. Since you want to witness the supreme pill of the blood pattern, then contribute all your blood essence, and it will soon come into existence. The man in the blood robe looked at the 10 clans with fervor. Attack! The soul-severing clan soul-severing city shouted sternly. Since this place was a trap of the Blood Slaughter clan, killing the opponent would naturally end everything. The others, upon hearing the command, also launched their attacks. But, boom! The blood-colored energy of the man in the blood robe was no longer concealed. A supreme aura erupted, and with just one strike, he forced back the 10 opponents. Supreme? Everyone's expressions changed drastically again. They had sensed something was off earlier, but they never expected it to be true. This person from the Blood Slaughter clan was indeed a supreme. Humph. You will be the first batch of people to die at my hands after I become a supreme, and you will also be the key to my becoming the heavenly supreme. Just go to your deaths obediently. Blood Wubian laughed cruelly. Though he was speaking, his ruthless attacks showed no mercy. His opponents were all at the late stage of the Emperor realm with around 80 million combat power, but facing someone with 300 million combat power like him, the battle held no suspense. Members of the 10 clans kept dying, and everyone who faced Blood Wubian was thoroughly terrified. It wasn't just because of his 300 million combat power, it was also due to the Blood Slaughter clan's innate ability to absorb. They could continuously absorb their opponent's energy during battle, replenishing their own state. In terms of prolonged battles, the Blood Slaughter clan ranked among the top in all races. The reason they were merely a lower-tier star clan was that their strongest member was only a supreme, with no heavenly supreme present. But from this moment on, the history of the Blood Slaughter clan would change. Blood Wubian's eyes flashed with fervor. He had been suppressing his realm, and only after entering the abyss did he break through, waiting for this moment. Although the abyss could not allow supreme realm powerhouses to enter, it could still enable breakthroughs within. However, using powers that exceeded the limits of this space would expose one's strength and lead to rejection. But Blood Wubian didn't care anymore. Once he activated the supreme pill with the bloodline of the 10 sovereigns, he would leave the abyss immediately. Everyone present would be dead, and no one would know the truth. It's quite lively here. So many people are fighting, I should join in. Just as the battle in the arena reached a fever pitch, a sudden unfamiliar voice rang out. Not only the 10 clans of the sovereign realm but even Blood Wubian was startled. How could anyone else get in? The person who suddenly appeared was Xian Chen. He had previously tried to shatter the energy barrier of the blood pattern ruins outside, only to find it too thick. That large group of people had failed to break through, and he couldn't either. However, he had an advantage that no one else had, the immortal technique. The level of the immortal fate scythe was extremely high. Even though this space was sealed, it still couldn't stop Xian Chen from using teleportation. He simply selected a direction, and when Kanglin Shan activated, Xian Chen reappeared inside the palace. He calmly looked around. Outside, the sea of blood was churning, but inside, it was quite safe. At this moment, the few remaining people from the sovereign realm hurriedly withdrew from the battle. Blood Wubian was somewhat suspicious of Xian Chen's sudden appearance but was not too flustered. Although I don't know how you got in, since you're eager to seek death, I'll grant you that. The soul-devouring clan Soul-Severing City had already brought people to Xian Chen's side because the aura on Xian Chen was unmistakably from the soul-devouring clan. Although they found Xian Chen somewhat unfamiliar, they had no choice but to grasp at straws. Since Xian Chen could appear here, it at least proved he should have some means. Quick, save us. As long as we can survive, we will definitely reward you. The Erosion Clan's Meisu spoke weakly. My lord, as long as you can save us, I am willing to do anything. Yes, we are willing to do anything. The other survivors echoed, completely terrified by the recent deaths. Chen merely glanced at them indifferently. The remaining people from the sovereign realm were all in tattered black robes, their auras dim, they were as miserable as could be. While they begged Xian Chen for help, they quickly huddled around him, which left Xian Chen speechless. These people truly had no fear of death. Before him, the only potential trouble was Blood Wubian across the way. This was Xian Chen's first encounter with a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Blood Shadow Clan, Supreme, first level, rank, Supreme Life, 10.5 billion skills? Unexpectedly, after breaking through to level 99 of the Emperor Realm, the detection skill unique to the human race could no longer display the opponent's level but only that he was Supreme, first level. Xian Chen estimated that this meant the opponent should be level 101. Although the name had changed, the strength was about the same. If the combat power of the Emperor Realm ranged from 10 million to 100 million, then the Supreme Realm ranged from 1 billion to 10 billion. Those with Supreme Realm strength could generally stand alone, dominating a planet and receiving the worship of myriad races. Because the further one went, the harder it became to improve one's strength. Not to mention the gap between each major realm was like a chasm. Even the differences between each minor realm were vast. To think about fighting across levels was basically out of the question. But Xian Chen was eager to try. Such an opponent was worth his serious attention. At this moment, under the leadership of Soul-Severing City, the remaining few all hid behind Xian Chen. This left him speechless, yet he was also pleased to see it. He said little and directly initiated the battle. With a flick of Xian Chen's finger, a green light instantly wrapped around Xue Wubian. Xue Wubian showed disdain, casually blocking with the blood-colored blade in his hand. He did not believe that, with his supreme strength, he could have any enemies in the abyss. However, the attack from the Life Judgment was simply unstoppable. Xue Wubian's life points instantly dropped by nearly 7 million. At the same time, the aura around Xian Chen surged as if a seal had been lifted, skyrocketing to the level of 1 billion supremacy. Xue Wubian nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief, shouting, "How is that possible? How can you also be at the supreme level?" He clearly could not accept the reality before him. The few people hiding behind Xian Chen brightened up, as if they had seen a savior. Meanwhile, the Soul Break City clearly did not expect a turn of events. He shouted excitedly, "Good. Great. As long as you, Supreme Lord, can kill the damned Blood Shadow Clan and help the young clan leader obtain the Blood Pattern Supreme Pill, you will surely receive a generous reward." However, Xian Chen had no intention of looking back. He coldly pressed down with his left hand, "Slay." In an instant, the Dragon Chant sword song resonated, and the myriad sword domain heavily overlapped, indiscriminately covering Xian Chen's surroundings. At this moment, Xian Chen was in his strongest state. With an attack power of 85,000 plus a cumulative damage bonus of 1,440 times, every golden sword energy that fell brought a heart-stopping force, because that was a full 120 million damage. Xian Chen's sudden indiscriminate attack caused those from the Dominator realm behind him to show expressions of horror. They could not understand why Xian Chen wanted to kill them. Countless sword energies fell like rain, and the miserable cries from behind echoed throughout. "Ah! Don't kill me! Why? Why? We are all from the Soul-Devouring Clan. Ah!" Finally, the piercing screams subsided. Countless rays of light intertwined and entered Xian Chen's body. "Kill the Supreme Soul-Devouring Clan. Awakening will activated. Strength plus 4,600, Constitution plus 4,000, Agility plus 2,200, Spirit plus 9,000. Kill the Supreme Shadow Erosion Clan. Awakening wheel activated. Strength plus 4,900, Constitution plus 3,600, Agility plus 2,400, Spirit plus 10,000. Life plunder triggered. Plundered 600,000 life points. Life plunder triggered. Plundered 550,000 life points. Heavenly Theft Technique triggered. Gain skill 1,000 shadows. Heavenly Theft Technique triggered. Gain skill Mind Confinement. The people behind Xian Chen were all elites from the Dominator realm, and all were Emperor-level powerhouses, which allowed him to absorb with great satisfaction. The key point was that he also gained two powerful active skills. 1,000 Shadows was the signature skill of the Soul-Devouring Clan, capable of creating over 1,000 clones. With Xian Chen's boundless comprehension, he learned it to the highest level the moment he grasped it. When he used 1,000 Shadows, it was not the ordinary Soul-Devouring Clan's mere 1,000 Shadows. 1,000 Shadows, based on one's own spirit power, create countless clones, each clone possessing 1% of the main body's strength. With Xian Chen's 60,000 spirit power, he could create 2,000 clones. Moreover, this time he also acquired the Shadow Erosion clan's mind confinement. This skill, when cast on someone with lower spirit power, could immobilize them without resistance, leaving them at the mercy of others. Indeed, only by killing those from the Dominator realm could one reap rich rewards. Shui Wubian's expression was now grave. He had already retreated when Xian Shen unleashed the vast myriad sword domain. He did not expect that this soul-devouring clan member would be so ruthless, even killing his own kind. Due to Xian Shen's massacre, the essence and souls of the descendants of the 10 great sovereigns were inadvertently absorbed by the stone platform, merging into the Supreme Blood Pattern Pill. This time, the energy of the Blood Pattern Supreme Pill surged wave after wave, turning the entire palace a deep red. Clearly, it had successfully condensed and was about to be born. However, Bloodbound did not pay much attention to the Supreme Pill. His expression grew increasingly grave. It seems your target is also the Blood Pattern Supreme Pill. I have been plotting for so long, thinking it was a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. I didn't expect there would actually be an Oriole. Bloodbound did not consider negotiating with Xian Shen, as one could tell from Xian Shen's ruthless actions that there would only be one winner today. After Xian Shen finished off the Imperial Realm beings behind him, he showed no signs of stopping, completely ignoring what Bloodbound was saying. Taking advantage of the echo of the desperate situation and the strongest 5 seconds of his immortal body, he raised his hand for the soul-devouring slash. This strike once again quadrupled the damage, with 500 million critical true damage already shattering the space among the human race. However, the result before him only reduced Bloodbound's 100 billion health by a mere fraction. But Xian Shen's goal was merely to seal. At the moment the seal was completed, he had already teleported above Bloodbound's head. Faced with the sudden change of being sealed all over and the sight descending from Xian Shen, Bloodbound's pupils constricted, yet he showed little panic. Close combat was what their Blood Slaughter clan excelled at. As descendants of the Blood Pattern War God, they were born warriors. The heated battle ignited instantly. Bloodbound roared, channeling all his power to reach his peak. He did not pursue defense at all but attacked head-on. Each swing of his massive blade was straightforward and direct. But Xian Shen was not afraid. What he wanted was this kind of blood for blood, life for life. The ground of the palace began to crack and the surrounding space twisted under their battle. Xian Shen's gaze grew colder and more excited. He hadn't experienced such a thrilling fight in a long time. In the human world, his strength had long surpassed the limits, and there was no opponent who could engage him in an evenly matched battle. He only had cold, super high stats to kill in seconds, with no skill involved, making it utterly devoid of experience. The 5 seconds of the immortal body passed in an instant. Now, Xian Shen had only 6.75 million health left. With just one strike, his health instantly returned to full. However, this also meant that the echo of his desperate situation, which had increased his attack by 5 times, had vanished. This caused Xian Shen's attack power to plummet, with each strike only dealing over 20 million damage. Bloodbound's eyes lit up in the midst of battle. He keenly sensed this change from the feedback of his body. The opponent's strength seemed to be declining sharply. Bloodbound couldn't help but feel excited. This opponent was just too troublesome. Each of his strikes, which should have dealt tens of millions in damage, only inflicted 1 million on the opponent. The key was that the strike he landed would also bounce back, driving him crazy. If it were just these issues, it would be fine, but clearly, this opponent was from the Soul-Devouring clan, yet he hadn't used any Soul-Devouring clan techniques. Not only could he absorb blood to replenish his state, but he could also inflict deadly poison. This made Bloodbound increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Finally, the 9 seconds of the sealing state ended, and the blue shackles around Bloodbound's body vanished in an instant. His eyes shone, blood energy surged, and a bloodthirsty excitement crept onto his lips. But before he could fully unleash his excitement, Xian Shen's immortal fate scythe had already swung down, and in an instant he fell silent again. The blood glow of the blade in Bloodbound's hand had just blossomed when it vanished with a sizzle. Bloodbound was stunned, and Xian Shen raised his hand for another life judgment, simultaneously depriving nearly 7 million life, as Xian Shen entered his moment of strongest state. The realm of 10,000 swords in the Dragon Chant Sword Song has not ceased since the battle began, and the strikes of the immortal fate scythe in his hand have not stopped either. Xian Shen completely controlled the entire battlefield like a dancer on the tip of a knife, constantly shifting his health from 100% to 1%, activating the echo of despair. At this moment, Shui Wubian was utterly helpless. No matter how many means he possessed, he could not use them in a state of silence. His only reliance now was the racial talent of the Blood Slaughter clan, which increased his health with each strike. Along the way, Shui Wubian had attempted to counterattack, hoping to seize the moment when Xian Shen's life fluctuated from 1% to 100%. But Xian Shen had never stopped fighting from his past life to this one. How could his flaws be so easily caught? The suffocating battle made Shui Wubian's eyes increasingly red, filled with intense unwillingness and murderous intent. I never expected that after planning for so long, I would still have to let you obtain the Blood Pattern Supreme Pill. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Even if I die, I will not let you have it easy. Suddenly, Shui Wubian's entire body began to twist and then exploded, clearly another manifestation of his racial talent. Xian Shan looked gravely at the changes before him. Shui Wubian still had half of his health left. Once it reached 40%, Xian Shan would be able to kill him. But at the same time as the blood mist erupted, a wave of spatial fluctuation came. In an instant, Shui Wubian appeared at the end of a massive palace. Xian Shan's expression changed. Was this kid trying to escape? Hee, do you think this is the end? I have already noted your aura, Soul Devourer. When I see you next time, you will undoubtedly die. Shui Wubian's resentful voice echoed through the palace, causing Xian Shan to frown slightly. He raised his arm, and the blue light of the immortal fate side instantly locked onto Shui Wubian, but the blue light vanished along with Shui Wubian's figure. Xian Shan stood still, a look of helplessness flashing in his eyes. This Shui Wubian had plotted for so long and was clearly a meticulous person. He did not expect him to be so decisive. Once the situation turned unfavorable, he immediately retreated. Relying on his familiarity with the blood pattern ruins, he actually activated a one-time teleportation array to leave. This person was indeed remarkable. However, Xian Shan did not care about Shui Wubian's threat. The poison shadow mark was not just a soul poison, but it would also last for 10 years. Xian Shan estimated that only he could possibly unravel this poison. He wondered what Shui Wubian had to escape from. The pain of this soul poison was not pleasant, and it would be better to end him with a single strike. Forget it. Xian Shan collected all the items dropped by the myriad races and then looked at the rose-red pill quietly floating in the center of the stone platform. This should be the legendary blood pattern supreme pill. A divine medicine that could allow one to break through directly from the supreme realm to the heavenly supreme. No wonder it was sought after by so many, even attracting the rulers of the realm. But in the end, it was all just to make a wedding dress for himself. Now, neither Xian Shan nor anyone from the human race could use this thing, so it was best to store it for now. Xian Shan simply extended his hand and sealed it into the star realm space. However, the moment the blood pattern supreme pill was put away, an unexpected change occurred. A tiny crack appeared beneath the pill on the stone platform, and then the crack rapidly expanded, forming a massive black hole. Xian Shan had just activated his teleportation to escape when he was still struck by a black light that followed closely behind. Accompanied by a tremendous suction force, Xian Shan's body was involuntarily drawn into the black hole. The surrounding space shifted, and the starry river reversed. When Xian Shan regained his senses, he found himself in a blood-colored space, standing on blood-colored ground. The young man who obtained the supreme pill, now prepare to face the true challenge. A sudden voice echoed throughout the space. At the same time, a tall figure materialized before Xian Shan, and the entire space was engulfed in a turbulent sea of blood. Xian Shan's expression finally turned serious. Is this the phantom of the blood pattern war god? Blood pattern war god? Rank? Life? 24 billion skills? Aside from life, there was no information about the blood pattern war god. Linger had also appeared, sensing that aura, and she too showed a look of shock. This is an era where the gods have long fallen. Why is there still the aura of the blood pattern war god here? This doesn't make sense. Master, go all out. If you can win, then you will obtain the true inheritance of the blood pattern war god. Xian Shan nodded. Without Linger saying it, he already knew the benefits of defeating the war god phantom before him. The Abyss was the last creator god of the celestial star realm, a space created by him. It was said to contain the inheritance of the ancient gods. Xian Shan had always thought it was just a legend, but unexpectedly he had really encountered it. Just as Xian Shan was about to greet it, he suddenly saw a flash of blood-colored lightning. A tremendous force came, and Xian Shan's body was sent flying backward. He felt a sharp pain, as if his bones were about to shatter. Currently in a near-death state, triggering the 3 flowers unextinguished, restoring all life and mana, all skills reset. One-hit kill? This was the first time Xian Shan had experienced such an opponent. But the blood pattern war god remained cold, standing still, his eyes showing no sign of fluctuation, as if the previous attack was insignificant to him. Moreover, he fought without any reason, his body transforming into blood-colored lightning again, charging towards Xian Shan. Truly worthy of being the blood pattern war god, Xian Shan also entered battle mode, the blue light of the undying fate sight shining. Under the soul-devouring slash, the blood pattern war god's body, glowing red, suddenly found itself encircled by a blue binding ring, sealing his abilities. At the same time, boom! The weapons of the two clashed fiercely, scattering the blood mist in the space. This time, the sealed blood pattern war god did not break through Xian Shan's indestructible defense with a single strike as exaggeratedly as before. As long as the opponent couldn't kill him in one hit, there was hope for victory. This time, Xian Shan used all his means. He only refrained from using the 1,000 shadows he had just learned, because the blood pattern war god, like him, possessed a powerful blood-sucking trait. Those clones with only 1% of his strength not only posed no threat but instead would restore the opponent's health. As the battle progressed, Xian Shan finally sensed something was off. The blood pattern war god's blood-sucking trait was manageable. Xian Shan could continuously reduce his health. The key issue was that this blood-colored world amplified his power too much. Not only could it enhanced his strength, but it also allowed the blood pattern war god to continuously recover health. This was a situation Xian Shan had never encountered before. He finally understood. The feelings of his past opponents. After fighting for so long, the opponent's health was still full. Who could he reason with about that? Faced with this situation, Xianchen was not without a solution. He just needed to keep fighting until his battle spirit accumulated to a sufficient level, at which point he would directly enter the strongest state for 5 seconds, using that time to slay the opponent without giving him any chance to recover. Resolute, Xianchen no longer engaged in risky combat, beginning to steadily pull against the blood pattern war god. Since the opponent remained in a silenced state, he could not pose an effective life threat to Xianchen. However, the blood pattern war god truly deserved the title of war god. Every action in his battle was essential, as if he was born solely for combat. For instance, at the start of the battle, upon seeing Xianchen appear, he unleashed his strongest strike without any unnecessary words. Foolish master, quickly disperse this blood mist, otherwise the blood pattern war god is truly an immortal existence. As Xianchen was enjoying the battle, he suddenly heard Ling Er's voice in his mind. He had fought until now and noticed that the blood-colored energy in this space was too dense, greatly amplifying the blood pattern war god. Xianchen's heart stirred, and he quickly asked Ling Er, "How do we disperse this blood mist?" Ling Er's voice continued, "It's simple. The life-forbidden zone of the spirit race naturally restrains blood-colored energy. You just need to cover the entire space with the life-forbidden zone, and the blood mist energy will naturally dissipate." "Alright, Ling Er, quickly use the life-forbidden zone. I'll hold off the war god." "Master, what are you thinking? I'm just a weapon spirit. Besides controlling the immortal fate side, I can't do anything else." Xianchen could imagine Ling Er rolling her eyes in exasperation within the immortal fate side, but before he could ask, Ling Er had already jumped out. "Master, quickly let Xie Yun come out. Let her merge with them." That additional 10% execution effect extinguished the last glimmer of life of the blood pattern war god, turning him into countless blood points that vanished into the void before him. Xianchen stood in place, counting his breath after the intense battle. The fierce fight also represented immense gains. Kill the blood pattern war god. Residual shadow. Awakening will activated. Power plus 14,000, Constitution plus 8,000, Agility plus 7,200, Spirit plus 12,000, Life plunder triggered, plundering 3.2 million life points. This was not the end. Ding, your level has risen to level 31. Talent, you have gained a red myth passive extraction. Xianchen was speechless. Leveling up as a civilian profession was too difficult. The later stages made him feel that leveling up was much harder compared to other human profession players. No wonder there had never been any high-level support professions in history. He no longer expected to awaken a powerful hidden profession, he just wanted a combat profession. He only needed to quickly stack his level to the maximum, but this was not over. Xianchen's spirit jolted, infinite insight triggered, fusion conditions met. Do you want to fuse the myth passive, undying body, echo of desperation, and soul sever? Xianchen did not expect that the long-unused soul sever would trigger the fusion conditions after being used. Without any hesitation, fusion successful, you have gained the dominator passive. Reversal of fate. Reversal of fate. When your health drops to 1%, reversal of fate will automatically trigger. For the next 9 seconds, you will enter an invincible state, immune to all damage. At the same time, your attack power will be amplified based on the proportion of remaining health, with the following specifics. At 1% health, attack power increases by 500%. At 5% health, attack power increases by 400%. At 10% health, attack power increases by 300%. At 20% health, attack power increases by 200%. At 30% health, attack power increases by 100%. If at 1% health, your attack hits an enemy with less than 20% health, it will directly trigger the execution effect, achieving a one-hit kill. 9 seconds of invincibility. Cooldown time, 2 hours. This time, the Dominator skill obtained from the fusion allowed Xianchen's strongest state to last for 9 seconds. Now, he could do so much. If he was in the 1% strongest state, Xianchen's execution effect reached 20%. This meant that when the opponent's health was at half, it was the execution line. At this point, there was one last item to gain from this battle. Without keeping Xianchen waiting, a blood-red beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him within. He could feel a powerful force entering his body. Accept the inheritance of the blood pattern war god. Power plus 50,000, Constitution plus 50,000, Agility plus 50,000, Spirit plus 50,000. Comprehend the inheritance of the blood pattern war god. Learn the skill, Burning Silence. Burning Silence, sacrifice an item in hand, releasing an ultimate attack based on the item's characteristics, cooldown 24 hours. At the same time, an even more powerful beam of light entered Xianchen's body. He could sense that this contained the true inheritance of the blood pattern war god. However, before this blood-red beam could enter his body, Xianchen's whole body burst forth with golden light, rebounding everything. Xianchen had experienced similar situations before. It was the same when he awakened his profession. Although he felt helpless, he was not too dejected. He was not greedy. Having these gains was already quite good. Xianchen slowly stood up, and just as he was preparing for the next step, the blood light surged before him. The phantom of the blood pattern war god actually reappeared. His tall and shadowy figure seemed somewhat illusory, fixating intently on Xianchen, exclaiming, with a hint of nostalgia in his trembling gaze, truly astonishing power. I never expected that, in the end, my legacy would be obtained by the human race. That Gai Chongyang might not be wrong, that day is really coming. What exactly is the calamity of the myriad races? After saying this, without waiting for Xianchen to ask, the blood pattern war god left behind some cryptic words and completely vanished. At the same time, the blood-red space shattered layer by layer, and Xianchen felt a powerful spatial fluctuation coming. He was unable to resist, and was drawn into it. The world of the void passage constantly shifted. This experience was Xianchen's first ever. He tried to reach out and touch the somewhat unreal spatial laws in front of him, and his whole body trembled. He could actually manipulate the power of space? This discovery exhilarated Xianchen. Mastery of space had always been a talent of certain specific races. If he could master it, it would mean he had the ability to traverse freely among the myriad star realms. Xianchen did not know that this current state of perceiving space was the result of multiple conditions coming together perfectly. After all, he possessed the fusion of Ling Qian along with boundless comprehension, and he had also had experience with teleportation long ago. Thus, when he entered the void passage, at the place where the spatial laws were most concentrated, he directly met the conditions for comprehending the power of spatial laws. At this moment, Xianchen maximized his perception, continuously sensing the operation and flow of the surrounding spatial laws. Although he did not know where this spatial traversal would lead, he was not overly worried. With his current mastery of space, he was confident he could tear through space and leave at any time. The traversal through space was completely imperceptible to the passage of time. Perhaps it was a day, perhaps a year. When the void passage before him vanished, Xianchen found himself standing on solid ground. Before he could even sense his surroundings, he heard a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Ha! It's been a long time since a newcomer arrived. Now, you either kill me or I kill you. As the voice sounded, a glimmer of chilling murderous intent flashed, and Xianchen almost reflexively activated his teleportation to evade the lethal strike. His expression darkened. Are you sick? It had always been him causing trouble for others. This was the first time someone had attacked him upon meeting. At this moment, Xianchen created some distance and got a clear look at his opponent. It was a wiry one-eyed old man, his body obscured beneath his robe, but his face was covered in jagged scars, crisscrossing each other, even the flesh around. His throat was missing half, clearly having suffered a fatal injury in the past. Yet, his strength was evidently supreme, capable of restoring all flesh, but for some reason he had not done so. After the strike, the old man revealed a sinister smile. He shadowed Xianchen, his dagger moving skillfully, targeting every vital point on Xianchen's body. Xianchen could sense that this old man relied solely on pure physical strength, not employing any other means. This ignited Xianchen's competitive spirit. He was also skilled in close combat. The sigh of undying fate suddenly drew a half-circle, swinging wide. When his power erupted, it instantly suppressed the one-eyed old man's assault. This was the first time the old man had encountered such a situation. Although he had not yet used his talents and skills, Xianchen's methods had already made him take notice. After two more exchanges, the old man's body lightly retreated, a flash of appreciation in his only eye. Little guy, not bad, now you qualify to enter the city of desperation. But Xianchen had no intention of stopping. The other party was looking for death, having struck first. Now it was his turn to cause trouble for the other. After all, this was a supreme realm powerhouse. But the one-eyed old man's eyelid twitched as he sensed Xianchen's killing intent, and he instead chuckled. Good lad, I like your kind. But, are you sure you want to act recklessly in my Dark Star Palace's Rose Star? As soon as he finished speaking, several others with the same supreme strength appeared, surrounding Xianchen. Rose Star? Blood Rose Star. Xianchen finally realized where he had been transported. This was indeed the most mysterious planet under the jurisdiction of the Dark Star Palace, a cradle specifically for training powerful assassins. It is said that the Blood Rose Star is a dead star, and with its special concealment, it cannot be sensed at all in the celestial star realm. Only through special means, or being guided by members of the Dark Star Palace from the outside, can one have the opportunity to enter. And from the moment you step in here, you will bid farewell to your previous identity. The Dark Star Palace does not care what your past identity was or what you have done. As long as you can pass the tests on Rose Star and become a member of the Dark Star Palace, then your entire past will not be questioned by them. Seeing Xianchen standing there in a daze, the one-eyed old man smiled with satisfaction. Have you figured it out? If you have, then you can go in. Saying this, he tossed Xianchen a jade-like eyeball. Take this death pearl with you. It contains your information. Your current objective is to enter the Death City in front of you and bring back 9 death pearls within 10 days. Oh, by the way, at this point, the one-eyed old man looked at Xianchen with some curiosity. Who recommended you to come in? Xianchen was taken aback. He certainly couldn't say he came out of the Fallen Abyss ruins. However, he just happened to have something to prove his identity. He took out the token given to him by the black-clad woman he had saved earlier, which caused the one-eyed old man to pause in surprise. The 12th star envoy? The power structure in the Dark Star Palace is quite simple. At the top is the Palace Master. followed by the 9-star lords and then the 12-star envoys. Of course, there are also many elders and stewards. Xian Shen understood why the old man's expression was strange. The 12th star envoy he had saved last time was considered an anomaly in the Dark Star Palace, but no one dared to question her identity as the 12th star envoy. One reason is that she has immense potential and is the fastest growing individual in the Dark Star Palace, and another is that she has a big Star Lord sister. Each of the 9-star lords possesses the strength of a heavenly supreme. Aside from the rulers of the Star Realm, no one dares to claim they can outmatch the Dark Star Palace. After seeing the token, the one-eyed old man couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't that girl Miao Qing the one who hates fighting and killing the most? How did she personally send someone in? Could it be that this soul-eating clan member offended Miao Chang and was brought to Rose Star to be sent to his death?" Unable to make sense of it, the one-eyed old man stopped thinking further. "Alright, go into Death City by yourself. Remember, kid, you only have 10 days. If you don't complete the task within 10 days, then you will have only one way to go, to your death." Since he had come this far, Xian Shen could only accept it. He had always needed a legitimate identity, and being an assassin in the Dark Star Palace seemed quite good. As Xian Shen disappeared at the city gate, the others curiously inquired, "What's up, Oldly? It seems you have high hopes for that kid? But from my perception, he seems quite young, and his level seems a bit low." The speaker was not wrong in his perception. Xian Shen's level was far from the 60-level King realm, let alone the Emperor realm. But the one-eyed old man, known as Oldly, grinned. "Level doesn't represent much. This kid is definitely not simple. Anyone who can suppress me in close combat with their physical body has limitless potential. This child is absolutely Star Lord material." Star Lords represent the heavenly supremes and are the pinnacle of existence in the celestial star realm. Hearing Oldly speak so highly of this person, the other supreme beings exchanged shocked glances. For so many years, the personnel selection for the Dark Star Tower has been their responsibility. It seems that this is the first time Oldly has given such a high evaluation to a young person. At this moment, as Xian Shen enters the City of Death, he feels a mix of relief and speechlessness. Fortunately, during the previous battle, he had held back a bit, and that one-eyed old man had quickly revealed his identity. Otherwise, Xian Shen might have had to use all his means. Although he is confident in his own strength, he would not be arrogant enough to face many supremes alone. The key point is that if the Star Master of the Rose Star is nearby, it would be dangerous. Xian Shen has no clue about the means and power of the heavenly supremes. Inside the City of Death, it is not as ominous as its name suggests. Instead, it is quite peaceful. At the same time, Xian Shen notices that there are many ordinary people here, likely the original residents of the City of Death. Everywhere he looks, there are places for enjoyment, whether it be spiritual food or women, all available for free. However, Xian Shen observes that many who have reached the Emperor realm show no interest in indulging. Each of them wears a gloomy expression, hurrying towards the city center. Even those who return from the city center after replenishing their state rush back to the center as if something enticing is drawing them in. Xian Shen is completely in the dark. He has no information at all because he did not enter through legitimate means. Seeing that no one has made a move, Xian Shen suppresses his impulse to act and curiously follows the crowd towards the city center. At the same time, he draws the mythic passive ability he hadn't had the chance to extract earlier. You have drawn the red mythic passive. Eye of Breaking Illusions. Eye of Breaking Illusions. You will see through the essence of the world. Everything in the world is an illusion. At the moment the mythic passive is drawn, a golden light flashes in Xian Shen's eyes. Initially, Xian Shen was somewhat confused about the effect of this new passive, but when he looked around him, all doubt vanished. Because not far from Xian Shen, hidden in the spatial mist, were several figures in black, all possessing supreme strength. The previous Xian Shen might not have noticed them, but now, it was effortless. To his sight, everyone was exposed. Not only that, but Xian Shen could even see through the nodes of space. This discovery completely invigorated Xian Shen. Just moments ago, he had experienced long-distance spatial travel and grasped the power of space. He had been contemplating how to attempt tearing apart space for further insight. Now, since he could see through the structure of space, couldn't he perceive it at any time? Under the eye of breaking illusions, the world seemed to become clear. Before Xian Shen could continue his attempts, suddenly, a figure in black appeared before him. Before he could react, someone not far from him had already begun to plead for mercy. Wait. Honored one, I have gathered 8 death pearls. I can complete the task soon, just give me a little more time. But the figure in black coldly replied, no one can have exceptions, the 10 days are up. Now, die. Accompanied by the aura of a supreme, the Emperor realm individual was crushed and died on the spot. The figure in black picked up the death pearls from the ground and vanished in the blink of an eye. Except for Xian Shen, the already fast individuals increased their speed to another level. Each of them felt a sense of urgency regarding death. Xian Shen felt a chill. The Lin Miaoqing he had encountered earlier in the Dark Star Palace had deceived him with a performance reminiscent of a hitman who was not too cold. He had thought the Dark Star Palace was a warm place. Now he realizes that what lies before him is the norm of the Dark Star Palace, where killing is commonplace. At this moment, Xian felt a bit slow on the uptake. He needed to obtain 9 death pearls, which meant that in this game only 1 out of 10 people could survive. Moreover, due to other unpredictable circumstances, the number of those who could truly survive might be even fewer. With only 10 days left and everyone at the Emperor level, whether one could survive to become the final winner depended entirely on their own means. The urgent matter for Xian was to first clarify the specific intelligence about Death City. Soon, Xian appeared in the center of Death City and he could roughly guess what was going on. Death City was a massive circular city and the area surrounding the circular city was entirely residential. But the central area was a vast, dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Without needing to think, Chen understood that this was likely the upcoming battle area. Unlike others who concealed themselves upon entering, Xian boldly walked straight in. He had turned off all his passive abilities and suppressed his strength to only a million, looking like a novice no matter how one viewed it. However, once he entered the dense forest, Xian quickly found himself in a predicament. He realized he had underestimated the situation. In a scenario where every move could determine life or death, everyone was extremely cautious. Along the way, he noticed someone in the distance paying attention to him, but not a single person came to cause him trouble. In fact, some even shot him mocking smiles from afar. Clearly, no one believed that Xian truly had only a million in combat power. They believed that someone who could walk so ostentatiously in the center of Death City must have some skills. Those with a bit of sense speculated that Xian was likely fishing for trouble. This made Xian even more frustrated. Was his acting really that poor? Along the way, he encountered a rather reckless individual who launched a ranged attack at him. Since the opponent had made a move, Xian had no choice but to accept his first kill. He had thought he could gain some intelligence through the soul departure, but instead, he only received fragmented memories. This unfortunate start made Xian even more dejected. Forget it, he had initially thought that fishing would be faster, but this efficiency was just too slow. If they wouldn't come looking for him, then he would go find trouble with them. Next, it was time for the hunt. All the opponents were at the Emperor level and facing someone like Xian, who played by his own rules. They had no power to fight back. In fact, this group participating in the Dark Star Palace selection had no weaklings among them. Each had their own unique skills. But against someone like Xian, who immediately went silent, they had no way to counter him. Xian activated his eye of breaking illusions, killing as he went. Even those races skilled in disguise were of no use. He had seen a person from the Wood Leaf tribe directly merge into a large tree. When Xian passed by, the ambush was launched, but by the time he appeared in Xian's line of sight, he was already a dead man. In just 2 hours, Xian had already collected 9 death pearls and could leave at any time. At the same time, he understood through the soul departure what Death City was all about. Just as Xian had previously imagined, Death City was a circular city, and the forest at its center was called the Killing Battlefield. It had special rules that suppressed any means of recovery. Therefore, fighting here required making the most of every bit of strength, defeating opponents, and learning to hide oneself, living discreetly until returning to the residential area of Death City, where one could restore all their status. However, this limitation was of no use to Xian. The revival domain opened by his Undying Fate Scythe belonged to the chaotic Undying technique and was not subject to any restrictions. Even if he stayed on the battlefield of slaughter for 10 days, his state would not diminish in the slightest. At that moment, Xian suddenly sensed the chaotic energy of heaven and earth in the distance. Oh, there's a group of people fighting. Xian's eyes lit up. Killing them one by one was too slow. With a chaotic battle happening far away, wasn't that just perfect for him to kill them all and absorb their energy? However, when Xian stood on the tree trunk and looked towards the distant battle, he was so shocked that he almost fell from the tree. A middle-aged man in a dark battle robe was facing the siege of 4 Imperial Realm fighters. Although the situation was precarious, he remained cold and composed, showing no signs of fear. This person, he was actually a human. This truly was a case of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. He never expected to encounter a human in the Dark Star Palace. Seeing the middle-aged man's condition worsening, Xian couldn't care about hiding anymore, and rushed out immediately. Stop! With Xian's loud shout, the few people engaged in battle were startled by the sudden change and cautiously separated. The 4 who were besieging the human sensed the aura of the soul-devouring clan from Xian and exchanged wary glances, but they were not overly afraid. In the Rose Star, aside from those who had no choice but to participate in the Dark Star Palace selection, there were also those like them who had grown up within the Dark Star Palace. They possessed stronger combat abilities and were only sent to the Rose Star to participate in the final trial after entering the Imperial Realm. These 4 were all individuals who had grown up within the Dark Star Palace and happened to know each other. Therefore, they trusted each other more than others, and through their cooperation, they had already killed quite a few people and obtained several death pearls. Their goal was to strive to collect more death pearls within 10 days. Because after 10 days, the more death pearls they had, the greater the benefits would be. But they We're not mindlessly seeking opponents. Upon seeing Xian Chen's sudden appearance through teleportation, the leader looked at Xian Chen cautiously and spoke coldly. Soul-devouring clan member, are you sure you want to intervene in our battle? However, Xian Chen didn't even glance at them and walked directly towards the cold and stern middle-aged man with graying temples. Are you alright? Faced with Xian Chen's sudden appearance and concern, the middle-aged man merely nodded but maintained his vigilance, keeping a distance from Xian Chen. After all, this was a battlefield of slaughter, and anything could happen here, with the only thing that wouldn't happen being a rescue. Moreover, Xian Chen was wearing a dragon-shaped mask and exuded the aura of the soul-devouring clan. The four-man team, seeing Xian Chen's blatant disregard, as if he wanted to snatch their prey, all had unsightly expressions. It seems you are determined to seek death, then we brothers will fulfill that for you. The leader's eyes turned fierce. United, they could even take on peak opponents in the Imperial realm on the battlefield of slaughter. Thinking of this, they all charged towards Xian Chen. Be careful. Seeing Xian Chen still silently observing him, the middle-aged man's expression changed and he gritted his teeth, ready to step forward to fight again. At the very least, he couldn't let this soul-devouring clan member who had spoken to save him fall into a siege. But Xian Chen reached out to stop his movement and softly said, 1,000 shadows. Instantly, a total of 1,000 avatars, each possessing 1% of Xian Chen's strength, appeared. They surrounded the four like a tidal wave. It should be noted that although Xian Chen's current level was not high, the values on his panel were terrifyingly high. Character, Xian Chen level 31 Profession, Commoner Basic Attributes, Strength 100560, Constitution 83380, Agility 79860, Spirit 112000, Attack Power 211120, Health 13 million/13 million, Mana 1.12 million/1.12 million, Skills, Hidden Insight, Exclusive, Blood Prison Judgment, Dragon's Roar, Sword Song Assassination, 1,000 Shadows, Mind Confinement, Burning Silence. Passive, Indestructible, Dominion, Dawn, Dominion, True Peerless, Dominion, Awakening Wheel, Dominion, Reversal of Fate, Dominion. And all 1,000 of the clones possessed the passive enhancements of Xian Chen. All the clones coldly looked at the four people in the center, raising their hands to unleash countless skills: Water Ball Technique, Fireball Technique, Wood Spirit Entanglement. Various elemental skills flooded the space where the four were located. This was the first time Xian Chen released elemental skills after gaining control over elements. The two major Dominion skills, True Peerless and Dawn, were already critical hit enhancements of any form, and with the addition of the Elemental Controller enhancement, the world before him instantly transformed into a five-colored ocean. Xian Chen didn't pay any attention to the battle behind him if it weren't for the fact that he noticed many people watching from the surroundings, making it inconvenient to reveal his trump card. He could have ended the battle in an instant. Xian Chen estimated that if he spoke now, everyone would think he was a pure-blooded soul devourer. You haven't been controlled by the myriad races? Upon seeing Xian Chen's curious question, the stern middle-aged man hesitated slightly, but thinking of how Xian Chen had just saved him, he answered succinctly. No. This made Xian Chen even more curious, as he had seen the situation of the human race in the myriad realms from the memories of the myriad races he had killed before. The Abyssal Rift was managed by the 10 major Dominion star realms, who would occasionally mobilize personnel to the periphery, abducting some humans from the active areas of the human race for research. After all, the human race possessed the strongest learning ability among the myriad races, but was limited to the small world of Blue Star, and their potential could not truly unfold. However, those abducted humans, from the moment they left the Abyssal Rift, would be implanted with various means and forced to serve the myriad races of the star realms. In fact, Xian Chen learned from the memories of those myriad races that the survival situation of humans in the myriad realms was not bad. Aside from lacking freedom, their treatment was much better than that of ordinary myriad races. There were even rumors that the chief researcher of the Shadow Erosion race was a human who managed a star system. The human before him, who had freedom and was not sealed by any means, made Xian Chen increasingly astonished. May I ask, what is your purpose for coming to Rose Star? Xian Chen suddenly inquired, and the middle-aged man did not hide it. I want to become stronger quickly. I have many things to do. Xian Chen realized he had asked a foolish question. Those who participated in the Dark Star Hall were all people with no way out, wanting to quickly enhance their strength. As long as they could keep killing and survive, they would have the chance to become powerful Star Lords. After all, the 9 Star Lords of the Dark Star Hall also became Heavenly Supremes through this method. Xian Chen still felt emotional. The Dark Star Tower really dared to accept anyone, regardless of background or race, even daring to accept humans. As for taking this human to act together, Xian Chen had no such plans. After all, he was still in Rose Star, easily monitored by the Dark Star Hall, and this human, his kind, possessed the strength of a 97-level late-stage Emperor realm, able to fight 4 at once. Although he was at a disadvantage, it also indicated that his means were extraordinary. By the way, how many death pearls have you obtained? The middle-aged human frowned. Sure enough, this person would ultimately want his death pearls. Xian Chen recognized that he could not resist the means just used against him, so he resignedly spoke. There are 4 of them. I can give you all. After all, my life was saved by you. As he said this, he took out all the death pearls he had collected and placed them down neatly, ready to leave, but Xian Shen did not accept them. Wait! The middle-aged man, who had been prepared to retreat cautiously, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Was this person really going to take away the death pearls that were connected to his own breath? I find you, a human, quite pleasing to the eye. You can keep these things. If anything else comes up later, you can come find me. With that, Xian Shen tossed a storage space to the other party and vanished in an instant. What? The cold and stern middle-aged man, who had just been inexplicably saved by Xian Shen, had almost been ready to fight to the death, because losing the death pearls that carried his breath would mean failure in the trial. Now, seeing that Xian Shen had disappeared, he hesitantly opened the storage ring. When he saw the items inside, he was completely shocked. He couldn't understand why this soul-devouring clan member would give such a heavy gift, because inside were 9 death pearls and a low-grade supreme sacred artifact that he could use. Having just done a good deed, Xian Shen had already reopened his void illusion eye, constantly searching for new prey. For all those at the Emperor level, every time they entered the slaughter battlefield, obtaining a death pearl and surviving to enter the Death City was already a blessing. But for Xian Shen, collecting death pearls was merely a matter of raising his hand. As for the precious low-grade supreme sacred artifact, every time he killed a supreme-level being from the myriad races, it was basically guaranteed to drop due to his luck. In the following days, the entire slaughter battlefield was filled with anxiety. Xian Shen was killing to his heart's content, rapidly growing under the wheel of awakening and life plunder. However, the group of people who had entered the slaughter battlefield were suffering. Throughout the battlefield, rumors spread that an unparalleled prodigy from the soul-devouring clan had appeared. Not only was his strength terrifying, but his recovery ability was also exceptional. Very few had seen him return to Death City to rest. This forced many Emperor-level powerhouses to unite voluntarily, afraid to act alone. This was the first time in many years that such a situation had occurred in the Death City slaughter battlefield. But their gathering only made Xian Shen happier. 6 days passed, and Xian Shen welcomed his upgrade with satisfaction. Ding, your level has increased to level 32. You have gained attribute increases: strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 12. Free attribute points to distribute: 15 points. Talent: you have gained a passive red myth extraction. Extract. You have drawn the passive red myth Shatter Void and Break Space. Shatter Void and Break Space. You will be endowed with the power to break anything and shatter all defenses. Even though the limitations of a civilian profession were absurdly large, in just a few days, Xian Shen had leveled up again. And this time, the passive ability left him feeling both powerful and confused. Although he felt impressive, he was also somewhat at a loss as to how to utilize it. Xian Shen sensed a sharp energy seemingly added within him and tried to slice through the space in front of him, instantly revealing a patch of black void. This completely shocked Xian Shen. He roughly understood how to use this ability. Thinking of this, Xian Shen took out a piece of mythological equipment, and as he slid his fingertip across it, the weapon was directly severed in two. Shen then continued to take out a low-grade supreme sacred artifact, and the result was the same. It smoothly split into 2 segments under his fingertip. At this moment, Xian Shen finally understood what it meant to be able to break anything. Moreover, a wild thought emerged in his mind. If he used this ability to attack the Undying Fate side, would it break? Just as Xian Shen had this thought, Linger clearly sensed something and immediately turned pale. Master, please don't do anything reckless. If you accidentally hurt me, you won't have such a cute little loli calling you master anymore. Ever since she entered the immortal fate side, she always felt that her master was full of secrets. According to the ways of the human race, every time she leveled up, she felt her master becoming more unfamiliar, a strange kind of powerful. He seemed different from other humans, able to inexplicably grow stronger in leaps and bounds. Hearing Linger's panicked words, Xian Shen chuckled lightly. He was just thinking about it. Although he was curious, he estimated that the immortal fate scythe would be tougher. After all, from its introduction, it had survived the divine war and the shattering of the world, remaining intact. The surrounding dense forest was unusually quiet, with not a single person in sight. This place was secretive, and it had just leveled up. Xian Shen decided to try the spatial power he had previously comprehended. If he could fully grasp this thing, the vast world would be within his reach. As Xian Shen looked at the void in front of him with his eye of void breaking, the spatial nodes became vividly clear before him. Xuanshen's fingers slid, and suddenly the space split open, revealing a chaotic void inside. Previously, the spatial teleportation array he had come from the blood pattern's secret realm was prepared, so the space inside was extremely stable. But the void crack before him was constructed by himself. Entering it carelessly could easily result in being torn apart by the spatial power. However, Xian Shen showed no signs of retreat. He carefully observed with his eye of void breaking, gritted his teeth, and stepped inside. He wasn't reckless, after all. Possessing the 9 seconds of invincibility against fate was enough to handle any unforeseen circumstances. The moment Xian Shen fully entered the void, a surging spatial power pressed down on him, but he simply extended his hand calmly. Instantly, the spatial power flowed smoothly around his body, causing him no harm whatsoever. With this understanding, Xian Shen once again entered the profound state he had experienced last time. What was perilous for others in the void felt like water to a fish for Xianchen, allowing him to swim freely. With his eyes closed, he sensed the power of spatial laws sliding past him, and before he knew it, he felt as if he had merged with the void. For a moment, the passage of time seemed to stop in the void. This powerful ability to comprehend was precisely Xuanzhen's infinite perception. Finally, after an unknown amount of time had passed in the void, Xianchen opened his eyes and grinned. Now, he believed he could tear open a spatial crack and traverse through the void. Although he couldn't be sure how far he could travel, he was confident that once his strength improved further, he could even cross the star realms. The more Xianchen thought about it, the more excited he became. He had gained quite a bit this time, and it was about time to go out. A golden light flashed in Xuanzhen's eyes as he extended his hand, accurately pointing at the spatial node. With a sweep of his arm, a gap opened before him, just wide enough for Xianchen to pass through. Xianchen took half a step out, surveying the area in front of him, curious about where he had ended up after this spatial traversal. In an instant, Xianchen stood there dumbfounded, for he found himself in midair, surrounded by dense forest, but beneath him was a vibrant blue lake filled with rich energy. Most importantly, at the center of the lake, a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman was emerging from the water, droplets of water clinging to her creamy skin, sliding down her snowy curves in a seductive manner. Such a large expanse of whiteness made Xuanzhen's blood surge. The moment the woman stepped out of the bath, she immediately sensed the spatial fluctuations. Covering her chest with her hand, she suddenly looked up, her enchanting eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. A force beyond Xuanzhen's comprehension surged in, accompanied by a voice that was both enchanting and bone-chilling. You really are bold, sneaking into my Tianlan pool without a sound to spy. Should I come a little closer to take a look? As she spoke, the alluring woman boldly let go of her arms that were covering her chest, leaning a bit closer to Xianchen. The waves surged. The killing intent was like a raging tide. Xianchen gulped, realizing he might be acting a bit unethically. I was just wandering around and accidentally ended up here. You can continue washing, I'll leave right away. He. You heartless one, do you think you can just look and leave? However, I can let you go, but you must leave your life behind. The woman, whose body resembled that of a ripe fruit, spoke with a voice that was both seductive and chilling, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Though she couldn't understand why someone could enter the space she had sealed off in the heavily guarded Tianlan pool, it didn't matter now, because the first man to gaze upon her body was about to die. Feeling the killing intent behind her, Xianchen didn't think twice. He stepped out halfway but quickly retreated. At the same time, he smoothed the spatial rift and hurried to escape. Xuanzhen's fluid movements, however, did not impress the mature woman. She reached out and draped a thin veil over her proud figure while glancing at the space Xianchen had just fled from. With a casual wave, that space door opened again, and a beam of concentrated starlight locked onto Xianchen, shooting towards his back like lightning. Just as Xianchen let out a sigh of relief, he immediately felt an astonishing sharpness behind him. He barely had time to deploy limited defenses. Boom! A tremendous force struck, sending Xianchen flying, while the spatial power that had been supporting him became ferocious. Your life value has dropped to 1%, reverse fate triggered, immune to all damage for 9 seconds, and attack power increased by 500%. Damn it, why is this woman so fierce? Xianchen cursed inwardly. Was it really necessary to take his life just for a few glances? At that moment, the graceful and enchanting woman sensed that her lethal strike seemed to have missed, disbelief flashing in her eyes. But those who offended her must die. Taking advantage of the 9 seconds of invincibility, Xianchen disregarded smoothing the spatial power and desperately fled through the spatial passage. Just as he began to feel grateful for surviving, he sensed the spatial fluctuations behind him. That woman was actually tearing through space to chase him? Heavenly Sovereign! At this moment, Xianchen could confirm that the woman behind him was definitely a heavenly sovereign. Only a heavenly sovereign could tear through space and exert such immense pressure on him. Little thief, you think you can escape after looking at my body? How irresponsible. I've already memorized your aura. In the myriad realms, you won't be able to escape. And rest assured, I've changed my mind now. After all, you are the first man to see my body. I wouldn't want to kill you. Perhaps I'll play some deadly games with you every day. The seductive voice from behind continuously echoed in Xuanzhen's ears. If it weren't for the deadly killing intent locking onto him, he might have thought the other party was looking to take responsibility. The skills behind him coalesced again, and disregarding his current position, Xianchen immediately tore through the space in front of him. When his vision brightened, he re-entered the dense forest of the slaughter space. At the same time, Xianchen wasted no time in activating his teleportation, covering over 100,000 meters in an instant. As the azure light on his wrist glowed, he shouted, Xian, change my aura. In an instant, Xuanzhen's aura transformed from that of the soul-devouring clan back to the spirit clan, and he changed all his clothes, even removing the dragon-shaped mask. As Xianchen completed all of this, a sudden overwhelming aura enveloped the entire area of the Death City from afar. The killing intent contained within it caused everyone present to stop in shock. All the respected figures in Death City felt a deep-seated fear. What was this master planning? Why was she extending her perception over the entire Death City? At this moment, the mature woman had changed into a deep, elegant palace dress, and the charming smile on her snow-white face had long vanished, replaced by an aura of bone-chilling authority. She had not anticipated that such strange events would occur one after another today. First, a soul-devouring clan member who was not even a heavenly sovereign managed to tear through space and break into the Tianlan pool. Then, the seemingly weak individual withstood her attack without dying, even losing all breath in an instant. She had never seen such a method before. After her aura erupted, many figures in black soon appeared nearby. All of them possessed the strength of sovereigns, kneeling on one knee with their heads bowed low. Investigate the owner of this aura as quickly as possible, find him, and bring him before me. Yes. No one hesitated or dared to ask why, and they quickly dispersed. At this moment, Xianchen let out a long breath. It was too dangerous. An opponent of the heavenly sovereign level was terrifying. If calculated according to the combat power of the myriad races, the sovereign realm ranged from 1 billion to 10 billion in combat power. The heavenly sovereign, however, ranged from 100 billion to 1 trillion. This kind of power surpassed Xianchen's previous understanding. He could imagine that if it weren't for the restrictions of the abyss and the natural formations of the demon suppression pass, Blue Star would have long been completely conquered. However, Xianchen was not too discouraged. As long as he kept fighting, accumulating little by little, he would eventually reach that level without relying on the battle soul. But for now, he needed to complete his task and become an official disciple of the Dark Star Palace first. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed across the entire battlefield of slaughter. Everyone in the battlefield of slaughter, leave immediately. Anyone still inside after 3 hours will die. When this voice rang out, everyone began to complain. But whether they were searching for opponents or already engaged in battle, they all stopped their actions. They knew that the rules set in Death City were not to be changed, and there was no room for leniency. Since it was said this way, if they could not comply, they would definitely die. Everyone disregarded hiding their figures and flew with all their might towards the edge of the circular city. With the strength of the Emperor realm, 3 hours was absolutely sufficient. Although no one knew what had happened, no one dared to slack off. At this moment, Xianchen blended into the crowd and had already reached the edge of the circular city. They were orderly lining up, but most people were anxious, glancing at the many black-clad sovereigns in front of them. The one-eyed old man who had initially guided Xianchen into the Shadow City was also there. Several black-clad sovereigns nearby seemed to have a good relationship with him and teased, "Old Li, the person we were just told to find, you say you know him. When the rewards come from above, remember us brothers." The one-eyed old man, known as Old Li, chuckled, "If I benefit, I'll think of you. But if there's punishment, do you want to join me?" Old Li felt that such a large commotion was not a good sign, but this person was the one he had guided into Shadow City and had a simple exchange with. He was indeed a good seed. He didn't know what the higher-ups wanted with him. Beside Old Li, another black-clad sovereign comforted him. "Don't worry, the person you guided has monstrous talent. I've heard about him long ago while guarding the battlefield of slaughter. He is definitely the most ferocious person in this battlefield. Anyone who has fought against him has not survived. I suspect the higher-ups have noticed such talent in advance." Old Manly spoke helplessly. "Let's hope." He also felt that this was the only possible reason. Otherwise, could that kid have caused some major trouble with his imperial strength? Was that why he was being specially sought after? Old Manly shook his head, quickly dismissing this thought. With the Star Master and numerous esteemed overseers present, it would be difficult to cause trouble on Rose Star. 3 hours passed quickly, and most people had left the slaughter battlefield, but Xianchen noticed that a few individuals, exhausted of all their energy, were desperately trying to push their way out using only their physical strength. However, the esteemed overseers at the circular city's boundary seemed oblivious, their expressions indifferent. Once the time was up, without any hesitation, they all formed hand seals, and suddenly, a massive black light shield descended from the sky, enveloping the entire slaughter battlefield. As the blood-red light mist was released, the space before them completely vanished, and all living beings with energy were dissolved. "Wait, let me out. Ah, my body. Ah!" The chilling screams echoed, making everyone at the circular city boundary, participating in the deadly city trial, feel grateful for their speed. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate. In the Dark Star Palace, everything was done as promised. Rules were rules, and being even a moment late was unacceptable. However, the group of trial participants felt some confusion, sensing that the black-clad individuals were continuously staring at them, reaching out as if searching for someone. Not here? There was only this much space, and everyone was present. As for the soul-devouring clan's aura that they were supposed to find, it was completely absent. The one in charge, a woman in blood-red battle armor, elegant and striking, spoke coldly. "Li Overseer, why is that person you mentioned not here?" Old Manly was also somewhat puzzled, his expression uncertain. He hesitantly replied, reporting to Commander Feng, "I suspect that the soul-devouring kid might be dead." The woman known as Commander Feng said coldly, "Investigate immediately. If alive, we want to see him. If dead, we want to see the body." Yes. All the esteemed ones did not dare hesitate and immediately conducted a more detailed inspection of all trial participants. Xianchen understood that this scene seemed to have arisen because of him. It appeared that his fleeting glimpse in the pool had led to something he shouldn't have seen, and now the entire deadly city was searching for him. Fortunately, he had Qian Yun's possession, allowing him to mimic the myriad races. Now, his aura was undoubtedly that of the spirit race, so they should not be able to discover him. At this moment, the group of black-clad esteemed ones spoke again. Everyone, now, take out the deadly pearls you collected this time. Although everyone was puzzled, they still followed the instructions and took out all their deadly pearls. The esteemed ones continued their strict inspection, not letting any deadly pearl go unchecked. No one hid anything. The deadly pearls were originally meant for monitoring and locating, and as long as you had them on you, it was useless to hide them. All the Imperial Realm participants took out their harvest. From the past few days, 2 pearls, 5 pearls, 9 pearls, various amounts. One person even had 30 pearls. This immediately drew gasps of astonishment. Even the black-robed figures of the Dark Star Palace were stirred. This achievement was considered the best record in nearly 100 years. The one from the Dream Clan, who was the center of attention, remained calm, a handsome and fair face showing indifference, but the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. He believed that in this trial he should have the highest ranking and perhaps even attract the attention of the prominent figures before him. He, along with all the other Imperial Realm trial participants, noticed that these esteemed powerhouses capable of commanding a planet in the outside world treated the woman who appeared with great respect. Clearly, her status was higher and her strength even greater. However, this cold-faced woman did not even glance at the group of trial takers before her, merely waiting indifferently for the results of the investigation by the man in black. In the blink of an eye, one of the men in black reached where Xian Chen was. Xian Chen did not hesitate. The death pearl was something that could not be hidden. A total of 158 death pearls were piled on the ground like a small mountain. This? The man in black who was inspecting Xian Chen suddenly paused, his eyes filled with astonishment. While the member of the Qiming clan exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible? He knew how difficult it was to obtain death pearls. If it weren't for his good luck, he wouldn't have been able to collect 30. But now, suddenly, a member of the spirit clan appeared, and he had even more than him, which was hard for him to accept. The others also felt a sense of unreality. Hiss! How can there be so many? Could it be that he kills a dozen every day, filling up for 10 days? Everyone shook their heads, unable to comprehend. In the slaughter battlefield, one could not recover at all. No matter how strong you were, you could kill one, maybe 2. But after killing 3, the energy within would definitely be insufficient. If one did not hurry to leave the slaughter battlefield, they could easily be hunted by others in better condition, becoming someone else's trophy. Could it be that this spirit clan person was just lucky, always killing those who were exhausted and unable to resist? At this moment, the woman called Commander Fong also looked at Xian Chen, her previously indifferent gaze showing intense fluctuations. Even when she participated in the trial, she only had 36 death pearls. And if she remembered correctly, the highest record in the Dark Star Hall was only 46 death pearls. How did this spirit clan person manage to do it? Found it. Suddenly, the supreme being who was inspecting Xian Chen's pile of death pearls spoke, and Old Li and Commander Fong instantly appeared in front of Xian Chen. The supreme being held a death pearl in his hand, which was the one Xian Chen had initially obtained while disguised as a member of the soul-devouring clan. The death pearl was here, but the person they were looking for was not present. The situation was clear. However, Old Li still found it hard to believe that such a strong person from the soul-devouring clan could also be dead. At Commander Feng's gesture, Old Li immediately asked, "From whom did you obtain this death pearl?" Facing the gaze of all the esteemed ones, Xian Chen slightly bowed and spoke earnestly. "Respected ones, the owner of this death pearl is a member of the soul-devouring clan. I encountered him by chance in the slaughter battlefield. At that time, for some reason, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. So I easily took his life, and most of the death pearls here are his." Upon hearing Xian Chen's explanation, the others understood why he had so many death pearls. All the trial takers at the Imperial Realm looked at him with jealousy, as they could easily deduce who this member of the soul-devouring clan was based on the recent information from the slaughter battlefield. After all, his notorious reputation was known to all. Having killed so many people, he must have collected quite a few death pearls. They just didn't expect that in the end, it would all benefit this spirit clan person before them. Hearing Xian Chen's explanation, Old Li nodded. This explanation was somewhat reasonable. But Commander Feng's eyes were fixed tightly on Xian Chen. Her aura, belonging to the late stage of the Supreme Realm, pressing down on him. "Is what you said true?" Xian Chen's face turned pale, and he trembled in a way that seemed cooperative, struggling to maintain his composure, his expression somewhat dazed and confused. "Respected one, I wouldn't dare to speak any falsehood." Just as the pressure was growing stronger and Xian Chen was about to be unable to bear it, Commander Fong withdrew her aura. She looked indifferently at all the attendants. "Let's leave the matter here for now. I will return to report, and the trials in the Death City will continue." "Yes," all the black-clad esteemed ones responded, immediately organizing those who still had time left to continue entering the slaughter battlefield. Although Xian Chen said he still had 2 days, he had little interest in the remaining experiments. Instead, he focused on finding someone to hand in his task and prepare for the next trial. However, what Xian Shen did not notice was that, at a distance, the person he had saved before was staring intently at his face. In an instant, shock, surprise, and confusion flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Xian Shen was showing his true self. Appearances could deceive, but one's aura could not. He successfully submitted his task to a steward from the City of Death. The steward, in black, clearly had a deep impression of Xian Shen. After all, he was the one who broke the historical record of the City of Death. There was no one else like him. For someone with such talent, the normally indifferent steward's attitude improved significantly. After all, as long as they could complete all the trials, they would surely possess the strength of the Supreme Realm. By then, completing a few tasks for the Dark Star Hall would ensure their status would not be lower than that of the stewards. He collected the 158 eyeball-shaped death pearls from Xian Shen's hands and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, young man. You have completed the challenge ahead of time and can exchange for a total of 158 blood spirit crystals. As he spoke, the black-clad steward handed all of Xian Shen's rewards to him and kindly explained, no one has ever obtained this quantity of blood spirit crystals at once before. When you absorb them, pay attention to your condition to avoid your body and mind being unable to bear this power. Okay, thank you for the reminder, steward. Seeing Xian Shen so polite, the steward was in a good mood. Take these to absorb and quickly improve your strength. Once the number of participants is sufficient, the second round of trials will begin immediately. Hearing the steward mention the second round of trials, Xian Shen curiously asked, Steward, what exactly is the second round of trials? Can you tell me about it? But the black-clad steward smiled and said, don't think about prying information from me. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. For now, go wait in Yulin City. Xian Shen stopped asking further questions and, at the steward's gesture, walked into a teleportation array. When the light shone, he vanished from his original spot. As Xian Shen disappeared, the steward was still somewhat puzzled by his recent behavior. Although this spirit race person had good talent and deserved to be treated differently, why had he shared so much with him? He had almost broken the rules of the Dark Star Hall. The black-clad steward could only sigh, truly worthy of being close to the elements. The charm was indeed great. Yaoer, did you say that the person from the soul-devouring clan is dead? At this moment, in a quiet loft, Captain Foam was reporting the investigation results. A graceful and elegant woman was lazily leaning back in her chair. This woman was the enchanting one Xian Shen had accidentally encountered, but her current appearance was vastly different from before. Yes. According to the spirit race person, he found the soul-devouring clan member already severely injured, so it was easy for him to finish him off. The mature woman nodded slightly. This explanation had no flaws. That detestable little thief had been injured by her strike and fled, only to be conveniently taken down by a spirit race person. What a coincidence. It was just unfortunate that the little thief died so easily. Master, should we continue the investigation? Upon hearing the question, the woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and a mysterious smile crossed her lips. Not for now. If that spirit race person can survive through the 3 rounds of trials, bring him to see me. Understood. At this moment, Xian Shen had just appeared in Yulin City when a black-clad person came to take him to his residence. You will live here for a few days. During this time, you are not allowed to make a move. Soon, you will be able to enter the next round of trials. Under the guidance of the man in black, Xian Shen entered a residential area of Yulin City, which was filled with countless independent buildings, each shrouded in a thin mist. That obscured the true situation inside. Following the instructions, Xian Shen randomly chose a small courtyard to leave his aura and eagerly took out the blood spirit crystal. This item was said to be unique to the Dark Star Palace, with an extremely low production rate, only found on the Rose Star. Its effect was simple yet powerful. It could refine the body. Xian Shen wasn't sure if he, as a human, could use it, but recalling that he had been able to absorb star crystals before, he figured it shouldn't be a problem. As soon as he picked up a crystal, a light suddenly shone from his wrist, and Xia Yun appeared directly, with Ling Air also rushing out. Xia Yun looked at the blood spirit crystal in Xian Shen's hand, her starry eyes sparkling. Brother, I want to eat. Without hesitation, Xian Shen handed it to Xia Yun, and he remembered that he hadn't properly fed her anything recently, so he took out everything he had recently acquired from the Star Realm space. Xia Yun was not picky. As long as it had energy, it was her food. Crunch crunch. Xia Yun ate happily. As a phantom divine beast, her abilities were powerful, but her consumption was also significant. The more energy she absorbed, the stronger her abilities would become. Ling Air came out simply out of boredom. Xian Shen had been in the deadly city lately, where he was restricted and unable to come out. Now, each independent small courtyard was surrounded by a mist that blocked perception, so she felt safe to appear. Seeing Xian Shen take out another blood spirit crystal, Ling Air was also amazed, her eyes filled with envy. Master, the blood spirit crystal is a great item. It greatly enhances the strength of the spirit race, but it is unique to the Dark Star Palace and is formed from blood energy. Even when the spirit race dominated the Star Realm, it was rarely obtained. Hearing Ling Air say this, Xian Shen became even more eager to see the effects of the blood spirit crystal. As he held one of the blood spirit crystals, a surge of blood energy slowly entered his body. Time passed, and when one blood Spirit crystal turned to nothingness. Xianshen's spirit jolted, absorbing blood. Spirit crystal, life increased by 500,000. So this was its effect. Xianshen liked it very much because it was exactly what he lacked. In fact, Shen's strength was no different from that of the Supreme Realm. Even if someone in the late Supreme stage was dragged into a stalemate by him, they would ultimately die at his hands. The only drawback was his blood volume. Even with the awakening of the wheel and the constant triggering of life plunder, he only had over 10 million. Compared to the hundreds of millions of life force typical of the Supreme Realm, it was simply insufficient. Xianshen had 158 blood spirit crystals in hand. If he absorbed them all, that would be an increase of over 70 million in life. Thinking of this, Xianshen felt a surge of excitement. The Dark Star Palace was indeed generous. He couldn't wait to find out what good rewards awaited him in the next round. Absorbing blood spirit crystal, life increased by 500,000. Absorbing blood spirit crystal, life increased by 500,000. Absorbing blood spirit crystal, life increased by 500,000. When Xianshen absorbed the fourth crystal, an unusual surge of blood energy invaded his consciousness. However, Xianshen possessed the passive ability of indestructible sovereign, which negated 90% of physical and magical damage. Negative states were negated 100%. Therefore, for others, they would have to stop after absorbing about 3 crystals at most, taking time to slowly digest what they had gained and resolve the negative emotions that entered their consciousness. If not properly suppressed, they could be influenced by the blood energy in the blood spirit crystals, leading to a drastic change in personality. However, Xianshen had no such worries. He continued to absorb one after another without stopping. But even without wasting any time, he could only refine about 10 crystals a day. 5 days passed just like that, and the repetitive refining left him feeling somewhat weary and bored. It must be said that the way the myriad races enhance their strength is truly hard to endure. He still felt that the human race's method of leveling up by defeating monsters was much more straightforward. Rarely stepping out of the courtyard, Xianshen decided to take a stroll around Yulan City, intending to relax a bit. Unexpectedly, he ran into a member of the Qiming clan who had previously obtained 30 death pearls. It seemed that the person had just returned from outside, and upon seeing Xianshen, a cold smile appeared on his face, clearly resentful of Xianshen's good fortune in harvesting the soul-devouring clan's attention. A lucky guy. I hope you have the same luck in the next round of trials. Xianshen sensed the hostility from the other party and felt somewhat baffled, but he had never been one to indulge anyone. What's wrong? You're not happy that I'm lucky? How about we find a place to spar? After all, Xianshen had been cooped up for 5 days, and it would be nice to stretch his muscles by beating up a misfortunate soul. However, the Qiming clan member's eyelids twitched and he dared not say more, immediately retreating into a closed courtyard. In Yulan City, from the moment they entered, the men in black had warned them that whether in the current Yulan City or the previous Death City, no fighting could occur within the city. As long as someone made a move, without exception, they would all die. So, the Qiming clan member was not afraid of Xianshen, but rather feared that Xianshen would act recklessly and drag him down with him. Seeing the other party retreat, Xianshen also lost interest. At that moment, a person emerged from the mist in the courtyard to Xianshen's left. He did not expect that this neighbor would turn out to be an acquaintance. This person was the stern, middle-aged man he had saved on the battlefield in Zhuiying City. He had clearly witnessed the unpleasantness between Xianshen and the Qiming clan and reminded him, "This friend from the Spirit clan, you should be careful. That person from the Qiming clan is named Qin Du, a killer trained from a young age in the Dark Star Palace. His methods are not simple." Xianshen was somewhat surprised that this stern middle-aged man took the initiative to talk to him, but he expressed his gratitude for the warning. Thank you for the reminder. I will be cautious. After saying that, Xianshen prepared to turn and leave. It was not yet the right time to acknowledge his identity as a human, especially since he still had no clue about this person's background. Wait. Unexpectedly, this middle-aged man actively stopped Xianshen. As he looked at Xianshen's appearance, his expression grew increasingly uncertain. A singular possibility emerged in his mind. Could it be? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and spoke straightforwardly. "This friend, you bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. I would like to know, is your surname Xian?" Xianshen was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Did this middle-aged man recognize him? That shouldn't be the case. Xianshen's expression made the middle-aged man breathe a sigh of relief. He already knew the answer. "In that case, my friend, please come to my small courtyard for a chat." The world outside the courtyard was prone to surveillance, and Xianshen did not hesitate to follow the middle-aged man into his small courtyard. As soon as they entered, the somewhat tense middle-aged man calmed down. He had drifted in the celestial star realm for over a decade and finally found an opportunity to enter the Dark Star Palace. He never expected to encounter the bloodline of the family head here. He had no doubt about the recognition. The surname Xian, combined with the demeanor that resembled the family head, left no room for doubt. However, Xiaodong sighed inwardly. The relationship between the family head and the matriarch was so good that they had left behind a descendant of the Spirit clan in the celestial star realm. But then he thought, given the crisis at that time, the family head could still think of continuing the Xian family's bloodline, which he truly admired. However, it is indeed pitiful for this child. Thinking of this, Xiaodong looked at the still searching gaze of Xian Chen and spoke gently. You may have some doubts about me, a human, knowing your surname, but your father's name is Xian Xiao, isn't that right? This was the first time Xian Chen had heard his father's name from someone else's mouth. He only knew that his parents had fallen in the land of demons, and then he had grown up quietly as an orphan of the demon suppression army. He never expected to hear his father's name from a human with imperial strength on Rose Star. That in itself was unusual. Yes. Xian Chen nodded in confirmation but then asked, I want to know, who are you? The middle-aged man did not hesitate and sighed a little. My name is Xia Dong, and you can sense my identity. I am indeed a human, and our Xia family has been the guardian family of the Xian family for generations. Heaven shows mercy. The Xian family has passed down its bloodline for many years, and I never expected that the Xian family bloodline would finally have two branches. Young master, you have suffered. Xiaodong's words left Xian Chen puzzled, but he quickly grasped the key point and curiously asked, how does my father still have a bloodline? Who is the other person? Oh, that is your brother among humans, named Xian Chen, who may be a bit younger than you. Stop. Xian Chen finally realized something was off. All this time, Xiaodong thought he was an illegitimate child outside. At that moment, when Xiaodong mentioned his name, Xian Chen had no doubts at all and directly dispelled the disguise of his aura. Uncle Xia, I am also a human, and I am the Xian Chen you mentioned. Upon hearing Xian Chen's words, Xiaodong's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. His stern face kept changing, but the human aura on Xian Chen was definitely not fake. This, Xiaodong repeated several times, still in extreme shock. He clearly remembered when he left the human race with the family head, the young master was still in swaddling clothes. Now, counting it up, he was barely 18. Yet the Xian Chen before him was the prodigy who had obtained 158 death pearls in this life and death city. He could not connect the two people in any way. Seeing Xiaodong's changing expression, filled with suspicion about his identity, Xian Chen took out the pendant of the undying fate scythe from around his neck and placed it in front of Xiaodong. Uncle Xia, can this prove my identity? When Xiaodong saw the scythe-shaped pendant in Xian Chen's hand, he completely lost any doubts and deeply bowed. Young master, you really are the young master Xian Chen, because this scythe pendant was the origin stone that the family had brought back from the abyss of despair 20 years ago, and the thing born from it. He had personally seen the family head place it beside the young master. Xian Chen hurriedly helped the excited Xiaodong up and curiously asked, Uncle Xia, what is your relationship with the head of the Demon Suppression Army's Elder Council, Xia Qiu? Xiaodong quickly replied, Xia Qiu is my younger brother, and I am also the former head of the Demon Suppression Army's Elder Council. Young master, has my brother taken good care of you? Xian Chen nodded helplessly, not expecting that the old man who always smiled at him in his previous life was actually Uncle Xia's brother. Although he had not felt any special care so far, the fact that he could quickly take charge of Huaxia and enter the Elder Council in his previous life should count as taking care of him, right? Moreover, Xian Chen did not expect his background to be so complicated. It seemed that most of the elders in the Demon Suppression Army's Elder Council with the surname Xia were his family retainers. Not wanting to think about these issues anymore, Xian Chen directly asked the key question. Uncle Xia, please tell me what happened 20 years ago? At this time point, as long as it was in the memories of the myriad races killed in the abyss, Xian Chen had been paying attention. Today, he could finally hear this story from back then. Xiaodong's eyes held a hint of nostalgia and reminiscence. If the Xia family is the guardian family of the Xian family, then the Xian family has been the protector of humanity for generations. Although the Xian family has fallen due to the confinement 100 years ago, every generation of the Xian family has produced the most talented individuals among humans. At this point, Xiaodong looked at Xian Chen with satisfaction and sighed. I never expected that you, young master, have grown to such an extent, even surpassing the former family head. Truly, heaven has shown its favor. Uncle Xia, please continue with the rest of the story. Xian Chen quickly interrupted, as Uncle Xia had clearly digressed. Sorry. 20 years ago, the family head broke the shackles deep within the abyss of evil, completing the 9 transformations and officially becoming an emperor. Moreover, in the depths of the abyss of evil, the family head also found a spatial rift that led directly to the depths of the abyss secret realm, known as the Fallen Abyss. At that time, although I tried my best to lead the Elder Council and many top-tier 8th transformation emperor-level powerhouses to enter, the family head refused, as it is better to have fewer people when it comes to gathering intelligence. Half a year later, the family head returned to the Demon Suppression Pass with an origin stone. He was the first person in human history to reach this step. After that, the family head and the matriarch returned to Huaxia, and then you were born. At this point, Xiaodong sighed again. This may have been the only peaceful year in the family head's life. Not long after your birth, the matriarch and I also broke through to the emperor realm with the family head's help, and the family head decided to venture into the Fallen Abyss once more. He wanted to go to the myriad races and break the shackles placed on humanity, otherwise, when the calamity descends, humanity will have no ability to resist. Xian Chen truly did not expect that his father had come this far. This was also part of his ongoing plan. And with Uncle Xiao alive, perhaps His parents were also alive. Thinking of this, Xian Shen's eyes brightened, filled with hope and tension. Uncle Xia, are my father and mother alive, perhaps in other star domains? Xia Dong fell silent for a moment, knowing that the young master would have to face this news sooner or later. He sighed deeply and continued, this time, although the family head wanted to go alone to the fallen abyss, both the matriarch and I opposed him. After all, among the myriad races, enemies are everywhere, and we also possess emperor-level strength, so we wouldn't be a burden. In the end, the three of us entered the fallen abyss together. After that, we learned that not all the myriad races were enemies. The family head's generosity had already made him friends with a member of the spirit race. It was with his help that we disguised ourselves as slaves and left the fallen abyss as humans, entering the myriad realms. Xian Shen nodded, remembering the favor owed to the spirit race. If given the chance in the future, he would repay this kindness. In fact, Xian Shen was unaware that he had already repaid a significant favor to the spirit race inadvertently. The flower, Shuiwei, whom he saved from the soul devouring race and the shadow race, was the little princess of the spirit race. Sometimes even the smallest acts of kindness might be repaid in unexpected ways. Later, we spent several years finally uncovering the information about humanity's confinement. However, it was only information about a location, the Rage Sword race and the reincarnation well. Xian Shen frowned. He had heard of the Rage Sword race, a race born with sword bodies, possessing a profound understanding of swords from birth. They were also one of the 10 ruling star realms. As for the reincarnation well, Xian Shen had indeed never heard of it. Xia Dong continued, after obtaining accurate information, we sought a way to enter a remote planet of the Rage Sword race, Sword Soul City, to gather intelligence. But an accident occurred. The Emperor's sword on the family head's body resonated in Sword Soul City, exposing our identities. We were besieged by the Rage Sword race, and in that battle, the family head relied on his 99-level Emperor strength, achieving the 100-level Supreme through slaughter. Even if we break through the encirclement and escape with our lives, the enemy can still lock onto our position. Moreover, as time goes on, more and more Supreme beings are arriving. Even the Heavenly Supreme has been drawn by the tremors of Sword Soul City. The family head also understands that it seems the human Emperor sword passed down through the generations of the Xin family has some connection to Sword Soul City. It was fine when the human Emperor sword had not appeared before, but now that it has, its aura cannot be hidden no matter what. In such a crisis, it's 10 deaths without life. The family head told me to leave with the matriarch while he would go alone to draw the enemy away. But the matriarch has been deeply in love with the family head for many years, and the two naturally live and die together. Just as I was about to seize the human emperor's sword to let the family head and matriarch escape, the family head reacted first. He used the last means of teleportation on me. At this point, Xia Dong's originally cold and resolute face revealed endless sorrow. He slightly raised his head, trying hard to suppress the warmth in his eyes, but ultimately could not hold back. Even now, I still remember the family head's words. He said, "Brother Xia, this time we may not be able to return. I am now at the Supreme Realm and cannot cross the abyss. In the future, I entrust Ear's growth to you. We will be brothers in our next life." After saying that, the family head and matriarch calmly unleashed a forbidden technique, sacrificing themselves to unleash the strongest strike of the human emperor sword. The last scene I saw was the space shattering, countless enemies being devoured. With all the narration finished, Xian Shen did not know how to feel at this moment. He never expected that his parents would both fall in the end. At this time, he felt lost and at a loss. In an instant, the joy he had just regained turned into an emptiness within. He could no longer listen to what followed, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Angry Sword Clan, Sword Soul City. Xian Shen's killing intent startled even Xia Dong, who was immersed in grief. How many people would this killing intent need to kill to be realized? He quickly spoke, fearing that Xian Shen would act impulsively. "Young master, we will take revenge for this later. As long as you can grow strong, you will definitely be able to avenge." Xian Shen closed his eyes, slowly calming his killing intent, and only then did Xia Dong feel the cold sweat on his back. "Don't worry, Uncle Xia, I know what I'm doing." Xia Dong nodded solemnly, looking comfortingly at Xian Shen. "Yes, I believe in you, young master. As long as you don't blame the family head and matriarch. That's good. They deserve to be with humanity, but they often feel guilty for you. I hope you can understand that they had no choice but to leave you alone in Huaxia." Xian Shen naturally understood this reasoning. In the extraordinary world plagued by demonic disasters, every demon suppression army and practitioner was sacrificing for humanity. Countless people, like him, had become orphans. Xian Shen had made up his mind that after returning this time, he would destroy all these disasters. Xia Dong's expression grew serious again as he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, the family had told me to return to humanity immediately. But I can ignore everything else, but the human emperor sword must be retrieved. So I stayed in the abyss, hoping to find a way to reclaim the Xian family's human emperor sword from Sword Soul City in 20 years. After all, this will be the young master's possession. I never expected to encounter the young master here. It truly is fate playing tricks. Human emperor sword? Yes." Hearing Xian Shen's confusion, Xia Dong quickly explained, "The human emperor sword has been held by the Xian family for generations, and only the human emperor profession can unleash its power. By the way, the young master should have awakened the hidden human emperor profession, right? Xiaodong had no doubt because Xian Chen was so powerful that only the human emperor profession could achieve that. Xian Chen, however, smiled bitterly. I have not awakened the human emperor profession. Xiaodong's expression changed, and before he could react, Xian Chen dropped another bombshell. I am a civilian profession. What? How is that possible? Xiaodong could no longer maintain his composure and suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief as he muttered repeatedly, No, this is completely wrong. Xian Chen had long seen the expressions of others when they learned about his profession. He himself couldn't make sense of it either, not to mention the current civilian professions. Even the awakened magic martial artist from his previous life had nothing to do with the emperor's profession. Could it be because of the scythe of immortal fate? Xian Chen reached out to touch the scythe pendant, his face showing contemplation. At this moment, Xiaodong also reacted, although he couldn't understand why. The young master's strength was definitely not fake. He forced a smile and said, Young master, you really are extraordinary. By the way, what level of strength do you have now? Xian Chen did not hide it, and after a slight pause, he replied, Under the heavenly sovereign, I have no opponents. Xiaodong dug at his ears, doubting whether he had misheard. The young master said heavenly sovereign, not below sovereign. Xiaodong felt that in all his life he had never been so shocked as he was at this moment. No matter how one calculated, the young master had not even been extraordinary for a year, and he had already reached this level? Although he dared not believe it, Xiaodong could not hide his excitement. Young master, could it be that you are already at the late stage of sovereign and have hidden your strength through special means? The more Xiaodong thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and the more excited he became. After all, when he first met the young master, he could even change his aura. But no, I'm only level 32. Xiaodong's face, which had just been excited, froze. He suddenly felt his brain was not enough. How could this situation be more absurd than the last? A civilian, level 32, invincible under the heavenly sovereign? If it weren't for the young master saying it himself and his performance in the first round in the City of Death, even if Xiaodong were beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. How could there be such ridiculous news? Xian Chen did not explain further and spoke seriously. Uncle Xia, my situation is quite special. Level does not represent my strength. From now on, whether it's retrieving the Emperor's sword or breaking the human race's shackles, it's all up to me. For the remaining 2 rounds of trials, just take care of yourself. After that, I'll find a chance to send you back to the abyss. The human race still needs an emperor-level presence. Xiaodong was about to refuse but was interrupted by Xian Chen. Uncle Xia, listen to me. My abilities are suited for individual combat, so it's inconvenient to have someone by my side. Upon hearing this, Xiaodong no longer insisted on staying with Xian Chen. He felt a bit disappointed that his strength was holding the young master back. But more than that, he felt proud. The young master was only 18 years old and had already become a pillar of the human race. The future of the human race had hope. Everyone, enter the central boundary of Yulan City in 3 days. Prepare for the second round of trials. Latecomers will die. Just as Xian Chen was asking Xiaodong more about his father, a cold voice spread throughout all residential areas. It's here. Everyone who was absorbing blood spirit crystals had a serious expression. Although no one knew the specifics of the second round of trials, it was said that the death rate was 10 times higher than the first round. And once passed, there would be generous rewards for the subsequent rounds. Xian Chen's eyes lit up. He could hardly wait. By the way, Uncle Xia, do you have any blood spirit crystals left? Xiaodong thought Xian Chen had absorbed them all and without hesitation took out 3 pieces. I have a few left. Take them to absorb and try to improve your strength in these 3 days. But Xian Chen directly pulled out 30 blood spirit crystals and handed them to Xiaodong. What are you thinking, Uncle Xia? I have plenty of blood spirit crystals. You should gauge your own strength and try to improve as much as possible before the second round starts. I'll head back to my room first. After saying that, Xian Chen took advantage of Xiaodong's moment of distraction to return to his own courtyard. 3 days' time, he could still absorb 30 more, plus the 50 he had absorbed before. In just 8 short days, Xian Chen's blood volume increased by 40 million. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine back on Blue Star. Indeed, in the myriad realms of the heavens, opportunities abound. Since Xian Chen knew that there were such treasures in the Rose Star, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xian Chen stopped absorbing at the appointed time. As he walked out of the courtyard, Xiaodong happened to come out as well. The two exchanged a glance and headed towards the center of Yulan City. They didn't notice that after they left, Qin Du of the Qiming clan also stepped out, watching Xian Chen join the human race with a contemplative look in his eyes. Yulan City was highly similar to Juming City, still a massive circular city. The outer area was a living zone, home to many ordinary people, quiet and peaceful, without any conflicts. The central area was similarly isolated, filled with bloody slaughter. At this moment, the boundary of the central area was packed with people. After undergoing the rigorous training of the Dark Star Hall's rules, no one dared to be late. Seeing that everyone had arrived, a pale-faced steward in black stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of the trial is about to begin. The The content is very simple. You see the slaughter battlefield in front of you, right? Inside are many of the Dark Star Hall's once excellent assassins, but they made mistakes, so they are locked in there. Next, no matter what method you use, as long as each person can bring out a head, you will pass. This second round was indeed very simple, but every contestant's face was grim, heavy with weight. Some were even worse off, their eyes filled with fear, unable to help but swallow hard, trembling as they spoke. How is this possible? The assassins of the Dark Star Hall are basically all Supreme Realm powerhouses. We are only in the Imperial Realm. How can we compete with them? The steward with the sinister smile waved his hand gently, speaking softly, don't be afraid. The assassins inside, all their cultivation has been crippled. They only possess Imperial Realm strength. So rest assured, the trial is very easy. But aside from Xian Chen, no one felt at ease. Even Qin Du's expression was serious. Because the people inside were all ruthless and vicious, officially selected assassins of the Dark Star Hall, absolutely not comparable to their half-baked levels. Especially since most of them were once supreme powerhouses. Even if their cultivation was crippled and they were left with only Imperial Realm strength, their combat awareness and vision definitely surpassed everyone else. Just as the scene fell into silence, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xian Chen suddenly stood up. I have a question. If we bring out more than one head, is there any extra reward? Ha ha ha. The steward with the sinister face burst into loud laughter. The other black-clad individuals were equally surprised. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. Even the other newcomers participating in the trial quickly distanced themselves from Xian Chen, looking at him with disdain. Everyone thought Xian Chen was still dreaming, not understanding the situation. Did he really think the assassins of the Dark Star Hall were the same as their opponents in the first round? After the steward laughed, his brows relaxed and he nodded with interest. Good question. After you bring out a head of a Dark Star Hall assassin, not only will you pass the second round, but you will also receive 20 blood spirit crystals. I believe you have already felt their effects, right? So, for every additional head, you can exchange for 20 more blood spirit crystals. The hearts of the newcomers participating in the trial warmed, and the heaviness and fear in their eyes quickly transformed into greed. After all, blood spirit crystals were extremely difficult to obtain, and here was an opportunity right in front of them. Seeing that the atmosphere was sufficiently stirred, the sinister steward waved his hand. If there are no further questions, you may enter. This time, no one hesitated any longer and they all stepped into the center of the slaughter in Yulan City. How many people do you think will make it through the second round this time? No, it should be how many old buddies can come back? The sinister steward looked at the empty arena before him and spoke casually. The other men in black also opened their mouths. This batch has 1,000 people entering. I estimate that about 10 old buddies can come out. You think too highly of this group of newcomers. I estimate that about 20 old buddies will come out. Then let's make a bet. How about it? The group of men in black outside Yulan City had no faith in the newcomers entering, estimating that only a few would survive. The first round of battles was already brutal enough, but the difficulty and death rate of the second round would be 10 times that. Because not only did this group of newcomers have to hunt down the assassins of the Dark Star Hall, they would also actively hunt the newcomers. Those assassins trapped in the center of Yulan City only needed to collect enough heads to regain their freedom. Therefore, the world inside was only about brutal slaughter, with no room for mercy. At this moment, everyone had initially entered the battlefield of slaughter, and those assassins trained by the Dark Star Hall since childhood began to show their advantages, pairing up in 3s and 5s to venture deeper. The rest, like Xian Chen, could only try to band together as much as possible. Each of them was self-aware. No one could match a Supreme Realm opponent in a one-on-one fight. Even if they lowered their cultivation to the Emperor Realm, it still wouldn't work. Just as Xian Chen and Xia Dong had not gone far, a tall man appeared before them. He approached Xian Chen with familiarity, clasped his hands, and spoke cheerfully and politely. This brother of the Spirit Clan, I am Xin Yuanlong. Our team currently has 3 members. Why don't you join us? It would be better for everyone to look out for each other and complete the trial more effectively. Xin Yuanlong had noticed Xian Chen long ago. After all, he had been very eye-catching in the first round of trials. However, Xian Chen straightforwardly refused. No need, I prefer to act alone. After saying that, he took Xia Dong and left. Xin Yuanlong did not expect his good intentions to be so bluntly rejected, and he stood there awkwardly. One of the other women in their team spoke up for him, her brows furrowing, her eyes flashing with displeasure. I kindly offered to let him join the team, and he actually refused. He really thinks he's something special. He'll understand when he gets killed later. Another man echoed, sneering, Sister Fu, you're absolutely right. It's just a Spirit Clan member with a pretty face, and he even brought a human along. He'll have a hard time later. Xin Yuanlong stopped the two from saying more and continued to look for others to join. Xin Yuanlong was a decent person. During the first round of trials, he had shown his generosity by teaming up with many people and helping them complete the first round. So soon he gathered a large team of 9 people and entered the depths of Yulan City. The environment of Yulan City was more complex than that of the Deadly City, with black, jagged rocks everywhere and not a hint of life, always giving a sense of oppression. It was easy to get lost deep inside, but everyone tried to keep their flying height low and explored cautiously. In fact, Xian wanted to fly high and see if he could draw fire wherever trouble arose. He would go there to deal with the opponent. But considering that Uncle Xia only had the strength of a mid-level emperor realm at level 97, he had to give up. Xia Dong followed the young master, exploring the surroundings with a vigilant expression, not daring to fly too fast. But Xian directly opened the void illusion eye and charged straight in. As long as someone existed, they would definitely not escape his perception. Even though Xia Dong was filled with doubts, he could only suppress them and follow Xian, heart racing as they charged forward recklessly. After half an hour, Xian finally stopped, remaining in place. Xia Dong also halted, standing confused behind Xian. At the same time, 3 dark figures suddenly rushed out from the opposite side. Their attire was the same as the black-clad dignitaries outside, but the stench of blood and their disheveled appearance were completely different. When Xia Dong clearly saw that all 3 were at the late stage of the Emperor realm, his expression changed drastically. He never expected to encounter 3 assassins from the Dark Star Hall. Ha, the second round of the trial has just begun, and we brothers have already run into newcomers. What luck! Indeed. And one is from the spirit race and the other from the human race. Our luck is truly great. Perhaps this time we can kill enough to leave directly. The scar-faced man, who was the leader among the 3, spoke coldly. No more nonsense, quickly deal with the opponents. We need to hurry. These newcomers have limited heads. If others get to them first, we'll have to wait for the next time to leave. Yes, big brother. The other 2 quickly responded. One of them pressed his hands down, unleashing a tidal domain, and Xia Dong clearly felt his body sink, his movements becoming sluggish. The other was also preparing a large-scale skill, a powerful wave of energy forming. As for their big brother, the scar-faced man showed no intention of making a move. They were just 2 newcomers. The 3 brothers had clear roles, one to trap, another to kill. His task was to prevent unexpected situations, as there were plenty of surprises on the battlefield. The opponents moved, and Xian showed no hesitation. Even if these Dark Star Hall members had their cultivation abolished, they still possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. They still had billions of lives, which was significantly stronger than an average Emperor realm practitioner. Quick battle, quick resolution. A windless aura surrounded Xian and centered around him. The Kanglan domain instantly unfolded. The pressure that had been weighing on Xia Dong lifted, and just as he wanted to step forward, he was stopped by the young master. No need, Uncle Xia, just watch from behind. This was the first time Xia Dong had seen the young master face a strong enemy. Though anxious, he forced himself to calm down and watch how the young master performed. Life judgment. Xian pointed, and a green light shot towards the nearest person. With nearly 53 million damage, it also put Xian into the 1% state of reverse fate. This was considered Xian's strongest first phase, while the strongest second phase required time to accumulate. But it was enough for now, because after stacking Wushuang and Dawn, each strike now dealt over 300 million damage. Xian reached out again, slay. The moment the dragon's roar sword song echoed, the domain of 10,000 swords poured down, dealing over 300 million damage per second, and the bodies of the 3 instantly began to disintegrate. The leading figure had originally been on guard against unexpected situations from the surroundings, but he never expected that the sudden situation would come from a newcomer. He had never known that the spirit race possessed such powerful means. Retreat. Without hesitation, as assassins of the Dark Star Hall, they were best at assessing the situation. They were no match for such a powerful domain and had no need to take risks. But it was already too late for them to run. Xian was faster, appearing above the nearest unfortunate soul in an instant. With the scythe of undying fate swinging down, no form of protection mattered. The other person also met a same fate, quickly collapsing within the domain of 10,000 swords. Only the scar-faced man moved with incredible speed, each flicker like a thunderbolt descending upon the world. But as long as he was locked onto by Xian, he could not escape. Spirit devouring slash. A blue light appeared out of nowhere, and under the damage of billions, the scar-faced man was instantly melted away. At this moment, Xia Dong stood dumbfounded, and after realizing what had happened, his entire body trembled with excitement. So strong. The young master's methods are simply terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, after everyone's death, they transformed into red light. However, it seemed they were preparing to drift towards the barrier in the sky. Chen raised an eyebrow. This was interesting. He could sense that among these red lights, there seemed to be the aura of blood spirit crystals. However, Xian's dominance was clearly far superior. The red light and green light merged into a mass and all entered Xian's body. Awakening will activated, strength plus 4,600, constitution plus 3,000, agility plus 3,200, spirit plus 7,000. Awakening will activated, strength plus 4,300, constitution plus 3,100, agility plus 4,000, spirit plus 8,000. Awakening will activated, strength plus 6,700, constitution plus 5,300, agility plus 3,800, spirit plus 7,700. Life plunder triggered, plundered 600,000 life points, plundered 500,000 life points, plundered 700,000 life points. Heavenly technique triggered, gained skill, tidal illusion. Heavenly technique triggered, gains skill, water dragon chant. Heavenly technique triggered, gains skill, arc light dance. Xian Shen didn't pay attention to the first two spell skills, but unexpectedly, a combat skill appeared. Arc light dance quickly slashes the enemy in front 13 times. At super high speed, determined by spirit, each strike deals 80% damage, cooldown time 10 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Xian Shen was in high spirits. No matter what skill it was, as long as it was obtained through Xian Shen's heavenly technique, it would definitely surpass its original form. For example, the previous 1000 Shadows required a pure-blooded soul-devouring clan member to unlock, and even at the highest level, it could only summon 1000 shadows. But with Xian Shen's current spirit power, he could directly summon 4000 clones. The arc light dance before him was the same. The scarred man could only perform a maximum of 5 consecutive slashes. But when Xian Shen used this move, it would only grow stronger. This was the benefit of his infinite comprehension, which could endow skills with great growth and potential. Xian Shen was still immersed in the understanding of the skill, while Xia Dong had already cleaned up the battlefield and took out the blood-colored, life-threatening pearl that connected the 3 lives. With this unexpected gain, Xian Shen eagerly sought the remaining assassins from the Dark Star Hall. Xian Shen also discovered that the lone assassins from the Dark Star Hall were relatively few, and their overall strength was generally stronger. But when they encountered Xian Shen, they still could not escape the fate of death. As for the other assassins from the Dark Star Hall, they mostly appeared in teams. Clearly, they also knew that the newcomers hunting them would definitely come in groups. Although having more people meant more heads to share, it also meant faster killings. As half a day passed, the battle between the newcomers and the assassins from the Dark Star Hall was already in full swing. On one side were the battle-hardened assassins from the Dark Star Hall, and on the other were the newcomers. The battle had basically no suspense. It was one-sided. Even if some lucky individuals in this group of newcomers happened to defeat an assassin from the Dark Star Hall, they would still suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, as soon as a team collected a life-threatening pearl, they would immediately leave cautiously. Now they didn't dare to think about extra rewards, and they had to be careful of their own kind when leaving. After all, the initial rules stated that no means were restricted. Thus, acts of killing and looting were highly likely to occur. It was no wonder that in the second round of trials few could pass, and every person who passed must be someone with both strength and insight. At this moment, Xian Shen was leading Xia Dong to search for the people from the Dark Star Hall. They had already gathered enough life-threatening pearls to pass the second round, but each of these could be exchanged for 20 blood spirit crystals, a rare good thing. Xia Dong now completely believed what the young master had said before, that beneath the Heavenly Supreme, there was no one invincible. No matter who the opponent is, encountering them only leads to a dead end. The only thing he can do is help the young master clean up the battlefield. Soon, Xian Shen once again lucked out and took care of a 3-person team, obtaining 3 blood-red death beads. Xia Dong went from astonishment to excitement, having already skillfully cleaned up the battlefield. It had been a long time since he experienced the thrill of picking up items until his hands cramped. After all, with Xuanzhen's victorious judgment and his extremely high luck, rarely seen supreme equipment appeared every time, and mythical equipment was practically everywhere. Xia Dong had already lost interest. Young master, which direction should we go next? Hearing Xia Dong's excited words, Xian Shen revealed a smile in his eyes. Wait a moment, there will soon be a delivery at our door. Just as Xia Dong's expression showed confusion, his eyes brightened, because 5 auras were approaching from afar, appearing before them in an instant. Xian Shen did not expect to encounter a familiar face. The leader was none other than Qin Du from the Qiming clan. Upon seeing Xian Shen and Xia Dong, he was equally taken aback, a playful glint in his eyes. This 5-person team was among the strongest of the newcomers, having already obtained quite a few death beads. Upon sensing the battle happening here, they did not think much and immediately came over to see if they could benefit from the situation. Little did they know that by the time they arrived, the battle had already ended. In his view, even if this Spirit Clan person was powerful after the recent battle, combined with their 5 people, how could there possibly be a way out? Qin Du, at this moment, leisurely looked at Xian Shen with a smile that did not reach his eyes. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. I had heard that the Spirit Clan and the Human Clan were on good terms, but I didn't expect you to bring a human waste to participate in the trial. I did not hold your previous offense against you. Now, I will not stoop to your level either. As long as you hand over all the death beads you have collected, I can lead you a way out. After all, the death beads connected to your lifeline are of no use. After saying this, Qin Du leisurely clasped his hands behind his back. In this situation, he believed the other party would make a wise choice. However, he certainly would not let this fool who had offended him go easily. As soon as the other party handed over their gains, thinking they could survive, he would strike. At that time, he would let this Spirit Clan member experience the taste of life and death. That kind of despair would surely be interesting. But soon, Qin Du's expression twitched. Not only was Xian Shen expressionless, but even that human looked at them as if they were idiots. Seeing that the other party showed no signs of movement, Qin Du's face darkened completely, and he coldly said, "It seems you have rejected my good intentions, then leave." Your lives behind, attack. With Qin Du's command, the 5-person team coldly surrounded Xianchen and Xiaodong, a chilling killing intent radiating. Meanwhile, Xiaodong had already skillfully retreated, he just needed to protect himself, leaving the rest to the young master. The people in front of him were merely Imperial Realm beings with less than 1 billion life points. Seeing Qin Du feeling good, seemingly confident of victory, Xianchen felt utterly speechless. He was too lazy to let this group of clowns live for even a second longer. His fingers glowed with green light, instantly entering a reverse fate state. Just as Qin Du and his group were about to surround him, they suddenly felt Xuanshen's imposing aura like a mountain, and their expressions changed, beginning to retreat. But in the blink of an eye, the 10,000-meter-wide sword domain left them nowhere to escape, and Qin Du's face showed terror. What exactly are you? Because this kind of power had already surpassed the Imperial Realm, and the few people he brought with him were continuously screaming, their bodies quickly dissolving in the sword domain. At this moment, Qin Du was somewhat horrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. Such a formidable sword technique he had never heard of even among the Angry Sword Clan, yet it now appeared in the hands of the Spirit Clan. Wasn't the Spirit Clan supposed to use life as a medium to perform their techniques? When did they acquire such a powerful move? Xianchen stood still, not moving at all, merely tapping his fingers to maintain his health at 1% with the life judgment. The sword energy descending from the sky naturally cleared all enemies in front of him. The only one still holding on in the arena was Qin Du, but in another second he too would die. Under the threat of life and death, Qin Du could think of nothing else and erupted with all his strength, trying to escape this realm of 10,000 swords. Just as his health was about to hit zero, he gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a pill from his bosom, swallowing it in one gulp. At the same time, his health surprisingly restored to more than half, enough to support his escape from the range of the 10,000 swords. Oh, Xianchen did not expect that Qin Du had such a divine medicine that could directly restore more than half of his life. Just as hope appeared in Qin Du's eyes, thinking he could escape, Xianchen's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Did you not just ask me to spare your life? Why are you thinking of escaping so soon? The hope in Qin Du's eyes instantly turned into greater despair. He finally understood what it felt like to fall from heaven to hell. Arc light dance. Xianchen's immortal scythe of fate transformed into a phantom, and after 4 dazzling beams of light flashed, Qin Du let out a piercing scream as the invincible nature of the attack had already severed his limbs, blood splattering everywhere. This was still the result of Xianchen holding back. He could perform up to 13 cuts, and even if each strike only dealt 80% damage, it could still total 3.1 billion damage. In terms of pure explosive damage, Arc Light Dance had already become Xianchen's strongest skill. As Xianchen's life judgment was cast, Qin Du instantly received the effect of life withering, meaning he would not be able to recover health in any form for the next 10 minutes. Qin Du, who had planned to use means to restore his life, was even more desperate. It was not that Xianchen had spared his life to torment him, mainly, this person belonged to the Dark Star Hall in this trial. Xianchen wanted to see what kind of information he could obtain. Severed soul. As Xianchen pressed his palm on Qin Du's head, his mental defenses were easily breached. After viewing all the memories, Xianchen casually crushed his skull, and 3 beams of light entered his body. Xianchen did not expect that he would gain some interesting information about the Dark Star Hall while using Severed Soul to obtain trial news. The Dark Star Hall is divided into 1 hall, 3 floors, and 12 workshops. The 1 hall refers to the main hall of the Dark Star Hall, which is not located in any star domain and is very mysterious. The 3 floors are respectively the Blade of Death, the Underworld, and the Shadow of Darkness. In terms of overall strength, the Blade of Death should be the strongest, responsible for assassination missions. Although the Underworld has more experts, they are few in number, responsible for eliminating unstable elements inside and outside the hall, as well as completing some secret tasks. The Shadow of Darkness is responsible for intelligence gathering. Based on the 3 floors, 12 subordinate institutions were established: Heaven's Kill Workshop, Earthly Fiend Workshop, Netherworld Workshop, Shadowy Netherworld Workshop, Jade Balance Workshop, Opening Sun Workshop, and so on. However, due to the sudden demise of the previous Hall Master and the decline of the Dark Star Hall, this led to internal turmoil within the organization, where power struggles could erupt at any time. This information is likely not a secret, as even an ordinary disciple of the Dark Star Hall would know it. As for Qin Du before him, he belonged to the Blade of Death's Earthly Fiend Workshop, and his task was to enter the Rose Star and gather intelligence as much as possible, at which point someone would contact him. However, he had not yet passed the trial of the Rose Star before he fell here, and all his secrets were completely extracted by Xianchen. According to Xianchen's understanding, the Master of the Rose Star is also the Master of the Underworld. With the Hall Master position vacant, the 3 floor masters are basically the highest authorities in the Dark Star Hall. He could guess that soon, the Dark Star Hall would definitely make a big move. He just hoped these matters would not affect his own plans. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Right now, I'm just a little disciple who hasn't even joined the Dark Star Hall. When the sky falls, someone will naturally hold it up. I just need to keep a low profile and improve my strength. Uncle Xia has already familiarized himself with the battlefield and is following Xianchen to look for the next target. At this moment, at the boundary of the central area of Yulan City, the steward with the characteristic sinister smile on his face looked somewhat stiff. Something has happened, something big. Steward Hao, should we intervene? At this time, the sinister man referred to as Steward Hao rubbed his stiff face and couldn't manage a smile. No, once the trial begins, none of us can interfere. Rules are rules, let's just watch. The other men in black only asked out of curiosity. They all understood this principle. However, the scene before them was too shocking. Such a situation hadn't occurred in many years. In front of them, within a void light screen, most of the black and red light dots were concentrated in the hands of two people. The light screen was monitoring the Death Pearl, with black representing the newcomers and red representing the assassins of the Dark Star Hall. If most of the black light dots were concentrated in someone's hands, they could understand. After all, there were some exceptionally skilled assassins from the Dark Star Hall among them. But to have so many red death pearls concentrated in the hands of a newcomer was something they completely couldn't comprehend. How could there be such a powerful newcomer? At this moment, in a valley at the center of the slaughter in Yulan City, the ground was still stained with blood from a recent battle. In the center of the valley, a tall man was respectfully bowing to an elderly man in a red robe before him. Elder Fourth, this is the 10th batch of people I have brought you. How is your recovery? Not bad, not bad. You have a good heart. But the people you brought later, not a single woman among them. Ah, what a pity. If I had known that the woman you brought initially was so fragile, I would have gone easier on her. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so boring. Later, seeing the red-robed elder's lingering interest, a twisted cruelty flashed in his eyes, and the tall man became even more respectful. This man was Xin Yuanlong, the generous man who had initially encountered Xianchen and wanted to invite him to join the team. You can go now, bring more people back to me. Yes, Elder Fourth. Xin Yuanlong didn't dare to hesitate and quickly agreed. Even though the number of newcomers was decreasing, he still didn't dare to slack off. His purpose for participating in the Rose Star selection was to rescue the elder from the Tiansha workshop. The red-robed elder squinted slightly, his gaze falling on Xin Yuanlong, clearly satisfied with his demeanor. You're not bad, kid. I need a total of 200 death pearls. This time I should be able to gather them. Once I return to the Tiansha workshop, you won't miss out on the benefits. You can go. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Fourth. This time, Xin Yuanlong's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed, his tone much more sincere. Because this Elder Fourth was the elder of the Tiansha workshop and the Blade of Death. Due to some offenses, he had been stripped of his cultivation by the people of the underworld and thrown into Yulan City, becoming the second trial for newcomers to pass. Compared to other assassins from the Dark Star Hall who only needed 20 or even 10 death pearls to regain their freedom, he directly needed 200 death pearls. This was enough to prove his strength and sins. Now that he had received Elder Fourth's promise, Xin Yuanlong was even more motivated to continue searching for surviving newcomer teams. Young master, it seems that the assassins from the Dark Star Hall are becoming fewer. Should we prepare to go out? Xia Dong was following behind Xianchen at this time. They hadn't encountered any opponents for a long time. It had already been 10 days since they entered, and the first few days were quite fruitful. Now, not only had they not encountered any assassins from the Dark Star Hall, but they hadn't even come across any reckless newcomers. Continuing to stay here is meaningless anyway. After all, this time I have already harvested quite a few death pearls. Just as Xianchen was about to agree to leave Yulan City together, his eyes revealed surprise as he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. The newcomer was Xin Yuanlong, and upon seeing Xianchen, his eyes lit up as well, and he excitedly approached. Brother of the Spirit Clan, I didn't expect us to meet again. Xianchen coldly nodded, while Xia Dong remained vigilant, asking, where are the other members of your team? Call them out too. They have already completed the trial and left the killing center, Xin Yuanlong replied, with a wry smile. At this point, it seemed he had seen through Xianchen's thoughts and continued, I believe, brother of the Spirit Clan, like me, you want to harvest more death pearls before leaving, right? Xianchen still nodded indifferently. Those who remained here were likely thinking the same. He was curious about what this person suddenly wanted. Seeing Xianchen nod, Xin Yuanlong spoke for himself. That's great, brother of the Spirit Clan. To be honest, I have the same plan. Just now, I found a secret valley where a killer from the Dark Star Palace is hiding. I estimate he has quite a few death pearls there. Oh, Xianchen replied noncommittally, then why don't you go harvest them yourself instead of looking for me? Shen. Yuanlong showed a bitter smile. Actually, I wanted to hunt alone, but as soon as I got close, I sensed that the person inside definitely possesses peak imperial strength. I'm no match for him. I was about to give up when I unexpectedly ran into you. Xin Yuanlong's words were not random and were indeed factual. Xianchen thought for a moment and slightly nodded, then you lead the way. Xia Dong was about to speak but was stopped by Xianchen's hand. Knowing the young master had his own plans, he said no more. Great. You are the strongest newcomer among us. With your addition, we will definitely succeed. Xin Yuanlong sincerely exclaimed, his expression excited, while he unwittingly exposed his back to Xianchen, leading the way ahead. This straightforwardness and trust could inadvertently lower others' guard. However, once he turned around and Xian Shen could no longer see him, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. These self-proclaimed powerful newcomers are truly foolish. With just a little temptation, they will think of themselves as extraordinary, lacking any self-awareness. But that's fine, this time I will bring a decent blood meal to the fourth elder, and I believe he will be very satisfied. Xin Yuanlong led the way ahead, and the distance was not far. They entered a hidden valley without any obstacles along the way. Brother of the spirit clan, we've arrived. The person from the Dark Star Palace is inside. Let's sneak in together and launch a surprise attack. We will definitely succeed. Without Xin Yuanlong needing to say more, under Xian Shen's illusory eye, the figure in the center of the valley was completely exposed. Uncle Xia, wait for me here, I'll go. Take a look. After saying this, Xian Shen completely ignored Xin Yuanlong's suggestion to sneak in and boldly step through the valley's only entrance. This rendered Xin Yuanlong's prepared words useless. He thought this spirit clan member would first cautiously probe before deciding whether to strike. Little did he know that Xian Shen directly entered with ease, as if he were returning home. Xin Yuanlong did not care about the human left outside and hurried to catch up with Xian Shen entering the valley, but his brows furrowed, feeling something was off. The moment Xian Shen appeared in the center of the valley, a sharp, piercing laugh, like that of a night owl, echoed throughout the valley. Kick. Good, very good. This person's vibrant life force completely surpasses those before. After I absorb it, my strength will recover even faster. You did well, kid. Once I absorb this, you can leave. Yes, fourth elder. As the conversation unfolded, a red-robed old man appeared before Xian Shen, his bright red robe resembling blood, exuding a nauseating stench. After smiling, the man, referred to as the fourth elder, looked at Xian Shen, whose expression remained calm. It seemed he showed no fear in the face of the sudden situation, not even a flicker of change in his demeanor. Xian Shen casually glanced at the two, feeling somewhat disappointed. Is it just the two of you? At this moment, Xin Yuanlong also sensed something was off. He suppressed his unease and furrowed his brow tightly. You seem to have known I had a problem all along. Why did you willingly follow me here? Listening to the foolish question, Xian Shen replied flatly, if I didn't follow you, how could I kill you all? Ha. You really are a brazen little spirit clan brat. I'm going to tear you into dozens of pieces and eat your flesh bit by bit. Then, I want to see if you still talk so tough. Xian Shen's arrogant words made the red-robed elder laugh in anger. But as he looked at Xian Shen, who remained indifferent, he grinned widely, revealing his bloody mouth. Kid, it seems you really have some plans. But you must understand, in the face of absolute power, any schemes are useless. Xian Shen's expression was strange. It seemed this man had stolen his lines. After saying that, the red-robed elder stopped wasting words and unleashed his full momentum. As an emperor realm, he possessed 2 billion life points, significantly stronger than other emperor realms. The red-robed elder was not in a hurry. His momentum steadily climbed as he approached Xian Shen step by step, aiming to gradually crush his psychological defenses. Xian Shen's calmness reminded him of unpleasant memories. The woman who had crippled his cultivation had the same indifferent demeanor, treating him as if he were nothing. Now, this spirit clan kid was displaying the same attitude. He was eager to see if the other party would still maintain this demeanor when they realized the gap between them. Xin Yuanlong could no longer withstand the killing intent of the fourth elder and involuntarily stepped back again. The newcomers he had brought did not require him to take action. He only needed to prevent anyone from escaping, as the fourth elder's unleashed power was enough to crush all emperor realms. Soon, the fourth elder's momentum became even more frenzied. He noticed that the spirit clan kid before him showed no change in expression, still maintaining that indifference, as if looking at a dead person. This made the fourth elder's anger surge, his blood energy boiling, and he roared, I will tear you apart. He transformed into a bloody gust of wind, rushing to Xian Shen in an instant, his withered arm reaching for his face. But Xian Shen didn't even move the undying fate side, he simply waved his arm down. Yet, this simple strike startled the fourth elder into retreating hastily. He could sense that if this move landed on him, his proud body would definitely be split in two. Seeing the opponent retreat, Xian Shen brought his fingers together and pointed, the green light of life judgment blossoming. After this period of slaughter, his health had reached 131 million. While dealing damage, Xian Shen entered a 1% reverse fate state. At the same time, the realm of 10,000 swords descended, encompassing the entire valley within a 10,000-meter radius. Now, each sword chi dealt over 400 million damage, and just the contact made Xin Yuanlong and the fourth elder's faces turn pale, their eyes nearly popping out. Outside the valley, Xiaodong, hearing the familiar dragon's roar and sword song, felt relieved, realizing it was time for him to go in and clean up the battlefield. Xian Shen maintained the strongest reverse fate state, the green light in his fingers continuously blooming. In the blink of an eye, Xin Yuanlong's health was about to hit rock bottom, and at that moment he finally understood that this spirit clan was indeed strange. Save me, fourth elder. At that time, the fourth elder was busy dealing with the sword energy. But these attacks were inescapable. No form of defense was effective. Every time he tried to approach Xuanshen's body, the sharpness that could cut through everything made him tremble with fear. Moreover, he had a premonition that he couldn't let Xianchen touch him, otherwise he would definitely die even faster. Hearing Xin Yuanlong's plea for help, the fourth elder frowned but still released a secret technique. As the blood light shield enveloped Xin Yuanlong, a chilling wind rose and he was instantly teleported out of the realm of 10,000 swords. Shen Yuanlong was overjoyed. All he wanted now was to leave this place quickly and leave the rest to the fourth elder. Seeing someone escape right under his nose, Xianchen casually threw out a simple skill, fireball technique. Buzz. Seeing the fire element condense into a ball, Xin Yuanlong breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment the fireball appeared as if it had teleported, suddenly expanding and becoming as scorching as the sun, Xin Yuanlong was instantly dumbfounded. Boom! A mushroom cloud formed, the valley cracked open, creating a massive pit. Even before his death, Xin Yuanlong couldn't comprehend whose fireball technique had such power. Little did he know how terrifying Xuanchen's mental stats were, and that the fireball technique he had comprehended through his infinite understanding was fundamentally different from that of ordinary people. Coupled with the elemental controller, true unmatched, and the Dawn's enhancement to any form of attack, just a simple fireball caused a cataclysmic scene. At this moment, seeing Xin Yuanlong's death, the fourth elder could no longer remain calm. If this continued, he might also die. A flash of ruthlessness and heartache crossed the fourth elder's eyes as he suddenly formed seals with his hands. Blood sacrifice. Boom! Countless wailing souls flew out from the fourth elder's blood-colored robe, howling madly as they transformed into a vortex and entered his body, awakening an even more powerful aura. From within him, the fourth elder's strength skyrocketed, reaching the supreme realm. Ha ha ha, Spirit Clan brat, I admit your strength is formidable, but you are merely at the Emperor realm. Now, how can you be my opponent? Although the fourth elder laughed wildly, his heart was bleeding. After using this move, all the blood souls he had previously collected vanished, no longer nourishing his body. This meant that the time he returned to the Supreme would significantly increase. However, as he laughed, he suddenly fell silent. Again, adopting that same posture, that same high and mighty, indifferent attitude. Xuanchen's indifference reignited the fourth elder's fury. Under the blood light, he looked like a malevolent ghost. Why do you look completely unafraid? Xianchen coldly glanced at the fourth elder, whose health had turned into 10 billion, and raised his eyelids slightly. Is this your last resort? And how do you think my strength is only at the Emperor realm? Saying this, Xianchen lost interest in continuing. He entered the reverse fate state again, and the moment the light in his hand shone, the scythe of immortal fate appeared, transforming into the blue soul-devouring slash. The fourth elder had just exploded with power and hadn't had time to unleash his techniques when he was suddenly bound by a layer of seals, simultaneously suffering 1.6 billion damage. At the same time, a red light burst forth from Xuanchen's left fingertip. Blood. Prison judgment. The 30% life drain caused the fourth elder's health to instantly drop by 3 billion. The blood energy within him dissipated wildly, leaving him horrified and bewildered. How is this possible? Xuanchen's soul-devouring slash and blood prison judgment were both zero-frame initiation divine skills, unlike other techniques that required time to cast. Faced with the days of the fourth elder, Xianchen instantly appeared above him. This time, bound by the sealed state, the fourth elder could only watch helplessly as Xianchen appeared, unleashing a series of 13 slashes that wove into a dense net. The fourth elder had nowhere to escape and could only widen his eyes helplessly as the slashes slid past his body. His once proud, transcendent body shattered into dozens of fragments. Yet, this fourth elder, once a supreme powerhouse, despite being reduced to such a state, still had not died completely. Why? Could it be that you are not at the Emperor level, but rather? But before he could finish his words, the 20% execution effect from the reverse fate state directly extinguished all his life force. Until his death, he could not comprehend why the newcomer brought by Xin Yuanlong was so powerful. The 1% state of reverse fate not only increased attack power by 5 times but also granted 9 seconds of invincibility and a 20% execution. Therefore, during battle, Xianchen had to constantly use life judgment to exchange blood and manage his health. At the same time, he had to avoid accidentally entering the invincible state. The battle ended. Xianchen couldn't help but scoff internally, realizing that the fourth elder only understood at the moment of his death that he was not at the Emperor level. He indeed was not at the Emperor level, but rather a level 32 commoner. No, now he had become level 33. After 3 beams of light entered his body, he finally welcomed his upgrade. Ding, your level has risen to 33. Talent, you have gained a passive red myth extraction. Extract. You have drawn the red myth passive, Law Affinity. Law Affinity, you will have a natural affinity with the world's origin, able to easily comprehend and master various laws, and easily break through realms. Law Affinity? Xianchen looked at this newly drawn passive, his eyes brightening. Did that not mean that his elemental skills would be more powerful? Moreover, having an affinity with the origin laws also meant he would be able to manipulate spatial laws more skillfully, even enabling large-scale spatial teleportation. As for breaking through bottlenecks, as a commoner, he originally had no bottlenecks, just a maddeningly slow upgrade. He suppressed the urge to try spatial teleportation immediately. It was not the right time yet. At this moment, after the energy had calmed down, Xiaodong had already come in to clean up the battlefield. Seeing that the young master seemed to have awakened from his contemplation, he hurriedly said, "Young master, we really came in the right time with Xin Yuanlong this time. They actually contributed 20 red death beads, and there are over 200 black death beads." Xian Shen nodded in satisfaction. 20 pieces, this was a huge gain. However, most of them came from the fourth elder, who must have frequently engaged in killing and looting in the center of slaughter. As for the more than 200 black death beads, one could only say that Xin Yuanlong was indeed ruthless and skilled, actually sending so many newcomers. "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." At this moment, Xian Shen was still unaware that the center boundary of Yulan City had already erupted in chaos. Although the black-clad steward could not interfere in the battles of the slaughter center, he could monitor them. Not long ago, they all noticed that the person with the most red death beads was heading straight for the area with the most black death beads. They initially thought this would be a fierce battle. However, the two sides met only briefly, just a few breaths. The light representing the Dark Star Hall assassin dimmed directly, and the blood-red death bead connected to him became the opponent's collection. So fast? All the black-clad observers were taken aback. At this moment, due to the death of the Dark Star Hall assassin, his death bead information could also be viewed. He turned out to be the fourth elder of the Heavenly Killing Workshop. Although this person was sinister and cruel and not well liked, he was, after all, a former supreme late-stage powerhouse. Even if one were to lose their cultivation, it shouldn't be so easy to be dealt with by a newcomer. They simply couldn't understand. Without making this group of black-clad attendants wait too long, the last two to complete the task, Xian Shen and Xiaodong, emerged from the center of slaughter. Once they saw Xian Shen's appearance, they all stared at him intently. It was indeed this spirit clan member. And the ever-smirking steward Hao, disregarding any pretense, quickly inquired, "How many death pearls did you collect this time?" Xian Shen had no need to hide, as the excess could be exchanged for blood spirit crystals. Clatter! With a wave of Xian Shen's hand, just like in the first round, a mountain of death pearls spread across the ground before them. Even though this group of black-clad individuals already knew the outcome, they still couldn't believe their eyes when 181 death pearls appeared before them. This completely surpassed their understanding. It should be noted that there were a total of 99 circular cities in the Rose Star, and there were only 200 criminals among the Dark Star Hall assassins in Yulan City. Logically, they would share nearly 1,000 newcomers in each trial. But this time, it was utterly chaotic. The Dark Star Hall assassins imprisoned in Yulan City were almost completely wiped out, all becoming the souls of this spirit clan member before them. As for the other dozen or so lucky newcomers who passed, after 1,000 people only they remained. This death rate and brutality left them utterly terrified and subdued, making them aware of their own disparity. And now, what did they see? They actually witnessed someone pulling out a mountain of death pearls as if they were restocking. This left them completely dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Whether it was the black-clad stewards or themselves, after the shock, they all felt a sense of witnessing the birth of the strongest killing god of the Dark Star Hall. Report it. The ever-smirking steward Hao could only smile bitterly now. Such a prodigy appearing in Yulan City had to be reported to those above. Moreover, the key point was that he had no authority to retrieve a total of 3,620 blood spirit crystals for Xian Shen. At this moment, Steward Hao finally calmed his mind, distributed the rewards to the other 5, and seeing Xian Shen, he could only helplessly say, "Your reward will have to wait a while. Someone from above will personally deliver it later. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the trial. In Yulan City, you have become provisional assassins of the Dark Star Hall, but there is one final trial." Seeing everyone shudder, still haunted by fear, Steward Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, the last trial will be very easy for you. You just need to assassinate an Imperial-level member from the Rage Sword clan." Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now you can return to your quarters and move freely. In a few days, your first assassination task will be delivered to you, just wait for it. As for you, Steward Hao looked at Xian Shen and in the end, could only wave his hand helplessly. "You should also go wait." Xian Shen had no choice but to comply. After all, such a large force as the Dark Star Hall shouldn't default on their promises, right? As for the final trial, it was an assassination task targeting the Rage Sword clan, which Xian Shen had little surprise about. It was said that the previous hall master of the Dark Star Hall had fallen at the hands of the Rage Sword clan, which was also why Uncle Xia chose to join the Dark Star Hall. Back at his quarters, Xian Shen absorbed the remaining blood spirit crystals for several days before stopping. After all, there was plenty of time. With nothing urgent at the moment, he decided to try out the newly acquired passive affinity for the laws. He would attempt another round of spatial shuttling. This time, he changed to a different city. There shouldn't be any surprises, right? With the experience from last time, Xian Shen was quite familiar with the process. He gently slid his fingers, and the characteristic of breaking through the void without breaking anything caused the void before him to split open automatically with chaotic and turbulent spatial currents. swirling within. According to the power system of the myriad races, mastering the power of the laws requires one to reach the heavenly sovereign level to comprehend and skillfully wield it. Long-distance spatial shuttling is even more a hallmark of the heavenly sovereign. However, Xian Shen, with his multiple experiences of teleportation and boundless comprehension, entered the chaotic void without any hindrance. The chaotic and disorderly spatial power became gentle upon contact with his body. Xian Shen was astonished to find that last time he had to exert part of his mental focus to manipulate these chaotic spatial laws, but this time it was completely unnecessary. They flowed past him as if they were a part of his body, gliding smoothly without any obstruction. This was the advantage of his new passive ability, Law Affinity. Without the worry of spatial power harming his body, Xian Shen immersed himself wholeheartedly in the comprehension of spatial shuttling. One cannot feel the passage of time during spatial shuttling, but Xian Shen had long since adapted. Although he did not know where he was now, he estimated that he had already distanced himself from Yulan City. To verify his guess, Xian Shen directly tore open the space in front of him. When the spatial node opened, accompanied by light, Xian Shen found himself in a place resembling a fairyland. Surrounding him was a misty haze, with various spiritual flowers and herbs swaying gently in the breeze. The most dazzling sight was a small lake that sparkled like a sapphire. Such beauty captivated Xian Shen for just a moment, but soon his heart jolted with a sudden sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the surface of the lake slowly parted, and then a stunningly beautiful woman, capable of making anyone fall for her, emerged. Crystal droplets slid down her exquisite curves, accentuating her snow-white skin, making her even more alluring. Even without looking at her enchanting face, Xian Shen recognized her solely by her figure. It was the same woman he had encountered in the City of Despair. As this beauty surfaced, her expression still bore confusion. She seemed to have sensed a ripple in the space within the heavily protected Lucian Lake area. Soon, she locked onto the crack in the air, her gem-like beautiful eyes instantly fixating on Xian Shen. In that moment, a surge of murderous intent swept through the space. At the same time, she quickly crossed her jade arm in front of her towering chest, but such grandeur could not be concealed. You again? Although Xian Shen's aura and appearance had changed, a person's gaze could never be altered. She had already concluded that Xian Shen was the one who had spied on her last time, her tone laced with coldness. Xian Shen hurriedly shook his head like a rattle, cautiously taking a step back. No, it's not me. I'm just a passerby, I'll leave right away. Another coincidence? This woman, resembling a seductive enchantress, had clearly recognized Xian Shen. Her alluring pupils stared directly at him. Last time, there was a little thief who claimed to be wandering around and accidentally spied on me bathing. This time, I specifically returned to Lucian City, only to encounter you, this little thief again. Don't you think I should indulge your perverted voyeuristic desires? As she spoke, this woman, exuding an alluring charm, casually lowered her arms that were crossed over her chest, since she had already been seen by this little thief last time. In an instant, the overwhelming waves made Xian Shen feel as if struck by lightning, his nostrils warming. He couldn't hold back. He simply couldn't. Xian Shen dared not continue. Looking any further would be fatal. He quickly withdrew his body back into the void passage and turned to flee. Sister, you've got the wrong person. I really was just passing by. Breath can deceive, but the gaze cannot. Little thief, just surrender honestly. If it weren't for the murderous intent behind him, Xian Shen might have seriously considered taking responsibility. Giggling. Master, you actually went to peek at the big sister taking a bath again. You really are a big bad guy. Linger's voice rang out just in time, but no matter how you listened, it sounded a bit gloating. Xian Shen felt helpless inside. What did she mean by again? He was innocent, okay? At this moment, Xian Shen was also feeling frustrated. How could he randomly end up in a place where this woman was bathing? Although she was beautiful and he liked watching her murderous intent was no joke. Xian Shen had already decided that from now on, he would behave and never use spatial teleportation carelessly in the Rose Star again. In fact, Xuanshen's guess was not wrong. The entire Rose Star had a total of 99 circular cities, and at the center of each circular city was a forbidden spirit lake. This was her exclusive domain and hobby. Since the Rose Star was a dead star, obtaining energy was somewhat troublesome, so she turned the center of each city into a forbidden zone, using methods to dissolve spirit crystals into energy pools. Xian Shen, of course, did not know any of this. He was desperately fleeing, but the alluring voice behind him was inescapable. Little thief. You peeked at your sister's body, and you think you can escape so quickly when I ask you to take responsibility? How heartless. At this moment, Xian Shen didn't dare to reply. He could only keep his head down and continue fleeing into the void ahead. The woman following closely behind had her eyes locked onto his body. After the last time Xian Shen escaped, this time, she directly confined most of the space they were using for teleportation. With this power in place, even if Xian Shen wanted to tear through space to leave, it would take time. By then, she would naturally make this little thief who peeked at her pay the price. However, as time passed, she began to sense something was off. Logically speaking, even as a powerful heavenly sovereign, she had to divide part of her focus to interfere with the laws of space during teleportation. But the Xian Shen fleeing ahead was completely charging forward with his head down. All the violent forces of the spatial laws would become gentle upon touching his body. They posed no hindrance to him at all. Instead, they made his speed even faster. This abnormal situation was quickly noticed by the woman. There was no way around it. As a heavenly sovereign, she had to be cautious in the chaotic void, but this little thief was completely blending into the space, showing no signs of worry, continuously teleporting. This was simply unreasonable. Now, Xianxin was getting further and further away from her, and no attack or method could reach him. After chasing for a while, the woman finally became anxious. She realized that if she continued to chase this little thief, relying on his familiarity with space, would definitely succeed in escaping. At this moment, Xianxin was still recklessly fleeing. Due to his affinity with the laws, he was confident he could escape the pursuit again. As the distance between them increased, Xianxin finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt a bit guilty towards the other party, he truly did not do it on purpose. Now, he had roughly guessed the identity of the woman behind him who seemed to have a connection with him, a heavenly sovereign, plus her being in charge of the Rose Star. Without a doubt, she was one of the 9-star masters of the Dark Star Palace and also the owner of the underworld in the Dark Star Palace, Gongsun Wanwan. After figuring out her identity, Xianxin dared not linger any longer. According to his information, this woman was ruthless in the Celestial Star Realm. Wherever she went, it was a scene of blood and carnage. Even if she was stunningly beautiful, if she sought him to take responsibility, he could only keep his head down and run forward. At this moment, Gongsun Wanwan finally confirmed that this little thief in front of her seemed to be naturally close to the laws of space, able to traverse the void without restraint. This mastery of spatial laws made her eyes light up. Perhaps this little thief could help her accomplish the task. Moreover, she was starting to believe that this little thief might really have just accidentally intruded into her forbidden zone. Thinking of this, seeing Xianxin about to escape, Gongsun Wanwan shouted, "Little thief, stop right now. I can give you a chance to live, otherwise I will kill all the soul-devouring clan members on Rose Star." Seeing that Xianxin had no intention of stopping and was instead running faster, Gongsun Wanwan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, declaring fiercely, "I will also kill all the spirit clan and the human clan." Upon hearing this, Xianxin finally halted. Gongsun Wanwan, seeing her words had an effect, quickly closed the distance to Xianxin. At this moment, she had already donned an elegant and dignified palace dress, cleverly concealing her devilish figure. Only Xianxin knew how breathtaking her body was beneath that dignified attire. "Not running away now? It seems you have weaknesses too." Hearing Gongsun Wanwan's words, Xianxin's expression turned cold. "I ran only because I felt this matter was indeed my fault, not because I was afraid of you. If you really want to threaten me with this condition, I don't mind leaving you here right now." Seeing Xianxin stop, exuding a murderous aura, Gongsun Wanwan's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest as she stared at him intently. It had been many years, and this was the first time someone dared to threaten her. "Then what if I insist on threatening you? What will you do?" Upon hearing Gongsun Wanwan's reply, Xianxin said, "No more." In this situation, even if he had to reveal all his trump cards, he would still eliminate her here. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, Gongsun Wanwan smiled sweetly. "Just kidding, my enemy. But, after all, this matter started because you saw my body. Don't you think you should compensate me?" Xianxin wasted no time. "As long as you don't take my life, I can do one thing for you. It's a deal." Gongsun Wanwan, seeing Xianxin so agreeable, happily accepted. Because Xianxin's ability to traverse space beyond the heavenly sovereign would be of great use to her upcoming plans. Now calm, Gongsun Wanwan took a serious look at Xianxin. For the first time, she couldn't help but marvel. In terms of charm, this man before her seemed even more astonishing than herself. The allure he had over the opposite sex was too great. No wonder he was from the spirit clan. "What's wrong?" Seeing Gongsun Wanwan staring at him, Xianxin couldn't help but touch his face. "Hee, it's nothing. I just want to remember the first man who saw my body, so that next time we meet, I won't fail to recognize you and accidentally kill you. By the way, I find your current face very pleasing. From now on, when you meet me, use this face and don't change it. Otherwise, I might be in a bad mood, and when I'm in a bad mood, I don't even know what I might do." Faced with Wanwan, who one moment was affectionate and the next revealed a murderous intent, Xianxin couldn't help but break into a sweat. He certainly didn't believe this woman had truly taken a liking to him. A person who could achieve the heavenly sovereign and control the underworld must have formidable means and experiences. Xianxin didn't want to deal with Gongsun Wanwan too much. He was straightforward. "Speak, what do you want me to do? After I do it, we will no longer owe each other." Gongsun Wanwan, however, smiled lightly. The start of her plan required some preparation, so she spoke leisurely. "No need to rush. You should be the newcomer this time, right? After you pass all the trials of Rose Star, I will naturally come to find you. For now, just focus on improving your strength." "Alright then, farewell." Xianxin wasted no time. Once the matter was settled, he left immediately. He felt that staying near this woman for even a second longer would bring danger, not just because of her strength but also her all-encompassing charm, which was a tremendous test of willpower. Moreover, Wanwan's allure was different from that of the Shadow Erosion clan. Theirs was a mental influence. Wanwan's, however, was a return to simplicity in every gesture. The charm she exuded automatically captivated people, making them develop a fondness for her and submit. When Xianchen resisted her temptation and left cleanly and decisively, Wanwan did not stop him this time, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corners of her mouth. He truly was a man who could calmly escape even after secretly watching her bathe. Such composure was not something an ordinary person possessed. Moreover, Wanwan was not worried that Xianchen would sneak away after this departure. After all, he possessed a life-threatening pearl connected to his aura, which would help her locate him. Given the previous incident where Xianchen faked his death to switch identities, Wanwan would not allow the same thing to happen again. From her earlier probing, she had a suspicion that this person's true identity must be closely related to both the spirit clan and the human clan. With this weakness in play, she was not afraid of Xianchen escaping. They were both clever individuals, merely choosing not to expose these matters. Watching Xianchen disappear into the void, Gongsun Wanwan's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she murmured, "This time, no matter what, I must obtain that item." At this moment, in the central hall of Luxian City, Gongsun Wanwan, disturbed by Xianchen during her bath, rarely made an appearance, listening to her subordinates report intelligence from the myriad realms. The Spirit Clan and the Shadow Clan have become hostile, with the Shadow Clan being destroyed in 9 major star systems, while the leader of the Spirit Clan seems unwilling to let it go, also becoming hostile with the Soul Devouring Clan. It is said that this is due to the two clans targeting their little princess in the abyss. In the Dark Star Hall, the recent loss of assassins has been significant, and the Absolute Blade Tower has lowered the recruitment thresholds for the Heavenly Kill Workshop, Earth Fiend Workshop, and other 4 workshops, rapidly expanding its power. Recently, our underworld has completed the second round of trials and will soon enter the final round of actual combat. By the way, Master, a prodigy from the Spirit Clan has appeared in Yulan City, directly claiming 181 life-threatening pearls. Oh, Gongsun Wanwan, lazily leaning against her throne, slightly stirred, a strange light flashing in her brilliant eyes. "Let me see his information." The reporting person quickly bowed and handed over the jade slip containing information about Xianchen. It included Xianchen's astonishing performance in the first round, as well as all the intelligence about a human who was the last to leave Yulan City in the second round. Gongsun Wanwan had her suspicions, and as she focused her mind on it, Xianchen's face naturally appeared in the information, leaving her speechless. This little thief had just sneaked into Luxian City to spy, yet none of her subordinates had noticed. However, this was indeed the first time she learned this information. First of all, being able to participate in the trials on Rose Star indicated that his strength was below the supreme level, not at the supreme level. To be able to nearly wipe out the battle-hardened outlaws imprisoned in Yulan City with strength below the supreme level was impressive. It seemed she had underestimated his power. This little thief, aside from his terrifying spatial skills, also possessed immense potential with his invincible strength at the same level. Little did Gongsun Wanwan know that while Chen was indeed invincible at the same level, he was merely a level 33 commoner. Yaoer, go to Yulan City and bring back his rewards. Also, you will personally oversee the third round of tests for the new recruits. Yes, Master. Feng Yaoer, dressed in a vibrant red battle skirt, responded in turn to leave, while the others in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. They all understood the significance of the Phoenix Commander personally going. The Phoenix Commander belonged to the ancient Divine Phoenix clan and was the most trusted person by the Master. It seemed the Spirit Clan was about to rise, having already caught the Master's attention even before officially joining the Dark Star Hall. However, recalling the deeds of Xianchen, they felt it was only natural. Gongsun Wanwan rarely made an appearance, so she simply instructed every department in the underworld to compile intelligence and bring it all to her. This was to prepare for her upcoming major actions. At this moment, Xianchen had traveled through space and returned to Yulan City. With detailed spatial nodes, he appeared accurately in his room. Next, he decided to stay quietly in the room, not going anywhere, just absorbing the blood spirit crystals. He also noticed that his luck had been somewhat poor lately, inexplicably getting involved with the owner of the Dark Star Palace and having to help her complete a task. Xianchen agreed out of serious consideration. One reason was that he indeed owed Gongsun Wanwan, and the other reason was that Xianchen wanted to leverage the power of the Dark Star Palace. The Dark Star Palace was the most unique force in the Star Realm, with no distinction of races, only believing in strength. As long as one could continuously complete tasks, they could gradually rise to a high position, even becoming a Star Master. In the future, Xianchen was destined to lead a group of humans out into the starry sky. By then, with control over the power of the Dark Star Palace, it would be easier for the human race to develop. After 2 more days of absorption, a cold and familiar voice rang in Xianchen's ears. "Come out, prepare to complete the final trial." Xianchen had no choice but to stop absorbing the blood spirit crystals and walk out of the courtyard. He did not expect that the person delivering the assassination task this time would be Commander Feng. Upon seeing Xianchen, she threw a storage space to him. Inside are 3,620 blood spirit crystals and the target for this mission. Xianchen quickly caught it, and upon seeing the blood spirit crystals inside, he grinned. This was fantastic. If he absorbed them all, that would be 1.81 billion life points. However, before Xian Chen could check the mission scroll, a clear female voice sounded, "You are the one who killed that soul-devouring clan spirit in the first round?" Accompanying the crisp voice, a woman dressed in black and masked appeared, her only exposed starry eyes looking at Xian Chen, radiating a chill. It was clear that the visitor meant no good. Yet Xian Chen felt it was strange because he recognized her. She was the star envoy he had saved in the abyss. His smooth entry into the deadly city to participate in the trial was all thanks to her. Now, I, as the star envoy of the Dark Star Palace, challenge you to a life and death battle. Lin Miaoqing, step back. Feng Yao looked at the inexplicably stubborn Lin Miaoqing with a frown, but Lin Miaoqing stood her ground, her eyes like deep springs only focused on Xian Chen. I only have the strength of the Emperor realm. I heard you are the strongest in this trial. Do you dare to fight me on the life and death platform? The life and death platform was the only place in the Rose Star where it was legal to fight, established to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between assassins. Feng Yao still couldn't understand what irreconcilable conflict existed between the two. In fact, Lin Miaoqing had just returned from the abyss when she was summoned by the owner to Lucian City. The owner had even asked her what had happened in the abyss and to whom she had given her star envoy token. Lin Miaoqing certainly did not dare to hide anything, and at that time Xian Chen was still exuding the aura of the abyss without Chen Yun helping him conceal it. So Lin Miaoqing directly guessed that he was the one who killed the soul-devouring clan Soul Chen Jun. Therefore, regarding Xian Chen saving her from the Qiming clan and being wanted by the hidden tower, Lin Miaoqing recounted everything in detail. After telling the owner all these things, she learned more from her sister. It turned out that her savior had disguised himself as a member of the soul-devouring clan and used her star envoy token to enter the deadly city. Although he was already outstanding, he still died at the hands of a peerless talented spirit. When Lin Miaoqing learned this news, she found it hard to believe. At the same time, when she was leaving, the owner had specifically warned her and her sister never to seek revenge against this spirit privately. Since she couldn't do it secretly, Lin Miaoqing decided to challenge him openly. After all, her savior had died at this man's hands, and she knew that this spirit clan had killed her benefactor during the trial, which was not wrong. But no matter what, she couldn't just do nothing. At this moment, Xian Chen looked at the woman seeking revenge in front of him, feeling utterly speechless. He had orchestrated his own demise, and now someone was coming to take revenge. Who could he reason with? As for the fact that he could change his aura, Gongsun Wanwan had clearly not told anyone. Xian Chen felt a bit of a headache. This woman was stubborn. She had once played a trick on him, and now, if he didn't resolve this trouble, she would definitely keep pestering him. Let's go to the life and death platform. Xian Chen glanced helplessly at the determined Lin Miaoqing and spoke directly. No. Captain Fang's proud face finally changed. Both Xian Chen and Lin Miaoqing held very important identities that could not be compromised. The key was that she didn't believe Lin Miaoqing was Xian Chen's match. Miaoqing, you are not his opponent. Stop this suicidal behavior. As she spoke, Captain Feng was about to stop the two. But Lin Miaoqing's cold and serene gaze revealed her seriousness. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Feng, but my mind is made up. Moreover, the rules of the Rose Star state that once the life and death battle begins, it cannot be stopped. Captain Feng was at a loss. She couldn't stop them, nor could she let them go, because this was the rule of the Rose Star. At this moment, the two had already entered the life and death platform. Captain Feng's expression kept changing. In this situation, the only one who could break the rules and stop them was the master. However, when she conveyed the situation here to Gongsun Wanwan, the reply was equally simple. Understood, let them fight. This indifferent response left Feng Yao even more puzzled and confused. Why, clearly the master valued these two greatly. Why would she allow them to engage in a life and death battle? Without giving Feng Yao much time to think, Xian Chen and Lin Miaoqing had already activated the life and death platform, and even if she wanted to intervene, she had no power to do so. Meanwhile, the black-clad attendants nearby had all gathered here, and upon recognizing the identities of the two who were about to fight, many exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the sister of the White Orchid Star Master? How did she get into a feud with this spirit clan?" "I don't know, I just arrived. But Miaoqing is the kindest person in our Dark Star Hall. I suspect that guy must have done something to offend her." "Yes, I think so too. Not good. That guy is ruthless. Miaoqing will definitely not be his match." Many of the black-clad individuals either had heard of the White Orchid Star Master's reputation or had interacted with Lin Miaoqing. They all looked grimly at Xian Chen. Clearly, this woman held significant influence among this group of assassins. At this moment, Lin Miaoqing looked at Xian Chen, who stood opposite her on the life and death platform, and prepared to strike. Since they had come this far, there was no reason to hesitate. 4 Seasons Execution Array. With a wave of her jade arm, 4 sword lights surrounded Xian Chen, and a massive energy wave erupted from within. For this woman seeking revenge for herself, Xian Chen did not hold back. He instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Lin Miaoqing. Xian Chen controlled his passive skills to avoid hurting her. With just one strike, he rendered Lin Miaoqing silent. Just as Lin Miaoqing was about to counter, her eyes slightly froze as she realized something was wrong. What kind of method Did this spirit clan possess to seal her skills? Against a mere peak emperor realm, even without activating the reverse fate state, Lin Miaoqing had no power to fight back. And once Xian Chen closed in on her, the outcome was no longer in doubt. It was just a matter of how long it would take to end. The attendants watching the battle outside the life and death platform were all supreme beings, and they had already seen the outcome of Lin Miaoqing's defeat. Because this Spirit Clan kid's methods are too strange, he has completely suppressed the Star Envoy. Everyone's expression has changed somewhat, and Feng Yao has also become tense. The life and death platform is precisely the place to resolve grievances. Even if Xian Chen were to kill, even Bai Ji, the Star Master, could not say a word against it. At this moment, Lin Miaoqing is exhausted from coping, her life force plummeting, yet she still has no intention of stopping. Xian Chen looks at this stubborn woman who is still holding on and can't help but ask, "Do you regret avenging others at the cost of your own life?" Hearing Xian Chen's question, Lin Miaoqing's clear eyes do not ripple even slightly. No regrets. After saying this, the Lin Miaoqing who was being suppressed by Xian Chen suddenly exudes a sense of determination. Xian Chen's heart skips a beat. He feels Lin Miaoqing's bloodline power beginning to boil, clearly about to unleash some innate skill. Xian Chen's silence can only silence skills, but he has no way to counter this innate skill. Not good. Stop. The young-looking Feng Yao's pretty face turns pale. She knows exactly what Lin Miaoqing's move is. Once unleashed, there is no turning back. She originally thought this battle would end with one dead and one injured, but now she no longer dares to continue watching, because what follows is destined to be a mutual destruction. Both will die. However, Xian Chen has nothing to worry about. He still has the soul-devouring slash, and as an immortal technique, its sealing state targets any means. As the blue light flickers in Xian Chen's hand, a halo envelopes Lin Miaoqing. Instantly, her bloodline power dissipates like a tide, and her state plummets to a low point. For the first time, confusion and bitterness flash in Lin Miaoqing's eyes. At this moment, Feng Yao's anxious voice comes from outside. "Xian Chen, spare her life, don't hurt her." But Xian Chen turns a deaf ear, still asking the same question. "Do you regret it?" Facing death, Lin Miaoqing calmly closes her eyes. "No regrets. Go ahead, otherwise I still won't be able to control myself and seek revenge on you later." Xian Chen looks at the woman before him and admires her. He originally planned to fight to this point, making her understand the gap and then yield, so she wouldn't trouble him. Afterward, who would have thought that the other party could go this far for revenge, refusing to yield even in death? Thus, under everyone's gaze, Xian Chen gently places his hand on Lin Miaoqing's delicate body. Now, he just needs to draw an energy, and this star envoy from the Dark Star Hall will perish. And that's exactly what Xian Chen does. He gently pushes, and a stream of energy enters Lin Miaoqing's body. Before she can react to the somewhat familiar energy entering her, she hears Xian Chen's helpless voice in her ear. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." Faced with such a stubborn woman, Xian Chen can only reveal his identity to her.